Chapter 1, Fishing Koenigsegg One. Xia Kingdom, the sea capital. Sumu is a sophomore student at Haida University, but at this moment Sumu comes from a parallel world with a highly similar cultural background. Did the cell phone also travel through time? Sumu was a native of Haidu. His parents went abroad 10 years ago and there has been no news from them since then. All that was left for him was an old house of less than 50 square meters. When did I download the casual fishing game? Sumu looked at his phone and was slightly stunned. Damn, I can't uninstall it. Sumu frowned and murmured something. Let's see what's going on. Sumu clicked on the small game called Casual Fishing, and the interface instantly attracted Sumu. It's not just an ordinary sea surface, the fishing scene here is actually the vast starry sky. The picture is quite exquisite. Sumu also tentatively clicked the fishing button on the mobile phone screen. A swinging rod was thrown out directly. Congratulations to the player for trying out the casual fishing game for the first time. This is a trial fishing game, and the player has one more chance to fish today. Congratulations to the player for catching a Koenigsegg One worth 100 million yuan, which has been parked downstairs. The car comes with the God of Cars skill. Fuck, this idea is really good. Sumu looked at the prompt on the phone screen and whispered softly. Try it again. It takes less than a second to throw the club out. Congratulations to the player for catching 1 billion in cash. It has been deposited into the player's exclusive bank account. Please check it carefully. After 2 fishing attempts, the fishing button on the mobile phone screen turned gray. There are really only 2 chances to fish. It's the same old routine again. I guess I have to top up to continue fishing. Sumu chuckled and couldn't help thinking so in his heart. But the next second, he was stunned when he saw the message on his mobile phone screen. Your card with the last number 2127 was renewed with 100,000 yuan at 2035 on September 15th. The balance after the transaction is 300 yuan. Shagwa Industrial and Commercial Bank. Information on the arrival of cash deposited in bank account. What the hell? Is this true? Sumu was stunned. Before he could react, he saw a brown paper file bag appear on his desk. When did this appear? Sumu walked to the desk and opened the file bag directly with his hands. It's a car key with the Koenigsegg logo. It's true. Sumu was also ecstatic. Coming to this parallel world, I actually have such a perverted system. This is simply cheating. Sumu was not too nervous. Although he was young, he had a lot of experience. He had experienced time travel before, so he wasn't too surprised even though he had such a perverted phishing system on his phone. On the contrary, he felt that this was as it should be. I am indeed the protagonist of this world. While Sumu was thinking about this, he also downloaded an ICBC app. He wanted to check whether this was true. Sumu skillfully bound his bank card and clicked to check the balance. Display balance, 100, 300 yuan. 1, 10, 100, 100 million, billion. Sumu looked at his phone and counted carefully 5 or 6 times. Then he pinched the soft flesh on his waist hard. Pain. This is not a dream. It's true. I'm going to be rich. Sumu looked indifferent, but his heart was surging. That means I can go fishing once a day from now on. Sumu can already foresee his future of cheating. Koenigsegg One. This is more shocking than 10 billion in cash. Although Sumu is not very old, as a boy, he is also considered a supercar enthusiast. Koenigsegg One is undoubtedly the number 1 among the top 10 most expensive supercars. Limited to only 6 units worldwide. The price is 100 million. It is no exaggeration to say that no matter how much money you have, you may not be able to own this car. This is what is truly priceless. It also comes with the car's godlike skills. This is too cool. Sumu didn't hesitate either. He took the car keys and ran downstairs. As a supercar enthusiast, what could be more attractive to him than Koenigsegg One? In the parking space downstairs, a purple Koenigsegg One was parked quietly. There were many people standing in front of the car watching. Fuck. Am I dazzled? Isn't this a Koenigsegg One? When did this car become available in China? It's so cool. Is this car expensive? A woman who was dressed somewhat seductively nearby looked at the person next to her and asked. Is it expensive? Please be more confident and get rid of it. Koenigsegg One, number 1 of the world's top 10 luxury cars, worth 100 million yuan. Do you think it is expensive? A luxury car worth 100 million suddenly appeared in this old neighborhood, causing a stir. Chapter 2. Rafa hits Koenigsegg. I really want to see which big guy parked the car here. Yeah, to spend 100 million on this car, one must be very rich. The onlookers were also amazed. In their opinion, the car owner must not be a resident of this community. After all, anyone who can drive a Koenigsegg must at least live in a large flat in Thompson 1. As soon as Sumu went downstairs, he saw a group of people gathered around the parking space. He also understood what was going on instantly. I squeezed through the crowd and accidentally bumped into a young white-collar worker in a suit and bow tie. What are you squeezing for? When the young white-collar worker saw what Sumu was wearing, he frowned and said unhappily, Do you know what kind of car this is? Can you pay for it if it's damaged? Before the young white-collar worker could finish his words, his eyes froze in shock. The passers-by around all gasped. Is this car his? Sumu calmly pressed the car key in his hand, opened the scissor door, and sat directly in the driver's seat. Fasten your seatbelts, start the engine, and the roar of Koenigsegg One will amaze everyone. Everyone consciously made way. Sumu released the brake, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the car to the side of the young white-collar worker. I didn't hear what you said just now. How dare young white-collar workers speak out? He never dreamed that this Koenigsegg One worth 100 million yuan actually belonged to Sumu, who was wearing a piece of cheap goods. The young white-collar worker blushed, lowered his head, and dared not even say a word. Sumu didn't tease him. He stepped on the accelerator, and when he reached the gate, he drifted around the corner beautifully and disappeared from everyone's sight. It's really worthy of being called Koenigsegg One. The feeling of pushing back is simply intoxicating. Sumu took the driving test when he was a freshman in college. As a supercar enthusiast, he sometimes goes to professional racing tracks to rent a car to satisfy his craving. Of course, there are also the driving skills that come with the car. As soon as Sumu touched the car, the familiarity of the car instantly spread throughout his body. Haidu. As the economic capital of Xia State, there are many wealthy people. But, the Koenigsegg One worth 100 million yuan drove on the road and instantly attracted everyone's attention. Fuck, this is Koenigsegg? Drive slower, drive slower. If you hit someone, even if you sell your BMW 5 Series, it won't be enough to pay for the damage. Is this true? My car costs more than 1 million yuan. The owner of the BMW 5 Series is a female driver. Although she drives a BMW 5 Series, in her opinion, BMW and Mercedes-Benz are also luxury cars. Oh my goodness, that's the Koenigsegg One. There are only 6 in the world, and it's worth 100 million. What a concept, 100 million. A BMW 5 Series like hers can buy hundreds of them. After all, they were in the city, so Sumu didn't drive very fast. There were a lot of cars following behind the car, but none of them dared to speed up. Stopping at the traffic light, Sumu was also quite excited. As soon as the green light came on, Sumu stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The sound of Koenigsegg is simply intoxicating. But the next second, a red LaFerrari came towards them at a very fast speed. Although Sumu possessed the skills of a car god, he was unable to dodge Rafa, who was charging at him. Bang! A loud bang. The LaFerrari worth 24 million directly hit the body of the Koenigsegg worth 100 million. However, they are all world-class supercars, so their safety performance is naturally top-notch. Although the cars collided, fortunately no one was hurt. Sumu also frowned. He must be heartbroken to see that his new car was smashed into this state. After getting off the car, I originally wanted to have a good talk with the owner of the LaFerrari. Over there, the owner of the LaFerrari also got down from the driver's seat. He looked to be in his mid-20s, with dark circles under his eyes. Xin Fen. Sumu recognized the owner of the LaFerrari immediately. After all, there are not many rich second generations in Haidu who own Rafa, and there are only a few of them. Xin Fen is the most famous among these rich second generations. Nicknamed Emperor of the Sea by netizens, he can be said to be a true top rich second generation. He once posted a screenshot of his bank balance of 9.9 billion on a social networking site. Xin Fen did not drink and drive, nor did he attract fans. He just played games last night and was a little tired after staying up all night. But this collision woke him up completely. If it was just an ordinary car, he really wouldn't care. The key point is, this is a Koenigsegg One. His LaFerrari is considered a top-notch supercar in Shanghai. But strictly speaking, this Koenigsegg One can buy 4 of his LaFerrari cars. In fact, if it really is a problem with the car, it's not a big deal. The key is people. There are many people who can afford this car. But there are really few that can be purchased. At least he had thought about this car before, but unfortunately, he couldn't buy it. Are you okay? Shinfun's attitude was quite good. Although he didn't know Sumu, anyone who could afford a supercar worth 100 million yuan was probably not an ordinary person. I'm fine, you should be okay too, right? Sumu understood the principle of not hitting someone who smiles at him. Besides, there was really no need for him to go up against a top-rich second generation like Shinfun for such a small matter. Shinfun also walked to Sumu with an apologetic look and handed him a cigarette. Sumu took the cigarette and smiled bitterly. Why are you driving so fast? I stayed up late last night to rank, I'm so tired. Shinfun also gave a bitter smile, and the 2 young men who didn't know each other walked to the side of the road to smoke. Those around who witnessed the car accident were all dumbfounded. Is this the script? Shouldn't they fight? Don't they feel sorry for it? Chapter 3. Where is Mr. Su from? How much did you pay for this car? It was sent from home. When Sumu saw Shinfun asking this, he directly said that the car was a gift from his family. Oh. Shinfun didn't ask any other questions. After all, the responsibility for this matter was entirely on him. Brother Su, how about this? I'll get someone to tow the car away. If you're free, I'll invite you to the bar to hang out. Shinfun is having a party at Furniture Bar tonight, and Jotsong and the others are there. Sure. When Sumu heard Shinfun say this, he agreed immediately. They are all young people, so there is no generation gap in their conversation. Shinfun is not as difficult to get along with as people say on the internet. On the contrary, he looks a little shy. Sumu knew Shinfun because Shinfun had said something very pretentious yet reasonable on the internet. If you can't afford Rafa when you're born, you'll never be able to afford it in your lifetime. It sounds arrogant, but actually, it makes sense. Unless you are a rich second generation, you really can't afford a Lafa worth 24 million. As for Sumu, he was an exception because he was cheating. In fact, the second generation of rich people are not always what everyone thinks they are, arrogant and domineering, looking down on others. In fact, most of the rich second generations have received the best education since childhood and have their own ideas and careers. The circle is very important. Sumu is not short of money now, and he also wants to integrate into the circle of Shinfun and others. The passers-by who were watching the fun were also confused. But it's normal when you think about it. One is a LaFerrari worth 24 million, and the other is a Koenigsegg One worth 100 million. And, some sharp-eyed people recognized Shinfun immediately. Fuck. That's awesome. Isn't that Shinfun? I'm so envious. It turns out that rich people think alike. Lafayette, Koenigsegg. I probably won't be able to afford this kind of car in my lifetime. That guy driving the Koenigsegg looks so young. The second generation of rich people. What we treasure is just a toy car in their eyes. The passers-by around were naturally quite envious. Shinfun called and asked someone to drive 2 tow trucks over, and within 5 minutes, another Bentley arrived. Sumu was also preparing to go to Future Bar with Shinfun. This is the most recently opened bar in Haidu and is currently the largest bar in Haidu. There happens to be a party over there today, and Jotsong is coming over too. I'll introduce him to you later. Shinfun looked at Sumu and said with a smile. Sumu didn't say much. After all, he is Jotsong, the son of the former richest man in China and one of the top second-generation rich people in the country. It would be a good thing for him to get to know him. Future Bar is not far from here. It is not even 9 o'clock yet and the bar has just started to open. Sumu is a young man after all, and he often goes to places like bars. But in the past, I just came here to dance or something, and as for consumption in the booths, it was only once or twice a year at most. Following Shinfun, Sumu also came to an independent area on the 2nd floor. There are a lot of people here, and the atmosphere is very lively. Coming? Jotsong was sitting in a booth, with 2 girls with internet celebrity faces sitting on his left and right. A well-known Chinese actor who changes girlfriends faster than he changes clothes. You may not believe it, but I crashed into a Koenigsegg One while driving. Chinfun smiled bitterly and sat down next to Jotsong as he spoke. Sumu also sat down. Puff. Jotsong was drinking, but when he heard Chinfun say that, he spit it out. Don't be ridiculous. Is this true? Why am I teasing you? Well, let me introduce you to Sumu. The Koenigsegg One that I crashed into is his. After Chinfun said this, Jotsong's attitude toward Sumu changed a lot. At first, Jotsong didn't take Sumu seriously when he saw him. After all, he was young and his clothes were ordinary, so he thought Sumu was Chinfun's follower. As a result, Chinfun told him that Sumu was the owner of Koenigsegg One. Hello, Jotsong. Hello, Sumu. Jotsong also greeted Sumu and poured him a glass of wine. Jotsong may not be as rich as Chinfun, but Jotsong is much more famous than Chinfun. As the only heir to Yida Group, Jotsong is a veritable top second-generation rich. Although Yida Group has not been as successful as before in the past 2 years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and Yida Group's market value of trillions is no joke. Where is Su Xiao from? Jotsong simply called Sumu young Master Su. After all, being able to drive a Koenigsegg One doesn't just require money. A local from Haidu. Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a slight smile. Oh. Jotsong didn't ask any more questions. It was their first meeting, and it wasn't very nice if it sounded like someone checking their household registration. But the locals in Haidu. Jotsong and Chinfun couldn't help but think about it. Is there anyone with the surname Su among the wealthy families in Haidu? No, right? After all, they are both top second-generation rich people in the country, and they have never seen Sumu before. But, think about it, anyone who can afford a Koenigsegg One must be someone very powerful. Chapter 4, Scare Me, do you think I was scared? The bar is getting more and more crowded. As for the second floor, most people can't come up. After all, a group of rich second generations from Haidu are having a party here today, and even top rich second generations like Jotsong and Chinfun are here. For safety reasons, most people were stopped at the bar. After drinking 2 glasses of wine, Sumu and Jotsong gradually became familiar with each other. Brother Joe, Brother Chin, I will have to rely on you 2 brothers to take care of me in the future. Sumu is the youngest and is only 20 years old this year. Jotsong is the oldest, at 32 years old. Chinfun is also 30 years old. One is 10 years older than him, and the other is 12 years older than him, so it's okay for Sumu to call them brothers. Just because you called me brother, if you have any problems in the future, just come to me, don't be polite. Jotsong almost patted his chest and said. He also hugged the internet celebrity-looking girls on both sides and said, let me tell you, don't underestimate Su Xiao because he is young. The car he drives is worth hundreds of millions. The 2 beauties beside Jotsong were not very old either. When they heard what Jotsong said, they couldn't help but look at Sumu. Sumu is handsome, and it is no problem for him to crush the young handsome guys in the entertainment industry in terms of appearance. He is nearly 185 centimeters tall and has a pretty good figure. Master Su, I salute you. The internet celebrity-looking girl on Jotsong's left also raised her wine glass and toasted Sumu. Sumu took a sip from the wine glass and nodded in response. Xiaoyu, if any of your sisters are single, you must introduce them to our master Su Ha. Jotsong hugged the girl named Xiaoyu and said jokingly to Sumu. That's great. I have a lot of single girlfriends. I'll call them all over when I have time. Xiaoyu is a small internet celebrity, and most of her best friends are also internet celebrities. When Sumu heard them say this, he smiled and said, that's great. If you like me, I'll treat you to a meal. Sumu said this, but he didn't think so in his heart. He is not Jotsong, who prefers internet celebrity-looking girls. Besides, these internet celebrity faces are all produced on the assembly line of plastic surgery clinics. Who knows what they look like before the surgery? However, Sumu knew what to say and what occasion. Brother Joe, Brother Chin, I'm going to go down and jump for a while. Sumu said hello to Jotsong and Chinfun, and went down to the dance floor to dance. Young people. How boring would it be to come to a bar just to drink? The dance floor of Future Bar is quite large, covering an area of approximately 500 square meters. Hundreds of people can dance on the dance floor without feeling crowded. Sumu hadn't been to the bar to have fun for a long time. He was in an excited mood and was jumping for fun. The lighting in the bar was still relatively dim. After Sumu danced for a while, he came out of the dance floor and walked past the bar counter. He couldn't help but glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. A beautiful woman in formal clothes, with long curly hair, a slim figure and delicate skin. Just looking at the profile, you can score more than 90 points. But she seems to be in trouble now. Sitting next to her were two middle-aged men who looked to be in their 30s, who kept pouring wine into her mouth. The woman had obviously drunk a little too much, and the blush on her face looked somewhat charming. Xu Yao, manager of Haidu Chenghui Finance. She came out to accompany a client today. As a manager, she can drink quite well. But today, those two clients clearly wanted to get her drunk. Although she drank a little too much and her consciousness gradually became a little blurry, she was still clear about her current situation. She also noticed Sumu when he just walked past her. Xu Yao also gritted her teeth, stood up, and staggered towards Sumu. Sumu was also stunned for a moment, but he still subconsciously reached out and hugged Xu Yao. "Hey, are you okay?" Sumu frowned. Xu Yao put her arms around Sumu's neck and whispered softly in his ear, "Save me." When Sumu heard Xu Yao say this, he understood what was going on. He looked at the two older young men sitting at the bar counter and put their arms around Xu Yao's waist without hesitation. Fuck! Where did this pretty boy come from? How dare he ruin my good deeds? Master Sure, just sit here and watch. I'll go over. As he spoke, one of the middle-aged men stood up and walked towards Sumu. Thank you. He glanced at Sumu, said thank you, but at the same time reached out to take Xu Yao back. How could Sumu let such a man succeed? He hugged Xu Yao and took 2 steps back. Who are you to her? Sumu frowned and questioned the middle-aged man who was a little drunk. I'm her brother, who is her husband. You little brat, stop meddling in other people's business here. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed and he shouted loudly at Sumu. Oh, really? What if I have to meddle in other people's business? Sumu raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the drunk young man with interest. Are you looking for a beating? Hearing Sumu say this, the drunk young man also shouted directly, Do you know who I am? You kid. Sumu held Xu Yao, whose consciousness was gradually becoming blurred, with one hand, and picked up a beer bottle from the bar counter with the other hand. Without saying a word, he smashed it hard on the head of the drunk young man. Bang! The beer bottle broke open, sending glass fragments flying everywhere. The drunk older youth's head was instantly split open by the beer bottle, and blood flowed directly down his cheek. I don't care who you are, fight first and talk later. Sumu snorted coldly. Scare me? Do you think I was brought up by being scared? Chapter 6 Fishing to get a Thompson peen. Clicking on Leisure Fishing, Sumu took a deep breath. The gray fishing button lit up, and Sumu did not hesitate and pressed the fishing button directly. Throw the club out after 2 or 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for fishing a Thompson building, worth 20 billion yuan. A Thompson building? Sumu was also a little stunned. The most luxurious residential area in Haidu at present, with an average price of 300,000 renminbi per square meter. A large flat of 400 or 500 square meters is worth 1 or 200 million. A Thompson building of the highest quality. Is this the landlord who wants me to be a rich man? As far as Sumu knew, many wealthy people in Haidu with a net worth of tens of millions rented houses in Thompson Ipin. Why rent? Because I can't afford it. With a net worth of only tens of millions, how can one afford a luxury house worth 1 or 200 million? Sumu looked around habitually, and sure enough, a large silver suitcase caught Sumu's attention. Just like the brown paper file bag containing the Koenigsegg One key, this large silver suitcase also suddenly appeared next to Sumu. Sumu walked to the suitcase and opened it excitedly. A full file bag, each containing a property certificate and a bunch of keys. Sumu didn't count how many file bags there were, but a whole suitcase was filled with real estate certificates, and they were all real estate certificates for Thompson Ipin. The visual impact was quite shocking. After picking up a book at random and flipping through it, Sumu regained his composure. Owner, Sumu. Room 803, Building A, Thompson 1, Luyazui Ring Road, Dongpu District, Haidu City. Building area, 723.5 unit building area, 600. There are 30 floors, with 3 households on each floor, for a total of 90 households. The apartments in this building are all very large, and the smallest one is over 700 square meters. The average price of Tangchen Ipin is 300,000 renminbi per square meter. This house alone costs more than 200 million. No wonder it's worth 20 billion. Sumu flipped through a few property certificates and murmured softly as he closed his suitcase. Sumu was somewhat indifferent to the sudden tenfold increase in his net worth. These seemed to be nothing. After all, with leisure fishing, he goes fishing once a day, and it probably won't take long. Not to mention the richest man in the country, even the richest man in the world would have to call him grandpa, right? Sumu had even experienced time travel before, so this little thing was not enough to make him feel helpless. Sitting on the sofa, Sumu gradually felt a little sleepy. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shines into the suite. Chuyao turned over and stretched lazily. Chuyao hadn't drunk so much alcohol in a long time, and she slept very soundly that night. Slowly opening her eyes, when the unfamiliar environment came into Chuyao's eyes, she couldn't help but be stunned. Where is this? Why am I here? Last night, Shuyong talked to me about financial management, and then we went to Future Bar. I drank too much. Chuyao recalled what happened last night, but she didn't remember much about what happened after she drank too much. Sumu was sleeping uncomfortably on the sofa, and when he heard the noise he sat up. Are you awake? Sumu suddenly spoke, and Chuyao, who was lying on the bed, was startled. She huddled into the quilt, pulled it with her hands, and exposed her head. Who are you? Chuyao was still very alert. She was a girl who drank too much last night and was taken back to the hotel by a man. Who knows what happened last night? You were drunk, and your two friends tried to take advantage of you. I saved you. Seeing Chuyao so alert, Sumu frowned slightly and said, And you? Chuyao looked at Sumu standing at the end of the bed and was also a little panicked. Since you're okay, I'll leave now. I'll pay for the room. See you again if we're destined to meet again. Sumu starts school today and he has to report to school. By the way, he also plans to deposit the property certificate of the suitcase in the bank. He looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. How could he have the time to chat with Chuyao? Chuyao was also stunned. She rubbed her temples with her hands and looked at her intact clothes. She suddenly felt a headache. Well, I'll add you on WeChat. Chuyao sat up from the bed. She was so drunk last night that she couldn't remember anything that happened afterwards. But what Sumu just said about his two friends wanting to take advantage of him should be true. She had also heard of Shuyong. I really shouldn't have agreed to go out drinking with him yesterday. All right. Sumu, carrying a suitcase, walked to Chuyao and said, Girl, you should drink less. If it weren't for me yesterday, you would be like this now. As Sumu spoke, he handed the QR code of his WeChat business card to Chuyao. Chuyao added Sumu's WeChat and said awkwardly, My name is Chuyao. Thank you for last night. Chuyao looked at Sumu and said thank you sincerely. At least, it seems now that Sumu didn't do anything to her last night. Moreover, Sumu doesn't look very old, but with his looks, he can easily crush all the young handsome guys in the entertainment industry. No need to thank me, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Sumu accepted Chuyao's friend request and walked out of the room directly with his suitcase. When coming down from upstairs, Sumu directly settled the room fee. Hello, 2 suites, a total of 8,800 yuan. Swipe the card. 8,800 yuan. If it had been before, Sumu would have been heartbroken. But now, he is worth more than 20 billion, so how could he still care about 8,800 yuan? After Sumu settled the room fee, he left the hotel directly. He didn't notice that there was a beautiful and elegant lady sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby, staring at him. As soon as Sumu left, she walked to the hotel front desk. Hello, miss. When the lady at the front desk saw Yenru coming over, she quickly stood up straight, bowed slightly towards her and greeted her. Yenru, this 5-star hotel is owned by her family. What's the name of that person just now? Yenru asked. Ah. Miss, please wait a moment. The lady at the front desk was also stunned for a moment. Soon, she looked at Yenru respectfully and said, Miss, his name is Sumu. He came here with a lady named Chuyao and booked 2 rooms last night. Oh, okay. Yenru was holding her phone and took a look at a short video in her circle of friends. ISNT at the scene where Sumu heroically saves the beauty. Sumu, he knows Jo Tsong and Chinfan, who is he? Yenru frowned and murmured softly. Chapter 7, As a bank president, there is no need for you to lick me. Koenigsegg was towed to the repair shop. It was early in the morning, so Sumu had no choice but to call a DD car to pick him up. He starts school today and will report to school soon. As for the property certificate and keys of the suitcase, Sumu also planned to keep them in the bank's safe. First, safety. Second, it saves him from having to drag a suitcase full of property deeds around. Third, yesterday, Chen Jianping, president of ICBC Haidu, called him and asked if he had time to go to the head office. There were some things he needed to tell him in person. Go to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China headquarters in Haidu. Sumu was not afraid of what Chen Jianping would do to him. After all, if he, as the general manager of a bank, really wanted to do something to him, he would have frozen Sumu's bank card long ago. Moreover, when Chen Jianping called Sumu yesterday, his attitude was really flattering. Okay. The driver of the special car also smiled and said jokingly, "Brother, you are going to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China headquarters with a suitcase. I'm afraid it's full of money, right? Do I look like a rich person?" Sumu also laughed and asked back. "That's true." The special car driver also smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything else. More than 20 minutes later, Sumu walked towards the bank with a suitcase full of property certificates and keys. It was just past 9 o'clock and the bank had just opened, but since it was the head office of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Haidu City, there were still many people coming here to handle business. "Please take a number and queue up here." The lobby manager who was in charge of management also looked at Sumu and pointed at the number-taking machine next to him. "I have an appointment with your President Chen. He should be here, right?" Sumu looked at the lobby manager and said with a smile. "You? Have you made an appointment with our President Chen?" The lobby manager also looked at Sumu with some disbelief, mainly because Sumu was not very old and looked to be in his early 20s. He's dressed very casually, and apart from being a little handsome, he doesn't look like a rich second generation at all, right? "Aha!" Sumu responded without comment. "Then, wait a moment, I'll talk to the president." After all, Wang Weiyu is the lobby manager of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China head office in Haidu. He acts cautiously and it is impossible for him to do such a thing as judging people through the cracks in the door. Although Sumu doesn't look like a rich second generation, what if he is? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for the worst. "Hello, President Chen, we have a gentleman here. He said he made an appointment with you yesterday." Okay, I'll be right out. Don't neglect him. If you anger young Master Su, I can't protect you." Chen Jianping stood up from his chair with a bang, and his voice became a little hurried. Wang Weiyu was also a little confused when he heard his bank president say this. "Mr. Su? Is it really him that the president has made the appointment?" Although he thought so in his heart, he certainly didn't dare to say it out loud. Today's wealthy people, including many second-generation rich people, are actually very low-key. What if he really is a top rich second generation? If I offend him, he can't afford it. As the president of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Haidu City, Chen Jianping usually does not come to work so early. If he hadn't made an appointment with Sumu last night to meet this morning, how could he possibly see him at this time? Sumu's bank card is an exclusive account of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The level is so high that it is definitely not comparable to the common gold cards and black cards on the market. Let me put it this way, Sumu's bank card can theoretically be used for unlimited overdrafts. Since its establishment, ICBC has only issued 3 of these exclusive bank cards. The owners of the first 2 cards had such high status in Xia country that they could call the wind and rain. As for the owner of the third exclusive bank card, it is Sumu. In fact, Chen Jianping had known for a long time that Sumu was the owner of the third exclusive bank card. He also secretly investigated Sumu's identity, but he was just an ordinary person. But Chen Jianping doesn't believe that ordinary people can own their most perverted exclusive bank cards. Yesterday, 2 billion in cash suddenly arrived in Sumu's bank card, and Chen Jianping knew about it at the first time. He also confirmed his idea. Sumu is definitely not an ordinary person. 2 billion in cash. It is not a small amount for anyone. Chen Jianping was also a little restless. He is 56 years old this year. If he cannot squeeze into the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China head office in Xiagua before retirement, that will be the best he can do. The appearance of Sumu also gave Chen Jianping hope of promotion. As long as he serves this person well, maybe he will have a chance to get a position in the head office. Chen Jianping also ran out jogging all the way. Although he had warned Wang Weiyu not to offend Sumu, he was still a little worried. If he accidentally offended Sumu, And if the power behind Sumu got angry, not to mention Wang Weiyu, even he would be in trouble. Mr. Su, you're here so early. Chen Jianping saw Sumu in the crowd at a glance, and he looked the same as in the file. Hello, President Chen. Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and greeted Chen Jianping with a slight smile. In fact, Sumu didn't know what was going on. After all, Chen Jianping is the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Haidu City. Even if he has 2 billion cash in his card, it would probably be nothing in front of him, right? He is the general manager of a bank and looks to be in his 50s or 60s. Is it necessary for him to lick me like this? Sumu thought this in his heart, but he naturally couldn't say it out loud. Moreover, his current mentality can no longer be the loser mentality he had before. After all, in addition to the 2 billion in the account, the suitcase he was pulling was filled with the property certificate and keys of Thompson One worth 20 billion. Chapter 8, The Man on the Street is like Jade, and the Young Master is unparalleled in the world. Chen Jianping walked in front and Sumu followed behind Chen Jianping. Wang Weiyu also came up to help Sumu carry the suitcase. Sumu smiled slightly and said, "No, I can do it myself." Wang Weiyu had his hand out for the suitcase, but when he heard Sumu say that, he quickly pulled his hand back. He didn't dare to disobey Sumu's wishes, and he glanced at the suitcase in Sumu's hand. "I'm afraid there are valuables in this box." Wang Weiyu couldn't help but think so in his heart. Manager. Rao Zi is Wang Weiyu's assistant. She originally had something to ask Wang Weiyu, but when she saw Wang Weiyu here, she walked up to him and said hello. "Zi, come with us." Chen Jianping turned around and saw that it was Rao Zi. He also told her to come over. Sumu has come here with great difficulty, so he has to find someone to take care of him. Rao Zi is a graduate student who just graduated this year. She is young, beautiful, and has a great temperament. The most important thing is that girls are more attentive. It would definitely be better to ask her to come over and serve tea and water than to ask Wang Weiyu, right? Okay. The president has spoken, how dare she not listen? Rao Zi glanced at Sumu, who was pulling the suitcase, and was somewhat curious about Sumu's identity. Who is this young man? Why did the president of the bank personally receive him? Although Rao Zi had just graduated, this was the headquarters of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Haidu after all. There are so many wealthy people who can come here to do business. To put it bluntly, the people she receives now are all bigwigs worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. She had never seen anyone so young who could be received by the bank president himself. "Z, go make a pot of tea." Chen Jianping took out his treasured top-quality Longjing tea from under his bookcase. "Good." Rao Zi agreed immediately. Wang Weiyu was also waiting on the side. Although he was not clear about Sumu's identity, based on Chen Jianping's attitude towards Sumu, he knew that Sumu was not simple. "Mr. Su, I actually have nothing else to ask you to come here for today." As Chen Jianping spoke, he took out a black and gold bank card. "This is a limited edition black gold card issued by our bank this year. No more than 5 people in the entire Haidu city own it. I hope young Master Su can accept it." What Chen Jianping did is undoubtedly icing on the cake, but it is much better than in doing nothing. Sumu remained calm. Now that he was worth something different and had the recreational fishing that allowed him to fish for everything, his mindset naturally changed. "Then I'll take it." Sumu was not polite and directly put the black gold card into his pocket. He didn't know that his original bank card was actually more awesome. There were no more than 5 people in the country who owned his own bank card. "By the way, can you help me open a safe in your place? I want a bigger one." Sumu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and patted the suitcase lightly. "Some things need to be stored." "Oh, sure, no problem." Chen Jianping also glanced at the suitcase. In fact, he saw the suitcase in Sumu's hand from the very beginning. When Chen Jianping heard Sumu say that he wanted to open a safe deposit box in their bank, he naturally agreed. "Mr. Su, please have some tea." Rao Zi brought Sumu a cup of tea, with her waist slightly bent and her attitude quite respectful. "Thanks." Sumu reached out and took the teacup from Rao Zi, and said thank you politely. When Rao Zi heard Sumu say thank you to her, she felt a little honored. After all, young Master Su is a wealthy man who even their bank president has to serve with great respect. Rao Zi stood aside, not daring to look at Sumu any longer. But she began to have wild thoughts. Mr. Su is really handsome. Young and low-key. Sumu took a sip of tea, looked at Chen Jianping and said, "Good tea." If you like it, young Master Su, I still have half a caddy here. I'll give it to you, young Master Su? Chen Jianping said with a smile. He bought this premium Longjing tea from an exhibition. Premium Longjing tea worth 1 or 200,000 yuan must be a good tea. That's not necessary. A gentleman doesn't take away what others love. Besides, I don't really like drinking tea. Sumu looked at Chen Jianping and smiled. President Chen, I have something else to do. Let's go store the things first. We can talk again when we have time later? Okay. When Chen Jianping heard Sumu say this, he stood up and made a gesture of invitation to Sumu. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China headquarters in Haidu also has an underground vault, which is the savings vault of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Haidu. If an ordinary person were to do safe deposit business in Haidu, there would be no need for Chen Jianping to take him to the safe deposit box in the underground vault. But if it's Sumu, that's another matter. Sumu has an exclusive bank card from the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Although his information may seem ordinary on the surface, his true identity behind the scenes is probably terrifying enough. Chen Jianping originally wanted to curry favor with Sumu, so how could he miss this opportunity? Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi also followed behind him, but they were also curious. Isn't the bank has safe on the 10th floor? Chen Jianping led Sumu and the others towards the interior of the bank building. Although Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi are internal staff of the bank, they have never been here before. Wang Weiyu frowned slightly and remembered something. He remembered hearing someone mention before that there was an impregnable underground vault 30 floors underground in their bank. He used to think it was fake because he had never been to any underground vault in his 5 years of employment. Chen Jianping led Sumu to an elevator room inside the bank building. This elevator is generally not used by ordinary employees. Only a few senior executives can use this elevator. Wang Weiyu glanced at the buttons on the elevator, but didn't see the button for the negative floors. However, Chen Jianping covered the buttons on the elevator with his hands and quickly pressed a dozen numbers. Just when Sumu and Wang Weiyu were curious about Chen Jianping's operation, the elevator started directly. Not up, but down. You two, keep quiet. Chen Jianping explained the matter to Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi in front of Sumu. Okay, President. Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi also responded quickly. As for Sumu, he also smiled slightly. He understood that Chen Jianping was not talking to the two of them. He was clearly asking him not to make it public. Chapter 9, Only Thompson Epine has one building. Although Sumu is young, he understands the principles. He still knew clearly what to say and what not to say. 4 people stood in the elevator, and the atmosphere was a little tense. However, it was mainly Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi who were very nervous. This was the first time for them, as internal employees, to visit the secret underground vault of their own bank. The elevator stopped, and Chen Jianping walked in front and said with a smile, "This is the 30th floor underground. The safest vault in the world is probably about the same as this. The entire underground 30 floors are built with steel plates 3 meters thick on all sides. If Chen Jianping hadn't led the way, no one else would ever be able to come here. So big." Rao Zi was also shocked when she walked out of the elevator. Sumu was fine, his expression was natural, but he was naturally shocked in his heart. It really deserves to be called the number 1 line in the universe. Sumu sighed in his heart. Chen Jianping led the way here, and they passed 3 checkpoints along the way. At each checkpoint, there was a 5-meter thick steel wall blocking the road. As for the verification password, it is Chen Jianping's iris. "Mr. Su, please." The last steel door opened, and we finally arrived at the underground vault. Wow! Rao Zi and Wang Weiyu behind him were both stunned. My eyes are wide open. Even though Rao Zi tried very hard to hold back, she couldn't help but scream in the end. Looking far away, the area of the underground vault is at least more than 2,000 square meters. The key point is that the storage cabinets on both sides made of tempered glass are full of cash. Master Su, each storage cabinet here stores 1 billion in cash, and the underground vault stores 200 billion in cash. Chen Jianping gave Sumu a brief introduction. Sumu was still relatively okay, but as for Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi, even though they were bank employees, they both felt a little weak in the knees at this moment. This is not the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing is yet to come. Following Chen Jianping, after passing 200 billion in cash, the crowd saw the dazzling golden gold. I have 30% of the country's gold reserves, about 700 tons of gold. As Chen Jianping spoke, he was also observing the changes in Sumu's expression. However, although Sumu was shocked, his expression did not change much from beginning to end. Although there is a lot of gold and money here, they are the wealth of the country and the people after all. What does it have to do with him? Besides, he wasn't envious. He has a balance of 2 billion in his account and owns a Tangcheniping building worth 20 billion. There is no need to be envious. The wealth he possesses is enough for him to live a luxurious life for the rest of his life. Sure enough, Mr. Su's identity must be extraordinary. Chen Jianping was able to reach the position of president of Industrial and Commercial Bank of Haidu City, and his scheming and tactics are unmatched by others. Mr. Su, the safe is over here. Chen Jianping led Sumu to the center of the vault. There is a separate area here, but it only has 5 separate safes. There are still many wealthy people in Haidu City, but not just any wealthy person can store things in the safes here. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the entire Haicheng city is destroyed, this place will probably be safe and sound, right? After all, this defense is really unparalleled. I feel like I'm using a butcher knife to kill a chicken, huh? Sumu smiled awkwardly. He is not depositing any precious national treasures, just some real estate certificates. Is it necessary to keep them here? Ha, that's true. Chen Jianping also smiled awkwardly and said. Sumu opened the suitcase in his hand, and Rao Zi, who was standing beside him, took a curious look at it. It's just some property certificates. I find it troublesome to drag them around. Sumu opened the suitcase and put it on the ground, then said with a smile. All right. Just some real estate certificates. Rao Zi was completely stunned. The property certificate and keys in a suitcase turned out to be just some. Well, this is good to use. Rao Zi couldn't help but complain with envy in her heart. How expensive is the housing price in Haidu now? Young people living in Haidu all have to kneel down when they see the housing prices. Ordinary ones cost around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan per square meter, while expensive ones cost over 100,000 yuan per square meter. 200,000 to 300,000 yuan per square meter is also normal. It would be nice if I had one set. Rao Zi didn't know that these were the property certificates of Thompson One. If she knew, she would definitely not have dared to think so just now. Master Su, the things need to be registered. Before Chen Jianping came, he asked Rao Zi to bring a computer over. After all, no one wants to make any mistakes when they are with us. Yes, sure. Registration is a matter of course, Sumu nodded and said. Rao Zi quickly turned on the computer, and Sumu took out a file bag. Just remember them briefly. They are all houses in Tongcheniping. The property certificates for the entire building, Building A, are all here. After Sumu said this, even Chen Jianping couldn't remain calm. If it was the property certificates of other residential areas in Haidu, it would be fine, but the key point is, these are the property certificates of Tongcheniping? Having said that, the bank is still very cautious and takes photos of each property certificate for file storage. Sumu directly gave this task to Wang Weiyu and Rao Zi. It took almost 10 minutes just to register the property here, and Sumu also sorted out all the property certificates. Please help me put it down. Sumu looked at the 3 people around him, then squatted down and took out more than a dozen file bags. Wang Weiyu was the first to react. He stepped forward and took the things from Sumu, then put them neatly into the safe one by one. As for Rao Zi, she would glance at Sumu from time to time. His face was red, as if he had drunk red wine. There are 90 property certificates for the entire building, all of which are for Tongcheniping. Moreover, they are all large flats covering an area of over 700 square meters. Living in Haidu, it is impossible not to know what Tongcheniping means. With a housing price of 300,000 yuan per square meter, any one of Sumu's houses would cost 2 or 300 million yuan, right? A building worth 20 billion. He's so young, he probably doesn't have a girlfriend yet? Rao Zi couldn't help but think this in her heart, and her ears turned red. Yes, for an average boy, owning a house of 50 or 60 square meters in Shanghai is considered outstanding. As for owning a house in Thompson first class, that person is considered wealthy in the country. As for a building, what is that? Super rich? The key point is, I don't think much of this building. Chapter 10 Sumu, this person looks like you. After coming out of the bank, Sumu took a DD card directly back to school. Koenigsegg was sent to the repair shop and won't be back for a while. But even if he came back, Sumu didn't plan to be so high profile. As for showing off, it depends on who you are with. Most of the people in school are ordinary people, so there is no need to be too high profile. In the bank, after Sumu left, Rao Zi was also a little dazed. Manager, tell me, who is Mr. Su? Rao Zi looked at Wang Weiyu and asked in a low voice. I also want to know this question. Wang Weiyu smiled awkwardly. At first I almost didn't offend Mr. Su, he is too low-key. The property certificate of a suitcase is a large flat in Thompson first floor worth 200 to 300 million. I'm so jealous. Manager, look, is this Mr. Su? Rao Zi is holding a mobile phone. There is a very popular short video in Douyin. In less than 24 hours after it was released, the number of views has exceeded 1 million. Really? Young Master Su is friends with Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun. He is indeed a top second-generation rich man. Wang Weiyu watched the short Douyin video and murmured softly. Haida University, school starts today. Although Sumu has wealth that ordinary people cannot earn in several lifetimes, he still has to go to school. Money has a price, knowledge is priceless. Sumu's attitude towards learning is still quite positive. But, it seemed like Sumu was just a poor student before? According to his memory, Sumu also found his dormitory in the school. But he had no plans to return to live in the dormitory. Although the relationships within the boys' dormitory were pretty good, he felt that he could indeed make his life a little more fulfilling. The dormitory is not big, only about 30 to 40 square meters, and there are 6 people living in it. The eldest brother, Du Kong, is the oldest, 23 years old this year. He seems a little dull and is the introverted type. The second son, Zhu Yuan, is 21 years old this year. He has a strong character, but he is also handsome and very popular with girls. Sumu is the third child in the school. Needless to say, he looks so handsome. There is no one in the whole school who is more handsome than him. He has a somewhat cold personality. Although many girls have a crush on him, Sumu seems to dislike women and doesn't even look at them. But, in fact, Sumu was a little insecure because of family reasons. Sumu had just walked downstairs to the dormitory building when he met Wang Xinyu, who was taking out the trash. The fourth child in the dormitory comes from a well-off family. I've heard him say several times that his family opened a private middle school in the local area and can earn tens of thousands of dollars a year. However, Wang Xinyu has a good personality and is quite thoughtful. In the dormitory, Sumu and Wang Xinyu have the best relationship. Third brother, you're finally back. You didn't answer the phone, didn't reply to the messages. I thought something happened to you. As soon as Wang Xinyu saw Sumu, he threw the garbage directly into the trash can and put his arm on Sumu's shoulder. Third brother, shall we go for a drive tonight? Did you buy a car? Aha! Look! Wang Xinyu took out a car key from his trouser pocket. BMW 5 Series, top configuration, about 1 million. Sure. Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a slight smile. I was planning to buy a Porsche, but my old man won't give me the money. Wang Xinyu sighed. I had to beg him so hard before he agreed to buy me this one. Very good. The expression on Sumu's face didn't change much. He patted Wang Xinyu on the shoulder, and the two of them walked and talked as they went upstairs. The dormitory number is 8B211. It is on the second floor and it is convenient to go up and down the stairs. Third brother. At the dormitory door, the fifth child Zheng Yun and the sixth child Zhou Su were washing clothes. When they saw Sumu coming back, they greeted him with a smile. Sumu nodded and walked into the dormitory. Brother, what are you two looking at? Sumu saw Du Kong and Zhu Yuan gathered together, as if they were watching some shameful video. Sumu also walked forward and greeted him. Third brother, come and take a look, is this person you? Zhu Yuan pointed at the Douyin video in which Sumu was holding Chuyao with one hand and opening the drunk man's mouth with a beer bottle with the other hand and asked. Sumu just took a look and said with a slight smile, he looks quite similar to me. More than alike. They look like they were carved from the same mold. Du Kong also said something. Yeah, that's awesome. If Zhou Tsong and Qinfen hadn't come out later, I would have really thought it was you, the third brother. Zhu Yuan was also very excited. After not seeing him for a summer vacation, he looked much stronger. His skin is much darker than before. Brother, I haven't seen you for a whole summer. Where have you been? How come you've grown so much stronger? Sumu looked at Zhu Yuan and changed the subject directly. Well, my cousin opened a gym, so I go there every day to work out. Look at my biceps and my triceps. Look at my dark skin. Damn, I want to see who still calls me a fresh-faced bastard. Zhu Yuan has a strong personality, but she used to be very pretty and had a whiter complexion than most girls. People who are not familiar with him think he is a young and handsome guy. But actually, he hates it most when people say he is a fresh-faced young man. He feels insulted. Not bad, not bad. Sumu nodded, smiled, and said, "By the way, third brother, the League of Legends finals will be held at the Haidu City Stadium this Saturday. Are you going to watch it?" Wang Xinyu looked at Sumu and asked. There are 6 people in the dormitory. Except for the eldest brother Dukong, who doesn't play games, the other 5, including Sumu, play games. As a team competition game, League of Legends has become quite popular in the past 2 years. The 5 of us in the dormitory often play against each other, but it really is true that when 5 of us sit in a row in the internet cafe, we never win. Really? I can go and watch it, but I guess it's hard to get a ticket, right? Sumu thought about it and decided that he had nothing to do on Saturday, so going to watch the game would be a good choice. That's true. The tickets for the RNG vs IG finals were sold out a long time ago. Although Wang Xinyu was rich, he didn't get a single ticket. But it's okay. I can just buy it from scalpers. It may be a bit more expensive, but at least I can get the tickets. After Wang Xinyu said this, Sumu didn't say anything. The counselor here sent a notice in the group asking everyone to gather in the classroom, and the 6 people in the dormitory also walked towards the teaching building together. Chapter 11. I don't want the Koenigsegg anymore, so I sell it at half the price. University life is relatively comfortable and easy. Moreover, unlike girls, boys have relatively harmonious dormitory life. Although there are occasional minor frictions, there are generally no grudges that last overnight. The 6 people in Sumu's dormitory have a very good relationship, and they can be considered a model dormitory. A lot of people came to the class. Sumu studied bioengineering. There were 5 classes in the department, with 30 students in each class, for a total of 150 students. The large classroom can seat 200 people. When the counselors held a meeting, all the students from the department came. Wang Xinyu is more popular than before, mainly because all the students in the department now know that he drove a BMW 5 Series to school. The halo of being a rich second generation still has some advantages. As for Sumu, he is still very popular among girls. After all, who makes him handsome? As for Zhu Yuan, as soon as he entered the door, all the girls in the department screamed. The changes are really huge. Don't worship me. Zhu Yuan pressed it with his hand, then walked in with his chest puffed out and his head held high. There was nothing big going on in the counselors' meeting. They just talked about some requirements for the new semester and took attendance. After about half an hour, the class meeting ended and everyone was ready to leave. Zhou Su was the first one to run away. He was the first one in the dormitory to get married. His girlfriend just sent him a message to urge him to leave. Let's go, I'll treat everyone to dinner. Sumu looked at everyone and said, What's going on? Third brother, are you rich? Yeah, the school has just started, why do you want to treat me to a meal? Is there something good happening? It's nothing, actually. I'm planning to live off campus this semester. I rented an apartment near the school. When Sumu said this, everyone in the dormitory was stunned. What is going on? Everything was fine, why did you suddenly want to move out? Third brother, is it that we usually? Dukong looked at Sumu and didn't know what to say. But Sumu naturally understood what Dukong meant. Boss, don't think too much. It's not your fault, it's my fault. Some things are hard to explain now, but you will understand them later. Sumu also explained with a smile. Besides, you can come sleep over at my place if you have nothing to do. After Sumu said this, several people nodded. Brother, why waste that money for nothing? Wang Xinyu also frowned and looked at Sumu and said, But it's okay, third brother, are you secretly dating behind our backs? Sumu. At noon, Sumu treated them to a meal at a restaurant near the school. In the afternoon, he also bought a house near the school. The price of this 300 square meter fully decorated flat was 80,000 renminbi per square meter, and the total price was 24 million renminbi. When buying a house, the saleswoman was so shocked that she was speechless. After all, Sumu looks like a college student. 24 million, in full. When swiping the card, he didn't even blink. I bought a fully furnished house, the kind you can move into right away. Just as he was about to have a good rest in the evening, Shuyao sent him a WeChat message. Thank you for last night. By the way, if you are free tonight, I will treat you to dinner. Shuyao also saw the video on Douyin today, and she knew the details of what happened. She had no other intentions, she just wanted to treat Sumu to a meal to thank him for saving her yesterday. Sumu thought that he had nothing to do in the evening, and Shuyao was a rare beauty, so he agreed directly. Okay. Sumu replied. Okay then, I'll go book a private room and let you know later. When Shuyao saw Sumu said yes, she quickly went to Zuelo and booked a private room. Zuelo? The prices there are not cheap. When Sumu saw the private room message Shuyao sent him, he also murmured something. Zuelo was the best Chinese restaurant in Haidu City and even in the whole country. The founder of Zuelo is said to be from a family of imperial chefs, so the food is indeed very good. As for consumption, it is naturally not low. The average per capita consumption is around 2,000 to 3,000, which is considered top-level consumption in Shanghai. After all, a casual meal would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. Apart from the second-generation rich, who can afford it, who among the ordinary people can afford it? Okay, I got it. Sumu looked at the time and arranged a special car to go there. It's really inconvenient not having a car. Sumu smiled bitterly. When he bought the house today, he directly bought 30 underground parking spaces. A parking space costs 500,000, and these 30 parking spaces alone cost him another 15 million. I have a parking space, but I don't know when I can go fishing with this car. As for his Koenigsegg One, he had no plans to keep it. Although the collision was not too severe, it was a collision after all. For him who possesses driving skills like a god, this car is actually a stain on him. Brother Tsong, are you interested in my Koenigsegg One? Last night, Sumu also added Zhou Tsong and Qinfun as friends. After thinking about it, he decided to sell the car. Anyway, he is not short of money and can buy other supercars. As for the Koenigsegg One, firstly, it is his stain, and secondly, it is indeed a bit too ostentatious. Aha! Mr. Su, are you planning to sell your Koenigsegg? Zhou Tsong also replied to the message within seconds. If it were someone else, Zhou Tsong might not take it so seriously. But Sumu's words are another matter. Yes, Brother Tsong, if you want it, I'll sell it to you for 50 million. Sumu directly sold it at half the price, 50 million. If it were any other supercar that had been in a car accident, it probably wouldn't be sold even after half of the depreciation. But this is Koenigsegg One. Only 6 units are available worldwide. Worth hundreds of millions. Even if there was a car accident, the damage to the car was not particularly serious. Let alone 50 million, even if it was 100 million, in fact, as long as you take action, you will definitely be able to sell it. You really want to sell it? Sincere. Okay then. Wait a minute. Zhou Tsong must be moved. As the most high-profile second-generation rich man in the country, his love for luxury cars is obvious to all. He once had the idea of buying a Koenigsegg, but he couldn't buy it. Furthermore, the price is really too expensive. If he really bought a supercar worth 100 million, his old man would probably scold him to death. However, after Sumu said this, Zhou Tsong agreed without any consideration. In just 10 minutes, Zhou Tsong asked Sumu for his bank account. Master Su, I will transfer 10 million to you first, and I will give you the remaining 40 million in 2 days. Okay, you can give it to me anytime. By the way, Brother Tsong, the car is at the repair shop, you can just drive it back. Sumu checked his bank account and saw that 10 million yuan had indeed been deposited into the account, so he sent a message in reply. As for Zhou Tsong, he directly posted 7 or 8 of his luxury cars on his WeChat moments. Well, I'm short of money. I want to sell a few cars. The price is negotiable, but it must be paid in full. If you're interested, please private message me. Zhou Tsong's circle of friends, well, are basically all rich second generations. The cars he put up for sale were all very good, with an average price of around 5 or 6 million. Fuck. Master Tsong, what's wrong with you? If you need money, tell me. There's no need to sell the car, right? That's right, Master Tsong, are you in any trouble? Master Tsong, this Bentley is great. How much is it? I want it. Chapter 12, Investing 5 million in financial management is considered a big client? Shu Yao knew that Su Mu was not an ordinary person. She invited Su Mu to dinner to thank him for saving her life last night. Naturally, she couldn't just choose a restaurant randomly. Zuela was considered the best Chinese restaurant in Shanghai and even in the whole country. Although it's a bit expensive, she can still afford it. He looks no more than 20 years old, but he's pretty manly. Shu Yao had already arrived at the private room, and she was watching a short TikTok video on her phone. Su Mu held the drunken self in one hand, and with the other hand he took the beer bottle and directly cracked the beer on the man brought by Shi Shao. He looked so handsome. Shu Yao doesn't actually worship violence, but Su Mu in the video did attract her. He's also very handsome. He must have a lot of girls chasing after him, right? Shu Yao couldn't help but think so in her heart. Su Mu also came to Ji Wei building. Led by the waiter, Su Mu arrived at the door of the private room booked by Chu Yao. Actually, you don't have to treat me to a meal. After all, anyone would come forward to deal with that kind of thing. When Su Mu saw Chu Yao sitting there in a daze and walked into the private room, he spoke directly. Chu Yao was daydreaming just now when she suddenly heard Su Mu's voice. She raised her neck and head and smiled at Su Mu. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. You saved my life last night, so it's only right for me to treat you to a meal. As Chu Yao spoke, she stood up. Since Chu Yao had said so, Su Mu naturally couldn't say anything more. What do you want to eat? It's my treat. You're welcome. As the manager of a financial company, Chu Yao has quite good financial strength. When business was good, her monthly income was around 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, which was considered a high income earner in Haidu. Although the consumption at Zuela was high, she can still afford it. Then I won't be polite to you. Su Mu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, glanced at Chu Yao and said softly. Although you're welcome, Su Mu didn't order any particularly expensive dishes. He's a grown man, he wouldn't cheat a girl out of her meal, right? Chu Yao took a look at the dishes ordered by Su Mu, and then ordered a bottle of 2010 Lafite. You can drink a lot, right? When Su Mu heard Chu Yao wanted red wine, he did not forget to tease Chu Yao. That's right, I was drunk by two men with bad intentions last night. Today, I took the initiative to drink. That depends on who I'm drinking with. If it's another man, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. But if it's you, do you believe that I'll get drunk after just one drink? Shu Yao could tell by Su Mu's teasing, but she was a strong woman in the workplace after all, so she was not to be teased by Su Mu. She looked at Su Mu and smiled slightly, blinking her eyes. The expression on her face made people feel intoxicated. Don't get drunk after just one glass of wine. I was too tired last night. Besides, if you let me hesitate between being a beast and worse than a beast, awu. Su Mu sat closer to Chu Yao, lowered his head and leaned close to Chu Yao's ear, and blew gently into Chu Yao's ear. I'm not Lu Shaowei, if I really want to do something beastly. Chu Yao didn't expect that although Su Mu looked young, his words were quite tempting. You won't. Chu Yao's eyes were bright and she stared at Su Mu's face and spoke softly. You think too much. Su Mu smiled slightly, but he also sat up straight. If you drink too much today, the cleaners might find you sleeping on the street tomorrow morning. Su Mu's expression did not change, the corners of his mouth turned up, and his naughty smile looked quite charming. However, Su Mu couldn't help but murmur in his heart, it turns out that I am so good at talking dirty. Ah, you. When Chu Yao heard what Su Mu said, she bit her lip and pretended to be a little angry, but she still looked a little pitiful. Are you willing to give it up? What am I reluctant to give up? Then why did you last night? That's because I. Between the questions and answers, Su Mu seemed to be somewhat defeated. Fortunately, the waiter walked into the private room with the dishes, and Su Mu directly changed the subject. The dishes are here, I'm hungry. We. Shu Yao couldn't help but laugh when she saw Su Mu being humiliated. Speaking of which, you are a girl, go out alone, drink less. While Su Mu was picking up some food for himself, he looked at Chu Yao and said, you can't always be so lucky and meet someone as righteous as me. After Su Mu said this, Chu Yao became silent. She didn't want this to happen, but, as a human being, you have to survive. Yesterday, Mr. Shi was my big client. He invested 5 million in my financial management fund. You, the second generation rich, don't understand us ordinary people. As the saying goes, it's easy to be born, it's easy to live, but it's not easy to live. Shu Yao sighed, then smiled slightly, let's not talk about that. At least, I'm living a pretty good life now, right? Are you in the investment and financial management business? While eating, Sumu looked at Chu Yao and asked, "Well, let me formally introduce you. The person sitting in front of you is Chu Yao, the business manager of Haidu Chenghui Financial Investment Company." Chu Yao was still very optimistic. She raised the red wine glass in her hand and toasted Sumu. "You said that if I invested 5 million in your financial management, I would be considered a big client?" Sumu curled his lips and said with some disdain, "Then your big customer is too worthless, right?" "That's not the case. In fact, the Mr. Sher we met last night is quite rich. His family owns a coal mine and his net worth is over 1 billion. When Shu Yao heard Sumu say this, she also explained. "A coal boss worth more than $1 billion can be considered a big customer, right?" Shu Yao looked at Sumu and asked softly, "So how much do you think I'm worth?" Sumu put down his chopsticks, turned his head and stared into Chu Yao's eyes and said, "As for you, I think you are just a bully who takes advantage of the power of others." Chu Yao initially thought that Sumu might be a rich young man, but after a conversation, she always felt that Sumu was lacking something. She thought about what Sumu was wearing last night, and although he knew Zhou Tsong and Qinfen, that didn't mean Sumu was also a top-rich second generation. "Well, actually, I'm a sophomore student. Last night, Master Tsong held a party on the second floor, and I was dragged over to make up the crowd." Sumu did not directly tell Chu Yao that he was worth hundreds of billions, which was dozens of times the worth of the coal boss she mentioned. "That's what I told you. Looks like I guessed it all right," Chu Yao called out in a somewhat naive manner. "You're only a sophomore? Hey, handsome Sumu, do you have any intention of living off him?" Chu Yao leaned closer, and her originally steady breathing became rapid. "No, the doctor told me that I have a good appetite and can eat big meals and chew on hard food." Sumu chuckled and said, looking at Chu Yao's blushing face. Chapter 13 Fishing Again, a Lamborghini Venom. A bottle of Lafite is just the right amount for 2 people. Although Chu Yao is a girl, most boys can't drink as much as she can. "I called a designated driver for you. Since you've been drinking, don't drive." At the entrance of Jiwei Building, Sumu looked at Chu Yao and spoke softly. "How did you know I drove here?" Chu Yao also asked curiously. "Guess." Sumu was indeed guessing, but the fact that Chu Yao invited him to have dinner at Zuela showed that she was financially well off and it was normal for her to have a car. "You guessed it right." Chu Yao pursed her lips. "How about you come with me?" "No, I have something else to do later." Sumu refused straightforwardly. "Oh well." There was a flash of panic in Chu Yao's eyes, and she didn't know what she was doing. "Could it be that I've been single for too long that now I even have feelings for a sophomore?" Chu Yao shook her head, trying not to let her mind wander. Sumu asked the designated driver to send Chu Yao back, and then he got a special car to go back. It's not that Sumu has no feelings for Chu Yao, but he is not that kind of casual person. Besides, Sumu really has no ideas in this regard at the moment. After returning home, Sumu lay on the sofa and watched TV for a while very comfortably. The 300 square meter mansion was worth more than 20 million yuan, and Sumu bought it without blinking an eye. This would have been something we would never have dared to think about before. "Mr. Su, you're not going to sell the Koenigsegg to Mr. Tsong?" Qinfen had just learned that Sumu sold the Koenigsegg to Zhou Tsong at a price of 50 million yuan, half sold and half given away. Brother Qin, what's wrong?" "Oh my god. You should come to me. I can offer you 80 million. Otherwise, why don't you sell the car to me?" Qinfen was almost drooling with envy. Koenigsegg One. He couldn't find a single luxury car in his garage that could compare to this one. "I have already promised Master Tsong." Sumu also smiled bitterly. "Brother Qin, I'm so sorry, this is not a question of money." "Really?" For Sumu now, the difference between 50 million and 80 million is actually not that big. It's just 30 million, there's no need for him to change what he promised. "That's right. Master Su, next time if there is such a good thing, you must think of me first." As a top-rich second generation, Qinfen naturally likes to collect world-class luxury cars. He doesn't care about other supercars, but the Koenigsegg One, which is limited to only 6 units in the world. Even if he has money, he can't buy it. This is natural. Sumu hung up Qinfen's phone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was still early in the morning, and Sumu played a few games of League of Legends with a few people in the dormitory. "No more playing, it's getting late and I have to go to school tomorrow." "Third brother, no way? This is not like your style." Wang Xingyu felt a little unsatisfied. "I'm too tired today." Let's rest early. It's time to get off. Sumu also stepped out and looked at the time. It was just 5 minutes past midnight. Start fishing. Sumu was still a little excited. When I clicked on Leisure Fishing on my phone, the fishing button also turned from gray to bright. Just click the fishing button and throw the rod out. A few seconds later. Congratulations to the player for fishing a Lamborghini Veneno, worth 120 million. Puff. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. Just now he was thinking in his mind that if there was a car that could rival Koenigsegg, it would naturally be the Lamborghini Veneno. Also a limited edition, only 3 Lamborghini Venenos were released in the beginning, and the price was around 20 million. Later, it was sought after by wealthy people all over the world, and 9 more were produced. Even so, there are only these 12 poisons worldwide. What does it mean to have a price but no demand? At this time last year, someone offered 120 million on the black market to buy a Lamborghini Veneno. But unfortunately, no one is willing to resell their collection of Lamborghini Venenos. After all, who isn't a billionaire if he can afford poison? No one cares about that 1 or 200 million. It feels great. Sumu already had the key to the Lamborghini Veneno in his hand. With his heart pounding, he took a photo for Chin Fin and Jotsong. Lamborghini? Master Su, don't tell me that the reason you sold the Koenigsegg is because you still have a poison. Aha! Sumu responded without comment. On the other side, Chin Fin and Jotsong were both stunned. I knew that Sumu was not a simple person, but I never expected that Sumu's background and identity would be so great. It would be fine if they just owned a limited edition Koenigsegg One, but the Lamborghini Veneno is also a top-of-the-line supercar that even they couldn't get. Fuck. Mr. Su, are you selling this car? Chin Fin didn't think about anything else but buying a car from Sumu. Brother Chin, how can I sell the car I just picked up? Sumu also responded directly to Chin Fin. I'll pay 200 million, sell it to me. Chin Fin did not give up. When he heard Sumu say that this was a new car he had just bought, Chin Fin did not hesitate and directly offered a price of 200 million. Brother Chin, let's put it this way. I'll play for a few days, and then you can pay me the original price, 120 million. I don't want a penny more. Sumu has said so, what else can Chin Fin say? Well, it's a deal. You can't sell this car to anyone else except me. Rest assured. Although Sumu also loves supercars, he is not as obsessed as Chin Fin. Moreover, Sumu thinks that supercars are meant to be driven, and there is not much point in collecting them. Besides, Sumu likes to try different kinds of supercars. Although the Lamborghini Veneno is good, if he gets tired of driving it, he will just throw it away. In this case, he might as well give Chin Fin some face. You can make friends with Chin Fin and earn 120 million at the same time, so why not do it? Sumu was also feeling a little sleepy, so he lay on the bed, set the alarm, and went straight to sleep. The next morning at around 8 o'clock, Sumu was also woken up by the alarm clock. He had class at 9:30 this morning. After a quick wash, Sumu walked towards the school. The community where he lives is just opposite the school, very close. Besides, he had no intention of driving a supercar into campus to show off. Unless it is really necessary, he thinks it is better to keep a low profile. Chapter 14, ordinary tickets are gone, but there are private room black gold cards. As soon as Sumu walked into the classroom, Wang Xinyu rushed over. Brother, what the hell? Explosive news. Wang Xinyu was extremely excited. What explosive news? Sumu looked at the very excited Wang Xinyu and asked with interest. Isn't the League of Legends finals on Saturday? Just now, the official League of Legends announced the guest performers for the opening ceremony of the finals. Wang Xinyu became more and more excited as he spoke. Third brother, guess who it is? Who is it? Sumu was very calm. He was not a big fan of celebrities and did not really care who the guest performers were. Zhou Luanjie. King Zhou is coming as the guest of honor for the opening ceremony. And, most importantly, he will sing 3 songs in a row. Hearing Wang Xinyu say this, Sumu also said oh. No wonder he was so excited. After all, it's Zhou Luanjie, a pop music king who has been popular for a whole decade. Their generation grew up listening to Zhou Luanjie's songs, so it is understandable that they admire him. Have you got the tickets yet? Without. When Wang Xinyu heard Sumu asking about the tickets, he instantly became depressed. He really didn't get the tickets. But since I didn't get the tickets before, the chances of getting them now are slim. It would be fine if it was just the League of Legends finals, but Joe Luingia's arrival made the situation completely different. Originally, tickets were divided into 4 categories: A, B, C, and D. Class A tickets are the inner field tickets and are the most expensive. Even the official price is 1,880 per piece. Class B tickets are next to the inner field and cost 1,000 yuan each. The price of a Class C ticket is 680 yuan per ticket, and the official price of a Class D ticket is 350 yuan per ticket. However, since the official announcement that Joe Luingia would be the special guest for the opening ceremony, the ticket prices sold by scalpers have all skyrocketed. The price of the inner field ticket increased 20 times, and the price per ticket was 36,000 yuan. As for the D-grade tickets that originally cost 350 yuan each, they were now sold for 3,500 yuan each. But, spending 3,500 to buy a Class D ticket is really a lot of money. Sitting in the last row, I couldn't see anything clearly. 3,500, this price is not worth it at all. Then what are you excited about? Sumu patted Wang Xinyu's shoulder gently and said, I have a friend who might be able to get the tickets. Sumu suddenly said this. Wang Xinyu's originally disappointed expression suddenly became excited again. Third brother, what are you waiting for? Ask now. Wang Xinyu said excitedly, today is only Wednesday. If we wait until Saturday, the ticket price will probably be even higher. Okay, I'll ask. Sumu found a seat and sat down, his lips slightly raised. He looked at Wang Xinyu and said with a smile. The friends Sumu was talking about were none other than Zhou Tsong and Qinfun. However, since IG team is in the finals, Sumu will definitely ask Zhou Tsong first. Zhou Tsong is the boss of the IG team. I think everyone knows this, right? Brother Tsong, are there any tickets left for Saturday's League of Legends finals? Sumu sent a message to Zhou Tsong, but Zhou Tsong was probably still sleeping and didn't reply. Third brother, how is it? What did your friend say? Wang Xinyu next to him was a little impatient. He's probably still sleeping, don't worry. Sumu said softly, my friend is very reliable, don't worry, if he has any news, I will inform you as soon as possible. Well, third brother, hurry up. I'll pay for the tickets. Just don't make them too expensive. Wang Xinyu's monthly living expenses are 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. He is not as extravagant as other rich second generations and still has some savings. There are not many more, but there are still about 500,000 or 600,000. As a sophomore student, I have to say that Wang Xinyu can definitely be called a rich second generation. That's not necessary. Sumu would not ask Wang Xinyu to pay for it. Besides, it was just a matter of a few tickets. Zhou Tsong would not ask him for money, right? The next 2 classes are advanced mathematics. Wang Xinyu is a poor student to begin with, and his mind is now full of thoughts about the League of Legends finals on Saturday. How can he concentrate on listening to the lectures? But Sumu listened very carefully. Although, he couldn't really understand it. It would be nice if I could learn some skills by fishing. Sumu smiled bitterly and couldn't help thinking so in his heart. He doesn't care about money or anything like that now. What he values now is skills. As the saying goes, too many skills is always good. If he really had many skills, he wouldn't have to live off his savings even if he lost the system in the future. For example, if he possessed master-level calligraphy skills, just writing a few words would probably be enough for him to live on for the rest of his life. However, the fishing items are all random, and this is not something Sumu can decide. Fortunately, he now has a chance to fish every day, and maybe he will be able to catch some fish one day. Wang Xinyu here was already feeling a little drowsy. He was ranking up last night, but the teammates he was matched with were all rubbish, so instead of going up in points, he dropped a rank. Does Su Xiao also play League of Legends? It was almost time to go home from school, and Zhou Tsong finally replied to the message. Let's play. Brother Tsong, do you have any tickets? Ordinary tickets are indeed gone. Although Zhou Tsong is the boss of the team, things like ticket sales are managed by the league officials, and Zhou Tsong has no say in it. Although he also had tickets, those tickets had already been distributed. It's gone. Sumu was also a little disappointed. If Zhou Tsong didn't have a ticket, it would be really hard to get one. There are no regular tickets left, but there are still private rooms. Zhou Tsong said directly, I reserved 2 private rooms for my friends. Since you want it, I'll give you one. Private room? Holy shit. Awesome. Sumu replied directly. Young Master Su has already asked, so I have to give it to you even if no one else does. Jotsong also licked Sumu. Firstly, Sumu sold his Koenigsegg to Jotsong at half the price, and Jotsong was already indebted to Sumu. Secondly, Jotsong was also shocked by Sumu's background. He secretly investigated all the information about Sumu, but it showed that Sumu was just an ordinary person. But, have you ever seen an ordinary person own a Koenigsegg One? And, after selling the Koenigsegg, he directly bought a Lamborghini Veneno worth 120 million. You know, whether it is Koenigsegg One or Lamborghini Veneno, they are all limited editions and are in short supply. He had just spoken to Qin Fun on the phone. When he learned that Qin Fun was going to use 200 million to buy Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno but he hadn't sold it yet, Jotsong also understood that Sumu was a person who could only be befriended and not offended. After all, the power behind him could actually make Sumu's ordinary identity so perfect. I think their power must be terrifyingly huge. It's just a private room. Although the black gold cards for private rooms have been sold for millions on the black market, but it's just money. For Jotsong, he would not care about a few million. It's such a good deal to be able to make friends with Sumu with a private room black gold card. Chapter 15. A Maybachus 560 cannot afford a tire of poison. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Wang Xinyu, who had been drowsy just now, suddenly became energetic. Third brother, how is it? Did your friend reply to you? Sumu shrugged helplessly. My friend said that there are no ordinary tickets. Hearing what Sumu said, Wang Xinyu, who was very excited just now, suddenly wilted. Ah. I see. That's right. King Cho will sing 3 songs in a row during the opening ceremony, so tickets must be tight. Wang Xinyu murmured quietly, but then he thought, that's not right. What the third brother said just now was that the ordinary tickets were sold out. Third brother, the regular tickets are sold out. Do you have anything else? I don't have high requirements, I can stand even if there is no seat. Sumu. Before Sumu could say anything, a boy from class 3 stood up and said, I got 2 class B tickets, that's great. The boy's name is Zheng He and his family is quite wealthy. However, unlike Wang Xinyu, Zheng He is usually very arrogant because he relies on his family's wealth. Wow. I heard that class B tickets are now selling for 20,000 each. I'm so jealous. But it's a pity that I couldn't even get a D-class ticket. Yeah, I was originally planning to buy the tickets from a scalper on the day of the competition, but now that King Zhou is going to sing at the opening ceremony, the ticket price has increased more than tenfold. It's too expensive, I can't afford it at all. Many people in the class looked at Zheng He with envy, and even a few girls came over and asked him if he could take them to watch the game. Damn it! Wang Xinyu glanced at the smug Zheng He and said with gritted teeth. Wang Xinyu couldn't stand Zheng He and had conflicts with him before. Zheng He also turned his head and looked at Wang Xinyu proudly. How is it? Did you get the tickets? Zheng He obviously wanted to cause trouble. When Wang Xinyu heard him say that, his face suddenly fell. It's just a B-class ticket. I can't even get into the inner field. I really don't understand what's so great about it. Sumu glanced at Zheng He and said something with a hint of sarcasm. What did you say? It's just a B-class ticket. If you have the guts, go get a ticket for the front row. When Zheng He heard Sumu say this, he immediately became unhappy. But I heard that the tickets for the inner field are now being sold for 40,000 yuan each, and they are out of stock. They are impossible to get. Zheng He looked at Sumu with some disdain and said, with your financial situation, I think you can't even afford a D-class ticket, right? Zheng He's dormitory was right next to Sumu's, so he knew something about Sumu's financial situation. Of course, he definitely didn't know Sumu's current situation, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of Sumu. As soon as Zheng He finished speaking, he walked past Sumu arrogantly. However, as the saying goes, God will punish the wicked. Zheng He's eyes were so big that they were on top of his head. He was accidentally scratched by the table while walking, and he staggered and fell at Sumu's feet. What are you doing? It's not Chinese New Year. Why are you kowtowing to me? I don't have any red envelopes to give you. Sumu laughed and said sarcastically. Zheng He's face turned dark instantly. Just as he was about to find fault, Zhu Yuan came over. Zheng He and Sumu had an unpleasant argument in their dormitories before, and Zhu Yuan had a bad temper, so he rushed directly into Zheng He's dormitory, pinned him down on the bed and beat him up. To the extent that now Zhang He still has a psychological trauma when he sees Zhu Yuan. What? Want to cause trouble? Zhu Yuan glared at Zhang He, and Zhang He suddenly dared not to speak anymore. Be careful or I'll hit you. Zhu Yuan glared and spoke harshly in a very powerful manner. Zhang He didn't dare to say anything more and ran away in shame. This kind of person deserves a beating. He's the typical guy who will tear down the roof if he's not punished for 3 days. Zhu Yuan also laughed and said to Su Mu and Wang Xinyu. That's not it. Su Mu also echoed. After Zhang He made such a fuss, Wang Xinyu temporarily forgot about the ticket issue. After lunch, since he had no classes in the afternoon, Su Mu planned to drive out for a ride. Last time, he was driving a Koenigsegg and before he had enough fun, he collided with Qin Fun's LaFerrari. Fortunately, he now has a Lamborghini Veneno. He was planning to go to Thompson One today. All the apartments in his building were rented out, and the average rent for one apartment was about 150,000 yuan a month. There are 90 apartments in that building, and the rent alone is more than 13 million a month. At the end of the year, the rent would definitely be 1 or 200 million. Moreover, there are special companies to help him manage these houses. As soon as Su Mu deposited the property certificates in the bank safe, the company's general manager Tang Yu called him. When the system gave these things to Su Mu, they were all formal, legal, and well documented. The original owner of this house was a wealthy man from Jiangxiang, but he sold the building because his business was not doing well recently. The new owner is naturally Su Mu. Su Mu had never been to Thompson Epine since he knew he owned a building there. Since the general manager who previously managed these houses called him, he also planned to go over and check it out. They agreed to go there at 3:30 in the afternoon, and Su Mu took a short rest after returning home. It's a good opportunity to go to Yida shopping mall and tidy myself up. Su Mu looked at the clothes on his body and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It doesn't matter in school, but when you first enter society, you really have to pay attention to your dress. I looked at the time and it was exactly 2 o'clock. Su Mu also went downstairs directly with the Lamborghini car keys. Yida Shopping Mall is one of the properties of Yida Group and is currently considered one of the top shopping malls in the country. Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno has been parked in the underground garage for almost a day, and it has attracted a lot of people's attention. There are quite a few wealthy people in this community, and there are many luxury cars parked in the underground garage. There are also many supercars. But even so, it is a Lamborghini Veneno after all, and it is simply incomparable to other supercars. Holy crap! I saw this in the underground garage in our neighborhood. A multi-millionaire boss took a photo and posted it on his Moments. At one time, many people responded. Mr. Wu, it's just a Lamborghini. Your Maybach S560 isn't bad either. That's right, Mr. Wu, his Lamborghini isn't much more expensive than yours. Mr. Wu, are you free on Sunday? Can I treat you to a meal? Although he was flattered by many people and felt a little smug in his heart, Wu Tao also directly responded to everyone in the circle of friends with a sentence. No, this is a Lamborghini Venom. I can't even afford a tire for my Maybach S560. Chapter 16, a Patek Philippe worth 680,000 yuan was directly won. How would Su Mu know about this? After coming down from upstairs, he drove directly to Haida Yida Shopping Mall. There is a super large parking lot near Yida Shopping Mall. As soon as Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno drove over, everyone screamed. What the hell? What did I see? Lamborghini Veneno? Damn, when did Haidu get this car? Why? Is this supercar expensive? There are only 9 in the world, and you can't even buy one on the black market for 120 million. Do you think it's expensive? Everyone was looking at the Lamborghini Veneno, wanting to see which rich second generation could afford such an expensive supercar. Opening the car door, Su Mu calmly got out of the car. Then everyone was shocked. Isn't this too young? I don't know him. But he looks a little familiar. Isn't this the young man who caused trouble at Furtet Bar last night? It is indeed him. Fuck. He really is a rich man. A wealthy man, I'm so jealous. Amid the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes of the crowd, Su Mu walked into Yida Shopping Mall very calmly. As a man, Su Mu, like most men, goes shopping with a purpose. He went straight to the fine men's clothing area on the 3rd floor. Su Mu actually didn't know which clothes were better, but he also knew one thing: the so-called expensive ones were not necessarily the best, but they were definitely not bad. Without much selection, Sumu bought a formal suit, 2 or 3 casual suits, and 2 pairs of leather shoes. All in all, it cost more than 500,000. But Sumu thought it through. It was impossible for him to spend all the 2 billion in his account. If you don't spend the money, it doesn't really belong to you. No matter how much money you have, it is yours only when you spend it yourself. When Sumu walked down from upstairs, he happened to see Mingbiewi. The poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. I have a car, but I still lack a decent watch. Sumu murmured softly and walked directly towards the Mingbiewi. He just changed into a set of Givenchy casual wear. Since it was the latest model and a limited edition, this set of casual wear alone cost him more than 130,000 yuan. As the saying goes, Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. Sumu has a good figure and is handsome. Now he is wearing Givenchy casual clothes, which further reflects Sumu's cool temperament. The waiter at Mingbiewi's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Sumu coming over. They have all received professional training, so how could they not see that Sumu's casual attire is worth a lot of money? In addition, Sumu was holding Armani, Brioni, Canali. All of them are luxury brands for men. Just these alone would cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhao Jing is the manager of Mingbiewi, and she also personally received Sumu. Sir, which watch do you want to buy? We have Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Cartier. Patek Philippe. Sumu directly mentioned Patek Philippe. Zhao Jing was also slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. Okay, sir, these are all Patek Philippe watches. Take a look. Is there any style you like? Let me see. Sumu looked at the Patek Philippe watches in the tempered glass counter and said softly, Yes, sir. Zhao Jing stood in front of Sumu respectfully, and she didn't dare to say much. She was still clear about rich second generations like Sumu. People have their own opinions, so you don't need to say too much. If there is one I really like, I will probably grab it without blinking an eye. This one is good. Sumu pointed to a watch priced at 680,000 and said, Show it to me. Okay, sir, the watch you're looking at was made entirely by hand by Patek Philippe in 2011 by master watchmaker Maniac. It took 5 years to make, and it's inlaid with 12 diamonds. Zhao Jing did introduce the Patek Philippe that Sumu had his eyes on, but Sumu frowned and said, show me this watch. When Zhao Jing heard Sumu say this, she was also stunned, but she didn't dare to confront Sumu, and quickly took the watch out from the counter. Sumu took the watch, played with it for a while, and then put it on his left wrist. It really matches Sumu's outfit. Yes, that's it. Sumu still likes it very much, and the price of 680,000 is also suitable. Although Zhao Jing knew that Sumu had the spending power, she did not expect Sumu to be so straightforward. Just took a look and ordered it right away? This is a watch worth 680,000 yuan. What? Is there a problem? Sumu looked up at Zhao Jing and said calmly. Oh. No problem, no problem. I'll issue the invoice for you right away. Zhao Jing also reacted immediately. The smile on her face became even more intense, and her attitude towards Sumu became even more flattering. After all, Sumu bought this Patek Philippe worth 680,000 without blinking an eye. He just swiped his card here, and Sumu walked out wearing the watch and carrying a bunch of luxury goods. As luck would have it, Yenru just happened to walk into Yida shopping mall. Sumu didn't know Yenru, but Yenru remembered him. The two people just passed each other, but Yenru stayed with Sumu longer. When Sumu's back was no longer visible, Yenru also walked towards the watch center. Zhao Jing is Yenru's best friend, but she seems to be about 3 years older than Yenru. As soon as Yenru came in just now, Zhao Jing saw Yenru. After all, her eyes have always been on Sumu. As Yenru walked into the watch shop, Zhao Jing also put down what she was doing and walked over to Yenru. Why, do you know that person just now? Zhao Jing nudged Yenru with her arm, with a hint of teasing in her tone. I don't know him, but I met him once. Yenru looked at Zhao Jing and said with a smile. I'm telling you, you don't know, he's really rich. He bought a Patek Philippe worth 680,000 without even blinking an eye. Although Zhao Jing's family is considered quite wealthy, they only have a few million at most. It can't compare to Yenru's family background. After all, the Yen family has more than 35-star hotels in China alone. Are you sure this person is not in your circle? His name is Sumu. I've only seen him once, at our hotel. But when I was browsing Douyin, I saw him with Zhou Tsong and Qinfun. You know, there are differences among the rich second generation. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen don't even look at people like us. Yen Ru smiled, bit her lip and spoke softly. However, this also made her have a deeper impression of Su Mu. Chapter 17. This building belongs to Su Xiao. Su Mu came out of Yida shopping mall carrying a bunch of things. When he just arrived at the parking lot, Su Mu saw two young and beautiful women, dressed somewhat seductively, standing in front of his car and taking pictures. It's normal for young people to have some vanity. Su Mu checked the time on his phone. It was already 3 o'clock and he had to go to Thompson Yippin in a while. He was standing aside, watching 2 or 3 short videos, and when he looked up, he saw that the two women were still filming. He frowned, smiled bitterly, lowered his head and watched 3 or 4 more short videos. When I looked up again, the two women were still taking pictures, changing their poses. No matter how good-tempered Su Mu is, he can't stand it. I said, "Have you taken enough photos?" "I'm afraid your phone memory is not enough." Su Mu walked forward and said something sarcastically. The two women taking pictures were not good people either. How could they not hear the sarcasm in Su Mu's words? "We are taking pictures of our own car, why are you meddling in our business?" Among them, the woman who looked a little sarcastic directly said something to Su Mu. "What did you say? Your car?" When Su Mu heard her say that, the corners of his mouth twitched and he couldn't help but want to laugh. "Do you know what car this is?" Su Mu chuckled. He was too lazy to chat nonsense with these two women. He walked straight forward and pressed the key, and the scissor door of the Lamborghini Veneno opened directly. Su Mu sat directly in the driver's seat, and the two women beside him were stunned. "Is this car his?" The two looked at each other, feeling as if 1,000 horses were galloping in their hearts. "Handsome guy, I was just joking with you, can I add you on WeChat?" The woman with the sarcastic look just now also quickly apologized to Su Mu. "Roll." Su Mu said something to her directly, without even turning his head. He stepped on the accelerator, drifted around the corner and drove away. What's so great about that? It's just driving a supercar. That is. The two women were just saying the grapes were sour because they couldn't get them, but Su Mu was very happy. "Don't you even look at what you look like? You still want to add me on WeChat?" Su Mu couldn't help but complain. Drive directly to Thompson Ipin. The best address is on Luyazui Ring Road in Dongpu district of Haidu, so the selling price of Thompson Ipin is naturally rising. When the property was first put on the market, the price of housing here was only tens of thousands per square meter. Due to the rapid development of Haidu in recent years, Haidu, which was not very big to begin with, has become a place where every inch of land is valuable. Take Tangshan Ipin for example. At its peak, the housing price was as high as 400,000 renminbi per square meter. The original owner of Building A, Thompson One, was a wealthy man from Jiangxiang, but now it belongs to Su Mu. In Thompson One, a large flat on the first floor of Building A is where Tang Yu and his colleagues work. They were previously hired by the wealthy man Zhang Xian to help him manage his house. Now that the building belongs to Su Mu, they are naturally affiliated with Su Mu. Tang Yu only found out yesterday that their current boss is Su Mu, and he contacted Su Mu as soon as possible. As for Su Mu, he had no intention of replacing them. It's better to have someone help you manage the building than to collect the rent yourself, right? And although being a landlord seems very comfortable, in fact, there are many troubles involved. Tenants live in the house and have to contact the owner if there is any problem. The light is broken, there is no electricity, there is no water. If he were to come to me for all kinds of trivial matters, wouldn't he be annoyed to death? The purpose of Tang Yu and his team's existence is to help him manage this building. If the residents have any problems, they can just come to them directly. The tenants pay the rent to them, they put it into the account and then pay it to Su Mu, who then pays them their wages. Tang Yu and his company can be considered a small property management company. In addition to the general manager Tang Yu, there are 2 accountants, an assistant, and 3 maintenance workers. There were 7 people in total, and they divided the work and cooperated with each other, which saved Su Mu a lot of trouble. Room 103, Building A, Thompson 1, Tang Yu now looked at the time nervously. I'll say it again, the big boss will come to inspect soon. It's his first time here. All of you should be alert. If anyone displeases the big boss later, the consequences will be borne by him. Since Tang Yu said so, it is natural that the employees under him cannot but take it seriously. Boss Tang, have you met our new boss? Accountant Zhang Sini was also very curious about what her new boss looked like. After all, everyone knows what this building represents. It would be fine if it were an ordinary residential area, but this is Tangshanipin with an average price of 300,000 renminbi per square meter. This building is worth 20 billion. After all, she is an internal employee, so she knows some inside information to some extent. Previously, Jiang Xiang's big boss put this building up for sale and offered a sky-high price of 20 billion yuan. Moreover, he had one request: full payment. 20 billion, the full amount. There were indeed many wealthy people in Haidu who had the idea at that time, but when they heard that the full payment was 20 billion, they were scared away. Who the hell has 20 billion in cash? Not to mention ordinary people, even the richest man in the country can't possibly come up with so much cash at once to buy a house in full, right? But Su Mu did it. So, no matter who you are, you would actually be interested in a tycoon who can take out 20 billion in cash at once, right? I haven't seen it. Tang Yu was also a little nervous. The time he had agreed to meet with Su Mu was approaching. How could he not be nervous? On this side, Su Mu was stopped by security guards in front of the gate of Tangshanipin. Even though Su Mu was driving a Lamborghini Veneno, the security guards really didn't recognize these luxury cars. If they were not residents here, they would definitely not let Su Mu in. The license plate on Su Mu's Lamborghini Veneno had not been registered with them, so the security guard stopped Su Mu directly. I'm sorry, sir. We have a rule here that residents who are not residents of our community cannot enter unless a resident notifies us. The security guard was a young and strong-looking guy. Judging from his physical fitness, one could tell at first glance that he was a retired soldier. However, the security guard's attitude was still respectful. After all, even if he didn't know the Lamborghini Veneno, just by looking at the shape of the supercar, he knew that Su Mu was worth a lot of money and was not someone that a small security guard like him could offend. Is that so? Wait a minute. Su Mu would not make things difficult for the security guard, after all, it was his job. Although he doesn't live here, he also hopes that all security guards in the community are like this. Security is no joke. The residents of Tangshanipin are either rich or noble. If there are any safety problems, that is definitely not what Su Mu wants to see. Manager Tang, please come here. I was stopped at the gate. Tang Yu answered the phone very nervously. When he heard what Su Mu said, his whole body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. Oh no! How could I forget about this? Tang Yuguan was thinking about how to welcome the big boss to inspect the work later, but he forgot about the security issue of Tangshanipin. Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment, I'll be right there. Tang Yu hung up the phone and without hesitation, he trotted towards the gate. Fortunately, it's Building A, not far from here. Otherwise, the thought of having the big boss stopped at the gate and waited for more than 10 minutes, he would probably be in big trouble today, right? It only took Tang Yu about 2 minutes to jog all the way here. He calmed down, walked over to the security guard, leaned in close and said, "Young Master Su is my new boss. The entire Building A belongs to young Master Su." The security guard naturally knew Tang Yu, and was stunned when he heard what he said. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, please." The security guard was naturally sensible and quickly opened the door. Su Mu was not arrogant and looked at the security guard and said, "It's okay, you're pretty good." As he spoke, Su Mu looked at Tang Yu and said, "Manager Tang, please take my car. I can show you the way." Chapter 18. My landlord is worth tens of billions, can you believe it? Watching the black Lamborghini Veneno driving past Building A, the security guard who had just stopped Su Mu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Su Mu's identity was not simple, but he didn't expect that Su Mu's identity was so complicated. The entire Building A belongs to someone else. This building alone is worth 20 billion. There is certainly envy and jealousy, but when someone is as outstanding as Su Mu, no one dares to hate him. Take Ma Xiaoyun, the richest man in China, for example. He is worth more than 300 billion yuan. Who among ordinary people would hate him? That's the truth. I actually managed to stop such an awesome person. I can brag about this for a whole year. The young security guard blushed and couldn't help but think so in his heart. Master Su, I didn't think this through. Tang Yu was sitting in the passenger seat, also holding his breath, feeling very nervous. Such a huge oversight occurred the first time the new boss came to inspect the work. If Su Mu blames him, he, the general manager, will also be fired. It's no big deal. Su Mu is not the kind of petty person, so he would not blame Tang Yu for such a thing. Is Building A in front? Su Mu parked the car directly downstairs of Building A, but there were no extra parking spaces here, so he had to park on the road. Oh my god, is this Lamborghini Venom? A man who looked to be around 30 years old had just stepped out of a Ferrari 458. He stared closely at Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno. Even though his Ferrari 458 has a landing price of nearly 5 million, compared with the Lamborghini Veneno in front of him, the difference is simply huge. Let us put it this way, if he scratched Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, his Ferrari 458 would probably be gone. Sumu stopped the car and got out of the driver's seat. Tang Yu also got out of the car quickly and followed Sumu closely. Well, you're not allowed to park on the roadside, don't you know? Even though you're prescribing poison, I still have to remind you. Yang Su looked at Sumu's profile and said directly. Yang Su is the anchor of the esports channel of the Bullfighting Live platform. Even with an annual salary of tens of millions, he cannot afford such an expensive house as Thompson Epine. But he is a person who likes to enjoy life. When he is in Haidu, he naturally has to live in a luxury house like Thompson One. He moved into an 800 square meter apartment last year, and the rent alone was as high as 200,000 yuan a month. Fortunately, given his financial situation, he can still accept the annual rent of 2.4 million. Sumu heard the voice and turned around to see Yang Su. Aren't you the bullfighting top laner Yang Su? Sumu can be considered a veteran League of Legends player. Although his skills are average and he is only at the diamond rank, it is still pretty good. Sumu had some impression of Yang Su, the anchor of League of Legends. You are really good at playing Noxus. Sumu smiled slightly and said to Yang Su. Well, it's just so. Yang Su felt a little embarrassed when he saw Sumu recognized him at a glance and said so. Well, you really can't park here. Yang Su pointed at Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno and smiled awkwardly. Can you stop? Sumu glanced at Tang Yu, and Tang Yu also wanted to die. However, when he heard Sumu ask him this, he also said respectfully, others can't stop, but you can, Mr. Su. Aha! Mr. Su, this building is yours, so you can park wherever you want, right? Tang Yu's voice was not loud, but clear enough. Yang Su's hearing was pretty good, so he naturally heard clearly what Tang Yu had just said. He was also slightly stunned at the moment. Then he also looked at Tang Yu carefully. I was so focused on looking at the car that I completely ignored Tang Yu. Only now did he remember that Tang Yu was the general manager of the property management office of their building. Since Tang Yu said it, it must be true. At that moment, Yang Su couldn't help but tremble, and his face turned red instantly. Oh my god. I just said something like this to such a big shot. Yang Su didn't know what to do. After all, if this building belonged to Sumu, then wouldn't he be his landlord? I'll just stop here for a while, shouldn't it be a big problem? Sumu looked at Yang Su and asked softly. No problem. Yang Su's speech became a little slurred. Yeah. By the way, are you still broadcasting live today? Sumu suddenly asked Yang Su this, and Yang Su was also a little excited. Well, live broadcast. Okay then, let's play games together if we have a chance. Help me get higher scores. Sumu's words made Yang Su feel a little flattered. Good. Yang Su nodded heavily and agreed. He usually doesn't help others to gain points, unless the other person is a beautiful lady. Once, a rich man gave him more than 10,000 gifts and asked Yang Su to help him gain points. Then Yang Su directly asked the rich man to send him his WeChat account, and he directly transferred the more than 10,000 gift money. But that depends on the person. How could he dare to refuse a super rich man like Sumu, who was worth at least tens of billions, and was also his landlord? Sumu was just saying it casually, but Yang Su must have taken it seriously. Here, Sumu, under the guidance of Tang Yu, came to the large flat where they had offices. Yang Su also hurriedly got on the elevator, his heart still pounding. After returning home, Yang Su couldn't wait to start the live broadcast. Brothers, you may not believe me, but I just saw a Lamborghini Veneno. Yang Su sat in front of the camera and boasted to his fans in the live broadcast room. You're just bragging, right? Lamborghini Veneno? Are you sure there's such a car in the country? I don't believe it unless you take a picture and show it to me. Not necessarily. I remember that brothers who seem to live in Thompson first floor, right? There are only rich people there. Even if it's a Lamborghini Veneno, they can afford it, right? I'm telling you, I definitely didn't lie to you, and, do you know how rich he is? Yang Su was very excited, his face flushed red. You all know that I'm renting Thompson One, I'm in Building A, what a coincidence, that person is actually the owner of Building A. I tell you, this whole building belongs to someone else. As soon as Yang Su finished speaking, all the comments on the screen changed to fuck. Owning a building is already pretty cool. But how much would it cost to own a building in Thompson Epeen? It's no exaggeration. The previous price of my building was 20 billion. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. Yang Su was very excited to help Sumu brag, as if the building belonged to him. As for Sumu, he also followed Tang Yu and briefly inspected some of the work on their side. Chapter 19. There is no such thing as being young and successful. It's just luck. We didn't prepare any gifts for everyone for our first meeting. How about this, Manager Tang? We'll give everyone a 20,000 yuan red envelope. Just take it from this month's rent and put it in the account. After Sumu said this, the faces of the staff following Sumu were all filled with excited smiles. Their new boss is so generous. I originally thought that he was here to inspect the work. Even if he was not picky, he would probably say a few words with a stern face. But Sumu didn't say anything else. After inspecting them, he actually gave each of them a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. This is much more generous than their previous boss. Sumu didn't stay here for too long. He took a brief inspection and then drove away in his supercar. When Sumu was here, no one dared to talk much. As soon as Sumu left, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, our new boss is so handsome. With this appearance, he can definitely crush all the young handsome guys in the entertainment industry, right? Accountant Zhang Sini couldn't help but become obsessed with her. Besides, I feel like our new boss is a really nice person. He's humble and speaks very gently. Most importantly, he's so generous. Assistant Wei Ling also said with stars in her eyes. Manager Tang, you said Mr. Su is so young, does he have a girlfriend? Zhang Sini was still quite gossipy, so she looked at her general manager Tang Yu and asked. How should I know that? Tang Yu also laughed and scolded, just work hard and stop thinking about those things every day. Young Master Su is not someone that ordinary people like us can reach. Oh, I see. Zhang Sini said this, but she couldn't help but think in her heart, if she's not my girlfriend, I can be her lover. After all, Sumu owns a Thompson mansion. Apart from anything else, if I could have a relationship with Sumu, not only would I ask Sumu to give me a luxury house in Thompson Epeen, I could also buy one in other residential areas in Haidu. What he couldn't get in his entire life was nothing but a drop in the ocean to Sumu, not worth mentioning. Sumu didn't know that Zhang Sini was thinking about him. He also made an appointment with Jotsong to meet at Uemu Coffee Shop. Uemu Cafe, the most famous cafe in Haidu. The most ordinary cup of coffee here costs thousands of yuan. This place is specially for the wealthy people in Haidu. Coffee, which is more expensive than gold in the eyes of others, can be drunk pot by rich people. Sumu drove his Lamborghini Veneno and parked it in the parking space on the side of the road next to the coffee shop. Even the waiter, who was used to seeing supercars and luxury cars, couldn't help but gasp after seeing Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno. In front of the poison, all those supercars in the parking space pale in comparison. Sumu was wearing Givenchy casual clothes, and coupled with his somewhat cool temperament, the waiter standing at the door did not dare to neglect Sumu. Hello, sir. How many people are you? I have an appointment over there. Sumu smiled slightly. He had already noticed Jotsong sitting not far away. Yes, sir, please. The expression on the waiter's face didn't seem to change, but he was actually shocked inside. This young man driving a Lamborghini Veneno was actually looking for Jotsong. Well, it really proves the saying that birds of a feather flock together. After all, Jotsong is one of the top second-generation rich people in the country. As for Sumu, he drove a supercar worth hundreds of millions, and his casual clothes were worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not surprising that he is friends with Jotsong. Brother Tsong. Sumu walked up to Jotsong and greeted him with a slight smile. But at the same time, he also noticed that there was a lady sitting opposite Jotsong, who looked not much older than him, with fair skin and delicate features. The Cartier watch on her wrist seems to match her temperament very well. What's more rare is that she doesn't have the face of an internet celebrity. Sumu just glanced at her quietly, but couldn't help but joke in his heart, could it be that Master Tsong has changed his taste and doesn't like internet celebrity faces anymore? But it's true, a beauty like her who can get a score of 90 points even without makeup, any man would like her, right? Mr. Su, come here, let me introduce you to Meng Shuefei, Mr. Ren's daughter. Zhou Tsong also stood up, looked at Su Mu and then at Meng Shuefei and said. Meng Shuefei also looked at Su Mu with some curiosity. Meng Shuefei naturally knew some things about Su Mu. She also stood up and extended her right hand towards Su Mu gracefully. Meng Shuefei, it's such an honor to meet Su Xiao today. Su Mu was also stunned for a moment. He was thinking about what Zhou Tsong had just said. He subconsciously shook hands with Meng Shuefei. Mr. Ren's daughter, could she be Mr. Ren from the Weihua group? Su Mu was thinking about something and forgot to let go of Meng Shuefei's hand. Meng Shuefei's face turned slightly red and she struggled a little. Su Mu then reacted and quickly let go of her hand. Su Mu, Miss Meng is too kind. Su Mu also smiled slightly and said softly, Mr. Ren is a role model for domestic entrepreneurs. To be honest, Mr. Ren has always been my idol. Su Mu's words diverted the embarrassment just now. I heard from Brother Tsong that young Master Su has a Koenigsegg One and a Lamborghini Veneno? Although Meng Shuefei had heard Zhou Tsong and others mention Su Mu, she was still somewhat skeptical. Other supercars are easy to deal with, but the key is Koenigsegg One and Lamborghini Veneno. No matter which one of them is, they are top supercars with a limited edition of no more than 10 in the world. Well, the Koenigsegg One is Tsong Ji's now. Su Mu looked at Zhou Tsong and said softly, as for the Lamborghini Venetian, I happened to come across it, so I bought it. Well, after hearing what Su Mu said, Meng Shuefei almost wanted to hit someone. What does it mean to buy it when you meet it? How could a supercar worth 120 million be said to taste like cabbage? See, you still don't believe me when I tell you that young Master Su, he is really young and promising. Even though Zhou Tsong likes to complain about everything online, he didn't hesitate to say that he had never stayed in such a rubbish hotel even for his own hotel. The public's impression of Zhou Tsong is that he is straightforward and doesn't take others seriously at all. But actually, it depends on who it is. For example, now, Zhou Tsong's attitude towards Su Mu was not too much to say that he is Su Mu's bootlicker. As for Su Mu, he also laughed and said, there is no such thing as being young and promising. I'm just lucky. There is nothing wrong with what Su Mu said, he is indeed lucky. Time travel, mutation of the app on his phone, these things that don't follow scientific common sense have all happened to him. If this isn't good luck, what is? However, Zhou Tsong was also stunned when Su Mu said this, and couldn't help but think in his heart, good luck? Does it mean that you have good luck when you reincarnate? In this case, my luck is actually quite good. After all, Zhou Tsong is also recognized as one of the top rich second generations in the country, right? Chapter 20 Su Mu is not simple. Mr. Ren of Weihua Group is definitely a role model for domestic entrepreneurs. As for why Mr. Ren's daughter is named Meng Shuefei, there is nothing strange about that. It's normal to take your mother's surname. Although Mr. Ren ranks outside the top 100 on the domestic rich list, no one will look down on him because of this ranking. Weihua Group adheres to the principle of doing business instead of going public to raise money, and has been committed to the research and development of various patents over the years. With annual revenue of over 100 billion, if Weihua Group goes public, its market value will at least rank among the top 3 domestic companies. As the daughter of Mr. Ren, Meng Shuefei has been studying abroad for many years. Because of Mr. Ren's existence, Meng Shuefei, although only 23 years old, is also pursued by rich second generations from all over the world. After all, if he could marry Meng Shuefei, it would definitely be a great help to his future career. Moreover, Meng Shuefei is also quite beautiful, and her temperament is definitely the result of top-level education. However, Su Mu didn't have as many thoughts as Meng Shuefei. Master Su, this black gold card is for you. Zhou Tsong took out a black gold card from his trouser pocket. It was the black gold card officially produced by League of Legends, which claimed that one could watch any League of Legends game in the private room within 1 year. Su Mu didn't bother to be polite with Zhou Kong. He just reached out and took the card. This card is limited to only 5 pieces, and the official price of each card is 660,000. However, this card has been sold for millions on the black market, and is even out of stock. There are 1.4 billion people in China, and although the wealth is concentrated in the hands of about 3% of the people, there are also tens of millions of wealthy people. 660,000 is not a small amount for ordinary people, but for Su Mu, Zhou Tsong, and others, it is nothing. Brother Tsong, Sister Fei, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Su Mu got the black gold card for the private room, but he didn't plan to sit here and drink coffee. With this time, you can go back and play some games and take a nap. Isn't that great? Sumu came and went in a hurry, but Meng Shuefei, who always looked down on any boys, was somewhat interested in Sumu this time. Watching Sumu driving away in the Lamborghini Veneno, Meng Shuefei couldn't help but frown. Sumu acted so calm. You know, even the princes of foreign emirates would like to hold me in their hands when they see me. Brother Tsong, where does this Sumu come from? Sumu did arouse Meng Shuefei's curiosity. Sumu was not a simple person. Zhou Tsong sighed, but Meng Shuefei, who was sitting opposite him, rolled her eyes at him. Sumu is not simple, is there any need to say that? When Sumu returned home, he also sat on the sofa. Wang Xinyu sent a message to Sumu very promptly. Third brother, do you want to play with me? No. Learning makes me happy. Sumu was lying on the sofa and sent a message to Wang Xinyu saying, learning makes me happy. Fuck. Third brother, if I hadn't slept next to you for a year, I would have really believed what you said was true. Wang Xinyu also laughed, but he didn't believe Sumu's nonsense. By the way, the ticket issue has been settled. Sumu took out the black gold card of the private room and took a photo for Wang Xinyu. In the dormitory, Wang Xinyu was sitting in front of the computer. When he saw the photo of the black gold card in the private room sent by Sumu, he said fuck. The sound was so loud that it scared everyone in the dormitory. Nima, what's going on? Old 4, what's wrong with you? Fuck, I was scared. Wang Xinyu was completely confused. Third brother, don't tell me this is the official black gold card for the private room issued by League of Legends. Wang Xinyu sent a voice message directly to Sumu, and his voice sounded trembling. The other people in the dormitory also heard what Wang Xinyu said just now. Except for the eldest brother Dukong, who didn't play games much, how could the others not know about this black gold card for the private room? The official price of League of Legends is 660,000, limited to 5 cards worldwide, and the official promises that similar cards will never be issued again in the future. Limited edition and out-of-print League of Legends black and gold card. The black market price has been driven up to millions, but I have never heard of any owner selling it. That's right, how could someone who can afford 660,000 be short of those few million? When the official League of Legends released the black gold card for the private room, the sky-high price of 660,000 also caused everyone on the internet to mercilessly abuse it. However, as soon as it was released, it should be said that before it was officially released, it was divided up by Zhou Tsong and others. Zhou Tsong directly took 2 tickets, which amounted to more than 1 million yuan. For him, it was just normal consumption. This is probably what is meant by true fragrance. Because when the Alliance first launched the black gold card for private rooms, Zhou Tsong was the first to stand up and oppose it, and even ridiculed the Alliance on Weibo, saying that it acted like it had never seen money. But, damn, he just took 2 of the 5 black gold cards for the private room. Fuck. Third brother, what's going on? This card, where did you get it from? Wang Xinyu was also confused. The main thing is that he is quite clear about Sumu's situation, and it is impossible for him to get this thing. Didn't I tell you that my friend has a lot of energy? Sumu smiled softly. Saturday, let's go together? That's awesome. Third brother. Wang Xinyu was very excited now. Zhang He got 2 Class B tickets before, which stimulated him. Although Zhang He failed to act tough later, Wang Xinyu still wanted to get the tickets. He had already thought it through. If all else failed, he would just buy 2 A-grade tickets for the inner field from a scalper. However, the original price of the inner field ticket was only 1,800 yuan, but now due to Zhou Luinjie's attendance at the opening ceremony, the price has increased by more than 20 times. An A-grade inner field ticket now costs at least 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. Although Wang Xinyu is not short of money, he feels distressed when he thinks that the tickets, which originally cost only 1,800 yuan, were sold for 40,000 or 50,000 yuan each. No one's money comes from the wind. Although Wang Xinyu is not short of money, he doesn't want the money to be earned by scalpers. But he also couldn't stand Zhang He's ugly face. He was also prepared to spend money to slap Zhang He in the face. It's just a B-class ticket, what else there to brag about? Compared with the black gold card for the private room, what does an A-grade ticket for the inner field matter? Wang Xinyu directly posted a circle of friends. Let's go watch the game on Saturday. With the photo of the black and gold card, Wang Xinyu's circle of friends exploded. Oh my god? Is this true? That's awesome. A black gold card for a private room. The black market price is over 1.3 million. Fuck, Brother Yu is awesome. He can get a black gold card for a private room. He really is worthy of being a rich second generation. I'm so jealous. Brother Yu. Can you take me with you? Chapter 21, Fishing Again, Gaining the Skills of a God of Learning. Wang Xinyu rarely posts on WeChat Moments, but this time it was because the black gold card for the private room was really showy enough. Of course, more importantly, he wanted Zhang Yi to know. They are from the same department. Although Wang Xinyu and Zhang Yi are not friends, they are in neighboring dormitories after all. How could Zhang Yi not know that Wang Xinyu has a black gold card for a private room? How is that possible? How did he get this kind of thing? Zhang Yi was playing games at the time and almost dropped his computer when he heard the news. For him, let alone a black gold card for a private room worth millions, he couldn't even get an A-class ticket for the inner field worth 40 or 50,000. Brother He, if you ask me, this card is probably fake. The people in Zhang Yi's dormitory are naturally Zhang Yi's bootlickers. At this time, Tao Yang also looked at Zhang Yi and spoke flatteringly. Fake? Zhang Yi was also stunned when he heard Tao Yang say that. He slapped his thigh and said, yes. It's fake. Zhang Yi didn't believe that Wang Xinyu had the ability to get the black gold card for the private room. After all, that kind of thing was simply not something that rich second generations of their level could afford. Although more than 1 million is not a lot for them, the key point is that there are only 5 of these things in the world. There are so many top second generation rich people in the country, it will never be Zhang Xinyu's turn. Tao Yang also searched the internet, and suddenly a headline news caught his eye. Brother He, look, what did I say? This black gold card for the private room must be fake. Tao Yang handed the phone to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up when he saw the title of the headline. Today, the police uncovered a case of counterfeiting tickets for concerts and League of Legends matches, and found a large number of counterfeit tickets at the scene. There were also pictures in the news, which obviously showed some pictures of the black gold cards for the private rooms. What the hell, Wang Xinyu really has no bottom line in trying to disgust me. Zhang Yi also breathed a sigh of relief immediately. Tao Yang, you are like this. Zhang Yi leaned close to Tao Yang's ear and whispered, tell everyone about this on the school's forum. Brother He, that's brilliant. Tao Yang raised the corners of his mouth and said with a chuckle. On the other hand, Wang Xinyu was very excited. Black gold card for the private room. This guy is really showing off. Many people in his circle of friends, some of whom he rarely contacts, sent him private messages to ask him what was going on. Wang Xinyu did not hide it and directly said that it was Su Mu's friend who helped him get it. Old 4, come and see. Zhu Yuan was lying on the bed and browsing his phone, feeling very comfortable, when suddenly he noticed a post in the forum. Fuck, someone on the forum revealed that your black gold card for the private room is fake, and even posted a piece of news released by the police today. Zhu Yuan was also confused. He just checked the news from the police and found it was true. It was the information released just 3 hours ago. Fourth brother, do you think that the black gold card for the private room that third brother got will be? Zhu Yuan was quite thoughtful. The sudden appearance of this post in the school forum at this time was obviously aimed at Wang Xinyu. Fuck, who the hell sent this? Wang Xinyu frowned, and after reading the post he cursed directly. Sumu is clear-headed and speaks his mind. He is not the kind of person who would suffer for the sake of face. If Sumu couldn't get the tickets, he would tell him directly that he couldn't get them. Besides, it's just a League of Legends game. It doesn't matter whether you watch it or not. Sumu wouldn't make fun of himself about this, right? In Wang Xinyu's opinion, Sumu is his best brother and there is no way Sumu would play tricks on him. I don't know, it's a small account. I took a look and it's the kind that was just registered. Zhu Yuan also frowned and said in a low voice. He also knew that this matter might be a little difficult to explain. After all, the news released by the police was true, and a large number of counterfeit tickets and black gold cards for private rooms were indeed found at the scene. He just compared the photo sent by Su Mu, and found that there was almost no difference between it and the black gold cards of the private rooms in the news released by the police. Although he also wanted to believe that the card was real, but thinking of Su Mu's financial situation, the black gold card for a private room worth millions was definitely not something Su Mu could get. Thinking about it this way, the black gold card for the private room that Su Mu got is 90% likely fake. Even my roommate suspected that the black gold card for the private room was fake, let alone others. Those people who had licked Wang Xinyu before suddenly changed their faces. I just saw a hot news article. Is your black gold card for the private room fake? There's no need to show off. The black gold card for the private room is worth millions, and there are only 5 of them in the world. As far as I know, Jo-sung alone has got 2, right? Ha, I really thought you were some top rich second generation. I never thought you were this kind of person. You really disgust me. Wang Xinyu looked at these people's comments, his face turned black, he gritted his teeth, and posted another message on his moments. I didn't King ask you to lick me like a dog. Won't you know whether the card is real or not on Saturday? Wang Xinyu was about to explode with anger, they are all a bunch of bastards. Old 4, don't be angry. People are not all like this. Du Kong also gave some advice. That's right. 4th brother, I also think that 3rd brother really doesn't need to do this. 3rd brother is not that kind of person. Xiaolu Zhou Su also echoed. Sumu was not quite clear about this matter, otherwise he would definitely come forward and talk about it. Sumu didn't play games with them tonight, but instead read some advanced mathematics for a while. However, Sumu was willing to learn, but it was difficult for him to change his nature as a poor student. After flipping through the book for a while, about 10 minutes later, Sumu fell asleep on the table. When he woke up, it was already past 2 in the morning. Fuck. I'm so tired. Sumu stood up and went back to bed to sleep. At around 8 o'clock the next morning, Sumu's alarm clock rang. I feel so refreshed. Sumu slept very comfortably. It's time to go fishing again. Sumu's eyes lit up and he took out his cell phone from the bedside table. I directly clicked on leisure fishing and pressed the fishing button without hesitation. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for fishing out the god of learning skill and gaining the ability to remember everything at a glance. Fuck. 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 Sumu was not fully awake at first, but when he saw the prompt on the mobile phone screen, he woke up instantly. He has a photographic memory. And he has a quick understanding of everything. He's a genius student. The corners of Sumu's mouth slightly raised, this is too cool. Just when Sumu was about to study hard, he acquired the skills of a genius student. What's a top student? Who dares to show off in front of the god of study? Sumu was secretly happy and couldn't help but think so. Chapter 22. This is one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world. It is normal that we cannot solve it. Sumu originally wanted to be a top student, but he was the type of person who would feel sleepy as soon as he started studying. However, now that he has caught the god of learning skills, Sumu is looking forward to class even more. There are 2 classes of advanced mathematics this morning. Sumu was dizzy yesterday, and he also wants to see how terrifying his comprehension ability is after he has acquired the skills of a god of study. Sumu simply washed up, changed into casual clothes, and walked towards the school teaching building. It was only a few steps away, so there was no need for him to drive over. Besides, the Lamborghini Veneno is so cool. If I drive it to school, wouldn't it be a bit too high profile? Sumu actually doesn't care about being high profile or not. The main thing is that he feels there is no need to expose his worth at school. Wang Xinyu and the others were already in the classroom and had helped Sumu reserve a seat. 3rd brother, this way. Wang Xinyu didn't sleep well last night. Although the other party used a small account, Wang Xinyu still determined that it was Zhang He who did it. After all, who could have a problem with him? Apart from Zhang He, Wang Xinyu couldn't think of who was coming. 3rd brother, did you bring your black gold card for the private room? As soon as Sumu sat down, Wang Xinyu became impatient. Hey! Sumu put it directly into his waistband. Since Wang Xinyu wanted to take a look, Sumu just threw it to him. After all, this black gold card officially produced by League of Legends has an initial value of 660,000. It is made of aviation material, which is light yet textured. Just look at the texture. If this is fake, I'll eat it right there. Wang Xinyu is not an ignorant person. When he holds the black gold card, he can feel the extraordinary nature of this black gold card. 3rd brother, is your friend really reliable? Of course, what's wrong? Sumu naturally wouldn't doubt whether Jo-sung was reliable or not. It was impossible for Jo-sung to use a fake black gold card to deceive him, right? 3rd brother, look. Wang Xinyu also put his phone in front of Sumu and smiled bitterly. Forehead. Sumu glanced at Wang Xinyu's phone and what caught his eye was the news about the counterfeit black gold card. Who posted this? Sumu frowned and asked. Not sure, it's a newly registered account. Someone is going to cause trouble. Sumu could see that everything in this post was directed at Wang Xinyu. I suspect it's Zhang He. Wang Xinyu glanced at Zhang He, who was sitting not far away, and said softly, "This old guy is holding a grudge. It's very likely that he is behind this." I see. Sumu rubbed his temples with his hands and hummed softly. Yes, it is impossible for Wang Xinyu to offend others. He just had a conflict with Zhang He recently. At this time, he is the only one who can do such a thing. Don't doubt it. I just asked other people in their dormitory, and they said that it was Zhang He who was behind it. Zhu Yuan also said fiercely, "Damn it, Zhang He is such a stinking piece of shit, he will tear down the roof if he is not punished for 3 days." Sitting aside, Zhu Yuan was ready to fight. If the advanced mathematics teacher had not already arrived, he might have rushed up and beat Zhang He up. "How about this, go to class first, and leave the rest to me." Sumu didn't care. The so-called rumors are absolutely vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Sumu wondered if he was too kind and made some people become arrogant. If that's the case, there's no point in keeping a low profile any longer, right? While Sumu was thinking, the advanced mathematics teacher was quickly writing a few questions on the blackboard. "Please do these questions first, and we will explain them in detail later." The advanced mathematics teacher is almost 60 years old. His name is Ma Jun, and he is the director of the Department of Mathematics at Haiti University. Of course, he can also be regarded as a great mathematician in China. Professor Ma wrote 3 questions in total. The first 2 questions were not difficult. Almost anyone who had studied advanced mathematics seriously could do them. As for the last question, it is an argumentation question. He actually made up this question deliberately to make things difficult for his students. This is an argumentation question, and it is said to be the most difficult math problem to prove in thousands of years, bar none. Sumu also looked up at the blackboard. He solved the first 2 questions effortlessly. As for the last argumentation question, Sumu felt that it looked familiar. Shit. Isn't this Goldbach's conjecture? In Sumu's previous parallel world, this proof problem named Goldbach's conjecture was also a difficult problem that had troubled mankind for hundreds of years. The question looks simple. Any even number equals 6 can be expressed as the sum of 2 odd prime numbers. Any odd number equals 9 can be expressed as the sum of 3 odd prime numbers. It's just a paragraph, less than 100 words. But speaking of it, no matter whether it is the previous parallel world or this world, no one has been able to prove the Goldbach conjecture. In this world, this conjecture was also proposed by a Western mathematician named Goldbach, so it is also called the Goldbach conjecture. In recent years, Ma Jun has also been dedicated to studying the Goldbach conjecture. He feels that today's students are too arrogant. Often they set their sights too high and think they can do anything. So he has given his students the Goldbach conjecture every year in the past 2 years to warn his students that there are still many things in this world that they cannot solve. Sumu raised his head and stared at the blackboard, and couldn't help but frown. Wang Xinyu is still struggling with the post in the Tiaba forum, so how can he concentrate on doing the questions? Third brother, huh? Shit. Wang Xinyu was also shocked when he saw Sumu pick up a pen and calculate on the draft paper. Third brother, can you solve such a difficult problem? Wang Xinyu looked at the people around him, some of whom were top students, all looking at the blackboard with sad faces. It's really difficult, but I feel like I've done it. Sumu didn't expect that the genius student's skills would be so powerful that he even solved the Goldbach conjecture. He had seen some proofs of the Goldbach conjecture in his original world before, but those things were not perfect. Now he saw the Goldbach conjecture again, and thought of the proofs he had seen before, and he also came up with a way to crack it in his mind. He worked it out on paper, and the entire solution was quite smooth, without any hitch. No, third brother, this is not important. What's important is the black gold card for the private room. Wang Xinyu was still worried about the black gold card and had no idea that Sumu had solved the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 major mathematical problems that had troubled scientists around the world for hundreds of years. Teacher, you can't be like this. I've seen this problem before. It's the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world. Chen Lin, the recognized academic master in the class, also stood up and said to Professor Ma on the podium. When everyone in the class heard what Chen Lin said, they were instantly shocked. That's what I was wondering. I have no idea how to solve this problem. It turns out this is one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world. So many famous mathematicians have been unable to solve it for hundreds of years, how can I solve it? It turns out it's not that I can't do it, it's that the questions are too difficult. The class was immediately filled with complaints, but after learning that this was one of the world's 3 most difficult problems, the students seemed to have found reasons why they couldn't solve it. Professor, Sumu has made it. Tao Yang, who was sitting not far away, also secretly overheard the conversation between Sumu and Wang Xinyu. Now hearing Chen Lin say that this is the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world, Tao Yang stood up and pointed at Sumu and said, Chapter 23 Prove the Goldbach conjecture. Shock everyone. Tao Yang said in front of the whole class that Sumu had solved the problem, but in fact he wanted to see Sumu embarrass himself. What? Sumu figured it out? Impossible. This is Goldbach's conjecture, which has stumped countless mathematicians for hundreds of years. Can Sumu figure it out? Chen Lin also said with a look of disdain. That's right. This is the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 most difficult problems in mathematics. How did he solve it? Who is Sumu? A girl whispered to the classmate next to her. It's the one from class 2, the one who's really handsome and looks really cool. Oh, it's him. There was quite a stir in the class. After all, it was the Goldbach conjecture, one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world. If Sumu could really prove the Goldbach conjecture, not only would it shock the entire school, but the whole world would probably be shocked by him. Professor Ma on the podium also pushed his glasses up on his nose with his hand. Who among you is called Sumu? Professor Ma was a little curious, but he didn't think Sumu could prove the Goldbach conjecture. Sumu also gave a slightly wry smile and stood up from his seat. He looked at Professor Ma Jun with gray hair on his temples and bowed slightly. Hello, Professor. My name is Sumu. You solved the Goldbach conjecture? Professor Ma stared at Sumu curiously and asked. I have an idea, but I don't know if it's right. At this point, Sumu chose not to keep a low profile anymore. If someone wants to see him make a fool of himself, then he will slap them hard in the face. It's just the Goldbach conjecture. Let me prove it for you. Oh? Really? Tell me about it. Professor Ma Jun's eyes lit up when he heard Sumu say this. He thought Sumu was very good. Although the question is difficult, someone has to prove it is not true. I am not afraid of not being able to solve it, I am just afraid that no one will solve it. It's a good thing that young people have ideas. Sumu was not afraid. He looked at the blackboard, then looked at the classmates who were looking at him, and then walked straight to the podium. Picking up the chalk, Sumu started writing on the blackboard. He's really good at pretending. Let's see what he does later. Zhang He was also sarcastic, with a sinister expression on his face. He was particularly looking forward to Sumu making a fool of himself. After all, it was the Goldbach conjecture that had stumped all mathematicians throughout history. How could Sumu have the ability to prove it? You did a great job on this. Zhang He looked at Tao Yang beside him and praised him. Tao Yang was also like a dog licker. This Sumu bumped into Brother He last time. Let him make a fool of himself in public today to help Brother He vent his anger. Wang Xinyu and Zhu Yuan also frowned and turned their heads to stare at Tao Yang and Zhang He. Fuck, I think they deserve a beating. Zhu Yuan has a bad temper. If they weren't in class, he might have rushed up and beat Tao Yang up. This is bad, third brother must have taken the wrong medicine. This is Goldbach's conjecture. Wang Xinyu also said with a wry smile. Although he believed in Sumu, this was one of the 3 most difficult problems in mathematics after all. How could such half-baked college students like them write such a thing? But how could he know that Sumu was no longer the Sumu he knew? Sumu stood in front of the blackboard and quickly wrote answers on the blackboard with the chalk in his hand. Professor Ma didn't care much at first. He didn't think Sumu could prove the Goldbach conjecture. But half a minute later, when Sumu wrote most of the proof on the blackboard, Professor Ma was stunned. Great! Professor Ma looked at Sumu's solution carefully, while also rapidly calculating in his mind. The ideas are clear and the methods are simple and easy to understand. Professor Ma has been studying the Goldbach conjecture for many years. Although he has not made any breakthroughs, he still knows a lot of theoretical knowledge. Everyone in the class was stunned when they saw the change in Professor Ma's expression. No way? Could it be that Sumu really proved it? Looking at Professor Ma's expression, even if there is no solution, I guess the solution is not bad, right? Isn't Sumu a poor student? I remember he even failed advanced mathematics last year. Sumu is really handsome. Here, Sumu wrote his entire proof plan on the blackboard, and Professor Ma Jun's expression became more and more excited. There is nothing wrong with the previous problem-solving ideas and processes. There is no problem in handling the turning points later. Yes. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Professor Ma was as excited as a child. After all, this was the Goldbach conjecture. He followed Sumu's train of thought and instantly felt enlightened. Yes, that's it. Professor Ma was looking at the problem-solving process on the blackboard and muttering to himself. Although his voice was not loud, the students sitting in the front row could hear it clearly. Oh my God! Did Sumu really solve the Goldbach conjecture? Professor Ma said this to mean that this proof is correct. What Professor Ma said just now is right, that's it. The student in the front row was also acting as a messenger, and everyone in the class was a little confused. Holy crap! Is this true? This is Goldbach's conjecture. Isn't it one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world? How can it be proved so easily? Su Murin is so handsome and smart, he is really amazing. Most of the girls in the class are crazy about flowers. They have always coveted Sumu's looks. Now if Sumu can really solve the Goldbach conjecture, then he will have a bright future. Student Sumu, how did you come up with this method? Professor Ma looked at Sumu and his voice trembled a little. The whole proof seems to be very smooth. If nothing unexpected happens, this can definitely be regarded as a successful proof of the Goldbach conjecture. I thought about it casually, and it feels like this. After Sumu said this, Professor Ma did not doubt anything else. Things like mathematical proofs often require a flash of inspiration. Forget about the 3 major problems in the world. This kind of thing really requires luck. But everyone else in the class was stunned. Listen, is this human language? This is the Goldbach conjecture. You proved it just by thinking about it casually? I used to believe that God was fair, until I saw Sumu. Fuck. Third brother, is this true? Does the proof of the Goldbach conjecture really work? Wang Xinyu was also dumbfounded. He thought Sumu was just joking, but he didn't expect Sumu to be serious. This is the Goldbach conjecture. How many famous mathematicians from ancient times to the present, both in China and abroad, have been stumped by this problem? Was it proved by Sumu just like that? Classmates, Sumu's proof is likely to have proved the Goldbach conjecture. But the specific situation still needs to be verified. Professor Ma was very excited. While he was talking, he took out his cell phone and took pictures of Sumu's answers on the blackboard. When the whole class heard Professor Ma say this, they were in an uproar. Chapter 24 Sumu may be promoted to associate professor. Professor Ma said this because he has always been a cautious person. Although he believed that this was the most ideal proof of the Goldbach conjecture, but if he did not get the approval of others, he could not rashly say that this was the most correct proof of the Goldbach conjecture. However, Professor Ma's meaning was still understandable. He agreed with Sumu's proof. Professor Ma was so excited that he ended the class immediately. He first had a brief chat with Sumu, and then left in a hurry. Proof of Goldbach's conjecture. If everyone recognizes this as the most reasonable proof, it would be the biggest news in the mathematics world. In fact, domestic mathematics has always been looked down upon by foreign countries. Isn't the reason because there has been little progress in solving difficult problems? If Sumu's proof method is recognized, then Sumu, as someone who has solved one of the world's 3 major problems, will definitely become the most influential young person today. And as Sumu's teacher, Ma Jun felt that he had the capital to brag to those old guys. On the other hand, Sumu actually didn't care. Famous? He definitely doesn't want to be famous. He now has a house, a car, and savings, and lives a low-key life happily. If he really becomes famous, he will still have a lot of trouble. Tao Yang and Zhang He were both dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it was true. Damn it! This is one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world, the Goldbach conjecture. Just say it's proven? Are you playing? Originally, I wanted to see Sumu make a fool of himself, but now, everyone in the class has gathered around Sumu, and each of them can't wait to be Sumu's little licker. Sumu, you are so amazing, aren't you? This is one of the 3 most difficult problems in the world. If this is proven to be true, then your future will be limitless. Yes. I remember there was a person who proved a conjecture last time, and was later promoted to associate professor. Hiss. Everyone around gasped. That's an associate professor. If Sumo is also promoted to associate professor, that would be a huge step forward. Everyone has some ulterior motives in their minds. While Sumo is not yet famous and they can still get him, can't they just flatter him a little? Zhang He and Tao Yang also lowered their heads and wanted to leave, but Zhu Yuan walked straight to Zhang He. He grabbed Zhang He's collar with one hand. What do you want to do? Zhang He was also afraid of Zhu Yuan. After all, his body, which was hollowed out by alcohol and sex, was no match for the muscular Zhu Yuan. Behave yourself, you bastard. If I find out that you are the one behind something, I will punish you. Zhu Yuan's temper is much better now. If it were in the past, he would have slapped him in the face. Zhang He frowned, feeling very embarrassed. But there's nothing I can do. Who made him unable to defeat Zhu Yuan? As for Tao Yang, who was standing next to him, Zhu Yuan slapped him in the face. You know why I slapped you? Zhu Yuan pointed his finger at Tao Yang's nose and said, stop being a dog to others, okay? It's disgusting to look at you. How could Tao Yang dare to confront Zhu Yuan? This guy is the one who dares to press Zhang He down on the bed and beat him. Go away. After Zhu Yuan said this, Zhang He and Tao Yang also slipped away in shame. Let me take care of the black gold card issue for the private room. Sumu also posted directly on the school forum and post bar. I'm Sumu. That private room black gold card is mine. Whether it's fake or not, I don't need to say more. You'll know this afternoon. Sumu's words were a bit arrogant. Today is only Thursday, and the competition has to wait until Saturday afternoon, but we know it this afternoon? How can we prove it? Could it be that the official League of Legends should make a statement on Weibo? What do you mean by no need to say more? I think you just don't dare to say it. How can you, Sumu, get such a black gold card for a private room worth millions? That's right. Who is Sumu? I've never heard of him. I've heard of him. He's the sophomore who's quite handsome and has a rather cool temperament. Just because you're handsome, you can get a limited edition black gold card for a private room with only 5 copies? Let me tell you, no one who currently has this card is worth less than several billion. In the Tieba forum, Sumu's post immediately became popular. However, 9 out of 10 people came to accuse Sumu of being vain and trying to show off with a fake black gold card for a private room. Of course, there are also a few girls who are more fanciful and they choose to support Sumu unconditionally. I think this card is real. A female student named Be Your Peppa Pig said something under Sumu's post, which soon caused a commotion among many people. The main thing is that Be Your Peppa Pig is none other than Yen Ru, the school beauty in the senior year. Speaking of Yen Ru, she is the absolute goddess of Heidi University. Her family owns a 5-star hotel chain, and she is a wealthy lady worth at least tens of billions. With a good figure and beautiful looks, many boys in Heidi University secretly regard Yen Ru as their only goddess. Fuck. Third brother, Goddess Yen Ru spoke for you. Goddess Yen Ru? Who is that? Sumu was not interested in such campus gossip, as he did not know Yen Ru. Fuck, third brother, you are kidding me, right? You don't even know Goddess Yen Ru? She is the campus beauty in our school, she is so beautiful. I tell you, there is no one in the school who can compare to Yen Ru. Wang Xinyu was extremely excited. He is quite a reserved person, and he knows almost all the gossip about the school beauties on campus. Oh, really? What did she say? Sumu looked at Wang Xinyu and asked. Goddess Yen Ru said she believes in you. What else? No more. Sumu also smiled slightly. Okay, I got it. Well, I thought there was something wrong, what's the fuss? Third brother, being trusted by Goddess Yen Ru, don't you feel a little bit shaken? Wang Xinyu came up and poked Sumu with his arm. What kind of fluctuations could there be? Sumu laughed, but she has a good vision, unlike those people who have little experience and a narrow vision. As Sumu was talking, he packed up his things and walked out of the classroom with Wang Xinyu and the others. By the way, third brother, you said you would let them know whether this is true or not in the afternoon. Do you have any good ideas? Keep it a secret. Sumu looked at Wang Xinyu, whose face was full of anticipation, and said with a chuckle. Wang Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Third brother, what's so secretive about this? Tell me. Why are you in such a hurry? Won't you know it this afternoon? Sumu just kept it to himself and Wang Xinyu didn't ask any further questions. After lunch, Sumu went home and took a nap. He still has 2 classes in the afternoon, and he plans to drive his Lamborghini Veneno over. Some people really think I'm easy to bully if I don't slap them in the face. The corners of Sumu's mouth rose slightly, and he couldn't help but think so in his heart. Chapter 25. The super cool Lamborghini Veneno is actually Sumu's. After taking a nap at noon, Sumu took a look at the posts on the Tieba forum when he got up. The post he posted earlier has now become the most popular one, and almost everyone in Haida University knows about it. Who is Sumu? I've never heard of him. Fuck. The black gold card for the private room is his? Isn't it said that the issuing price of that card is 660,000? And now it's being sold for over 1 million on the black market. I'd really like to see how he proves the card is real. Seriously, the person who owns that card must be worth at least several billion, right? Billions? Holy shit. If I had that much money, why would I study here? Now he has 2 options. One is to prove that he is a billionaire, and the other is to issue an official statement admitting that his card is real. Sumu didn't expect that students nowadays are so gossipy. Isn't it just a black gold card for a private room? He is worth hundreds of billions, doesn't he deserve it? If I tell them that I own a building of Thompson One, huh? Sumu raised the corners of his mouth and couldn't help but smile. Sumu drove his Lamborghini Veneno directly from the upstairs to the underground parking garage. He wondered if he had been too low-key in the past. As soon as the accelerator is stepped on, the sound of the Lamborghini Veneno echoes throughout the underground garage. At the gate of Haida University, the black Lamborghini Veneno instantly attracted everyone's attention. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What did I see? Lamborghini Veneno. Damn. There is such a top rich kid in our school? Why are you so excited? Is this car expensive? Please take off the word question mark. This is a Lamborghini Veneno, brother. A supercar worth over 100 million, don't you think it's expensive? More than 100 million? Holy crap. Awesome. Fuck, there are so many rich people in Haidu. If I were rich, I would drive a supercar to school, it would be so cool. The school security guard was also stunned. When he saw the Lamborghini Veneno driving over, he quickly opened the door for Sumu. Apart from anything else, as a mere security guard, he couldn't afford to offend a rich second generation like this. The school here is also bustling. In less than 5 minutes, almost everyone in the school saw the photo of Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno. Haida University is quite large. It takes more than 10 minutes to drive from the school gate to the teaching building. Rich people drive to class, while poor people ride bicycles to class. Wang Xinyu and several roommates had already arrived at the classroom, and they happened to see someone in the group talking about a Lamborghini Veneno that had entered the school. Oh my god, this is so cool. A Lamborghini Veneno. Even if my old man loses all his money, he probably can't afford this car, right? Wang Xinyu shouted excitedly when he saw the car. After all, we are young people, who doesn't like supercars? What more, it's a Lamborghini Veneno. Oh my god, fourth brother, do you think this car could belong to third brother? Xiaolu Zhou also asked excitedly. Before Wang Xinyu could say anything, Zhang He, who was sitting not far away, said, "Give it back to your third brother. If it belongs to Sumu, I will stand upside down and eat shit." People like Zhang He are the kind of people who will tear down the roof if they are not punished for 3 days. When Zhu Yuan heard him talking, he clenched his fist and gestured at him. It's true, Zhang He was really afraid of Zhu Yuan. When he saw Zhu Yuan making a fist towards him, he immediately lowered his head and kept silent. But Zhou Su was just joking. After all, this was a top-of-the-line supercar, a Lamborghini Veneno worth more than 100 million. If this belongs to Sumu, how much money would Sumu have? If you can afford this car, don't even think about it unless your net worth is less than 5 billion. After all, a Lamborghini Veneno is not something you can buy with money. Without some background, can you buy this car? Don't even think about it. Others may not know Sumu's situation, so how could they not know? Although Sumu has moved out now, they lived in the same dormitory for a whole year before. Zhou Su still remembered that there was a month when Sumu was particularly tight on money and he never asked for meat during meals. Later he found out after asking around that Sumu was very poor that month and only had 300 yuan left for living expenses. Later, the whole dormitory took turns treating Sumu to dinner, which helped Sumu get through that month. So, the Lamborghini Veneno belongs to Sumu. It's impossible to think about it, right? What if, yes? Wang Xinyu's eyes lit up, and he murmured, shit, what if this car really belongs to third brother? Then can we drive a Lamborghini Veneno, too? Old 4, I think your chance of winning this is even lower than the chance of winning the lottery. The eldest brother Dukan was originally watching Douyin with his head down, and he also said something here. No malice, just being truthful. After all, none of them knew Sumu's current situation very well. Sumu drove the dude directly to the roadside parking space next to the school teaching building. Fuck. The car has driven to the teaching building. It's right downstairs. There are also people in the group who are constantly posting updates about Lamborghini Veneno. The atmosphere in the class is quite lively now, after all, it's Lamborghini Veneno. A supercar worth hundreds of millions, who wouldn't want to know who the owner of this car is? Many people in the class had already run out. They also wanted to see with their own eyes who drove the Lamborghini Veneno worth hundreds of millions into the school. What the hell? The Lamborghini Veneno can be seen parked in the corridor outside the building. After Sumu parked the car, he waited for 2 minutes before opening the door and getting out. Sumu changed into a set of Givenchy casual clothes and wore a pair of sunglasses on his eyes. The most important thing was that he got off a Lamborghini Veneno. Fuck. It's really Sumu. In the corridor, everyone who saw Sumu walking out of the car was stunned. Wang Xinyu and the others were also in the corridor. In fact, as Sumu's roommates, they were also dumbfounded. The Lamborghini Veneno actually belongs to Sumu. Doesn't that mean that Sumu is the top rich second generation? No way. This car actually belongs to Sumu? Tao Yang also looked in disbelief. Brother He, do you think he rented this car? Tao Yang is an idiot, Zheng He can't be an idiot along with him, right? Fuck you. Do you know what kind of car this is? It's poison. A top-of-the-line supercar worth hundreds of millions. Can you rent one for me? Zhang He's face turned dark, and he even felt a little flustered. He really didn't expect that this Lamborghini Veneno belonged to Sumu. If he knew that Sumu was a rich second generation of this level, even if he was given 10 times the courage, he would not dare to provoke Sumu. Damn it, was I right? Is it really from third brother? Zhou Su pinched his arm with his hand, and his whole expression became a little dazed. Didn't someone say he wanted to eat shit while standing upside down? Ha ha. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel. TSK. Wang Xinyu spoke loudly, and he was standing next to Zhang He. There is no doubt that Wang Xinyu was targeting Zhang Hetzai. Zhang He's face turned dark, but he didn't dare to say anything. Instead, he ran away in shame. How can he still have the nerve to be here? Besides, if Sumu targets him again, how could he dare to challenge Sumu? Chapter 26, Sumu is no longer low-key, he is really high-profile. Sumu walked up to the teaching building surrounded by people. Wang Xinyu and his group blocked the entrance to the corridor. Fuck. Third brother, is that car yours? Zhu Yuan looked at Sumu and shouted loudly. Sumu had anticipated this scene. He frowned, looked up at everyone, smiled bitterly and said, Second brother, please speak softly. Third brother, is this Lamborghini poison? Wang Xinyu was very excited. This was a top-notch supercar that only the rich second generations could afford. To be honest, he felt that he might never be able to afford it in his lifetime. But, he really didn't expect that Sumu was actually that kind of invisible top-rich second generation. Aha! Sumu nodded without comment. He can't deny that the car isn't poison, right? Even if Wang Xinyu is easy to fool, it's not easy to fool others, right? Third brother, you deceived us so badly. Zhou Su also came over and asked, so the top second generation rich people like to play like this? I wasn't pretending to be poor at that time, I was really poor. Sumu didn't know how to explain it to them. He couldn't possibly say that he had traveled from another parallel world, and that the cell phone he carried with him had mutated, right? Even if I tell them, they won't believe it. Let's get this straight. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I've inherited my second master's legacy. Sumu also found a suitable reason to talk to them. Ah. Everyone was also stunned. Inherited the estate? But, this reason does make sense. After all, which top rich second generation would pretend to be poor as seriously as Sumu? The other students in the class also gathered around Sumu, licking him one by one. Stop. I'm inviting everyone in our department out to have fun tonight. Sumu was not a stingy person. He looked at the people around him and spoke directly. Master Su is awesome. Master Su will pay for all the expenses tonight. Mr. Su, do you need a girlfriend? How about I be your girlfriend? Master Su, I just want to be the pendant on your leg. Sumu was also speechless. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have wanted to be so high profile. Let's all go to class first. Sumu waved his hand, looked at everyone and said softly. Since Sumu had spoken, no one else dared to say anything else and they all walked into the classroom. This class is an English class, and the English teacher is said to be a beautiful teacher who just returned from abroad. After all, it was the teacher's first class, and Sumu didn't want to embarrass the teacher because of his own affairs. Today is Yu Weiwei's first day of attending classes at Haidi University. When she just walked to the teaching building, she saw the Lamborghini Veneno parked in the parking space. No way? Driving a Lamborghini Veneno to class? Are all the rich second generations in China so high profile now? Yu Weiwei's family is not bad. Her father is in the foreign trade business and can earn tens of millions a year. My mother is a professor at Haidi University and is considered a well-known scholar in the country. As for herself, she has been studying abroad since she was a child, and returned to China to develop her career right after graduation. She can afford a Lamborghini, but a Lamborghini Veneno, just think about it. After all, the average Lamborghini only costs a few million, or at most tens of millions. But as for poison, there is simply no market for it. Is everyone in China so rich now? Yu Weiwei murmured something and walked straight towards the classroom. Third brother, no wonder you moved out of the dormitory. It turns out you got rich. Wang Xinyu, who was sitting next to Sumu, also teased Sumu. Is it all right? Sumu didn't know what to say. Third brother, you haven't told me where you live now. Wang Xinyu chuckled and said, with your current wealth, the best you can buy is Tenji Villa near the school, right? You really got it right. Sumu laughed, I just bought it. It's a 300 square meter apartment for more than 20 million. Now that everything has been revealed, Sumu told him directly. I'm fucking rich. Wang Xinyu had just said that casually, but it turned out that Sumu not only really lived in Tianji Villa, but also spent more than 20 million to buy it. Third brother, this is a typical case of revenge spending after becoming rich. Josu also interjected, his eyes full of envy. A mansion worth more than 20 million is enough to make everyone envious, even in Haidu, right? How many people have struggled all their lives in Haidu and still cannot afford to buy a house, but how old is Sumu? I'm only 20 years old this year. Living in a mansion worth more than 20 million yuan and driving a supercar worth hundreds of millions, he is definitely a winner in life. I say, third brother, you spent so much money, why don't you buy Thompson's first class? Du Kong also asked casually. Well, my second master left me a building in Thompson first class. Sumu did not hide it. When he said this, everyone was stunned. What the hell? A building? Wang Xinyu stood up directly, and his voice was a little loud because he couldn't control his emotions. Everyone in the class turned around and looked at Wang Xinyu, but although they heard Wang Xinyu say a building, they didn't hear clearly which building it was. Sumu has a building? Is that true? That must be true. He came here in a Lamborghini Veneno. What's so strange about owning a building? Oh my God, God is so unfair. He's handsome, but he's also so smart. He's smart, but how come he's also a top second generation rich man? A building. If it's in Haidu, wouldn't it be worth tens of billions? Everyone in the class had their own ideas in mind, especially those good-looking female students, who were all thinking about how to become Sumu's girlfriend. What? Yu Weiwei walked into the classroom holding an English book. She just heard what Wang Xinyu shouted outside. A building? What's the meaning? Fuck. This English teacher is so pretty. Everyone's attention in the classroom was attracted by Yu Weiwei. Sumu also looked up at Yu Weiwei. She is indeed a beautiful teacher. He doesn't look very old, probably around 23 or 24 at most. Tall, fair skin, long hair, flaming red lips, long legs, and a slim waist. Hello everyone, I'm your new English teacher, my name is Yu Weiwei. Yu Weiwei was very calm and briefly introduced herself to everyone in English. The pronunciation is very pure and the voice is particularly sweet. This English teacher is good. Sumu stared at Yu Weiwei for a while, then whispered something to Wang Xinyu next to him. Third brother, how about you and her have a touching teacher-student romance? Wang Xinyu also chuckled and teased in a low voice. Nima, don't you want to watch the game? Sumu rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his smile seemed to have a hint of evil charm. Chapter 27. Third brother, were you the one who saved the girl in the bar last time? English class is not interesting, but the English teacher is pretty good. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a sweet voice. Sumu now possesses the skills of a genius student, and his photographic memory has allowed him to make rapid progress in learning English. After the English class, Sumu spent most of his time looking at Yu Weiwei instead of listening to the class. After school, Sumu fulfilled his promise. 15 tables of banquet were set up in a hotel near the school. There are 150 people in their department, and 10 people can sit at one table. However, Zhang He and Tao Yang did not come. After all, even if they came, Sumu might not welcome them. As they drank and chatted, everyone naturally became Sumu's little lickers. Actually, this is not surprising. It's like if the richest man in China, Ma Xiaoyun, is your classmate and he invites you to dinner, would you lick his licks? Don't hesitate, just lick it. Wouldn't it be great if he could use Huabei to help you pay? Although Sumu is not Ma Xiaoyun, he is by everyone's side after all. Besides, Sumu's wealth is definitely top-notch. Lamborghini Venom. A supercar of this level cannot be afforded simply by having money. Can you buy it if your background is not impressive? I saw from the beginning that young Master Su was extraordinary. As expected, young Master Su is a rare talent. Master Su is awesome. I'm not good at talking, so I toast you with this cup. I'll drink it up, Master Su, do as you please. Mr. Su. Well, although they all said so, Sumu knew how many of them were sincere. But people always speak the same way to different people. Sumu understood this bit of life experience. Sumu didn't put on airs with them, after all, they were classmates. As long as they are not like Zhang He and Tao Yang, Sumu will not do anything to them. After dinner, Sumu invited everyone to go to Future Bar to have fun. Fuck. Third brother, I suddenly remembered something. As everyone arrived at the bar, Wang Xinyu suddenly remembered the short video that went viral on TikTok that day. Third brother, you were the one who saved the beautiful girl here that day, right? After Wang Xinyu said this, everyone in the dormitory reacted. Yeah, that's what I was saying. How can there be two people in the world who look so similar? Third brother, this is your fault. We are all brothers. When I asked you that day, you said it wasn't you. Josu also drank a little too much and said with a red face. I, your third brother, want to keep a low profile. But since some people want to slap us brothers in the face, it won't be a good idea for me to keep a low profile. Sumu put his arm around Josu's shoulders and whispered in his ear. Indeed, third brother, didn't you see the look on Zhang Yi's face when he saw you coming down from the poison? Ha, it was like he had eaten shit. After Josu said this, everyone burst into laughter. The bar manager naturally remembered Sumu. After all, Sumu made quite a bit of noise here that night. If Jotsong and Xinfen hadn't come out later, they might have really offended Sumu. Later on, it became clear to the people at the bar that the car he was driving was a Koenigsegg One. If they offend this kind of person, they can close their bar. When Sumu came today, the bar manager Baolei accompanied him throughout the whole process and gave Sumu enough face. Sumu had drunk a little wine before, and tonight was his home night. I caused trouble here last time, so it's mine. So, what's the most expensive wine here? Sumu looked at the manager standing next to him and said directly. Chao Lei was also stunned for a moment, then he bent over and came forward respectfully. Master Su, the most expensive set meal here is 18,800. Okay, just this set meal, send one to each table. Ah? One for each table? Bao Lei was also stunned. They have a total of 100 booths here, and if each table gets one free booth, that would amount to 1.8 or 1.9 million. Yes, one for each table. Sumu crossed his legs and said, also, go and tell them that I will pay for all the food tonight. As a human being, just be happy. When Bao Lei heard Sumu say this, he smiled flatteringly. Young Master Su is so arrogant. The last person who was so extravagant here was Jo Tsong, who spent more than 2 million in one night. But tonight, Sumu might break this record. Just giving each table a set meal would cost nearly 1.9 million. Not to mention, he paid for the entire meal. After all, Future is currently the largest bar club in Haidu, and the total consumption for one night is at least 2 to 3 million. If Sumu continues to spend money like this, he won't be able to leave this door today without losing 5 or 6 million. Baolei did doubt Sumu's financial strength, but when he thought that Sumu could even afford the Koenigsegg One, wouldn't spending 5 or 6 million be a piece of cake for him? Okay, Mr. Su, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Baolei also quickly notified everyone about this matter. Fuck. Third brother, how much is this going to cost you? Yes, third brother, although you are rich now, as a brother, I still have to remind you to be moderate. Indeed. At least 5 or 6 million for this night, right? It's enough to buy a Neo. The people in Sumu's dormitory sat in a booth. They had a good relationship with each other and spoke their minds directly. Of course, Sumu knew that they were doing this for his own good, but, then again, he really had too much money to spend. The key point is that his money really came from the wind. Even if it costs 5 or 6 million, Sumu won't feel bad about it. Forget about it in the future, but tonight, let's just be happy. Sumu picked up his glass and toasted his roommates. Friends, let me tell you some good news. In the center of the stage on the second floor, the DJ who was creating the atmosphere was also extremely excited. Tonight, young Master Su will pay for all the expenses. Young Master Su said that the most important thing in life is to have fun. Let's party together. It's true, this DJ at Future Bar is really good at creating an atmosphere. The atmosphere in the whole venue was instantly ignited. In the middle of the dance floor, hundreds of people were partying. Although they don't know who Su Xiao is, someone is paying for today's consumption, so isn't it worth it for them to celebrate? In the middle of the dance floor, Yu Weiwei was also stunned. She looked at her best friend and asked directly, "Yeah, who is this Su Xiao?" "I don't know either." "Oh, who cares who he is? Just be happy. Suya is Yu Weiwei's best friend and her family is not bad either." So, to celebrate Yu Weiwei's first day of class today, she dragged Yu Weiwei to Future Bar to have fun. Wait a minute, I think I saw students from our school? Yu Weiwei looked towards the booth, and as luck would have it, she saw Sumu sitting there. Although today is Yu Weiwei's first day teaching Sumu and the others, her memory is not bad. Especially Sumu, who actually left a deep impression on her today. He is handsome and has a rather cool temperament. During class, Yu Weiwei also felt that Sumu was always staring at her. You are so dishonest. You are so young, and you are having fun in the bar? Although Yu Weiwei is not very old and almost grew up abroad, she is still quite conservative after all. If Suya hadn't insisted on dragging her to the bar today, she really didn't want to come to a place like a bar. Chapter 28 Becoming the Sole Boss of Minga, a 3-star Michelin restaurant in Haidu. His name seems to be Sumu. Could it be him, Mr. Su? Yu Weiwei couldn't help but think so in her heart. Fuck. Third brother, guess who I saw? Here, Sumu and his friends were sitting in the booth drinking and showing off, but Josu glanced towards the dance floor several times. When he was sure that it was Yu Weiwei he saw, Josu also shouted with a red face. Who is it? You look so excited. Did you see your girlfriend? Wang Xinyu also made a joke. Fourth brother, let's talk business. Josu rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu and said with a grin, Yu Weiwei is our new English teacher. After Josu said this, the people sitting in the booths became excited. Is it true? Where is it? Du Kong was the first to look up. Boss, you're not happy when I say you're a bit of a sultry person. Why, are you interested in Weiwei? Zhu Yuan, who was sitting next to Du Kong, also teased him. How dare I be interested in her? She belongs to our third brother. Du Kong also looked at Sumu and said something. However, as he spoke, Du Kang's face turned red. It was unclear whether it was because he drank too much or because of Zhu Yuan's teasing just now. But then again, any normal man would inevitably have some thoughts about Yu Weiwei, right? Sumu had a pretty good impression of Weiwei. But if it comes to teacher-student love, isn't it a bit evil? A group of people here also played until late at night. Tomorrow is Friday, but there are no classes all day, so it's not a big deal. Sumu found 30 or 40 taxis and asked Wang Xinyu and others to make sure to send everyone back to school safely. On this side, Sumu directly recharged a membership card at Future and recharged 10 million into it. The cost of booking the entire theater tonight is about 5 or 6 million, and Sumu's current net worth means he can't default on the debt. It's too troublesome to wait for them to close and then settle the bill, so it's better to just put some money in it. You can just deduct the money from the card for tonight's spending, Sumu said as he looked at Bao Lei, who was standing respectfully beside him. How could Bao Lei dare to have any other ideas? Sumu was definitely the god of wealth. He would recharge 10 million just because of Sumu's arrogance. He would not believe that Sumu did not have a big background. Don't worry, Mr. Su. Bao Lei nodded and responded. He didn't dare to embezzle the money. All the consumption lists for tonight would be sorted out and sent to Sumu. After all, these young masters lack everything except money. As long as they come to play often, there are plenty of opportunities to make money. If they knew that he was playing tricks or something, he would be in big trouble. Sumu nodded and asked the designated driver to drive him back in his Lamborghini Veneno. When Bao Lei saw Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, his eyes widened. As expected of Master Su. It's actually the Lamborghini Venom. As for the designated driver, he also trembled when he saw the car. Damn it! Driving a Lamborghini Veneno? If it gets bumped or scratched, even with insurance, it won't be able to compensate. Sir, I can't drive your car. The designated driver looked at the Lamborghini Veneno with envy. Although he really wanted to try the feel of it, if something went wrong, even if he sold it to Sumu, it would not be enough to compensate. Can't open it or don't dare to open it? Sumu looked at the designated driver and asked directly. No. I dare not open it. The designated driver also spoke haltingly. That's fine, just drive. You don't have to pay for any damage. Sumu drank a lot of wine and definitely couldn't drive by himself. Although it is not a big problem for him, he still understands that you should not drink and drive, and you should not drive after drinking. After Sumu said so, the designated driver stopped being shy. Lamborghini Venom. In his life, he can only prescribe poison once, and he can brag about it to others for the rest of his life. If he had hesitated tonight, he might never be able to drive this top-of-the-line supercar in his life, right? Tianji Villa. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sumu also spoke softly. Okay, brother, sit down. The designated driver was sitting in the driver's seat with an excited expression. But, no matter how excited he was, he didn't dare drive fast. Although Sumu said that he would not have to pay for the damage, Sumu was drunk after all. If there really was a collision, that would be another story. It only takes about 15 minutes for Sumu to drive from the entrance of Future Bar to Tianji Villa. It was late at night and there were not many cars on the road, but the designated driver drove for more than half an hour. As soon as he got out of the car, he could clearly see that the driver's hands were shaking. Sir, we're here. Following Sumu's instructions, the representative also parked the car in the underground garage. Sumu nodded and got out of the passenger seat. I stretched myself and felt sleepy unconsciously. Thank you. As Sumu spoke, he took out more than $100 bills from his wallet and handed them over. It's so late, thank you for your help. You can use these for a midnight snack or something. The designated driver also took the money from Sumu with excitement on his face. So rich. So awesome. He was thinking unconsciously while looking at Sumu's back. He often served as a driver for other wealthy young masters in Haidu, but none of them was as rich as Sumu. This tip is 1 or 2,000. It's so fucking nice to have money. The designated driver couldn't help but feel envious. Sumu went straight home and simply washed up. I can go fishing again. Sumu looked at the time, then sat on the bed and opened Leisure Fishing with some anticipation. Just press the fishing button and throw the rod out. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for fishing for 100% equity of the Michelin 3-star restaurant Ming Court, worth 5 billion yuan. When a prompt appeared on the phone screen, Sumu was slightly stunned. Ming Pavilion is mine now? Holy shit. Sumu looked around and saw a brown paper file bag at the end of the bed. When Sumu opened it, he saw that what was inside was Minga's share subscription form. With 100% controlling stake, Sumu became the only big boss of Minga. Minga, the only restaurant in Haidu City that has been rated as 3 Michelin stars, has an average per capita consumption of about 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Of course, per capita consumption is destined to be just ordinary consumption. If you want to eat well in a place like Minga, it's impossible without spending tens of thousands of yuan. Sumu is also a native of Haidu, so of course he knows Minga. I heard that if you want to eat at Ming Court, you have to make a reservation first, and sometimes you have to wait for several months before you can reserve a seat. While Sumu was thinking, he put Minga's equity subscription form directly into the drawer of the bedside table. Having drunk a lot of wine in the evening, he is now very sleepy. Forget about Ming Pavilion and Han Pavilion. Just go to sleep first and talk about it when you wake up tomorrow. Chapter 29, All the famous mathematicians in the country want Sumu to be their student? I slept until 11 in the morning. After waking up, I saw that Chu Yao had sent me a message. Do you have time tonight to have dinner together? We'll be at Ming Pavilion. The message was sent at around 10 o'clock, and Sumu saw it only after he woke up. Ming Court? The 3-star Michelin restaurant? Sumu sent a message back. Yeah, are you going or not? Chu Yao replied to Sumu's message immediately. She had dinner with Sumu last time, and she would chat with Sumu whenever she had time. Just you and me? Then I'll treat you to a meal. Sumu thought that it was a good opportunity to go to Ming Pavilion, and Ming Pavilion was his now. That's not the case. My best friend and her boyfriend are here too, and I feel embarrassed to go there alone. When Chu Yao said this, Sumu understood. It seems that Chu Yao is trying to get him to be her temporary boyfriend. But there was no class today, and Sumu didn't know what to do, so he just agreed. Sure, what time tonight? 7 o'clock in the evening is okay, right? You can just go there directly then. Chu Yao replied, and Sumu also sent an okay emoticon. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so Sumu played a few ranked games with a few roommates. It's true that Sumu, who has the skills of a genius student, is much better at playing games than before. Various precise calculations also made Wang Xinyu exclaim whether Sumu had activated a prospective cheat. While Sumu was playing games, the domestic mathematics community was shocked by his previous casual operation. Old Ma, is this really proved by your students? It's perfect. The entire problem-solving process was flawless, the thinking was clear, and the proof can only be described as perfect. A sophomore? How old is he? No more than 20, right? It's true that the disciple is better than the master. This is the Goldbach conjecture. Old Ma, you are so lucky to have met such a student. Professor Ma did not share the solution process right away. It was only after repeated calculations that he confirmed that this was the most reasonable proof of the Goldbach conjecture. He called all the teachers in the Department of Mathematics at Haida University and asked them to look for any problems first. And the conclusion is perfect. He also helped write the paper overnight, and only today did he announce this matter. Ma Jun is quite famous in the domestic mathematics community. When he suddenly said that his students had solved and proved the Goldbach conjecture, many people initially thought that Ma Jun's account had been hacked. After all, it is one of the 3 major problems that have troubled human mathematicians for hundreds of years. Even some difficult problems are considered impossible to prove. But Ma Jun suddenly said that his students had solved and proved the Goldbach conjecture. Who would dare to believe this? How could a young college student prove a difficult problem that countless mathematicians at home and abroad have racked their brains to solve for hundreds of years? But when Professor Ma sent the paper to them, everyone was dumbfounded. The proof method used by Sumu is not difficult to understand. As the masters of domestic mathematics, they can understand it. What's more, the whole problem-solving process is clear and it is not difficult to understand as long as you follow it. Old Ma, your student is only a sophomore, right? Ask him if he wants to study for a doctorate at Huaqing University in the future. Wu Fei, the dean of the Department of Mathematics at Huaqing University, is considered a well-known figure in today's mathematics community. He is Ma Jun's senior, and the two are old acquaintances. Old Wu. Are you here to snatch my person? How could Ma Jun not understand the meaning behind Wu Fei's words? Who wouldn't he want to teach such an outstanding student like Sumu? Not to mention anything else, just because he proved the Goldbach conjecture, Sumu will have a place among the future domestic mathematics masters. Even in the world, Sumu would be regarded as one of the outstanding mathematicians. They don't have to teach Sumu anything, just give him a title, and it will be impressive enough if they tell others about it. After all, I can tell people later, you know Sumu, right? He is the mathematician who proved the Goldbach conjecture. I taught him. Old Ma, look at what you said, it all depends on the student's own wishes. Wu Fei also said shamelessly. I'm telling you, don't even think about it, I've reserved Sumu. Ma Jun also hung up Wu Fei's call directly. However, within 2 minutes, Zhu Qinian, the dean of the Department of Mathematics at Beijing University, also called. Old Ma, our Jingbei University's Department of Mathematics has a quota for a joint master's and doctoral program this year. Sumu from your school is pretty good. Before Zhu Qinian could finish his words, Ma Jun hung up the phone angrily. They are all a bunch of old foxes. Is Sumu good? It's more than good. Such a good seedling only appears once in 1,000 years, so he must want to keep it for himself. Sumu had no idea that well-known mathematicians in the country were looking for his contact information, and even offered him the benefit of direct admission to a doctorate without taking an exam as long as Sumu agreed. After all, these old professors who have lived for most of their lives understand how much of a response Sumu's proof of the Goldbach conjecture will cause around the world. Sumu's future can be said to be promising. Fuck. Third brother, your skills are really amazing now. Wang Xinyu's excited loud voice could be heard through the headset. But it's true, they played a total of 10 ranked games in the afternoon and didn't lose a single one. You know, they are 5 rows. In the past, winning 1 game out of 10 was considered very good. Of course, being able to win 10 games in a row mainly depends on Sumu's command. He can accurately estimate the position of the opponent's jungler and then warn them in advance to prepare for defense. No more playing, no more playing. I have something to do outside. Let's talk about it in the evening. Sumu looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock, so he was ready to go to the appointment. Third brother, why don't you play anymore? I'm almost reaching Diamond 3. Wang Xinyu benefited from Sumu's help in the whole afternoon and climbed directly from Platinum to Diamond. I have a small date, as we agreed before. Sumu said this casually, and the dormitory immediately went into an uproar. Fuck. Third brother, is there any girl who can touch your heart? Yeah. Third brother, aren't you not interested in girls? To impress the third brother, she must look like a fairy, right? Fuck you, your third brother, have absolutely normal sexual orientation. Sumu also cursed with a smile. Before, Sumu gave people the impression of being handsome and aloof. During his freshman year, Sumu received a total of 68 love letters, more than 80 gifts, and more than 200 takeout meals ordered for him by girls. However, he did not read any of the love letters, and returned the gifts intact. As for the takeaway food, Sumu threw it all to the other roommates to share. To be honest, there are many beautiful girls who are school beauties among those chasing after Sumu, but Sumu is not tempted at all. This also made everyone think that Sumu actually didn't like women at all. And because Sumu had a good relationship with several people in his dormitory, those girls who were rejected by Sumu also said behind his back that Sumu actually liked men. Well, although Sumu knew about this, he didn't explain it. Rumors stop at the wise. Some things become more confusing the more you explain them. Chapter 30, Your boyfriend is so arrogant. After tidying himself up simply, Sumu took the elevator directly to the underground garage. The black Lamborghini Veneno was parked in the parking space. I don't know if the designated driver last night was not skilled enough or he was too nervous, but he actually parked the car between 2 parking spaces. It's nothing, after all the parking spaces here are mine. Sumu smiled bitterly and murmured softly. He had bought 20 or 30 parking spaces at once. Although he currently only has a Lamborghini Veneno, but he can't just have one car, right? Even a Lamborghini Veneno gets boring sometimes, right? I say, what's wrong with you, young man? Sumu had just sat in the driver's seat when suddenly a young woman in high heels came over. She looked to be around 30 years old. Don't think you're so great just because you drive a supercar. How can others park their car when you park it? Do you really think all the parking spaces belong to you? The young woman was pretty, but a little bit mean. You're right, all the parking spaces in this area are mine. Sumu frowned slightly. It's obvious that this kind of woman has been spoiled. Does she really think she's cool just because she carries an LV bag? Your man spoils you, but I won tea. If you have any questions, you can go directly to the property management. By the way, just ask him whether the parking space under Unit 2 of Building 6 is for one person. After Sumu finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and passed directly past the young woman. The young woman was also stunned, and was somewhat frightened by Sumu's words. A parking space in Tianji Villa costs 500,000 yuan, and there are at least 20 or 30 parking spaces here. If all of this were his, wouldn't it be worth tens of millions? What are you bragging about? Are all these parking spaces yours? How much is your car worth? The young woman couldn't help but curl her lips and murmured softly. Her cell phone also rang here. Hey, husband, I was bullied by a young man in the garage of our community just now. No, no, no. He parked his car in 2 parking spaces. He just drove a supercar. What's so great about that? I think his supercar is not even as expensive as your Maybach S560. When Wu Tao, who was sitting in the office, heard his spendthrift wife say this, his eyelids twitched. Is that supercar you saw black? Yes, hubby, it's black, and it looks pretty good. Wu Tao. Wu Tao quickly sent over the photos he had taken previously. Is this the one? Yes, husband, it's this one, driven by a young man who looks to be in his 20s. Wang Yanling also said something in a coquettish voice. Fuck. Nothing happened between you and him, right? No, there was just an argument, a conflict. Wang Yanling also heard the urgency in her husband's tone. Honey, what's wrong? Is his supercar very expensive? Lamborghini Veneno. A supercar worth hundreds of millions. Didn't I post it on WeChat Moments last time? Didn't you see it? I didn't see it. Wang Yanling also backed down. Her mind was full of what her husband had just said. A supercar worth hundreds of millions. Her husband's Maybach S560 only costs 3 or 4 million. Compared with this supercar worth hundreds of millions, it's nothing. Only then did she remember what Su Mu had said just now, that all the parking spaces here belong to others. Yes, a car is worth hundreds of millions, so what's the big deal about buying 20 or 30 parking spaces? Su Mu didn't realize that he had frightened the young woman into silence with just a few words. He drove directly to Minga. Minga is not too far from here, but it happened to be the rush hour after get-off work, and Haidu is the city with the most congested traffic in the country. Even if it is a Lamborghini Veneno, it won't work when there is a traffic jam. Drive slower. If you hit the car in front of you, you'll probably be dead. It's not that exaggerated, right? I am a young and promising man after all. I have millions of assets, even if I don't say much. Behind the Lamborghini Veneno was a Land Rover Range Rover, driven by a fat man who looked to weigh over 200 pounds, with a very thick gold chain hanging around his neck, giving him the aura of a nouveau riche. You know shit. If I'm not mistaken, this is a Lamborghini Veneno. It's worth hundreds of millions, it can buy 100 Land Rovers like yours and still turn the corner. Sitting in the passenger seat was his cousin, also a supercar fan. A supercar of the level of Lamborghini Veneno can be recognized at a glance by anyone who loves supercars. Fuck. Why didn't you say so earlier? The fat man driving the car also panicked and quickly stepped on the brakes. This is a Lamborghini Venom. Although the fat man couldn't recognize the poison, he must have heard of it. There are so many rich people in Haidu. But what if they prescribe poison? Don't they still have to stay here with me? Cousin, I really admire your mentality. It was supposed to be a 20-minute drive, but due to the traffic jam it took more than 40 minutes. When we arrived at Minga, it was exactly 7 o'clock. However, Xu Yao, her best friend, and her best friend's boyfriend Zhang Xingyu were already waiting in the private room. Hey, Yao Yao, your boyfriend is a little unreliable. Xu Yao's best friend Wei Zixuan also said something, but one could tell from her words that she was somewhat dissatisfied. That's right, isn't this a bit too arrogant? We invited you to dinner, but you were still late. Do you really think you are some big shot? Zhang Xingyu also stared at Xu Yao and couldn't help but say something bad. He can be considered a wealthy second generation. His family runs a supermarket and their assets are close to 100 million. But speaking of it, Zhang Xingyu can be considered a typical scumbag. His standard for finding a girlfriend is that her best friend must be pretty. Wei Zixuan is also quite pretty, but, as Wei Zixuan's best friend, Xu Yao is even prettier. The few of them had eaten together several times before, and Zhang Xingyu was also very greedy for Xu Yao. But I never found an opportunity to do it. Zhang Xingyu had previously booked a private room in Minga, and he also wanted to ask Wei Zixuan to invite Xu Yao out as well. Any man would be willing to show off his status in front of a woman. Isn't she a financial manager? If I get 2 or 3 million and put it with her for financial management, and ask her out at the same time, it shouldn't be difficult, right? This is what Zhang Xingyu thought. However, Wei Zixuan told him that Chu Yao had brought her boyfriend along, and they could have dinner together in the evening and get to know each other. The corner of Zhang Xingyu's mouth twitched slightly. I don't know any of you. Although I thought so in my heart, I said, okay, no problem. Chapter 31. Sumu is a pretty boy. Yao Yao, if you ask me, you have plenty of opportunities to meet rich second generations. If nothing works, just find one. Wei Zixuan looked at Chu Yao and said with a smile, as the saying goes, it's better to marry well than to study well. Look at me, my grades were not as good as yours when I was in school, but now, you can see how I'm doing, right? As Wei Zixuan spoke, he leaned towards Zhang Xingyu. Zhang Xingyu also echoed, yes, if that doesn't work, I'll introduce you to a few reliable ones who come from well-off families. Zhang Xingyu said this, but what he actually meant was that no matter what, he would break up with you first. But Chu Yao also smiled awkwardly, no need, actually I. Before Chu Yao finished her words, someone knocked on the door. The door opened and Sumu walked into the private room under the guidance of the waiter. I'm so sorry. The road is so congested. Sumu looked at the time. The appointment was at 7 o'clock, and it was now 7 and 3 minutes late. It's okay, I understand. Zhang Xingyu is the kind of person who says one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He had just been mocking Chu Yao and asking her to break up, but now that he saw Sumu coming, he said a few words enthusiastically. You drove here? Yeah, it's really congested. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken the subway. Sumu said this, but Zhang Xingyu couldn't help but think, it's probably just a mid to low-end car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and he took the subway here. He's really a loser. He thought so in his heart but didn't really say it out loud. Let me tell you, Ming Court is the only restaurant in Haidu that has been awarded 3 Michelin stars. You must make a reservation in advance to consume here. No matter who you are, you have to queue up to make a reservation. Zhang Xingyu was very pretentious, crossing his legs, looking at Sumu and said proudly, it's my treat today, you guys watch out, don't be polite. Zhang Xingyu wanted to act like a rich man and show off his wealth in front of Chu Yao, so he was naturally well prepared. He has come to Minga to eat several times. The consumption level is definitely high for ordinary people, but it is still acceptable to him. He wanted to see Sumu's expression when he looked at the menu. If he saw that a dish cost thousands of dollars, he wondered if he would scream in surprise. But he was disappointed. With Sumu's current wealth, no matter where he eats or how expensive the price is, it will probably remain calm, right? Besides, Minga is his now. He shouldn't be surprised to eat in his own restaurant, right? Where is Brother Su's job? Zhang Xingyu is still quite active, but he sees that Sumu is not very old and thinks it is impossible for him to hold an important position in a large company. The reason he asked this now was mainly because he wanted to embarrass Sumu. As for me, I'm still in school, at Haidu University, and I'm a sophomore this year. Sumu was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said to Zhang Xingyu, that watch on your wrist is quite nice, it should cost several $1,000s, right? Zhang Xingyu looked at the watch on Sumu's wrist and asked with a smile. Sumu nodded without comment, thinking to himself, a Patek Philippe worth 680,000 yuan should not cost more than a few thousand yuan? Sumu didn't show off anything, he just calmly flipped over the menu. Candied sea cucumber, stir-fried wagyu beef with black pepper and mushrooms, stir-fried lobster with green onions and golden shrimp balls, and a dessert. Sumu calmly ordered the dishes he wanted to eat, but he didn't notice that Zhang Xingyu opposite him had a gradually darkening expression and even showed signs of getting angry. You're a poor student, have you never eaten good food or what? The corners of Zhang Xingyu's mouth twitched a few times, but he wanted to say something but didn't say it out loud. The dishes that Sumu ordered just now were all Minga's signature dishes. 1,880 servings of candied Liao sea cucumber. Stir-fried wagyu beef with black pepper and wild mushrooms costs 2,800 yuan per serving. Stir-fried lobster with green onions and shrimp balls are priced at 5,800 new Taiwan dollars each. As for the dessert that Sumu ordered later, it cost about 2 to 3,000. Zhang Xingyu didn't dare to eat like this when he came here to eat before. The ones ordered by Sumu alone would cost about 10,000 or 20,000. If Chu Yao and Wei Zixuan's families were this low, he would have to spend at least 100,000 yuan on this meal. Although he has 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, he can't spend it all on one meal, right? Zhang Xingyu's face darkened and he felt a little confused. Oh, and a bottle of 10-year-old Romane Conti. After Sumu said this, Zhang Xingyu, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't bear it anymore. Damn it! A bottle of 10-year-old Romanée Conti costs 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. He really treated me like a pig? Okay, Mr. Su. Zhang Xingyu couldn't help but get angry, but he swallowed the words back before he opened his mouth. The waiter, who was standing next to Su Mu, half bent over with a very flattering expression on his face, said something that made him stunned. Young Master Su? What do you mean, young master? Zhang Xingyu had a puzzled expression on his face. Wasn't he a poor student? How did he become Su Shao? Ha? How do you know me? Su Mu was also a little surprised. After all, he just became the big boss of Minga last night, and today was his first time here. Logically, no one here should know him. Mr. Su, our general manager has told us this morning that you are our big boss now. If you come to eat, we must not neglect you. The waitress spoke slowly and leisurely. Although her voice was not loud, the private room was small and the people sitting there could all hear her clearly. Zhang Xingyu was panicked, he was really panicked. So you're the boss of Ming Pavilion. Damn it! What hobbies do the second-generation rich have nowadays? Does he like to listen to me bragging to him or something? Zhang Xingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief at the moment. Fortunately, he had been holding back from getting angry. If he had really said something that offended Su Mu, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Minga is just a restaurant, its market value is tens of billions. As the big boss of Minga, how could Su Mu be just a simple college student? Fuck. I remember now. The watch on his wrist seems to be a classic Patek Philippe model, worth hundreds of thousands. Just now, Zhang Xingyu felt that the watch on Su Mu's wrist looked familiar, but he didn't think it was a Patek Philippe. Now that he heard that Su Mu was actually the big boss of Minga, he immediately thought of the Patek Philippe watch he had seen before. He really wanted it at that time, but the price of 600,000 or 700,000 was prohibitive for him. Wei Zixuan was also confused. She thought Su Mu was a gigolo from the beginning. When she saw that Su Mu was handsome and so young, she became even more convinced that Su Mu was a gigolo. He is actually the big boss of Ming Pavilion? Wei Zixuan looked at Su Mu, his eyes rolling, and no one knew what he was thinking. Xu Yao was also stunned. At first, she thought that Su Mu was not a wealthy second-generation man. Although he was with Zhou Tsong and Qinfen that day, she thought it must be a coincidence. But now, Su Mu is actually the boss of the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haidu? So how much is he worth? Billions or tens of billions? Or even more? Chapter 32: Su Mu's Trump Card Emoli. The meal was quite awkward. But it was mainly Zhang Xingyu who was embarrassed. Su Mu didn't care. Later, Zhang Xingyu received a phone call and slipped away. He had said he would treat us to a meal, but now there was no sign of him. As for Chu Yao's best friends, they came up to Su Mu enthusiastically and asked for his WeChat ID, but Su Mu just found a random excuse and refused. First of all, Wei Zixuan is not a beautiful fairy. Secondly, how could Su Mu not see what kind of woman Wei Zixuan was? Wei Zixuan, who was directly rejected by Su Mu as a friend, left angrily. Xu Yao looked at Su Mu awkwardly. I didn't expect you to be so rich. Xu Yao also sighed. After all, it is Ming Court, the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haidu. The market value is at least several billion. As the big boss of Minga, Su Mu's net worth is inestimable. No wonder he was with Zhou Tsong and Qinfen before, it turns out he is also a top second-generation rich man. Xu Yao couldn't help but think so in her heart. He. Su Mu didn't say anything, just smiled and took it over. When I came out of the restaurant, it was almost 9 o'clock. I've had some wine, so I won't send you off. There is naturally no big problem for Su Mu to drive now, but he has always been cautious. Since he has been drinking, he will not drive. It's okay, I called a designated driver. Xu Yao smiled slightly, her face was as rosy as a ripe peach, very beautiful. Su Mu nodded and called a designated driver over. After returning home, Su Mu took a hot bath in the bathtub for a while. It was already 10:30 when I lay in bed. As soon as Su Mu took out his mobile phone, someone wanted to add him as a friend. Su Mu took a look and saw that person had a note saying, I'm Yen Ru, add me and I have something to tell you. Yen Ru. Su Mu was stunned for a moment. Yen Ru isn't she the campus beauty who is in the senior year? Why does she want her own friend? Su Mu didn't pay much attention to Yen Ru, but when he posted before, Yen Ru supported him, So he didn't think much about it and directly added Yen Ru as a friend. Are you going to the game tomorrow? Yen Ru was not polite and asked Sumu directly whether he wanted to watch the game tomorrow. Sumu was as aloof as ever. Can you take me with you? Sumu first replied with and then he felt a little confused. Great, I can't get the tickets. I'll wait for you at the school gate tomorrow afternoon. Yen Ru did not give Sumu a chance to object and directly sent a voice message. Sumu didn't know how to refuse after hearing Yen Ru's sweet voice. What the hell is this? Sumu didn't even read the message just now, he just replied with a Who knew that Yen Ru would set a trap for Sumu with the second sentence? On the other side, Yen Ru, who was lying on the bed in her pajamas, also smiled slightly. Are you still being so cold in front of me? Humph. Yen Ru doesn't play games much, and she's not a fan of Cho, but she just wants to get to know Sumu. Sumu gave a bitter smile, but considering that Yen Ru was the most beautiful campus beauty in the history of Haida University, Sumu agreed. It's not impossible to take you with me. By the way, why did you say you trusted me before? Sumu was also very curious. Sumu was not so high profile before, and no one in the school knew that he had the Lamborghini Veneno. How could Yen Ru be sure that the black gold card for the private room was real? I just said it casually. Yen Ru chuckled and sent a voice message. All right. When Sumu saw Yen Ru's reply, he was also slightly stunned. Just saying that? That's right, after all, he had been trying to keep a low profile before. Well, I saw you when you checked out of our hotel that day. A suite that costs tens of thousands of dollars a night is not something that ordinary people can afford. Yen Ru didn't keep Sumu in suspense. She explained directly. Your hotel? Oh, I see. When Sumu heard Yen Ru say this, he was stunned at first, but then he understood. It was the night Chuyao got drunk, in the 5-star hotel near Future Bar. Of course. Everyone knows that you are the most beautiful girl in Haida University, but no one knows that you are the daughter of a wealthy family. Sumu also made a joke. After all, the hotel he stayed in before was a 5-star chain hotel in China, and its market value should be at least several billion, right? That's still not as good as yours. I can't afford a Lamborghini Veneno or a Koenigsegg One. Yen Ru not only mentioned the poison, but also brought the Koenigsegg One. You know Koenigsegg too? Sumu frowned and asked. What's so strange about this? The Haidu community is so small, and now the entire rich second-generation community is discussing you. Yen Ru said this, Sumu couldn't help but feel a headache, and smiled bitterly. Really? That's right. Young Master Su's Koenigsegg One collided with young Master Chin's LaFerrari. Isn't that sensational enough? Yen Ru said this, and Sumu nodded. Okay, wait for me at the school gate tomorrow afternoon. Sumu put down his phone and couldn't help but frown. He didn't think there was anything good about being famous. The truly awesome people never stand in the limelight, otherwise they will easily be noticed. Sumu's rise was too fast. In just a few days, he had 2 billion in cash in his account alone. A Lamborghini Veneno is nothing. Compared with a building of Thompson 1 worth 20 billion yuan, it is insignificant. Having money is good, but if one's own strength is not strong enough, people like him can easily be slaughtered like fat pigs. Safety issues cannot be ignored. Sumu also considered this issue in his mind. If all else fails, I'll just find some retired soldiers to be my bodyguards. Sumu was thinking this, and before he knew it, it was already past 12 o'clock. Early morning. The 300 square meter flat seems quite quiet. However, Sumu also took out his mobile phone and directly opened the small game, Casual Fishing. The game page was the same sea of stars as always, and Sumu pressed the fishing button without hesitation. Although he has gotten used to it, he still feels a little excited every time he goes fishing. This feeling is like a lottery. No, it should be more exciting than a lottery. After all, before he caught anything, Sumu didn't know what good things he could catch. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, there was still no movement. Sumu was stunned for a moment, but he was not in a hurry. More than 10 seconds later, a prompt suddenly appeared on the phone screen. Congratulations to the player for fishing a biochemical guard, value, 10,000 universe coins. Biochemical guard? 10,000 universe coins? Sumu was a little confused. But then he was also ecstatic. He checked the information of the biochemical guard through the game page, and was directly shocked by the powerful biochemical guard. One of the mainstream warriors in the universe battlefield, one of the favorite guards of the major wealthy people in the universe, powerful and loyal. He was worried about his safety before, but now it has been solved directly. How thoughtful. Sumu thought so in his mind and directly extracted the biochemical guard. An extraction button appeared on the mobile phone screen, and Sumu just clicked it to extract. Warrior Emoli, meet the master. In front of Sumu, a female guard wrapped in a black leather jacket, 1.75 meters tall, with a curvy figure and delicate features appeared in front of Sumu. What the hell? Black Widow? Sumu looked at Emoli and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But they are only similar in spirit. As for the abilities, as a biochemical guard, Emoli's strength seems to be higher than that of the Black Widow in the Avengers. Emoli? Sumu nodded slightly. From now on, just call me young master, and from now on, just protect me in the dark. Yes, master. After Emoli finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared in the room. Fuck. Sumu was also startled. Emoli? Sumu shouted. Emoli suddenly appeared beside Sumu again. How did you do that? Sumu also asked curiously. Born this way. Emoli lowered his head and knelt on one knee in front of Sumu. Okay, I got it. You hide first, and come out when you are needed. Yes, master. Emoli disappeared directly into the room without leaving any trace. This is my trump card. Sumu couldn't help but murmur something, with an excited expression on his face. Chapter 33. I told you to get out, but you don't understand what I'm saying or what? The next day, Saturday, there was nothing to do in the morning, so Sumu slept until noon. Wang Xinyu was very excited and got up early in the morning to send a message to Sumu. But Sumu was still sleeping, so how could he reply to his message? After a quick wash, Sumu checked the messages on his phone. Wang Xinyu sent him more than a dozen WeChat messages, all asking him when he would wake up and when he would come over in the afternoon. Yenru also sent him 2 messages to arrange a specific time in the afternoon. This afternoon's competition starts at 3 o'clock and will be held at the Haida Youth Olympic Gymnasium. It's quite far from Haida University, and it takes an hour to drive there. I looked at the time, it's 11 o'clock. Let's call some brothers to have dinner first, and then go pick up a G-Class? Sumu now only has a Lamborghini Veneno, which is too conspicuous when driving out. Besides, supercars are good for showing off, but they are not very practical. Wang Xinyu had been whispering about the G-Class in Sumu's ear. Now that Sumu has money, he plans to get a G-Class to drive around in. Old 4, have you eaten yet? Sumu directly replied to Wang Xinyu, but he ignored Yenru. Oh my god. Third brother, you finally woke up. You haven't eaten yet. Wang Xinyu had been holding his phone the whole morning waiting for Sumu's reply, and now he finally got it. Look how excited you are, by the way, everyone else hasn't eaten yet, right? Call all the brothers, let's go out to eat. Sumu sent a voice message to Wang Xinyu. He went downstairs and drove his Lamborghini Veneno towards the school gate. Sumu has become an absolute celebrity at Haida University in the past 2 days. It's not that he solved the Goldbach conjecture, but not many people know about it yet. The main reason was that Sumu drove a Lamborghini Veneno to school that day. There used to be a few rich second generations in our school whose families came from wealthy families and whose net worth was at least hundreds of millions. There were a few who also drove supercars into the campus, but to be honest, they were not even close to Sumu. Supercars are also divided into entry-level and top-level ones. A supercar like the Porsche 911, which costs 1 or 2 million, would probably be crushed into pieces in seconds in front of the Lamborghini Veneno. The invisible top-rich second generation. His looks even surpassed those of any young handsome guys in the entertainment industry. The most important thing is that Sumu was so domineering. He said he would invite all the students in the department to have dinner together and have fun, and he did it that night. The students who knew what happened that night were all extremely envious. In a 5-star restaurant, the banquet costs 20 to 30,000 per table. The wine alone is Moutai, which costs more than 800 yuan per bottle. Later, they even booked the entire future bar club and treated everyone who went to the bar that night to a banquet. Someone has estimated that the consumption that night was not what an average person would spend. The meal packages that Sumu provided to each booth alone would cost 1,800,000 or 900,000. Including the spending of everyone else in the venue, Sumu must have spent at least 5 or 6 million that night. For Sumu, 5 or 6 million might not be a big deal. But for most students, 5 or 6 million is an astronomical figure. Sumu parked the car directly in front of the gate of Haiti University. The black Lamborghini Veneno is particularly eye-catching. A big boss is a big boss. Damn, rich guy, it's so fucking cool to be rich. What's the point of being envious? Some people are born to be able to afford luxury cars and mansions, but people like us probably won't be able to afford such a top luxury car in our lifetime, right? That's true. How can we compare with the wealth that others have worked hard for in several lifetimes? Envy and jealousy are certain. However, they were all discussed in private. In the past 2 days, Sumu had become the topic of conversation among all the students of Haiti University. The car is parked right at the door. Sumu got out of the car and opened the scissor door of the poison bottle. It's so damn cool. If I had a supercar like this, why the hell would I come to school? That's not true. It's actually pretty cool to come here and pretend to be cool. Sumu took a selfie with the car. Wearing sunglasses and a black Lamborghini Veneno, Sumu looked so handsome. No, Sumu is so handsome. A crazy girl supported her companion and screamed. He is indeed very handsome. And he is so handsome that you can't close your legs. The girls in the same class couldn't help but look at Sumu a few more times. Don't say that girls nowadays worship money. A guy like Sumu, who is young, handsome, and most importantly, rich, how could he not attract girls? It can be said that even if Sumu doesn't spend a penny on them, even if he asks them to pay for him, there will probably be a lot of girls coming to him. But Sumu is as aloof as ever. Here, a girl wearing high heels and carrying an LV bag came back from outside the school. Shuiwer is a famous socialite at Haiti University. I am a senior this year and was hired as a secretary in a Fortune 500 company before I even graduated. But everyone knows that she is married, and her husband is a PhD student who has lived in Austria for many years. However, everyone who knows her knows that Shuiwer's style is very problematic. If I have to use one word to describe it, it would be fickle. But who can blame her for being so pretty? I heard that she has been officially hired as an exception, and that she recently bought 2 LV bags worth 30,000 yuan. I heard that the department manager bought them for her. But this is just hearsay, there is no real evidence. Although Sumu doesn't care about gossip, the people in his dormitory are all gossip princes. Wang Xinyu had shown Sumu a photo of Shuiwer before, but Sumu just shook his head and said, "It's obvious that this woman is not a good woman." But she looks innocent? Wang Xinyu didn't care. After all, a woman like Shuiwer would probably not have much interaction with him. Although Wang Xinyu can be considered a wealthy second generation, Shuiwer would definitely look down on someone like Wang Xinyu. Shuiwer hasn't returned to school these 2 days. She was on a business trip with her department manager. He said he was on a business trip, but in fact he just stayed in the hotel for 2 days without going out. She seldom paid attention to things happening at school, so even though Sumu was already a well-known celebrity, Shuiwer knew nothing about him. She also spotted the Lamborghini Veneno parked at the school gate at a glance. Other girls don't know cars, but Shuiwer is different. She has been paying attention to luxury cars for many years, especially top supercars like this one. In her words, if a woman only sees bags and clothes, she is destined to not be able to afford those things. If you want to hook up with a tall, rich, and handsome guy, first you have to understand cars. Lamborghini Venom. Shuiwer recognized it at the first sight. A top-notch second-generation rich man. Although Shuiwer is already married, her husband's family is quite well off. But in fact, she has always treated her husband as a backup. Get married? So what? As long as she can meet someone better, she can say goodbye to her husband without hesitation. Sumu was standing next to the car, and Shuiwer was immediately attracted. It's a blessing to meet this kind of top-rich second generation. If she could get to know him, or even become his woman, then she would have a secure life of luxury for the rest of her life. Handsome guy, I'm going to Shinbai International Hotel, can you take me with you? Shuiwer's voice is very sweet, and most boys really can't resist her. However, Sumu frowned slightly and looked up at Shuiwer. Before Sumu could say anything, Shuiwer had already stepped half a leg into the car and was sitting on the passenger seat. In Shuiwer's opinion, no man would reject her, not even this seemingly cold-looking rich young man in front of her. Go down. Sumu frowned and said something to Shuiwer in a bad mood. Shuiwer was also confused, but she was thick-skinned enough to sit in the passenger seat. I said, "Get out of here, don't you understand what I'm saying?" Sumu was a little angry and yelled at Shuiwer. Originally, Sumu was the focus of everyone. When Shuiwer got into the car, everyone was sighing that it turned out that Sumu liked someone like Shuiwer. But it's also true that Shuiwer is beautiful, and she's the kind of woman who looks particularly pure, and every man would like her. I'm so jealous. If I had a poison car, I would be a bridegroom every night. First, you need a poison car. It hurts, my friend. Many people looked over here, but the next moment, everyone was stunned. Sumu actually told Shuiwer to get out? The goddess in everyone's eyes turns out to be so unattractive in front of the top rich second generation? Sexy. This is the sexiest thing. If I had a supercar, I would do the same thing. Point at the goddess' nose and tell her to get out. This is more fun than sleeping with her. That's Shuiwer, right? I told you, how could young Master Su possibly like a woman like her? Ahem, that's not what you just said. Chapter 34, Does Sumu really not like women? Shuiwer was stunned. No man has ever rejected her so decisively. Sumu was the first one. And he pointed at her nose and told her to get out. But Shuiwer didn't dare to say anything and silently got down from the passenger seat. If it was an ordinary small rich man, she would probably have made trouble with him. But she didn't dare to do something like Sumu. Lamborghini is fine, the key is the Lamborghini Venezia. A supercar worth hundreds of millions, but there is no market for it. Are there many top rich young men in Haidu? Without saying anything else, Jotsong and Chinfun are both top second generation rich people in the country. But I haven't heard that they have top-of-the-line supercars like the Lamborghini Veneno. To put it simply, this kind of top-level supercar is not something that ordinary people can afford. Identity, background, status, money. None of them can be missing. Although Shuiwer knows a lot of rich people and has considerable influence. She could find a lot of people by just making a phone call, but she really didn't dare to cause trouble for Sumu. Unless she has no brains. Shuiwer admitted defeat and got out of the car and walked away in shame. Sumu couldn't help but spit. What the hell? He really looked down on Shuiwer, not to mention that he had learned about Shuiwer through Wang Xinyu. Since it was broad daylight, there were quite a lot of people at the school gate. The news that Sumu angrily scolded Shuiwer and told her to get out of the car spread quickly. Shuiwer is one of the recognized campus beauties of Haida University and has her own traffic. As for Sumu, is there anything else to say? With a Lamborghini Veneno as his car, he is the focus of attention wherever he goes. What the hell? Xiaolu, sitting in Wang Xinyu's BMW 5 Series, also had an amazing start. What's going on? Why are you so excited? Wang Xinyu was driving and turned around to look at Zhou Su and asked a question. So sexy. He really is worthy of being the third brother. If we talk about sexy, we have to look at the third brother. Zhou Su also saw this news in the group just now, and immediately sighed and said, "What's going on? What's wrong with the third brother?" Several people were in the dormitory, and when they heard that it was about Sumu, they all asked curiously. Shuiwer knows, right? Zhou Su kept everyone in suspense and asked a question while looking at everyone. After all, she is the school belle, it's hard not to know. Just now, third brother was at the school gate. Zhou Su briefly recounted what had just happened, and everyone's eyes widened. I really admire third brother. If a beauty like Shuiwer is willing to get in my car, I will definitely work in the hotel without hesitation. Wang Xinyu also became interested and said jokingly while driving. Old four, aren't you afraid of a woman like Shuiwer? Du Kong gave Wang Xinyu a look in a sultry way. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood. That's true. But third brother has said before that he really doesn't like girls like Shuiwer. Wang Xinyu also sighed. Sure enough, when it comes to showing off, all of us in the dormitory combined can't compare to the third brother. At the school gate. Just as the school beauty Shuiwer left, Yenru came over. She sent a message to Sumu, but Sumu didn't reply. The appointment time last night was in the afternoon, but she also found out the game time and it started at 3 o'clock. There was no specific time agreed upon, and Sumu didn't reply to her message in the morning, so she thought about it and decided to wait at the school gate. Just as she arrived at the school gate, she saw Sumu pointing at Shuiwer's nose and telling her to get out of the car. Yenru couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth, with an interested smile on her face. As expected of a cool and aloof male god, he actually treats the school beauty like this? He doesn't know how to be gentle with women at all. Yenru said this, but she didn't think so at all. She knew Shuiwer, but if she were a boy, she would definitely look down on Shuiwer. The fact that Sumu could scold Shuiwer shows that he has a good vision. Yenru also breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted her skirt, and walked towards Sumu. The passers-by were stunned. Just as the school bell Shuiwer left, here comes another one Yenru. Sure enough, this is the charm of the top rich young man. Just wait and see, Yenru will be scolded and sent away just like Shuiwer. No way? How can the goddess Yenru be compared to Shuiwer? You guys don't know yet, do you? In fact, Sumu is not cold to girls, he just simply doesn't like women. Ah? No way? The people around also looked over here curiously. Everyone wanted to see how Sumu would scold goddess Yenru and make her cry. Sumu! Yenru walked up to Sumu and called out to him directly. Forehead. When Sumu saw Yenru, he was also stunned. To be honest, Yenru is much prettier than in the photo. Especially her outfit today, a white long dress dotted with a few small flowers, paired with her tall figure, it's simply amazing. Yenru? Sumu smiled slightly and asked back. Aha, why don't you reply to my message? No time. Sumu was also a little embarrassed. He did see the message sent by Yenru, but he didn't care and just skipped it. Now that Yenru suddenly asked him about this, Sumu was indeed a little embarrassed. But fortunately, Sumu is thick-skinned enough, and Sumu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have nothing to do with Yenru? Since it doesn't matter, why should I reply to your message? Sumu didn't even want to find a reason and just sent Yenru away with just one sentence, I don't have time. Yenru also curled her lips, she was so angry. But she also smiled slightly, can I take your car? Aha, of course. Sumu also nodded without comment. This is the difference between Yenru and Shuiwer. The first is the question of politeness. Shuiwer didn't even ask and got into the car. As for Yenru, she also asked Sumu's opinion first. After getting Sumu's reply, Yenru bent down and got into the car. Sumu gave a slight wry smile and sat in the driver's seat. The students around who wanted to watch the fun were all dumbfounded. What's going on? What about being cold? What about being aloof? Didn't you say Sumu doesn't like women? Why, is there nothing wrong with Yenru sitting in the passenger seat? In fact, it seems that the two of them are having a very pleasant conversation. Mom, I'm heartbroken. Some boys were simply stunned. Yenru is recognized as the dream lover by all the boys in Haiti University. Unlike Shuiwer, Yenru is unique among many school beauties. Let me put it this way, Yenru has almost no black fans and is the most ideal lover in the eyes of all boys. Oh my god. Sumu likes Yenru? Both are campus beauties, but Shuiwer was pointed at by Master Su and told to get out of the car. But Yenru seems to meet Master Su's standards. Wang Xinyu was driving out of the school and happened to see Yenru sitting in the passenger seat. No way? This is the first time third brother didn't reject a girl. Nonsense, rejecting Shuiwer is the right thing to do. But if it's rejecting goddess Yenru, then it seems that the third brother really doesn't like women, right? I need comments from readers, please urge me to update. I will try my best to update 10,000 words. Please don't wait for the book recently, I will work harder to update. Chapter 35 You drive a Maserati, isn't it easy for you to hook up with a girl? Now everyone was dumbfounded. I originally thought that Yenru would be treated the same as Shuiwer. After all, I haven't heard of Sumu having any contact with any goddess in the school. But, now, Sumu and Yenru are sitting in the car, talking and laughing. Isn't it different from what everyone thinks? She is worthy of being called goddess Yenru. She can even handle someone like Sumu. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Shuiwer was pointed at and told to get lost, but Yenru just. Why should Shuiwer compare with goddess Yenru? That is true. Many people were talking in whispers. Wang Xinyu drove to Sumu's side. Third brother, you, he. Wang Xinyu was also dumbfounded, wondering when did Sumu get involved with Yenru. Sumu rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu. Although he didn't say anything, you could tell from his expression. Well, let's go eat something first. I looked and found that Zuela was on the way to the Youth Olympic Stadium. It's just right on the way. Sumu looked at Wang Xingyu and said something. Okay. When they heard that Sumu was going to invite everyone to have dinner at Jiwei Building, everyone in the dormitory was very excited. After all, Zuelu was considered one of the top Chinese restaurants in Haidu. Xu had invited Sumu to eat there once before, and Sumu thought the taste was quite good. Have you eaten yet? What do you think? Yenru smiled slightly and said to Sumu. Well, one more is not too much. Sumu chuckled, stepped on the accelerator, and took off. Slow down. Yenru was also frightened and her face turned a little pale. Third brother is really a coquettish guy. He angrily scolded Shuiwei and told her to get lost, then turned around and left with Yenru. TSK, how enviable. Wang Xingyu also sighed and followed. This is Ziweilu. Sumu directly asked for a private room. Yenru sat next to Sumu and didn't say much, but she looked like a particularly obedient young wife. I have to drive soon, but I haven't drunk any alcohol. The dishes ordered were all specialties of Ziweilu. There were 6 people in the dormitory plus Yenru, a total of 7 people, and Sumu ordered 16 dishes. This meal alone cost almost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. After all, it is the most luxurious Chinese restaurant in Haidu, and any stir-fried vegetable dish costs hundreds of dollars. But the taste is indeed memorable. I'm going to the bathroom. Yenru wiped her mouth, stood up and said something to Sumu. Sumu was stunned for a moment and nodded. Yenru was here just now, and the people in the dormitory were quite shy, as everyone wanted to leave a good impression on Yenru. As soon as Yenru walked out of the private room, several people breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck. Third brother, you are really awesome. You have conquered the goddess Yenru. Wang Xingyu couldn't hold it back any longer, and as soon as he saw Yenru go out, he immediately shouted out. Yeah, third brother, I thought you really weren't interested in women. Turns out you just don't like those mediocre girls. I'm so envious. Third brother, you are the winner in life. Sumu couldn't help but raise his mouth when he heard several people say this. Ahem, don't talk nonsense, we are just ordinary friends. Clear. I understand. Learn. Sumu. Yenru came out to use the bathroom and put on some light makeup. Just as I walked out of the bathroom, a young man who looked to be in his 20s came towards me. Yenru didn't notice it, but the young man's eyes were wide open. Yenru walked past him and he froze in place. It's the best. Luo Jun couldn't help but sniff. There was also the faint fragrance of Yenru around, which was very charming. He also watched Yenru walk into the private room before he came to his senses. The private rooms at Ziweilu are not completely enclosed ones. It's the kind that's opened by a screen. Through the screen, Luo Jun just happened to see Yenru's profile. Perfect. Luo Jun can be considered a wealthy second generation, with his family having assets worth tens of millions. He came here for dinner with friends today and just arrived. Luo Jun didn't even go to the bathroom and returned to his private room in a daze. Hey, tell me, whose car is that Lamborghini Veneno outside? I don't know. There are so many top rich second generations in Haidu. We can't even get in touch with them. Indeed, but we are much better than most ordinary people, right? That's right, ha ha ha. In the private room, 3 men and 2 women were sitting together and chatting happily. As soon as Luo Jun walked in, several people noticed that something was wrong with Luo Jun. Why are you like a lost soul when you go to the toilet? What's going on? One of the more active girls looked at Luo Jun and asked. Fuck. I just saw a goddess. She's absolutely perfect. Luo Jun finally recovered and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at everyone. I tell you, I fell in love at first sight. Luo Jun said this in a somewhat foolish manner. Is it as beautiful as you say? Several people looked at Luo Jun's lost heart expression and asked. You'll know once you see it. As Luo Jun spoke, he couldn't help but look towards Sumu's private room. Although there was a private room between them, Yenru, who was sitting next to Sumu, could be seen through the screen. Everyone also stood up and looked in the direction Luo Jun was looking. After all, she is the most beautiful campus beauty in the history of Haidu University, and Yenru's appearance is indeed quite stunning. Sure. It's really beautiful. Are all the people in that private room students? They don't look very old. Brother Jun, if it were me, you should just go over and reveal your identity. I'm telling you, female college students nowadays are quite materialistic. You are worth tens of millions at least. If you go over, won't that little girl follow you obediently? That's right. Brother June, I'm telling you, you don't have to say anything. If you do this, throw your Maserati car keys in front of her, I guarantee that she will abandon the pretty boy next to her in a minute. Several people in the private room also gave Luo Jun advice. Luo Jun was also somewhat moved. He had also heard that the prettier the female college students were, the more fun they had. Although Yan Ru doesn't look like a gold digger, what if she is? After all, he is a multi-millionaire. Apart from anything else, he recently bought a 100 square meter school district house in Haidu and drives a Maserati Quattroporte. He is only 28 years old this year, and his situation completely crushes his peers. He looked at the other people in Yan Ru's private room, and they all looked very immature. Those young guys in their early 20s are probably still in college. What can they compare with me? Luo Jun thought so in his mind and prepared to go over with his Maserati key. However, before Luo Jun walked out of the private room, a waiter ran in from outside the door. Dear guests, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal. Whose Lamborghini Veneno is that? We are clearing the sewer outside, and your car is parked on the manhole cover. Please move it. The waiter's voice was very loud and everyone eating here could hear it clearly. Sumu frowned slightly. He didn't want to be so high profile. But, this kind of thing is understandable. He stood up and walked out of the private room. The car is mine. Sorry, I didn't notice it just now. I'll go move the car. Boom. Luo Jun was completely confused. He saw it clearly, and to be honest, he was slandering Sumu in his heart just now. He looked at Yanru sitting next to Sumu, and saw that Sumu was handsome. For a moment, he directly thought of Sumu as a pretty boy. What's the point of being handsome? Can it make a living? Luo Jun couldn't help but think so in his mind before. But now, everyone is dumbfounded. Are you handsome? No, he also owns a Lamborghini Veneno. Shit. Turns out that Lamborghini Veneno outside the door is his. Brother Jun, this. Brother Jun, I heard from my brothers that there are so many women. Don't be fooled by the fact that the woman looks pretty and pure, but you can see that she is a gold digger. Luo Jun also smiled bitterly and sat down. He breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't think much about anything else, he just felt fortunate. Fortunately, I didn't go there so quickly, otherwise, if I had to compete with this top rich second generation for his girlfriend, my face would have been slapped so hard. Chapter 36. This person is not someone we can afford to offend. After Sumu moved the car, he attracted a lot of attention when he came back. So young. He's driving a Lamborghini Veneno at such a young age. I'm so envious. Lamborghini Veneno. A supercar worth hundreds of millions, he should be a top rich kid, right? Why haven't I seen him before? There are so many invisible rich people. Do you think everyone is as high profile as Jodsong? Look at Ma Xiaoyun's son. Can you find a recent photo of him on the internet? That's true. After all, he is a rich young man who drives a Lamborghini Veneno, and he attracts a lot of attention wherever he goes. Luo Jun also got scared and slipped away before Sumu came back. The main reason is that I can't bring myself to do it. I actually want to snatch the girlfriend from this top rich second generation? What is the difference between that and a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Sumu didn't know that just by moving his car he scared away a young and promising tycoon worth tens of millions. But think about it. Even if Sumu wasn't here, how could Yanru possibly like Luo Jun? After all, Yanru is a rich lady, and the market value of her family business is at least tens of billions. A multi-millionaire? In Yanru's eyes, can Wan Chan be called a rich man? Well, I'm going to pick up a G-class soon, and it's just on my way. Sumu returned to the private room and sat down, looking at everyone and said something casually. Fuck. Third brother, is this true? Wang Xinyu was the most excited as he had thought about buying a G-class before. But his father only gave him a budget of 1 million, so he couldn't afford the G-class. Shall I let you take charge later? Okay. When Wang Xinyu heard what Sumu said, he nodded vigorously. Why drive a BMW 5 Series when you have a G-class? Wang Xinyu also threw the car keys directly to Zhu Yuan. Second brother, you have good skills, you can drive my car later. Zhu Yuan took the car keys and made an okay gesture to Wang Xinyu. Yenru sat next to Sumu but didn't say anything. A new G-Class, top-of-the-line model, only costs 2 to 3 million. For a supercar like Sumu that costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, isn't the G-Class easy to buy? After coming out of G-Way building and sitting in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Venetian, Yenru looked at Sumu and suddenly said, "Speaking of a scumbag driving a G-Class, what do you think?" Forehead. Sumu was also stunned for a moment. It is true that a scumbag drives a G-Class, but he is not a scumbag. Besides, if he wants to be a scumbag, why does he need to buy a G-Class? The main thing is that supercars are good for showing off, but they are not practical. Sumu laughed. "I can't always drive the Poison so high profile? If I drive the G-Class, I'd better be low-key." When Yenru heard Sumu say this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Look at what you said. Drive a G-Class and be more low-key? Is there anyone who is so discouraging as you?" Yenru chuckled. In fact, she was fine, but most people would probably cry to death after hearing what Sumu said. If driving a G-Class is low-key, then those of us who drive mid to low-end cars worth tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan, aren't we being extremely low-key? There are brothers who don't have a car. Sumu actually didn't think that much about it, he just spoke based on his own situation. After all, he usually drives a Lamborghini Veneno. If one day he drives a G-Class out, people who know him will think he is low-key. The group of people here drove directly to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Haidu. It's a little past 1 now, and the salesmen in the 4S store are taking a break. However, when they saw the arrogant Lamborghini Veneno coming, everyone tensed up. What the hell? Is this a Lamborghini? It looks like poison, doesn't it? By the way, is there poison in the sea? Lamborghini Veneno? Is that the legendary car worth hundreds of millions? Oh my god. This is the top second-generation rich man. The BMW 5 Series stopped behind. Sumu and his group walked into the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. The sales manager came to greet Sumu in person. "Welcome to Mercedes-Benz 4S store." All the salesmen bowed slightly towards Sumu and his group, their attitudes respectful, even a little fawning. "Hello, I'm Sonyi, the sales manager here. How can I help you? Does Big G have it?" Sumu looked at him and asked. Yes. Sonyi also walked forward and served carefully. The rich second generation who drives a Lamborghini Veneno is not someone he can afford to offend. This is the new 2020 G-Class, equipped with. Sonyi also habitually introduced the car model to Sumu. However, Sumu looked at him and said directly, "Okay, this is it." Ah. Sonyi was also stunned. "Buy it now?" Not only did you not want to know the configuration, but you also didn't ask about the price? The price of this top-of-the-line G-Class is around 2.8 million. 2.8 million. Don't you even ask? 2. He drove a Lamborghini Veneno here and was willing to spend money on a supercar worth hundreds of millions, so how could he care about a G-Class worth 2 or 3 million? When others buy a car, they should at least choose the model they like first, compare the prices, and then consider it carefully. Sumu didn't care. He just suddenly wanted to buy a G-Class. It just so happened that I was on my way and there was a car in stock at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Okay, that's enough. Just buy it. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. Sonyi reacted quickly. After all, he was the sales manager of a Mercedes-Benz 4S store, so he had some psychological endurance. Here, Sumu handed his ID card and bank card to Sonyi. The card is the black gold card given to him by the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, which is very cool. "Third brother, your bank card looks a little unusual?" Wang Xinyu had sharp eyes and he also noticed that the bank card that Sumu handed to Sonyi was black. "Oh, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China gave it to me a few days ago." Sumu mentioned it casually. Wang Xinyu also nodded enviously. He didn't know what this black gold card represented. However, Yenru, who was standing aside, also frowned. She had heard from her father before that the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China head office had recently issued a black gold card, and there were no more than 5 people in the entire sea who owned this black gold card. It can be said that the person who owns this card must be worth at least tens of billions. When Yenru's father talked about this black gold card, his eyes were full of envy, because even he was not qualified to own that black gold card. Sure enough. Just as I thought, Sumu's identity and background are definitely not simple. Yenru was shocked. Song Yi did not dare to delay here. He drafted the car purchase contract as quickly as possible and then paid the purchase price in front of Su Mu. Mr. Su, here are your car keys. Song Yi handed the car keys, the car purchase contract and some other things to Su Mu with both hands. Su Mu nodded, took the car keys and threw them directly to Wang Xinyu. Let's go? Wang Xinyu took the car keys excitedly. The group walked directly out of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Su Mu came here for just over 10 minutes and directly spent 2.8 million to pick up a latest model of G-Class. Whose young master is this? The salesperson at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store also came up to Song Yi inside. Why do you want to know which family this young master belongs to? Let me tell you, this guy is not someone we can afford to offend. Song Yi frowned and murmured softly. Chapter 37, A simple move shocked passers-by. Today is the summer season finals. Both teams in the competition are extremely popular teams. IG is in very good shape this year, and RNG is not weak either. Although Su Mu also watched the games, he didn't have a favorite team. To be honest, he probably likes the RNG team more. A team of 5 Xia people is always more likable than a team of 2 Koreans. What's more, the RNG team also has the player Kwang Xiaogo. I have to say that it is indeed a remarkable thing that Crazy Dog has been able to maintain an excellent form for so many years since the S3 season. Moreover, everyone who plays a shooter knows how abnormal Crazy Dog's operation is. Although Su Mu is not bragging, speaking objectively, if it weren't for the existence of Crazy Dog, the RNG team would probably be a second-rate team at best. It was because of Crazy Dog that the team was forced into the ranks of the top domestic teams. There are a lot of people at the Haidu Youth Olympic Stadium. After all, it was the summer season finals and a decisive showdown between 2 top domestic teams, so it naturally attracted a large number of League of Legends fans. Of course, many people came here because of Zhou Luanjie. As we all know, King Zhou is also a fan of League of Legends, and he has also formed his own League of Legends team in Taiwan. This time, the LPL official invited him to be a guest performer at the opening ceremony of the finals, and he even sang 3 songs in one breath, which naturally attracted a large number of Zhou Tianwang's fans. You know, Zhou Luanjie is the only superstar-level singer who has been popular in the country for 10 years. The number of fans is in the billions. It can be said that young people of Su Mu's generation almost all grew up listening to Zhou Luanjie's songs. Su Mu is okay, but Wang Xinyu is a typical loyal fan. What the hell, Lamborghini Venom? Su Mu drove the car over, but there were so many people here that he didn't dare drive fast. Most of the people on the roadside were young people. When they saw the Lamborghini Veneno driven by Su Mu, they envied him and talked about it with their companions. It really is Haidu. Just now I saw a Ferrari 458, and now I see a Lamborghini Veneno. There are still a lot of rich people. Damn it, why am I not a second-generation rich person? Reincarnation is such a technical job. Others are born with luxury, but we have to work hard for a living. With the Lamborghini Veneno there, the G-Class following behind and the BMW 5 Series driven by Zhu Yuan were instantly eclipsed. Compared with the Lamborghini Veneno, even the G-Class has become a supporting role. What a rich bastard. He drove a supercar here, but we still have to buy tickets from scalpers. I'm so envious. 2 brothers, one fat and one thin, standing on the roadside also came from Huizhou to watch the game. The 2 people failed to get tickets before, but they didn't want to give up this game. The 2 of them discussed it privately and decided to come over to take a look at the situation. However, due to King Zhou's attendance at the opening ceremony, the ticket price increased tenfold. Even D-grade tickets are now priced at 1,800 renminbi each. Cousin, I can't afford it. The boy next to him who looked younger couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He is also a fan of Zhou Luanjie, and of course he is also a 5-year veteran League of Legends player. I finally made up my mind to come here, but ended up not being able to afford the ticket. We're already here, wouldn't it be a shame if we didn't go in? The fatter young man is called Gao Wei, and he is a little older. He looked at the Lamborghini Veneno that stopped in the distance and couldn't help but grit his teeth. How about this? Gao Wei leaned close to his cousin Zhou Xian's ear and whispered something. Fuck. Cousin, are you crazy? Is it possible that those rich second generations would pay attention to us if we ask for tickets? Zhou Xian also looked at the Lamborghini Veneno parked in a parking space not far away and said loudly. I have to say, my cousin is a little whimsical. How do you know if it works if you don't try? Gao Wei also frowned, he was a little unwilling. Even if it's a D-class ticket, the scalpers are charging 1,800 yuan per ticket, and it'll cost 3,600 yuan for the two of us. We can't afford it at all. Gao Wei sighed and continued, 3,006 is a lot for us, but for a rich second generation like that, it's nothing. As long as we get there first, we might have a chance. When Gao Wei said this, Zhou Xian beside him was also a little dazed. He still felt it was a little unreliable. The second generation of rich people are rich, but their money doesn't come from the wind. They have no relatives or friends with them, so why should they spend money to buy tickets for them? Cousin, I still don't think it's reliable. Didn't you say that the richer people are, the more stingy they are? Zhou Xian muttered softly. But I also said that the richer the second generation, the more they need to save face at times like this. Gao Wei rolled his eyes and walked towards Sumu. Sumu had just parked the car, and he and Yan Ru got out of the car. Sumu also stretched, looking very comfortable. You know what, there are so many people here. Sumu looked at Yan Ru and said casually. The Youth Olympic Stadium is considered the outer ring of Haidu, and not many people come here normally. But today is a competition, and with the popularity of King Zhou, there will definitely be a lot of people coming here to join in the fun. Wang Xinyu also parked the car and walked over with an excited expression on his face. Third brother, this G-Class is so different to drive. It's so cool. He now began to dislike his BMW 5 Series, and couldn't help thinking that he should not have hesitated at that time. Although the old man only gave him 1 million, it was still enough to buy a G-Class if he took out a loan. The grade, feel, and experience are completely on a different level. Although the G-Class cannot be compared with the Lamborghini Veneno, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is definitely a well-deserved luxury car. What's more, the car Sumu bought was a top-of-the-line G-Class worth 2.8 million. If you like to drive, just drive first. Sumu looked at Wang Xinyu and smiled, but if I need a car, you have to be my driver. Hearing Sumu say this, Wang Xinyu's face turned red with excitement. Fuck. Third brother, is this true? Are you kidding me? After all, it's a new car that we just bought. How can we just let him drive it? What is the relationship between us? Sumu patted Wang Xinyu on the shoulder and said softly. Yes, when Sumu was in school before, Wang Xinyu took good care of him. Although Wang Xinyu was a rich second generation, he also called Sumu third brother from the bottom of his heart at that time. When Sumu was in trouble, Wang Xinyu was the first to help. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Sumu is rich now, so it is impossible for him to forget the brothers who once helped him. Of course, the car was not given to him directly. Sumu can't use it now, and it's just sitting in the garage, so it's better to give it to Wang Xinyu and the others to enjoy. Third brother is awesome. Wang Xinyu also complimented excitedly. A group of people gathered together and walked towards the gate of the Youth Olympic Stadium. On the other side, Gao Wei and Zhou Xian, who were in the same distress, also ran straight towards Sumu. Hello, young master. Gao Wei was a little braver after all. He jumped directly in front of Sumu and greeted him respectfully. Sumu was also startled by Gao Wei and Zhou Xian, who suddenly jumped out. What is going on? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Sumu frowned slightly and asked. Well, we two brothers came from Huizhou, and we didn't actually get the tickets. The scalpers' tickets were too expensive, and we two brothers are still students, so we can't afford them at all. Gao Wei looked at Sumu cautiously, smiled bitterly, and said, So, young master, can you support us two brothers with 2 tickets? After Gao Wei finished speaking, the two brothers bowed deeply to Sumu. Come from Huizhou? Sumu was also stunned for a moment. His mother was also from Huizhou, but his parents never came back since he was very young. Sumu has been to Huizhou several times over the years and has a good impression of the people there. Yes. Gao Wei and Zhou Xian both nodded in response. This way, we won't take it for nothing. When we make money, we'll pay it back to you. Gao Wei's words were sincere. How much do scalpers sell tickets for? The price of D-class tickets has increased tenfold. The original 180 yuan ticket is now 1,800 yuan. Zhou Xian also sighed and said. Originally, there was no need for Sumu to care about such things. He was not so loving as to be overflowing with love. But he was in a good mood today, and the two brothers came from Huizhou, so it wouldn't be a waste of their trip, right? Old 4, go get 2 tickets. Okay, third brother. Wang Xinyu was in a good mood and agreed immediately. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Xin, you got 2 D-level tickets from the scalper. You two brothers are lucky. My third brother is in a good mood today. Take it. Gao Wei and Zhou Xian were also stunned. Gao Wei actually just wanted to try his luck and give it a try. As for Zhou Xian, he didn't think that a top-rich second generation like Sumu would pay attention to them. Holding the tickets in their hands, the two brothers were extremely excited. Although it is only a D-class ticket, you have to know that this D-class ticket is worth 1,800 yuan each. Thank you, thank you. The two brothers also bowed to thank Sumu. Sumu also waved his hand and said, I wish you all have fun in Haidu. Sumu was not arrogant, which shocked the two brothers. After Sumu and his group walked away, the two brothers Gao Wei and Zhou Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god! Who is this young master? Cousin, do you know him? How should I know? But he really is pretty good. Seriously, this is what a top-notch second-generation rich man should look like. That's right. Now I think about those self-righteous rich second generations in my family who think they are great just by buying a GT. Compared to this young master, they are really lame. Chapter 38. The third brother is really a winner in life. I didn't expect you to be so kind and charitable. Yen Ru asked herself if she were in this situation, she would usually ignore it. Although she is not short of money, a few $1,000s is just the price of a lipstick for her. But to be honest, her money didn't come from the wind. She wouldn't help any stranger on the street. It's mainly because I'm in a good mood. Sumu laughed, but this kind of thing also depends on your liking for it. I think these two brothers are pretty good, and their attitudes are quite sincere. After Sumu said this, Yen Ru nodded. That's true. This kind of thing really depends on fate. Yen Ru echoed Sumu's words. They were queuing for security check. When Sumu and a few others were about to go through security check, Zhou and Qinfen came over. Master Su. Qinfen spotted Sumu in the crowd at a glance, looked up at Sumu and waved at him. Sumu was going through security check, and the person helping him was a pretty young girl. She originally felt that Sumu was somewhat extraordinary, and Sumu was so handsome that she was also very moved. Qinfen appeared here and greeted Sumu. The focus of the whole audience was directly on Sumu. Who doesn't know Zhou and Qinfen? Both of them are considered to be relatively high-profile rich second generations. The key point is that they can be called the top second-generation rich in the country. Qinfen took the initiative to greet people and even called them Master Su, which made many people curious. Young Master Su? Is there any top young master in Haidu with the last name Su? I don't know, maybe not? It's normal for ordinary people like us not to know, after all, we are in a different circle. After Sumu passed the security check, he waved to Zhou and Qinfen who were walking over, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and greeted them with a smile. Brother Song, Brother Qin, what a coincidence! As soon as Sumu started talking, the girl who had just given Sumu security check opened her mouth wide with an expression of disbelief. He is actually the Su Xiao that Qinfen mentioned? Since he knows Zhou, Qinfen and the others, he must be at least a top-tier rich kid, right? The girl at security was thinking this in her mind, and she must have been a little distracted unconsciously. Several people in the dormitory turned around and saw Zhou and Qinfen walking over, and they were stunned for a moment. They all knew that Sumu was rich, but the key point was that Sumu told them that he inherited his second uncle's estate. Since it was an inheritance, there was no reason for Sumu to get to know Zhou and Qinfen so quickly. Even if we know each other, we shouldn't be so familiar with each other, right? Yen Ru was not surprised. Sumu owns the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China's Black Gold Card, and his net worth is at least over 10 billion. What's so strange about a rich young man like this knowing Zhou and Qinfen? What's more, she also knew that Sumu had sold and half gave his previous Koenigsegg One to Zhou for 50 million yuan. What a coincidence indeed. Zhou walked forward, passed the security check and came to Sumu. Master Su, Qinfen and I are going backstage soon, so we won't accompany you today. After all, Zhou is the boss of the IG team, and today's final is very important to their IG team. As the big boss, he came personally to supervise the battle, which really boosted morale. Okay. Sumu didn't plan to let them accompany him, after all, these two were too conspicuous. I'm still trying to keep a low profile. If the two of them follow us, there is no point in keeping a low profile. However, due to the appearance of Zhou and Qinfen, Sumu indeed became the focus of everyone present. Brother, what the hell? This young master is actually familiar with Jo Tsong and Chin Fun. He is indeed a top second-generation rich man. Of course not. He's driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Jo Tsong is rich, right? He doesn't even have this kind of top-notch supercar. Gao Wei and Zhou Xian also followed and happened to see Jo Tsong, Chin Fun, and Su Mu greeting each other. Su Mu and his group walked into the Youth Olympic Stadium. There were indeed a lot of people, and the seats were almost full. Su Mu and his companions were also led directly to the private room on the second floor by the staff. After all, the official price for a black gold card for a private room is 660,000 yuan. The room is equipped with a sofa, a coffee table, and an 85-inch TV. There was a fruit plate and various imported snacks on the coffee table. There are also special waiters serving, bringing tea and water, everything you need. This is really enjoyable. Wang Xinyu sat on the sofa with an excited expression on his face. He knew that the treatment for being able to watch the game in the private room would definitely be different, but wasn't the difference in treatment really too big? Sitting down there, whether you have an inner field ticket or a Class B ticket, it is bound to be crowded. But in the private room, this is too comfortable, right? Air conditioning, TV, sofa, coffee table, and dedicated service staff. After all, the money has been spent. If you put money in, won't people treat you like a god? Zhou Su also spoke excitedly. Fourth brother, post on moments. Didn't they say the card was fake before? Now it's time to slap them in the face. After Zhou Su said this, Wang Xinyu also nodded. Really? Although Sumu's high-profile appearance in the past 2 days did help Wang Xinyu prove that the black gold card for the private room was real, Wang Xinyu was furious when he thought of the slander made by those people before. Wait, let me take some photos and post them on WeChat Moments. Wang Xinyu nodded, took out his mobile phone and first took a picture of the private room, and then took a picture of the gymnasium along the private room. However, he did not include Yan Ru in the photo. After all, he is still an intelligent person. Yan Ru is a girl after all, and apart from the waitress, Yan Ru is the only girl present. It would have a bad impact if this got out. Thanks to Brother San, it feels so good to sit in the private room and watch the game. Wang Xinyu also specially added Su Mu, and then posted a message on his moments with the photo he had just taken. You kid, just post it, why are you at ING me? Su Mu cursed with a smile, but casually gave Wang Xinyu a thumbs up. Just a few minutes after Wang Xinyu posted on his moments, he received a lot of replies from Toady fans. That's awesome. I want to sit in the booth and watch the game too. I'm so envious. I want to have a third brother too. Brother, your third brother doesn't have a girlfriend yet, right? What do you think of me? Wang Xinyu looked at these people's comments and chuckled. Pa, what a bunch of fence-sitters. When it was revealed on Tieba forum that his black gold card for the private room was fake, these people didn't say that. Now, a bunch of people have turned into bootlickers, and their nice words are sweeter than honey. Why bother with these people? The pattern. Sumu also smiled slightly, looked at Wang Xinyu and said the word pattern. Really? The pattern is different. They will definitely not be in the same circle in the future, so there is really no need for them to get angry over these people's words. Yes, third brother is right. When Wang Xinyu heard Sumu say this, he also echoed him. The game was said to start at 3 o'clock, but in fact it was the opening ceremony that started. If we really want to compete, it will probably be around 4 o'clock. But the opening performance was also wonderful. The main reason was that Zhou Luanjie was the finale, and everyone was looking forward to the live performance of King Zhou. Although the previous song and dance performance was okay, Sumu found it a bit boring. He was having a great time chatting with Yan Ru. The roommates were tactful and sat far away from Sumu and the others. Third brother is indeed worthy of being the third brother. He can even handle goddess Yan Ru. If you have third brother's looks and are as rich as third brother, I think you can do it too. The third brother is really a winner in life. The brothers sat aside, watching Sumu and Yan Ru chatting animatedly and couldn't help but whisper to each other. Time goes by quickly here. Zhou Luanjie also performed as the finale. As soon as Zhou Luanjie came out, the atmosphere on the scene was obviously different. Zhou Luanjie. Zhou Luanjie. Zhou Luanjie. The fans are really crazy. After all, he has been a superstar in the Chinese music scene for more than 10 years. Almost all the younger generation are his fans. It is not an exaggeration to say that they grew up listening to his songs. As Sumu watched Zhou Luwenjie appear, he couldn't help but think of King Zhou, who had also been popular for more than 10 years in his original parallel world. The two people are really very similar. Sumu listened to Zhou Luwenjie's singing on stage and couldn't help but murmur, but his song is obviously not as good as the one sung by another Zhou Tianwang. Yan Ru was sitting next to Sumu. Although Sumu's voice was not loud just now, she still heard it clearly. Who is the other Zhou Tianwang? Yan Ru looked at Sumu, bit her lip and asked softly. Ah. No one, I just dreamed about King Zhou singing, but the song King Zhou sang in my dream was a new song, and it sounded really good. Sumu reacted immediately and started to explain. Chapter 39, Sumu meets King Zhou by chance and wants to show off his skills? Marvelous. Wang Xinyu is a loyal fan of King Zhou. It is absolutely a blessing for him to see his idol sing live. The opening ceremony performance ended and the competition officially began. After all, it is the League of Legends Summer Finals, which is the theme of today. Third brother, who do you think will win? RNG? Why? IG is also strong? Crazy Puppy is in better shape. At the beginning of the game, Sumu and Wang Xinyu discussed the situation at both sides of the game. The game started here, and it was just as Sumu said. RNG shooter, Crazy Dog, was in full condition and directly destroyed IG's bottom lane. In the first game, RNG won easily. Fuck. Crazy Dog's Kaisa is so damn strong. Indeed, if Kaisa is not banned, IG will be in trouble. At the beginning of the second game, IG was stubborn and did not ban Kaisa. Sure enough, the result was what everyone expected. RNG won another victory. 2 o'clock, directly got the match point. RNG is in really good shape this year. Wang Xinyu also sighed, I wonder if they can win the S-League Championship this year. I think it's difficult. Sumu made an objective comment. What's wrong? RNG is in good shape this year, but they are a little too arrogant. Besides, the mid-lane position is a little weak. Compared with other top mid-laners, RNG's mid-laner is a little lame. Sumu was just speaking objectively. Every year, RNG's performance in the S-League is just one step away from success. Why? Isn't it because there is only one person who can carry the banner? Why hasn't the 4 protect 1 tactic changed over the years? It's not that there is no change, it's just that other players can't stand up and C can't move. At the beginning of the third game, IG tried to block Crazy Dog's Kaisa and win back a game. However, in the fourth game, the coach made another mysterious BP and released Kaisa. If you dare to let go, I dare to take. Crazy Dog locked Kaisa in seconds, and there was a cheer at the scene. It's the last round. Sumu smiled and said softly. Are you so sure? Yenru looked at Sumu and asked. Crazy Dog is in great shape today. He let Kaisa go. Is the coach's brain filled with mush? Not only Sumu said this, backstage, Zhou Tsong, who came to supervise the game, was also dumbfounded when he saw the coach's BP. Fuck, is this Korean coach's brain filled with shit? Holy shit. Zhou Tsong was in a good mood because he won the game. Now when he saw the BP in the fourth game, he wanted to rush up and kick the coach down. What a shitty BP. The game continued here, but Zhou Luwenjie did not leave. He also owns a private room black and gold card, and speaking of which, he is also a loyal League of Legends player. Zhou Luwenjie also came to the private room to watch the game. Sumu went to the toilet, and when he came back he happened to meet Zhou Luwenjie coming out. This is the private room area on the second floor. Ordinary people cannot come up here. Although Zhou Luwenjie is the king of the Chinese music scene, he also knows what status and position those who can get the black gold cards for the private rooms mean. Zhou Luwenjie nodded to Sumu, which served as a greeting. Sumu was also stunned for a moment when he looked at him. Zhou Luwenjie? Zhou Luwenjie nodded. I thought you just left. Sumu smiled slightly, looked at Zhou Luwenjie and said, it's a coincidence that we met. How about you give me an autograph? Although Sumu is not a fan of celebrities, he is Zhou Luwenjie, the king of the Chinese music scene in the world. Okay. Zhou Luwenjie didn't know Sumu, but he didn't dare to offend Sumu easily. It was just a signature. Zhou Luwenjie always carried a signature pen with him. He looked at Sumu and asked, where do you want to sign? How about signing on the clothes? Sumu was wearing Versace casual clothes today, light blue, which was suitable for signing. Is this the latest model from Versace this year? You have a great figure and it looks really good on you. Zhou Luanjie also recognized at a glance that Su Mu was wearing Versace's new casual wear this year, because he also had one. A Versace casual wear that costs more than 50,000 yuan is definitely a sky-high price in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of rich people, it is just a casual wear. Of course Zhou Luanjie knew that Su Mu was wealthy. Wouldn't it be a bit extravagant for him to sign a piece of casual wear worth more than 50,000 yuan? But think about it, he is the king of Chinese pop music after all. If his signature is on it, it won't lower the value of this casual wear, right? Zhou Luanjie picked up the pen and signed his name behind Su Mu. Brother Jia, my name is Su Mu, nice to meet you. Su Mu stretched out his right hand and handed it to Zhou Luanjie and said. Although Zhou Luanjie had never seen Su Mu, he was slightly stunned when he heard Su Mu introduce himself. He had heard of Su Mu. After all, Haidu is so small, and Su Mu has been famous in the circle of rich second generations in Haidu in recent years. It is unlikely that Zhou Luanjie doesn't know about it. What's more, Zhou Luanjie is also a supercar enthusiast. When Zhou Luanjie heard that Su Mu actually owned both the Koenigsegg One and the Lamborghini Veneno, he also paid special attention. However, Su Mu is still very low-key. He has no identity background and even no photo. Zhou Luanjie didn't go so far as to investigate Su Mu. After all, the two of them had no previous interactions. It must be said that it was fate that we met here this time. You are Mr. Su? Zhou Luanjie held Su Mu's hand and his attitude became obviously more respectful. Although I knew that Su Mu's identity and background might not be simple, he is the king of the Chinese pop music scene after all, so he would not be respectful to just anyone. However, if it was a top-rich second generation like Su Mu, Zhou Luanjie also knew what he should do. You're welcome. Su Mu also smiled and said. By the way, those 3 songs I just heard you sing are all your new songs this year, right? Su Mu suddenly mentioned this, and Zhou Luanjie nodded in response. It's different now than before. I'm older now and I feel like I'm running out of ideas. Zhou Luanjie also said with a wry smile. He wasn't just saying this casually. In fact, he really felt that the new songs he released in the past 2 years were not as good as those he released when he was young. Here are 2 new songs I wrote. Are you interested in listening to them, Brother Jie? It is naturally impossible for Su Mu to develop into the music industry, but occasionally plagiarizing a few songs from the previous world can be a consolation, right? Oh? Mr. Su can also write songs? Zhou Luanjie was also stunned for a moment. He actually wasn't really looking forward to it, mainly because he didn't think a top-notch second-generation rich kid would write any particularly good songs. It's just a casual work. How about Brother Jia help me take a look? Su Mu also heard the somewhat disdainful tone in Zhou Luanjie's voice, but Su Mu didn't care. After all, he is a rich second generation, and opposite him is Zhou Luanjie, the king of the Chinese music scene. If I said in front of him that I could write songs, in the eyes of ordinary people, it would be like showing off one's skills before an expert. But since Su Mu doesn't write himself, he just works as a porter occasionally, which doesn't matter. Sure. Zhou Luanjie couldn't refuse Su Mu, so he agreed directly. Su Mu thought about it for a while, and he was also ready to throw out the blue and white porcelain of the original world's King Zhou. Compared to the songs in this world, blue and white porcelain is simply a king bomb. Su Mu looked at Zhou Luanjie and coughed softly, then I will make a fool of myself. Su Mu is actually a pretty good singer. He has sung this song Blue and White Porcelain many times before. Even after coming to another world, he still remembers it clearly. Zhou Luanjie was still patient. After all, the person standing next to him was Haidu's new mysterious rich boy Su Mu, and Zhou Luanjie didn't dare to offend Su Mu easily. The blank outlines the blue and white strokes from thick to light. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. As soon as Su Mu opened his mouth, Zhou Luanjie's eyes lit up. Although Su Mu is not very professional, he cannot conceal the charm of this song. And he didn't know why, but he felt that this song was tailor-made for him. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke from cooking rises thousands of miles across the river. Writing Hanli on the bottom of the bottle imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Only the first half of the song was sung, but Zhou Luanjie was really stunned. So the song can be sung like this? After all, the songs in this world are very different from the songs in Su Mu's original world. Su Mu sang a few lines in front of Zhou Luanjie, which opened a new door to Chinese songs for Zhou Luanjie. Mr. Su, can you sell me this song? Just name your price. Zhou Luanjie is not short of money, he particularly likes the song sung by Sumu. What's the price? Since Brother Jia likes it, I'll give it to you. Sumu smiled slightly, but I have a request. You say? Zhou Luanjie also frowned slightly. He was not afraid that Sumu would talk to him about money, but this request made him a little worried. My brothers and I are all fans of Brother Jia. Brother Jia, can you sing this song for us live later? Sumu suddenly wanted to show off. After all, he is King Zhou, and it is still very enviable to be able to sing with him. Is that all you ask? Zhou Luanjie was a little confused. He thought it was some kind of request. Well, if Brother Jia is going to make things difficult for you, forget it. It's not easy for Sumu to force others. What's the problem? Zhou Luanjie really liked Sumu's song, so he agreed directly. Mr. Su, give me the song first, I'll go and make the arrangements right away. Zhou Luanjie also said excitedly. In the past 2 years, he always felt that the quality of his songs was not high, so the number of new songs he released has been getting fewer and fewer. Zhou Luanjie naturally didn't want to give up after finally coming across a song that was tailor-made for him. That's awesome. When Sumu heard Zhou Luanjie agree, he also smiled and said. Chapter 40, Encountering Anchor Yang Su again, Sumu gives crazy hints. Sumu went straight to Zhou Luanjie's private room and copied blue and white porcelain on a piece of paper. The game is still going on, but Zhou Luanjie also explained the situation directly to the League of Legends officials. If it was another small singer, the League officials might not care at all. But he is Zhou Luanjie after all, and he gets to sing again after the competition, which is what we want. After the officials received the news, they immediately notified the 2 commentators on the scene. The 2 commentators were also quite confused when they heard the news. King Zhou is going to sing? I heard that the league officials spent a full $1 million to invite him to sing 3 songs this time. This is still a friendly price. If King Zhou is not also a fan of the alliance, the price would probably be higher. But I haven't heard that King Zhou will also perform. Friendly singing? In any case, the notice was issued and the 2 commentators were quite excited. Taking advantage of the game pause, the 2 commentators announced the news directly. The game was originally paused and the audience were all a little impatient, but after hearing the news, almost everyone cheered. Holy crap! After the competition, King Zhou will sing a new song. I cried. I never got a ticket to Jay Chou's concert before, but I didn't expect that I could listen to 4 of his songs at once when I came to watch the competition. Damn it, what a loss. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone to the event even if the scalper tickets were more expensive. Zhou Luanjie also sang along with Sumu 2 or 3 times. After all, he is the king of pop, so how can his musical talent be boasted about? Blue and White Porcelain, this song is actually not easy to sing. It is a typical song that sounds catchy but goes out of tune as soon as you start singing. But he is the king of the Chinese music scene after all, and the song Blue and White Porcelain seems to be tailor-made for him. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke from cooking rises thousands of miles across the river. Writing Hanli on the bottom of the bottle imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Although Sumu sings well, he is far behind professionals. Zhou Luanjie also memorized the lyrics of the entire song in the shortest time possible. He grasped the pitch well and sang it 2 or 3 times, and it already had more charm than Sumu's singing. Sumu had been out for more than 10 minutes. He saw that Zhou Luanjie had almost finished singing, so he looked at him and said, "Well, I'm going to go back first. If you have any questions, just contact me via WeChat." When Zhou Luanjie heard what Sumu said, he nodded and hummed. When Sumu returned to the private room, Wang Xinyu was just as excited as he had expected. Fuck. Third brother, did you hear that? Zhou Luanjie will sing a new song after the game. Sumu nodded without comment. I know, I wrote that new song for him. When Sumu said this, Wang Xinyu and the others were all stunned. Third brother, your joke is not funny at all. That's right, third brother, if you want to say that you are extremely smart, we have no objection, but if you want to say that you can write songs, this is. You know, when Sumu went to KTV with them before, he usually didn't sing. In their impression, Sumu should be tone deaf. Don't you believe it? Look at what this is. Sumu curled his lips and pointed at the signature left by Zhou Luanjie on his back. I'm serious. I just ran into him when I came back from the bathroom, and I wrote a new song for him. Sumu said with a chuckle. Wang Xinyu was also dumbfounded. He saw the signature behind Sumu, which was indeed Zhou Luanjie's autograph. Fuck. Third brother, are you saying that Zhou Luanjie is also in the private room on the second floor? Wang Xinyu became excited instantly. Yes, it's in the private room next door. Sumu pointed to the next room, and instantly everyone in the private room became excited. Yen Ru is okay. Although she is not a fan, she often listens to Zhou Luanjie's songs. I did some research on songwriting during the summer vacation and wrote a song that I thought was particularly suitable for Zhou Luanjie. I mentioned it to him, and I didn't expect that he would like it very much. Sumu's words were quite impressive. Is this true or false? Wang Xinyu almost believed what Sumu said, but when he thought about the fact that Sumu couldn't even sing a song well before, it seemed unlikely for him to write one, right? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just listen to it later. Sumu raised the corners of his mouth and hummed a few lines of the lyrics of Blue and White Porcelain softly. This song is very nice. Yenru didn't say much, but after Sumu sang a few lines, her eyes lit up and she looked at Sumu and said something softly. Wang Xinyu and the others were stunned. Isn't Sumu's singing out of tune? But this song is so beautiful, isn't it? Third brother, I have to say, you have changed a lot since you came back this summer. Zhou Su also sighed. It's okay that he has become a top second generation rich, but the key point is that he can even sing so well now? Several people couldn't help but think of a word in their minds. Reborn. Indeed, Sumu seemed to have been reborn, and they almost didn't recognize him. People always have to develop in a good direction, right? Sumu smiled slightly. What he said made sense. The game is still going on here. IG had the advantage on the field and they didn't want to give up. If they lost this round, the game would be over. RNG directly won the Summer Finals Championship with a score of 3-1. If they win, they can drag the game into the fifth game, by which time the outcome is still unknown. However, the more IG plays it safe, the greater the chances of them losing. After all, they were facing RNG's Crazy Dog. The game has reached the 40th minute, and Crazy Dog already has 6 pieces of equipment in his hands. Although the equipment of other RNG players cannot keep up, with Crazy Dog around, output is not a problem. After a team fight, Crazy Dog's Kaisa directly got a quad kill, and the advantage went directly to RNG's side. Both commentators are a little crazy. After all, the team battle just now could be said to be a fight between gods. Crazy Dog is in super good shape today and is performing at full capacity. A wave of 4 kills boosted the atmosphere of the entire venue. As the saying goes, the first effort is the best, the second is weak and the third is exhausted. After gaining the advantage, IG did not expand it quickly, which put itself in a desperate situation. RNG took the opportunity to take the big dragon, and then split up into 4 and 1, directly breaking through IG's 3 lanes of high ground. Although IG fought hard, defeat was already inevitable. 5 minutes later, RNG once again wiped out IG and took the game away. 3-1 directly won the BO5 final of the summer season. Most of the fans at the scene were RNG fans. When they saw RNG win the championship, everyone became excited. Of course, there are more exciting things. Zhou Luanjie went straight onto the stage after the competition. Suddenly, a new song was added. This song was written by a good friend of mine. At his request, I sang this song live for his brothers and of course everyone present. Zhou Luanjie walked onto the stage and first explained why a new song was added temporarily, and then he started singing and playing the guitar. The blank outlines the blue and white strokes from thick to light. The peony depicted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke from cooking rises thousands of miles across the river. Writing Hanli on the bottom of the bottle imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Zhou Luanjie is indeed worthy of being the king of singers in the Chinese music scene. Although he has only been exposed to this song for less than half an hour, he has already sung the song Blue and White Porcelain perfectly. Fuck. It was really created by you, third brother. After hearing Zhou Luanjie's explanation, Wang Xinyu looked at Sumu excitedly and said, "That's not the case. Do you think I'm kidding you?" Sumu also rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu and said, "It sounds great, doesn't it? This song is going to be all over the internet. The person who wrote it is definitely a genius. What a wonderful artistic conception. I feel as if I am in a wonderful Jiangnan landscape painting, with the simple and elegant blue and white porcelain coming to life on the paper." This feeling is so wonderful. Zhou Luanjie. Zhou Luanjie. Zhou Luanjie. The atmosphere at the scene was simply bursting. After the song was sung, almost everyone at the scene was intoxicated by it. You're awesome. Yenru also particularly liked this kind of song, and she moved closer to Sumu. Thanks. Sumu also smiled slightly, looked at Yenru and said softly. Well, anyway, no one in this world knows that he plagiarized this song. We are already in a parallel world, so it doesn't matter if Sumu follows the principle of taking what is useful, right? Since the game only lasted 4 games, it was exactly 8 o'clock when the game ended. Everyone who came to the scene today is very excited. First of all, their favorite team won the championship. Secondly, Zhou Luanjie not only sang 3 songs at the opening ceremony, but also sang a classic song at the end after the competition. As for those fans who didn't get tickets and didn't have the chance to come to the scene, they were also very upset. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten a ticket from a scalper even if I had to tighten my belt and skip dinner for 3 months. Holy crap! The person who wrote this song must be a musical genius. Love it, love it, this song is tailor-made for Zhou Luanjie. I really want to listen to it again. The atmosphere on the scene is really exciting. On the other hand, Yang Su also came to the scene to watch the game in person today. In addition to him, many League of Legends anchors were also present at the event. For example, Mr. Piao, for example, Decima. After Yang Su met Sumu by chance at Thompson Epine, he has been working diligently on live broadcasts. And he has been waiting for Sumu to play duo with him. But Sumu was so busy, how could he remember what he said casually? The competition was over and Zhou Luanjie also sang a new song on the spot, so today ended perfectly. Most people had already left, and Sumu also went downstairs with a few people. Just as I was about to leave, Yang Su happened to be in front of me, live streaming with his mobile phone. Brothers, let me tell you, today's trip was really worth it, even though I still feel bad about spending my money. After all, I bought the front row ticket from a scalper for 48,000 yuan, and he wouldn't sell it to me for $1 less. Yang Su was also very excited. Mainly because he is also a fanatical fan of Zhou Luanjie. It was worth it to be able to hear Zhou Luanjie's new song live, and it's so good. The camera of the mobile phone was facing himself, and Yang Su could also see the situation behind him through the small interface. Hey, isn't that Yang Su, the top laner? Fuck. It's really him. Just go up and say hello. Wang Xinyu and Zhou Su recognized Yang Su at a glance. On the other side, Yang Su also saw Sumu on the small interface. Fuck. Yang Su was stunned for a moment and said fuck. There were hundreds of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room, and when they heard Yang Su shout wow, they were all filled with question marks. Hi, Yang Su. Wang Xinyu came over and greeted him directly. Sumu was standing next to Wang Xinyu. He looked at Yang Su and shook his head slightly. Although the amplitude was not large, Yang Su understood it. Master Su doesn't want to show his bottom. Yang Su didn't dare to start the live broadcast and simply closed the live broadcast room. The live broadcast suddenly ended, and hundreds of thousands of fans in the live broadcast room were shocked. What the hell? What's going on? Why did the anchor suddenly go off the air? Yeah, what does that fucking mean? The anchor hasn't said it yet. Although the live broadcast room is closed, there are still quite a lot of comments. No one else in the dormitory noticed Sumu's little action just now, but Yenru, whose focus was always on Sumu, noticed Sumu's little action of shaking his head just now. Then Yang Su hurriedly ended the live broadcast, which made Yenru stunned for a moment. Sumu, does he have other secrets? Yenru couldn't help but think about it. Sumu did not say that he owned a building in Thompson One, and this kind of thing is not something that anyone can find out. Sumu didn't say anything, so Yenru and the others naturally didn't know. But Yang Su knows it. Ever since he last saw Sumu, he has been looking forward to it day and night, hoping that Sumu will come to his live broadcast room to support him. Unexpectedly, I would meet Sumu here. However, he also saw Sumu's little move towards him just now. After all, rich people don't like to be too high profile, and they don't like others to expose them. So Yang Su turned off the live broadcast immediately. If Sumu was angered by this kind of thing, he would be in trouble. He is just a small anchor. What can he use to compete with a top-rich second generation like Sumu? But Yang Su is still very smart. He also pretended not to know Sumu, which was quite clever of him. Hello? The internet speed is too slow here, I'll turn off the live broadcast first. Yang Su looked at Wang Xinyu and the others and smiled and spoke. On this side, Wang Xinyu was walking and chatting with Yang Su, and they were talking very happily. As for Su Mu, he raised the corners of his mouth, smiled, and followed the crowd out of the venue. Su Mu, do you know that anchor? Yen Ru was closer to Su Mu, and she asked with a slightly red face. Ah. I know you. The anchor of League of Legends, he plays top heroes really well. When Su Mu heard Yen Ru ask this, he spoke directly and frankly. Yen Ru said oh, but lowered her head as if thinking about something. Yen Ru didn't say anything else. She is a smart woman. So, she knew that since Su Mu was unwilling to say, there were some things she shouldn't ask. Chapter 41, Master of Calligraphy and Painting, a Contemporary Master. After watching the game, the group had barbecue at a roadside stall. It was past 11 o'clock when Su Mu returned home. After washing up, the Filipino maid hired by Su Mu also made him a pot of tea. Life needs to be enjoyed. Su Mu's current net worth is at least 20 to 30 billion. With so much money, he can't let himself suffer, right? Su Mu always felt that money is his only when he spends it. If you keep it and don't spend it, it will be worthless. For the 300 square meter flat, Su Mu also hired a nanny from a special housekeeping company. Phoebe's maid is young, pretty and hardworking. It's just that the poor Chinese is a bit uncomfortable. However, normal communication is still possible. Su Mu paid her 20,000 yuan a month, and her main job was to help him clean and do housework. It's nothing, go and have a rest. Su Mu sat on the sofa, glanced at his Filipino maid, waved at her and said, "Okay, master." The Filipino maid responded to Su Mu respectfully. It's master, not Cao Yi. Never mind, go back and practice your Mandarin. Su Mu also smiled bitterly. This was spoken in Mandarin and he was a little speechless. The Filipino maid went to rest, and Su Mu drank tea and listened to music, feeling quite relaxed. Are you home yet? Yen Ru sent a message to Su Mu, asking if he had arrived home. Well, I just got home, so I'll have some tea to relieve my fatigue. Su Mu had a pretty good impression of Yen Ru. If it were an ordinary girl, he would basically ignore her. However, he thinks Yen Ru is a good match for him, and if possible, it would be nice to have her as his girlfriend. You really know how to enjoy yourself. When Yen Ru heard Su Mu drinking tea to relieve fatigue, she smiled and sent a voice message. Of course not. Let me tell you, next time you come over I'll treat you to tea. This tea tastes really good. That's fine. I'll come visit you next time I have time. The tea that Su Mu bought was not ordinary tea. The annual output of the best quality Longjing tea is less than 10 kilograms. 1 ounce of this tea costs 100,000 yuan, and you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. If it wasn't for Qin Jianping introducing it to him, or if it was the president of Industrial and Commercial Bank of Haidu who introduced it to him, he wouldn't be able to buy this tea even if he had the money. He bought half a pound of tea in one go, which was enough for him to drink for 2 or 3 months. Su Mu is not the kind of person who particularly likes to drink tea, but when he feels a little tired, he will make some tea to relieve his fatigue. I chatted with Yen Ru for a while and it was already past midnight here. Let's see what good fish we can catch today. Although Su Mu has caught a lot of good things, he still gets a little excited every time he goes fishing. This feeling is the same as winning a lottery, the difference is that what Su Mu fishes out is more valuable. Open, leisure fishing, and the page is still the starry sky fishing ground. The fishing button returned to its normal color. Su Mu did not hesitate and directly pressed the fishing button. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for catching the calligraphy and painting skills. Click to learn and you can learn it immediately. Grandmaster level skills. Excellent in both calligraphy and painting. Su Mu was also slightly stunned. Awesome. Su Mu directly clicked to study, and he instantly felt that there were a lot more things in his brain. With my good looks, coupled with my outstanding calligraphy and painting skills, I can truly be described as a man as beautiful as jade, and a young master unrivaled in the world. Su Mu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and teased himself softly. Compared to things like luxury cars, luxury houses, and cash deposits, Su Mu cares more about things like skills. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Once you have acquired a skill, it becomes an intangible asset. Master of both calligraphy and painting, skills at the master level. Think about it, in the past 5,000 years of the Xia kingdom, how many people can be called masters? If any of their calligraphy and paintings were to be auctioned now, a few 100 million or even tens of millions would be the low price. A word is worth 1,000 gold, and this is no joke. Sumu must have been very satisfied. He stood up from the sofa, stretched, and went to the bedroom to sleep. The next day, Sunday, Sumu also slept until noon. The Filipino maid's cooking skills were pretty good, and Sumu felt that his money was well spent. Spending 20,000 yuan a month to hire a Filipino maid to take care of your life is quite good. Sumu, what are you going to do this afternoon? Sumu had just finished his meal when Yenru sent him a message. I don't have any plans for the afternoon. What's the matter? What could happen to Sumu? Since he doesn't have class today, the most he can do is play games at home. There's a calligraphy and painting exhibition at the cultural center today. How about it? Are you interested in going to take a look? Yenru sent a voice message. A calligraphy and painting exhibition? Sumu was also stunned for a moment. He had just acquired the skills of calligraphy and painting while fishing last night, and today, Yenru directly invited him to go to a calligraphy and painting exhibition? Yes. In addition to the works of ancient and modern masters from China and abroad, there are also many calligraphy and painting masters from Haidu over there. Yenru has been learning music, chess, calligraphy and painting since she was young, which is why she is the most elegant campus beauty in Haidu University. Her temperament is not fake, but something she has developed since childhood. You can go and take a look. Sumu thought that since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he might as well go over and take a look. Sumu was not a person who cared about art. In fact, before this, he had never had any formal contact with calligraphy and painting. However, Sumu, who possesses the dual skills of calligraphy and painting, is now at a very high level in calligraphy and painting. On the one hand, he had nothing to do in the afternoon, and on the other hand, since it was Yenru who made the appointment, he accepted it directly. Okay, wait for me at the school gate at 2 o'clock. Seeing that Sumu agreed, Yenru also made an appointment with him directly. Yeah, okay. After Sumu finished his meal, he also lay down on the sofa. The Filipino maid made him a cup of coffee and prepared some desserts and fruits. It's so comfortable. Sumu sighed and also checked the information of domestic calligraphy and painting masters on the internet. But to be honest, it's not that Sumu is arrogant, he just thinks that the works of the current domestic calligraphy and painting masters actually look just so-so. They are a little better than ordinary people, but if they are really called great people, in fact they are not qualified. As for metaphysics, these people only know one side of the story. Sumu was indeed a little disappointed, but it was also true that if it was really that easy to become a master of calligraphy and painting, there wouldn't be only a few masters in the Xia kingdom over thousands of years. Sumu thought so and smiled bitterly. If I could show my current level to others, I would at least be called a master, right? After a short rest, Sumu had an appointment with Yenru at 2 o'clock, so he asked the Filipino maid to wake him up at 1:40. Sayi, I'm in trouble. The Filipino maid knocked on the door. Although her Chinese was very awkward, her voice was quite sweet. It's master. Sumu also shook his head and looked at his Filipino maid and said, practice your Mandarin well at home this afternoon. If I hear you call me Sayi again, I will punish you when I come back. The Filipino maid Nana was scolded in a low voice by Sumu. She also lowered her head, her face a little pale, and nodded vigorously. Okay, get busy. Sumu gave a helpless smile, then went out directly and drove his Lamborghini Venom to the school gate to wait for Yenru. Chapter 42. Yenru invites Sumu to see a calligraphy and painting exhibition. Is Sumu just trying to be pretentious? Today is Sunday and there are still many people at the school gate. As Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno drove over, it attracted everyone's attention. Damn it, Sumu, this second-generation rich kid, is really something that people envy. I heard that goddess Yenru went to watch the game with Sumu yesterday. It was so cool. What do you know? In our eyes, Yenru is indeed a goddess, but in Sumu's eyes, she might just be a plaything. Indeed, the poor man's goddess is the rich man's sperm basin. Fuck. Sumu has become quite popular in Haidu University these days. After all, he drives a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth hundreds of millions, which is really not something that an ordinary rich second generation can compare to. Whether you can afford this kind of top-level supercar is one thing, and whether you can buy it is another. For example, the Lamborghini Veneno is limited to only 9 units in the world. Someone once offered 120 million on the black market, but it is impossible to buy it. For example, Chinfan had discussed with Sumu before and was willing to pay 200 million yuan to buy Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno. But Sumu himself hasn't had enough fun yet, so how could he sell it to Chinfan? Yan Ru was driven here by the housekeeper. Few people in the school knew that Yan Ru was actually a wealthy girl worth billions, because Yan Ru had been quite low-key before. However, many people now slander her as a gold digger or something like that. Although Yan Ru didn't say anything, she taught everyone a lesson with reality. When the limited edition Rolls-Royce Phantom drove over, it also attracted a lot of people's attention. What the hell? Is there going to be another super rich kid in our school? Rolls-Royce Phantom, the price of this car must be tens of millions, right? Not only that, this one looks like a limited edition, it's probably worth at least 20 or 30 million, right? 20 or 30 million. Holy shit. This is definitely the equipment of a top second-generation rich man. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped steadily on the side of the road, and the butler got out of the car to help Yan Ru open the door. The butler looked to be around 50 or 60 years old, but his temperament did not show that he was an ordinary person. He bent over with a very respectful attitude. Holding the car door with his right hand, he made a pleased gesture with his left hand. "Miss, we're here." Yan Ru nodded, put down the magazine in her hand, and slowly walked out of the car. When Yan Ru got out of the car, everyone was stunned. What the hell? It's actually Goddess Yan Ru? Goddess Yan Ru is actually also a rich second generation? No wonder Sumu, who pointed at Shui Wei's nose and told her to get out of the car, could chat and laugh with Yan Ru. It turns out that Goddess Yan Ru is also a top-notch rich girl. They are a perfect match, a golden boy and a beautiful girl. Sumu was not surprised by Yan Ru's family background. After all, Yan Ru had told him before that she had met him in her own 5-star hotel. Sumu was just a little curious as to why Yan Ru no longer wanted to hide her family background. Yan Ru tied her hair into a bun today and wore a purple dress, looking quite elegant. She walked straight towards Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, and Sumu helped her open the scissor door of the passenger seat. "You look so beautiful today." "Thanks." Yan Ru bent down and got into the car. From the Rolls-Royce Phantom to the Lamborghini Veneno. Yan Ru's revelation of her identity immediately ignited the gossip minds of all students in the school. Fuck. That's awesome. I told you, how can Shui Wei compare to Goddess Yan Ru? Goddess Yan Ru doesn't even need to marry into a wealthy family, she's a wealthy lady herself. The dog who slandered Goddess Yan Ru, come out and get beaten. Although Goddess Yan Ru has fallen in love with that bastard rich second-generation Sumu, I still have to say that the goddess cannot be slandered. When Shui Wei learned that Yan Ru was actually a rich girl, her face froze. To be honest, she must have been holding a grudge when Sumu pointed at her nose and told her to get out yesterday. But she certainly didn't dare to say anything against Sumu. Later, when Shui Wei found out that Yan Ru sat in Sumu's passenger seat and went to watch the game with Sumu, she immediately started to hate Yan Ru. She was unwilling to accept this. Why should Yan Ru always be more popular than her even though they were both school belle? Not daring to target Sumu, she also directed her spearhead directly at Yan Ru. Most of the posts in the school forum that slandered Yan Ru were created by Shui Wei. For example, they slandered Yan Ru as a gold digger, a fake noble woman, etc. Anyway, Shui Wei's words were as unpleasant as they could be. Although Yan Ru has many supporters, Yan Ru got into Sumu's luxury car yesterday after all. Some people lost their rationality and chose to follow suit and slander Yan Ru. However, no one expected that Yan Ru, who had remained silent all this time, would slap those who slandered her in this way. In the car. By the way, how come you revealed your true feelings? Sumu was still very curious about what Yan Ru was thinking. Some people are shameless, and I can't give them a good slap in the face? Yan Ru smiled slightly, besides, I am far behind you. Hearing Yan Ru say this, Sumu just smiled and didn't explain anything. By the way, what made you want to go to the calligraphy and painting exhibition? Sumu was also very curious. After all, young people nowadays are not interested in things like calligraphy and painting. I started learning calligraphy and painting when I was young. On the one hand, it was the requirement of my family elders, and on the other hand, I also liked it very much. Yan Ru looked at Sumu and said with a smile. Oh. When Sumu heard Yan Ru say this, he nodded without comment. Indeed, for a rich girl like Yan Ru, her family will focus on cultivating her personal qualities since childhood. Therefore, children from wealthy families are generally not what ordinary people think. As for those arrogant and boastful rich second generations, they usually come from nouveau riche families. If the quality of the elders in the family is not high, how high can the quality of the next generation be? However, a family like Yen Ru should be one of those aristocratic families with a bit of background, and the elders in the family usually have higher requirements for their descendants. Haidu City Cultural Center is located on the outer ring of Haidu City. Although it is a bit remote, Haidu is the domestic economic capital after all, and it is also one of the top cities in the world, so transportation is quite convenient. The calligraphy and painting exhibition held at Haidu Cultural Center today was organized by the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association. Firstly, it is to promote the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association, and secondly, it is also a platform for Haidu calligraphy and painting enthusiasts to exchange experiences. Of course, when men of letters and poets get together, they just flatter each other, and that's all. If Yen Ru hadn't asked him to come over, Sumu really wouldn't have come here. Of course, in addition to the members of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, many wealthy people also came here today. Since ancient times, it has been normal and nothing strange for businessmen to pretend to be cultured. Chapter 43, with all due respect, this peony painting is bullshit. However, Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno is indeed very conspicuous. There are quite a few luxury cars parked in the parking lot, such as BMW and Mercedes-Benz. There are also quite a few Bentleys and Rolls-Royces. However, as soon as the Lamborghini Veneno drove over, it instantly killed all the luxury cars in the parking lot. Whose young master is this? Is this a Lamborghini Veneno? Those who drive this kind of car are all young people. Who among these young people likes calligraphy and painting? They are just showing off their wealth. Not really. There are many masterpieces in today's calligraphy and painting exhibition. Maybe they came here for those antiques, calligraphy and paintings. Sumu parked the car, and many people around him secretly glanced at Sumu. When Sumu and Yen Ru got out of the car, many people were stunned. Isn't that girl the daughter of the old Yin family? Oh, it's true. I've never seen the boy next to her before. Whose family is he from? Does he look familiar to you? I don't know him, I've never seen him. He drove a Lamborghini Veneno. Logically, he should be a top rich second generation, right? But he doesn't look familiar. The circle of wealthy people in Haidu is so small that many people know Yen Ru. However, no one really knew Sumu. It doesn't matter if you don't know him. After all, he came here in a Lamborghini. He is definitely someone you cannot offend. It was quite lively inside the cultural center. Today is Sunday, and there are a lot of people coming here. There are also many ordinary people who, although they have not achieved much in calligraphy and painting, are also calligraphy and painting enthusiasts. Today's exhibition is indeed a feast for their eyes. Ruru, you're here. A young man wearing glasses and looking gentle was very excited when he saw Yen Ru coming over and walked up to Yen Ru and greeted her. Guoming, I'm not familiar with you, you should just call me Yen Ru. Yen Ru frowned, especially since Sumu was right next to her. She really didn't want Sumu to misunderstand that there was something going on between her and Guoming. Guoming, vice president of Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association, is 36 years old this year and has achieved some success in calligraphy and painting. Last year, one of his calligraphy and paintings could be sold for around 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, and now his worth is around tens of millions. Yen Ru could be considered his junior sister, because Lu Chuanchua, the former president of the Haidu Calligraphy and Painting Association, was his and Yen Ru's teacher, but they were not from the same period. But no matter what, they were from the same master. At the beginning, Yen Ru was quite polite to Guoming. After all, she felt that he was older than her and had learned calligraphy and painting from his teacher Lu Chuanchua when he was very young. Yen Ru still respected him. Every time she saw Guoming, Yen Ru would call him senior brother Gua. But later Guoming misunderstood. He thought Yen Ru might be interested in him, so he happily expressed his feelings to Yen Ru. Yen Ru was frightened at the time, and told Guoming with a smile that it was impossible for her to be with him. After all, Yen Ru is only 20 years old this year, and Guoming is 16 years older than her. Yen Ru's family background is there. What does she want from Guoming? Is he old? However, Guoming made full use of his skills of pestering Yen Ru, sending her messages from time to time and buying her gifts. However, Yen Ru later blocked Guoming directly. As for the gifts he bought, Yen Ru returned them all intact. When coming here today, Yen Ru knew that she might meet Guoming. After all, he is now the vice president of Haido Calligraphy and Painting Association. Today's calligraphy and painting exhibition is organized by Haido Calligraphy and Painting Association. As a vice president, he will definitely come. But Yenru didn't expect to meet him so soon. Who is this? Guoming also noticed Sumu beside Yenru. After all, Sumu was young, handsome, and stood relatively close to Yenru. Guoming frowned, and a nameless anger rose in his heart unconsciously. Although Guoming has achieved some success in calligraphy and painting, many people think he is not that good. Indeed, Guoming is a stingy and miserly person, and most importantly, he has always been narrow-minded. Guoming always thought that Yenru was his, so when he saw Sumu standing next to Yenru and the two of them walked in talking and laughing, his face fell. Yenru also noticed the change in Guoming's expression. But she just laughed, and directly put her arm around Sumu's arm, leaning on Sumu's arm. "Let me introduce you, Sumu, my boyfriend." When Yenru talked about her boyfriend, her tone became noticeably heavier. Hearing Yenru say this, the muscles on Guoming's face twitched twice. He looked at Sumu and couldn't help but frown. Sumu is nearly 1.85 meters tall and his figure is much better than those fitness coaches. As for appearance, needless to say, it is more than enough to crush those young handsome guys in the entertainment industry. Not to mention, Sumu is about the same age as Yenru. When the two of them stand together, ordinary people would definitely sigh that they are a perfect match. However, Guoming was a little angry. He has liked Yenru for many years and has always regarded Yenru as his woman. Now that Sumu suddenly appears, he directly hates Sumu. Oh. Brother Sumu came here today. I guess he is also someone who likes calligraphy and painting, right? Guoming looked at Sumu with a forced smile on his face and said. He knows these young people too well. They are all extremely impetuous. Do they like calligraphy and painting? Let's talk some bullshit. He dared to bet that Sumu probably didn't even know how to hold a brush. Sumu also saw something. Facing Guoming's provocation, Sumu smiled slightly. It's okay, I understand a little. Hearing Sumu say this, Guoming also frowned. Brother Su, how about you appreciate this painting? Guoming deliberately raised the volume of his voice. He said, pointing to a painting of peonies in front of him. After all, Guoming is the vice president of the Haido Calligraphy and Painting Association, and is considered a well-known figure in the calligraphy and painting circles. Many people looked over here, and in less than a while, more than a dozen calligraphy and painting enthusiasts gathered here. Sumu also frowned, thinking to himself that Guoming obviously wanted to embarrass me. In front of so many people, if he couldn't say anything or said something irrelevant, Guoming would probably humiliate himself. Okay, let me see. The corners of Sumu's mouth rose slightly, and he turned to look at the peony painting that Guoming was talking about. But Sumu only took a look, then turned around and said, I've finished reading it. What do you think, Brother Su? Guoming saw Sumu and just glanced at him casually, thinking to himself that he had guessed it right. This Sumu was simply incomprehensible. You really want me to tell you? Sumu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Guoming and asked softly. Tell me about it. Guoming also wanted to see what Sumu could come up with. This peony painting was painted by his teacher Lu Chuanshu when he was 60 years old. If it were put up for auction now, it would definitely not be sold for less than 3 million. If you ask me, this painting of the peony is crap. Sumu laughed. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present heard it. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The same goes for Yenru. As Lu Chuanshu's apprentice, how could she not know that this was her teacher's masterpiece? Moreover, many wealthy people had offered more than 2 million yuan for this peony painting before, but his teacher refused to sell it. Firstly, Lu Chuanshua felt that this peony painting was one of his few masterpieces and wanted to keep it for his own collection. Secondly, if it really wanted to be sold, a price lower than 3 million would be an insult to Lu Chuanshua. Ha, you're not very old, but you have such a big mouth, don't you? The voice sounded somewhat vicissitudes of life, and everyone who heard it couldn't help but look back. Hello, everyone, Lu. Master Lu. Everyone looked at the old man, all bowed and called out Mr. Lu politely. Yenru's face also looked quite embarrassed. She couldn't help but think in her heart, it's over, why did the teacher come today? Teacher, Sumu said that unintentionally. He actually doesn't understand calligraphy or painting at all. Yenru also knew how powerful her teacher Lu Chuanshua was, so she didn't want to see Sumu offend her teacher. However, Sumu frowned and said, You are wrong. Ambition does not come at an advanced age. As for calligraphy and painting skills, it does not mean that I know nothing just because I am young. Is this peony painting yours?
Please forgive me for being blunt, but this peony painting is really bullshit. Yenru helped Sumu find a way out, but Sumu just confronted her.
Chapter 44, Peony, that's not how you paint it. Sumu's painting skills amaze the audience.
Peony, with its broad flower shape, is known as the king of flowers, symbolizing perfection, affection, wealth, and elegance. The peony painting in front of you looks indeed elegant and stunning at first glance. But in the eyes of real experts, this peony painting is really nonsense.
You are still so young, yet you are still talking nonsense. I think you are just pretending to be knowledgeable. Junior Sister Yan, I think this boyfriend you found is really, hee.
Sumu's words were exactly what Guoming wanted.
Lu Chuanshu was present at this time, and he took this opportunity to humiliate Sumu.
Yenru was also a little confused, but she still knew Sumu a little.
But this is the teacher's peony painting after all, a work praised by all domestic calligraphy and painting masters. How come it becomes nonsense when it comes to Sumu? Young people nowadays are really arrogant. Do you know who created this? This is Mr. Lu's beloved masterpiece. You still don't understand shit?
I think you, a young man, are the one who doesn't understand shit.
Whose child are you from? Why are you so ignorant? How can someone like you understand Mr. Lu's masterpiece? Everyone followed suit and blamed Sumu.
When Guoming saw everyone blaming Sumu, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and a hint of excitement after success appeared on his face.
What a brat! He's barely grown out yet you dare snatch a woman from me? You don't know how to behave in society. But this is a good opportunity for Yenru to see his true colors.
Guoming thought so in his heart, but Sumu did not change his mind because of the accusations from the people around him. Peony, the king of flowers, is elegant and graceful, and everyone knows it.
Sumu looked at the peony painting and said, but a real peony must highlight the vulgar taste. Sumu laughed. Chinese people love peonies because peonies are the flower of wealth and honor. Great wealth and honor will inevitably have a bit of vulgarity.
This painting of peony is too graceful and lacks some rougeur, and it is too majestic but lacks some vulgarity, so I said that this painting of peony is bullshit, isn't it right? Sumu's voice is powerful and clear.
Everyone was also stunned after hearing this.
But even so, this peony painting is, after all, the work of Mr. Lu Chuanshua.
How could it be the nonsense that Sumu mentioned? You are just nitpicking. No one appreciates a painting the way you do. Appreciate? How can a young boy like him appreciate it? Anyway, I think that Mr. Lu's painting of peony is really great. Yeah, you're here to cause trouble, right? If you can do it, then draw it.
You have high expectations but poor skills.
Do you really think you are a master of appreciation?
After all, Lu Chuanshu was nearby, and everyone was flattering him. But no one noticed that after Sumu finished talking about the shortcomings of this peony painting, Lu Chuanshua fell silent.
Really? Others can't see it because most people are just pretending to be cultured.
As one of the few masters of Chinese painting in the country, it is natural for him to understand it. When he finished painting this peony, he felt that there were some flaws, but he couldn't tell where the flaws were. But now that Sumu said it, he suddenly understood something. It is indeed as Sumu said, his peony painting is elegant and beautiful, but it lacks a bit of vulgarity.
The disciple is better than the master. Lu Chuanshu raised his head, looked at Sumu and couldn't help but praise him. I haven't asked for your name yet, little brother? Lu Chuanshu suddenly spoke, and from the look of his voice, not only was he not angry, but he actually agreed with Sumu's statement. Sumu. Sumu looked at Lu Chuanshua and said something in a neither humble nor arrogant manner.
Brother Sumu has such a unique vision, I'm sure he must have his own ideas about painting peonies.
Lu Chuanshu smiled slightly. Why don't you draw a picture of peonies on the spot to open our eyes?
Although Lu Chuanshua was not angry, it was impossible for him to be friendly to Sumu since Sumu said his work was nonsense in front of so many people.
Intellectuals have looked down on each other since ancient times.
Although Sumu pointed out the shortcomings of his peony painting right away, it was only a minor flaw after all.
The entire peony painting would not become what Sumu called nonsense, right?
After all, Lu Chuanshu was a master of Chinese painting, especially his peony paintings, which are praised by everyone.
Sumu actually said that his peony painting was crap, which really slapped him in the face.
So he also wanted Sumu to paint on the spot. If Sumu couldn't paint, or refused to paint, then today's incident would be publicized as a calligraphy and painting exhibition, where a young boy actually accused the master of Chinese painting of painting crap, which was really arrogant.
As for whether Sumu can paint a peony? He. Lu Chuanchua also didn't believe what kind of work Sumu could produce at his age. How old is he? 20 years old, I guess? Even if he started learning to paint in his mother's womb, it has only been 20 years. Lu Chuanchu started learning to paint peonies at the age of 8. He is already 68 years old this year. 60 years of immersive practice. It can't be that it's not as good as Sumu's painting, right? You want me to draw? Sumu frowned slightly, looked at Lu Chuanchua and asked softly. Yes. Since Brother Sumu has unique insights, I believe his paintings of peonies must be very good, right? What Lu Chuanchu said sounded a bit like flattery. If Sumu couldn't draw, or his drawing was average, those people at the scene would probably drown him with their saliva, right? Okay. I'll draw it.
Sumu raised the corner of his mouth, smiled slightly, and agreed directly.
How could he not understand Lu Chuanchu's intention? This old fox is obviously trying to flatter him to death. In this case, if you don't want to save face, then I will show you what it means to be a master of both calligraphy and painting. Sumu opened his mouth and responded. But the people around were all unhappy. You are so arrogant. Mr. Lu is being modest to you, but you really take yourself so seriously? I want to see what kind of masterpiece you can draw. I'm afraid it's not just some ghost painting, right? What kind of masterpiece can a 20-year-old boy paint? It's just a show to attract attention.
Yen Ru was standing next to Sumu, her face also full of worry.
She felt a little regretful.
If she had known earlier, she would not have brought Sumu here. She is well aware of the power of her teacher Lu Chuanchu, a domestic master of traditional Chinese painting.
Although she didn't know Sumu's family background, she thought that if Sumu offended the Lu family, it would definitely bring a lot of unnecessary trouble, right?
Guoming also saw his teacher's intention, and now he became even more proud.
You really know how to attract attention. I wonder how you can pretend in a while. Guoming couldn't help but think so in his heart. It was Sumu, however, who walked slowly to the desk next to him. He picked up a brush at random, dipped it directly into the paint, and with a wave of his hand, the tip of the brush flipped on the paper. The people around were stunned when they saw Sumu splashing around. That's it? You still have the nerve to say that Mr. Lu's peony paintings are shit?
Sumu's painting was very casual.
The peony on the paper, how can I put it, doesn't it look like a peony at all? A bunch of black ink balls? What kind of peony is this? It's really vulgar. It's vulgar, but is this really a peony? That's it? I wouldn't even take it if you gave me 100,000. I apologize.
I was just questioning whether Mr. Lu's work really had flaws until I saw his peony.
It really made me laugh to death. Yen Ru was standing next to Sumu.
She looked at the painting that Sumu had drawn. To be honest, she couldn't bear to look at it anymore.
The teacher's peony at least looks like a peony, graceful and majestic. What is this that Sumu drew? A bunch of black ink balls? Sumu didn't care what everyone said. He kept writing for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
From the time Sumu picked up the paintbrush to the time he stopped to stretch, it took him less than 10 minutes.
Yen Ru, give me a sip of mineral water.
Sumu looked at Yen Ru and smiled softly. Yen Ru was stunned for a moment and handed the mineral water in her hand to Sumu. Sumu took a big sip of mineral water, and then under everyone's gaze, he sprayed it directly at the entire peony painting he had just drawn.
Hiss. You. Guoming couldn't wait to jump out and blame Sumu.
But before he could open his mouth to speak, everyone around him started to get agitated.
Yen Ru was also staring at the peony painting drawn by Sumu. The next second, she felt completely dumbfounded. How is that possible? Guoming was also dumbfounded.
Everyone present, including Lu Chuanchua, who was known as a master of Chinese painting, was stunned. What were just clumps of black ink had now all turned into buds about to bloom. Then, under everyone's gaze, colorful and elegant peonies blossomed one after another.
Elegant and luxurious. The atmosphere is magnificent. But it's still tacky. What is even more amazing is the painting technique, which is simply divine. Grandmaster. Lu Chuanchu's eyes were focused. He had never imagined that Sumu,
who was still in his 20s, had already achieved the master level in Chinese painting. Some people say that even if I give him 100,000 yuan, he won't accept my words.
Yen Ru, then I will give it to you. Sumu looked at Yen Ru, smiled slightly, and said softly. Ah? You sent me one? An excited smile instantly appeared on Yen Ru's face.
If this peony painting were put up for auction, the starting price would be at least tens of millions.
Even more than that. Well, I'll give it to you. After all, it's not worth much.
When Sumu said this, the ears of the people around him all turned red.
Damn, if the masterpiece of a master of Chinese painting like you is not valuable, then what paintings are valuable? Chapter 45. Are you an expert in both calligraphy and painting? Sumu was very free and easy. He walked straight out the door. Nothing to see. What good works can a group of people who are just pretending to be cultured produce? Even Lu Chuanchu's works were just crap in Sumu's eyes, and as for other people's works, they were worthless. Guoming was completely dumbfounded. He pinched his thigh with his hand in disbelief and frowned instantly. This is impossible. How old is he? Grandmaster level? Teacher, you are not seeing things, are you? Guoming looked at Lu Chuanchu and asked softly. Did I see it wrong? How could I see it wrong? Besides, only a master can make the ink condense without dispersing, and only a master can have such a miraculous painting technique. Didn't you see it? Lu Chuanchu also snorted coldly and scolded Guoming. Yen Ru saw that Sumu had already walked to the door, so she rolled up the peony painting and prepared to leave. There were a few wealthy people nearby who also stopped behind Yen Ru. I'll offer 1 million for this painting. I want it. 1 million, you dare to say that? Miss Yen, I'm willing to pay 3 million, how about you sell this painting to me? You want to buy a master's painting for 3 million? You are dreaming. I will offer 8 million, Miss Yen, why don't you sell the painting to me? Just now everyone was blaming Sumu, but now, they are all scrambling to buy the peony painting in Yen Ru's hand. I'm sorry, I won't sell it no matter how much money you offer. Yen Ru looked at everyone and smiled, then chased after them with the scroll in her hand. Sumu really surprised her. The realm of Grandmaster. Even Lu Chuanchua, who is known as a master of Chinese painting, has not reached the level of a Grandmaster. How old is Sumu? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she really wouldn't have believed that Sumu's achievements in Chinese painting were so high. Talent is indeed something that cannot be envied. Why are you coming out too? Are you angry? Yen Ru did not respond to Sumu, but instead looked at Sumu and asked a question. Angry? They won't make me angry, will they? Sumu laughed, it's just that we have different ideals and cannot work together. After Sumu said this, Yen Ru nodded. Most of the people who came here today were vulgar people who pretended to be cultured. After all, Sumu looked down upon them. I didn't expect you to draw so beautifully. Yen Ru looked at Sumu excitedly, but speaking of it, your painting skills are really amazing. How did you do it? At first, I saw Sumu pick up the pen and start painting directly on the paper, and to be honest, the painting was not even as good as that of her neighbor's child. But when Sumu finished the painting and sprayed water on it, she was shocked. The peony flowers are in bloom, vividly depicted on the paper. It's amazing. Concentrated but not dispersed, the realm here is very high, you won't understand even if I tell you. Sumu smiled slightly and spoke softly to Yen Ru. Although Sumu was gone, everyone in the Haido Calligraphy and Painting Association was shocked. The Calligraphy and Painting Association of Haidu City has always been surpassed by the Calligraphy and Painting Association of the imperial capital. The reason is that their Haidu city has never produced a master of calligraphy and painting. In the imperial capital, there is the calligraphy master Yen Shua. There is the Chinese painting master Qi Xinhai. With these two masters in charge, the Imperial Capital Calligraphy and Painting Association is undoubtedly the leading organization in the country. However, the Haido Calligraphy and Painting Association has been developing very well over the years. After being the second for so many years, the Haido Calligraphy and Painting Association has naturally been coveting the position of the leader. If Sumu can become the president of our Calligraphy and Painting Association, maybe our Haido Calligraphy Association will surpass the Imperial Capital Calligraphy and Painting Association in a few years. Yes. He is too young. A master of Chinese painting at the age of 20. His future achievements are immeasurable. But I don't think Sumu will become our president. He is young and promising, and very arrogant.
Many people were discussing Su Mu in private. After all, Su Mu's skills had astonished everyone today and he became famous with just one painting. Su Mu naturally didn't know what those people in the Haido Calligraphy and Painting Association were thinking, but even if they really invited Su Mu to be their president, Su Mu would not agree. If he had that much time, Su Mu might as well stay at home and enjoy life. Yenru sat in the passenger seat and secretly glanced at Su Mu's profile out of the corner of her eye. How much is he hiding? After 1 year in college, no one knew that he was a top rich second generation. His net worth alone must be tens of billions, right? But he is still a master of Chinese painting after all. Yenru knew what this meant. The future achievements are immeasurable. Just like her teacher Lu Chuanxua, although he is only a master of traditional Chinese painting, his influence in the country can be said to be astonishingly great. You are such a good Chinese painter, so your calligraphy must be good too, right? Yenru looked at Su Mu with admiration and asked. Calligraphy? I only need to know a little bit. Su Mu was very humble. He couldn't tell Yenru that he was an expert in both calligraphy and painting, and that no one in the world could compare to him, right? Although it is not impossible to say so, Su Mu was not a fan of people who are high profile. You also said before that you know a little about painting. Yenru was thinking this, and suddenly she was stunned. She was frightened by her sudden thought. Could it be that Su Mu's calligraphy level has also reached the master level? Impossible, impossible. Human energy is limited. Since Su Mu is so good at painting, his calligraphy level must not be that of a master, right? Yenru directly rejected in her mind the idea that Su Mu was also a master of calligraphy. Indeed, since ancient times, there have been geniuses who are both good at calligraphy and painting, but they are extremely rare. Even the calligrapher Wang Shiji and the painter Tang Yin only achieved mastery in their own fields. Su Mu is only 20 years old today, right? The fact that he could become a master of Chinese painting already shows his great talent. If he is also a master of calligraphy, then God is really too unfair, right? But Su Mu also smiled slightly. You really got it right, I am an expert in both calligraphy and painting, hee hee. After Su Mu finished speaking, Yenru was also stunned for a moment. Is this true? Why can't I believe it? Yenru really didn't believe that Su Mu could be both an expert in calligraphy and painting. After all, he was only 20 years old. How is it possible to achieve master-level achievements in both calligraphy and Chinese painting? I lied to you. Su Mu smiled and spoke softly to Yenru. I didn't see much of the art exhibition here. As it was still early, Yenru invited Su Mu to have afternoon tea. After all, Su Mu gave her a priceless peony painting, so it was no big deal for Yenru to invite Su Mu for afternoon tea. Chapter 46, The Master's work amazed Yenru's father. After having afternoon tea, Yenru received a phone call and left early. Su Mu also drove his supercar straight home. The Filipino maid Nana had been concentrating on practicing her Mandarin the whole afternoon. When she saw Su Mu coming back, she bowed respectfully to him and said, Master. Su Mu also stared at her and said, not bad, keep working hard, and go make me a pot of tea. Okay, Master. The Filipino maid Nana has been working hard to practice Mandarin this afternoon. Her efforts have not been in vain. At least she has stopped saying saw ye. Sitting on the sofa, Su Mu watched the live broadcast very comfortably. Also give some small gifts casually. Although Su Mu is not short of money, he would not spend a lot of money as a host. Those who frequently spend large amounts of money in live broadcast rooms are usually agents of the union, whose purpose is to attract rewards from truly wealthy people. Su Mu is not the type to seek the pleasure of being a wealthy person through live streaming. He has always felt that giving these anchors tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of tips is a sign of stupidity. Or, the motives are impure. Of course, if Su Mu meets a pretty good anchor, it wouldn't be a big deal to send him a rocket occasionally. After all, a rocket only costs 1,000 yuan, which is a drop in the bucket for Su Mu. Yenru received a call from her father Yenyu. Yenyu also knew that Yenru took Su Mu to the calligraphy and painting exhibition this afternoon. Yenyu also secretly investigated Su Mu's information behind the scenes, but when he saw Su Mu's information, he was also stunned. He was just an ordinary person a week ago, but now, Su Mu seemed like a different person. He owns a Koenigsegg One and a Lamborghini Veneno, and is worth at least several billion. Who exactly is this Su Mu? Yenyu was also curious about Su Mu's identity. Not long ago, someone told him that Yenru brought a young man to a calligraphy and painting exhibition, and that young man turned out to be a master of Chinese painting. This really shocked Yen Yu. He knew that Yen Ru went to the calligraphy and painting exhibition with Su Mu in the afternoon, so Su Mu, who was only 20 years old, was actually a master of Chinese painting? How is this possible? Yen Yu really couldn't sit still anymore. It would be fine if Su Mu was just rich, but the Yen family owns 30 or 45-star hotels around the world, with assets worth at least billions. When it comes to money, if there is too much of it, it is just a number. Millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions may make some difference. But once it exceeds 2 billion, no matter how many more there are, it doesn't really make much sense. Right, a little, Yen Yu is still very cheerful. But it's different because Su Mu is actually a master of Chinese painting. No matter how much money you have, you can't buy skills, let alone master skills. Who in the circle doesn't know what kind of power a master of Chinese painting represents? Let us not talk about anything else, let us just talk about Lu Chuanchua from Haidu City. Although he has not yet reached the Grandmaster level, his energy is also astonishingly great. When Yen Ru returned home, Yen Yu hurriedly came to greet her. Is this the peony painting in your hand that Su Mu gave you? Dad, you know everything? Nonsense, many of the people who went there today are my friends. Yen Yu was also a calligraphy and painting enthusiast. He would write and paint when he had nothing to do. But of course there is no comparison between amateurs and professionals. Yen Yu couldn't wait to open the scroll in Yen Ru's hand. A graceful and elegant painting of peony also catches the eye directly. Perfect. Yen Yu couldn't help but sigh, it's indeed worthy of being a master's work. This peony painting is elegant and luxurious without losing its vulgarity. It is indeed a better work than Master Lu's peony painting. Chapter 47. Someone is causing trouble at school. Zhu Yuan wants to learn Chinese martial arts and fight in a ring? Yen Yu can be considered a collector with a keen eye. One can see at a glance that Su Mu's peony painting is more lifelike than Lu Chuanchu's. It really is worthy of being a master's masterpiece. Yen Yu couldn't help but sigh as he stared at the peony painting. When are you going to bring your boyfriend back to meet me? Yen Yu looked at his daughter and suddenly said something. Ah? Yen Ru didn't react for a moment. Dad, what are you talking about? He's not my boyfriend yet. Yen Ru said this, but her face turned slightly red and she looked a little shy. Su Mu is such an outstanding young man. I would definitely be satisfied if he were my son-in-law. Yen Yu also said this jokingly. Although Yen Ru, who was standing aside, didn't say much, her face was flushed and her mind was filled with random thoughts. Su Mu was drinking tea, eating the freshly cut fruits brought by the Filipino maid, and watching the live broadcast happily. Third brother, a group of Koreans came to school. Wang Xinyu made a video call to Su Mu and shouted it out as soon as he opened his mouth. A bunch of sticks are coming? Su Mu also laughed and said. Yeah. The Taekwondo club invited people from South Korea, but those Koreans are really annoying. Wang Xinyu also curled his lips and said, Chinese martial arts are declining. Third brother, do you have any douyin? That Hunyuan Wuji sect leader Ma Bao claimed to be a Tai Chi master. What a bullshit master. He was knocked out 3 times by an amateur boxer in 30 seconds. Forehead. Su Mu was stunned for a moment. He had seen Ma Bao's video on TikTok before, but his way of attracting attention was basically treating people as fools. Isn't it normal for that kind of charlatan to be KO'd? Su Mu also laughed and said. But, those Koreans are now making a fuss about this matter. Wang Xinyu gritted his teeth and said angrily, these Dogecoin idiots are really good at causing trouble. When they saw the video of Ma Bao being KO'd, they openly said that Chinese martial arts are rubbish, and said that their Taekwondo club will set up a ring, and anyone who is a student of Haida University and knows Chinese martial arts can challenge them. Well, no wonder Wang Xinyu was so angry. These Koreans are really into Dogecoin. How hateful. I don't know Chinese martial arts. If I did, I would teach these sticks a lesson. Wang Xinyu also frowned and said with a wry smile, however, my second brother is going to challenge us tomorrow. The second brother wants to challenge? Su Mu was also stunned when he heard what Wang Xinyu said. Although Zhu Yuan has a good figure, it seems that he only has brute force, right? Although those Koreans don't have Dogecoin, since they dare to make such wild statements, maybe they have some skills? Yes, my second brother is watching videos and learning Chinese martial arts now. Phew. As Wang Xinyu spoke, he actually laughed. Yes, how could Xia country's martial arts be so easy to learn? What's more, in the prosperous times, Chinese martial arts gradually declined, and the country also defined Chinese martial arts as the art of strengthening the body.
For so many years, Chinese martial arts have always been pushed onto the stage as a performance. Over time, in the eyes of many people, Chinese martial arts have even become a performance art. But, you have to know, Chinese martial arts have never been a performance art. It is said that if you practice Tai Chi for 10 years without going out, you can kill someone by practicing Xingyi for a year. Chinese martial arts have always been a killing skill. In the past, martial arts competitions required the signing of a life and death agreement. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Martial arts competitions have always been a matter of determining who is superior and who is inferior, as well as deciding life and death. We're going to fight in the ring tomorrow? Sumu also joked with interest, why don't you study for a few more days before going?
Wang Xinyu turned on the external speaker, and Zhu Yuan, who was sitting in his seat watching the video, also heard what Sumu said.
No need, Lao San. Just use those sticks. I'll beat one for each one you throw at me.
I'll beat a pair for each one you throw at me.
Zhu Yuan also laughed and said. Okay then, what time tomorrow? I'll go over and take a look then.
Sumu was also afraid of something happening.
After all, fists and feet have no eyes.
Besides, since those Koreans dared to speak so arrogantly, they were obviously well prepared.
Chapter 48, Unrivaled in Chinese Martial Arts, proficient in both civil and military affairs. After hanging up the phone, Sumu played a few games with his brothers. Fuck, third brother, your prediction is too accurate, isn't it? How did you expect the other jungler to go this way? Intuition,
Sumu said with a pretentious smile. 9 ranked games were played in one night. Sumu carried all the games and even led his brothers to the diamond rank.
It's getting late, let's get off. Sumu said this and also quit the game.
After taking a shower and lying in bed, it was already past midnight.
See what good stuff we can catch.
Sumu directly clicked on leisure fishing, and the fishing button had turned from gray to bright again. There is one fishing opportunity every day, which will be refreshed after midnight. Sumu did not hesitate and directly pressed the fishing button.
Swing the rod and throw it out. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Wushu Wushwang skill. Click the learn button to learn it immediately. Fuck. Asking for wine and getting it, this is really too cool, right?
First he was an expert in calligraphy and painting, then he became unrivaled in Chinese martial arts. This is a man of both civil and military talents. What is more important is that this unparalleled Chinese martial art comes at the right time.
Now my safety is more guaranteed. Sumu clenched his fists and directly clicked the learning button.
Just like before, although I felt that my body was changing quietly.
Muscles become more flexible. But it's probably not as good as Emoli's, right? Sumu couldn't help but compare himself with Emoli.
Although he now possesses unparalleled Chinese martial arts, it is no problem for him to challenge an entire battalion of special forces alone.
However, Emoli is a biochemical guard and a warrior on the cosmic battlefield after all.
Sumu was also a little excited and tossed and turned in bed for a long time before falling asleep. The next day, Sumu got out of bed early in the morning. The Filipino maid Nana prepared breakfast for Sumu, including a glass of milk, an egg, and 2 slices of bread. After breakfast, Sumu walked towards the school. He didn't drive a Lamborghini over there. After all, it wouldn't be good to be too ostentatious. This side of the school. Today is the day for freshmen to choose their clubs, and the school playground is really lively. When Sumu was a freshman, he had to work a part-time job, so he didn't join any clubs. However, people like Zhu Yuan and Wang Xinyu have joined the school's martial arts club. However, compared to the Taekwondo club next door, there are really not many people in the Chinese martial arts club. One reason is that the Taekwondo club's uniforms look particularly cool, which is enough for today's college students.
Secondly, the Taekwondo Club of Haida University was established in cooperation with South Korea, and there are quite a few black belt Taekwondo masters in it.
On the other hand, the clothes of the martial arts club are not as cool as others.
And I also practice simple basic skills like horse stance every day.
Occasionally I would teach some moves, but everyone would laugh at my mediocre skills. The president of the National Martial Arts Society is Yuan Tai, a native of Haidu, and his family is considered a martial arts family. Yuan Tai learned martial arts since he was a child and had decent aptitude, but he looked rather thin and did not look like a master. The club is recruiting new members today, and the Chinese martial arts club originally planned to recruit at least 50 new members. However, it just so happened that Ma Bao, who claimed to be a Tai Chi master, was knocked out by an amateur boxer, and then many people who had originally intended to sign up for the Chinese martial arts club switched to signing up for Taekwondo.
Chapter 49, Is the Taekwondo club serious? To be honest, Chinese martial arts are indeed more difficult to learn than Taekwondo, Sanda, boxing, and the like.
But Chinese martial arts are killing skills, and each move is fierce and vicious.
It can be said that every move is aimed at killing.
If a martial artist fails to control himself well, it is common for him to kill someone. But the more difficult it is to get started, once you really learn it, the power will naturally be incomparable to Taekwondo and Sanda. The Taekwondo club has always been a large club in the school and is very popular among girls.
The Taekwondo club set up its tent right next to the National Martial Arts Club.
There were a lot of freshmen who signed up for the Taekwondo club. Comparing the enrollment situation of the National Martial Arts Club, it can be said to be quite heartbreaking. The club recruitment event was held in a tent set up in the square below the school library. There were nearly 20,000 new students in the school, and today the club recruitment event was also very lively with a large crowd of people.
I want to go to the martial arts club.
A girl with a ponytail, surrounded by several boys, also said something with a pout. Mumu, I think you should stop joining any martial arts clubs.
Have you watched Douyin?
The Tai Chi master Ma Bao, who is known as the head of Hunyuan Wuji, was knocked out by an amateur boxer. Yeah, what a crap martial arts, it's all garbage, just a bunch of idiot skills, it's only good enough to fool kids.
Yes. Mumu, let's go to the Taekwondo club.
I heard that the president of the Taekwondo club is a third-degree black belt. Yesterday I saw him jump 3 meters into the air, do a somersault and kick the wooden board to pieces.
It was so cool. Mumu is a freshman in the Department of Journalism and Media this year. Her name is Li Mumu.
She is beautiful, and her pair of bright big eyes are a standard feature of a school beauty. Although the school had just started, many boys had already surrounded her.
But Li Mumu looked down on them all.
She had loved watching martial arts movies since she was a child. She liked the kind of men who were as beautiful as jade and unparalleled in the world. Of course, the best one would be a young man who was both civil and military. The club is recruiting new members today, and Li Mumu is also preparing to join the National Martial Arts Club. However, after hearing what people around him said, Li Mumu was indeed a little hesitant. Chinese martial arts, it's indeed different from what she thought.
So, is Taekwondo really that powerful?
Li Mumu was still very naive. She blinked her eyes, looked at the people around her and asked a question.
Of course it's awesome.
It's much better than this crappy martial arts club. Among them was a boy with shifty eyes and spoke in a very unpleasant way. Next to him, Wang Xinyu was also helping to recruit new members for the martial arts club. He just happened to hear the sly-eyed boy commenting on the Chinese martial arts club.
He clenched his fist and spat fiercely, "Bah, what the hell, a bunch of bastards who worship foreigners and fawn on foreigners." But after all, it was a club recruiting new members, so there was no need for Wang Xinyu to get into trouble because of this kind of person. The Taekwondo club took great pains to set up a ring in the very center of the square. Fuck. That's too much.
Wang Xinyu watched the people from the Taekwondo club set up the ring, and he gritted his teeth and said,
I thought they were just joking, but they really meant it.
Zhu Yuan also clenched his fists. Damn it, this is too much, I'll go over and teach them a lesson. Brother, if you ask me, you should not cause any more trouble. You are more than capable of dealing with Zhang He, but the people in the Taekwondo club are not that simple.
Wang Xinyu was also afraid of something happening, so he pulled Zhu Yuan and talked. Besides, with the president here, I'm sure the people in the Taekwondo club won't have an easy time, right? I just can't get over this. How can this crappy Taekwondo be compared with our national martial arts? Zhu Yuan said somewhat unwillingly. Chapter 50. Alas, it seems I still have to take action.
Today our Taekwondo club has set up a ring here for the purpose of making friends through martial arts.
The president of the Taekwondo club is Gu Rongwei, who grew up in South Korea and is very good at Taekwondo.
Gu Rongwei, who is only 20 years old this year, is already a third-degree black belt master. In order to set up the arena today, he even invited all his senior brothers from South Korea to come.
You say you can make friends through martial arts, but isn't that just showing off?
In particular, his words and deeds contained hints of sarcasm towards Chinese martial arts.
Fuck it, I'm so pissed off. Zhu Yuan was also angry. He got angry when he saw Gu Rongwei, the dog coin who worshipped foreigners and fawned on them. What's more, why would you choose to be a licker of the Koreans when there are so many other people to lick their boots? What a bullshit taekwondo. If he knew Chinese martial arts, he would go up and slap Gu Rongwei in the face. On the stage, Gu Rongwei became even more arrogant. I'm not targeting anyone. I just want to say that, apart from the taekwondo club in our school, all the other clubs are just mediocre and fancy. They're not worth joining at all. As soon as these words were spoken, all the members of the Wushu club were stunned. Are you so arrogant? Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face? However, the taekwondo club was packed with people, and many freshmen who had just joined the club also looked at Gu Rongwei on the stage and applauded enthusiastically. Boss, how about I go up and test the waters? Zhu Yuan was a little impatient. He ignored Wang Sinyu's persuasion and walked up to Yuan Tai, the president of the National Martial Arts Society, and asked a question. All right. Yuan Tai also wanted to see the strength of the taekwondo club. As the president of the National Martial Arts Club, it was impossible for him to go there directly. If Zhu Yuan went in the front, it would be a good opportunity for him to see the situation. Okay. When Zhu Yuan heard Yuan Tai say it was okay, he walked towards the arena anxiously. Bullshit. Let me compare with you. Zhu Yuan was still very irritable. When he stood up at this moment, he instantly ignited the atmosphere at the scene. There is an arena, but what is the point if no one competes? Gu Rongwei looked at Zhu Yuan and smiled slightly. Please. He knew that Zhu Yuan was a reckless man who knew nothing about Chinese martial arts. His body looks scary, but Gu Rongwei is not Zheng He, and his third-degree black belt is definitely not the worthless third-degree black belt in China. This is the honor he earned through his own hard work step by step. When Zhu Yuan went on stage, Su Mu just happened to walk over. Third brother, you are here. Wang Xinyu also saw Su Mu coming and immediately went to meet him. I can't stop you, second brother. But this Dogecoin Gu Rongwei is really a piece of shit. It makes me angry just looking at him. It's okay, it's better to let the second brother suffer a loss. Su Mu smiled slightly, and he also glanced at Gu Rongwei on the stage. There was indeed something there. Although the second brother Zhu Yuan has a good physique, he is no match for Gu Rongwei if they really fight. But as long as I'm here, it's no big deal. Zhu Yuan has such a violent temper, he really needs someone to calm him down. It doesn't matter now at school, but if Zhu Yuan really goes out into society, he will not be able to handle this temper. On the stage, Zhu Yuan and Gu Rongwei looked at each other. In the audience, the people watching the excitement were not afraid of the trouble and shouted, "Fight! Fight quickly! Big guy, you are no match for me." Gu Rongwei looked at Zhu Yuan and laughed. Who are you calling a big guy? You won't know if I'm your match until we fight. I'm going to beat you so hard today that even your mother won't recognize you. Zhu Yuan also responded in a cold voice. Court death. Gu Rongwei was also angered by Zhu Yuan and kicked him directly. Zhu Yuan was an amateur after all, so he couldn't resist at all. He was kicked 5 or 6 times in a row by Gu Rongwei, and he looked a little flustered. Below the stage, those from the Taekwondo club also started to make a noise. That's all? I thought you were so awesome? With your mediocre skills, how can you challenge our president? Go down, don't embarrass yourself. That's it, garbage, get off now. Luckily I didn't choose the Chinese martial arts club, otherwise I would really regret it. Yeah. Many girls sighed when they saw Zhu Yuan being beaten without any ability to fight back. In the Chinese martial arts club, several new members who had already signed up were clamoring to quit the club. Gu Rongwei's attack was very harsh and he showed no mercy at all. If Zhu Yuan hadn't been physically strong enough to withstand blows, he would have probably been beaten down. Even so, Zhu Yuan's body was covered with bruises. Zhu Yuan was somewhat unwilling and ran towards Gu Rongwei. However, Gu Rongwei also kicked Zhu Yuan directly on the thigh with a whip kick. Zhu Yuan couldn't hold on any longer and fell directly on the ring. Su Mu stood in the audience, his eyes focused and his expression gradually became solemn. But he was not a member of the National Martial Arts Club after all, and the club's president Yuan Tai was right next to him, so he didn't say anything. Yuan Tai couldn't sit still any longer, so he stood up and shouted towards the ring, "Okay, I'll fight you." Yuan Tai jumped onto the stage directly, but Gu Rongwei on the other side laughed and said, "Yuan Tai, I'm tired. Let my senior brother fight with you in this round."
As soon as Gu Rongwei finished speaking, a man wearing a taekwondo uniform and a black belt around his waist walked onto the stage.
Park Ji-young is a taekwondo master from South Korea. Won many international championships. Moreover, Park Ji-young is a cruel and ruthless person. Whenever he fights in a ring, the lightest consequence for his opponents is a few broken ribs. Although Yuan Tai learned Chinese martial arts since he was young, he was only a mediocre person. How could he be a match for Park Ji-young? Here, Yuan Tai bravely confronted Park Ji-young, but in less than 2 minutes, Park Ji-young gave Yuan Tai a flying kick and knocked him off the ring. Look, this is Chinese martial arts, mediocre kung fu. Gu Rongwei walked onto the stage with great pride and arrogance. As far as he knew, the most powerful person in the entire martial arts society was Yuan Tai. Now that Yuan Tai has lost, how can he find another opponent?
Now, the fighting continues.
I'll take on this one. Who wants to compete with me? Gu Rongwei stood on the stage, looking particularly arrogant. Off stage, Wang Xinyu slapped the table and said, I hate it. Why am I not a martial arts expert? If I were, I would beat this guy's mouth until it's swollen. For a moment, no one in the audience dared to accept the challenge. After all, the fate of Zhu Yuan and Yuan Tai is still vivid in our minds. Oh, I have to do it.
Sumu sighed and spoke softly as he looked at Zhu Yuan, who was beaten black and blue.
Third brother, are you coming?
Wang Xinyu was standing next to Sumu, and he was sure that he had heard it correctly.
Aha! Sumu nodded.
Although he is not a member of the Chinese martial arts club, he is a Xia citizen after all.
He can't just sit and watch his own Chinese martial arts being bullied by garbage like taekwondo, right? Third brother, I'm telling you, this kid is really ruthless.
Wang Xinyu was also watching Sumu and persuading him, but the next second, Sumu squatted slightly and jumped directly onto the ring.
Hiss. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Especially Wang Xinyu and Zhu Yuan. You know, this place is at least 5 or 6 meters away from the ring. Sumu just jumped lightly and jumped directly onto the ring? Chapter 51. Don't waste time, come together. Sumu, please teach me.
Sumu jumped up and scared Gu Rongwei on the ring.
You're not from the martial arts club, are you? Since you are challenging a martial arts master, does it matter whether I am from the martial arts club or not?
Sumu stared at him and said coldly.
Sumu? Are you the Sumu who drives the Lamborghini Veneno? Gu Rongwei was also stunned, thinking to himself, you are a top-rich second generation, why are you here to join in the fun?
But in this situation, he can't be timid.
If they really are scared, doesn't that mean their taekwondo club is just a bunch of idiots and just to show off? Since you took the initiative to stand up and ask for a fight, don't blame me for being rude to you. Gu Rongwei said to Sumu viciously. Below the stage, the people from the taekwondo club were all cheering for Gu Rongwei. Boss, let's get him. He just drives a Lamborghini Veneno, but he really thinks he's so great. Boss, let him have a taste of what the most vicious beating feels like. Yes. President, give him a kick. Yenru also came early today. She is the vice president of the school student union. The school club is recruiting new members today, so she must come. She was originally against the taekwondo club setting up a fighting ring here. However, Gu Rongwei established a good relationship with the student union president Wang Rui and also obtained the school's consent. As soon as she came over, she saw Sumu already standing on the stage. Why did Sumu get up there? Yenru saw Wang Xinyu walking towards her directly, frowned slightly, and asked with some concern. Third brother, seems to be an expert? Wang Xinyu is actually dumbfounded. Sumu's leap just now looked like he didn't use any strength at all. 5 or 6 meters away. Moreover, he jumped directly onto the 2-meter-high platform. It's not an exaggeration to say that he performed light skills, right? This Gu Rongwei is quite powerful. Yenru knew Gu Rongwei. She glanced at Zhu Yuan who was sitting next to her and looked bruised and battered. Puff. Yenru really didn't want to laugh, but she seemed unable to hold it back. Well, actually I have diarrhea today, and I'm not in good condition. Zhu Yuan scratched his head and said embarrassedly. On stage. Gu Rongwei didn't believe that Sumu was a master of Chinese martial arts. Since he wants to be beaten, I will oblige him. Gu Rongwei thought viciously in his heart and rushed directly to Sumu. He found the right moment and prepared to win with one move, wanting to use a high chop to send Sumu off the stage. Sumu didn't move at all.
In the eyes of others, Gu Rongwei was indeed very capable, but in Sumu's eyes, his movements were too slow.
Not fast enough,
Sumu murmured softly.
In the audience, all the people in the Taekwondo club were cheering for Gu Rongwei.
They saw Sumu standing there motionless and thought he was scared silly.
Let him act cool, I guess people will be scared silly.
You think you're great just because you drive a Lamborghini, but once you get on the ring you have to lie down. It looks like the president is not prepared to show mercy.
The facts tell us, don't pretend to be cool, or you'll be struck by lightning.
No one was optimistic about Sumu, even Wang Xinyu and the others looked at Sumu with great concern.
Shit. Why is third brother so stunned?
If he gets hit by this high attack, he will be crippled if not dead. Wang Xinyu shouted worriedly. Yan Ru looked at the situation on the ring and she was a little afraid to look at it.
Don't want. Yan Ru lowered her head. She couldn't bear to see Sumu being beaten. Bang. Next second. A loud bang. But everyone at the scene was stunned.
Sumu twisted his body and kicked Gu Rongwei 5 or 6 meters away, and he fell heavily on the ring.
All the people in the Taekwondo club were dumbfounded. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. How is this possible? How could the person who fell down be their president, Gu Rongwei? You know, the president is a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Wang Xinyu was also stunned. Then he just shouted okay.
Zhu Yuan was so excited that he wanted to stand up, but was pushed down again by Wang Xinyu.
Yan Ru was also stunned. She didn't dare to look just now, but now she glanced at the ring, and it turned out that Gu Rongwei was flying out. What happened? Gu Rongwei clearly had the upper hand just now. In fact, most people didn't see clearly what happened just now.
Sumu's speed was so fast that people couldn't see clearly how he kicked Gu Rongwei away.
That's it? Rubbish.
Sumu looked at those frightened Taekwondo members and said directly rubbish, but no one dared to refute.
I'm going to fight you. Park Ji-young also jumped onto the stage. He first ran to Gu Rongwei, squatted down and looked at the situation, then looked directly at Sumu's back and spoke. Stick? You're looking for death. Park Ji-young was also directly angered by Sumu and yelled at him viciously.
Over there, all of Gu Rongwei's Korean brothers jumped onto the stage, and together with Park Ji-young there were 10 Koreans in total.
You don't deserve it. Sumu said coldly, well, I'll give you a chance, come on together. When Sumu said this, everyone in the audience was shocked. Fuck. Is he so pretentious? Is he going to fight 10 people alone? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and a random punch can kill a master, doesn't he understand that? I think he's looking for death. You know, the people Gu Rongwei brought here are all real Taekwondo masters. Let alone anything else, Park Ji-young alone can probably handle Sumu, right? Park Ji-young was also angry. Sumu said he was not worthy? And let his fellow apprentices come together? This is a great insult to him. He can't bear it. Ashi. Park Ji-young rushed towards Sumu, and his 3 consecutive whirlwind kicks made everyone around the ring exclaim in awe. Fancy. Sumu sneered and kicked out directly. Boom. Park Ji-young was knocked out of the ring in an instant, fell to the ground, and fainted. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. Sumu's move was so simple and straightforward. No unnecessary movements. With just one kick, Taekwondo master Park Ji-young kicked the stick away. On the stage, all the Korean brothers invited by Gu Rongwei were dumbfounded. Park Ji-young is their eldest senior brother, so they naturally know how powerful he is. Park Ji-young's 3 consecutive whirlwind kicks just now were simply not something that ordinary people could handle. Not only did Sumu catch it, but he also kicked Park Ji-young so hard that his life or death is unknown. Don't waste time, let's go together. Sumu looked at the remaining sticks on the ring, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with a laugh. Looking for death. The Koreans were also angered by Sumu, and 9 of them rushed toward Sumu. But Sumu was not panicked. Every strike is a sure hit. 1 slap each. All the stickmen who rushed up were knocked unconscious to the ground without even a chance to resist. Fuck. I told you. Third brother is really an expert. Wang Xinyu also shouted excitedly. Zhu Yuan, who was sitting on the chair, was also quite excited. Fuck, I slapped them all, it felt so good. Let's see if these Koreans dare to look down on our Xia country's martial arts. Awesome. Zhu Yuan's face hurt as he spoke. But at a time like this, a little pain doesn't matter. He is so excited.
Yenru smiled as she looked at Sumu standing on the stage, and couldn't help thinking, he is so amazing. He is unparalleled in both civil and military skills.
Chapter 52, Sumu, I have a good financial project here. Would you like to know more? 1 against 10.
Everyone on the ring fell down, leaving only Sumu standing. The key is that Sumu's move was particularly simple.
Just give him a slap and that's it. But is it really that simple?
Gu Rongwei and these guys are all Taekwondo masters with 3rd degree black belt or above, and they do have some real skills. The reason why Sumu was able to knock someone out with just one slap was mainly because his speed was fast enough and his strength was strong enough. The only martial arts in the world that cannot be defeated is speed.
There's a reason for that. So, that's it? Sumu's voice was not loud, but clear enough. All the people from the Taekwondo club were afraid to speak. Sumu is so strong that he can beat 10 people like a child. Is this the power of a martial arts expert? Isn't Sumu too strong? Damn. 1 against 10 doesn't feel like anything. I even think he can beat 100 alone. What a bullshit Taekwondo. I don't want to learn it anymore.
You say others are just showing off their skills, but you still get knocked down anyway.
I won't learn it anymore. I'm quitting the club. I'd better join the Chinese martial arts club. Taekwondo is really rubbish.
All the freshmen looked at Sumu on the stage with admiration, and the students who had already signed up for the Taekwondo club all asked to withdraw from the club.
After all, Chinese martial arts are so powerful, who the hell would learn Taekwondo?
On the other hand, the martial arts club was originally deserted with only a few people, but now it is packed with people. Sumu's move was so shocking that it instantly made the Chinese martial arts club a popular club.
Don't worry, everyone line up to sign up. Wang Xinyu was also organizing the registration of new students, and his face looked very excited.
Sumu jumped down from the ring. As for those who fainted on the ring, Sumu didn't even look at them. He still knows how to use his moves. Although Chinese martial arts are killing skills, at his level, his control of strength is also quite precise. These people were all just temporarily fainting, and there was nothing serious going on.
You are so powerful?
Yenru walked to Sumu, raised her head, her face slightly red, and there was a hint of admiration in her eyes.
It's normal. They are just too weak. Yenru didn't believe what Sumu said. Are they too weak? Can you just knock someone out with just one slap?
They are human beings, not 10 pigs. Besides, even if there are 10 pigs, it is not an easy task to deal with them in such a short time, right?
Third brother, damn. You are so awesome.
When Wang Xinyu saw Sumu coming down, he quickly came over.
Old third, how much have you hidden?
I didn't even know you were such a good fighter. Although Zhu Yuan had a bruised face, he was still very excited. After all, Sumu overturned those people in the Taekwondo club by himself, which also destroyed the prestige of those people in the Taekwondo club. Furthermore, it also proves that Chinese martial arts are not just fancy moves. A martial arts expert can really take on 10 people at once.
Second brother, don't be so impulsive next time. Sumu looked at Zhu Yuan's face and couldn't help laughing. Third brother, if I knew you were so capable, I wouldn't have needed to go up and make a fool of myself.
Zhu Yuan also curled her lips, and that expression made her look a bit like a little shrew.
He. Sumu smiled.
There was nothing to do here. After saying a few words to Wang Xinyu, Sumu left.
Sumu was too busy to recruit new members for this kind of club.
Besides, he himself has not joined any club, so naturally he doesn't need to do such things. The Taekwondo club did call an ambulance, but as soon as the car arrived at the school, Gu Rongwei and the others woke up.
What's going on?
Gu Rongwei asked with a dark face, looking at his assistant.
Gu Rongwei's assistant told Gu Rongwei what happened after he fainted, and Gu Rongwei fainted again with his hands covering his chest. You do not say.
He set up the ring just to slap the face of the Chinese martial arts club, but now, the appearance of Sumu has rubbed the face of their Taekwondo club to the ground.
Isn't this just shooting oneself in the foot? But what can he do? Sumu was fighting 10 people at once, and he won easily. They didn't even have a chance to fight back.
As for the school, it is naturally impossible to cause trouble for Sumu.
First of all, the ring was set up by the Taekwondo club itself.
They even boasted that they would challenge all the martial arts masters in the school and prove that martial arts were just fancy moves.
Secondly, Sumu is now a popular student in the school.
Others may not know, but the school leaders have learned that Sumu has proved the Goldbach conjecture, one of the world's 3 most difficult problems. If nothing unexpected happens, Sumu's future achievements in mathematics will definitely be the highest in the history of Haida University.
This is an honor.
It is Sumu's personal honor, but it is also an honor for Haida University. It seems that Sumu has been very high profile in recent days.
He drove a Lamborghini Veneno worth hundreds of millions into the school.
Although no one knew what Sumu's identity and background were, anyone could tell that Sumu's identity and background were not simple.
Lamborghini Venom. You can't buy a supercar just with money.
Sumu was not worried that the school would cause trouble for him.
To put it bluntly, if the school leaders want to curry favor with me, they don't even know what reasons to find to curry favor with me, so how could they possibly offend me? There was nothing to do at school, so Sumu was ready to go back and have a rest. Xu Yao sent a message to Sumu. Are you there? Do you have time? I have a good investment project here. Would you like to learn more about it? Sumu knew that Xu Yao worked in a financial management company. Sure. I have nothing to do right now. Send me your location and I'll come find you.
Sumu has nothing to do right now, so it would be a good idea to go to Xu Yao to learn about investment and financial management.
Okay, I'll send you the location.
When Xu Yao heard Sumu agreed, she also spoke quickly. Sitting in Xu Yao's office was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s.
He was a little fat, but judging by his clothes, he was obviously a wealthy man. Boss Pan, I've found the person for you, but whether they're willing to buy is not my business. Pan Shi is a well-known local real estate developer in Haidu.
He is also a client of Chenghui Finance. 2 years ago, he developed a residential area in the ecological park on the outer ring road of Haidu.
But it is too far from the city center and no one is willing to buy a house there.
He also racked his brains and did all kinds of publicity, but the results are predictable. Although the sea is a place where every inch of land is valuable, the ecological park is too remote and has no value at all. When the property was first put on the market, the price was set at 35,000 renminbi per square meter. As a result, only one unit was sold within a week of the launch, and 1 day later, the buyer changed his mind and demanded a refund and would not buy it. Pan Shi was also dumbfounded, and later directly lowered the price to 31,000 renminbi per square meter. But people buy when prices are rising and sell when prices are falling.
The more you lower the price, the fewer people will want your product.
The result was that housing prices in other places were skyrocketing, but the price of the residential area he developed dropped all the way to 11,000 yuan per square meter, but few people bought it. Under normal circumstances, he could have held on, but his company recently ran into a financial crisis and the bank stopped any help to him.
They even set a deadline for him to pay off all the loans owed to the bank.
Those who are engaged in real estate do not all do business by owing money to the bank.
Now the bank doesn't care about his life or death, he is really anxious.
He came here today to cash out all the 20 million financial projects he had placed with Chenghui Finance and repay his debts. The person who took over Pan Shi before was another project manager, but he has now resigned.
The company directly asked Xu Yao to handle the matter.
The company naturally didn't want to let Pan Shi leave, so the top leaders directly told Xu Yao that no matter what method was used, Pan Shi must be kept. Xu Yao also gritted her teeth and discussed the issue with Pan Shi. After learning that he needed to sell the residential area developed in the ecological park to ease the financial pressure, she didn't know why, but Sumu's figures suddenly popped up in her mind.
Please urge for more updates and give me a 5-star rating. Chapter 53. 2 billion is too expensive. The mess at Koenigsegg is not worth the price.
The ecological park is indeed far from the city center, but then again, the environment there is still quite good. Besides, the city is developing so fast now, who knows if the focus of Haidu City will shift to that direction in the future. Pan Shi was indeed not in a hurry at the beginning. If he had not been forced to do so, he would have wanted to wait and see.
As someone who works in financial management, Xu Yao has a good eye.
If Sumu had enough money to buy the residential area in the ecological park, as long as he was patient and waited for a few years, he might be able to make a fortune. Of course, there are risks. After all, it is a business, a real estate business, so it is impossible to have no risks.
Koenigsegg in the ecological park covers an area of 2,000 acres and is divided into 4 areas. There are 1,000 commercial housing units alone. There are 300 small Western-style buildings. There are also 20 villas.
Over the years, less than 100 commercial houses have been sold. Pan Shi has become a laughingstock among real estate developers in Haidu because of his residential area in the ecological park.
He invested nearly 2 billion in the ecological park alone.
He originally thought he could make a fortune from Koenigsegg, but now, he just wants to sell it without losing money. But to be honest, it has been proven that there is no market for his place, and no real estate developer in Haidu is willing to get involved in this mess. In short, he wanted to sell it, but he couldn't find a buyer. As for the master Su that Chu Yao told him about, he had never heard of him.
Is there any rich man in Haidu with the last name Su?
The Pan Shi family is considered an old established wealthy family in Haidu. Their generation started out in real estate, and most of them are now on the Forbes rich list. He was also on the list in previous years. However, in recent years, with the rise of the internet economy, the rich list has been dominated by emerging internet tycoons. Sumu first went back to the community and picked up the car in the underground garage, and then drove there according to the location given by Chu Yao. The financial company where Chu Yao worked was called Chenghui Finance. It wasn't a big company, but after all, it specialized in helping wealthy people manage their finances, so it still had to have a good reputation.
The company's office building is inside the Haidu World Trade Center.
Haidu World Trade Center is a landmark building in Haidu, and is home to dozens of Fortune 500 companies. Sumu didn't think much about it and drove the car directly into the underground parking garage of the World Trade Center. Pan Shi waited here for more than 10 minutes and he was a little anxious.
Is that Mr. Su you mentioned coming yet? If he doesn't come, I'm leaving. Mr. Pan, please wait a moment, I'll ask you something.
Xu Yao did not dare to offend Pan Shi. After all, no matter how poor he was, she, a small project manager, could not offend him.
Hey, Mr. Su.
Oh, okay. I'm on the 33rd floor, just come up and say you're looking for me. Xu Yao was relieved when she heard Sumu say that he was already in the underground garage.
Sumu got on the elevator and pressed the button for the 33rd floor. In just 3 or 5 minutes, Sumu walked into the office of Chenghui Finance.
Sir, who are you looking for?
The lady at the front desk is pretty and speaks very nicely. Sumu smiled at her and said, I'm looking for Chu Yao, Manager Chu. When the lady at the front desk heard that Sumu was looking for Chu Yao, she immediately smiled and said, okay, I'll take you there. He must be the rich young man who saved the beautiful girl that night. He is so handsome. I envy Manager Chu so much for meeting such a tall, rich and handsome man. If you were as pretty as Manager Chu, you could do it too. Humph, shut up. In the office, many people noticed Sumu.
Mainly because of that short video on Douyin, now almost everyone in the company knows more or less about the existence of Sumu. They didn't know whether he was a rich second generation or not, but, since Sumu could stand with Zhou Tsong, Xinfun and others, no one would believe him if he said he was not a rich second generation. Manager Chu. The lady at the front desk knocked on the door and greeted us very respectfully. Come in. On this side, Sumu walked into Chu Yao's office and saw Pan Shi sitting on the sofa at a glance. Master Su, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Pan from Pan Real Estate. Chu Yao's face turned slightly red. She walked to Sumu and quickly introduced Pan Shi's identity. Pan Shi stood up from the sofa. He couldn't help but look at Sumu. So young? He looks like he's only about 20 years old, right? Pan Shi couldn't help but wonder, whose young master is this? Does he have so much money? Sumu also nodded slightly towards Pan Shi. The project you're talking about? Sumu couldn't help but frown and asked. After all, Pan Shi was also here, so Sumu couldn't ask some questions directly. Mr. Su, Mr. Pan has developed a residential area in the ecological park. Do you know Koenigsegg? Xu Yao didn't beat around the bush with Sumu and asked directly. Koenigsegg? Sumu was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, I've heard of it, but it's quite remote. I heard that Koenigsegg has been on the market for almost 3 years, and only a few houses have been sold in total, right? After all, Sumu is a native of Haidu, and he knows more or less about what's going on in Haidu. He had learned about Koenigsegg before. The environment there was pretty good, but it was too far from the city center and was sparsely populated, so few people were willing to live there. Mr. Pan now wants to find someone to sell the Tianqi garden he developed at the cost price. Pan Shi had told Chu Yao before that he didn't ask for much, he just wanted to break even. He invested 2 billion at that time, and now he just wants to recover the cost of 2 billion. Selling at cost price? Sumu was also stunned for a moment. After all, Koenigsegg had been on the market for 3 years. If it was sold at cost price, it was indeed not expensive. Even for Pan Shi, this was a heavy loss. After all, there will be a series of maintenance issues after Koenigsegg is completed, and these all require money.
But the ecological park is too remote.
Sumu thought for a moment, smiled and said, 2 billion is a bit expensive, to be honest.
Sumu was not a fool.
It will probably take another 5 to 6 years or even more than 10 years for the ecological park to truly develop. He can indeed wait, but over so many years, the amount of manpower, material resources and financial resources he will need to invest will probably not be too small.
Although his money came easily, it could even be said to be as easy as water flowing into the ground. But he won't do business that will lose money. Master Su means that if it's cheaper, you're willing to take it over?
Pan Shi was also stunned when he heard Sumu's tone.
He was extremely short of money now.
If he could get rid of the mess of Koenigsegg, he would just sell it even if it was a little cheaper.
That depends on how much discount Mr. Pan can give me.
Sumu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile.
1.9 billion. Pan Shi directly gave Sumu 100 million less. How about this, 1.8 billion, if possible, we can sign the contract now. Sumu didn't want to bargain with Pan Shi.
He doesn't want to make too much trouble for things that can be solved with money.
Bargaining is a waste of time and he doesn't have that much energy. If Chu Yao hadn't stepped in, Sumu really wouldn't want to take care of the mess at Koenigsegg.
1.8 billion is no problem, but Mr. Su, I'm short of money right now.
If you can pay in full, then we'll make it 1.8 billion.
Pan Shi also said with some pain in his heart.
Make a deal.
Sumu said with a slight smile.
Chapter 54. No, I'll drive there later. 1.8 billion is definitely not a small amount. There is less than 2 billion in Sumu's account.
He spent tens of millions these days and still had more than 1.9 billion left.
Of course, it is impossible that Sumu bought Koenigsegg simply to save face for Chu Yao.
Although Sumu did have a good impression of Chu Yao's face was not worth the price of 1.8 billion. Although the ecological park is far away from the city center, it has a good environment and good potential.
In the parallel world before Sumu, the economic capital of their country also had a mess like Koenigsegg.
However, the government later moved several key schools there and built a subway, and it suddenly became a popular school district property. The housing price increased tenfold from 11,000 yuan per square meter. The developers also made a lot of money at that time. Sumu didn't know whether the Haidu government would do the same, but if he really thought about it, it was not impossible. After all, Haidu now has a permanent population of over 30 million.
The burden on cities is simply too heavy.
In recent years, the development focus of Haidu has begun to shift towards the outer ring area. The environment of the ecological park is good, so it is not impossible for it to be given special attention.
He is also gambling.
If the Haidu government is really planning to develop the ecological park, then he will make a lot of money. It was bought for 1.8 billion, and it is estimated that the value will be at least 20 times higher by then.
Even more than that.
Pan Shi was also shocked by Sumu's calmness.
1.8 billion. It's definitely not a small amount.
There are more than a dozen famous real estate developers in Shanghai, and it's not that no one has ever taken a fancy to Koenigsegg. However, when they learned that Pan Shi wanted at least 1.8 billion and that he had to pay in full, they all shook their heads and refused.
1.8 billion. They can invest in building a residential area on their own, so why do they need to take over the mess of Koenigsegg? Then Mr. Su, when are we going to sign the contract?
Pan Shi was also a little excited, mainly because the mess at Koenigsegg had become the most worrying thing in his mind over the past 2 or 3 years. How to put it, Koenigsegg is like chicken ribs to him, tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away.
Although he wanted to find someone to take over, no one was willing to do it. Now that his financial situation is good, it would be great if Sumu was willing to take over Koenigsegg. If we can get back 1.8 billion yuan in funds, the trouble with the bank will be solved. He is still a little worried now, mainly because the contract has not been signed. If Sumu changes his mind, his joy will be in vain. How about this, let's go to Koenigsegg first, and you bring your company's legal department with you. If there are no problems, we can sign the contract tonight.
Sumu would not even take a look at the entire community after spending 1.8 billion.
Moreover, since this contract involves a transaction worth 1.8 billion, it is certainly not something that can be signed casually.
Sumu just realized that he had grown so fast that he didn't even have a proper legal advisor around him.
Okay, let's do as Master Su said.
Pan Shi also had a smile on his face. He was also afraid that things would get more complicated if Sumu suddenly regretted it and didn't buy it, then he would be very upset. Pan Shi also contacted his assistant directly by phone, asking him to make preparations quickly and bring the company's legal department to the Tianziyuan sales office.
After Pan Shi hung up the phone, he looked at Sumu and said, "Mr. Su, why don't you come with me?" "No, I'll drive over in a minute." Sumu rejected Pan Shi's invitation without hesitation. "Okay then, I'll go to Tianqi Garden and wait for Master Su first." Pan Shi also left in a hurry and went to Tianziyuan. Chapter 55. What if that place becomes a school district house? As soon as Pan Shi left, Sumu also looked up at Chu Yao. Chu Yao also noticed that Sumu was looking at her, and her face instantly turned red. "Why did you think of me? You are the only one who has the capital to do so." Chu Yao also smiled and said, "That's true." Although Chu Yao is engaged in financial management business, she comes into contact with quite a lot of wealthy people on a daily basis. However, most of them are worth only tens of millions, or at most a few hundred million. Although Tianziyuan was a mess, it was at least worth 2 billion. None of the people she had known before had the ability to take over Tianziyuan. Although Chu Yao was not very familiar with Sumu, she knew that Sumu was the big boss of Minga and drove a Lamborghini Veneno worth hundreds of millions.
Although 2 billion is a lot, it is probably not a big problem for Sumu. Moreover, she was forced by her boss to do the job, and she was at a loss for a moment, so she contacted Sumu. Fortunately, Sumu did not let her down.
1.8 billion.
The numbers that ordinary people dare not even think about seemed a bit understated in Sumu's mouth.
"Actually, I'm just a middleman. The ecological park is a little remote, but it's really okay."
Chu Yao looked at Sumu and explained, "And as far as I know, Pan Shi spent a lot of money to build Tianziyuan. The quality of the houses there is definitely top-notch in Haidu." Chu Yao certainly had no intention of cheating Sumu.
If Tianziyuan was not indeed a project worthy of investment, she would not have recommended it to Sumu.
But then again, if you buy that place, you have to be prepared to lose money. Although the government is now interested in developing the outer ring, it is hard to say when it will develop to the ecological park.
Chu Yao was relatively honest.
She took advantage of the fact that Sumu had not signed a contract with Pan Shi yet to analyze the pros and cons for Sumu.
"You don't really think that I bought Tianqi Garden just for your sake, do you?"
Sumu sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, looked at Chu Yao and said with a smile,
"That's not the case."
Chu Yao was also slightly stunned, and said with an awkward smile,
"The ecological park has a good geographical location.
It is a little far from the city center, but the development prospects there are good. If I were the government of Haidu, I would first move several key schools in the city there, and then build a subway line there." When Sumu said this, Chu Yao was also stunned.
"Really? If the future is really as Sumu said, then the value of Tianziyuan will be terrifying.
Not to mention doubling it, even 10 times wouldn't be too much."
Which house has the highest price in Haidu City now? It's those school district houses. If the Haidu municipal government can really relocate a few key schools there, the average price of Tianziyuan will probably be more than 100,000 per square meter, right? Hearing what you said, I also want to buy a set there." Chu Yao also said this with some planning.
"How about this, if it really becomes a school district house, you can pick any house in Tianziyuan and I'll give it to you."
Sumu was not a stingy person.
If Chu Yao hadn't helped him, he would not have thought of buying Tianziyuan.
Although this can be considered a long-term investment, who knows, maybe the Haidu municipal government will think of developing an ecological park one day? Is this true?
When Chu Yao heard Sumu say that he would give her a house, she couldn't help but look forward to it and said, "Tianziyuan has many villas. If I choose a villa, don't say I'm greedy and regret it later."
"What's there to regret?"
Sumu laughed. "If Tianziyuan can really be turned into a school district house, my 1.8 billion will be worth at least 20 to 30 billion.
Giving you a house is not a small thing, right? I remember what you said."
Chu Yao looked at Sumu, bit her lip and said softly, "Then I hope that the Haidu municipal government will quickly develop the ecological park. It would be best if they could move a few key schools there, and open a subway line, just like you said, huh?"
Chapter 56. I regretted spending 1.8 billion to buy Tianziyuan.
Chu Yao said so, but how can I put it? If the Haidu municipal government wants to develop the ecological park, it will probably take at least 2 to 3 years.
And just as Sumu said, it was perfect.
It is not easy to move to a key school, as there are many issues involved. As for opening a subway line there, Chuyao still felt that it was unlikely. Because the ecological park is too remote and sparsely populated, it is not worth opening a subway line there.
But no matter what, the ecological park is indeed a good place and worth investing in. As for when the results will be seen, we will have to wait. Let's go. Sumu looked at Chuyao and said with a smile.
Since Chuyao was the one who introduced this matter, Sumu would naturally bring Chuyao with him when he went to look at the house.
I'll find someone to borrow a legal department.
Sumu called Jotsong directly, but Jotsong had just woken up.
Mr. Su? What's wrong? Brother Tsong, I've found a residential area that I've taken a fancy to. Can your legal department lend it to me? Sumu spoke. Oh? Residential area? Which area?
Jotsong was also curious about which residential area Sumu was interested in.
The one over there in the ecological park, Taiyangziyuan, have you heard of it, Brother Tsong? Oh my god. Master Su, do you have too much money and don't know where to spend it? How did you take over that mess at Taiyangziyuan?
When Jotsong heard Sumu say it was Taiyangziyuan in the ecological park, he frowned and his voice involuntarily rose a few degrees.
The main reason is that I think it's pretty good there, and it's cheap. How much does Pan Laogue want from you?
Jotsong naturally also knew Pan Shi. In the Haidu circle, everyone called Pan Shi Pan Old Ghost behind his back.
1.8 billion, in full. Rich.
Jotsong said with some envy, okay, I'll notify the people from the legal department to come over now.
Jotsong didn't say anything else. Taiyangziyuan is indeed worth the price, at least Pan Laogue did not cheat Sumu. As for borrowing from the Ministry of Justice, that's not a big deal.
Well, I'll thank you first, Brother Kong.
I'll treat you to dinner tonight. That's great. How about this, I'll call Chinfun and we'll go have a private meal tonight. Sure, Brother Tsong, you arrange it. Sumu hung up the phone and looked at Chuyao beside him and smiled. Chuyao was also stunned, Brother Tsong? Jotsong? She knew that Sumu knew Jotsong, so it wasn't surprising. Let's go out for dinner together tonight? Okay.
Chuyao was stunned for a moment, then agreed immediately.
Sumu also stepped on the accelerator. The sound of the Lamborghini Veneno was really charming. Let's go and take a look at Tianchi Garden.
When Sumu drove out of the underground garage, a red Mercedes-Benz drove down from the opposite direction.
Oh my gosh. Can you drive?
Sumu was also quick-eyed and quick-handed, otherwise he would have been rear-ended by this little Mercedes again.
Phew, I was scared to death.
Chuyao was also frightened, mainly because of the distance just now. If she was not an experienced driver, she would have been unable to dodge it.
I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Of course not, my driving skills are not exaggerated. Sumu doesn't care. But the two people sitting in the red Mercedes were really scared. How do you drive? Why are you panicking?
Sitting in the passenger seat was a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and tie, who looked like a company executive. Boss Jiang, I was so nervous when I saw that car just now. Sitting in the driver's seat was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He was Jiang Yi's driver.
It's just a Lamborghini, isn't it? Why are you so nervous? You're not surprised by anything you haven't seen before.
Jiang Yi didn't recognize that it was poison, but instead scolded his driver.
The driver sitting in the driving seat didn't dare to say anything.
But he couldn't help thinking, damn it, that's a Lamborghini Veneno, idiot, if I had really hit it just now, your company would be gone. He thought so in his mind, but he didn't dare to say it out loud.
He knew Jiang Yi well.
He knew he was a very narrow-minded person. If he really said that, he might lose his job.
Ecological Park. This place is really far from the center of Haidu City. It took Sumu more than an hour to drive on the ring road. I'm kind of regretting this now. Isn't this place too remote? Sumu couldn't help but smile bitterly.
He wasn't joking, to be honest, he really felt a little regretful.
Pan Shi is such a smart old man, why did he choose this side in the first place? Sumu couldn't help but murmur. I have heard of this matter.
Chuyao was thoughtful when she heard Sumu say this. A few years ago, the Haidu city government did intend to develop the ecological park into a new urban area, but later it was said that there was a lack of funds.
After Chuyao said this, Sumu understood.
There is no early rise without benefit. The old fox Pan Shi must have known in advance that the Haidu municipal government was planning to develop an ecological park, otherwise he would not have spent 2 billion to build Tianxiyuan here. But later the city government gave up the original plan, which made the old fox Pan Shi suffer the consequences.
Hearing what you said, I think the development of the ecological park is a matter of time. Sumu chuckled and drove to the entrance of Tianxiyuan's sales office.
Pan Shi is already waiting here with his legal department.
I heard someone bought all of our places?
Yes. The chairman came here in person. I just heard from the manager that the chairman sold our place to a top rich kid for 1.8 billion.
1.8 billion? No way. Didn't we say that the investment here alone is close to 2 billion? If it's 1.8 billion, won't the chairman lose a lot of money?
Of course it's a loss, but I heard they paid the full amount, 1.8 billion.
They're really rich. Besides, didn't you see how happy the chairman was? The chairman has long wanted to get rid of this mess at Tianxiyuan. At the Tianxiyuan sales office, many people were discussing it in private.
After all, they have been on the market for nearly 3 years, but they have only sold less than 100 units so far.
Now in the whole Haidu, anyone who is involved in real estate knows that Tianxiyuan is a mess. Who dares to take over here? Is it because they have too much money to spend? Or do they really not care about money? But no matter what, everyone still wants to see which rich second generation is so domineering. 1.8 billion. And it's paid in full. Anyone who can come up with so much money at once must be a top second generation rich. As soon as Sumu's car drove over, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wow! This car is so cool. Is this a Lamborghini? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What's wrong? Is this car expensive? Why are you so surprised? If I'm not mistaken, this is a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth hundreds of millions. Do you think it's expensive? Chapter 57. Don't tell me, I really regret it a little. A supercar worth hundreds of millions. That makes sense.
1.8 billion is an astronomical figure for ordinary people, but for such a rich second generation, it is just a drop in the bucket.
Sometimes it really feels like rich people's money just flows like water. You rich dog, it feels so damn good to be rich. I'm so jealous and envious. The people in the Tianxiyuan sales office were also whispering in private, but Pan Shi also hurried out of the office. Everyone should be nicer from now on.
If anyone offends young Master Su, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Pan Shi also explained this to the salesman.
Yes.
The salesmen all stood up straight. The chairman had given them instructions, and they were not fools.
How could they dare to offend a top rich boy like Sumu?
Pan Shi and his men came out directly from the sales office to greet them. When Sumu and Shu Yao walked out of the car, all the sales ladies were stunned. I knew that the person coming here today was a top rich kid, but I didn't know he was so young. Sumu looks like he is only 20 years old at most, but he has more wealth than an ordinary person can earn in a lifetime, no, even in 10 lifetimes.
Hello, Mr. Su.
Although the sales ladies were shocked, when they saw Sumu coming over, they still bowed slightly towards him respectfully and shouted, "Hello, Mr. Su."
In unison. Master Su. Pan Shi also saw Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, and he felt even more relieved.
At first he had some doubts about Sumu's strength. However, after seeing Sumu's car, he naturally dispelled this doubt in his mind. Other people's cars are supercars worth hundreds of millions of dollars, so 1.8 billion is probably nothing to him.
However, who is this Mr. Su? How come I have never seen it before? Boss Pan. Sumu smiled slightly and greeted him. Mr. Su, let's go check out the house first. My legal department is already working on the contract. Okay. While Sumu was talking, a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle drove over. Someone from Yida Group? When Pan Shi saw the Yida Group logo on the car, he was also stunned for a moment. Master Su, are you from the Yida Group?
No, Zhou Song and I are friends. I haven't set up a legal department yet, so I'm temporarily asking Brother Song to borrow the legal department of Yida Group. After Sumu said this, Pan Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, he is very familiar with Yida Group. After all, as the leading domestic real estate company, Yida Group has always been the type that will not do anything without profit. If Sumu is really from Yida Group, he has to reconsider whether to sell Tianxiyuan. But now it seems that Su Mu is indeed a sucker.
Pan Shi now treats Su Mu as a sucker.
He has investigated and found that it is unlikely that the Haidu municipal government will develop the ecological park in the next 3 to 5 years. In other words, if Tianxiyuan wants to develop, it will take at least 5 or 6 years. It's such a big mess, and the annual expenditure here is estimated to be tens of millions even if we calculate carefully. Over the next 5 or 6 years, another 200 or 300 million yuan was invested.
What if it still hasn't developed to this point in 5 or 6 years? The investment here is huge. The legal department of Yida Group is quite complete. When they received Zhou Tsong's call, they immediately set off for Tianxiyuan.
On the way, they also simulated the contract.
But to be honest, none of them were optimistic about Su Mu taking over Tianxiyuan.
Even though the price of 1.8 billion is 200 million less than the 2 billion that Pan Shi originally invested, they are still not optimistic.
Master Su, I was sent by Master Tsong, Jin Zhuang.
Hello? Su Mu nodded to him, which was considered a greeting. Jin Zhuang is a top student who graduated with a doctorate from Harvard Law School.
He also walked over to Su Mu and said, Master Su, Master Tsong asked me to tell you that Tianxiyuan is a mess. You have to think about it carefully. Zhou Tsong was also afraid that Su Mu would be cheated, so he ordered Jin Zhuang to explain to Su Mu. Yeah, I got it. Su Mu nodded and said, thank Brother Tsong for me. You guys have worked hard today. I will give each of you a big red envelope later.
Since Su Mu said so, Jin Zhuang naturally understood what Su Mu meant.
Thank you, Mr. Su.
Jin Zhuang also took people to meet with Pan Shi's legal department.
As soon as Jin Zhuang left, Pan Shi also came over intimately.
Jin Zhuang was talking to Su Mu in private just now, but this old fox is not simple either. Looking at Jin Zhuang's expression, he guessed something.
Brother Su, you won't regret it, will you? Pan Shi asked tentatively with a forced smile. To be honest, I regretted driving here just now. Isn't this place too remote?
Su Mu looked at Pan Shi and said with a helpless expression. This place is a little remote, but I heard that the Haidu city government plans to focus on building an ecological park here in the next 2 years.
If I hadn't had a financial crisis, I wouldn't have been willing to leave.
What Pan Shi said was quite ridiculous.
Su Mu echoed, yes, that's right. If I hadn't seen the development prospects here, I wouldn't have taken it directly. 1.8 billion is not a small amount for me.
Although Su Mu said this, he actually cursed in his heart, old fox, if there is news that the government is planning to focus on the development of the ecological park, are you willing to sell it to me? Not to mention 1 or 2 years, even if it was 5 or 6 years, the old fox Pan Shi would probably hold on and not let go. You know, if there is really good news from the Haidu municipal government, how could this old fox Pan Shi let go? Apart from anything else, the development of the ecological park will definitely make him see no hope for the next 10 years.
Su Mu was not a newbie either. He knew clearly what to say and how to say it to different people. Pan Shi took Su Mu and Chu Yao on a tour of Tianxiyuan community. What can I say about this place? It is indeed worthy of being a residential area that cost 2 billion yuan to build. In other words, the geographical location is too remote. If it were located in the city center or on the line connecting the inner and outer ring roads, the housing price of Tianxiyuan would be at least 100,000 renminbi per square meter. Brother Su, don't worry about the residential areas I developed, they are absolutely high quality. Pan Shi is still confident about this.
They are in the real estate business, especially in a place like Haidu, and they dare not cut corners.
Okay, we've been out for so long, and I guess the contract has been drawn up, so let's go back and sign it, right?
When Su Mu said this, Pan Shi's face immediately showed excitement.
Okay. Brother Su, I'll be the banker tonight. Let's have a drink together.
Su Mu took out 1.8 billion at once, so it was natural for him to treat Su Mu to a meal.
Hey, Mr. Pan, I have an appointment tonight. How about we do it another day?
Su Mu's words were actually a polite refusal. Su Mu also knew something about Pan Shi.
Not a good person.
Su Mu didn't want to have any deep friendship with him. Besides, if the contract is just signed and the Haidu city government says that it will focus on the development of the ecological park, it will be difficult for him to face Pan Shi.
Okay then, since young Master Su has an appointment, let's do it another day. Pan Shi was just being polite.
He is a very stingy person, and what he said just now about treating Su Mu to a meal was just a casual remark.
Chapter 58, Young Master Su is so generous and arrogant.
On the sales side, the legal departments on both sides also raced against time to draft the contract.
How about it?
Sumu walked up to Jin Zhuang and asked.
Mr. Su, no problem.
Jin Zhuang was a professional after all, so he said it was no problem and Sumu nodded.
Boss Pan, give me your account number. Sumu looked at Pan Shi and said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Su, wait a moment. Pan Shi was also shocked by Sumu.
Although 1.8 billion is nothing to Sumu, it is 1.8 billion in cash after all.
Doesn't he need to prepare anything?
Sumu also found the phone number of Chen Jianping, the president of ICBC, and called him directly.
President Chen, please transfer 1.8 billion to this account later. Yes, I will take over Taiyangziyuan. Master Su, Taiyangziyuan is a mess. You have to think it through. Chen Jianping was also stunned. How could he not know about Taiyangziyuan?
That place is so remote that there is no investment value at all.
President Chen, I've made up my mind. The contract has been signed.
While Sumu was on the phone, he signed his name wherever it was required.
Okay, then I'll help Mr. Su transfer the money now. Chen Jianping naturally didn't dare to offend Sumu. First of all, the money is their own. Secondly, Sumu's background must be complicated, and he has verified this.
When Pan Shi heard Sumu talking about President Chen, he was also slightly stunned. He knows the presidents of several major banks in Haidu, and the only one with the surname Chen is Chen Jianping, the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China.
Mr. Su, is this President Chen Jianping of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China?
Pan Shi also asked curiously.
Whom?
Sumu nodded without comment, and Pan Shi's expression was also slightly bitter, somewhat obscure. He also wanted to contact Chen Jianping to see if it was possible for ICBC to provide him with some support.
However, Chen Jianping avoided him and even didn't answer his calls.
He also understood that his current situation, even if not quite the ghost-fearing creature, was almost the same.
But it seems that Chen Jianping really cares about Sumu.
Although he was not clear about Sumu's identity and background, he knew that Sumu definitely had a powerful background even if he thought about it with his butt. He signed his name on the contract without hesitation. The contract was made in 4 copies.
Pan Shi and Sumu each got a contract.
The legal departments of both parties also each received a contract. The 2 parties had just signed the contract when Pan Shi had already received the payment information.
A full 1.8 billion, not a penny less.
The efficiency was so fast that Pan Shi was a little amazed. You know, when it comes to transfers of such large sums, especially such a huge sum as 1.8 billion, banks have always been very slow to act. But this time, Sumu just made a phone call, and the president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China came in person to handle the matter.
This shows that Sumu's background is definitely terrifyingly powerful.
Yes, at such a young age he owns a supercar worth hundreds of millions. 1.8 billion is like 18 yuan in Sumu's mouth. The contract was signed, the money was received, and the transaction was completed.
Pan Shi didn't stay long.
He exchanged a few polite words with Sumu and left with his men.
However, the sales department of Taiyangziyuan was also entirely under Sumu's command.
It was already past 1 in the afternoon when everything was done here.
Everyone hasn't eaten yet.
Sumu was also generous enough. He gave everyone in the sales department a red envelope of 10,000 yuan as a gift. A total of 5 lawyers came from the Yida Group's legal department, including Jin Zhuang. Sumu was not stingy and directly transferred 1 million to Jin Zhuang. Lawyer Jin, this 1 million is your compensation.
It's getting late, so I won't delay your work.
Sumu was so magnanimous that he even frightened a big lawyer like Jin Zhuang.
1 million.
Although their fees are ridiculously high, it's not like they would charge 1 million just to do a private job.
Mr. Su, isn't this a bit too much? Jin Zhuang said too much, but the expression on his face couldn't be hidden. After all, that's 1 million. Now lying on his account.
At first, he was a little reluctant when Zhou Song called him and asked him to bring people over.
After all, the ecological park is too remote. It takes 2 or 3 hours to drive here and back. By the time I finish my work and go back, it will probably be time to get off work. But after all, it was arranged by Zhou Song, the eldest son of Yida Group, and they dared not disobey. But now it seems that it's a good thing that I got here. This Mr. Su is really rich and generous.
They had some trouble drawing up a contract, but it was not difficult.
We made 1 million in this trip.
Although it was divided among 5 people, it was still 1 million. If we divide it equally, everyone can get 200,000. You're too polite, Lawyer Gene. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know how I would sign this contract.
I may have to trouble you again in the future.
1 million is not a lot, just a token of my appreciation.
Take it.
Since Sumu said so, Jin Zhuang naturally did not refuse. Besides, he hadn't actually thought of refusing.
Money, who doesn't want it?
What's more, the reward is 1 million.
Thank you very much, Mr. Su. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. This is my business card.
Jin Zhuang also handed Sumu a business card with a very respectful attitude.
Okay then, go back and drive slowly. I'll treat you guys to dinner later when I have time.
Sumu also patted Jin Zhuang on the shoulder and said something.
Then Mr. Su, let's go back. Jin Zhuang also took his people back. Brother Jin, what do you think is the background of this young Master Su? He is really generous.
In the car, several people from Yida Group's legal department were also quite excited. He took a 1 million yuan reward for the trip. Although it may not be a lot for them, the key point is that the money comes so easily.
You guys. What is young Master Su's identity? Is this something you should care about?
Jin Zhuang also frowned and scolded.
Indeed, Sumu was a friend of their eldest young master, and he spent 1.8 billion right away. Looking at this, even their eldest young master Jotso might not be more generous than Sumu, right? A top rich boy.
It's simply not something that ordinary people like them can guess.
Sumu put away the contract and was in a good mood. Come on, would you like to have afternoon tea? Go to Ming Pavilion? Okay. Sumu made an okay gesture to Chu Yao.
Most people have to make an appointment to go to Minga, and some people even have to make an appointment 2 or 3 months before they can get one.
But who is Sumu? He is the big boss of Minga. Others need to make reservations for dinner and afternoon tea, so does he also need to make reservations?
Chu Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but blush. She had been with Sumu the whole time just now. Although she didn't say much, her eyes were always on Sumu.
Sumu's temperament really attracted her. Be calm and composed, and don't be surprised by anything. Gentlemen, I'm afraid this is all you can do, right?
Chapter 59. The Patek Philippe on his left wrist reveals Sumu's identity as a rich man.
Ming Pavilion, Sumu and Chu Yao had afternoon tea here.
Pan Shi's funding problem was solved, and Chu Yao helped him a lot. It is naturally impossible for him to cash out the tens of millions he invested in Shenghui Finance.
Chu Yao had done a great deed. Her boss knew that she was with Sumu, so naturally he didn't dare to say anything.
Sumu spent 1.8 billion to buy the Taiyangziyuan community in the ecological park, and he also knew about this.
1.8 billion.
Even if he has been working hard in Haidu for more than 10 years, he doesn't have so much money. Sumu is rich, so as the boss of a financial management company, he naturally wants to make friends with him.
If Sumu is happy, it may involve a business worth hundreds of millions. But if you ask me, you will definitely not suffer any loss if you buy Tianchi Garden.
Chu Yao took a sip of coffee and couldn't help but click her lips. This cup of coffee is worth 3,000 yuan, which is incredibly expensive. But since Sumu was treating her, she wouldn't be polite. Just wait and see when the Haidu city government is going to develop the ecological park.
Sumu didn't care.
I originally planned to make it a long-term investment, so I just put it aside.
As for him now, there is only a little over 100 million left in his account.
But fortunately, he is not short of money now. Besides, who knows, he might be able to fish up tens or even hundreds of billions of cash someday, so he really won't have to worry about money anymore.
It's only 1.8 billion. TSK, don't you feel bad at all?
Chu Yao was also looking at Sumu's face.
She wanted to see Sumu's distressed expression. But Sumu was as calm as ever. Ha, you've heard that saying, money is a bastard, if you lose it, go earn it again.
Sumu's mouth corners slightly raised. Money is something that comes to me like a flood, as long as I want it. When Sumu said this, Chu Yao rolled her eyes at him.
But then again, how can ordinary people like them understand the life of a top rich boy like Sumu? Let's have dinner together tonight? Can I come with you?
Chu Yao also knew that Sumu had made an appointment with Zhou Tsong, Xin Fun and others to have a private meal together in the evening.
She definitely wanted to go.
To be honest, it was unlikely that ordinary people like them would have the chance to go to a private restaurant that top rich kids go to in their lifetime unless they had special opportunities, right?
Of course.
Sumu said with a slight smile.
Then I have to go back and change my clothes. Shu Yao was wearing a professional suit, which was a bit too formal. She went with Sumu and could barely be considered Sumu's female companion.
She also wanted to tidy herself up so as not to embarrass Sumu later.
Why bother?
Sumu looked at Shu Yao and smiled. There's Yida shopping mall next to it, just go there and buy a set, it's mine.
Isn't this a bit bad?
Shu Yao's face turned slightly red. She had already benefited from Sumu's help today.
She had come to Ming Pavilion with Sumu for afternoon tea.
Now she wanted Sumu to pay for her clothes.
She was not related to Sumu, so this was indeed not a good idea. You are so polite to me. If you hadn't helped me make the connection today, I wouldn't have gotten to Koenigsegg.
This is my way of thanking you. After Sumu said this, Shu Yao nodded in agreement.
But the house in Koenigsegg you mentioned.
Shu Yao also chuckled and said something casually. It seems intentional, but actually it is unintentional. It seems unintentional, but it is actually intentional. Anyway, Shu Yao just thought of it and said it casually.
Don't worry about this. If Koenigsegg is really designated as a school district house, you can pick any one of them.
I will never break my promise.
Sumu laughed.
Shu Yao bit her lower lip slightly when she heard Sumu say that. She couldn't help but think, I really drank too much that day, otherwise if something happened between me and him. Shu Yao is a girl after all, and she has a lot of wild thoughts.
But who makes Sumu so outstanding? Being young is not the only thing, the key is being handsome.
Being handsome isn't the main thing, the key is that he is a top rich kid.
Besides, Sumu doesn't have the dandy air of those rich second generations. He is friendly and polite. Let's go. Sumu took a sip of coffee, stood up and looked at Shu Yao and said. There is a Yida shopping mall near Minga.
After all, this is the city center and there are many luxury goods inside.
Girls love shopping, but Sumu can't do that.
Shu Yao was actually in a very difficult situation. Clothes that are too cheap are not good looking, and she doesn't want Sumu to feel that she is ripping him off if they are too expensive.
Why are you dazzled?
Yeah, a little bit. I haven't been shopping for a long time.
I usually wear this to work. On weekends, I just want to lie in bed and don't want to go anywhere.
Shu Yao also smiled bitterly and said softly.
Isn't there a Chanel store here? Don't they say that when you don't know what to wear, you can always go wrong with Chanel? Sumu stood up and his eyes fell on the Chanel store not far away. Chanel. Isn't that too expensive? Shu Yao also bit her lower lip and couldn't help but murmur. It's not that expensive, is it?
As Sumu spoke, he walked towards the Chanel store. Shu Yao hadn't reacted yet, but when she saw Sumu walking forward, she hurriedly followed him. It has to be said that as an internationally renowned women's clothing brand, Chanel still has a pretty good market in the domestic market. From perfume, lipstick, to bags and clothes, Chanel can dress a woman from head to toe into a fashionable darling.
As a professional manager, Shu Yao has a very good income.
With a monthly salary of more than 50,000 yuan and an annual salary plus bonuses, she is estimated to earn over 1 million yuan a year. She also has Chanel clothes, but after all, Chanel items are luxury goods, and she only buys 1 or 2 cheap ones throughout the year. As for the new models released by Chanel every quarter, the cheaper ones cost 20,000 to 30,000 yuan each, and the more expensive ones cost 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Even the limited edition ones cost at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan. With her income level, she can only watch.
Isn't this too expensive?
Shu Yao looked at Sumu, shook her head and said softly.
It's okay, I'm spending money anyway. Sumu didn't care. He pointed at a white skirt and said to the salesperson in the store, let's try this skirt on.
The salesperson in the store seemed to be looking down on people. Seeing that Sumu was so young and Shu Yao was wearing a professional suit, she didn't think that Sumu and his friends could afford it. In addition, from Shu Yao's micro-expression when she came in, she also realized that Shu Yao could not be the kind of person with strong financial strength. When she was about to say something naughty like if you can't afford it, don't try it on, her eyes were involuntarily attracted to the watch on Sumu's wrist.
In fact, as a shopping guide for Chanel, she does have some insight.
It was a classic Patek Philippe watch, and she recognized it immediately.
That watch must cost 700,000 or 800,000, right?
The shopping guide was startled and his expression changed instantly.
Okay, sir, ma'am, please wait a moment.
Sumu naturally had no idea that the watch on his wrist had inadvertently caused a snobbish shopping guide to change her attitude towards him.
However, Chu Yao next to her also noticed something.
Girls are more delicate in mind. The shopping guide was a little impatient when he saw them come in.
How could his attitude suddenly change so drastically? Is your watch nice?
Chu Yao looked at the watch on Sumu's left wrist and said with a smile.
Patek Philippe, it's okay, right? The main thing is that the style is quite nice.
The corners of Sumu's mouth rose slightly, and although his voice was not loud, the shopping guide next to him breathed a sigh of relief after hearing it.
Phew, luckily I didn't offend anyone just now, otherwise it would be terrible. The shopping guide couldn't help but think about it.
Chu Yao also hummed and nodded, muttering softly, no wonder.
Chapter 60, Little White Face? He is a top rich boy. Chu Yao's temperament immediately changed after changing into a skirt.
Chu Yao is indeed a beautiful woman with great temperament. Sumu couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Chu Yao walking out of the fitting room.
Pretty.
Sumu looked at Chu Yao and smiled gently. Sir, your girlfriend is so charming. The salesperson also spoke according to Chu Yao's expression. The skirt Chu Yao was wearing was a new Chanel model for this autumn, and it cost 88,000 yuan.
What do you think?
Sumu looked at Chu Yao and asked casually.
What opinion could Chu Yao have now? She just took a look at the price, 88,000. It's almost as much as her 2 months' salary. I like it very much, but the price is too.
Before Chu Yao could finish her words, Sumu interrupted her and said, okay, this is it, we want it.
A skirt that costs 88,000 yuan is definitely unaffordable for most people. But for Sumu, that's still a drop in the bucket? The salesperson's attitude became more flattering.
When paying, the young salesperson also tried to add Sumu's WeChat, but Sumu directly refused. Although this shopping guide looks good, she has a face that has undergone plastic surgery and is sharp-tongued.
How could Sumu be interested in her? Chu Yao came out wearing a skirt and attracted a lot of men's attention along the way. This woman is so charming.
The guy next to her is also quite handsome, but he looks so young.
This man doesn't look like a rich young man, does he? This woman is so beautiful, why did she fall in love with him? What was she thinking? He's just handsome.
Sumu didn't know that those people said this to him, but his cell phone started ringing.
Mr. Su, I saw your car. Are you at Yida Shopping Center?
The call was from Zhou Song. He opened a wine shop here, specializing in high-end red wines.
Business is still very good.
It is easy to make tens of millions in a year.
Aren't we going to have dinner tonight?
Sumu was treating everyone, and he also planned to bring 2 bottles of high-end red wine.
What a coincidence, I happened to see Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno in the parking lot.
After all, a supercar worth hundreds of millions parked there was too ostentatious, and Zhou Song recognized it at a glance.
But he came here today in a Koenigsegg One. He parked the car directly next to Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Fuck. A Lamborghini Veneno and a Koenigsegg One. There are so many wealthy dog owners in Haidu? I admit, I'm jealous. Whose car is this? It's a Koenigsegg. It's not something that ordinary people can buy, right? Aren't you talking nonsense?
Zhou Song got out of the car, and instantly those who were whispering stopped talking and stared straight ahead. Damn, it turns out to be Zhou Song's car. No wonder, he is a top-notch second-generation rich man, and ordinary people like us can't compare. But Zhou Song parked his car next to the poison.
Does this mean he knows him, or is he deliberately provoking him? I guess he knows him? Anyone who can afford a Lamborghini Veneno must be a top-tier rich kid, right? How could they know that the original owner of Zhou Song's Koenigsegg One was also Sumu? Zhou Song also asked Sumu to wait for him at his wine bar. Zhou Song didn't waste any time. He walked into the mall and went straight to the wine shop on the first floor. Sumu came down from the 3rd floor and met Zhou Song on the 1st floor. Brother Song. Here. Sumu also greeted Zhou Song. Master Su.
Zhou Song looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw Sumu, his expression became somewhat attentive. Those people who had just seen Sumu and Chu Yao together and were teasing in their hearts that Sumu might be a gigolo were dumbfounded at this moment.
Damn pretty boy. He is a top rich young man. Knowing Zhou Song is nothing, But when have you ever seen Jotsung be so attentive to others? Even a little flattering? Look at Chu Yao next to Sumu.
She was standing next to Sumu at this time without saying a word.
She looked like a good wife. How could this kind of man be a gigolo? No wonder he can find such a beautiful woman as his girlfriend, he is a real boss. Dogecoin, that's not what you just said.
You heard it wrong, you heard it wrong.
Sumu followed Jotsung and walked towards the Red Tavern. Young Master Su, if you have any red wine you want to drink in the future, you can come to me and have a look. I have basically any red wine you want to drink. Jotsung chuckled. His wine shop has cooperation with the top 10 wineries in France. He has all the high-end wines that can be bought on the market.
Of course, he also has things that are not available on the market.
Okay, Brother Tsong, if you have any good wine, just call me and let me know. I'll have someone come get it. Sumu is rich now, and he wants to get some wine to taste when he has nothing to do.
Since Jotsung is also doing this kind of business, it is natural to support his business.
It's settled then.
Jotsung also had a slight smile on his face. While they were chatting and laughing, the manager of the wine bar also brought over 2 bottles of red wine packaged in oak boxes. I have collected 5 bottles of Romane Conti from the 1990s, but I have never been willing to drink them. Mr. Su invited me to dinner today, and I don't have a gift for you, so I'll just come and get 2 bottles.
Let's enjoy them tonight.
When Jotsung said this, Sumu also laughed. Chu Yao next to her was also stunned for a moment.
Romane Conti from the 1990s.
A bottle of high-end red wine probably costs 150,000 or 160,000 yuan.
The key point is that there are definitely not many red wines of this grade in the world. It is estimated that there are only a few bottles at most.
It can be said that once you drink a bottle, there is one less bottle. Everyone knows the 1982 Lafite, but to be honest, the 1990 Romane Conti is not bad at all. There are naturally many high-quality imitations of red wine of this grade in China.
However, since the wine was brought by Jotsung, it naturally cannot be fake.
They are all top rich kids, Jotsung can't afford to be so embarrassed.
Mr. Su, let's go then. Jotsung looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. The private chef restaurant he booked was still some distance away. It would probably take more than half an hour to drive there. Okay.
Sumu also stood up, straightened his clothes, and followed Jotsung out of the mall. In the parking lot, many passers-by were taking pictures in front of the 2 top luxury cars with their mobile phones. After all, one is a Lamborghini Veneno and the other is a Koenigsegg One. To put it bluntly, the price of these 2 top supercars is enough to buy all the cars in the parking lot.
Brother Tsong, has the Koenigsegg been repaired?
Sumu also saw the Koenigsegg One parked next to his car.
Yeah, I drove it back yesterday. Jotsung nodded. Master Su, I'm taking advantage of you.
If your car hadn't been hit, it would be 90% new. Jotsung thought that Sumu had taken good care of it, but Sumu just laughed and said, it's a new car that I just picked up.
If it hadn't been hit by Brother Chin, I wouldn't have been willing to sell it to you. Jotsung.
Chu Yao, who was standing beside him, was also stunned.
This Koenigsegg One also belongs to Sumu?
Chu Yao thought to herself and was naturally shocked. She bit her lower lip slightly, secretly glanced at Sumu out of the corner of her eye, and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment.
Chapter 61. Damn, this guy is more perverted than Shinfun.
Sumu and Jotsung walked and talked as they approached the car, and the passers-by watching nearby couldn't help but be stunned. Jotsung got into the Koenigsegg One, while Sumu and Chu Yao got into the Lamborghini Veneno.
Sure enough, the friend of the top rich kid is also a top rich kid. Humph. It's just a sports car. I'm really not envious. I know Jotsung, but who is the owner of that Lamborghini Veneno? I've never seen him before. The invisible boss is the real deal. Didn't you see Jotsung's expression just now? I felt like he was a bit flattering. You know what? I just felt something was a little weird. Now that you mention it, it really is like that. The life of the rich is the topic of conversation for ordinary people after dinner. Even if you don't have the ability to live the life of a rich person, there's always nothing wrong with fantasizing about it.
Jotsung drove in front to lead the way, and Sumu followed closely behind.
Koenigsegg and Venom, one in front and one behind, are as cool as they can be. What the hell? What the hell? What's up? So excited? On the road, a young couple was sitting in a Cadillac.
The man was driving the car, and when he saw the Koenigsegg in Venom in front of him, an expression of excitement appeared on his face. The two supercars in front.
What's wrong with a supercar? Aren't you planning to buy one too? I think these two cars are pretty cool, honey, why don't you buy this one? How many women know about cars?
The best they can do is judge whether a car looks cool or not.
Do you know how much this car costs? I want to buy it? I won't buy it. The man was a little excited.
Although he couldn't afford such a top-level supercar, it was a feast for the eyes to see these two amazing cars on the road at the same time.
How much? How much? Husband, aren't you worth tens of millions? How can you not afford it?
The woman was also stunned for a moment. In her eyes, a supercar was only worth 1 or 2 million, or at most 4 or 5 million. The one in the front is called Koenigsegg One, which is worth about 100 million. The one behind is Lamborghini Veneno, which is estimated to be worth at least 100 million.
The point is, even if you have money, you can't buy this kind of top-level supercar. There are only a few of them in the world.
After the man explained this, the woman's eyes were filled with dullness.
She never imagined that a supercar could be sold for hundreds of millions.
The two cars got on the ring road, and Jo Song sped up invisibly.
Are you trying to race me?
Sumu smiled slightly and murmured softly.
Don't you know I'm called the god of cars? Sumu couldn't help but step on the accelerator to the bottom, and Sumu soared up instantly. 120 miles. 150 miles. 200 miles. 280 miles. Jo Song was also dumbfounded.
He was almost 5 or 6 kilometers away from Sumu just now.
He thought it would take Sumu more than 10 minutes to catch up with him, right? As a result, in just about 2 minutes, the black Lamborghini whizzed in front of him like an arrow. Holy crap! Is he going over 300 miles per hour? Awesome! Jo Song didn't dare drive that fast.
Although he had been driving a supercar on the highway since he was 15, he could only drive at a speed of over 200 miles per hour at most.
No matter how fast you are going, if you are not careful, the car may be destroyed and people may die. The second generation of rich people drive supercars to show off, not to risk their lives. He still has hundreds of billions of assets to inherit, he doesn't want to end it like this.
Sumu slowed down the car only after he passed Jo Song.
Fuck! I'm so scared.
Shu Yao held the handle tightly, her face pale.
She just glanced at the speedometer and saw that the car was going 330 miles per hour. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver.
Sumu glanced at Shu Yao, who looked unhappy, and the speed of the car dropped to about 120 km/h.
Do all you rich second generations like racing cars?
Shu Yao curled her lips and asked.
Racing? Don't like it. Sumu laughed. Think about it, the life of a rich second generation is precious, I can't bear to leave this prosperous world. Oh. Shu Yao didn't dare to say anything more. She couldn't accuse Sumu of speeding, right?
Besides, she hasn't recovered yet.
Jo Song also caught up, but he never dared to race with Sumu again. This guy is really desperate. Jo Song couldn't help but complain. Haidu East Suburb No. 1 Villa District. Jo Song and Sumu entered the villa area one after another. A private chef restaurant is actually in the East Suburb's No. 1 Courtyard Villa?
Sumu couldn't help but become interested in the private chef restaurant introduced by Jo Song and others. You know, Dongjiao No. 1 Courtyard is considered a top-level villa residential area in Haidu.
The average price of villas here is 400,000 yuan per square meter.
There are only 26 single-family villas in the entire Dongjiao No. 1 Courtyard, and each villa is worth hundreds of millions on average. It can be said that those who can live here are either rich or noble. It seems that the background of this private chef restaurant is not simple. Sumu couldn't help but think so in his heart.
Following Jo Song, they drove deep into the villa area.
There is a small parking lot in front of a villa that looks to be about 3,000 square meters in size. There is a Lykan Hypersport parked on it, which looks super cool. This is one of the rare world-class supercars in France, with an all-carbon fiber body, and it looks super cool. There are only 7 units in the world, and the factory price is 70 million.
This car is the Lykan Hypersport?
Stepping out of the car, Sumu looked at the big red supercar in front of him and said softly.
Well, this car belongs to Qin Fun.
He knows that one of us is driving a Lamborghini Veneno and the other is driving a Koenigsegg One. This guy also drove out this Lykan Hypersport from his collection.
TSK, you don't know that this guy spent a full 200 million to buy this car.
There was a hint of envy in Zhou Song's words.
He is different from Qin Fun.
Although both of them are the only sons in their families, Qin Fun is obviously the kind of person who was spoiled by his family.
Zhou Song is really no comparison to him.
You know, his old man insisted on hiding the true situation of his family from him, so that when Zhou Song was in junior high school, he always thought that his family was an ordinary family that was extremely poor. As for Qin Fun, he had been living a life of luxury since childhood.
It is common to spend 100 million yuan playing a game.
But after all, although Zhou Song and Qin Fun have known each other for some years, he really doesn't know what Qin Fun's family does.
This is also the reason why Zhou Song is wary of Qin Fun.
Fortunately, Qin Fun is actually a pretty good person. At least when it comes to Zhou Song and Su Mu, his attitude is quite good.
Yeah, I want this car, too, but it's a pity I can't find it. But like in Hypersport has a newer model, so if I find it, I won't mind spending any money on it.
Su Mu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the car. Zhou Song was standing next to Su Mu, and the muscles on his face twitched.
Damn, this guy is even more perverted than Qin Fun. Zhou Song couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Chapter 62 Luo Zuyue, who was born into a royal chef family. The owner of this private chef restaurant is from a royal chef family. You know Zuelu, right? Zhou Song looked at Su Mu and asked with a smile. Aha!
Su Mu nodded without comment.
Zuelu is the most famous Chinese restaurant in Haidu, and Su Mu has been there twice. Uncle Luo used to be the head chef of Jiwei restaurant, but later he retired from the restaurant. The food there has been getting worse every year. After Zhou Song said this, Su Muliu understood.
He had eaten at Zuela twice before, but both times were in the last few days. Su Mu felt that the dishes at Zuela were indeed excellent and worthy of the title of the best Chinese restaurant in Haidu. However, after hearing what Zhou Song said, Su Mu was looking forward to this private chef restaurant. Since Zhou Song and others praise this place so much, it means that it is indeed unique here.
It's not cheap here, is it?
Su Mu looked at the villa in front of him and said with a smile. Zhou Song also responded, Uncle Luo made a lot of money in those years, and just in time for the real estate project here to be launched, he spent 60 million to buy this villa. But the housing prices in Haidu have risen sharply in the past 2 years, and now you can't get a villa here without this price. As Zhou Song spoke, he held up 3 fingers.
300 million, almost. Su Mu nodded, but didn't say much. 300 million is nothing to him.
However, Chu Yao next to her was also slightly stunned.
This villa costs 300 million. It's a huge profit. Following Zhou Song, we walked into the villa.
It was said to be a private kitchen and restaurant, but in fact it was just a residence.
Luo Zuyue retired from Zuela 5 years ago.
He originally wanted to buy a villa, and he still had tens of millions left, which was enough for him to live out his days in peace. However, he later speculated in stocks with others and lost all the tens of millions of dollars he had saved for retirement.
It's definitely not possible for him to go back to Zuelu.
He is already 60 years old and can't work anymore. Later I thought about opening my own private chef restaurant. After all, his popularity over the years was not gained in vain. When he came, quite a few wealthy people came.
After getting used to Luo Zuyue's dishes, the food at Zuelu seemed a bit bland.
However, since it is a private chef restaurant and Luo Zuyue is over 60 years old this year, it is naturally impossible for him to entertain so many people. He only cooks one dish every night, and what he cooks depends on his mood. A good mood means a table full of delicious food. If you are in a bad mood, then just have a table of vegetarian dishes.
But no matter what they cook, it really tastes different.
Top rich kids like Zhou Song and Qin Fun all respectfully call him Uncle Luo, so he must be someone genuine.
Uncle Luo, let me introduce you to a new friend, Su Mu, Master Su. A few people came over and happened to meet Luo Zuyue, who was wearing chef's clothes. Zhou Song greeted him and introduced Su Mu to him. Hello Uncle Luo, you can just call me Xiao Su.
Su Mu was a humble person to begin with.
Besides, Zhou Song called him uncle, so he couldn't be impolite, right? After all, Luo Zuyue looks to be over 60 years old, so it is reasonable for me to call him Uncle Luo. Oh, hello. Luo Zuyue also took a look at Su Mu. This young man is quite good. Being polite, he looks energetic. Unlike Qin Fun, who has dark circles under his eyes and looks listless all day long. Okay, I heard from them too. Young Master Su is treating us today, so I, the old man, will cook a few of my signature dishes for you. Luo Zuyue still had a good impression of Su Mu and said with a smile. Then I must taste Uncle Luo's cooking. Su Mu also smiled slightly and responded. Luo Zuyue didn't say much and went straight to the kitchen to cook. Zhou Song led Su Mu to the private room. There is only one private room here, and Uncle Luo only cooks one table of dishes a day. If you want to come over for dinner in the future, you have to make a reservation in advance. Zhou Song said with a smile. Su Mu also nodded. In the private room, besides Qin Fun, there were a few other people. Meng Shuefei is here too. Sitting next to Qin Fun was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40 years old. His stubble made him look very sexy and manly. Our protagonist today is here. Qin Fun is not tall, but he looks very smart. He stood up, and everyone in the room stood up as well. Su Mu felt a little embarrassed. He is probably the youngest among the people in this private room, right? Even Xu Yao is probably 2 or 3 years older than him. Well, sit down, we are not outsiders. Su Mu was not stage frightened. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a soft smile. Thank you, Mr. Su, for inviting us to dinner today. I specially brought 2 bottles of good wine. Zhou Song also placed the 2 bottles of Romane Conti from the 1990s on the dining table, and everyone couldn't help but sigh and say a few words. Brother Song, why are you so generous today? I asked you for it for half a year, but you didn't give it to me. Qin Fun also joked with interest. After all, it is Romane Conti from the 1990s, and there are no more than 1,000 bottles left on the market. The domestic market is estimated to have less than 100 bottles at most. This level of red wine means 1 less bottle for every bottle you drink. Go away, go away. How much good wine have you drunk here? Tell me the truth. Zhou Song also cursed with a smile, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. Meng Shuefei's gaze fell on Xu Yao. As far as she knows, Su Mu doesn't seem to have a girlfriend now? Who is this? Meng Shuefei looked at Xu Yao provocatively and asked. Xu Yao was also very embarrassed. There were 7 people in the private room including her, and she was the only one who came with Su Mu. She knows Zhou Song and Qin Fun. Although I don't know the remaining few people, judging from their clothes and temperament, they should be top-rich second generations. If Meng Shuefei hadn't asked, she would have just eaten without talking. Now, Meng Shuefei looked at her directly and asked her this, and she didn't know what to say. Sister Shuefei, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Xu Yao. Su Mu realized that Meng Shuefei was deliberately making things difficult for Xu Yao. Xu Yao came here with him, and he couldn't embarrass Xu Yao. When Xu Yao heard Su Mu say this, she pursed her lips slightly, and the blush on her face became even redder. Meng Shuefei frowned and said, "Oh." Zhou Song couldn't help but mutter in his heart when he saw the scene. Could it be that Meng Shuefei has taken a fancy to Su Mu? But, didn't I tell her that Su Mu is probably not her type? Meng Shuefei and Zhou Song had met Su Mu once before, and he felt that Meng Shuefei's feelings towards Su Mu were different that day. But he could also see that Su Mu didn't seem to have any feelings for Meng Shuefei at all. Men understand men best. If it were him, he would not have any feelings for Meng Shuefei either. After all, Meng Shuefei is Mr. Ren's daughter. If there is really something going on between him and Meng Shuefei, he will feel uncomfortable doing anything in the future. People like Zhou Song and Qin Fun have never considered Meng Shuefei a good match? Are you kidding? Don't marry a tigress to control you. That would be too uncomfortable. Zhou Song thought so, and Su Mu was no exception. Master Su, let me introduce you. This is the eldest son of Yang Heavy Industry, Yang Hao. He is the oldest, and we all call him Brother Hao. Zhou Song looked at the middle-aged man sitting next to Qin Fun and introduced him. Yang Hao also looked at Su Mu and smiled slightly, then nodded. Mr. Su, I finally get to meet him in person today. Brother Hao, you're welcome. Although he had never heard much about Yang Hao, he still knew about Yang Heavy Industry, the leader of domestic heavy industry. As one of the Fortune Global 500 companies with a market value of over 1 trillion, Yangshi Heavy Industry is indeed one of the most influential companies in China. They were talking for about 10 minutes when Luo Zuyue and 2 waiters brought the dishes over. Oh my god, Uncle Luo, are you in a good mood today? Qin Fun took a look at the dishes and couldn't help but said with a smug smile. Today is the first time that young Master Su comes here, so I naturally have to entertain him well. Luo Zuyue chuckled and told the waiter to bring the dishes to the table. Uncle Luo, I'm not saying you're really biased.
When I first came here, you prepared a table full of vegetarian dishes. Qinfen teased, with a bright smile on his face.
TSK, if you say that, don't come here to eat for free in the future.
Luo Ziyue looked at Qinfen and spoke directly.
No, Uncle Luo, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Qinfen quickly admitted his mistake. He had a picky taste and had been to all the high-end restaurants in Haidu.
However, the only dishes that really made him linger were those cooked by Luo Ziyue. You kid. You come here every day to eat for free, but you haven't gained any weight. Luo Ziyue rolled his eyes at Qinfen and said with a laugh, there are a few more dishes, they will be ready soon, you guys eat first. As he spoke, Luo Ziyue walked out of the private room and headed towards the kitchen. Chapter 63. Don't panic if you don't have money, go fishing and see the situation. We ate and talked at the same time.
At this kind of dinner party, everyone is smart and knows clearly what to say and what not to say. The dinner was quite harmonious, and as the glasses of wine clinked, Sumu won the recognition of these top second-generation rich people. However, Meng Shuefei had some conflicts with Chu Yao, and toasted Chu Yao with a lot of wine. But Chu Yao is not a pushover either. As a professional manager, she can drink quite well. It was still somewhat unlikely for Meng Shuefei to get her drunk.
I have to say that Luo Ziyue's cooking skills are indeed unique.
Previously, Sumu thought that the chef of Zuela was one of the best chefs, and there were probably not many people in the country whose cooking skills were better than that of the chef of Zuelu.
However, after tasting Luo Ziyue's cooking, Sumu couldn't help but think of that sentence.
There are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people.
Indeed, Luo Ziyue's cooking skills are really different.
Even an ordinary stir-fried vegetable tastes more delicious in Luo Ziyue's hands.
Uncle Luo's dishes are really delicious. Jotsong couldn't help but admire it. Luo Ziyue brought over another 5 dishes, which looked mouth-watering. Uncle Luo, sit down and have a drink? Sumu looked at Luo Ziyue and said with a smile. No, you young people are having a meal together, why would an old man like me come here? Luo Ziyue laughed, eat and drink well, and we'll talk if it's not enough.
Here, Luo Ziyue also walked out of the private room with his hands behind his back.
Master Su, this Uncle Luo is really nice to you. Qinfen clicked his tongue and said.
You know, Luo Ziyue's private chef restaurant does not allow ordering dishes.
What dish to cook depends on the old man's mood. If you are in a good mood, you might be able to enjoy some delicious dishes. If I'm in a bad mood, I can only eat boiled cabbage.
However, they had come here so many times, but they had never seen the old man treat them so well. For the 7 of them, the old man cooked a total of 15 dishes. Not only did he prepare the right combination of meat and vegetables, he also told them to come back if they didn't have enough.
That's right. We've been here so many times, but Mr. Luo has never told us this.
You guys are jealous, but young Master Su looks very approachable.
Several people here were also teasing Sumu. What else could Sumu say?
He smiled slightly and raised his glass to everyone. The meal took almost 2 hours, and it was dark when we came out.
Everyone had drunk a lot of alcohol, so the car couldn't move. Jotsong called a designated driver in advance.
There were 7 of them, so there were 5 cars in total. Jotsong called 5 designated drivers at once. When the 5 designated drivers saw the car, they were stunned.
The worst ones are all Lamborghini Aventador, and that one belongs to Meng Shuefei. The most expensive one is Qinfen like in Hypersport.
Although it may not be as well known as Koenigsegg and Venom, Qinfen spent 200 million to buy this car after all.
Fuck.
Jotsong, Qinfen, these top second-generation rich people in Haidu are gathering here.
I'm really blinded by this. These 5 cars alone are worth 3 or 400 million, right? 3 or 400 million is nothing. I guess these wealthy people wouldn't even look at it, right?
The 5 designated drivers who came over were also whispering in private, but when they saw people coming out of the villa, they immediately shut up. It's fine if these words are said in private, but if they get to the ears of the big guys, they will be in big trouble.
Brother Tsong, Brother Qin, Brother Hao, let's meet again at a different time. Sumu also got into the car.
As for Chu Yao's words, Sumu also asked Yang how to help deliver it. Yang Hao's car was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and there were more people sitting in it. Although Sumu was not worried that Yang Hao would do anything out of line, he still instructed the designated driver to follow Yang Hao's Rolls-Royce Phantom to Chu Yao's place first.
5 cars here got on the ring road and returned to the city.
When he arrived at Chu Yao's house, Sumu watched Chu Yao go upstairs before leaving.
When I got home, it was almost 11 o'clock.
Sumu was almost sober.
Home. Sumu sent a message to Chu Yao.
Chu Yao had just finished taking a shower and was lying on the bed, holding her phone in her hand and thinking about random things. When she saw Sumu's message, she replied immediately.
Aha, are you feeling better now?
I'm sober now and feel much better. Sumu smiled and sent a voice message, go to bed early, you still have to go to work tomorrow.
Okay, got it.
Although Chu Yao was lying on the bed, she couldn't fall asleep for a while.
Today she finally saw the world.
First, Pan Shi knelt down in her hands in the morning, and she had no choice but to ask Sumu for help.
Sumu simply waved his hand, threw in 1.8 billion and took over Yuan.
In the afternoon, Sumu took her to Mingda for afternoon tea and also took her to buy a Chanel dress.
As for the dinner in the evening, it is still fresh in her memory.
When Meng Shufe was trying to embarrass her, Sumu came to the rescue and said that she was his girlfriend.
Chu Yao couldn't help but feel attracted to him.
However, Chu Yao herself knew that it was not that easy for her to become Sumu's girlfriend.
Alas.
Chu Yao sighed and posted a message to her friends.
I hope I can be a better person tomorrow.
Chu Yao is actually already very good, but in comparison, she feels that it is still not enough.
If she wants to be worthy of Sumu, she really needs to be better. On Sumu's side, the Filipino maid Nana made a pot of tea for Sumu.
Master, please go to bed early. The Filipino maid Nana has worked hard on her Chinese these past 2 days, and now her Mandarin is much more standard than before.
Not bad, you've made progress. Sumu looked at the Filipino maid Nana and nodded, okay, you should go and have a rest too.
Sumu sat on the sofa, feeling a little lazy but not wanting to move. After drinking 2 sips of tea, Sumu became much more sober.
It's been a few days since I came here. Life is so wonderful. Sumu lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and couldn't help but sigh. Having money actually brings a lot of worries. It's only been a few days. He has so many properties that he can hardly count them all. The Koenigsegg One was sold to Zhou Tsong, and the current Lamborghini Veneno is pretty good too.
Oh, and there's another G-Class at Wang Sinyu's place.
Sumu also sorted out the things he currently had.
Luxury cars and the like are not worth much. In terms of real estate, he currently lives in a large flat worth more than 20 million yuan, and he also owns a whole building in Tangchenipin.
Today, he spent 1.8 billion yuan to buy the entire Yuan.
These are all fixed assets, and Sumu will definitely not touch them unless it is absolutely necessary. As for his skills, he is an expert in both calligraphy and painting, unparalleled in Chinese martial arts, and also has the skills of a genius student and a god of driving, which make his personal charm increasingly perfect. I just don't have much cash left.
Sumu couldn't help but sigh. It's almost dawn, let's see what good fish we can catch later.
Sumu also sat on the sofa, drank some tea, and watched the news. After midnight, Sumu clicked on Leisure Fishing without hesitation.
Let's see what we can catch today. Sumu directly clicked the fishing button. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Chapter 64, Weight Loss Milk Tea, $1 trillion market? Or even more than just one.
Congratulations to the player for catching a recipe for weight loss milk tea, value, priceless?
Fuck.
When Sumu saw the prompt on the screen, he was stunned.
Weight loss milk tea recipe? Are you asking me to open a milk tea shop? Sumu also checked the information about weight loss milk tea.
Weight loss milk tea, purely natural and pollution-free, no side effects, no rebound. Drinking 1 cup a day can easily help you lose 2 to 3 pounds.
After 30 days of drinking, you will have a healthy and good figure. Is this an advertisement?
Sumu was also stunned when he looked at the introduction.
Slimming milk tea, the effect is so amazing?
Even if Sumu had no business acumen, he knew what this meant. The world has been at peace for nearly 100 years, and the living standards of countries around the world are improving. Take China for example, the living standards are much better than they were 20 years ago. As life gets better, there are more and more fat people. It's not that being fat is bad, but being too fat is really not good for your health. According to big data statistics, nationwide, 300 million of the 1.4 billion population are overweight, including 100 million obese people.
How big is the domestic weight loss market? Just look at the gyms and weight loss bases that are springing up all over the country and you will know.
As a fat person, it is indeed sad to live in this era where thinness is considered beautiful. Boys are better. If a girl is too fat, she will be ridiculed and laughed at by others. Sumu remembered that there were a few overweight girls in his class, who later became so inferior that they refused to communicate with others.
This recipe is truly priceless.
Sumu directly clicked to extract the recipe, and a second later, a recipe for weight loss milk tea appeared in Sumu's mind.
These things are really cheap.
When Sumu saw that the ingredients on the recipe were all common fruits and vegetables, the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
This is like giving money away.
Sumu is short of money right now, and if he has this weight loss milk tea, it would be like picking up money with a sack on his back. A cup of milk tea costs 100 yuan, and 10 cups cost 1,000 yuan.
10,000 cups of milk tea equals 1 million. With so many fat people in the country, at least 100 million or 200 million cups of milk tea should be sold every year, right? 100 million cups is 10 billion.
After deducting the cost, he can earn at least 7 or 8 billion from 100 million cups of milk tea.
And this is just the domestic market.
On a global scale, it is estimated that the net profit will reach at least hundreds of billions a year.
What is the concept?
In other words, the average net income is more than 300 million yuan per day.
This is a cash cow. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. It seems like I have to open this milk tea shop. Sumu smiled slightly. 100 yuan a cup is too cheap, how about 200 yuan a cup?
Anyway, the effect is there, and this is my exclusive business, you can drink it if you want. Sumu never considered himself a philanthropist. Since we are going to do business, we must consider the issue from the perspective of profit. The effective weight loss milk tea is there, so there is no need to worry about the lack of a market for it. I definitely can't take over such a big market by myself, and the world is dangerous.
Sumu understood this principle. He is not short of money, and he never thinks there is anything good about having too much money. There is actually not much difference between tens of billions and hundreds of billions.
We only have one life, so even if we indulge ourselves in luxury, a few 100 billion will definitely be enough to spend. The cake is so big that he definitely can't swallow it all by himself, at least not now.
The situation in Haidu is easy to deal with, but he has also heard that the princes in the imperial capital are all black-hearted. Sumu didn't think much about it.
He still had to see whether the effect of this weight loss milk tea was as abnormal as the introduction said. After washing up, Sumu lay on the bed and fell asleep soon.
A dreamless night.
After Sumu woke up, he looked at the time and it was just past 8 o'clock. There is no class this morning, so Sumu plans to go to the university town for a walk. There are more than 20 colleges and universities near Haidu University, with millions of college students alone. The university town is also quite prosperous. Everyone in China knows that it is easiest to make money from college students. With such a large market as the university town, it goes without saying that business is extremely prosperous. After Sumu had breakfast, he asked the Filipino maid Nana to clean the house, and then went straight to the university town.
Many businesses in the university town are closed in the morning.
After all, everyone knows that college students are the laziest people.
Wasn't there a joke that made fun of college students in China?
A fried rice seller is targeting the breakfast market among college students. However, a month later he announced that his business venture had failed. Because damn college students don't eat breakfast at all. Most college students wake up in the morning at noon, so who goes to have breakfast? Sumu's goal is also very clear.
He plans to directly buy a milk tea shop.
In this way, he can sell his own weight loss milk tea today. However, not many milk tea shops are open early in the morning. The university town is very big and there are quite a lot of milk tea shops. There are at least dozens of milk tea shops of all sizes.
Mad, are all businessmen so lazy nowadays? Sumu couldn't help but complain.
As I walked along, there were almost no milk tea shops open.
This one is pretty good.
Sumu saw a milk tea shop opened about 100 meters ahead. The decoration of this milk tea shop was quite high-end and looked quite stylish.
It's their house. Sumu walked straight to the milk tea shop called Wankaka. Hello, what would you like to drink?
The salesperson at the milk tea shop was a beautiful woman who looked to be around 23 or 24 years old.
Judging from her dress, she should be the owner of the milk tea shop. Are you the owner of this milk tea shop? Sumu smiled slightly and asked Yuanya. It's the boss, not the boss lady.
Yuanya said with a chuckle. Although there is only one letter difference between the boss and the boss's wife, it reveals that Yuanya is still single.
Ha, I'm planning to buy your milk tea shop. See how much it costs.
Since she was the boss, Sumu didn't beat around the bush and asked directly.
Aha, you want to take over my milk tea shop?
Yuanya was slightly stunned when she heard Sumu say that, then she smiled and said, "How much money can you give?"
How about this? I'll give you 500,000 and this store will be mine. 500,000?
Yuanya originally thought that Sumu was young and was a college student nearby. Even if he wanted to buy her store, he would only offer 50,000 or 60,000 yuan at most. She opened this milk tea shop this summer. The rent is 100,000 yuan a year, and the decoration costs also 100,000 yuan. It had only been open for a few days, so if Sumu was willing to spend 500,000 to buy her milk tea shop, she would naturally agree.
You're a grown man, why do you want to open a milk tea shop? Yuanya also asked out of curiosity. Why can't boys open a milk tea shop?
Sumu laughed. How about this? I'll spend 500,000 to buy your milk tea shop, and you'll continue to stay as the store manager. I'll give you an annual salary of 1 million, and bonuses are extra.
As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Yuanya was completely stunned.
She found it incredible that her milk tea shop sold 500,000 plates. Now he is offering her an annual salary of 1 million, not counting bonuses.
What is he trying to achieve? Isn't he coming for me? Yuanya looked up at Sumu and couldn't help but look at Sumu. He's quite handsome, but I'm afraid his brain is not good, right? Yuanya couldn't help but think so in her heart. Chapter 65. Yuanya is very thoughtful and nice. 1 million per year? Yuanya looked at Sumu blankly and asked. How am I going to describe the milk tea shop business? It's pretty good. However, there are dozens of milk tea shops in the university town alone. To be honest, they can only make about 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a year. If Sumu really offered her $1 million annual salary, she would agree without hesitation. $1 million annual salary? Sumu nodded. But what do you want? Yuanya was also very curious about what Sumu was thinking. This is not a question of whether you make a profit or not. If you really only open a milk tea shop, you will probably lose everything, right? Just tell me whether you agree or not. Sumu chuckled and asked back.
If it's really $1 million annual salary, I definitely have no reason to refuse. Yuanya shrugged her shoulders and said with a wry smile. Well, we'll continue to sell milk tea, but we'll set the price uniformly at 200 yuan per cup.
Sumu nodded and spoke calmly. 200 yuan a cup. Yuanya was stunned and shouted out loudly. Are you crazy? 200 yuan a cup.
The consumers here are all college students.
How can they spend 200 yuan on such expensive milk tea?
What Yuanya said is true. Although it is said that it is easy to make money as a college student, they are not fools.
Not to mention college students, even across the country, how many people can spend 200 yuan to buy a cup of milk tea? What if it's a slimming milk tea?
Sumu also anticipated Yuanya's emotions and said with a chuckle.
Diet milk tea? Yuanya looked at Sumu and was stunned.
A cup of slimming milk tea can help you lose 2 to 3 pounds. It is all natural and has no side effects.
It will never rebound. Drink it for a month and you will be healthy and in good shape. Sumu said this, and Yuanya looked at Sumu with half belief and half doubt. Is it as magical as you said? How is this possible? Milk tea is something that has a high calorie content. It would be good if drinking milk tea does not make you gain weight, let alone lose weight. Slimming milk tea?
That doesn't tea sound very reliable.
If it doesn't work, I'll give you a reward of 1 million yuan.
Of course, Sumu knew that there would be many people who would question the effectiveness of his milk tea, and he had also thought of countermeasures. During the trial operation period, anyone who does not see any effect after drinking the weight loss milk tea will be rewarded with 1 million yuan by Sumu after 1 month.
But the condition is that you drink it for a month continuously.
Even if you drink 30 cups of milk tea a month, each cup can help you lose 2 kilograms on average, so 30 cups of milk tea can help you lose at least 60 kilograms. Moreover, the biggest feature of slimming milk tea is that it can make people lose weight to a healthy body shape and will not keep losing weight.
Moreover, drinking it regularly can help shape your body.
It can be said that it is suitable for men and women, young and old, tall or short, fat or thin.
If it's true, then. Yuanya heard Sumu's firm tone and she began to believe it a little. No one would not treat money as money, right?
If it doesn't work, just reward me 1 million. And if this weight loss milk tea is really as magical as Sumu said, she couldn't imagine what kind of market it would be in. A cup of milk tea can help you lose 2 to 3 pounds.
To be honest, 200 yuan a cup is not excessive at all.
Among her friends, some spend at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan a year on losing weight. There is an effect, but weight loss is the result of long-term persistence, such as running, fitness, swimming. Once you stop, the weight will rebound quickly. If it is really as Sumu said, not only is the effect quick, but it is also completely natural with no side effects and no rebound. I guess it will sell like crazy, right? 200 yuan per cup, and 30 cups a month is only 6,000 yuan. Let alone losing 60 kilograms, even if you can lose 20 kilograms, it will probably be popular in the weight loss market, right? Has your slimming milk tea been certified by the National Health Commission? Yuanya looked at Sumu and asked. This, not yet. Sumu was also asked by Yuanya. That won't do. Yuanya frowned. Although it is milk tea, if it is not certified by the National Health Commission, it cannot be sold on the market. That's easy. It only takes a phone call. Sumu now thinks that Yuanya is quite good. She is careful and responsible. He feels relieved to hand over the business of his milk tea shop to her. Besides, he has other things to do, so how can he have the time to manage the milk tea shop business? That's fine. Yuanya also nodded. Sumu also asked Yuanya to contact the advertising department and make sure to promote the weight loss milk tea in the next 2 days. Can. Yuanya nodded, agreeing with Sumu's idea. Sumu also transferred 1 million directly to Yuanya. 500,000 is the money to buy your milk tea shop, and the remaining 500,000 will be used as funds for early publicity. Although Sumu doesn't have much cash on hand now, he is not short of 1 or 2 million. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with your money? Can you? Sumu looked at Yuanya and asked back. Really? Yuanya doesn't know how to do that. After all, as long as you are not a fool, you know what to choose. Not to mention that Sumu directly offered her an annual salary of 1 million, and bonuses and other things were not included. The main thing is, if the weight loss milk tea is really as magical as Sumu said, then there is no need to explain what it means, right? How many people in China are troubled by their body shape? Hundreds of millions of people. Globally, there are at least 1 billion people who need to lose weight. What kind of market is this? Besides, according to Sumu, anyone can drink this weight loss milk tea. Fat people can achieve weight loss effect. Thin people can achieve body shaping effects. This is irresistible to everyone. Besides, if a cup of milk tea costs 200 yuan and can have this kind of effect, I guess no one would refuse it, right? Even if it is 2 or 3 times more expensive, I guess no one would refuse it, right? Sumu also nodded and took out his cell phone to call Jo Tsong. Hello? Who is it? Jo Tsong went to bed late last night and hasn't woken up yet. Jo Tsong, who was woken up by the phone call, hadn't even opened his eyes yet, and his tone sounded very impatient. Brother Tsong, it's me. Sumu also smiled bitterly. Brother Tsong, did I disturb your sleep? If it were someone else, Jo Tsong would probably have just retorted back. However, when Jo Tsong heard Sumu's voice, he became a little more sober. Master Su? What's wrong? What's going on? Brother Tsong, I have a milk tea that helps with weight loss. I plan to take it to the National Health Commission to get a safety certification. Sumu also briefly explained the matter, and then directly said, Brother Tsong, I can't take over such a big market by myself. How about this, you can be agents in the future. The market price is 200 yuan per cup and this cannot be changed. I will give you an internal price of 100 yuan per cup. Jo Tsong was still sleepy at first, but after listening to what Sumu said, Jo Tsong woke up completely. Master Su, is your slimming milk tea reliable? Absolutely reliable. Okay, I get it. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. I'll come to you this afternoon. Just prepare your things. Okay, Brother Tsong, thank you for your help. Sumu hung up the phone, smiled slightly, and looked up at Yuanya. Yuanya brought Sumu a cup of lemon tea. She also heard Sumu's phone call just now. Boss, is this Tsong brother you mentioned so powerful? Jo Tsong, you should know, right? Sumu took a sip of lemon tea and stood up. Okay, hurry up with the publicity. I guess we have to start the business in the next 2 days.
Okay, boss, I got it.
Yuanya responded verbally, but she was also shocked in her heart.
Zhou Tsong. So the boss is also a top rich kid? Chapter 66, Shu, don't wake up Sumu. Zhou Tsong was stunned when he heard what Sumu said. Slimming milk tea. If it's true, the market for this thing is really huge. And the profit is absolutely amazing.
Although Sumu's cup costs 100 yuan, the market price is 200 yuan a cup.
The net profit of one cup is 100 yuan.
If the effect is as amazing as Sumu said, there will be no worries about sales.
Even if you're an agent, you can sell at least 100 million cups a year, right? The net profit is at least tens of billions.
The key is that it is easy to make money here and there is no pressure, which is equivalent to Sumu giving them money. But it's also impossible for Sumu to give them money for nothing.
Once this kind of thing comes out, there will definitely be a lot of people coveting it.
The purpose of their existence is to help Sumu push these people back.
Because this is not only Sumu's money, it is also their money.
That saying is right, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Zhou Tsong naturally cares about this matter since he is given billions of dollars for free every year.
He doesn't have any friends in the National Health Commission, but he can find someone.
Zhou Tsong also got up from the bed, put on his clothes, washed his face, found his friend's phone number and called him. Sun Jianhong, his father is the director of the Haidu Health Commission, so he is the most suitable person to handle this kind of thing.
Brother Tsong, why did you think of calling me today? Let me ask you something.
My friend has developed a kind of milk tea, and now he wants the National Health Commission to give him a safety certification.
This is a simple matter. Just ask him to prepare the ingredients for the milk tea.
As long as there is no problem with the product, it can be ready this afternoon.
Okay, I'll treat you to a meal some other day. It's easier to get things done when there is someone around. If the normal procedure is followed, it is estimated that the whole process will take at least 2 or 3 months. If you find the right person, as long as there is no problem with the product, it can be done in half a day. Sumu returned to school and had 2 advanced mathematics classes in the morning.
Professor Ma has been carefully verifying Sumu's proof of the Goldbach conjecture these days.
There were no problems at all.
Throughout the whole process, my thoughts were clear and there was nothing that didn't make sense. The domestic mathematics community has also been shocked in recent days.
After all, when they found out that the person who made this proof was a sophomore student from Haidu University, the word unbelievable was written all over their faces. Proves that they have also watched it over and over again. There really is no problem. Genius.
For a time, several famous domestic mathematics masters became eager to take action. Wu Fei, the dean of the Department of Mathematics at Huaqing University, and Zhu Qinian, the dean of the Department of Mathematics at Jingbei University, both called Ma Jun as soon as possible to express their desire to accept Sumu as a student.
But they were definitely rejected by Ma Jun.
Professor Ma is a well-known mathematics expert in China, and he has taught many outstanding students over the years.
However, geniuses like Sumu are rare. First of all, Haidu University cannot compare with Beijing University and Huaqing University in terms of student sources. Professor Ma finally got Sumu. How could he give him up so easily? Don't even think about poaching people from me.
Professor Ma has already applied to the school for an exception to allow Sumu to be promoted to a joint master's and doctoral program. Anyway, as long as Sumu is willing, he can continue to study at Haidu University until he graduates with a doctorate. Professor Ma kept staring at Sumu during class, but Sumu didn't seem to be paying much attention to his class.
Geniuses are naturally a little different from ordinary people.
Professor Ma was thinking this in his mind, but Sumu just laid his head on the table. Sumu got up a little early this morning, and was busy looking for a milk tea shop.
Now he is here for advanced mathematics class.
Before class, Sumu also looked through the calculus book. Those difficult calculus problems that were difficult to understand before were no problem at all now.
When did advanced mathematics become so simple and easy to understand? Sumu chuckled and couldn't help thinking so in his heart.
What Professor Ma said were basically the most basic things in the books, which sounded boring. Moreover, Sumu could understand them after just one look, so there was no need to listen to them again. The more he listened, the sleepier he became.
Sumu began to feel drowsy.
Zhang He, who was sitting not far away, also secretly glanced at Sumu and saw him dozing off. In the past 2 days, Sumu has been too much in the spotlight, which makes him very jealous. There is a saying that goes, jealousy can make people lose their minds. When he saw Sumu dozing off, he suddenly remembered that Professor Ma hated students falling asleep in his class the most. Professor Ma was explaining the topic on the stage when Zhang He stood up from his seat.
Zhang Yi's abnormality also attracted Professor Ma's attention. What's wrong?
Professor, Sumu. Shoo. Before Zhang He could finish his words, Professor Ma put his hand to his mouth and gestured for him to stop talking.
Speak softly, don't wake Sumu up.
When Professor Ma said this, not only Zhang He, but the whole class was dumbfounded.
Is this still the same stubborn old Professor Ma?
In the past, if students fell asleep in his class, they would be scolded and asked to leave.
But come to think of it, Sumu seems to be different from them. How can we compete with Sumu? He proved the Goldbach conjecture and is now Professor Ma's most valued student, no doubt about it.
I heard that Professor Ma applied to the school to allow Sumu to study for his doctorate directly.
Holy crap! Is this true? I'm so jealous. That's nothing.
My classmates at Huaqing called me a few days ago and asked me if I knew someone named Sumu. I heard that Wu Fei, the dean of Huaqing's mathematics department, has been talking about Sumu recently.
Yes, some of my classmates in Beijing North also asked me if they knew Sumu. Their dean Zhu Qinian seemed to want to recruit Sumu.
Zhang Yi's face was as black as charcoal and looked particularly ugly. Zhu Yuan turned his head and looked at him. Coincidentally, Zhang Yi also saw Zhu Yuan looking at him. He quickly lowered his head and calmed down a lot. He was so excited just now that he just wanted to expose the fact that Sumu slept in class. But he forgot that Sumu single-handedly overthrew those people from the Taekwondo club yesterday.
1 against 10. Sumu is much more powerful than Zhu Yuan.
Fortunately, Professor Ma told him not to say anything just now, otherwise, if he really provoked Sumu again, he would be in big trouble.
Damn it, I really owe it to you. Who is Sumu? Why should I go against him?
Zhang He also thought it through. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he finally accepted it.
What can I do if I don't admit it? In terms of looks, Sumu's looks can crush all the young and handsome guys in the entertainment industry.
In terms of achievements, Sumu proved the Goldbach conjecture and has a bright future ahead of him.
In terms of identity and background, Sumu's car is a Lamborghini Veneno. No matter what they compete in, Sumu always crushes him.
Chapter 67. Actually, I am more curious about Sumu's identity and background.
Professor Ma's attitude speaks for itself. But then again, someone like Sumu is not something you can envy.
I used to think God was fair, but now I think God is not fair at all.
That's right. It's okay that he's so handsome and rich, but the key is why is he so smart?
Zhang He really overestimates his own abilities.
How can he compete with Sumu?
If I were Sumu, I would just not cause trouble for him, but he still dares to cause trouble for me? The students in the class were whispering among themselves, and there was a hint of envy and jealousy in their words. But I don't hate him at all, mainly because Sumu is usually a low-key person, and he is quite nice to his classmates. Take that day for example. I invited all the classmates in the department to dinner, and then we went to Future Bar to have fun. The consumption for that night alone was estimated to be at least 5 or 6 million.
Sumu is so generous to the people around him, and he doesn't even bother to curry favor with them. Who would hate him?
Sumu felt like he just took a nap in class, but when he woke up, school was already over. Professor Ma came over and said to him caringly, "Student Sumu, don't get too tired when you study at night.
If you really can't, you can use my class to have a good rest in the future."
Hiss. When the students around heard Professor Ma say this, they couldn't help but gasp.
Damn, Professor Ma is really considerate to Sumu. Don't you think about it?
Sumu is now a top student that all the mathematics masters in the country are trying to win over. If Professor Ma treats Sumu badly, he will turn to Huaqing or Jingbei.
You do not say.
Sumu was also a little embarrassed by Professor Ma, but to be honest, he understood everything Professor Ma said in class after reading it once, which was indeed a bit boring. While going to the cafeteria with his roommates to have a quick meal, Sumu also received a call from Jotsong.
"Mr. Su, have you eaten yet?"
"I just finished eating." "Well, I've contacted the people from the National Health Commission, but you have to prepare the materials."
"If there's no problem, it can be done today."
Jotsong also attaches great importance to the issue of weight loss milk tea. If it was just for Sumu's benefit, he could help, but he wouldn't be so diligent. However, since Sumu agreed to let them be agents and give them such a large profit, it would not be Sumu's business alone.
How could Jotsong not know what Sumu was thinking? Slimming milk tea.
Moreover, it is pure natural, has no side effects, works quickly, and does not rebound. Once this product comes out, it is expected to attract the attention of a large number of people.
It's easy here in Haidu, we are all family. However, the princes in the imperial capital are not so easy to deal with. Anyone who is not a fool knows how big the weight loss market is. If those people in the imperial capital really take a fancy to him by then, it will be difficult for Sumu to deal with it. Even though Sumu is usually on good terms with Jotsong and the others, and they all call each other brothers, if people from the imperial capital really take action, how many of them will be able to help Sumu? But if there is a chain of interests involved, it will be different. Tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of profits a year is too much. If they get involved, even if they are favored by those people in the imperial capital, they will not agree even if Sumu agrees. The pie is so big, if one more person is added, they will earn hundreds of millions or even billions less. No one can resist money, let alone billions or even tens of billions of profits a year? No problem, I have nothing to do this afternoon. Sumu laughed. Sorry to bother you, brother Tsong.
No trouble, no trouble.
Why would you bother with your brother's business? Jotsong also laughed and said.
After Sumu hung up the phone, he went directly to a nearby supermarket. Many of the recipes for slimming milk tea are fruits and vegetables in daily life, such as apples, passion fruit, purple sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and celery.
In short, the stuff is very ordinary and the production method is simple.
However, the proportion of the formulation is still very important. Sumu also prepared all the necessary raw materials and bought a juicer.
After preparing everything, Sumu called Jotsong. Brother Tsong, I have prepared everything. Okay, then go directly to the health commission. I'll go there too. Good.
Sumu also drove a G-Class from Wang Xinyu's place, loaded up his stuff, and set a navigation system to head directly to the National Health Commission's Research Institute. Jotsong didn't come alone, he called Qin Fun and Yang Hao along. Jotsong also knew that the market for weight loss milk tea was huge and it was not something that he and Sumu could take over. There are only a few of them among the top rich young men in Haidu. If they unite together, even if the prince in the imperial capital has some ideas, he will probably have to think twice.
Brother Tsong, is what you said true or false?
Qin Fun was called over by Jotsong as soon as he woke up. When he heard Jotsong talking about the effects of weight loss milk tea, he woke up instantly.
Yang Hao was also stunned for a moment, and touched his chin with his hand. If the weight loss milk tea that Sumu said is really that magical, this thing is very valuable. Yes. The entire weight loss market.
Not to mention the global market, just the domestic market, it is estimated to be at least over 1 trillion.
Jotsong nodded and said, Sumu said that he can let us be his agent and buy goods from him for 100 yuan a cup. The market price is 200 yuan a cup. This is not allowed to be touched. The profit of 1 cup is 100 yuan.
After deducting the operating costs, the profit of 1 cup can be at least 70 or 80 yuan. Qin Fun muttered softly, if this thing is really that effective, there will be no shortage of markets for it.
So? Jotsong frowned and said thoughtfully, if we get together, even if someone wants to take advantage of this thing, they will have to think twice, right?
When Yang Hao heard what Jotsong said, he nodded. To be honest, Sumu is giving it to them for free, making billions or even tens of billions of profits every year. Since Sumu was willing to give them concessions, they naturally understood what he meant.
I tell you, Sumu is definitely not that simple. I have a bold idea. Slimming milk tea is a small matter. Sumu must have many other ways to make money.
Jotsong said this, and Qin Fun and Yang Hao nodded in agreement.
Actually, I'm more curious about Sumu's identity and background.
Yang Hao looked at Jotsong and Qin Fun and whispered, as far as I know, Sumu has an exclusive bank card of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Xia State.
You should understand what this exclusive bank card means, right?
Be it Jotsong or Qin Fun, they were all stunned when they heard what Yang Hao said.
ICBC exclusive bank card? No way, even in the entire Xia country, there are less than 5 people who own that thing, right? So? But it seems that Sumu himself doesn't quite understand it.
After Yang Hao said this, the three of them were thinking about it thoughtfully, and the atmosphere became a little solemn for a while.
Chapter 68 What the hell?
You know what, this milk tea tastes pretty good.
Really? They have never figured out Sumu's identity and background. According to what they knew, Sumu was just an ordinary person a week ago. But the current Sumu is completely different from the previous Sumu. The prince who was living among the people? And was only found recently? Maybe he's the illegitimate child of some important person? Maybe Sumu came from those places? Jotsong and the other two couldn't help but guess Sumu's identity as they stood at the entrance of the National Health Commission's Research Institute. But why is it that the more I guess, the less reliable it becomes? The illegitimate children of the big shots have all come out. But compared to the truth, their guess is still relatively reliable. At least if Sumu said that he came from another parallel world and possessed a fishing system that could fish for everything, this would be the most unreliable, right? Sumu did not waste any time. After preparing all the necessary materials, he drove directly to the National Health Commission Research Institute. Brother Tsong, Brother Hao, Brother Chin. Sumu parked the car and greeted them. Master Su. The three of them also came to their senses and responded with a smile on their faces. Sorry, the road is a bit congested. Sumu said this with a smile as he took things out of the car. Jotsong and others also came up to help. That's all? Jotsong was also stunned. He thought there was some Chinese medicine or something. After all, it is a weight loss milk tea. Strictly speaking, it can also be considered a medicine, right? But what did Sumu bring? Apple? Cucumber? Celery? If you don't know, you might think Sumu was here to cook. Master Su, is that weight loss milk tea you mentioned really that magical? Yang Hao was still somewhat skeptical. When he saw the things Sumu was carrying, he became even more confused. These are all common fruits and vegetables in life. Although cucumbers and tomatoes are essential foods for weight loss, it seems unlikely to have the weight loss effect that Sumu mentioned, right? Yeah, didn't I tell you that it's all natural and has no side effects? Sumu smiled slightly and said to the three of them. This is really natural. Shinfen also laughed and said. Anyway, now that we are here, why not try it and see if it works? The four of them walked into the National Health Commission Research Institute together. Although Sun Jianhong didn't come, he had already said hello. Sumu and four others came over, and the National Health Commission also sent someone special to receive them. After all, he is one of the richest boys in Haidu City. Sumu and the others may not know about it, but there are probably few people who don't know about Jotsong and Chinfen, right? The power behind these people is so great that not everyone can offend them easily. Young Master Sun has already explained that as long as there is no problem with the item, it can be safely authenticated. They were received by a middle-aged man named Shi Wenfeng, who was in charge of this area in the National Health Commission. They are just some fruits and vegetables, what's the problem? Shinfen chuckled, raised his hand holding the fruit, and spoke softly. That being said, we still have to go through the necessary procedures. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we won't be able to bear the consequences. Shi Wenfeng is considered a veteran in officialdom, so what he said makes sense. Sumu would not make things difficult for others. He himself knows best whether there are any problems with his things. Real gold is not afraid of fire, so there is nothing wrong with going through the procedures. As long as they don't hold him back and refuse to do anything for him, it doesn't matter what happens. Sumu also took out the juicer and mixed the ingredients according to a certain proportion. Pour the milk in and put it directly into the juicer. Jotsong and the other two watched the whole process from the side. To be honest, they were also stunned. Is it that simple? Then is this the weight loss milk tea that Sumu mentioned? You're not just teasing them, are you? Alright. Sumu filtered the milk tea and poured out 2 cups of milk tea. Mr. Su, is this all right? Shi Wenfeng was also dumbfounded. He thought Sumu wanted to add some special ingredients, just put these fruits, vegetables and milk together to make juice? Is it necessary to come here specifically for safety certification? There is no need for that. Isn't this a waste of their time? Okay. Sumu laughed. Brother Tsong, how about you give it a try? Sumu picked up a cup of milk tea and handed it to Jokong. Jotsong was also stunned and said with disgust, I don't want it, right? Otherwise, Shinfen, you drink it. Brother Tsong, I'm already so thin. Do you want me to turn into a monkey if I drink more? Shinfen also refused directly. If you ask me, Brother Tsong, drink some water. Look at your body. You've obviously gained weight. Shinfen glanced at Jotsong and said with a laugh. Sumu also laughed and drank the milk tea in his hand.
Sumu had already drunk it, so it would be inappropriate for Jotsong to refuse. He also picked up the milk tea on the table, frowned, tilted his head back, and drank the milk tea in the cup. Jotsong originally thought it would be unpalatable, but it actually tasted pretty good. With vegetables and fruits paired with a strong milky aroma, even if this milk tea has no effect, it's estimated that it will sell well. Jotsong licked the milk tea on his lips and said, "It tastes good." "What the hell? Brother Tsong, is it really that delicious?" Shinfun was also stunned. He could see that Jotsong didn't say that on purpose. Moreover, Shinfun knew Jotsong very well. He is very picky and there are not many milk teas that he can say are delicious. Let me tell you, with this taste, even if it's 2,000 yuan a cup, not to mention 200 yuan a cup, there will still be a lot of people buying it. What Jotsong said is a very high evaluation of milk tea. Do you feel anything? Shinfun doesn't care whether the milk tea tastes good or not, what matters most is the effect of the milk tea. No matter how delicious the milk tea tastes, it will not have any market if it is sold for 200 yuan a cup in the mass market. It is impossible for ordinary people to consume such expensive milk tea. Even if there are, they are only a minority. Feeling? I just felt a little warm in my abdomen. You know what, it's quite comfortable. When asked by Shinfun, Jotsong smiled and said, "Fat is burning quickly. Brother Tsong, you are a little fat. As for me, drinking this milk tea will also help me shape my body." Jotsong felt a little embarrassed when Sumu said this. In recent years, he has returned to China, staying out at night and staying in bed during the day, with constant social engagements every day, and his figure has become more and more bloated year by year. But it doesn't matter. For a man, just having money is enough. Who cares about a good figure? Take him for example, he is not handsome and his figure is average, but there is never a shortage of beautiful women around him. Let's put it this way, he could be a bridegroom every night if he wanted to. But if drinking milk tea can keep you healthy and in good shape, that would be great. Jotsong can clearly feel the changes in his body, so he now believes that this ordinary-looking milk tea can really help with weight loss and body shaping. Is it really that magical? Shinfun and Yang Hao also whispered, "Let's weigh ourselves." They had all weighed themselves before coming. If it was really as Sumu said, that it would take effect in 5 minutes, then Jotsong must have lost some weight now. No matter how much you say, it's all nonsense, only facts are the truth. Then weigh it? Jotsong also wanted to know whether the cup of milk tea he just drank had any effect. He looked at Sumu and said with a smile. Sumu didn't care. He raised the corner of his mouth slightly, nodded and responded with a smile. Chapter 69 Shock. The era of weight loss for all members begins. Before Jotsong came, he weighed 80 kilograms, or 160 pounds. He is only about 1.75 meters tall, and his weight is considered a bit fat. I think there is an effect, but it's not as buggy as you said, Mr. Su. Jotsong murmured something and stood on the electronic scale. Fuck. When Jotsong saw the numbers on the electronic scale, he was stunned. 78 kilograms. I have lost a full 2 kilograms, or 4 pounds, compared to the previous measurement. TSK, Brother Tsong, you weigh 80 kilograms now. Shinfun took a look at the weight and couldn't help but make a joke. When he met Jotsong weighed only 130 pounds. Now, after a few years, he weighs 160 pounds. You bastard, do you think everyone can eat without getting fat like you? Jotsong also looked at Shinfun and cursed with a smile. How about it? Yang Hao stood aside, without frowning, and asked Jotsong, who was smiling. If this scale is correct, I have lost 4 kilograms, the effect is amazing. After Jotsong said this, Shinfun and Yang Hao were also stunned. How long has it been? In just 5 minutes, the effect is so obvious? Jotsong did not feel any discomfort, let alone diarrhea. Milk tea is just ordinary fruit and vegetable juice mixed with milk. Sumu did not add anything into it. This is so amazing. This milk tea, how did you make it? Chi Wenfeng was also dumbfounded. At first, he didn't believe it when he heard that Jotsong's friend had developed a milk tea that could help lose weight quickly. What is this slimming milk tea? It's just a gimmick. I've never heard that drinking milk tea can help you lose weight. When he saw the ingredients for making milk tea that Sumu brought, to be honest, he felt that the so-called weight loss milk tea was a joke. The production process was also under his full supervision, and Sumu did not add anything.
Just a normal cup of milk tea costs less than 5 yuan, but the effect is amazing, right?
Xi Wenfeng himself is one of those people who gets fat in middle age.
There is nothing he can do about it. He has too many social engagements and has no time to exercise.
He had a standard body shape when he was young, but now he looks like a greasy old man.
Mr. Su, can you give me a drink to try? Xi Wenfeng was also itching to try it.
If this slimming milk tea was really that effective, his figure would be saved. And his wife.
Xi Wenfeng's wife is very beautiful, and her body was absolutely hot before she gave birth. But as for women, most of them will lose their figure after giving birth.
Xi Wenfeng doesn't dislike his wife's bad figure, but who doesn't want his wife to have a hot, sexy, and attractive figure?
Okay.
Sumu also used the juicer to squeeze out 5 more cups of juice. Xi Wenfeng also called several staff members from their department over. First they weighed themselves, and then waited for Sumu to make the milk tea. Several people also picked up the milk tea with doubt.
Milk tea can help you lose weight? Impossible, right?
Let me tell you, the calories in a cup of milk tea are incredibly high. It's equivalent to the calories you get from eating 15 bowls of rice.
Director Chi, you are trying to trick me.
You know I'm trying to lose weight recently.
I'm telling you, I've been refusing to eat anything at night recently. But even though I'm hungry, the effect is pretty good. I lost 5 pounds in a month.
Really?
You're amazing. I can't do that. If I don't eat at night, I can't sleep at all.
Xi Wenfeng called over all the staff members in their department who were relatively fat, both men and women, a total of 8 people. Including him, there are 9 people in total.
You drink first, I'll continue to squeeze.
Sumu filtered the milk tea and poured it into 5 disposable cups. He looked up at Xi Wenfeng and said with a slight smile. Xi Wenfeng also held the cup and put it to his nose to smell it.
The fragrance of fruits and vegetables is indeed different from ordinary milk tea. Try it and see the effect.
He just weighed himself and found out he was 85 kilograms, now he is 170 kilograms.
It looks like I really need to lose weight. Xi Wenfeng sighed and couldn't help thinking this in his heart.
Normally he was too lazy to weigh himself, mainly because he didn't want to face it. But now he was shocked to see that he already weighed 170 kilograms.
Xi Wenfeng also took the lead in drinking the milk tea.
When other people in the department saw that their leader had drunk it, they naturally followed suit and drank the milk tea.
You know what, this milk tea tastes pretty good.
Sweet but not greasy, the freshness of milk mixed with the fragrance of fruits and vegetables, this milk tea is so delicious, isn't it? I feel a warm sensation in my body, as if the fat is burning.
This milk tea can't really help with weight loss, right? I also feel my abdomen getting warm, just like the fat is burning quickly.
Xi Wenfeng didn't say anything, but he could clearly feel the changes in his body.
He looked at the time on his phone.
Sumu had just said that the results would be visible in 5 minutes. Jotsong lost 4 pounds just after drinking a cup of milk tea, but he still didn't quite believe it because he hadn't seen Jotsong's weight before he drank the milk tea. Based solely on Jotsong's own words, it is difficult to prove that this milk tea really has such a good weight loss effect.
We will know whether it is true or not in 5 minutes.
Sumu also made 4 cups of milk tea. Seeing that Xi Wenfeng and the others spoke so highly of the milk tea, the remaining 4 people couldn't wait to pick it up and drink it.
It's delicious. It tastes really good.
If this delicious milk tea can help you lose weight, then even if it's 200 yuan a cup, it's actually not expensive.
But the ingredients are all common fruits and vegetables, can they have such a good weight loss effect?
Yes, besides, if it really works, we can go back and mix it ourselves. The people from the National Health Commission were discussing this, and Sumu also heard them talking about the issue of adjusting the formula when he returned.
Self-modulation? How should I put it? The formula is the same, but can the effect be the same?
The proportion of the preparation is the most important. If Sumu hadn't said this, no one would have known. Just like the same cooking process, can the cooking made by ordinary people be the same as that made by the chef of a star hotel?
Xi Wenfeng didn't think much about it. He looked at his phone. 5 minutes had passed since he finished his milk tea. See how it works.
Xi Wenfeng also stepped directly onto the scale.
Everyone looked towards the scale. Director, he weighed 85 kilograms before. The staff member holding the record book also looked down.
He was also looking at the scale here, and he was dumbfounded.
83.5 kilograms. lost 3 pounds? Holy crap! Is this true? This effect is too strong, right? It's only been 5 minutes and I've lost 3 pounds? It was time for everyone else to take the test as well, and they all couldn't wait to stand on the scale. I lost 2 pounds. I lost 3 pounds. Fuck. I lost 4 pounds. The 5 people in front, including Qi Wenfeng, all lost at least 2 kilograms. The one who lost the most weight actually lost 4 kilograms. This milk tea is amazing. The staff who were a little reluctant to try the milk tea just now have excitement written all over their faces. Chapter 70 High Imitation? They need to know the proportions first. The effect is as amazing as Sumu said. Everyone who tried the milk tea, including Jotsong, lost at least 2 kilograms. Sumu was very calm, but Jotsong and the others were not. With such amazing effects, it will surely be sought after by everyone once it comes out. Fat people can lose weight by drinking it. Drinking it can help thin people shape their bodies. The key is that the taste of this milk tea can be said to be unique and particularly delicious. I just can't understand why these common fruits and vegetables can have such a good effect. I told you, young Master Su would never joke about something like this. Jotsong laughed the happiest. He recently had a financial crisis, and the old man said he would not help him solve the problem. He was having a headache and didn't know what to do. But Sumu's weight loss milk tea suddenly enlightened him. If he becomes the agent for this slimming milk tea, it won't be long before the money he owes to the bank will be nothing. Although Qin Fen and Yang Hao are not short of money, they will not complain about having too much money. What's more, it's not easy to make money. Director Qi, I'll leave this matter to you. Jotsong walked forward, looked at Qi Wenfeng and said with a chuckle. Qi Wenfeng naturally knew that this milk tea had huge profits. He had seen the raw materials, which were common fruits and vegetables in life. The cost is low. The cost of this bottle of milk tea is estimated to be no more than 2 yuan. He had just heard from Sumu and the others that a cup of milk tea would be sold for 200 yuan by then. That's equivalent to 100 times the profit. However, compared with the amazing effect, the price of 200 yuan per cup is completely negligible. Although he was also tempted by the milk tea, he also understood who he was facing. Jotsong, Qinfen, and Yang Hao, and Sumu, whom he met for the first time. These guys are all the top rich young men in Haidu. If he dares to have any evil thoughts, he will probably die a miserable death. Of course. If there are no problems with our inspection, we can complete the safety certification today at the earliest. Qi Wenfeng nodded, his attitude a little reserved. Well, the necessary tests must be done. Jotsong nodded when he heard Qi Wenfeng say this. Okay, if there's nothing else, let's go first. Nothing happened. Qi Wenfeng naturally didn't dare to trouble Jotsong and the others. Sumu also breathed a sigh of relief. This was the first time he made this weight loss milk tea, and fortunately the effect was amazing. Since there was nothing to do here, Sumu looked at Qi Wenfeng and said, Director Qi, I won't take the things away. I just bought this juicer, so I'll give it to everyone to use. Thank you so much, Mr. Su. Qi Wenfeng is an old fox after all, and he keeps saying polite words one after another. Why say thank you? It's my duty. Sumu smiled softly and left the National Health Commission Research Institute with Jotsong and the others. As soon as Sumu left, all the people who had just witnessed the miracle of weight loss milk tea gathered around the juicer. Apples, cucumbers, tomatoes, a little celery, and some milk, that's it? Aha, yes. Shall we try it? Try it. Everyone here is also very excited. They witnessed the entire process of Sumu making the weight loss milk tea. The effect of weight loss milk tea is there, and the taste is quite good. They understand what the market behind it means without having to think about it. Let me put it this way, if they could really make a weight loss milk tea, why would they still have to work? Go home and sell milk tea. Not to mention a lot, it's no problem to make 200 or 300 million a year. But when they used the same method to squeeze out milk tea, everyone was dumbfounded. Fuck. Isn't this too hard to drink? No, you put too much celery just now. He just put a small piece of celery. No, I see. The key to the problem is not the ingredients, but the proportion of the ingredients. Master Su, once our slimming milk tea comes out, I'm afraid all the gyms across the country will go bankrupt, right? Qinfen laughed and said to Sumu. Gym? Sumu frowned when he heard Qinfen say that. Large-scale bankruptcies may be true, but that doesn't mean that slimming milk tea can replace the effect of the gym. How should I put it?
Many people go to the gym to pursue the feeling of breaking through themselves, the soreness of muscles after lifting weights.
As for fat people, how many of them are willing to take the initiative to go to the gym?
Sumu laughed. Besides, whether the gym dies or not is none of our business.
Ahem.
Shinfun coughed softly. I own 3 high-end fitness clubs in Haidu. However, Shinfun still knows clearly what can make him money. He has opened 3 gyms in Haidu, and each gym can bring him tens of millions in net profit per year on average. The 3 companies' profits could only be 50 or 60 million at most. But if you become an agent for weight loss milk tea, you can make at least tens of billions in profit a year.
Why not make money? He is not a fool. Lao Qin, if you ask me, it probably won't have much impact on your gym. Zhou Tsong laughed. Those gyms of yours are all high-end gyms with good environments and many kinds of fitness. I've seen people who go there to work out and they all have good figures. Generally speaking, people go there to work out just to enjoy the fun of working out.
Yang Hao also said with some concern, Master Su, I see that the raw materials of this weight loss milk tea are all common fruits and vegetables, and the production method is also simple.
Isn't it too easy for others to copy it?
What Yang Hao said is also what Zhou Tsong and others are worried about.
Don't worry about this.
The ingredients are the same, but if you don't know the proportions, there will be no weight loss effect at all. After Sumu said this, Zhou Tsong and the others understood. No wonder Sumu wasn't worried about others knowing the formula and raw materials. It turns out that the key to the problem lies not in the materials, but in the proportions of the ingredients.
Except for me, there is absolutely no way anyone else would know this ratio.
After Sumu said this, Zhou Tsong and the others felt relieved.
Exclusive business. Mr. Su, are you busy later? Shall we go to the hot springs together? Zhou Tsong and his family live a pretty carefree life. After leaving the research institute, Zhou Tsong looked at Sumu and asked with a smile.
No, I bought a milk tea shop this morning.
From now on, let's call this milk tea Wankaka. Sumu was too lazy to name the milk tea.
Since the milk tea shop he took over was called Wankaka, he planned to use this name in the future.
Wankaka? It sounds like a weird name.
But since young Master Su said so, it doesn't matter what it's called.
Yang Hao nodded and responded.
Indeed, it doesn't matter what the milk tea is called, the key is the effect. As long as the weight loss effect is amazing, it can be called anything. Chapter 71 Yanru made an appointment, Sumu accepted it directly. Zhou Tsong and his friends went to the hot spring, but Sumu drove back to the school.
Third brother, are you planning to open a milk tea shop? Why would you open that? Can you make money?
When Wang Xinyu heard Sumu say that he bought a milk tea shop in the university town, he was also stunned.
A cup of milk tea costs 200 yuan. Do you think it's profitable? Sumu laughed, and Wang Xinyu was stunned. What kind of milk tea can be so expensive? What if it's milk tea that can help you lose weight? Milk tea that can help you lose weight? Wang Xinyu also fell into deep thought. If it is a weight loss milk tea, 200 yuan a cup is really not expensive. But is this possible? Can drinking milk tea help you lose weight? Just watch.
Sumu brought Wang Xinyu and the others towards the university town.
Yuanya's work efficiency is quite good. Sumu asked her to do publicity work in the morning, and she actually accomplished a lot this afternoon. Leaflets, posters, etc. Boss, you're here?
When Yuanya saw Sumu come in, she stopped what she was doing and walked quickly to Sumu and greeted him.
Not bad. Sumu nodded. By the way, if nothing goes wrong, the safety certification from the Health Commission can be completed today.
Yuanya was slightly stunned when she heard Sumu say this, but it was true. As the saying goes, it is easier to get things done with someone.
Sumu knew Zhou Tsong, so it was easy to get a security certification. Third brother, you really opened a milk tea shop. Wang Xinyu stood beside Sumu and smiled softly. I'm not kidding you. Sumu laughed and said, I'm counting on it to help me make money. Boss, when do we open for business? Yuanya looked at Sumu and asked. No rush.
Sumu had originally planned to open the business today, but Zhou Tsong also said that he was going to find a celebrity to endorse the milk tea. Although Sumu thinks it doesn't matter whether there is a spokesperson or not, the quality of the product is there, and when word of mouth spreads, it doesn't matter whether there is a spokesperson or not. But Zhou Tsong said directly, Master Su, you don't understand this, right?
Your milk tea will be popular all over the world in the future. The appearance is very important. You can't make it look like it came from a small workshop.
When Jotsong said this, Sumu hummed. Anyway, Jotsong was in charge of finding a spokesperson, so Sumu asked him to hurry up. Jotsong himself is short of money, so he will definitely take this matter seriously. Master Su, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Besides, there's no rush to make money. Since Jotsong said so, Sumu felt that what he said was true.
Let's call our milk tea shop Wankaka from now on. Go register the trademark and it will probably take a few days to officially open for business.
Sumu looked at Yuanya and smiled. I plan to find a celebrity to endorse our milk tea. Hearing Sumu say this, Yuanya was also stunned.
Do you need to find a spokesperson to sell milk tea? But it's also true, this isn't just any ordinary milk tea.
Sumu explained some precautions and came out of the milk tea shop with Wang Xinyu.
Third brother, do you want to play a couple of games? No, I'm going to go back and have some rest. By the way, you can drive the car back to school later. I'll drive it back to me whenever I need you. Okay. Wang Xinyu took the car keys of the G-Class from Sumu, his face filled with excitement. Sumu was busy for half a day and when he got home he asked his Filipino maid Nana to make him a pot of tea.
Master, be careful of the hot ones. Not bad, your Mandarin has become more and more standard recently.
Sumu looked at the Filipino maid Nana and gave her a thumbs up. Master, you are good at supervision. The Filipino maid Nana stood next to Sumu and said softly. Okay, go and get busy. I'll call you over if I need you. Okay, master. The Filipino maid Nana bowed slightly towards Sumu and responded respectfully. Sumu was also happy to relax. He lit a cigarette and took a sip of tea. Poor. Sumu looked at the more than 100 million left in his bank account and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to before when he still had 2 billion in his account, he is indeed poorer now. But then again, he does own a Thompson mansion worth 20 billion and Koenigsegg. I don't know when the Haidu municipal government will be able to develop the ecological park. If they can really move a few key schools there like in the parallel world, that would be really great. Sumu smiled bitterly. Koenigsegg can be considered a long-term investment, and the weight loss milk tea can indeed bring him amazing profits in the short term. Don't be in a hurry, develop slowly. Sumu took a deep puff of his cigarette, then stood up and stretched. He got up early in the morning and didn't take a rest at noon, so now he is tired. I went back to the bedroom and took a nap. When I woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock. Nana, Nana? Master. The Filipino maid Nana was mopping the floor just now. When she heard Sumu calling her, she quickly walked to the bedroom door and responded. Have you cooked yet? The young master hasn't woken up yet, so I made some pasta for myself. Okay, I get it. Master, do you want me to cook? No, I'll go out to eat later. Sumu had just woken up when Yenru sent him a message. My friends are having a party, do you want to come over? Originally, Sumu was going to stay at home, but since Yenru invited him to join her friend's party, and he was bored at the moment, he agreed directly. Give me a location and I'll be there in a minute. Yenru saw that Sumu replied to the message immediately and also sent his location directly. Haido Tiangue KTV, New Era Commercial Street Store. Okay, see you later. Sumu got up, dressed himself up a bit, and drove directly to the New Era Commercial Street. A private room on the third floor of Tiangue KTV. Yenru was sitting on the sofa playing with her cell phone. She seldom came to such places normally, but today's party was organized by her best friend Dai Xianxian, so she couldn't refuse. Yenru, last time I told you I would introduce you to a tall, rich and handsome guy. Today he came here in person from the imperial capital. Dai Xianxian sat next to Yenru with a smile on her face, but Yenru was also stunned. Why didn't you say so earlier? I told you a long time ago, can you still come? Dai Xianxian laughed. Let me tell you, you should have heard of Long Jingtian, the third young master of the Long family. After seeing your photo, he was also obsessed with you. He came all the way from the capital to meet you. If you don't meet him, it would be unreasonable, right? When talking about the Long family in the imperial capital, Yenru's expression changed slightly. The Long family, one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital, is a behemoth. Yenru had also heard of Long Jingtian. The playboy and the dandy young master is a notorious villain in the imperial capital. Aren't you trying to trick me?
Yenru frowned and scolded in a low voice.
How am I cheating you? Yenru, don't say that sisters don't care about your well-being.
If you marry into the Long family as a daughter-in-law, you will have a lifetime of luxury and food, and you will enjoy endless enjoyment. Dai Xianxian raised the corners of her mouth, and a hint of cunning appeared in her eyes.
Chapter 72. Go back to where you came from.
Although they are called best friends, they are actually just friends who have known each other since childhood.
Yenru treats Dai Xianxian as a friend. However, Dai Xianxian never considered Yenru as a friend. Dai Xianxian was a little jealous of Yenru.
Firstly, Yenru's family background is better than hers, and secondly, Yenru is much more beautiful than her. From childhood to adulthood, Dai Xianxian has always lived under the shadow of Yenru. No matter what she compares, she can never compare to Yenru. Dai Xianxian had previously met Long Jingtian, the third young master of the Long family in the imperial capital, through a friend. She went to university in the imperial capital, so she naturally knew who Long Jingtian was.
To put it bluntly, he is a pervert.
The number of girls who have been tortured by him must be at least 50 if not 100. But he is a member of the Long family after all, one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital.
Who among ordinary people dares to offend the Long family?
Dai Xianxian also deliberately sent Yenru's photo to Long Jingtian. When Long Jingtian saw Yenru's photo, his eyes widened.
He then asked Dai Xianxian to introduce Yenru to him. Dai Xuanxuan's plan succeeded, and she brought Long Jingtian with her from the imperial capital to Haidu. Although Yenru has always been in Haidu, she has heard of some evil young men in the imperial capital. Long Jingtian is different from most rich second generations. It is said that he was born out of wedlock and lacked discipline when he was a child. Among the 3 generations of the Long family, Long Jingtian is the only boy. The adults in the family love him very much and allow him to do whatever he wants. Yenru stood up directly from the sofa.
Although the Yen family certainly cannot afford to offend the Long family, they are not so easy to bully. She knew without even thinking what would happen if that pervert Long Jingtian fell into his hands.
Yenru, right?
The door of the private room was pushed open, and a young man about 1.8 meters tall, wearing Versace, walked in.
Long Jingtian looks pretty good, but Yenru frowned when she thought of his reputation as a pervert in the circle. Miss Yen, do you have anything else to say? I finally flew from the imperial capital to the ocean capital, but Miss Yen can't even give me this little bit of face?
Long Jingtian was holding a bottle of foreign wine in his hand.
Miss Yen, I have admired you for a long time. How about we sit down and have a couple of drinks?
Yenru looked at Long Jingtian, frowned and said, "Sorry, I don't know how to drink."
Miss Yen, are you so disrespectful to me?
Long Jingtian grinned, sat on the sofa, hugged Dai Xuanxuan's waist and said, "Miss Yen, I guess you should know who I am, right?
No matter who the woman I, Long Jingtian, want is the one I can't get." Long Jingtian has always been arrogant and domineering. No one in the imperial capital can control him, let alone in Haidu.
Mr. Long, please respect yourself. Yenru also wanted to leave, but was blocked by the bodyguards brought by Long Jingtian.
Didn't I tell you that there is no woman I can't get? Long Jingtian picked up the wine glass and took a sip. If Miss Yen is sensible, she can sit next to me.
Otherwise, there is no need for the Yen family to exist. After Long Jingtian said this, Yenru was also stunned.
What you up to? Whatever I want to do, I have to see what you will do, Miss Yen. Long Jingtian laughed and stared at Yenru. What a stunner.
Long Jingtian licked his lips and reached out to grab Yenru's arm. Sumu was not far from the New Era Commercial Street, and he came here directly after receiving Yenru's message. After parking the car, Sumu went directly to the 3rd floor of Qiangue KTV under the envious gaze of everyone. When he reached the door of Yenru's box, Sumu was stopped by someone.
My friend asked me to come here, please get out of the way. Sumu frowned slightly.
He looked at the 2 people standing at the door. They were tall and strong, with sunglasses on their eyes. It was obvious at a glance that they were professional bodyguards. Our young Master Long is doing business in there.
Get out of here if you don't want to die. Long Jingtian's bodyguards are also very arrogant and don't take anyone seriously at all. Mr. Long? Doing business? Sumu was stunned for a moment.
He remembered correctly that Yenru was talking about this private room. The soundproofing effect of the private room is good, but when Long Jingtian reached out to Yenru's arm, Yenru also screamed loudly.
Ah!
When Sumu heard Yenru's voice, his face turned dark and he rushed straight into the private room.
You. Get lost.
Sumu took action and slapped Long Jingtian's watchdog twice, knocking it to the ground. Sumu kicked the door of the private room, and Long Jingtian, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately drooped his face.
Someone outside is dead?
Long Jingtian had a dark face and shouted at Sumu with disdain. When Yenru saw Sumu appear in time, she pushed away the two bodyguards of Long Jingtian in front of her and ran directly to Sumu.
Are you okay? Fine. Yenru's face turned pale.
If Sumu hadn't arrived in time, she would have been insulted by Long Jingtian. Yenru leaned on Sumu, and was quite intimate.
Seeing this scene, Long Jingtian stared at Sumu and gritted his teeth. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The woman I, Long Jingtian, want has never been.
Before Long Jingtian could finish his words, Sumu directly picked up the bottle of foreign wine on the coffee table.
Bang! The foreign liquor bottle hit Long Jingtian directly on the head. Stupid.
Sumu looked at Long Jingtian with a slight smile on his face, and murmured softly. Sumu's movements were so fast that Long Jingtian's two bodyguards had no time to react. Long Jingtian's head was covered in blood mixed with foreign wine, and his expression gradually became ferocious.
You're still standing there like a dead person? Long Jingtian started howling and looked like a mad dog. His two bodyguards finally reacted and stepped forward to subdue Sumu. But how could they compare to Sumu? Pa!
Sumu slapped them one by one and knocked them to the ground.
Stay away from Yenru from now on. If you don't want to die, go back to where you came from.
Sumu looked at Long Jingtian and uttered harsh words, and Long Jingtian trembled slightly.
Watching Sumu taking Yenru away, Long Jingtian finally went crazy. Waste. Waste. They are all fucking waste. When has Long Jingtian ever suffered such an insult? Was someone using a liquor bottle to smash your head? Being pointed at and called an idiot? Check who he is.
Long Jingtian was howling, and his bodyguards all got up from the ground, covering one side of their face with their hands, and were too frightened by Long Jingtian to dare to speak.
Dai Xianxian was also frightened.
She had been in the imperial capital before and hadn't been back recently.
How could she possibly know Sumu?
Long Jingtian turned around and slapped Dai Xianxian on the face. Bitch, get out of here. Dai Xianxian covered her face with her hands, lowered her head, and dared not say anything. She just slipped away from the private room. P.S. Did you see the advertisement when you were reading? Just watch a 30-second ad and you can read a half-hour novel for free without any ads. I now update 5 times a day, with a total of 10,000 words. If 2,000 people click on my ad, I will update it. I won't break my promise. It's a free novel, and I, the author, only make a little advertising money. I'm almost starving to death. Chapter 73 The Terrifying Emoli. Sumu, thank you. If Sumu hadn't appeared in time today, Yenru really wouldn't know what to do. Why are you thanking me? Sumu chuckled and didn't care. Who is that person? It was obvious that Long Jingtian was not a simple person, so Sumu frowned and asked. The dandy young master from the capital, the third young master of the Long family, Long Jingtian. Alas! Sumu, you shouldn't have used such a heavy blow just now. Yenru also frowned and said, after all, the Long family is one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital. If we provoke them, it will probably be very troublesome. Come from the imperial capital? When Sumu heard Yenru say this, he was slightly stunned, but then he laughed. He's just a dandy boy, it's nothing, just beat him up. Sumu didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of getting into trouble either. Long Jingtian flirted with Yenru before, so now that he's here, he can't just turn a blind eye, right? Even if Long Jingtian is the king of heaven, Sumu will teach him a lesson today. The Long family is quite powerful and cannot be underestimated. Yenru also said with some concern. Don't worry, it would be fine if they don't provoke me, but if they do, I will make them pay for it. Sumu still has Emoli as his trump card. If the Long family really dares to do something behind his back, Sumu doesn't mind teaching them a lesson. Come on, I'll take you home. Sumu didn't care about Long Jingtian at all. What happened to the top 10 families in the imperial capital? How can he be afraid of them when he is cheating? Long Jingtian was also sent directly to the hospital to bandage his wounds. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. A fight broke out in Xiangue KTV, and the person who was beaten was a young master from the imperial capital.
The news quickly spread among the circle of rich second generations in Haidu. Oh shit. Explosive news. What happened again? What's the breaking news again? You all know Long Jingtian, right?
He's the third young master of the Long family in the imperial capital.
What's wrong with him? He came to Haidu. He was stabbed in the head with a wine bottle at Xiangue KTV. Is this true? Who did it? So violent?
I heard that the guy was young and handsome, and the most important thing was that he drove a Lamborghini Veneno. The circle of rich second generations in Haidu is not that big, and Sumu has become famous in the circle in recent days. Although most people have never seen Sumu, but almost everyone knows that he owns a Lamborghini Veneno as his car.
Lamborghini Venom. There's only one in the whole sea, right?
Zhou Tsong and the other two were playing cards in the club after taking a hot spring bath. When they suddenly saw the news, they were stunned.
He's young and handsome, driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Isn't this Sumu?
Zhou Tsong also smiled bitterly.
Long Jingtian? The third young master of the Long family in the imperial capital? It is said that he has many perverted habits.
Qinfen was also stunned for a moment. Although they had no connection with Long Jingtian, they were all rich second generations after all, so they still knew Long Jingtian.
This is trouble. How did we offend that pervert? He is the only boy in the 3 generations of the Long family. Now that Sumu has beaten him, he is probably in big trouble.
Qinfen and Zhou Tsong both had bitter smiles on their faces, and they couldn't help but think in their hearts, damn, Sumu really knows how to cause trouble.
However, Yang Hao was very calm. He took a sip of tea and said softly, I don't think so. Don't you think that Sumu's identity and background may be greater?
After Yang Hao said this, Zhou Tsong and Qinfen were also stunned. Brother Hao, speaking of this, Long Jingtian is from the Long family in the imperial capital after all.
Can Sumu really handle it? Zhou Tsong also said this with some concern. You really underestimated Sumu.
I think that if the Long family really dared to provoke Sumu, they would really be courting their own destruction. After Yang Hao said this, Zhou Tsong and Qinfen fell silent.
I hope so.
Zhou Tsong nodded and sighed in his heart.
Sumu didn't take Long Jingtian seriously at all. What the hell is this third young master of the Long family? He is nothing but a bully who only bullies the weak and fears the strong.
If they are blind and dare to provoke me, ha! If Emoli is put to use, let alone the Long family, even the 10 major families in the imperial capital combined would not be enough for Emoli to kill.
Sumu sent Yenru home and went straight home as well. However, halfway through the journey, a truck came running towards him. Sumu frowned, drifted, and turned around to avoid it. The big truck stopped, but 40 or 50 people got out of the truck, each holding a machete more than 20 centimeters long in their hands. So fast? Sumu didn't expect that he had just beaten Long Jingtian for less than an hour and the other side retaliated against him directly? Boy, you're lucky just now, but since you beat up the third young master of the Long family paid me to kill you.
This section of road is quite remote, so these people are so unscrupulous. The leader looked fierce and vicious, with tattoos all over his body. He said he wanted to kill Sumu as soon as he opened his mouth. But he didn't hide anything and revealed Long Jingtian right away.
Take my life? Just by you?
Sumu got out of the car, not panicking at all.
Boy, I heard you're quite good at fighting, but you're alone, I think you.
Brother Biao, the underground boss of Haidu City, is a ruthless character who is good at dealing with both the black and white worlds. The Long family also investigated Sumu's information and directly offered him 100 million to kill Sumu. 100 million, Brother Biao accepted it without even thinking about it.
Who told you I was alone?
Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a chuckle. When Brother Biao heard what Sumu said, he was stunned for a moment.
His eyelids twitched and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Emoli. Master. Be gentle, break their limbs, and teach them a lesson. Okay, Master. Emoli suddenly appeared beside Sumu. When Brother Biao saw Emoli, he was slightly stunned, but then he burst into laughter. What did I think you would do? A woman, do you think you can turn the world upside down? But the next second, he was completely dumbfounded.
Emoli appeared in front of him in an instant, as fast as a ghost.
Emoli directly grabbed Brother Biao's neck. Brother Biao, who weighed almost 200 pounds, was lifted up by Emoli by the neck. If it weren't for the young master's order, you would be dead now. Emoli's cold voice made Brother Biao completely panic. Ah!
With a scream, Emoli directly broke Brother Biao's limbs, and all the people brought by Brother Biao were dumbfounded.
The speed is too fast.
Before they could even react, Brother Biao was already rolling on the ground.
Emoli rushed directly into the crowd.
In less than a minute, all the people brought by Brother Biao had their limbs broken.
It was quite tragic. It's too troublesome. If the young master hadn't ordered not to kill anyone, they wouldn't have survived for a second. Emoli looked at those people rolling on the ground and couldn't help but think in his heart.
As for Su Mu, it was also the first time he saw Emoli take action. To be honest, he didn't expect Emoli to be so ridiculously strong. Even for him, who is at the unrivaled level of martial arts, he probably wouldn't last more than 2 rounds against Emoli, right?
Ha, with Emoli here, what's the use of the Long family? Sumu grinned and laughed out loud. Chapter 74, A Cut to the Throat, Long Jingtian dies.
Sumu doesn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but he is not afraid of it either. Long Jingtian brought his own death upon himself, so Sumu cannot be blamed. As for the Long family, they openly retaliated against him, which also made Sumu very angry.
I will not deceive others unless they offend me.
If anyone offends me, I will repay him tenfold.
This matter will not end like this.
Sumu will return to the Long family sooner or later.
Tell the person who wants to kill me that I, Sumu, have made note of this account. Let him think about what to do. Sumu walked up to Brother Biao, stepped directly on Brother Biao's hand, snorted coldly and said.
Brother Biao also had cold sweat on his forehead. If he had known that Sumu had such a strong female guard by his side, he would not have dared to provoke Sumu even if he had beaten him to death. A woman, unarmed, like a ghost. They are all big men holding machetes. In less than a minute, everyone was lying on the ground wailing.
Who on earth was this woman? How could she be so terrifying?
If the Long family offends him, they will probably have a hard time in the future.
Brother Biao lay on the ground, gritting his teeth, watching Sumu drive away. What else can he do? He can't afford to offend Sumu at all.
If Sumu had not shown mercy, he and the people he brought with him would all have died. In the first hospital of Haida City, Long Jingtian was lying on the hospital bed and teasing the young nurse who was taking care of him.
Sumu? I don't know where you came from, you upstart. You dare to hit me? Today is your death anniversary.
Long Jingtian gritted his teeth in anger.
He got angry whenever he thought of Sumu.
He had just received a call from his father, who said that he had contacted the underground boss of Haidu and asked him to take people to kill Sumu to avenge him.
Long Jingtian leaned on the hospital bed, looked at the time, and thought to himself that Sumu had probably been chopped into pieces and thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Master! It's bad.
The master notified us to leave Haidu immediately. The helicopter he sent has already arrived at the hospital. Long Jingtian's bodyguard also rushed in from outside the ward, with a look of fear on his face.
What's going on? I haven't even seen Sumu being chopped into pieces yet, how can I bear to leave?
Long Jingtian said with disdain. Master, all the people sent by the master had their limbs broken. It is said that Sumu has a female guard who is as skilled as a ghost. The bodyguard was also panicked. If something happened to Long Jingtian in Haidu, he would not be able to survive.
What? This is impossible. A woman knocked down 40 or 50 men with machetes in less than a minute? Are you kidding me?
Long Jingtian had a look of disbelief on his face.
This isn't a science fiction movie, how is it possible for a woman to be so powerful? Master, it's true.
The master ordered us to protect him and evacuate from Haidu as soon as possible. The expression on the bodyguard's face was also quite frightened. If there really is such a powerful person around Sumu, if he pursues the matter, Long Jingtian will definitely not be able to escape.
Sumu! I want you to die.
Long Jingtian growled in a low voice somewhat unwillingly, but a slim woman quietly appeared in the ward.
Who are you? Get out here. The young master asked me to take a look at the situation.
Since you are seeking death, our young master thinks there is no need for you to live.
Emoli.
She had a 10-centimeter dagger in her hand. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved, raised her hand and swung the knife. Long Jingtian and his bodyguards all covered their necks with their hands.
You.
Long Jingtian fell to the ground, his eyes wide open and his face full of fear, but he was no longer breathing. Sumu had just returned home not long ago when Emoli followed him back. Master, the person has been dealt with.
Dead? Yeah. Dead. Mo Lee's expression was cold, without any change at all.
Even though she was the one who killed the man, in her eyes, it was just like crushing a few bugs.
Just die. The expression on Sumu's face twitched, and he also ordered Mo Lee to hide. How should I put it? Sumu had never thought about killing someone. But Long Jingtian deserves to die. If Sumu was just an ordinary person, then it should be Sumu himself who died today.
The strong prey on the weak, and there is no mercy in the world of the strong.
What's more, people like Long Jingtian are not worthy of pity.
It can be considered a lesson for the Long family. Sumu was drinking tea and smoking very calmly.
Sumu was calm, but the wealthy circle in Haidu was not so calm. The Long family took action against Sumu. So soon? Brother Biao, do you know?
The Long family offered 100 million to let Brother Biao take Sumu's life.
Sumu is indeed a bit arrogant, but isn't the Long family too overbearing? Hasn't the Long family in the imperial capital always been like this?
The circle of wealthy people in Haidu is so small that the news that the Long family spent 100 million to take Sumu's life spread quickly. But before they could react, Mo Lee's move scared everyone silly.
Fuck. This Sumu was not simple. I heard from a friend that Brother Biao brought 40 to 50 people, each holding a machete to chop Sumu, but suddenly a ghostly woman appeared beside Sumu and knocked down all of Brother Biao's men. Is this true? A woman? So powerful? It's true.
I heard that Brother Biao and the people he brought with him all had their limbs broken.
The scariest thing is that the whole process took less than a minute.
The group was still discussing Brother Biao's affairs, and the latest news about Long Jingtian also came over.
Oh my god.
You won't believe this, Long Jingtian and his bodyguard were killed in the hospital.
With one knife to the throat. Fuck. Is this true? Did Sumu send someone to do this? Not sure, it is said to be a woman.
It must have been Sumu who sent someone to do it, no doubt about it.
Originally, no one was optimistic about Sumu.
After all, the Long family was one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital, and its influence spread across the country. As for Sumu, although it seems that he should have the support of a powerful force behind him, he is hiding his head and showing his tail. Everyone thinks that even if it is a very powerful force, it is probably not too strong. But after just one round of confrontation, the strength displayed by Sumu shocked everyone.
A complete victory. Fuck. Long Jingtian is dead?
Qinfen was also confused when he saw the information in the group.
No way? Is this true? It's true. One cut to the throat. There's no way to save him.
Qinfen trembled and touched his neck with his hand.
Sumu did it. Yang Hao also frowned.
It doesn't matter whether Long Jingtian lives or dies. The key is that if Sumu did this, then Sumu's identity and background must be much greater than he imagined. It was a woman wearing a black leather jacket, and she acted decisively.
She must be someone close to Sumu. Too cruel.
But Long Jingtian really deserves to die. The muscles on Zhou Tsong's face twitched a few times, but this way, Sumu and the Long family of the imperial capital will have a bigger feud.
The Long family in the imperial capital? I think Sumu really doesn't take them seriously.
Yang Hao raised his lips, smiled and said, I'm right, Sumu's identity and background are definitely not as simple as we see. He has guards with such skills around him.
Even the Long family in the imperial capital can't do anything to him.
Chapter 75, Sumu shows off his luxury car. Qinfen is really envious. The Long family of the imperial capital.
Long Qishuan, Long Jingtian's father, is the current head of the Long family.
He was the one who arranged for Brother Biao to go there, but he was also the first to learn that Brother Biao and his men were severely injured by the female guards around Sumu.
I really underestimated that little brat. Long Qishuan also quickly ordered the people in Haidu to pick up Long Jingtian by helicopter. But he really didn't expect Sumu to move so quickly. He had just arranged everything and hadn't even breathed a sigh of relief when he received a call from Haidu. Master, he is dead. What? What's going on?
When Long Qishuan heard the news, he was stunned. He had arranged everything in the shortest time possible, but the other party was so fast. A woman, a very scary woman, who looked like a ghost. The young master and his bodyguard were all stabbed to death. Long Qishuan hung up the phone and was stunned.
Long Jingtian is the only boy in the entire Long family of 3 generations.
He was able to become the head of the Long family because he has a son.
Now that Long Jingtian is dead, is the Long family going to be extinct? Su Mu.
If you kill my son, I will kill your whole family.
Long Qishuan gritted his teeth and spoke viciously.
But who doesn't say harsh words? It's already good enough that Su Mu doesn't cause him trouble. If Long Qishuan dares to provoke Su Mu again, Su Mu wouldn't mind letting him only go directly to the imperial capital and slaughter the entire Long family.
The 4th People's Hospital of the imperial capital.
In a ward, a young woman with disheveled hair was lying on the bed. Her arms were covered with scars, and there were also several scars on her face. But judging from her face shape, the woman must have been very beautiful before.
Shichi, Long Jingtian is dead. That evil guy is finally dead.
Chen Shichi was forcibly raped by Long Jingtian a year ago. During this year, Chen Shichi was in a trance and had been living in the 4th People's Hospital. As a father, Chen Dong felt helpless when his daughter was bullied. He is considered to be a well-known figure in the imperial capital and his net worth is over 100 million. But that's Long Jingtian from the Long family. He simply couldn't afford to offend the Long family, and he had thought about assassinating Long Jingtian, but the bodyguards around Long Jingtian were all mercenaries at the king level, and ordinary killers could not kill Long Jingtian at all.
But who would have known that, today, Long Jingtian was first stabbed in the head with a wine bottle in Haidu, and then, in less than 2 hours, almost everyone knew that Long Jingtian had been stabbed in the throat. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. That damn Long Jingtian is finally dead. Chen Dong went to the hospital immediately and told his daughter about this.
During this year, Chen Shichi rarely spoke.
As a father, how could I not know where the problem lies? Long Jingtian's death might help his daughter recover. Dead?
Sure enough, when Chen Shichi heard her father say that Long Jingtian was dead, her eyes widened and she murmured something.
It's better to die, it's better to die.
There are many girls who have been persecuted by Long Jingtian, and Chen Shichi is just one of them.
When Long Jingtian died, many people in the imperial capital almost didn't set off firecrackers to celebrate. Su Mu didn't know that Long Jingtian's death was a relief for many people.
He sat on the sofa, drinking tea and smoking a cigarette.
Long Jingtian is dead, Emily killed him.
Su Mu was not afraid of the Long family's revenge, but after all, someone had died, and Su Mu still felt a little weird. Whether in the original world or the parallel world, Su Mu has always been considered a good citizen who abides by laws and regulations. His men killed Long Jingtian. No matter who Long Jingtian was, Su Mu still felt a little upset. However, if Su Mu knew what Long Jingtian had done over the years, he probably wouldn't think so. If Su Mu knew about Long Jingtian's crimes, he would think that letting Long Jingtian die like this was too easy for him. Su Mu, Long Jingtian is dead. I see. After Yan Ru learned that Long Jingtian was dead, she immediately sent a message to Su Mu.
Why aren't you surprised? Why should I be surprised if a dandy boy dies? Su Mu laughed and replied.
They all said that it was your people who killed Long Jingtian.
In fact, Yan Ru was not sure whether it was Su Mu who killed Long Jingtian.
After all, everyone knew that the person who did it was a ghostly woman wearing a leather jacket.
Yan Ru is also quite familiar with Su Mu.
But she had never seen that kind of woman around Su Mu.
He.
Su Mu smiled softly and did not admit it, but of course he did not deny it either.
Su Mu, listen to me.
Now that Long Jingtian is dead, no matter if it was you who did it or not, you are now at loggerheads with the Long family in the imperial capital.
Otherwise, you'd better hide away.
Yan Ru was also worried about Su Mu's safety.
No need. If the Long family is blind, just destroy them. When Su Mu said this, Yan Ru was stunned. She didn't know how to respond to this. That's the Long family in the imperial capital. One of the top 10 families in the imperial capital, a behemoth-like existence. Su Mu actually looked down on the Long family in the imperial capital so much? If you don't open your eyes, just destroy it? This is so domineering.
Don't worry, I don't take the imperial capital Long family seriously.
It's getting late, so have a good rest. Su Mu looked at the time and saw that it was 10 minutes until early morning.
He also gave a concerned reminder. Zhou Zong, Xin Fun and others also sent messages to inquire about this matter, and their words also expressed their intention to let Su Mu go out and hide.
But Su Mu didn't care at all. They are just the Long family in the imperial capital. How can he be afraid of them when he is so powerful? No, I'm fine. Don't worry. If the Long family doesn't open their eyes, it's hard to say who will win.
After Sumu said this, Xin Fun and the others felt relieved. However, if the Long family in the imperial capital really wanted to take action against Sumu, they would also help Sumu secretly. First of all, they really regarded Sumu as a friend. Secondly, people like Long Jingtian did not deserve to die. In their opinion, if it was really Sumu who had people kill Long Jingtian, then it would be completely eliminating harm for the people. Thirdly, there are some things in Sumu's hands, which are good things that can make them earn a lot of money. Sumu didn't care about that. He leaned on the sofa and drank tea comfortably. It's time for our daily fishing trip again. After midnight, Sumu directly clicked on leisure fishing, and the fishing button became operable. Let's see what good fish we can catch today. Sumu directly pressed the fishing button. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for fishing a French supercar, the Lycan Hypersport, worth 230 million. Holy crap! That's awesome. When Sumu saw the prompt on the mobile phone screen, he couldn't help but sigh. Xinfan has a limited edition Lycan Hypersport, but mine is so much better than his. It's a one-of-a-kind edition. There's only one of its kind in the world. When Sumu saw Xinfan's Lycan Hypersport that day, he came back and checked. In addition to the 7 limited editions at the beginning, there was also a unique edition. Brother Qin, I remember you have a Lycan Hypersport, right? Yeah. What's wrong? I told my family last time and they helped me keep an eye out for it. Hee, my new car has just been delivered. Sumu took a photo of the car keys and sent it to Qinfun. Qinfun was stunned. No, there are only 7 Lycan Hypersports in the world. As far as I know, they haven't sold the Lycan Hypersport they have recently. Your car is a limited edition. Did you forget that there is also a special edition Lycan Hypersport that is not for sale? After Sumu said this, Qinfun reacted immediately. You're still the best. As Qinfun spoke, he also sent an envious emoticon. Envy, no joke. He really envied Sumu. Chapter 76 not expensive, only about 230 million. Although it is just a supercar, it has great collection value. There is only one in the world, and it is out of print and not for sale. But it's just a supercar. Compared with skills and black technology, Sumu prefers those things. Sumu had been busy all day today, and in the evening the Long Jingtian incident came up. He was indeed physically and mentally exhausted. After taking a hot bath, Sumu went straight to bed and went to sleep. I had a dreamless night and slept until I woke up naturally the next day. The safety certification for the weight loss milk tea has been obtained, and Shi Wenfang also called Sumu and said that he would deliver it personally. Sumu doesn't have time to see him now, so we can just ask him to deliver the safety certification to Wonkaka milk tea shop. Shi Wenfang naturally didn't dare to say anything more and just agreed with a smile. His father-in-law works in the public security department of Haidu City. Such a big thing happened in Haidu last night. Ordinary people don't know about it, so how could he not know about it? It started at Shengue KTV, where Sumu used a bottle of foreign wine to directly open the head of Long Jingtian who came from the capital. Then the Long family spent 100 million to ask Brother Biao to kill Sumu. As a result, the mysterious female guard beside Sumu took action and knocked down 40 or 50 big men with machetes. Next came the Haidu City First Hospital, where Long Jingtian and his bodyguards were all stabbed in the throat and died. All the evidence pointed to the female guard beside Sumu, but the matter was suppressed. The Public Security Department of Haidu City was ready to arrest the wanted criminal, but was forcibly suppressed. No one is allowed to touch Sumu. No one knows who pressed the button, we only know that the message came from the upper level of the upper level. After receiving the notice, the top management of Haidu City immediately withdrew any actions against Sumu. It was obvious that someone was protecting him, which meant that Sumu's identity and background were definitely not as simple as they seemed. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Since their superiors don't allow them to show up, the upper echelons of Haidu City are happy to have nothing to lose. Since you are not allowed to manage it and you can't manage it, then just don't manage it. Sumu slept soundly all night. How could he have known that such a thing would happen? But speaking of which, although the 40 or 50 people on Brother Biao's side were not in danger of life last night, they all had their limbs broken. As for the first municipal hospital, Long Jingtian and several of his bodyguards were all stabbed in the throat. Such a big case happened in Haida City all of a sudden, there is no reason for the higher-ups to ignore it.
I was quite arrogant yesterday, there's no way I couldn't find out about him. Could it be that Jotsong, Qinfun and the others suppressed this matter?
Sumu rose to power suddenly, and his foundation is shallow.
He didn't find anyone, and if there's a murder case, even if he finds someone, it probably won't work, right?
He simply ignored it, since he wasn't the one who did what happened later.
It is true that Emoli is his own man, but who has ever seen Emoli? With Emoli's abilities, if I don't let Emoli out, no one will be able to find Emoli, right?
Sumu had thought it through last night. If anyone really came to him, he would deny it.
Anyway, he didn't say that he ordered the killing of anyone. But since no one asked, Sumu didn't care.
But he also understood that with Long Jingtian's death, his feud with the Long family in the imperial capital would become even greater.
Having said that, Sumu didn't take the Long family seriously. If the Long family doesn't know what's good for them, he doesn't mind letting Emoli go to the imperial capital.
This world, after all, is still a world where the strong prey on the weak.
Hasn't T Long Jingtian done enough bad things over the years? No, it's nothing.
The Long family is a well-established wealthy family, but to Sumu, it is just that.
Fuck.
Master Su, I heard from Qinfun that your family bought you a unique Lycan Hypersport. When Jotsong woke up in the morning, he also talked to Qinfun about some of the information he had obtained. Especially the one above ordered that no one was allowed to take action against Sumu. Jotsong knew this, and Qinfun naturally knew it too. However, Qinfun had been holding it in for the whole night. When Jotsong came to chat with him, he said directly, I already knew this a long time ago, but did you know that Sumu has built another god-level supercar?
Another god-level supercar? What does that mean? Jotsong really didn't know.
Sumu sent a message to Qinfun last night, so Jotsong certainly didn't know about it. Sumu showed off his supercar to me last night like nothing happened.
I was so jealous.
When Jotsong heard Qinfun say that Sumu's family helped him get the not-for-sale, rare edition Lycan Hypersport, he was stunned.
He still remembered what Sumu said when he saw Qinfun's Lycan Hypersport when they went to Luo Zuyua's private chef restaurant for dinner that night.
At that time, Sumu said that if he encountered it, he would get it no matter how much it cost. At that time, Jotsong thought that Sumu was just talking, but it had only been a few days.
Sumu actually made a Lycan Hypersport. The key is that it is the only one in the world.
The Lycan Hypersport has always been advertised as not for sale, a unique edition.
Yeah, didn't I say that the other day? If I come across this god-level supercar, I must buy it.
Sumu thought Jotsong wanted to talk to him about something so early in the morning, but it turned out to be this.
How much did you buy it for?
It's not expensive, only about 230 million.
I'm convinced. Awesome.
Jotsong felt that he could no longer chat with Sumu. A god-level supercar worth 230 million yuan turned out to be not expensive in Sumu's mouth. That's the best word. Jotsong also gave a bitter smile.
But think about it, Sumu was able to spend 1.8 billion to buy the mess of Tianxiyuan, and spending 230 million to buy a supercar he likes, it is really not expensive. By the way, Mr. Su, the safety certification for the weight loss milk tea has been completed.
Jotsong also said this, by the way.
Okay, I see. Director Chi just contacted me.
I asked him to deliver the stuff directly to the milk tea shop.
Sumu smiled and said, by the way, Brother Tsong, who are you going to look for as a spokesperson? How is Zhao Lushi?
As the disciplinary inspection committee of the entertainment industry over the years, Jotsong has also met many female celebrities in the entertainment industry. However, the entertainment industry is changing too quickly now, and the younger generation of actors is gradually rising. Recently, the 1998 actress Zhao Lushi has also been loved by netizens for her dialect.
Zhao Lushi, is she the actress who said Ka Tu Lu Pai?
Sumu also had some impression of Zhao Lushi, an actress with a bit of baby fat and who looked very lively.
Yes. That's her. She's quite suitable.
I saw her on TikTok.
Let's go with her.
Sumu thought it was appropriate, so Jotsong naturally had no problem with it.
Okay, I'll contact her agent.
If things go smoothly, our milk tea shop will be officially open within a week. Jotsong and Qinfun are also planning to purchase 5 or 6 stores in the city center, where there is a large flow of people, which is more conducive to selling milk tea.
Sumu naturally had no objection. He is not short of money.
Besides, for every cup of milk tea sold by Jotsong and his friends, he will make a steady profit of about 100 yuan. Besides, he doesn't have to worry about many things afterwards, so why not do it?
Okay then, brother Tsong, you take care of the arrangements. Sumu put down his phone, and the Filipino maid Nana also prepared breakfast for Sumu.
After eating, Sumu slowly walked towards the school.
Chapter 77 Boss, you are so awesome. Haida University, Teaching Building.
When Wang Xinyu saw Sumu walk into the classroom, he greeted Sumu excitedly.
Third brother, this way. Sumu also smiled and walked to Wang Xinyu. What are you talking about? You're so excited? Third brother, did you know that two big things happened last night? What's the big deal?
Sumu was also stunned for a moment and asked with interest.
Do you know brother Biao? He's an underground boss in Haidu City, the kind that has connections with both the black and white worlds.
I heard last night that he brought 40 or 50 people, all armed with machetes to hack people.
But I heard that the other party only used a woman, and she knocked them all down in less than a minute. All of them had their limbs broken. Wang Xinyu spoke very clearly, as if he had witnessed the incident with his own eyes. Impossible?
What you said is too mysterious. Before Sumu could speak, Josu, who was sitting next to him, said, a woman, not a female ghost, took down 40 or 50 men with machetes in less than a minute. Even movies don't dare to film this.
Josu shook his head and said with disbelief. I don't know if it's true, but I asked someone to find out. The second municipal hospital did receive 40 to 50 people with broken limbs last night.
After Wang Xinyu said this, Josu stopped talking. The corners of Sumu's mouth rose slightly. If he told Wang Xinyu that it was him that brother Biao wanted to chop last night, he wondered what Wang Xinyu would think.
What about another big thing?
Sumu sat down, looked at Wang Xinyu and asked softly.
I'm not sure if this is true. Someone died in the first municipal hospital last night.
Josu also laughed when he heard Wang Xinyu say this. Fourth brother, look at what you said, there will be deaths in the hospital every day.
No, I mean, murder.
Wang Xinyu spoke in a rhythmic manner. I heard that it was the young master who came from the imperial capital, and he and his bodyguard were all stabbed in the throat, the kind that could not be deader.
What the hell? Is this true? Cutting the throat with one knife? Is it so exciting? Josu was also stunned. I don't know either. I just heard about it. I checked the news this morning and there was no report at all. Nonsense, how could such a thing be reported?
It would be bad if it caused panic among the masses. When Josu said this, Wang Xinyu nodded in response.
Indeed. Even if something like this really happened, it would not be reported. Third brother, is that right? Wang Xinyu looked at Sumu, smiled, and asked casually. Sumu also nodded, that's about right.
If he had known that these two things were related to me, he would have jumped up and down.
Sumu couldn't help but think so in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. The class was boring. Sumu took a look at what the teacher said and realized he knew everything. Before the class was over, Sumu found an opportunity to slip away. After leaving school, Sumu also went to the university town commercial street. Yuanya also had someone redecorate the store.
As for the promotion, she had already started working on it yesterday.
Boss, you are really amazing.
As soon as Sumu came in, Yuanya came to greet him.
Sumu was also stunned by what she said. How come you are so powerful?
Director Chi from the Health Commission personally delivered the gifts to me, and was very polite to me.
TSK, to be honest, I've never seen an official be so polite to ordinary people like us.
Yuanya stayed in the milk tea shop in the morning. When Director Chi came over, his attitude was really polite. Although Yuanya is only the manager of the milk tea shop, she is someone close to Sumu after all, and Chi Wenfeng naturally had some wrong thoughts because Yuanya is so young and beautiful. He felt that Yuanya was definitely more than just the manager of a milk tea shop.
Is it possible for a top-notch rich kid like Sumu to ignore such a beautiful manager beside him?
Even if Yuanya and Sumu have nothing to do with each other now, it doesn't mean they will have nothing to do with each other in the future. It would have been fine if he was not clear about Sumu's strength yesterday, but such a big thing happened last night and the higher-ups had to protect Sumu.
He also understood that he could not afford to offend someone like Sumu. She is a 7th rank official in the Prime Minister's office, not to mention that Yuanya is so young and beautiful. Oh, I thought it was something else. Sumu laughed. Director Chi is a public servant, so he should be nice to common people like us. There's nothing wrong with that. Although Sumu said so, Yuanya didn't really think so.
She also knew how troublesome it was to obtain this kind of security certification. If she really went through the process, it would take at least 10 days or half a month without any smooth process.
If there are 2 more stuck links in the middle, it will take at least 2 or 3 months to complete.
Sumu went to the National Health Commission yesterday afternoon, and today Director Chi of the National Health Commission personally delivered the goods to the milk tea shop.
This speed is not fast, it's like riding a rocket.
By the way, in addition to this store, we should have 5 or 6 more stores on the downtown pedestrian street, but those are agency stores, managed by Zhou Tsong and Xin Fun.
Sumu sat on the sofa, drinking the milk tea that Yuanya brought him and said, "Oh, sure." Although Yuanya has not witnessed the true power of weight loss milk tea, she now has complete faith in Sumu.
After all, a rich second generation like Sumu doesn't have the time to joke with her.
If it's not slimming milk tea, then what is Sumu after? Because she is pretty, do you want to pursue her?
It shouldn't be that troublesome. Not to mention that Sumu is a top rich second generation, just based on his looks, he beats all the young handsome guys in the entertainment industry.
If Sumu pursues her, can she refuse?
By the way, I discussed with Zhou Tsong that we are going to invite Zhao Lusher to be the spokesperson for our milk tea.
Do you have any objection?
Sumu looked up at Yuanya and asked with a slight smile on his face.
Ah. No problem, no problem. Yuanya also said this with some fear and trepidation. Zhao Lusher is a pretty good person and has a very good reputation among the public.
Her number of fans has increased rapidly recently.
Moreover, the person was selected by Sumu and Zhou Tsong together, so what opinion could she have? Okay, then when we shoot the commercial, you can come over and take a look and give us your opinions. Sumu just said that, and Yuanya nodded in agreement.
As for giving suggestions, Yuanya naturally understood that Sumu was just saying it casually.
What advice could she give? Zhao Lusher is a professional actor after all.
The person who comes to shoot the commercial will probably be a professional director.
If I, an amateur, give advice to professionals, wouldn't I be accused of meddling? However, it's okay to go over and take a look. Okay then, you go ahead and do your work. If you need anything, just call me directly. Sumu stood up, smiled softly and said, "Slow down, boss."
Yuanya also stood up straight, bowed slightly towards Sumu, and said something respectfully.
Chapter 78, Going to Thompson Epine again. Sumu was stopped again when he changed into a luxury car.
There was nothing to do on Sumu's side, so he went straight home. When the Filipino maid Nana saw Sumu coming back, she made a pot of tea for Sumu and brought him a plate of freshly cut fruits.
"Master, please have some tea."
The Filipino maid Nana has been working hard on her Mandarin recently. Ever since Sumu reminded her last time, she was afraid that Sumu would really fire her because of her awkward speaking. She came to Siagwa from the Philippines to work as a maid, and had worked as a maid in other wealthy families before. However, although those wealthy people may appear to be decent human beings on the surface, they are actually like beasts in human clothing. She also got out of the pit in time. If Sumu hadn't found her, she might have already returned to the Philippines. Sumu was still very nice to her. The requirements are not high, just cleaning the house and helping to make breakfast and so on. A monthly salary of 20,000 is quite high for a Filipino maid.
Nana also respects Sumu very much.
After all, Sumu has never treated her as a servant.
"Thank you, just do your thing, I need you for something."
Sumu leaned back on the sofa and said to the Filipino maid Nana with a gentle smile.
"Okay, master."
The Filipino maid Nana was also stunned for a moment, then she stood up straight, bowed slightly towards Sumu and said. Sumu was also thinking about his future plans. He now has more and more businesses under his control. But overall it is still quite scattered.
Moreover, he doesn't have many people available under his command.
Yuanya is one of them, but she is just the manager of a milk tea shop. Tangyu is helping me take care of the house in Tangchinipin, which can be considered as helping me. It seems that I have to register a company and then recruit some people to manage my own business. Sumu was thinking this in his mind, and just as he thought of Tangyu, Tangyu also called Sumu. "Mr. Su, most of the rent for this quarter has been collected, but there is still one tenant whose rent has not been collected yet."
"What's wrong? Has that tenant had any trouble recently?" Sumu was not an unreasonable person.
If the tenant really encounters some trouble, it is no problem to postpone the payment to next month.
That's not the case.
The tenant is a senior executive of the Dilu Group.
He usually has a lot of people around him. When asked to pay the rent, he said that he wanted the landlord to come and collect it personally. Tang Yu also smiled awkwardly. He was also helpless. Although he knew that the other party just wanted to be a deadbeat and not pay, what could he do? After all, isn't he just a small employee hired by Sumu? Is there such a thing?
When Sumu heard what Tang Yu said, he frowned slightly. He knows about Dilu Group, a real estate giant, a state-owned enterprise, and one of the top 500 companies in China.
Logically speaking, the executives of Dilu Group should be very rich. Although the rent at Thompson One is about 200,000 yuan a month, the rent for a quarter is 600,000 yuan. However, as far as Sumu knows, the monthly salary of senior executives of Dilu Group is almost 1 million. Moreover, some senior executives, due to their convenient positions, can easily make tens of millions of dollars in a year just through corruption. Yes, Mr. Su, he just kept dragging his feet and refused to pay me, and there was nothing I could do. Tang Yu was also helpless. He couldn't offend the residents just because of the rent issue, right? Okay, I get it. I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll go over there. Sumu nodded and told Tang Yu something. An executive with an annual income of tens of millions is still a deadbeat. It's really. Sumu didn't know how to describe this kind of person. If you can't bear to spend money, don't rent such a good house. Since you have rented it, do you still want to refuse to pay the rent? Sumu was not a philanthropist. If he really wants to default on paying his rent, Sumu will throw out all his things without hesitation. Sumu also asked Nana to cook some dishes and he just had to eat a few bites to fill his stomach. I've been eating too much meat and fish in recent days and haven't done much exercise, so I'm actually getting fatter. Thanks to the slimming milk tea, Sumu was not worried about gaining weight. After dinner, Sumu didn't take a nap. He went directly to the underground garage and drove his not-for-sale, unique edition Lykan Hypersport to Thompson Epine. The second time he went there, Sumu seemed to be familiar with the route. When he arrived at the gate of Thompson Epine, he saw the same security guard who had stopped Sumu before. He stopped Sumu last time, and he was also scared after learning Sumu's identity. Fortunately, Sumu did not cause him any trouble and even praised him for his dedication to his job. Because of this, he often brags about it to his colleagues, relatives, and friends. Basically, he stopped the most powerful owner of Thompson One today, and he drove a Lamborghini Veneno. When talking about Lamborghini Veneno, he would say in a rhythmic way, "Do you know Lamborghini Veneno? It's a supercar worth hundreds of millions. It's awesome." Anyway, from that day on, he became more dedicated to his work. He would keep an eye on all the luxury cars entering and leaving the community. As long as the car does not belong to a neighborhood owner, he will go up and question it. Of course, his attitude became more reserved. Who among those who can afford a luxury car is an ordinary person? Just like Sumu, he owns a whole building. Sumu drove the Lykan Hypersport over here. The car is naturally quite cool. After all, it is a supercar worth 230 million. If it is not cool, who would be willing to spend money to buy it? However, the production of Lykan Hypersport is low, and including this one from Sumu, there are only 8 of them in the world. Moreover, before Sumu, only Qinfen had it in Xia state. Most of the time he just keeps it in his collection and never opens it. So when Sumu drove the car to the door, he was stopped again. Although the young security guard did not recognize Sumu's car, he could tell at a glance that it was a supercar, so the owner must be no ordinary person. Damn, there are so many rich people. This car looks like it has a full carbon fiber body. This car must be worth tens of millions, right? The young security guard also muttered to himself. On this side, Sumu lowered the car window with a wry smile. "Hello, see you again." Sumu looked at the young security guard and greeted him. When the security guard saw Sumu, he trembled and quickly stood up straight. "It's you, Mr. Su. Why did you change the car?" The security guard opened the railing and let them in without saying a word. "I'm tired of driving the Lamborghini Veneno, so I'm going to try a new car." Sumu chuckled and casually threw his half-pack of cigarettes to him. "Thank you for your hard work. There's still half a pack left. Don't be disgusted." The young security guard didn't dare to show disdain. He caught the half-pack of cigarettes thrown by Sumu with a smile on his face. "Thank you so much, Mr. Su." The young security guard also replied. Sumu didn't say much. He stepped on the accelerator and entered the community. "Wow, this cigarette is Giant Panda, a special supply cigarette.
The young security guard couldn't help but sigh. He really is worthy of being called Master Su. He smokes the best cigarettes, drives the coolest car, and even the Lamborghini Veneno is boring to drive. I wonder how much his new car cost. Sumu had already disappeared, so the young security guard used his cell phone to check what kind of car Sumu was driving. Shit. That's it. The young security guard looked at the information he had searched and immediately found the real owner. Like in Hypersport, this is also a top-notch supercar worth hundreds of millions. The security guard muttered to himself, his face full of envy. As for jealousy and hatred, to be honest, ordinary people really don't envy or hate those top wealthy people. After all, the gap is too big. But if he knew that Sumu's world-class luxury car could be worth 230 million, he would probably be shocked, right? Chapter 79. You said you would give me 30 million. Sumu was coming, so Tang Yu was naturally prepared to welcome him. Seeing the Lycan Hypersport coming over here, its cool body also caught his attention. This car looks very luxurious. It's probably not worse than the Lamborghini Veneno that Su Xiao has, right? Few people in China know about Lycan Hypersport, unless they are supercar enthusiasts like Sumu. Basically no one knows about it. But whose car is this? This was also the first time Tang Yu saw this car, and he couldn't help but frown. If you can afford this kind of top-notch supercar, you should also be able to afford a house. Tang Yu was thinking this in his mind, and Sumu also stopped. The moment he opened the car door, Tang Yu was also stunned. Fuck. It's Master Su. That's right, only a rich young man like young Master Su has this kind of strength. Tang Yu also hurried forward, stood up straight, with a smile on his face, and bowed slightly towards Sumu respectfully. Master Su. Sumu nodded as a response. Is that person home now? Sumu closed the car door, looked at Tang Yu and asked with a smile. He's at home. He's been at home for the past 2 days. I heard that he seems to have a mistress who is a college student. TSK, she's said to be the campus beauty of Haida University. When Tang Yu said this, Sumu was stunned for a moment. The campus beauty of Haida University? Sumu frowned slightly and thought to himself, who can be called a school belle these days? Let's go. Didn't he ask me to come here in person to collect the rent? Now I'm here, let's see what he can say. Sumu shrugged his shoulders and walked straight into the building. Tang Yu followed behind Sumu, following him closely, and was very flattering. Mr. Su is right. Which household does he live in? 2603. After entering the elevator, Tang Yu quickly pressed the elevator button. When the elevator door opened, Tang Yu waited for Sumu to go out before leaving. The entire building consists of large apartments with an area of more than 700 square meters. The area of Unit 2603 is 800 square meters. The monthly rent is 250,000 yuan, and the rent for 3 months and a quarter is 750,000 yuan. Tang Yu and his team collect the money once a quarter. Qin Xiaojun, senior executive of Dilu Group. At the age of 45, he can be said to be a winner in life. Over the years, he has enriched himself and has hundreds of millions in savings. He has no other hobbies. Money and women are his biggest hobbies. This year the company assigned him an assistant, a senior student at Haida University. He took a liking to her at first sight and used his personal power to make Shuiwer his permanent employee. Shuiwer has a husband who is studying for a doctorate abroad and is away from the country most of the time. At first, Shuiwer was hesitant with him, but later he took Shuiwer on a business trip for a few days and bought her 2 bags worth about 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Shuiwer, a materialistic and money-worshipping woman, was immediately tricked into bed by the old man Qin Xiaojun. Qin Xiaojun also used the excuse that she was no longer fertile and did not wear any protective measures. Then, Shuiwer found out that she was pregnant. I am pregnant. 2603, Shuiwer was sitting on the sofa when she suddenly said, "It's yours." This is impossible. Qin Xiaojun was stunned at that time. I'm infertile. Qin Xiaojun looked at Shuiwer and yelled, "Which wild man are you with? Don't blame me. Who else have I been with in the last few months besides you?" Shuiwer said coldly, "I don't care, you said you would give me 30 million. Chapter 80. I won't rent it anymore. I don't need your money." Everyone on Qin Xiaojun's side was dumbfounded. When he heard Shuiwer asking him for 30 million, he slapped her in the face. "Ah, you are the only one who was worthy of asking me for 30 million?
Are you worthy? How many times do you deserve it? Chen Shujuan's true colors were revealed in an instant. He was just joking with Shuiwer, but who knew that Shuiwer took it seriously? I'll give you 100,000 yuan, go and beat the kid. Chen Xiaojun said with a dark face and a cold voice. Shuiwer was stunned. Chen Xiaojun suddenly changed into a different face, she was also confused. Didn't you say that if I divorced my husband, you would give me 30 million? I told my husband that I was pregnant with your child, and you are telling me this now? Shuiwer stood up suddenly and looked at Chen Xiaojun and shouted at him relentlessly. What did you say? Chen Xiaojun knew that Shuiwer was easy to deceive, but she didn't expect that she was still so stupid. She confronted her husband about this? Isn't this trying to kill him? What did you tell your husband? Chen Xiaojun looked at Shuiwer and called out directly. I've said everything I need to say. Now that the relationship has fallen out, Shuiwer also spoke in a hoarse voice. What about that? Chen Xiaojun asked with a dark face. Yes. You're the one who's killing me. Chen Xiaojun was also panicked. This kind of thing was not glorious in the first place. The key point is that Shuiwer told everything about their recent money laundering. If something like keeping a mistress were to be exposed, the most he would be accused of is his personal conduct. But if things like embezzling public funds and laundering money were exposed, he would go to jail. My husband wants 5 million, and he won't say a word about it. Shuiwer looked up at Chen Xiaojun and said softly. 5 million? Why doesn't he just go and rob? Chen Xiaojun yelled loudly with a dark face. Ding dong, ding dong. In the room, Chen Xiaoyun was angry. Outside the door, Tang Yu also pressed the doorbell directly. Who is it? Here I come. Chen Xiaojun walked to the door with a gloomy face and saw Tang Yu through the peephole. Didn't I tell you to ask the landlord to come over and I'll give it to him myself? The door opened and Chen Xiaojuan's attitude was very bad. Mr. Chen, I have also reported your matter to my boss. Let me introduce you. This is our Mr. Su. Tang Yu's attitude was good, but Chen Xiaojun had a gloomy face and glanced at Sumu inadvertently. You found a young kid to trick me? Chen Xiaojun was about to close the door, but Sumu simply held it against the door with his hand. This building is mine. Since you rented my house, what's the point of not paying me? Tang Yu was polite to him, but Sumu would not be polite to him. Rent it if you want or not. If not, get out. Sumu doesn't need this little rent. What bad temper. I won't indulge you. Get lost. Chen Xiaojun was also angry and didn't take Sumu seriously at all. Manager Tang, get someone over this afternoon to throw all their stuff out. If he doesn't pay, send a lawyer's letter directly to his company. How could Sumu have the time to make trouble with him here? This is the method to use to deal with this kind of people. Okay, Mr. Su, I understand. When Tang Yu heard Sumu say this, his face was filled with excitement. Is he really your boss? When Chen Xiaojun saw Tang Yu's attitude, he was slightly stunned. He looked at Tang Yu with some trepidation and asked. What else? Tang Yu was also a little bit arrogant. He didn't even bother dealing with people like Chen Xiaojun. Mr. Su, right? Sorry, I'll give you the rent now. Chen Xiaojun also got scared. This building belongs to someone else, who is worth at least tens of billions of dollars. He cannot afford to offend them. Of course, he was just putting on airs in front of Tang Yu and pretending to be cool. No need. Just pay me the rent you owe me. As for you, you have to move out today. Otherwise, don't blame me for finding someone to help you move. Sumu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a gentle smile. Sumu also glanced into the house inadvertently and saw Shuiwer sitting on the sofa. I thought it was some school beauty? Turns out it was her. Sumu had a photographic memory. Before, Shuiwer sat on his passenger seat without even asking for her face, but Sumu pointed at her nose and told her to get out without any hesitation. I really didn't expect that she, a married woman, would become the lover of an old man like Chen Xiaojun. Chapter 81. What blinded my eyes? Poverty. Sumu saw Shuiwer, and Shuiwer actually saw Sumu as well. Of course, she knew Sumu. That day at the school gate, Sumu pointed at her nose and told her to get out of the car. Naturally, she hated Sumu with gritted teeth. But having said that, Sumu is young, handsome, and most importantly, he is rich.
After being humiliated by Sumu that day, she also knew that there was a top rich boy like Sumu in the school. Although she hated Sumu in her heart, she didn't dare to express it. After all, she couldn't afford to offend a tall, rich and handsome man like Sumu. These days she moved out directly from school and has been living in Thompson first class. She was still a little proud in her heart, thinking that no matter how rich you, Sumu, are, you don't live in a top-notch luxury house like Thompson One. Speaking of which, Shuiwei didn't know where the sense of pride came from. Is it because she lives in a mansion in Thompson One? But she still rented it. She also heard what Tang Yu said just now, and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She had heard from Chen Xiaojun before that the owner of the house they rented owned the entire house and was a super rich man worth tens of billions. She really didn't expect to see Sumu again in this way. This time, Sumu didn't say anything. He just pressed Shuiwei to the ground and humiliated her again. That's all I have to say. You can do whatever you want. Sumu sneered, turned around and walked towards the elevator without even looking at Chen Xiaojun. Tang Yu also hurriedly followed. Chen Xiaojun was dumbfounded. He originally just wanted to show off to Tang Yu, and by the way, he also wanted to see which big shot owned this entire Thompson first class. But he really didn't expect that the person who was said to own an entire building of Thompson first class was actually Sumu, a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. Mr. Su, what if he doesn't move? Tang Yu stood behind Sumu and asked tentatively. Well, just do as I said. If he doesn't move out, just get someone to throw all his stuff out. We don't tolerate people like this. Sumu is the boss, and since he said so, Tang Yu naturally understands what to do. Okay. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. He's just a senior executive of the Dilu Group. If he hadn't been corrupt and taking bribes to enrich himself, would he be able to live here? Tang Yu also followed suit and criticized Chen Xiaojun. By the way, Manager Tang, I took over Taiyangziyuan in the ecological park a few days ago. You can go there when you have time. Set up a property management company there just like this one. Sumu happened to be here today, so he just told Tang Yu about it. After all, Tang Yu has good handling ability and a responsible attitude. Sumu felt relieved to let Tang Yu handle this matter. When Tang Yu heard what Sumu said, he was also slightly stunned. Taiyangziyuan in the ecological park? Mr. Su, why did you buy it there? Tang Yu is also a native of Haidu. He naturally knows that Taiyangziyuan is a mess. He doesn't know when the government will plan there. The investment value is far from that of Thompson Epine. It's mainly cheap. The whole deal only cost 1.8 billion. Sumu chuckled. Tang Yu was also speechless. Well, it seems that he really can't understand Sumu's thoughts. After all, it was poverty that blinded his eyes. Listen to what Mr. Su said. Is this what a human being would say? Cheap? Only 1.8 billion? The key point is that Su Xiao means that tens or hundreds of billions are nothing at all, just a small amount of money. After coming down from upstairs, Sumu also visited Tang Yu's office. There are not many of them, and the division of labor is relatively clear. Okay, nothing else, I'll leave first. Sumu smiled slightly. Manager Tang, take them to Minga for dinner after get off work later in the evening, and tell them to put it on my account. Sumu was very caring towards his employees. People work hard for you, so you can't let them down. Master Su, isn't Ming Pavilion too expensive? The average cost per person is several thousand, right? Besides, don't you have to make a reservation to dine at Ming Pavilion? Tang Yu also smiled awkwardly and said, just tell me my name. Sumu chuckled, but did not say that the pavilion was his. Okay then, let's thank Master Su. Tang Yu also responded with a smug smile. He has had quite a lot of contact with rich people and knows what they are thinking. In short, they have to learn to accept what comes their way. How should I put it? There are definitely some differences between the ideas of rich people and those of ordinary people. If you don't want something someone gives you, they will be unhappy. Of course, if you ask for something that others don't give you, they will be even more unhappy. Okay, you guys have worked hard. I'll give you a long vacation when I have time and take you out for a good time. Sumu naturally said that casually, but the clerks in the office were also excited when they heard it. Master Su is really generous. That's not true. Our young Master Su is a very famous person. He is a top-notch rich young master. Did you see the supercar that young Master Su drove over today?
I just checked it online. Guess how much it costs? How much is it? Is it more expensive than a Lamborghini Veneno? You're right. This car is the Lykan Hypersport, the world's top supercar, and the initial price is 70 million. There are only 7 of them in the world. I estimate that Master Su must have spent at least 100 or 200 million to get this supercar, right? Oh my god.
One car is enough for my whole family to earn for several lifetimes.
As soon as Sumu left, several people in the office began to discuss enthusiastically. Ahem, let me tell you something. Tang Yu sent Sumu away.
When he returned to the office, he saw several people sitting together and talking about Sumu. He said with a straight face, "We have to recruit some people for our small group recently."
After Tang Yu said this, everyone in the office was stunned.
Especially when they saw Tang Yu's stern face, several people felt a pang in their hearts.
Manager, does young Master Su have any opinion about us? No way. We performed pretty well today.
Besides, we haven't made any mistakes at work recently.
Yes. Manager, we are now fully staffed. If we recruit a few more people, wouldn't that mean we have too many people?
Several people were also worried that Sumu had something against them, so they asked Tang Yu to recruit some new employees.
Tang Yu didn't say anything either, just looked at them with a dark face. The atmosphere was quite awkward for a while. Ha, look how scared you are. After about 7 or 8 seconds, Tang Yu laughed and said.
When everyone heard Tang Yu say this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Their salary now has doubled, and Sumu treats them much better than their previous boss. The first time Sumu came over, each of them gave them a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. This time, they asked Tang Yu to take them to Minga for dinner in the evening. Just now, Sumu said in person that he would give them a long vacation and take them out to play.
Where can they find such a good boss? Manager, what's going on? Tell us, don't scare us. Yes, manager. Tang Yu didn't keep them in suspense and just looked at them and spoke directly.
Mr. Su just told me that he took over Koenigsegg in the ecological park a few days ago and asked me to set up another company like ours. After Tang Yu said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Oh my god. Young Master Su is young Master Su. He just bought an entire neighborhood. Oh my god. How could young Master Su take over the mess of Koenigsegg?
Let me tell you, Koenigsegg had a lot of advertisements before, but their place is too remote, and the average price is more than 10,000 yuan per square meter, but no one wants it.
I know that place too.
To be honest, it is not a very wise choice for young Master Su to take over that place.
What do you know?
Young Master Su said that it's mainly cheap.
The entire community only cost 1.8 billion.
Tang Yu laughed and repeated Sumu's words. Everyone's faces were filled with question marks, and they were obviously speechless after hearing what Sumu said.
Chapter 82. It's all up to the young master. After solving Qin Shujuan's problem, Sumu was preparing to go back and rest.
However, he had not driven far when Zhou Song called him.
Hey, Song, what's up? Nothing much.
There's a charity ball tonight.
Do you want to come and have fun?
Charity ball? What's the point of that?
Sumu laughed and said. The main thing is that all the people here tonight are celebrities and so on. I want to ask if you are interested. Zhou Song's tone was somewhat ambiguous, and Sumu knew what he wanted to express without even thinking about it. Celebrities, Song-gu, you know me. I'm not a fan of celebrities.
Sumu laughed, but since it's a charity ball, I have nothing to do tonight, so I might as well go and take a look.
Okay.
I'll send you the time and address later, and you can just come over when the time comes.
Good. After hanging up Zhou Song's phone, Sumu also smiled and said, charity ball, but I can't dance. But then again, dancing is about body coordination.
After all, Sumu possesses unparalleled Chinese martial arts, so his body coordination is beyond doubt. As for some common dance postures and steps, you can learn them just by watching.
Besides, who said you have to dance when you attend a party?
Sumu didn't take the charity ball in the evening seriously.
He just went there to join in the fun. He couldn't be called the protagonist of the whole event, right?
I drove straight home and woke up early in the morning, feeling a little tired. Nana, master, I'm going back to my room to sleep.
You can wake me up at around 5 o'clock. Sumu returned home, drank a sip of water, and looked at the Filipino maid Nana and gave an order. Okay, master, I got it.
The Filipino maid Nana spoke in a low tone and looked like she was worried about something.
What's wrong? You look upset?
Sumu also asked directly. Master, my father is sick, and the hospital said it would cost a lot of money to perform the surgery.
Nana was a little depressed.
Her current monthly salary was 20,000 yuan, and she had just started working, so she didn't have much money at all.
Oh, seriously? Do you need to go back and take care of your father?
When Sumu heard Nana say this, he understood and looked at her and asked a question.
That's not necessary.
I have 2 sisters at home taking care of him. If I go back, I won't have the money to pay for my father's surgery.
She was telling the truth. After all, the Philippines is a small country in Southeast Asia with very backward economic conditions and a considerable gap between the rich and the poor.
Nana was able to come to Sia country to work as a Filipino maid only because she had good Chinese proficiency. She has earned money over the years, and except for her own necessary expenses, she has sent the rest back home to supplement the family income.
Okay, I get it. It's just money. Sumu laughed. Wait a minute.
Sumu picked up his phone, found Nana's bank account, and transferred 1 million yuan to her.
1 million should be enough. If it's not enough, tell me again. Okay, I'm going to bed. Master, Nana was also stunned.
She actually thought about asking Sumu to borrow some money first, but she didn't know how to ask. It is estimated that his father's medical treatment will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is nothing to Sumu. But for her, that was several years' salary. Now Sumu didn't even verify it and directly transferred 1 million to her based on what she said.
1 million. With a plop. Nana knelt directly in front of Sumu. Master, I really don't know how to thank you. What are you doing?
Sumu chuckled and reached out to help her up from the ground.
Just work hard and don't think too much.
Consider this money as a loan to you first.
How about this? I told you before that your current salary is a probationary salary. I think you're not bad, so I'll make you a regular employee now.
Sumu smiled and said, I'll give you an annual salary of 500,000, and bonuses and other things will be calculated separately at the end of the year.
How about that? When Nana heard Sumu say this, how could she have any objection? It's all up to the young master. Okay, I'm going to bed. Sumu waved his hand and walked towards the bedroom.
The Long family of the imperial capital.
Long Qishuan also conducted a comprehensive investigation of Sumu's identity and background. However, what he could find out was basically what he could see. This is impossible. Long Qishuan looked at Sumu's information, frowned and growled. Really? Sumu's information looked very ordinary. He was just an ordinary person a few days ago. How could he suddenly become a completely different person? Also, how could he, an ordinary person, have an exclusive bank card of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Xia State? The woman next to him is so powerful that she is definitely not something an ordinary person can control. Long Qishuan also carefully analyzed Sumu's information. He absolutely did not believe that Sumu was an ordinary person.
Master, I got the news that there will be a charity ball in Haidai tonight, and Sumu will probably go. Standing in front of Long Qishuan was an old man in his 60s. He was the old steward of the Long family, and he was the one who investigated Sumu's matter.
Long
Qishuan looked at him and pondered for a moment. Go and arrange it, and do it cleanly.
Yes, sir.
Long Fu, also known as the Long family's steward, has been in the Long family since he was a child and is considered one of the most loyal minions trained by the Long family. As one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital, although the Long family is not as good as the Yi family and the Wang family, it is still one of the traditional wealthy families in the country. The news that Long Jingtian was stabbed in the throat in Haidu has spread throughout the imperial capital. The Long family has now become a laughingstock among the other major families. As long as Sumu doesn't die, the Long family will definitely bear this humiliation.
Sumu, I want you to die.
Long Qishuan's eyes turned red with anger and he growled. Long Qishuan has been in great pain these past 2 days due to the pain of killing his son. In his opinion, even if he tore Sumu's bones apart, it would not be enough to relieve the hatred in his heart. Sumu didn't know that Long Qishuan was going to arrange someone to assassinate him, but he slept until after 5 o'clock.
If Nana hadn't woken him up, he would probably have slept until 7 or 8 o'clock.
I should have known I would not have agreed to let Jotsong go to the charity ball.
Sumu sat up from the bed and couldn't help but complain in his heart.
However, since Sumu had already agreed to it, he had nothing else to do, so it would be difficult for him to change his mind at the last minute. After a quick wash, I picked out a Versace suit to put on. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and gold makes the Buddha. With Sumu's looks and figure, he can simply charm all the young girls in a suit. After coming down from upstairs, Sumu drove his supercar directly to the place where the charity dinner would be held in the evening.
Wahongwi Private Club.
One of the 3 top private clubs in Haidu City, it is located in the outer ring of the southern part of Haidu City. The club covers an area of 2,000 acres. In Haidu, where every inch of land is valuable, the land alone of the Wahongwi Private Club is worth hundreds of billions. Sumu had heard Jotsong talk about the bonus club before. Both he and Chin Fun were members of the bonus club, and the criterion for recruiting members was net worth. Let me put it this way, you have to be worth at least 1 billion to join the bonus club.
Members need to pay a membership fee of 1 million yuan each year.
Of course, in return, the club will also provide members with various conveniences.
The bonus meeting is interesting.
Sumu had heard about several private clubs in Haidu City before, and Huahong Club was undoubtedly the top private club.
Chapter 83. This is the top rich kid.
A membership fee of 1 million is not expensive. After all, being able to join the bonus club means that you have entered that circle. The people I came into contact with were all well-known figures in the country. Let me put it this way, personal connections are more important than anything else.
If you just negotiate a deal, the profit can be more than 1 million, right?
Of course, having said that, Sumu doesn't really need to cooperate with these people. Most of the resources he has come from the fishing system, so he definitely has no shortage of money.
But it's always a good idea to communicate with more people.
Tonight's charity ball has invited many female celebrities from the entertainment industry, and of course there are also local socialites from Haidu. The parking lot of the Red Cross Society is crowded with luxury cars. Cars priced around 1 million are rare, and the starting prices are usually 3 to 5 million for Bentley and Rolls-Royce. There are also a lot of supercars, including Lamborghinis and Ferraris, which are rarely seen in normal times, parked everywhere. As soon as Jotsong drove the car over, he attracted a lot of people's attention.
Koenigsegg One? Jotsong's car?
I saw him driving this car out to show off a few days ago.
Isn't this car Sumu's?
I heard that he collided with Chin Fun's LaFerrari, and then he sold it to Jotsong at half the price.
My goodness, this is half sale and half giveaway.
That's right. There's no point in being envious.
After all, he's Jotsong.
But I heard that he had some financial problems recently, and the bank has restricted his high spending.
What restrictions?
He still drives a supercar worth hundreds of millions to show off.
If he didn't have an awesome old man, I would say he might not be doing as well as us.
Shoo!
Stop talking like that. It won't be good if he hears it. There is also a lot of intrigue among the second generation of rich people.
Moreover, envy, jealousy and hatred do not only happen to ordinary people. The second generation rich also envy top-notch rich kids like Jotsong and Chin Fun.
As for Jotsong and Chin Fun, don't they often envy and hate Sumu?
After all, you have to know that Sumu is a man who owns 3 god-level supercars, Koenigsegg, Venom and Lycan Hypersport.
And Sumu is more financially free than them. Take the mess at Taiyangziyuan for example. Sumu directly spent 1.8 billion in cash without any regrets at all. Jotsong parked the car, but he didn't leave.
Sumu called him just now and said that everyone was on the way and would be there soon. This was also Sumu's first time to come to the Red Bonus Club, and Jotsong was waiting for him here. Many people around saw Jotsong standing next to the car, and they came forward to say hello to Jotsong and become familiar with him.
Although they are also wealthy people with considerable wealth, they are far behind top rich young men like Jotsong. Jotsong just nodded to them without saying much. Actually, that's true. Although they are considered well-known wealthy people in Haidu City, they can't integrate into Jotsong and his circle.
Let me put it this way, if one does not have hundreds of billions of personal assets, it is impossible for him to have any intersection with Jotsong and others.
Reality is sometimes so cruel.
Of course, they are also self-aware. They didn't expect Jotsong to say much to them, they just came there to make themselves familiar with him. Come to think of it, since Jotsong could nod to him, they could all brag about it after they go back.
In just 5 minutes, Sumu drove his unique version of Lycan Hypersport to the parking lot of the Red Bonus Club.
Jotsong saw the Lycan Hypersport coming towards him at a glance. Because it is high profile enough, conspicuous enough, and domineering enough.
Fuck, this car looks so cool.
With a full carbon fiber body, any damage to this car will cost you money.
This car looks familiar. Let me think. Like in Hypersport.
I know Chinfin has one, but this one looks cooler than his.
This car must be worth hundreds of millions, right?
Only rich kids like them can afford such a car. Many wealthy people around cast envious glances at him. To be honest, you can't own a supercar worth hundreds of millions unless you have a net worth of tens of billions. Just think about it, a supercar of this level is limited to only a few units sold worldwide.
There are probably thousands of billionaires in the world with assets exceeding tens of billions, right? Without some identity and background, you can't buy it even if you have money.
Small wealthy people like them who are worth only a few billion may be okay in Haida City, but if they are placed on a global scale, who knows who they are? To be honest, this kind of supercar worth hundreds of millions is just for viewing. Being able to afford it is one thing, being able to buy it is another.
Sumu parked the car.
Jotsong has already walked to the side of the car. When Sumu opened the car door, he immediately saw Jotsong walking over.
Brother Tsong. Master Su, you are really awesome.
This is the Lycan Hypersport, a rare edition that is not for sale. This car is much more advanced than Chinfin's. Jotsong's eyes were all on the car that Sumu drove.
To be honest, he was moved. But what if I'm moved? He can't even afford this car.
Let's put it this way, even if Sumu sells it to him at half the price now, it will probably cost around 120 million. He does have some financial problems right now, let alone 120 million, he may not even be able to come up with 20 million. It's really good, especially the thrill of its acceleration to 100 kilometers per hour.
I tell you, it's much better than poison. Sumu chuckled. If someone else said this, Jotsong would definitely retort, don't be so pretentious. Have you ever prescribed poison?
But since these words came from Sumu's mouth, Jotsong naturally said nothing. After all, Sumu really has the Lamborghini poison. They have the right to speak.
Where's Brother Chin? He won't not come to this charity ball, right? Sumu chuckled and asked Jotsong.
Chinfin came here a long time ago.
He has been staying up late lately and has some kidney deficiency.
There is a good massage in the Red Bonus Club, and Chinfin often comes here for maintenance.
Jotsong also smiled knowingly and said softly, among us brothers, who can be more sexy than him? Phew. Hearing Jotsong say this, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. If Brother Tsong hadn't asked me to come, I really wouldn't be interested in this kind of activity, hee. Sumu was walking and talking to Jotsong, which made the wealthy people around him envious. Is this the top rich kid? But he doesn't look anything special.
I haven't seen the guy next to him very often.
But he should be the Sumu, right? Sumu? He dares to come out?
I heard that Long Jingtian's death was related to him.
The Long family in the imperial capital will not let him go, right? Not necessarily.
It is said that he has a powerful female guard by his side.
She is like a ghost. It was she who overthrew Brother Biao's group all by herself.
I heard that Brother Biao's group of people numbered 40 to 50, all holding machetes. I heard that all of them had their limbs broken.
It was extremely tragic. In the end it's what he deserves. If you do too many bad things, someone will take care of you.
Sumu rose to prominence too quickly, but he seldom showed up in public, so not many people knew him. If he hadn't driven over in such an arrogant supercar, and if Jotsong hadn't gone up to greet him in person, to be honest, they really wouldn't have recognized Sumu.
Chapter 84, The Ultimate Luxury, the Background of the Bonus Club.
Because a charity ball is held here today, many people are actually coming here for the first time.
After all, on ordinary days, not everyone can enter the Wahongwi Private Club.
The Bonus Club generally only provides corresponding services to its members. In order to become a member of the Bonus Club, one must be worth billions and pay millions of dollars in membership fees every year. However, charity balls like this one are held 2 or 3 times a year by the Huaban Club.
In addition to the ball, there will be a small auction later. It's mainly a charity ball.
All the money raised from today's auction will be donated to the Hope School in the Northwest. The people at the Red Cross Society are not short of money, so this money can be considered a contribution to society.
Jotsong said to Sumu as they walked, "Young Master Su, if you have anything good you want, you can take a picture of it." After all, the collections that appeared in the Wahongwi charity auction are all good things.
Sumu nodded when he heard Jotsong say this, "Let's see later."
Sumu doesn't have any habit of collecting, so as for being pretentious? What a joke.
He is an expert in both calligraphy and painting, but most of the calligraphy and painting works at the auction are not as good as his.
Of course, if you really come across something good and it's not too expensive, it's not impossible to take a picture of it. Just consider it charity. Sumu has never been a philanthropist, but then again, he is not short of money. If the bonus club can really put the money to good use, there is nothing wrong with him spending some money on charity. Huahong Club is very large.
After all, it covers an area of 2,000 acres. It is also the largest private club among the 3 private clubs in Haidu City. Speaking of the Wahongui, it can be traced back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. But the Wahongui was set up by several rich kids in Haidu in the 1930s. Later, there was a war, and the Wahongui became a strategic base for the Japanese. But after the reform and opening up, several rich second generations in Haidu spent a lot of money to take it over. Now the Wahongui is really a good place. Jotsong stretched and introduced Sumu beside him.
Let's go.
The hall where the charity ball is held is quite far from here.
We have to take a car to get there,
Jotsong said as he looked at the Rolls-Royce parked not far away.
They are really rich.
The cars they use for welcoming guests are all Rolls-Royce Phantoms.
Sumu couldn't help but murmur softly.
The members of the Red Cross Society are all over the world.
Since they started recruiting members, there are probably several thousand formal members.
Jotsong also smiled and said, "We have to pay them about $1 million in membership fees every year."
Just think about it, how much money do they have in a year just from collecting membership fees?
The annual membership fee for a member is millions. 10 members would earn tens of millions in membership fees a year. The bonus club has at least 3,000 members, and the membership fees alone amount to $3 billion a year.
The Huaban Club has been around for so many years and has taken deep roots in Haidu City. It must have collected at least tens of billions in membership fees alone, right? Sure enough, this is the strength of a top private club.
Sumu also had to admit that although his future would definitely not be worse than the Wahongui, but now, with his personal abilities, he really could not be compared with a large private organization like the Wahongui.
But to be honest, the Huahong Club is really good.
Although the annual membership fee of $1 million is high, the service they provide is indeed top-notch.
Jotsong is still quite picky.
In addition to Huahong Club, Haidu City has 2 top private clubs, but he and Qin only became members of Huahong Club, which shows that Huahong Club is indeed unique.
Let me tell you this, here we have everything you need, except for things you can't or dare to think of. Otherwise, as long as you are willing to pay, we can provide you with any kind of enjoyment.
Jotsong raised the corners of his mouth and smiled meaningfully. Sumu was slightly stunned when he heard Jotsong say this.
What kind of services do you offer? Well, what else? If he doesn't even have this little bit of ability, how can we members be willing to pay millions of dollars in membership fees to him every year?
Sitting in the car, Jotsong briefly introduced the history and situation of the Red Bonus Society to Sumu.
Then I'll get a membership later? Sumu chuckled.
After hearing what Jotsong said, he was quite interested in the Wahongui.
That's not necessary. Jotsong laughed, you can't just join the bonus club if you want to. We are all members invited by the bonus club.
Of course, with your strength, Sumu, maybe the bonus club has already reserved all your memberships.
Sumu understood what Jotsong said.
As expected, it is one of the top private clubs in Haidu City and even in the country.
The process of joining is really troublesome.
After all, Wahongui covers an area of 2,000 acres, which is a huge area, especially in Haidu where every inch of land is valuable.
It is indeed quite shocking. This area is divided into outer area and inner area.
There are not many buildings in the outer area, including a golf course, a basketball court, a swimming pool, a football field.
Of course there are some special ones, such as the racecourse.
Young Master Su, look over there, at the Wahongui racecourse. Many wealthy people in Haidu often come here to gamble on horses. Jotsong pointed at the racecourse outside the window and said,
Horse racing? Is this still allowed in our country? No. But it depends on where it is, right? Jotsong laughed, the bonus club is not open to the public.
Those who can come here are basically members.
Who is not a big shot worth more than $1 billion? The country doesn't need to control us, right? Jotsong said this, and Sumu nodded. Really? Some things cannot be said too much, just understand them in your heart.
The outer areas are all places for leisure and entertainment.
Let me tell you, if you have nothing to do and come here for vacation, I guarantee you can have fun here for a month or two, and you won't have to do the same thing every day. Zhou Tsung's words can be regarded as a great affirmation of Wabanhui. We're almost in the inner area.
The car drove for more than 10 minutes, passing the outer area, and there were more buildings in the inner area. The car stopped in front of a row of villas. Zhou Tsung also shrugged his shoulders and said, "Mr. Su, please come in."
We are here. Sumu nodded and got out of the car. Looking into the distance, the area here is estimated to be hundreds of acres. The houses and buildings, big and small, are truly shocking.
In front is the hall where the Huahong Club holds banquets and dances.
It can accommodate thousands of people, and the interior decoration is extremely luxurious. Zhou Tsung pointed at the castle-like building in front of him and said, "It's really awesome." Sumu had to admit that this was the foundation, the hundreds of years of foundation of Wahongui.
Chapter 85. Hard work does not necessarily lead to wealth, but Qinfen is definitely rich. Although Sumu was shocked in his heart, he did not show it on his face.
Zhou Tsung stood aside and observed the changes in Sumu's expression.
He couldn't help but think in his heart, as expected of Master Su. When I drove here for the first time, I was really shocked by the magnificence of this place.
Master Su, let's go. Zhou Tsung led the way in front, and Sumu followed behind Zhou Tsung.
At the entrance of the villa there are waiters from the Huahong Club, all of whom are young and beautiful girls.
Seeing Zhou Tsung and Sumu coming over, the row of waiters standing at the door bowed respectfully and welcomed them with a smile.
Sumu was actually still somewhat uncomfortable with it, but Zhou Tsung was quite casual, and it was obvious that he had experienced this kind of situation frequently. The hall of the villa is quite large. The first floor is a ballroom, with an estimated area of at least 5,000 square meters, which can accommodate at least 1,000 people dancing in the hall. Although there were quite a few people coming to today's charity ball, it was not as exaggerated as thousands of people. Of course, in addition to the ballroom, there are several exhibition halls on the first floor, which are filled with valuable cultural relics.
There are 2 small gambling halls on the second floor.
Qinfen just sent me a message saying he is in there, but he has bad luck today.
From what he said, he has lost tens of millions.
Zhou Tsung smiled. It was common for him to say tens of millions.
A small gambling parlor? Sumu also frowned slightly. He doesn't like gambling.
As the saying goes, small gambling brings joy, big gambling harms the body, and not gambling is the best way to win. He has seen many people whose families have been broken up because of gambling. Although he is rich now and money comes easily, he is still reluctant to get involved in this thing.
Firstly, 9 out of 10 gambling cases are fraudulent, and secondly, it's better not to touch such things.
This is nothing strange.
Although gambling is not allowed in the country, this is a bonus club after all.
Those who can come here are not simple, so no one is investigating. Zhou Tsung saw Sumu frowning slightly, and he also laughed and explained.
Young Master Su, do you want to come up with me to take a look?
Although Sumu was somewhat resistant to this thing, since everyone else was here and there should still be some time before the dance started, it wouldn't hurt to go over and take a look.
Okay, but I'm not good at this.
When I played cards with my family when I was a kid, I was always the one who lost the most.
Ha ha. Sumu smiled and said, I'm very similar to you in this respect.
I'm actually not good at this either, but I'll occasionally play it for fun when I'm bored. I don't play big, and the winnings and losses are only a few million. If Zhou Tsung told this to others, they would definitely say he was showing off. After all, a gamble involving winning or losing millions turned out to be no big deal in his mouth. But since it was Sumu, he naturally just smiled.
For them, a few million is really not a big amount. Following Zhou Tsung up to the second floor, we saw that the decoration inside the villa was indeed extremely luxurious.
Many of the murals on the walls were created by famous artists. Any painting, if put up for auction, would probably be worth no less than millions.
3 sides, 3 sides. Blow. Blow. Damn it.
When I walked to the door of the private room, I could hear Qinfen's voice through the door. But seeing how excited he is, he must have placed a big bet.
Follow Zhou Tsung into the private room.
Although it is called a small gambling hall, it is actually not that small. There are 10 gambling tables in the 300 square meter private room. There were quite a lot of people in the private room.
After all, gambling is indeed addictive.
Many of the people present were billionaires, but they didn't really care about winning money, they just wanted the excitement.
Qinfen is a typical example.
There is a saying that goes, hard work does not necessarily lead to wealth, but Qinfen is definitely rich. He is not short of money and does not need to rely on gambling to get rich overnight. As for why he plays this, it's mainly because it's exciting enough. Whenever I saw Qinfen, he always looked listless. But now, Qinfen, who was sitting in front of the gambling table, was very excited.
Brother Song, Master Su, you are here.
Qinfen raised his head and greeted Su Mu and the others.
How about it?
Zhou Song walked up to him and gently placed his hand on Qinfen's shoulder.
Damn it, today is really weird. I'm so unlucky. I just bet 20 million and it was all gone. I've lost more than 30 million. Qinfen also smiled bitterly. 30 million was not a small amount. Even Qinfen became a little impatient. Don't play if you're unlucky. The dance will start soon, haha.
Zhou Song was also afraid that Qinfen would get carried away again. He still had about 70 million chips in front of him. If he went all in, it would be fine if he won, but if he lost, he would lose 100 million.
No. What's the point of a dance? I'll give it one last try. I don't fucking believe it.
Qinfen is also a stubborn person and has never won since he came here today. In just over half an hour, he had already lost 30 million.
If I don't win the money back, why would I bother with the charity ball?
Zhou Song also understood Qinfen quite well, otherwise he would not have advised him to stop playing.
However, people who lose money are usually very angry and no one can persuade them. Qinfen is just like this.
Either he wins the money back and makes a big profit, or he loses all the chips on the table. The dealer was dealing cards, and Qinfen watched for a long time without placing any bets.
Qinfen is so angry after losing. He will probably go all in next time. Zhou Song smiled bitterly and said something to Su Mu beside him. Is this baccarat? Su Mu also looked at Zhou Song and asked. Yes, it's just a competition between the player and the banker, it's quite simple.
Zhou Song smiled softly and said.
Qinfen didn't take action directly here. He was waiting for the right opportunity. After all, he was preparing to gamble 70 million, so even he was cautious. That's all I got.
When Qinfen saw the way out, he directly pushed all the chips on the table to the dealer's position.
70 million, bet on the banker to win.
Qinfen stood up suddenly, his adrenaline surged. Su Mu, who was standing aside, also frowned slightly. He had been observing the movement of these cards. He was sure that the player would win this time. If Qinfen was just playing small, it would be fine. But since it's 70 million, Su Mu won't just watch him lose.
Brother Qin, listen to me, bet on the player to win.
Su Mu hadn't spoken much to Qinfen since he came over, but he did say something to Qinfen at this time.
Win by leisure?
Qinfen has been watching the situation just now. According to his experience, there is a 90% chance that the banker will win this time.
But when it comes to gambling, how can there be a 100% chance of winning? Chapter 86, Tens of Millions, not much, no psychological pressure.
His luck was not good today, so he might lose this round.
How about this, if you lose, I'll take half of the money, but if you win, you have to treat me to a good time.
After Su Mu said this, Qinfen did not hesitate and directly moved the chips from the banker's table to the player's table. After all, it was a 70 million all-in bet, and it attracted everyone around. Generally, the winnings in gambling games are limited, and the upper limit is about 2 million. However, Qinfen was playing at the VIP table, which had a limit of 100 million yuan in winnings. With 70 million on the table, it is indeed quite exciting.
Fuck. Qinfen is really awesome. He just went all in 70 million. I've never seen that before. He just lost a lot, didn't he? Playing so big?
I guess he lost more than 30 million, otherwise he wouldn't have gone all in for 70 million.
This guy is obviously a banker. Who is the young man next to him?
Why is he letting Qinfen buy free time?
I'm watching the banker too. I think this is a close call.
Many people around were staring at the table, and many were whispering.
Buy here and leave.
The dealer deals the cards.
Qinfen was also very nervous. Master Su, you've always had good luck. Can you help me with this?
Even Qinfen was extremely nervous. Looking at Su Mu, who was standing next to him, he murmured softly.
I drive? All right then. Su Mu did not hesitate.
If he calculated correctly, this deck of cards should have a 6 and a 3, which added up to a natural 9. Su Mu just took the cards and threw them away, his posture was so handsome.
Fuck. Awesome.
When Qinfen saw the two cards on the table, he instantly shouted out excitedly.
9 points on the heavenly card, I can't lose.
The dealer opened the cards on the banker's side. When the dealer saw that the player's card was 9, his body trembled. The dealer opens the cards, a 6 and a 2, adding up to 8. The card is not small, but it's useless.
9 kills 8. Player wins. 70 million. Awesome.
Qinfen also clenched his fists and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Excluding the 30 million he just lost, he actually won 40 million after this all-in bet.
What a trick.
Fortunately, Master Su reminded me, otherwise I would have lost 100 million today. Qinfen gathered the chips together and won 40 million in one go. The excitement was over, and he had no intention of continuing to play.
Master Su, these 20 million are for you. Isn't this bad?
Sumu said with a chuckle.
Master Su, what's wrong with this?
If you hadn't reminded me, I would have lost 100 million today.
Qinfen laughed. Besides, young Master Su just said that if I lose, I'll give you half of the money. I can't pretend to be a coward now that I've won.
Since Qinfen said so, Sumu also laughed.
Well, let me have another try.
Sumu threw the 20 million chips directly onto the table with a very cool movement. Qinfen was also confused.
The people around, including Jotsong, were all stunned.
Everyone was thinking, brother, this is 20 million.
It's not 2,000 yuan.
Mr. Su has already thrown it away, so I don't need the money. As Qinfen was speaking, he threw 20 million chips directly onto the table.
Qinfen is no longer losing money. Although the 20 million is not a small amount, he does not lack it.
Besides, Sumu threw the chips so generously, he couldn't just give up.
Another 40 million chips are on the table. The female dealer who was dealing the cards also trembled involuntarily. Master Su, you are lucky. You open the cards.
Qinfen chuckled and said to Sumu beside him.
So I opened it?
Sumu walked forward and threw the cards away without saying much.
A 7, a 2, and a natural 9. Hiss. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. No wonder he's so confident. It's 9 o'clock again. Awesome. You can't lose even if you want to.
I should have just followed suit and bet a few million just for fun.
How can you compare with them? They don't care about millions of dollars. If you lose a few million, won't you feel pain? 2. The muscles on the dealer's face twitched inadvertently. Unless the dealer also has 9 points, he will lose another 40 million. But where do so many 9 o'clock come from? The dealer here opens the cards, a 2, a 1, 3 points. The player has 8 points and the banker has 3 points, so the player wins. Nice.
Qinfen also shouted while clenching his fist. He came here to play for more than half an hour and lost more than 30 million. Sumu had only been here for 5 or 6 minutes, and had only played 2 games, winning 70 million in one game and 40 million in another. He won 110 million in 2 rounds. There was some luck, but it seemed that Sumu was confident in these 2 games.
Take the money and leave. Sumu laughed and said something while holding the chips on the table.
Although he has already determined the outcome of the next bet, he should not be addicted to gambling. Moreover, when he already knew the result of the next round, the excitement that gambling could bring was not much.
He doesn't care about money or anything.
After winning 40 million, he plans to spend it at a charity auction.
Let's just call it charity. Master Su is awesome.
Qinfen was quite excited, mainly because his experience of going from losing to winning was indeed more exciting than Sumu's.
Good luck, but gambling is not something you can play well. If you play too much, you will probably lose it all.
Sumu said with a chuckle.
Yeah. Don't be greedy. Qinfen also echoed.
Qinfen handed the chips directly to the waiter present. After a while, the waiter also handed 2 checks to Qinfen. Qinfen took a look and directly handed the check for 40 million to Sumu.
Sumu was not polite and took the check directly. It's no fun to play here, Su Xiao, let's go to Maneo and play together when we have time.
Qinfen looked at Sumu and said with a smile.
Let's talk about it later. Sumu nodded and agreed.
Jotsong standing by was also quite envious. The main reason was that Sumu had only been here for a few minutes, so it was too easy to win the 40 million.
Master Su, you said before that you have never won a card game since you were a child. Jotsong couldn't help but complain.
If he had known that he would win so easily, he should have gone up to get a piece of the pie.
It's mainly because I'm lucky. A few tens of millions is just for fun anyway.
It's not a lot, so there's no pressure.
Sumu smiled slightly.
After he said that, Jotsong could only smile helplessly.
Tens of millions, not much, no psychological pressure yet. Shinfun's caution is abnormal enough. Sumu is even more perverted than Shinfun. Chapter 87 Pink Girl and Professional Killer? Jotsong is not like the other two.
Although his old man is rich, those things belong to the group after all and cannot be given to him to use. Compared with Shinfun and Sumu, he is indeed a little stretched financially. Besides, he has had a lot of financial problems recently. He still owes hundreds of millions of dollars in debt to the bank and he doesn't know what to do. However, the weight loss milk tea developed by Sumu did give him hope, and he has been trying hard to please Sumu recently.
Of course, the main reason is that Sumu himself is not simple.
Jotsong naturally knew that Sumu had something to do with Long Jingtian's death. The top figures came forward to protect Sumu, and the Long family in the imperial capital could not do anything to Sumu head-on.
Sumu's prominent background is the reason why Jotsong, Shinfun and others pay more attention to Sumu. Go down, I see the auction is about to start.
Sumu said with a slight smile.
Shinfun won back his capital and an additional 40 million.
The excitement was over, and now he has no desire to play anymore. The three of them took the elevator from the second floor to the dance hall on the first floor, where quite a few people gathered. A temporary auction table was set up in the middle of the ballroom.
Welcome everyone to today's charity ball.
Before the ball begins, we will also have a small auction. All the proceeds from today's auction will be used for the construction of the National Western Hope School.
I hope everyone can actively participate.
The host came on stage, which marked the beginning of the charity ball. Today's first collection is a prawn from Mr. Chi, with a starting price of 5 million. The host didn't say much and just displayed the collection directly.
It is indeed a masterpiece by a master. Sumu looked at the works on the booth and murmured softly.
He himself possesses the ability of both calligraphy and painting, and his achievements in Chinese painting may not be inferior to those of Mr. Chi. But after all, Mr. Chi is the most famous master of Chinese painting in the country in the past 100 years. His works, especially those of prawns, are more valuable for collection. Sumu did not hesitate and directly offered 10 million.
The people around were stunned.
They were still waiting and watching. After all, although this was Mr. Chi's work, this painting of prawns should have been created when Mr. Chi was about 60 years old. It does have collection value, but it's only around 10 million.
If the price exceeds this, you will have to think twice.
Sumu directly bid 10 million, and those people were still not able to recover.
Who is this person? He looks quite young. The ones standing next to him are Jotsong and Shinfun, right? Wow, even though I don't know them, they should be big shots of the same level.
Mr. Chi's work is worth only about 10 million at most.
Although I want it, if it costs more, it won't be worth it. I give up. Sumu's direct bid did scare off many people.
No one bid, and the host standing on the auction table made the final decision.
Sumu directly bought the prawn painting by Mr. Chi for 10 million. Congratulations, Mr. Su.
Jotsong, who was standing nearby, looked at Sumu and said with a smile.
It looks good. Besides, it's a masterpiece by a master, so it's worth the price.
Sumu chuckled and murmured softly. Sumu, Jotsong, and Shinfun were also chatting on the side.
A girl in a pink dress next to them turned her eyes to Sumu.
The auction was still going on, and Sumu spent another 30 million to acquire 2 good collections. Sumu spent all the 40 million he had just won upstairs.
Master Su, you don't treat money as money at all. Coming from Shinfun's mouth, these words sounded more like Shinfun's affirmation of Sumu. It's nothing, actually.
These collections all look good.
It's fun to collect them for fun.
Sumu laughed and explained casually.
Jotsong and Shinfun didn't say anything. Anyway, in their hearts, Sumu was not short of money.
Sumu was able to spend 1.8 billion to buy back the mess at Koenigsegg, so it seemed consistent with Sumu's behavior to use the 40 million he won to buy a few collections here.
However, Sumu's generosity did attract the attention of many women present.
Especially today, there were many female celebrities from the entertainment industry who came here, and they couldn't help but look at Sumu a few more times.
Young. Handsome. The key is that the way you spend money is really cool. 40 million. I bought 3 collections. Bauer, do you know that handsome boy? Why, Sister Inger, are you interested in him? Fuck you, I'm just asking. I don't know them, but on his left is Chinfun, and on his right is Zhou Kong. I guess they should be top-tier rich kids, right? The 2 little stars were standing together and whispering, with envy inadvertently revealed in their eyes. That's right. Didn't Jotsung say that no matter whether his friends are rich or poor, none of them are as rich as him? I wonder if this one will be richer than him. I think he should be richer than Jotsung, right? Did you feel that Jotsung seemed to be quite flattering to him? Now that you mention it, it's true. After all, today's main venue is a charity ball, and there are not many collections in the auction, only 10 in total, and Sumu won 3 of them alone. As soon as the auction ended, the charity ball began. Jotsung and Chinfun obviously participated in such activities frequently and got the hang of it quickly. Sumu walked to the side, picked up a glass of red wine and took a sip. This 10-year-old Romane Conti bonus is really generous. Sumu couldn't help but murmur in his heart. After all, there were 300 or 400 people attending the charity ball tonight. This red wine alone would probably cost several million, right? But it's true. After all, they are a wealthy bonus club, and these few million are really nothing in their eyes. Handsome guy, can I invite you to dance? The girl in the pink dress walked in front of Sumu, bent down slightly, and stretched out her hand in front of Sumu. Sumu looked up at her and was slightly stunned. She has delicate facial features and fair skin, and with the pink dress she is wearing, she is indeed full of girlish charm. Moreover, her voice is sweet but not greasy, which makes people feel comfortable listening to it. But I'm not very good at. Sumu said this in a gentlemanly manner. Actually, I'm not very good at it either. The girl in the pink dress also smiled shyly. Hello, nice to meet you again, my name is Song Yue. Sumu. Sumu stood up, looked at Song Yue and said with a slight smile on his face. Song Yue's smile was sweet, but there was a slight chill in the corner of her eyes. Sumu pulled Song Yue to the dance floor. Accompanied by pleasant music, the 2 of them danced in surprisingly coordinated steps. You dance pretty well. Really? Sumu chuckled. You rarely come to this kind of event? Song Yue looked into Sumu's eyes and asked softly. Well, it's mainly because I'm a bit of a homebody, haha. Sumu placed one hand gently on Song Yue's waist and held her hand with the other. You have great coordination. Sumu also praised him generously. Thank you, but do you know what I do? Sumu was also stunned when he suddenly heard her ask this. Actually, I'm a killer. As she spoke, an extremely sharp blade appeared in Song Yue's hand that was on Sumu's shoulder. It happened in a flash. Song Yue was very fast. If it were an ordinary person, she would definitely not be able to dodge this attack. But the person standing in front of her was Sumu. At the moment she made her move, Sumu tilted his head to the side and grabbed Song Yue's arm. You don't seem to be a very qualified killer, do you? Sumu laughed, but he didn't do anything to Song Yue. Song Yue was also dumbfounded. She really didn't expect Sumu to have such skills. To be honest, she failed to succeed at such a close distance just now, and her attack was easily resolved by Sumu. She understood in an instant that she was no match for him. Why don't you kill me? Song Yue moved closer to Sumu and asked softly. I'm not a murderer. Besides, since you're here, I know who wants to kill me. Sumu laughed. You're not bad, but you can't kill me. Go back and tell the person who wants to kill me that I will settle this account sooner or later. After the song ended, Sumu let go of Song Yue's hand and turned back to his previous position. Song Yue also breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and disappeared in the dance hall. Chapter 88. Don't worry, I know what's going on. However, no one else noticed anything unusual on Sumu's side, and Sumu was quite calm. Although Song Yue didn't say anything, Sumu knew that she wanted to kill him. Sooner or later, we will have to settle this account with the Long family in the imperial capital. Where's the person you were dancing with just now? How come I've never seen her before? After the dance, Jotsung walked up to Sumu and asked with a smile. Oh, she's not feeling well, so she left first. Sumu didn't say much, and Jotsung didn't ask any more questions. By the way, Zhao Lushir has already negotiated with her. 3 million a year for endorsement fees shouldn't be too much, right? Jotsung also suddenly thought of this problem and told Sumu directly. As for the spokesperson issue, Brother Tsong will handle it. 3 million a year is fine, it's not too much.
Sumu chuckled, picked up his glass and toasted Jotsong.
Okay, I'll arrange it right away.
We need to hurry up with the weight loss milk tea business.
Chin Fun and I have bought a total of 8 milk tea shops on the pedestrian street.
Now our Wonkeka milk tea will directly occupy the Haida milk tea market.
Ha ha. Jotsong laughed.
He certainly understood what weight loss milk tea would mean once it came out.
The hen that lays golden eggs is just like this is a money tree.
But you have to pay more attention to the imperial capital Long family. Long Jingtian died in Haidu.
The imperial capital Long family will definitely blame you for this.
Jotsong has also been paying close attention to the affairs of the Long family in the imperial capital these past 2 days.
Although they have not yet taken action against Sumu,
given the Long family's character of never letting go of any flaws, this matter cannot be let go. It's better to be careful. The Long family in the imperial capital, I will go there and settle this account with them sooner or later. Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and murmured softly.
Forehead?
Although Sumu's voice was low, Jotsong, who was sitting next to Sumu, could hear it clearly.
He was also slightly stunned. This is a little different from what he thought. From what Sumu said, is he going to have a head-on confrontation with the Long family? Master Su, it's not worth it.
The Long family is one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital, a super wealthy family with a century-old heritage and a profound foundation.
Jotsong frowned and said.
Although he was the richest man in the country in the past few years and his assets reached more than 300 billion, to be honest, the so-called Forbes rich list is actually just a pig-killing list. The truly wealthy are the deeply rooted super-rich families. Take the Long family for example, a large family with a century-old heritage, whose assets are worth at least trillions.
Moreover, the family's influence is spread all over the world, which is simply incomparable to the emerging families. If he offended the Long family, his old man probably wouldn't be able to protect him.
As for Sumu's identity and background, he was not clear, but even if someone above him wanted to protect him, if Sumu wanted to break up with the Long family in the imperial capital, it would probably be Sumu who would suffer in the end. After all, the 10 major families in the imperial capital are a whole, and they prosper together and suffer together.
If there is a head-on fight later, Sumu may not win.
Young Master Su, as a man, you should not be too particular about small matters when doing great things.
You should be patient when you need to. The Long family in the imperial capital is not easy to deal with.
Jotsong is definitely on Sumu's side, and he doesn't want to see Sumu get into trouble.
Brother Tsong, don't worry. I know what's going on.
Sumu didn't say much, but he had figured it out in his heart. Since they had already fallen out, there was only one possibility between the imperial capital Long family and him.
Either you die or I die.
But then again, Sumu really didn't take the Long family in the imperial capital seriously.
Assassination? Just this little trick? He.
When Jotsong heard Sumu say this, he nodded in response.
Mr. Tsong, can I invite you to dance? A young celebrity from the entertainment industry walked up to Jotsong, stretched out his right hand and asked. Jotsong looked up at her and stood up. Mr. Su, don't think too much. It's nothing serious. I'm going to dance first.
When the little star heard what Jotsong said, an excited expression appeared on his face. Sumu also smiled slightly and glanced at the little star.
Oh my god, Jotsong really likes this typical internet celebrity face.
Sumu murmured in his heart, he actually had no feelings for girls with this kind of appearance.
They are all products from a plastic surgery hospital, I don't know what's so good about them. The dance here was quite boring. Sumu really didn't like this kind of activity. He left early before the dance was over. Why did Sumu leave? He doesn't really like this kind of occasion. It's okay, let's have fun.
Shinfun and Jotsong were originally planning to look for Sumu, but they searched around the ballroom on the first floor and didn't see anyone. Here, Sumu came out of the bonus party and sent a message to the two of them saying that he had something to do and had to leave first, but in fact, what could he have done? The most he could do was to go back and play games. The Long family of the imperial capital. Long Qishuan also learned that the assassination mission had failed.
Master, the assassin I sent said that Sumu has at least the strength of a grandmaster, and she is no match for him. Long Fu was also dumbfounded. Song Yue is not from their Long family, she is just a killer. The Long family offered 100 million to take Sumu's life. Song Yue happened to be in Haidu, so she took the task. However, Sumu's true strength scared Song Yue. The master of Chinese martial arts. Is the Long family crazy or what? You want to kill the master of Chinese martial arts for just 100 million?
After coming out of the bonus party, Song Yue scolded Long Fu directly.
You Long family want to die, don't drag me into this. The person you want to kill is a master, 100 million is not enough. Song Yue was very angry.
If Sumu hadn't let her go on purpose, she would have been dead now. As a killer, she had never discovered Sumu's true strength before.
What's more, there is an even more terrifying person hiding beside him. Song Yue couldn't understand why Sumu let her go. Was it because she was pretty? But someone like Sumu should have no shortage of beautiful women around him, right?
But no matter what, she saved her life. She fled Haidu without looking back. If they met Sumu again someday, she didn't think Sumu would let her go. Moreover, her sixth sense told her that if it was the person behind Sumu who made the move, she would probably die miserably. In the imperial capital's Long family, Long Qishuan sat on a chair, stunned. He knew that Sumu had a powerful female guard by his side, and he also knew that Sumu did have some kung fu skills. However, Song Yue, the Dark Knight Rose, is also considered a gold medal killer and is well known in the killer world. He really didn't expect that Sumu was actually a master of Chinese martial arts.
Impossible. He's only 20 years old. A 20-year-old martial arts master? How is that possible?
Long Qishuan was also panicked. He felt that the Long family seemed to be in real trouble. After all, he has not yet found out what kind of power is hidden behind Sumu. At first, he simply thought that even if Sumu had a background, he would not be a particularly powerful character. After all, how could a person who hides his head and shows his tail be a powerful character? But now, when he learned that Sumu was actually a master of Chinese martial arts, he was dumbfounded. What kind of family power could produce such a young master of Chinese martial arts? Even among the top 10 families in their imperial capital, masters are rare and few in number.
As for their Long family, they don't even have a grandmaster. Master, this Sumu is not easy to deal with.
Long Fu also felt that the situation was quite tricky. After all, even the gold medal killer Dark Knight Rose couldn't kill Sumu, so there were not many people in this world who could kill Sumu.
Raise the bounty price, 1 billion, I want Sumu's head.
Long Qishuan slammed his palm directly on the table, his face was heavy and his eyes were red.
So what if he's a martial arts master? Can he be invulnerable to swords and spears, and immune to water and fire?
When Long Qishuan said this, Long Fu, who was standing beside him, was also stunned for a moment. Okay, master, I will arrange it right away.
Chapter 89 Taiyang Ziyuan becomes a school district house.
A reward of 1 billion is offered for Sumu's head. As soon as this news was posted on overseas underground websites, it exploded.
Who is this Xia countryman? His life is worth 1 billion?
The Xia people are really rich, 1 billion.
Bruce, I'm almost getting excited just looking at this. Calm down, brother. Do you really think this money is easy to make? I just checked. This Sumu is from Haidu, Xia State.
He offended the Long family, a wealthy family in the imperial capital of Xia State. If nothing unexpected happens, this bounty should have been issued by the Long family in the imperial capital.
So what? 1 billion. If we had 1 billion, we could rest. This money is not so easy to earn. The Sumu is not simple.
It is said that he has a powerful guard by his side, and he is in Xia country. If he commits a crime there, it is still unknown whether he can escape unscathed. This is an overseas underground website that brings together the world's most powerful killers and mercenaries.
As long as you can afford the price, even the President of the United States can be assassinated by you. As soon as Sumu returned home, Jotsong called Sumu. Something big has happened. Master Su.
Jotsong was also paying close attention to the Long family, so when the $1 billion reward appeared on an overseas underground website, Jotsong was the first to learn of the news.
What's wrong, Song? What's the big deal? Sumu asked the Filipino maid Nana to make him a pot of tea.
He sat on the sofa, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and asked with a smile.
Master Su, you've been put on the bounty list. Someone's offering 1 billion for your life.
When Jotsong said this, Sumu was also slightly stunned.
Offering 1 billion bounty on my life? Did the Long family do that?
I don't know, it's a new account, but it should be a bounty issued by the Long family. Sumu hasn't offended anyone recently, just a few people at most. The only one who has the ability to take his life with a 1 billion bounty is the Long family in the imperial capital.
You really think highly of me. 1 billion. Sumu laughed. Okay, brother Song, I got it, thank you. Master Su, if you ask me, you should stay out of trouble recently. Once the 1 billion bounty is announced, I think.
As the saying goes, when there is a big reward, there will always be brave men. Sumu does have very powerful guards around him, but Sumu is in the light and the enemy is in the dark, so there are always times when he is not prepared.
There's no need for that.
Since the Long family is so shameless, there's no need for them to exist.
Sumu was also angry. You really think he is easy to bully? He just came to assassinate me, and now he offers a reward of 1 billion to kill me? If he doesn't fight back, won't everyone think he's easy to bully? Forehead.
Zhou Song was also slightly stunned when he heard Sumu say this.
He originally thought that Sumu would be timid, but who knew that Sumu would say such words directly? Is there no need for the Long family to exist anymore? What's the meaning? Is Sumu going to destroy the Long family? But how is this possible?
After all, the Long family is one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital.
How can they be so easy to deal with? Well, Mr. Su, you should be careful recently. Jotsong also didn't want to see anything happen to Sumu. After all, Sumu left a good impression on him.
Besides, the formula of weight loss milk tea is still with Sumu. After he came back that day, he asked people to buy a lot of things, almost 1-to-1 to completely restore Sumu's formula for milk tea, but it had no effect at all. Jotsong also understood that although weight loss milk tea looks simple, it is actually not that simple at all.
The proportions of ingredients need to be quite precise.
It's not something that can be done by just squeezing a few common fruits and vegetables with milk. With Sumu around, he can earn at least tens or even hundreds of billions a year.
If something happens to Sumu, where will he make so much money? Don't worry, brother Tsong, I know what I'm doing. Sumu didn't care much.
It's not that he looks down on those so-called killer mercenaries. It's mainly because, apart from the fact that he himself has reached the level of a grandmaster, he also has Mo Li by his side. He was well aware of Mo Li's strength.
If those people dared to come, they would definitely not be able to go back.
After hanging up the phone, Zhou Song clenched his fist and cursed angrily, "Damn the Long family, they are nothing." But he only said this in private.
Even his old man probably wouldn't dare to offend the Long family in the imperial capital easily, right? The Long family is really stupid.
Song Yue, who had already escaped from Haidu, was the first to learn about the 1 billion reward. To be honest, she doesn't have a good impression of those killers and mercenaries from abroad.
Although there are many experts among them, so what?
Not to mention that Sumu himself is a master-level expert, just the terrifying existence beside him is enough to give those people a hard time. The Long family is courting their own death. Song Yue smiled and a purple rose appeared in her hand.
Dark Night Rose is her code name. Song Yue is indeed her real name. Sumu is really an interesting person.
Song Yue sat in the car, closed her eyes and murmured softly. Yen Ru has also been closely following the developments of the Long family in the imperial capital these past 2 days, so she was the first to learn about the 1 billion bounty on Sumu's life. Without any hesitation, she called Sumu directly.
Sumu, we're in trouble. The Long family in the imperial capital is now offering a reward of 1 billion for your life. After all, it was because of her that Sumu offended the Long family.
If it wasn't for her that day, Sumu would not have had a conflict with Long Jingtian. What happened later would not have happened, so Yen Ru still felt quite guilty about the fact that the Long family in the imperial capital was now looking for trouble with Sumu.
I thought you were going to say something, I already know about this.
Sumu lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and said calmly.
Don't worry, I'll be fine. Sumu chuckled.
His words made Yen Ru feel more at ease.
But you can't be careless.
Yen Ru also repeatedly emphasized that she didn't want to see Sumu get into trouble, otherwise she would blame herself for the rest of her life.
Okay, got it.
Sumu hung up the phone, picked up the cup and took a sip of tea.
There are too few available people. If Emoli is sent to the imperial capital, I won't be safe here.
Sumu had thought about letting Emoli go directly to the imperial capital to destroy the Long family, but this was indeed a bit cruel, so Sumu was still a little hesitant. Secondly, Emoli is the most important trump card in his hand. Sending Emoli to the imperial capital at this time will inevitably cause some trouble. The Long family of the imperial capital, hee hee.
Sumu frowned, and he put away his pity.
Since they were determined to kill him no matter what, there was no need for him to show mercy to those ordinary people in the Long family. Through this incident, Sumu understood one thing: to cut the grass, you must remove the roots. The current situation between him and the Long family is a fight to the death. If he is merciful, he will be the one who dies in the end. Sitting on the sofa, Sumu no longer thought about the Long family's affairs. At 11:30 p.m., the Haidu city government issued an announcement on its official Weibo account, which instantly became a hot topic. The announcement has a lot of words, but it only says one thing.
The Haidu municipal government is preparing to fully develop the ecological park in the next few years.
And this time the municipal government decided to relocate Haidu Experimental Primary School, Haidu Guangming Road Primary School, Haidu No. 1 Middle School, No. 3 Middle School, No. 6 Middle School. Anyway, the new campuses of 12 key primary and secondary schools, including elementary schools, junior high schools and high schools, have all been moved to the ecological park. In addition, the municipal government plans to open Metro Line 9 within a year, a subway line that will run directly from the city to the ecological park.
As soon as this news came out, the citizens of Haidu City were all dumbfounded. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Such a remote place like the ecological park is actually planning to develop it vigorously? With 12 key schools relocating there at once, the ecological park is going to be very prosperous. I remember there was a community over there called something like Koenigsegg. Yes, that's Koenigsegg. The price per square meter was over 10,000 yuan before. I was tempted at the time, but unfortunately I had no money. Koenigsegg? I've heard of it. Isn't it owned by that real estate tycoon Pan Shi? Damn, he's rich now. What the hell, I heard that he sold Koenigsegg for 1.8 billion just a few days ago. 1.8 billion is all it takes? Is that true? He's so angry he's about to bleed. Chapter 90, Mr. Su's investment is simply amazing. This is the news released on the official Weibo of Haidu City government, so it is naturally true and reliable. Many people beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration after seeing this news. The housing price of Koenigsegg was only over 10,000 yuan per square meter a week ago, but unfortunately everyone thought it was too remote and had no investment value at all. Now, the municipal government has moved 12 key primary and secondary schools there, and Koenigsegg, this mess, has suddenly become a school district house. In the city of Haidu, the average price of a school district house is generally around 100,000 renminbi per square meter. As for this time, the municipal government moved 12 key primary and secondary schools here at once, and Koenigsegg suddenly became the school district housing for these 12 key primary and secondary schools. The mess turned into a school district house. Sumu had spent 1.8 billion before, and it was estimated that the amount would have to be multiplied by at least dozens of times. After all, he had purchased Koenigsegg at a price 200 million lower than the cost price. Pan Shi also breathed a sigh of relief recently. Sumu's 1.8 billion yuan did solve a lot of troubles for him. He also went to the charity ball tonight, and when he saw Sumu, he went over to say hello. But I didn't say much. He defined Sumu as a stupid person with a lot of money and a local tycoon. After all, that is 1.8 billion in cash. Sumu didn't even blink when paying, he really is rich. He also asked someone to investigate Koenigsegg, and was told that the government had no plans to develop that area in the past 10 years. He happened to be short of money recently, and selling Koenigsegg was just the right way to raise funds. However, who could have imagined that as soon as he got home from the dance and sat down on the sofa, he learned the news that the Haidu municipal government was planning to develop an ecological park. It's a bolt from the blue. What the hell? Pan Shi jumped up directly from the sofa. No words could express his feelings at that moment. Only one word, fuck, best describes his mood. Is the Haidu municipal government joking? Relocate 12 key primary and secondary schools to the ecological park at once? Do we need to build a special Metro Line 9 to go directly to the ecological park? If this is true, the ecological park will definitely be the second Dongpu New District. As a real estate developer, Pan Shi has a keen sense of smell and he naturally understands what this official Weibo post means. The ecological park is about to develop. Koenigsegg has become a school district housing for 12 key primary and secondary schools, and every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It can be said that Koenigsegg is now worth at least 30 billion. Tianqi Garden has many large apartments over 300 square meters, with an average price of 200,000 renminbi per square meter,
which means 300 square meters would cost 60 million. 10 large apartments of 300 square meters would cost 600 million.
30 sets would cost 1.8 billion. There are probably 300 large flats like this in Koenigsegg alone. How much? 18 billion?
After all, Pan Shi is a veteran real estate developer.
How could he not be aware of Koenigsegg, which he built? I sold it for 1.8 billion? All Pan Shi were dumbfounded.
It was too late for him to regret now. After all, Sumu gave him cash and also brought a professional team of lawyers with him. It was clearly written in black and white on the contract, there was no room for him to regret.
This time, I, Pan Shi, am afraid that I will become a topic of conversation among real estate developers in Haidu and even the whole world. Damn it! Does Sumu have such a good eye? Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
He must have known the inside story in advance.
Pan Shi's face turned dark. How could he accept this? A residential complex worth 30 to 40 billion yuan, and he sold it for only 1.8 billion yuan?
When he thought about how complacent he had been these past few days and how he always thought that Sumu was just a stupid, rich, and foolish guy, he really wanted to slap himself in the face.
He is a fool, then what is he? It's only been a few days? 2 or 3 days. Koenigsegg has directly become a school district house. But no matter what Pan Shi thinks, Koenigsegg has nothing to do with him now. As for Sumu, he did not see the official announcement from the Haidu municipal government at the first time. How can he have the time to pay attention to this every day? However, Chu Yao also sent a message to Sumu as soon as possible. I really doubt whether your mouth has been blessed. Funny.
Sumu was in a daze at first, and was stunned when he saw Chu Yao's message.
What's wrong? Don't you know yet? Oh my god, Koenigsegg has really become a school district house. The Koenigsegg you bought for 1.8 billion is now worth at least 30 to 40 billion.
Chu Yao sent a voice message, sounding particularly excited. The main thing is that Sumu told her at that time that if Koenigsegg really became a school district house, she could choose any house in the entire community. Although she also understood that Sumu was just talking, what if it was true? There are quite a few villas in Koenigsegg. A villa is probably worth at least 100 or 200 million, right?
Is that true? I wasn't paying much attention.
When Sumu heard Chu Yao speaking so excitedly, he chuckled and sent a voice message.
Chu Yao also pushed the announcement posted by the Haidu municipal government on its official Weibo to Sumu. Look! This is exactly what you envisioned. The Haida city government is actually going to move 12 key primary and secondary schools there. Your Koenigsegg has suddenly changed from a pile of unwanted mess to a school district for 12 key primary and secondary schools. Oh my god. This is really too crazy.
Chu Yao was indeed very excited. Apart from the fact that Sumu had originally said he would give her a house, the main reason was that she was the one who had brokered this matter.
Without her, Sumu would definitely not have been able to buy Koenigsegg. Yes, it's exactly what I imagined. The city government is actually planning to build a direct subway line here. Sumu took a quick look at the announcement.
Although there was a hint of joy on his face, he was still quite calm.
The development of the ecological park is actually expected. After all, although the location there is remote, the environment is quite good.
Surrounded by mountains and surrounded by water, it can be considered a blessed place. The most important thing is that in Sumu's original world, their economic capital also had a place similar to the ecological park.
Later, didn't the government also develop suddenly and rise rapidly?
When investing in Koenigsegg, Sumu also thought that the Haidu municipal government would develop that area, but he really didn't expect it to happen so quickly.
I understand. By the way, take your ID to Koenigsegg tomorrow. I mean what I say. You can choose any house in Koenigsegg.
Sumu chuckled and sent a voice message to Chu Yao.
Chu Yao was lying on the bed over there.
When she heard Sumu's voice message, she jumped up immediately. Although her monthly salary is not low, she has only been working for a few years. The housing prices in Haidu are so expensive, she definitely cannot afford to buy a house. Even if she could afford it, it would probably be an affordable commercial property, probably only about 40 or 50 square meters.
Koenigsegg is now a school district for 12 key primary and secondary schools.
In the future it can be sold for at least 100,000 or 200,000 yuan per square meter. Even if she didn't choose a villa, but just picked a larger flat, it would be worth tens of millions. Sumu, forget it, this is too expensive. Xu Yao thought about it and reluctantly refused.
Don't worry, I've never taken anything I said as a joke. It's just a house, it's nothing.
Sumu laughed and said, just bring your ID with you tomorrow and I'll notify my people. Since Sumu said so, Xu Yao naturally stopped refusing. After all, any one of these houses is worth tens of millions and is given to her for free. If she doesn't want it, she will definitely regret it in the future. Sumu also called Tang Yu directly.
Speaking of Tang Yu, he took everyone in the office to Minga for dinner tonight.
To be honest, he was quite nervous at the beginning. When he said that it was Sumu who asked them to come, the general manager of Minga also came out to receive them in person.
Only then did he realize that the chairman of Minga was Sumu. They had a meal at Minga in the evening.
The general manager of Minga even brought 2 bottles of good wine, which was considered to be a great honor for them. As soon as he got home, he saw the announcement on the official Weibo of Haidu municipal government.
He was stunned. Ecological Park, Tianqi Garden, my goodness. Young Master Su's investment is incredible.
The value of Tianqi Garden has at least increased by dozens of times now.
In the afternoon, Tang Yu was still wondering how Sumu could invest in Tianxiyuan's mess.
But now, he had to admire Sumu's brilliant vision.
Ding ling ling.
When Tang Yu saw that it was Sumu calling, he quickly picked up the call.
Hey, Mr. Su, go ahead. Oh, okay. I got it, don't worry.
After hanging up the phone, Tang Yu also whispered, Xu Yao, this girl is really lucky.
But, will she become my boss's wife? Chapter 91, Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself.
It is reasonable and unexpected for the Haidu municipal government to develop an ecological park. Although Sumu is happy, he is not particularly shocked. Sumu was drinking tea very comfortably here. As soon as it was midnight, Sumu directly opened Leisure Fishing.
Press the fishing button that has been restored. Swing the rod and throw it out. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Congratulations to the player for catching 2 biochemical guards. Fuck.
When Sumu saw the prompt on the mobile phone screen, he was stunned and immediately extracted the guard. Dressed the same as Emoli, 2 guards who looked exactly the same knelt directly in front of Sumu. Warrior Rushuan greets the master. Warrior Ruyue greets the master.
Rushuan, Ruyue, sisters? Just call me master from now on. Sumu took a sip of tea and waved his hand. Yes, master. Rushuan and Ruyue are really sisters. It is rare to see twins among biochemical guards. There is only one pair of twins like them among a million biochemical guards. It just so happens that I am in need of someone.
So, the 2 of you go to the capital first and help me with something. Sumu also directly ordered the 2 sisters to go to the imperial capital to solve the big trouble of the Long family. The biochemical guards are as cold and emotionless as ever.
After hearing Sumu's instructions, the sisters Rushuan and Ruyue nodded in agreement. Okay, go ahead, the sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Sumu waved his hand, and Rushuan Ruyue also bid farewell to Sumu and disappeared directly from the room.
The Filipino maid Nana went to rest, otherwise she would definitely be scared if she saw this scene. With the ability of the biochemical guards, the matter of the Long family in the imperial capital is settled.
Sumu also felt relieved.
He is not afraid of the Long family's revenge, but it comes in waves.
Do they really think he is easy to bully? It will definitely not work if we don't teach the Long family a lesson. It's not like he didn't give the Long family opportunities before, but they didn't cherish them.
So don't blame him for being rude to them. It is still necessary to destroy the Long family and deter other forces. Sumu was also a little tired, so he went to sleep after washing up. However, when Zhou Tsong, Xin Fun and Yang Hao got together, they were stunned when they saw the announcement on the official Weibo of Haidu municipal government.
No way? Did Sumu hit it by accident or something? Is the municipal government kidding? Vigorously developing an ecological park? Is this necessary?
When Sumu invested in Tianxiyuan, I also consulted the people in the city hall, and they said that the Haida city government had no intention of developing that place in the next 10 years. Yang Hao suddenly said this, and Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen were also stunned.
So what's going on? I don't know. I've already asked someone and there will be a result soon.
Yang Hao's connections in Haidu are deeper than those of Qin Fen and Zhou Tsong combined. Although Yang Hao usually keeps a low profile, he is, after all, the eldest son of Yang Heavy Industry.
As for Yang Heavy Industry, it is the leading heavy industry enterprise in Xia State. As he was speaking, Yang Hao's cell phone rang.
Yang Hao answered the phone, and after only 2 or 3 minutes, he hung up the phone with a frown on his face. The news I got is that the Haida city government received instructions from the top leaders, saying that they must vigorously develop the ecological park. After Yang Hao finished speaking, he emphasized, above means very above. Hearing what Yang Hao said, Zhou Zong and Xin Fen couldn't help but take a breath. Damn it, if Sumu didn't have a background, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. In the previous incident with Long Jingtian, the Long family wanted to use official power to arrest Sumu, but there was also news that instructions were issued from the top that Sumu was not allowed to be touched. Now, regarding the ecological park, the municipal government originally had no intention of developing it within the next 10 years, and it was only then that instructions were issued from the top to vigorously develop it.
Isn't this obviously helping Sumu grow and develop in secret? I told you, Sumu is not simple. It will be very difficult for the Long family to deal with Sumu.
Yang Hao chuckled and spoke calmly. However, the Long family seems to have issued a 1 billion bounty for Sumu abroad, and Sumu is in trouble too. Zhou Zong must be very worried about Sumu's safety. After all, Sumu is now his god of wealth. With Sumu around, he can earn at least tens of billions a year, and he doesn't want to see anything happen to Sumu. Sumu should be fine, right? Isn't the guard next to him very powerful? Xin Fen also interjected. It's easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. Zhou Zong couldn't help but say this with concern. What if the Long family is destroyed? Yang Hao's sudden remark scared Zhou Zong and Xin Fen. Brother Hao, don't say that. That's the Long family in the imperial capital, a superfamily with 100 years of inheritance. How could it be destroyed? No matter how powerful the forces behind Sumu are, it is probably impossible to confront the Long family head-on. This kind of talk was only said in private, and Yang Hao just said it casually. Zhou Zong and Xin Fen pretended they had never heard it. In their impression, the top 10 families in the imperial capital are all terrifying existences that have been passed down for hundreds of years. Don't be fooled by their inactivity. The fact is that no media dares to report on the affairs of such a big family. Let me put it this way, as soon as you report someone, the entire newspaper will probably be gone. Take Long Jingtian for example. Who is he? He was arrogant and unscrupulous in the imperial capital, and countless girls were persecuted by him. It is so even under the feet of the emperor. One can imagine how powerful the Long family is. Let's leave it at that. I'm going to get a massage and go to sleep in a while. Zhou Zong stood up, stretched, and said in his bathrobe. Brother Zong, remember to look for number 8. Number 8 has an internet celebrity face. Xin Fen raised his head and looked at Zhou Zong and smiled. Fuck you, I don't like internet celebrity faces. Zhou Zong also cursed with a smile. Zhou Zong came out of the private room, and when he saw the waiter, he said, "Go, call number 8 over." Xin Fen also poked his head out from the private room. Emma, it smells so good. The sea is calm. The imperial capital was in a bloody storm. In the Long family of the imperial capital, Long Qishuan looked at the two women standing in front of him holding crescent blades. Why, who are you guys? Long Qishuan looked at the corpses lying all over the yard and shouted at the top of his lungs. Master wants you to die. Ruyue moved, looking like a ghost. The crescent blade in his hand was not stained with blood, but Long Qishuan covered his neck with his hands. You are Su. Until his death, Long Qishuan never thought that the Long family would be wiped out by Su Mu's men. There were a total of 137 people in the main house of the Long family, and not a single one survived. And the people who killed them were just 2 women. As for Long Fu, he was also killed by a slash in the throat. The next morning, the person who delivered food to the Long family discovered that the entire Long family had been wiped out. In an instant, everyone in the imperial capital was stunned. The news was blocked instantly. Everyone who knew the news was ordered not to disclose it. As for the people from several other major families in the imperial capital, they also gathered together. What do you think about the Long family's affairs? What else can we do? It was most likely done by that kid named Su from Haidu. But this is too horrible. We didn't even receive any news at all. I had people check the wounds of those people from the Long family. They were all stabbed in the throat. It was done by a master. That boy surnamed Su really doesn't take us seriously, does he?
But then again, what the Long family did was a bit too much.
But no matter what, the major families did not say anything about taking revenge for the Long family.
When people leave, the tea gets cold, not to mention that the Long family was wiped out by someone else. Let's divide the Long family's assets. As for the rest, you can think about it yourselves.
Yi Guji, the head of the Yi family, stood up and spoke, and the others nodded in agreement. There is no such thing as a quick rise without profit. After all, the Long family is one of the top 10 families in the imperial capital, and their family assets are at least trillions. Now the entire Long family has been wiped out, and the Long family's profitable industries are being closely watched by several other major families. As for Sumu, several other major families in the imperial capital all unanimously asked their younger generations not to provoke others. How to say it, killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the Long family was quietly wiped out, and it also shocked all of them.
Chapter 92. I have physical education class in the afternoon, so I can't go.
Although several major families in the imperial capital joined forces to cover up the fact that the Long family was exterminated, ordinary people did not know about it, but people with certain identities and backgrounds almost all knew about it. Zhou Zong and the other three went to bed early last night. Yang Hao was the first to wake up at around 8 o'clock in the morning. He took a look at his phone and was completely stunned. One word is enough. He was just joking last night, but who knew that when he woke up, the Long family in the imperial capital was really wiped out? I'm so fucking. Yang Hao also woke up Qin Fun and Zhou Zong directly.
Something big has happened.
Zhou Zong and Qin Fun were also still asleep and were completely dazed.
What's the big deal?
Qin Fun rubbed his eyes dazedly. The latest news is that the Long family was wiped out. All 137 people in the main house were killed. Before Yang Hao could finish his words, Zhou Zong and Qin Fun opened their eyes wide and were stunned.
It can't be true? When has my intelligence ever been false?
After Yang Hao said this, Zhou Zong and Qin Fun took a deep breath.
Who did it? Not sure. Silently. This is too horrible. Was the Long family wiped out just like that? Could it be Sumu? Zhou Zong also murmured something.
I think it must be the forces behind Sumu who took action.
No wonder Sumu is not nervous at all. The power behind him is too strong, isn't it? Whether it's Sumu or not, the Long family is destroyed, which is a good thing. Really?
After all, it's not a big deal for the Long family to keep pestering Sumu. The three of them are still hoping to get rich with Sumu. Now that the Long family has been destroyed, there is no one to bother Sumu, so they can do things with ease. Of course, regardless of whether Sumu had someone do this or not, many people would assume that it was Sumu who ordered it.
After all, although there is no evidence for Long Jingtian's death, Sumu is not unrelated. The Long family even blatantly offered a reward of 1 billion on an overseas underground website to kill Sumu.
Everyone understands that Sumu and the Long family have a life and death relationship.
But before that, none of them was optimistic about Sumu.
In fact, everyone thought that Sumu's confrontation with the dragon family of the imperial capital was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg, and would only lead to his own death. But now, the destruction of the Long family is already a fact, and everyone in Haidu has fallen silent.
How about calling and asking?
Qin Fun also scratched his head. The destruction of the Long family was definitely a big news.
Even they were eager to find out the truth. No need for that. Even if you ask, given Sumu's personality, he probably won't tell you. Zhou Zong chuckled. He knew about Sumu.
Although he was young, he was tight-lipped. If you ask Sumu about this kind of thing, he won't tell you even if he did it.
That's right. Even if something as serious as this happened, I wouldn't admit it. Yang Hao also laughed and said. Sumu slept soundly that night.
When I woke up, it was already past 9 o'clock.
As soon as Yenru got the news, she sent a message to Sumu. After all, it was because of her that Sumu offended the Long family. But she was weak after all. What could she do when facing a behemoth like the Long family?
But this morning, when she learned that the entire Long family was wiped out overnight, she was also stunned. Last night, Sumu told her in person that the Long family no longer had to exist. At that time, she just thought Sumu was just talking, but who knew that once she woke up, the Long family would really be wiped out? Her first reaction was that the entire Long family was wiped out, and it must have been Sumu who did it. But she wasn't sure, after all, that was the Long family. But no matter whether Sumu did it or not, the destruction of the Long family was a good thing for both her and Sumu.
Although the Yen family is also considered a wealthy and powerful family, it has only been rising for a short time.
It is a new and powerful family with shallow foundation and cannot be compared with a behemoth like the Long family. As for Su Mu, although Yen Ru was not clear about Su Mu's identity and background, she thought that he was probably not as good as the Long family.
However, it seems that the Long family is a little vulnerable now.
Yen Ru had no idea that it was not because the Long family was vulnerable, but because the people sent by Su Mu were too strong. With 2 biochemical guards, let alone the Long family, even if the people from the 10 major families were tied together, they wouldn't be able to resist, right?
Su Mu, this is a big deal. The Long family in the imperial capital was wiped out last night.
All 137 people in the main house were killed, and no one survived. Su Mu just woke up and saw Yen Ru's message. He was not surprised, after all, he was the one who sent someone to do it.
I see.
Just 4 simple words. When Yen Ru saw Su Mu's reply, she was slightly stunned.
Isn't he surprised? Or was it him who sent someone to do this? Yen Ru muttered to herself.
But she also understood that even if Su Mu sent someone to do this, he would not tell anyone. After all, this was a tragedy in which an entire family was wiped out.
137 lives.
Su Mu sat up from the bed. To be honest, he also felt that doing this was a bit cruel. But then again, the Long family was his enemy, and being kind to the enemy would be cruel to himself. If he didn't have the trump card of biochemical guard, he might be the one who suffers in the end.
The Long family has offered a reward of 1 billion for my life. Why should I be kind to them? Su Mu didn't think about this kind of thing. He got up from the bed and simply washed up. He had no classes in the morning, so he was enjoying himself at home. Su Mu asked the Filipino maid Nana to make a pot of tea, and sat on the sofa watching the news. There was nothing particularly big going on. As for the annihilation of the Long family in the imperial capital, it would definitely not make the news. After all, if ordinary people knew about the tragedy of a whole family being massacred, it would inevitably cause panic. Su Mu did see the news about the Haida city government's plan to develop an ecological park. Many people paid attention to it, and half of the people in the comments section complained that they were blind and did not seize the opportunity. After all, if we had known earlier, a week ago, the housing price of Koenigsegg was only more than 10,000 yuan per square meter. However, at that time, Koenigsegg was a mess that had been abandoned and no one cared about it at all. Now, 12 key primary and secondary schools are going to move there, and Koenigsegg has suddenly become a school district house. The selling price per square meter is expected to increase by 10 or 20 times. Su Mu just casually browsed the news and found it a bit boring. The investment in Koenigsegg was very successful. An investment of 1.8 billion can bring back at least 10 times the profit. Su Mu also sighed. He finally understood the old saying now. The richer the rich, the richer the money. After all, rich people will use their spare money to make various investments. Whether it is long-term or short-term. If 1 out of 10 investments makes money, you can make a fortune. Su Mu is indeed not short of money now, but he seems to have found another kind of pleasure. Invest and make money. The feeling of joy after success is indeed hard to describe. If slimming milk tea comes out, it will be a unicorn worth trillions of dollars. Su Mu stretched lazily very comfortably, but he actually had some worries. In the past, I had no money and was worried. Now, he is worried about losing the motivation to make money. There's nothing I can do. His money really increased, just like water flowing in. At around 10 o'clock, Jotsong also called Su Mu. Master Su, do you know about the Long family's affairs? Su Mu didn't try to hide it, he just said calmly. On the other end of the phone, Jotsong thought of countless possibilities, including shock, confusion, and even directly admitting that he did it. However, he didn't expect Su Mu to be so calm. But that's true, it's Su Mu after all. Then congratulations to Master Su. Without the stumbling block of the Long family, your career will be very successful in the future. Jotsong chuckled and said something in a flattering tone. Not a stumbling block, I've never looked at the Long family seriously. Su Mu laughed, and his words surprised Jotsong. By the way, Mr. Su, Zhao Lushir is coming over to shoot a commercial today. Do you want to come and take a look? Today? When? Su Mu also asked with interest. A little after 2 in the afternoon, on the pedestrian street. Then I might not have much time. Sumu laughed. I have a physical education class in the afternoon. You know, physical education class. Fuck you. Jotsong also laughed and cursed. How about this, you notify the manager of my milk tea shop and ask her to come over. After Sumu finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Oh, by the way, although I'm not going, I can't miss the gift. How about this, I will personally pay 500,000, and you can divide it among the crew members when the time comes. It's not much anyway, just a token of my appreciation. Sumu always takes everything into consideration when doing things. Jotsong also admires Sumu for this point. As expected, you are Master Su. Then I would like to thank Master Su on behalf of the crew. Jotsong laughed and hung up the phone. Chapter 93, just finished class? Su Xiao is a student? When Sumu said there was a physical education class in the afternoon, he was not joking. There was really a physical education class in the afternoon. Moreover, Sumu also performed a one-handed slam dunk on the basketball court for the girls in his class and other departments. Sumu is 1.85 meters tall and has amazing jumping ability. He received the ball from midfield, jumped directly, and dunked the basketball into the basket. The physical education teacher was stunned. After all, Sumu's jumping ability is unique not only in the CBA, but also in the NBA. What a basketball genius! There is no hope for the Chinese national football team, but I hope there is still hope for the Chinese national basketball team. The physical education teacher also called Sumu over and asked him if he was interested in joining the school basketball team. Sumu was very straightforward. He just smiled and waved his hand, not interested. After saying that, Sumu ran directly to the basketball court, caught the ball, jumped up, and made a perfect three-pointer with both hands. Not interested? The physical education teacher was also confused. Such a good talent, is it going to be wasted? Not to mention entering the NBA in the future, even if you join the national team, earning a few $1 million a year, isn't that easy? If you are not interested in this, what are you interested in? Teacher, Sumu may really not be interested. Sumu? You mean he is Sumu? There were girls screaming excitedly nearby, and the physical education teacher was looking at Sumu on the basketball court in a daze. If he was Sumu, then he might understand. These days, Sumu has been all over the news at Haida University. After all, Sumu might be the first person in China to drive a Lamborghini Veneno into a campus, right? Not to mention the students, everyone in the entire Haida University, including their teachers, is guessing Sumu's true identity. After all, it's a Lamborghini Venom. A supercar worth hundreds of millions. If you ask a top rich kid who is worth tens or even hundreds of billions to play basketball, he will definitely not be interested. After all, for someone like Sumu, interests are interests, and it is probably unlikely to ask him to turn his interests into work. Look, this is the real man. Well, he is indeed very handsome, but calling him a male god is a bit too much, right? Is he as handsome as our Zhan? There were two girls nearby who were also talking about Sumu in private. XZ? Why do you want to use an actor to insult our Master Su? The girl with a ponytail was unhappy at the time. The girl next to her was her best friend, but she was not from Haida University, but a student from the nearby Haida Communication University. Actor? Do you know how hard our Zhan works? There are. I really don't know. The girl with twin ponytails sneered, celebrity chasing? Really? You have to choose someone with positive energy, right? Let's not talk about anything else, just say. The two girls started fighting with each other. How could Sumu know that it was because of him that the pair of best friends became enemies and started fighting each other on the playground? He did a cool two-handed dunk and almost tore the basket off. It's so comfortable. Sumu sat under the basket, and Wang Xinyu handed him a bottle of ice water. Third brother, I recently chatted with a girlfriend online, and I told her that I could drive a Lamborghini Veneno. Wang Xinyu walked behind Sumu and also massaged Sumu's shoulders with his hands. I told you that you are really being too attentive for no reason. You are either a traitor or a thief. Sumu laughed, but since it was Wang Xinyu who asked to borrow his car, Sumu didn't care. Okay, you can pick up the car from my place later. But, you kid, be careful of being set up by someone else. You're already a grown-up, and you're still in an online relationship, huh? Sumu also rolled his eyes at Wang Xinyu. That's exciting. Wang Xinyu also curled his lips and said something in a low voice.
Zhao Lusher's schedule has been very full recently, but since Zhou Zong came in person to discuss the milk tea endorsement, there is no way she would offend Zhou Zong. After all, Zhou Zong is backed by Yida Cinemas, the largest cinema chain in Asia. If she offends Zhou Zong, will she still want to develop in the film, television, and entertainment industry in the future? However, Zhao Lusher was also quite depressed. She was not familiar with Zhou Zong and they had no interactions at all. How did Zhou Zong think of asking her to be the spokesperson? And she is also endorsing milk tea? Wankaka milk tea? I've never heard of it. Zhao Lusher wanted to refuse, but she also understood that refusal would be equivalent to offending Zhou Zong. She took a day to come to Haidu, but she still felt a little listless. Well, our big boss can't come today, but he asked me to bring some benefits to the crew. Sumu didn't come because Qinfen said he had a backache and Yang Hao was busy with something. This matter fell on Zhou Zong. However, Zhou Zong has not had anything to do recently, and then again, Wankaka milk tea is his hope for a comeback, so he still takes it very seriously. Big boss? Zhao Lusher was also stunned when she heard Zhou Zong say this. Who could be Zhou Zong's boss? After all, Zhou Zong is recognized as a top young master in the country. Master Su said that the crew had worked hard to shoot the commercial today, so he personally gave out 500,000 yuan as a reward to everyone. As soon as Zhou Zong finished speaking, the people in the crew became excited. After all, there are only a dozen people in their crew, and they are paid for shooting the commercial. Additional benefits are usually available. But there are not many big bosses who can come up with 500,000 yuan at once. 500,000. Even if they divide it equally, it would probably be around 30,000 to 50,000, right? Zhao Lusher was also stunned, but she became somewhat interested in the big boss that Zhou Zong mentioned. Mr. Su? Anyone who can be called Mr. Su by Zhou Zong must be a top-notch rich kid, right? Zhao Lusher murmured in her heart. But she didn't have any other ideas. After all, she was just a small artist. In the eyes of others, I may really be not worth mentioning. Yuanya also received the news and rushed over. When Zhou Zong saw Yuanya coming, he shook hands with her enthusiastically and greeted her. Yuanya was a little panicked. To be honest, when Zhou Zong first called to inform her, she thought it was a scam. Later, she sent a message to Sumu to confirm. When Sumu told her that they were indeed shooting a commercial today and that the person who called to inform her was indeed Zhou Zong, she was a little at a loss. Yuanya originally thought that her boss and Zhou Zong were just friends at best. Although he was very rich, he was not rich enough to attract the attention of a top rich boy like Zhou Zong. But now she feels that she might be wrong. Because she could now clearly feel that Zhou Zong was trying to curry favor with her. Who is she? She is just a store manager under Sumu. Is it necessary for a top rich boy like Zhou Zong to curry favor with her? After all, Zhou Zong is still trying to curry favor with Sumu. Master Tsong. Yuanya also smiled slightly and responded somewhat at a loss. Does Manager Yuan have any instructions? When Zhou Zong suddenly said this, Yuanya became even more panicked. What instructions could she give? Besides, she doesn't know anything about shooting commercials. I don't deserve the instructions, but since this is an advertisement for our slimming milk tea, I think it would be best if we could show the slimming effect. Yuanya suddenly thought of it and said it out loud. Zhou Zong also pondered for a moment and felt that what Yuanya said was right. If the effects of the weight loss milk tea are not filmed, there is no point in finding someone to endorse it. Only. Zhou Zong looked at Yuanya. Manager Yuan, do you have the recipe for milk tea? There is a recipe, but young Master Su didn't tell me the specific ratio. After Yuanya said this, Zhou Zong understood. Okay, I got it. Zhou Zong also took out his cell phone and found Sumu's number. Mr. Su, I have some suggestions. When Sumu heard Zhou Zong say this, he thought about it and said, okay, you ask someone to prepare the specific things, juicer, milk, tomatoes, cucumbers. Sumu also felt that since they were shooting a commercial, they had to show the effects of the weight loss milk tea. Otherwise, what is the point of making commercials? Okay. Zhou Zong hung up the phone and looked at Yuanya with a chuckle, saying, young Master Su said he just got out of class and will be here soon. Zhou Zong's voice was loud, and Zhao Lusher, who was standing next to him, also heard what Zhou Zong said. Just finished class? Coming here right away? So, the Su Xiao that Zhou Zong mentioned is still a student? Zhao Lusher was also confused. Chapter 94. The rent is so expensive? Why not buy it? Zhao Lusher is actually not very old.
She was born in 1998 and is 22 years old this year. However, she debuted quite early and started filming some TV dramas and movies when she was 15 or 16 years old. It was only in the last 2 years that he became popular thanks to online dramas. The rapid development of the domestic entertainment industry is naturally inseparable from these capital giants. Take the Yida Cinema line behind Joseon for example. It has only been established for less than 5 or 6 years, but it is now the largest cinema chain in Asia. There was no way Zhao Lushir would offend Joseon, and of course she didn't dare to offend the Mr. Su that Joseon mentioned. Even though they might still be students, she understood that top rich kids like them could make or break a popular artist with just a few words. No exaggeration. Don't say you have tens of millions of fans and are a traffic expert. The world has no shortage of artists like them. Let us put it this way, if she offended a rich guy like Joseon, no one in the entire entertainment industry would dare to use her. Without any film and television works, they will soon be replaced by newcomers in this impetuous society. Besides, Zhao Lushir is not stupid. Why would she offend a rich second generation like Joseon for no reason? She was invited to shoot commercials, and her advertising endorsement fee alone was 3 million a year. It's real that she made the money. Sumu also felt that what Joseon said made sense. Since it is a commercial for weight loss milk tea, the effect must be captured. As soon as his get out of class was over, Wang Xinyu followed Sumu to the Tianji villa next door. Sumu threw the car keys of the Lamborghini Venom to him and said, "It's okay if the car is damaged, as long as you don't get into trouble." "Don't worry, third brother. How can you not be worried about me?" Wang Xinyu took the Lamborghini's car keys and his face was also beaming. He had long wanted to try Sumu's Lamborghini poison. "Third brother, there are so many rich people in your neighborhood." Wang Xinyu glanced at the Lycan Hypersport parked not far away and said with envy, "Is this the Lycan Hypersport? I've seen this supercar online before." Wang Xinyu is also a supercar enthusiast. To be honest, Sumu fell in love with supercars after listening to Wang Xinyu talk about it every day. "That one's mine, too." Sumu smiled without comment. Wang Xinyu was stunned. "Fuck. Third brother, are you saying this Lycan Hypersport is also yours? How else can we buy a supercar worth 200 million yuan? Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and said with a slight smile. "Fuck. Third brother, you really are inhumane." Wang Xinyu curled his lips and said, "Third brother, I suddenly have a bold idea. Do you want to listen to it? Get lost. I know what you're up to as soon as you open your fucking mouth." Sumu also cursed with a smile. Here, Wang Xinyu drove out in a Lamborghini Veneno, looking very proud. Sumu went upstairs, took a shower, changed his clothes and came downstairs. Driving the Lycan Hypersport, Sumu also drove towards Haidu Pedestrian Street. The advertisement was shot on the pedestrian street. Although it is only a little after 4 o'clock, the flow of people in Haidu is huge after all, and the flow of people on the pedestrian street is still quite huge. Isn't that Zhao Lushir? Oh my god, she's actually filming here. Who is Zhao Lushir? That little girl with Cachalupi. Oh, it's her. I quite like her. I have to say that Zhao Lushir is very popular among the public, although many people don't know her. But when it comes to the little girl who became famous for speaking in the Cachalupi dialect, most people have actually seen her short video. Joseon had been calling Sumu for nearly half an hour, but Sumu hadn't arrived yet. Zhao Lushir was also a little anxious, but how could she dare to say anything? The director also ran over to Joseon and asked, "Mr. Song, we are all ready, can we start? Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I tell you that young Master Su will be here soon? Let's talk about it after he comes." The director is considered a relatively well-known director in Haidu. Usually, he is the only one who scolds others. Why would others scold him? But the person standing in front of him was Joseon, so he can only give in. What else can I do? Curse back? He has to have the capital. Sumu didn't waste much time. He parked the car in a parking space on the side of the pedestrian street and got out of the car directly. The passers-by around looked at Sumu with envy. Although most people in China don't know the Lycan Hypersport, it is a world-class supercar after all. Just by looking at the car's cool appearance, you can tell that this supercar must be expensive. Oh my god, this car is so cool, isn't it? It's so handsome. I've never seen this supercar before. But this is a full carbon fiber body. How much does it cost? Let me put it this way. This supercar is definitely worth hundreds of millions. I'm putting it here. If you don't agree, come and argue. Worth hundreds of millions? Isn't that too much?
I don't think that man was that old. How could he afford such a luxury car?
You may have some misunderstanding about the top second-generation rich in Haidu City. Have you heard of Chin Fun? Do you know that the supercars in his family are worth more than $1 billion? I'm so envious. These people were all born with a silver spoon in their mouths. You can't compare, you can't compare. Sumu was used to it.
After all, this car would definitely look a bit ostentatious when driven out. He didn't care what others would say and jogged towards Jotsong.
Brother Tsong, here I come.
Sumu, who was about 10 meters away, also greeted Jotsong. Jotsong looked up at Sumu with a smile on his face, and one could even see that he had a rather flattering attitude.
Mr. Su, here. Physical education class just ended.
I went home to take a shower all sweaty.
Don't blame me for being late. Sumu also laughed and explained. How can that be possible? Jotsong didn't care about waiting for Sumu, so others didn't dare to care even more. It's not that they can't see that Jotsong's attitude is obviously quite flattering. Who exactly is this Mr. Su? Why does Jotsong treat him like this?
Zhao Lushir also had a confused look on her face. After all, Sumu doesn't look very old, only about 20 years old at most.
But I have to say that Sumu was much more handsome than Jotsong. Yuanya saw Sumu also stood up straight, and bowed slightly towards Sumu respectfully, boss. Sumu nodded, looked at Yuanya and Jotsong and said, is everything ready? Ready.
Jotsong raised his lips, I'll do the job, Mr. Su, don't worry. Next to it is a milk tea shop that Jotsong and his team took over.
The location is quite good.
The store is under renovation now, but the electricity is still available.
Sumu nodded and followed Jotsong and the others into the store. This is a great location. Of course not. The rent here is super expensive. $500,000 a month.
When Jotsong said this, he couldn't help but feel some pain.
Why don't you plan to buy it? Sumu laughed and said casually. Buy it? I can't afford it.
Jotsong shrugged his shoulders and smiled bitterly.
The average price here is 800,000 per square meter.
My milk tea shop is 200 square meters.
How much would it cost to buy it? 100 or 200 million. It's not worth it. That's true. Sumu thought about it and didn't say anything. Sumu asked Jotsong to prepare everything.
Juicer, cucumbers, tomatoes, celery, milk. Sumu here also cut something out with his hands. Jotsong, who was standing aside, also widened his eyes to see how Sumu did it.
But he is stupid. Sumu's movements were so casual, not much different from when he made milk tea at home. Come on, just squeeze these things. Sumu also asked Yuanya to help squeeze the juice. Yuanya hurried over and took the juicer from Sumu. By the way, brother Tsong, can you call Zhao Lushir in? Okay, I'll go call.
Jotsong ran out happily, and soon Zhao Lushir, her agent, and the director also came over.
Since our milk tea is known as a weight loss milk tea, the effect must be photographed.
Sumu looked at Zhao Lushir and the others and said with a smile. Zhao Lushir also heard from Jotsong that his milk tea is a weight loss milk tea and has a weight loss effect. To be honest, this is also the reason why she didn't want to take the commercial at first. Can milk tea help you lose weight? Isn't this just amusing? If this advertisement were really made, it would be false advertising. If anything goes wrong, she, as the spokesperson, will also be in trouble. But after all, she is just a small artist and dare not offend a top rich boy like Jotsong. She actually came to shoot the commercial this time with great difficulty. Hearing Sumu say this, Zhao Lushir also frowned slightly. Milk tea can help you lose weight, do you really think I'm stupid? She thought so in her heart, but she certainly didn't dare say it out loud. Chapter 95, Whatever Miss Xiao wants to eat, I'll take care of it. Sumu didn't know what Zhao Lushir was thinking. But Jotsong was a little impatient. Ever since he learned about the existence of weight loss milk tea, Jotsong has been eating and drinking without restraint these days. He had previously deliberately reduced his dinner parties and late-night snacks for fear of gaining too much weight. It's not that it affects his handsome image, but being too fat is really bad for the body. High blood pressure, high blood lipids, high blood sugar. If he was really too fat, he he might have to spend the rest of his life in the hospital. However, since he drank the slimming milk tea last time, he miraculously lost 4 kilograms, and he has also weighed himself every day in the past 2 days. Although he has gained back 2 kilograms, you have to know that he has been eating a lot recently.
This is the new milk tea we prepared. Of course, I know what you are thinking. In order to dispel your doubts, I will treat you to milk tea today,
Sumu said with a chuckle. Zhao Lushur looked at the milk tea that had been filtered into the disposable cup and frowned slightly.
Can I drink it?
She also saw the raw materials beside them: tomatoes, cucumbers, milk.
Are you sure it's okay to drink these? Let me have a drink first.
Jotsong couldn't wait any longer, so he picked up a cup of milk tea and drank it down with his head tilted back.
It tastes good.
Jotsong drank it all, so others didn't dare to speak out even if they had doubts. Of course, everyone can measure their weight before drinking. Sumu pointed to the scale next to him and said, as a female artist, Zhao Lushur's weight is her biggest concern.
Girls are mostly foodies.
If they don't control themselves, it's easy for them to gain 10 pounds in a week.
She also has a bad habit.
When she is more nervous or stressed, she likes to relax by eating. She has been on a lot of film sets recently and the work pressure is particularly high, which caused her to gain 5 or 6 pounds. When Zhao Lushur heard that she had to measure her weight, she also smiled bitterly.
Well, don't look at that.
Zhao Lushur walked to the scale and looked at the number on it.
She felt instantly disappointed. Last night when she arrived at the hotel, she ordered a portion of crayfish and she ended up gaining another pound. It's over. I'm already about 120 pounds.
Zhao Lushur was originally a girl who looked slightly plump and was only about 1.6 meters tall.
To be honest, a weight of 118 kilograms is a bit fat for a girl.
1 cup of our Wonkaka milk tea can help you lose 2 to 3 pounds. The best results are achieved by drinking it for the first time and you can lose 4 pounds. Sumu chuckled and personally handed a cup of milk tea to Zhao Lushur. Over there, Zhao Lushur took the milk tea from Sumu with some trepidation. Although she didn't quite believe that milk tea could help lose weight, Sumu's serious look also made her feel doubtful.
After all, if this doesn't work, wouldn't it be destroying your own brand? People like them wouldn't do something to attract attention, right? Besides, Jotsong has already drunk it, and looking at his expression, he seems very eager. It won't kill you anyway, at most you'll gain a pound.
Zhao Lushur thought so in her heart and brought the cup to her mouth.
This smell is quite fragrant.
When the tip of her tongue touched the milk tea, Zhao Lushur's eyes lit up. She originally thought that the milk tea would not taste good, but unexpectedly, it tasted really good. The same goes for others.
It tastes fresh, sweet, and not greasy. It's really delicious. This milk tea tastes so good. What if the weight loss effect is real? Oh my god, this milk tea will probably be popular all over the world. The weight loss effect, just look at it.
In fact, they all more or less don't believe that drinking milk tea can help lose weight. After all, using milk tea to lose weight sounds unreliable.
Jotsong was also looking at the time. He could clearly feel the warmth in his abdomen and a feeling as if the fat was burning rapidly.
As for Zhao Lushur, her eyes also lit up.
I feel my body is warm, it's hard to describe the feeling. Me too, especially the belly. Could it really have a weight loss effect? Isn't this too magical?
Sumu heard them whispering beside him and laughed. You feel warm now, which is the effect of the rapid burning of fat.
You can weigh yourself again in 5 minutes.
After all, it is a weight loss milk tea, which works quickly and has obvious effects. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, Jotsong couldn't wait to stand on the scale. He just weighed himself and found himself at 158 kilograms. Last time he weighed 160 pounds, and after drinking the slimming milk tea he lost 4 pounds. However, he gained back 2 pounds after eating and drinking a lot in the past 2 days. But compared to his previous weight, he still lost 2 kilograms. Jotsong looked down at his weight and couldn't help but smile smugly on his face.
I lost another 3 pounds.
155 pounds, 3 pounds lighter than what I weighed just now. Yuanya was also stunned for a moment, because she was present when Jotsong weighed himself just now.
Although Yuanya is the store manager of Wonkaka milk tea, she also knows that what she sells is weight loss milk tea.
But then again, as the store manager, she has never drunk any slimming milk tea. The reason why she chose to believe Sumu was because she believed in Sumu as a person. Besides, if it doesn't work, they won't be able to sell their milk tea at all.
Ordinary people will definitely not buy a cup of milk tea that costs 200 yuan unless there is an unexpected surprise. It really works. Yuanya also showed an expression of surprise on her face. She was also afraid that the milk tea would have no effect, otherwise wouldn't this be a clear fraud? Now seeing that Jotsong had such an obvious weight loss effect after drinking milk tea, Yuanya also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Lushir and the others didn't see Jotsong's previous weight, but seeing Jotsong's expression, they knew it was definitely not fake. After all, as a top-rich second generation, there is no need for him to pretend and deceive them. There is only one explanation: weight loss milk tea is really effective. Zhao Lushir looked at the time. It had been 5 minutes since she drank the milk tea. She stood on the scale with some trepidation. She definitely hopes that the weight loss milk tea will be effective. If the weight loss effect is real, then it would be great for her. Wow! Zhao Lushir looked down at her weight and couldn't help but cry out. She looked very excited and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Is it really effective? Zhao Lushir's agent, Sister Han, also murmured something and glanced at the scale. The obvious weight in red on it also made her freeze in place. 115 pounds. It's 3 pounds less than what I weighed just now. This effect is simply like a bug. This milk tea is amazing. Zhao Lushir also said excitedly. The doubts in my mind before also disappeared. She now even feels that even if she doesn't ask for endorsement fees, she has to accept the advertising endorsement of Wankaka. After all, she is not a fool. She knows very well what the prospects of Wankaka milk tea are. With such a good weight loss effect, it will definitely become a hit once it comes out. It is not only popular in the country, but also abroad. In modern society, living conditions are extremely good. The number of overweight people is also increasing. There are probably about 1 to 2 billion people in the world who are in urgent need of losing weight. The product is a big hit, and as its spokesperson, she will naturally become popular too. Zhao Lushir also looked at Sumu curiously. Mr. Su, did you develop this milk tea? Yes. Sumu laughed. I was bored that day, so I tinkered around at home and found the recipe for this weight loss milk tea. After Sumu said this, the people standing around all looked at Sumu with envy. But why does this sound so irritating? Boring? Tinkering around at home? Then they can develop this kind of weight loss milk tea worth trillions? Jotsong couldn't help but think in his heart, he is indeed worthy of being called Master Su. No matter what time it is, his skill of pretending is perfect and refined. When others saw how effective Zhao Lushir's weight loss was, they couldn't wait to stand on the scale. I lost 3 pounds. I actually lost 4 pounds. Isn't that amazing? Ah! Why did I only lose 2 pounds? Not bad, didn't young Master Su say that generally you can lose 2 to 3 pounds, and the best results can help you lose 4 pounds? It's okay, Master Su said that if you stick to it for a month or two, you'll have a perfect body. Everyone here was weighed one by one, and the weight loss effect was obvious. So, our milk tea advertisements should try to show the slimming effect. Sumu looked at Zhao Lushir and said, so, my suggestion is that we should shoot the commercial in about a week. Sumu's meaning was very clear, which was to let Zhao Lushir continue to consume Wankaka milk tea for a week. In this way, once the comparison between Zhao Lushir before and after came out, the advertising effect would naturally be quite good. But, although Zhao Lushir was also very tempted, she also spoke with some concerns. Well, what's wrong? Miss Zhao, do you have any concerns? When Sumu heard that Zhao Lushir seemed to be hesitant to speak, he also asked softly. The main reason is that I have a few scenes recently, and if I suddenly lose 10 or 20 pounds, the contrast between before and after would be too abrupt, right? When Zhao Lushir said this, Sumu also frowned. Is that so? That's fine. Let's lose about 10 pounds first. Then, you can go back and eat more delicious food to replenish your body. Sumu chuckled. How about this? Tell me what you want to eat, I'll take care of it. But the crew probably can't wait that long. If I don't go back for a week, it will be hard to explain to them. Zhao Lushir's worries are not unreasonable. Sumu thought about it and said to Jotsong, Brother Tsong, I'll leave this matter to you. Can you help explain it to Miss Zhao's crew? Don't worry, Mr. Su, I'll take care of it. As Jotsong was speaking, he took out his cell phone and called Zhang Yifan, the director of Zhao Lushir's crew. Chapter 96. Let us go to Minga for dinner, because I am the boss of Minga. Who is Jotsong? The eldest son of Yida Group, one of the top second-generation rich people in the country.
Although Zhang Yifan is a well-known director in China, he dare not offend Zhou Cong.
Zhou Cong personally asked for leave on behalf of Zhao Lushi. Although Zhang Yifan was unhappy, he did not dare to say anything. Okay, it's done. Zhou Cong hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief.
Zhao Lushi was also slightly stunned.
She also knows director Sang's personality well. It is quite demanding for actors. Normally, in his crew, no matter what level of star, no one dares to act like a big shot. After all, director Zhang's temper is there, who dares to provoke him? Zhao Lushi didn't expect that director Zhang would agree with Zhou Cong's idea so easily, but it made sense when she thought about it. No matter how awesome director Zhang is, he is ultimately just a big director. Zhou Cong's identity and background are there, who dares not to give him face? Moreover, Zhao Lushi was also listening to what Zhou Cong said just now. Between the lines, Zhou Cong expressed one meaning, that it was Su Xiao's idea for Zhao Lushi to take a week off, and Su Xiao was much more awesome than him. Zhao Lushi couldn't help but look at Su Mu, who was standing beside her. She was now even more curious about Su Mu's identity. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yifan, who was in the crew, also gave a bitter smile. He also understood what Zhou Cong said just now. There is a top rich young man behind him. It was also the young man's idea that Zhao Lushi asked for a week off to shoot the commercial. Master Su, I've never heard of it.
Zhang Yifan murmured something.
However, precisely because he had never heard of it, it made him feel even more terrified. Could it be the young master from one of those families? Zhang Yifan heard Zhou Cong's tone, which was emphasizing that Su Xiao's identity and background were stronger than his.
If he had any objections, he would have to think about the consequences himself.
Zhou Cong also spoke in a very smooth and sophisticated manner.
In short, he took people's feelings into consideration.
Cruel, and that's exactly what I said.
No matter how awesome Zhang Yifan is, he can never be more awesome than Zhou Cong and other top rich second generations. What's more, Zhou Cong is backed by Yida Cinemas.
If he doesn't know what's good for him and offends Zhou Cong, will his movies still have attendance in the future? We can't even afford to offend Zhou Cong, let alone the person behind Zhou Cong. To be honest, he can't afford to offend anyone. As for Zhao Lushi, he also frowned slightly. It seems like I have to speak more softly and politely to others from now on. Inside and outside the circle, how could he not understand such things? Zhao Lushi is a very smart and likable girl. Moreover, she is young, beautiful, and has not had any scandals since her debut.
If the Mr. Su that Zhou Cong mentioned fell in love with Zhao Lushi, his future development would be predictable.
Even if he disagrees, will it be of any use?
Zhou Cong had made his words clear, and Zhang Yifan could only nod in agreement.
Lushi, Director Zhang sent me a message. He said he knows about the matter and asked you not to worry about the crew. He will make arrangements.
As Zhao Lushi's agent, Sister Hong is the one who contacts the director and arranges Zhao Lushi's work.
Zhou Cong just made a phone call, but Director Zhang was so scared. Okay, now we have to rearrange the plan. Su Mu glanced at the director who was shooting the commercial and said with a chuckle. Yeah. The director who shot the commercial is also a famous director in Haidu, but then again, what is he in front of Su Mu and Zhou Cong? All the original shooting plans are no longer available, and subsequent plans must be rearranged. Later, the director also filmed the commercial for Zhao Lushi. Since Su Mu and the others asked to capture the weight loss effect, the best way would definitely be to edit and splice the videos according to the time period for consuming the weight loss milk tea. If you make one change every day and put them together to form a before and after comparison, you can naturally see the effect at a glance. Su Mu was just giving some suggestions, he didn't know how to shoot specifically. Naturally, this kind of thing should be left to professionals. Xu Yao also took some time to go to Koenigsegg. She wasn't too greedy to choose a villa. Although Su Mu told her that she could choose any house in Koenigsegg, Xu Yao also understood that if she really chose the villa, her relationship with Su Mu would end there. Xu Yao chose a suite of less than 200 square meters. Tang Yu also looked at Xu Yao in surprise. Because Su Mu told him that even if Xu Yao chose a villa, he would arrange it for her. Although Tang Yu didn't know what the relationship between Xu Yao and Su Mu was, Tang Yu was not stupid. Xu Yao is beautiful, has a good figure and a good temperament. He doesn't believe it if someone says that she has nothing to do with Su Xiao. It was only when Xu Yao chose the most inconspicuous suite that Tang Yu truly felt that the Miss Chu in front of him was no ordinary person. Yes, although young Master Su said that, if she really went to the villa, her relationship with young Master Su would be like this at best. This Miss Chu is scheming.
Tang Yu had a slight smile on his face and thought so in his heart, but he couldn't express it. He had already determined that the Miss Chu in front of him might be his future boss lady, so his attitude towards Chu Yao was somewhat flattering.
Miss Chu, Master Su said that you can choose a villa even if you want. Why did you only choose this commercial suite of less than 200 square meters? Tang Yu knew it well, so he asked. I'm not really helping much. I'm not such a greedy person. I'm alone in Haidu, so I can't live in a villa, right? The house is too big, I'm not used to it. Even this one, I think it's a little too big. Shu Yao chuckled and said softly. Tang Yu also responded quickly, indeed, if Miss Chu is alone, a house that is too big is not a good idea. Tang Yu said this, but in his heart he was also thinking, I'm afraid your goal is not as simple as just buying a house, right? After all, doing so can also leave a good impression on Su Mu. Maybe she will really be together with Su Mu in the future, then wouldn't the entire community belong to him? I'll help you complete the relevant procedures for the house that Chu Yao selected. Chu Yao also went to the house alone with the key. The house that Chu Yao chose was a small villa of 149 square meters. Although it was not large, it was fully decorated and ready for move-in. There is a complete range of home appliances, all of which are international first-line brands. Of course, the most important thing is the good layout of the house. To be honest, the area is 149 square meters. Even before, the housing price here was more than 30,000 yuan per square meter. This house will cost several million. Now that Taiyangziyuan has become a school district house, the average selling price of these small villas is estimated to be 200,000 yuan per square meter. It is estimated that her entire set will cost at least 30 million. So, she didn't suffer any loss. I came over and chose this one. Does it look good? Shu Yao also took a video for Su Mu. Su Mu had just finished shooting the commercial when he saw the video sent by Chu Yao. It's really nice, but why didn't you choose the villa? That saves you money. Shu Yao laughed and sent a voice message. By the way, do you have time tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Not today, I'm busy, let's do it another day. Su Mu smiled slightly and also sent a voice message. Zhou Song walked over and glanced at Su Mu's phone. TSK, Master Su, that's fine. What? Shu Yao, you know. Su Mu also smiled bitterly and explained to Zhou Song. I don't know anything. Zhou Song also joked with interest. By the way, let's take them to Ming Court for dinner tonight. They're here to film our commercial, so we can't treat them badly. Zhao Lushi and the others were nearby. When she heard Su Mu say that he would take them to Minga for dinner in the evening, Zhao Lushi was slightly stunned. Minga? Isn't it the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haidu? Don't you have to make a reservation in advance to eat there? Zhao Lushi has been to Haidu many times. As one of the most famous restaurants in Haidu, she naturally knows Minga. The prices are high, the quality is high, and most importantly, you have to make reservations a long time in advance. Come to think of it, she has never been to Minga to eat. Firstly, she didn't stay in Haidu for long, and secondly, she couldn't reserve a seat at all. Zhou Song was also slightly stunned when he heard Su Mu say this. He must know Minga, as he has been there many times. Of course, even he had to make a reservation in advance when going to Minga for dinner. Although Zhou Song had investigated Su Mu, there were some things he still didn't know. For example, if Su Mu didn't tell Zhou Song that Su Mu was the big boss of Minga, he would definitely not know about it. Mr. Su, it's not easy to reserve a seat at Ming Pavilion. With so many of us, I guess they won't be able to accommodate us, right? Zhou Song smiled bitterly. If it really doesn't work, we can go to Ziwelu, which is also a good place. I'm familiar with the boss there, so I can make some arrangements. Su Mu was also stunned when he heard Zhou Song say this. He thought Zhou Song knew that he was the big boss of Minga, but judging from the situation, he seemed not to know. Brother Song, let's go to Ming Pavilion. I forgot to tell you something. Ming Pavilion is mine. As soon as Su Mu said this, Zhou Song was stunned. Mr. Su, what did you say? Zhou Song thought he had heard it wrong, so he asked with a frown. I mean, Ming Pavilion is my property. I am the big boss of Ming Pavilion. Su Mu spoke relatively loudly this time, and Zhou Song understood it. No wonder Su Mu insisted on going to Ming Pavilion. Damn it! Ming Pavilion is actually Su Mu's property? Zhou Song looked at Su Mu with his eyes wide open and an incredible expression. Master Su, How many things have you hidden? Zhou Song is also a straightforward person and says whatever he wants to say.
However, those people standing aside were all looking at Sumu thoughtfully.
Ming Pavilion.
It is the only restaurant in Haidu that has been awarded 3 Michelin stars.
Market value of over 10 billion. However, the big boss of Minga has always been a mystery, and no one knows who the big boss of Minga is.
But now, they were all dumbfounded when they looked at Sumu.
He is actually the big boss of Ming Pavilion?
Zhao Lushir looked at Sumu with an expression of disbelief, which was actually quite cute.
Chapter 97. I also want to be a dog owner. Even Zhou Song was shocked, let alone Zhao Lushir and the others.
There aren't many hidden things.
Sumu laughed. Okay, let's go to Ming Pavilion later. Since Sumu is the boss of Minga, Minga is undoubtedly the first choice. You can go to Zuelo at any time, but you don't get to dine at Minga with the boss of Minga every day. How about this, Lushir, you come with me? Sumu looked at Zhao Lushir and extended an invitation.
Zhao Lushir was still wondering who Sumu was and how he could be so accomplished at such a young age. When he heard Sumu's question, he was stunned for a moment.
Oh, sure. Naturally, she couldn't refuse Sumu's invitation.
She didn't dare to refuse.
She finally understood. Even Zhou Song was complimenting Sumu. If she rejected him in public, she would not be able to stay in the entertainment industry anymore, right? Okay, brother Song, we'll go there first. You make arrangements here. By the way, Yuanya, you will go with brother Song later.
Sumu looked at Zhou Song and Yuanya and said with a smile.
Yuanya was also a little frightened. However, Zhou Song also nodded and said, okay, leave this to me. Zhou Song nodded and spoke, so Yuanya naturally didn't dare to refuse.
Zhao Lushir followed behind Sumu and turned back to look at her agent, Sister Hong. The main reason is that she has never experienced this kind of thing before. Being alone with this top second-generation rich man. She has no experience. Sister Hong nodded to Zhao Lushir, signaling her to calm down.
After all, the other party is Mr. Su, who even Zhou Song has to flatter, so he must not offend him.
Zhao Lushir is actually 2 years older than Sumu, but she was very well behaved following Sumu and didn't dare to say a word. But after all, she is a popular female artist, so she still has to do some work to conceal her identity.
Sunglasses, hat, mask. Commonly known as the celebrity three-piece suit.
Sumu looked back at Zhao Lushir, smiled and said nothing more.
Actually, that is true.
I hope Zhao Lushir is exposed by others, and then I will be exposed as well.
Sumu still doesn't want to be too high profile, although sometimes he can't be low-key even if he wants to. Take, for example, the Lycan Hypersport he parked in a parking space on the pedestrian street.
At the beginning, not many people knew what kind of car this was. But now it is the information age after all.
You can basically find out what it is by taking a picture and searching on the browser. Oh my god, this car is actually the legendary Lycan Hypersport. It's awesome.
It has a full carbon fiber body and the price of the naked car is as high as 70 million.
There are only 7 cars in the world.
No, there is one car that is not for sale.
It is the unique Lycan Hypersport.
There are young people who like supercars taking photos next to the car. Let me put it this way, there are only a few supercars in the world, and it is difficult to see one once in a lifetime. If you don't take a photo to commemorate this, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Sumu came out of the pedestrian street and saw that there were quite a few passers-by surrounding his car, most of them were young people.
But there are also many middle-aged people.
Their faces were filled with envy and they were discussing it in private.
Let's go, my car is over there. Zhao Lushir also followed Sumu's gaze and looked over there.
There were many people over there, so she couldn't see clearly what kind of supercar was parked in the parking space.
But think about it, this is Haidu.
There are luxury cars everywhere in Haidu, and BMW is worse than a dog. Let me put it this way, supercars that cost around 7 or 8 million, such as the Lamborghini Termini, are not at all rare in Shanghai. There were so many passers-by gathering in front of Sumu's car, which could only mean that his car was extremely rare.
Mr. Su, which car is yours? Zhao Lushir asked out of curiosity. Lycan Hypersport, have you heard of it? No. Zhao Lushir is just an ordinary female artist.
Although she has become quite popular recently, she has probably earned less than 100 million yuan over the years.
How could she possibly know about a top supercar like the Lycan Hypersport? The top-notch supercars in France aren't very expensive.
Sumu grinned and laughed. Zhao Lushir also said oh, but Sumu said it was not expensive, that was for him.
Zhao Lushir didn't think the car was cheap.
Walking closer, Zhao Lushir also saw the full picture of the Lycan Hypersport.
This top-notch supercar looks so cool. Young Master Su actually said it's not expensive. Even if it's cheaper, it must cost tens of millions, right?
Zhao Lushir thought so in her heart and followed Sumu closely.
Sumu also squeezed in from the crowd, but a kind-hearted young man next to him saw Sumu taking the lead and squeezing in, and he patted Sumu on the shoulder. Brother, don't be impatient. Let's take turns bidding. If you damage someone's car, I'm afraid I won't be able to afford the compensation even if I sell you.
Sumu was patted on the shoulder and was stunned for a moment.
He turned around and looked at the kind-hearted young man and said with a chuckle, "Oh? You can't afford to pay for it even if you sell me? This car is not expensive." "Oh my god. Bro, do you know this car? Lycan Hypersport. It's a top-notch supercar with only 7 units produced worldwide. It's estimated to cost 100 or 200 million.
The young man also said this very excitedly. In his opinion, Sumu was just like a young and ignorant person.
A supercar worth hundreds of millions is not expensive?
After he said this, Sumu was fine, but Zhao Lushir behind him was so scared that her legs went weak. "I thought this car would cost at least tens of millions, but I didn't expect it would cost 1 or 200 million.
Zhao Lushir looked at Sumu's back and couldn't help but frown. Yes, for a top-rich boy like Su Xiao, 1 or 200 million may not be expensive.
The young man also laughed and said, "Look, your girlfriend is so scared that her legs are weak and she can't stand." Sumu rolled his eyes at the young man who spoke, then opened the car door. The young man who had just reminded Sumu was stunned when he saw this scene.
Damn it! This car belongs to someone else.
It was not until Sumu drove away that he blushed and muttered something in a low voice. Sitting in the car, Zhao Lushir felt somewhat restrained. In fact, she is the kind of girl who is lively, outgoing, and somewhat sociable. But after all, he was sitting in a supercar worth hundreds of millions, and the driver was Su Xiao, who was worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. She was inevitably a little reserved.
"Don't be nervous, I won't do anything to you."
Sumu also noticed that Zhao Lushir was a little restrained. He held the steering wheel with one hand and smiled at Zhao Lushir, whose body was a little stiff.
"Oh." Zhao Lushir also nodded and responded very obediently. She actually didn't know what to say. Mr. Su is still in school?"
Zhao Lushir thought for a long time and suddenly said this, but as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it.
"I shouldn't ask such a thing."
Zhao Lushir was also very embarrassed, but the words had been said and could not be taken back.
Sumu didn't mind, he shrugged and said, "Yes, a sophomore at Haiti University." Oh. Zhao Lushir also nodded and murmured something. "By the way, what drama are you filming recently?"
Seeing that Zhao Lushir didn't say much, Sumu asked casually.
"Web drama. It's the legendary Chanxian that was adapted from the novel." "Really? Then it's been very hard for you, isn't it?" "Yes." "Mr. Su, you don't know that I have a bad habit. When I am nervous or stressed, I like to relax by eating."
As they chatted, Zhao Lushir gradually relaxed a little.
"Then you don't have to worry about this anymore. You've seen the slimming effect of our Wonkaka milk tea. You won't gain weight no matter how much you eat." Sumu chuckled. Zhao Lushir, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also nodded excitedly. "Mr. Su, you don't know, at first I thought you were making false claims. But I really didn't expect that this milk tea would have such a good slimming effect. The key is that you are the spokesperson for our Wonkaka. If you want to drink milk tea in the future, just come over and drink it." Sumu grinned and said with a smile. Sumu used to be known for being aloof. In fact, it's not that Sumu is aloof. It mainly depends on who you are with. If there are people he likes, such as Chu Yao, Yenru and others, Sumu will treat them very well. For example, when it comes to people like Shuiyuer, Sumu's attitude is different again. Judging from Zhao Lushir's words, Sumu really didn't hate her. As for liking someone, that is definitely out of the question right now. At Minga, Sumu parked the car in the parking lot. When he walked into Minga with Zhao Lushir, the general manager of Minga also rushed over. "Hello, Mr. Su. Well, don't be nervous, we're just inviting some friends over for dinner, so you guys get ready, there'll be about 10 of us here." Sumu also saw that the general manager of Minga was a little nervous. After all, he was the big boss of Minga and didn't come here very often. Now that he suddenly came over, the people below would naturally be a little nervous. Oh, okay, I'll have someone arrange it right away. The attitude of General Manager Minga is really evident, and that flattering expression is really amazing. Zhao Lushir followed behind Sumu and took off her mask and sunglasses. Being a celebrity is also very distressing. It must be uncomfortable to wear a mask for a long time. General Manager Minga had just noticed Zhao Lushir following behind Sumu. Sumu and Xu Yao had eaten here before, and he was sure that the girl next to Sumu was definitely not the same one. Zhao Lushir here took sunglasses and a mask, and he also glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. I didn't dare to look at her for too long, after all, she was the woman next to Sumu. Unless he didn't want to live anymore, how could he dare to covet the woman of his boss? But there is one good thing about him, he recognizes people quickly and has a very good memory. Isn't she the popular online drama queen and traffic star Zhao Lushir? General Manager Minga was also stunned, but he did not dare to show any surprise on his face. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when Sumu and the others walked into the private room. As expected of Master Su. The girl last time was also a stunning beauty, but so soon, the beauty next to him has been replaced by a female celebrity. He thought to himself, naturally he was quite envious. I want to be a dog owner, too. General Manager Minga gave a slightly wry smile, but this kind of thing was nothing to worry about. Chapter 98 Fishing to get the major news events of the next month. Sumu brought his people over for dinner, so Minga naturally had to make good preparations. After Zhou Tsong dealt with the matter, he also rushed over with Yuanya. Sister Hong came here with the crew who were shooting a commercial. Minga. I heard that the average per capita consumption is at least 5,000. The key is that I can't even make a reservation. Who is this Master Su? Even Zhou Tsong is trying to curry favor with him. Don't you think about it? What they have is the secret recipe of milk tea for weight loss. What does this mean? I don't need to explain it, right? Just now they also witnessed the effect of weight loss milk tea. To be honest, the effect is amazing. As for who Sumu is and what his identity and background are, it's actually not that important. After all, with the slimming milk tea, it won't take a few years for him to become the richest man in the country. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Sumu also has an impressive background. At least, the only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Haidu belongs to them. I'll have to trouble you all for the commercial shoot later. Sumu chuckled, picked up the red wine glass and spoke softly. No trouble, no trouble. At the dinner table, those people were holding their wine glasses with trepidation and speaking in a flattering manner. Ming Pavilion had made sufficient preparations, and everyone was well fed and well drinking. Sumu also told Zhao Lushir that if she needed anything while at sea, she could just tell him directly. Zhao Lushir drank some red wine and looked at Sumu's handsome face. Her complexion also became slightly rosy. She nodded and responded softly. Okay, I've called a designated driver, so I'll leave first. At the entrance of Ming Pavilion, Sumu also sat in the passenger seat. The designated driver turned out to be the same designated driver from before. He also stood up straight when he saw Sumu. When I was driving for Sumu before, Sumu was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. This time it was directly replaced with Lykan Hypersport. Although he didn't know what kind of car this was, he was considered a worldly wise designated driver. For a top-tier second-generation rich man like him, even if this car is cheap, it must cost tens of millions, right? The designated driver was thinking, I have even driven Poison, this car can't be more expensive than Poison. Sumu looked at the designated driver and smiled softly, it's you, let's go to Tianji Villa. Okay, master, please sit down. The designated driver was obviously not as nervous as last time, but it could be seen that he was still very excited. It has only been a few days, and he has actually taken 2 orders from Sumu. It has to be said that this is quite a coincidence. When Sumu returned home, it was almost 11 o'clock. He asked Nana to make him a pot of tea and took a hot bath. Sitting on the sofa in a bathrobe, Sumu stretched comfortably. The Filipino maid Nana stood beside Sumu, waiting respectfully. By the way, how is your father's illness? Sumu happened to remember that her father was ill and asked casually. Thank you for your concern, master. My father had surgery and is recovering well now. The Filipino maid Nana was in a good mood. After all, her father was not seriously injured, so she was relieved. Okay, go and have a rest.
Sumu turned on the TV and took a sip of tea from the cup while speaking.
Okay, master.
The Filipino maid Nana responded and looked at Sumu and bowed slightly. Speaking of which, it is indeed her blessing to meet a master like Sumu. She also respects Sumu from the bottom of her heart. Sumu was also watching TV, lighting a cigarette, and enjoying a very pleasant time of the day.
The matter of the Long family in the imperial capital has been resolved, but is there anyone at the top who is willing to protect me?
Sumu is not a fool, he had sensed it before. When Long Jingtian died, although there was no direct evidence that it was related to him, various evidences also made him inseparable from the incident. However, the Haida city police did not even come, as if nothing had happened.
He also talked to Zhou Tsong privately today.
Zhou Tsong had drunk some wine, but he casually mentioned that someone was trying to protect him.
Who could it be? Sumu actually couldn't figure out who would protect him.
Although that person obviously had no ill will towards him, Sumu was just that kind of person.
He would never ignore anything he couldn't understand.
But for the time being, that person should be on my side. Sumu took a sip of tea and murmured softly.
As for the ecological park, it seems that it's not because I'm lucky, but mainly because someone above wants to help me? Sumu is not a fool.
It is impossible for the Haidu municipal government to suddenly develop an ecological park so far away from the city center.
Moreover, 12 key primary and secondary schools will be relocated there at once, and a direct subway line will be built there. Sumu did have many questions in his mind. Aren't my parents ordinary people? Sumu didn't have a deep impression of his parents.
First of all, he is not the Sumu of the original world. He just inherited some memories of the original Sumu. Secondly, even Sumu in the original world did not have many memories of his parents. He only knew that when he was about 10 years old, his parents went abroad and never returned. As for what his parents did in the past, he really had no idea.
Forget it, never mind. Sumu checked his phone and it was already past midnight. Go fishing and see.
Sumu directly opened leisure fishing, and the fishing button has returned to normal.
Press the fishing button and cast the rod. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Congratulations to the player for fishing and getting the major news headlines for the next month. When Sumu saw the prompt on the phone screen, he was also stunned.
Unlike the things caught in the previous fishing trip, what was caught this time was actually a big news event for the next month. Fuck, this is awesome. Sumu clicked extract, and a lot of information instantly appeared in his mind.
There is information about the financial market trends in the next month, as well as news about the successful launch of Wonkaka milk tea. There is also some miscellaneous information, such as the results of about 15 draws of the double color ball lottery in the next month. Today is September 20th, and tomorrow's double color ball lottery results are also emerging in Sumu's mind. The prize pool is a little over 1 billion, but there's not even a single first prize.
Lottery tickets are a way to make quick money.
Although Sumu is worth hundreds of billions, he doesn't have much cash on hand. Of the 2 billion in cash that was fished out at the beginning, there is only a little over 100 million left. Although he is not short of money, he also does not feel that he has too much money to spend.
Lottery is indeed a good thing. Bitcoin? Sumu also found the presence of Bitcoin in the information for the next month.
When he came to this world, he also learned a lot of things. Although this world is highly similar to the world he was in before, there are still many subtle differences.
Take Bitcoin for example. Bitcoin had never existed in this world before. On September 23, 2020, Satoshi Nakamoto announced the launch of Bitcoin. The total number of Bitcoins is fixed at 21 million. When it is issued, $1 can buy 1 Bitcoin. Bitcoin, a virtual currency that Sumu was very familiar with. In the previous world, Bitcoin, which was born in January 2009, went from being worthless to being worth 150,000 yuan per Bitcoin within 10 years. Although the price of Bitcoin has fluctuated greatly since then, when he traveled to this world, the value of 1 Bitcoin was still around 60,000 yuan. Bitcoin is a myth in the investment and financial management world. Some people have increased their assets hundreds or even thousands of times in 10 years because of Bitcoin. Of course, some people have gone from being worth billions to being penniless because of cryptocurrency speculation. Investing involves risks, this is natural. Since Sumu saw the information about Bitcoin, he naturally would not miss such a good financial opportunity.
Although he is not sure whether Bitcoin in this world will be as crazy as in his previous world, he is still very interested in Bitcoin, which is worth 1 yuan per coin. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to buy millions of Bitcoins at once. After all, due to the mining mechanism of Bitcoin, its total amount will always remain at 21 million. It is precisely because the total amount of Bitcoin is a fixed number that it has a certain investment value. Sumu also understood one thing: it was not a good thing for him to have too much Bitcoin. The reason why Bitcoin has such great potential is mainly due to its subsequent application in the market. If he purchased millions of Bitcoins at once, causing the circulation of Bitcoins in the market to be blocked, it would be unlikely for Bitcoins in this world to replicate the Bitcoin myth of his previous world.
But buying about 1 million shouldn't be a big problem, right?
Sumu murmured softly. After all, if there are more, it will probably hinder the entire Bitcoin market. Besides, if the value of 1 Bitcoin can reach 150,000 yuan, then the value of the 1 million Bitcoins he owns can reach 150 billion. And now, he only needs to invest 1 million. 150 billion. 150,000 times the original investment. If the Bitcoin in this world can really reach this height, then he will basically make 150 billion without doing anything.
It's impossible not to make money.
Even if he is not short of money, he may even have enough money to squander for several lifetimes.
But who would complain about having too much money?
Sumu also had a plan in mind. Since he saw it, he naturally took note of it. There will indeed be a lot of major news events in the next month, but many of them are worthless to Sumu.
For example, a couple in the entertainment industry announced a peaceful breakup. For example, a top star in the entertainment industry was caught taking drugs. Sumu usually just skimmed over such major news events.
Go to sleep. Sumu sorted out the useful information in his mind, stood up, stretched, and walked towards the bedroom. Chapter 99. Yenru blocked the classroom door and invited Sumu to eat grilled fish. Sumu had classes the next morning, so he got up early.
When I walked into the classroom, I didn't see Wang Xingyu. Xiao Lu, where's Lao Si? Could it be that what I said was right? Did he really encounter some kind of trap? Sumu laughed and said jokingly, "That's about right."
Josu also laughed. Last night, the fourth brother didn't come back until about 3 in the morning. I heard that the girl was very materialistic. When she saw that the fourth brother prescribed poison, she acted like a spoiled child and asked him to buy her brand name bags and so on.
Will the fourth brother really buy it? Sumu asked with a chuckle.
Well, luckily the fourth brother still had some savings, but they were all wasted. From what he said, the girl had a boyfriend, and it was her boyfriend who took her home last night.
Forehead.
When Sumu heard Josu say this, he was also stunned.
Doesn't that make me a coward? Who says it's not? No way. He didn't drive my car over there, how could that woman abandon him?
Sumu also smiled bitterly. Old 4 is not me after all, I don't have enough personal charm. He fell asleep on the bed as soon as he came back last night, and he hasn't woken up yet.
Josu also smiled bitterly and shook his head.
They didn't know the specific situation. They had to wait until Wang Xingyu woke up before asking him.
However, Wang Xingyu's matter here was not a big deal.
In the classroom, other people were talking about Shuiyuer's matter in private.
Fuck. Shuiyuer is really shameless. What happened to her? Look at Weibo, it's even trending. Shuiyuer's husband who was abroad broke the news.
She was made pregnant by a senior executive of the Dilu group. Fuck you, if this woman lived in ancient times, she would be put into a pig cage. But this Qin Xiaojun is also awesome.
He said he has properties all over the country and is planning to give Shuiyuer 30 million. It is human nature to gossip. Not to mention the gossip about their school beauty. Third brother, aren't you curious about Shuiyuer? I wonder what she does. Sumu laughed, but this matter should be confirmed.
Sumu went to Thompson Epin that day and happened to run into Shuiyuer at Chen Shujuan's place. But then again, Sumu really had no interest in her. She is called the school belle, but she is far inferior to Yenru. There was Chinese class in the morning, and Sumu felt dizzy and wanted to sleep after 2 classes. As soon as the class was over, Sumu walked out of the classroom directly. However, he was stopped by Yenru, who appeared at the door of their classroom.
Sumu, here. Yenru came to the classroom door today specifically to wait for Sumu.
When she saw Sumu coming out of the classroom, she called Sumu directly.
Miss Yen is looking for me. What's the matter? If there's nothing, I can't look for you.
Yenru's face also turned redder, and she smiled slightly and said, I haven't thanked you for what happened that day. I'll treat you to lunch at noon.
Why are you thanking me? Sumu smiled softly. Okay, where shall we eat? There's a good grilled fish restaurant on the pedestrian street. Do you like it? Okay. Sumu was not picky.
While he was talking, he made an okay gesture with his hand. Yenru came to the classroom door to block Sumu, and this action made the male classmates in the class extremely envious. As for the female students in the class, they also showed hostile expressions on their faces. After all, Sumu is now a recognized male god. He has a good figure and good looks, but most importantly, he is a top rich kid. Although his personality is a bit cold, people who are familiar with Sumu know that he is a pretty good person.
Goddess Yenru. I really envy Sumu for being favored by Goddess Yenru. If you had Sumu's looks and wealth, would Goddess Yenru also favor you? By the way, isn't it our Sumu who favors Yenru? That's right. Yenru is just pretty at best. Why is she worthy of our Sumu? Yenru is a goddess, okay? I thought she was the same as you guys? Sumu and Yenru were chatting happily outside the door, but in the classroom, the boys and girls started arguing about whether Sumu favored Yenru or Yenru favored Sumu. No matter how much they quarreled, Sumu didn't care. He also followed Yenru out of the teaching building. Many people on the road frequently looked back at the two of them. After all, Yenru was a rare campus beauty in Haiti University. Sumu is the rich and powerful young master who was well known to everyone in the school recently. You know what, when they stand together, they look so good together. One is a young talent with great potential. The other is a beautiful lady. If they were really together, many people would be envious. You may not know that Yenru was actually the daughter of a wealthy family. Didn't she come here in a Rolls-Royce Phantom that day? I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. Sumu didn't drive, but Yenru did drive an Audi A8L today. The red Audi A8L, the top-of-the-line version, costs about 1 million. My car isn't as cool as yours, you won't mind it, right? Yenru looked at Sumu and smiled softly. That's not necessary. A car is just a means of transportation. Sumu chuckled and sat directly in the passenger seat. It just so happened that he had to go to the pedestrian street in the afternoon. The recipe of weight loss milk tea is not difficult, the key is the preparation ratio. He actually had a headache. If he wanted to expand the weight loss milk tea business, he couldn't ask him to prepare it cup by cup, right? That's not realistic. If he has that much time, wouldn't he feel uncomfortable lying at home and watching the live broadcast? It doesn't matter in the early stages, but in the later stages, this situation will indeed limit the development of weight loss milk tea. But he was not worried. He just did it this way for now and would do it later when he came up with a good idea. If that doesn't work, build a factory and install a modern assembly line. This is the best way. However, this kind of thing can only be controlled by him. It's not that Jotsong and his team are worried. After all, the profits here are so huge that there is no guarantee that they won't have other ideas. However, there are other ways. The current weight loss milk tea is just the first generation formula. This problem would naturally be solved if one could obtain the recipe or production line for subsequent upgrades through fishing. This is the pedestrian street. It was just dinner time, so there were still a lot of people eating here. The grilled fish restaurant that Yenru mentioned has a good location and does quite good business. I didn't expect that a rich lady like you would come to a place like this to eat, Sumu said with a chuckle. What's wrong with that? The point is that the grilled fish here is really delicious. Besides, what a rich lady, she is just an ordinary person. If she eats grains and cereals and doesn't eat worldly food, then wouldn't that make her an immortal? Yenru smiled charmingly and her voice was soft and delicate, very pleasant to hear. Well said. Sumu nodded in agreement. But you, a top rich kid worth tens of billions. Before Yenru finished speaking, Sumu interrupted her and said, it's still the same. No matter how much money you have, it's still the same. After Sumu said this, Yenru moved her lips but did not continue speaking. After asking the waiter to find a quiet booth, Yenru ordered the dishes with ease. Would you like some wine? That's not necessary. I have something to do this afternoon. Sumu waved his hand and said. So busy? Yenru curled her lips and looked at the waiter next to her and told them to serve the dishes. I just started a side business, I opened a milk tea shop.
Sumu looked at Yenru and said with a slight smile on his face.
A milk tea shop?
When Yenru heard Sumu say that he opened a milk tea shop, she was also stunned.
After all, what is Sumu's wealth? Is it necessary to open a milk tea shop to make money? No way, even though the milk tea shop has good profits, it still doesn't make much money throughout the year, right?
Yenru looked at Sumu with some disbelief. It's not just any milk tea, it's milk tea that helps you lose weight. A cup of milk tea can help you lose 2 to 3 pounds.
The price is 200 yuan a cup. Sumu didn't hide it and told Yenru directly. Yenru was stunned after hearing this. Slimming milk tea? Can drinking a cup of milk tea help you lose 2 to 3 pounds steadily?
If it really has this kind of slimming effect, let alone 200 yuan per cup, even if it is 2000 yuan per cup, there will be a lot of people spending money on it.
Moreover, Yenru is well aware of how big the weight loss market is. Take herself for example.
Girls all care about their figure. However, there are so many delicious foods that she often has to control her diet in order to control her weight. If the weight loss milk tea that Sumu mentioned really has such magical effects, then it would be great news for girls like them who love delicious food.
Why, you don't believe it? Sumu looked at Yenru's expression and asked with a slight smile.
But it's true, before people came into contact with weight loss milk tea, basically no one would believe that it was true.
Zhou Song, Xin Fun and others didn't believe it.
Yuanya was also skeptical. Zhao Lushir even wanted to refuse to be the spokesperson for Wankaka milk tea because she was afraid that it might be false advertising. But after drinking the slimming milk tea, they were all shocked by the magical weight loss effect.
It's really hard to believe. Yenru said whatever she wanted to say.
After all, since she had never come into contact with weight loss milk tea, it was unlikely for her to believe it. It just so happens that we are shooting a milk tea commercial on the pedestrian street these days.
I have to go there soon. How about you come with me?
When Sumu said this, Yenru naturally nodded in agreement. Although she didn't believe that milk tea could really be so effective in losing weight, she believed in Sumu. There was no reason for Sumu to deceive her in this regard. After all, Sumu's family background is there.
What good would it do for him to deceive her? Thinking of this, Yenru was really looking forward to it. If the weight loss effect is as good as Sumu said, then wouldn't she be able to eat as much as she wants in the future?
Although she has a very good figure, she is actually a typical foodie. If it weren't for her strong self-control, she would not be able to maintain such a good figure.
Chapter 100 Yenru is skeptical. Slimming milk tea has amazing slimming effect.
I have to say that Yenru has very good taste. The grilled fish here really tastes amazing. Sumu, who doesn't usually eat fish, thinks their grilled fish is quite good.
I ate too much again.
Yenru wiped her mouth and said something with a slightly red face, a little embarrassed.
Don't worry about eating too much.
I'll make you a cup of milk tea later.
I guarantee you'll lose a pound or two, huh?
Coming out of the store, Sumu laughed and said when he heard Yenru say this. Sumu and Zhao Lushir have agreed on a time, and Zhao Lushir is particularly looking forward to trying the weight loss milk tea again.
She went home last night and had a midnight snack.
When she weighed herself in the morning, her weight was the same as when she had drunk milk tea yesterday.
115 pounds. You know, she ate a lot yesterday. The effect of this milk tea is really amazing.
Zhao Lushir was also shocked. She is actually the kind of girl who is prone to gaining weight, and she is also greedy. When she comes across delicious food, it is difficult for her to control her appetite. She was also particularly troubled by this kind of thing.
After trying the slimming milk tea yesterday, she was so excited.
In particular, Sumu also specifically emphasized the effect of no rebound.
That's why she dared to eat so much.
But she regretted it after eating it. It was not until she woke up this morning and weighed herself that she felt relieved. According to Sumu's original plan, she needed to lose about 10 kilograms. She thought the effect of the slimming milk tea would only last for 3 to 5 days.
Only.
This milk tea has such a good slimming effect. If she really loses 10 pounds in one go, it will be very difficult for her to eat it back.
Looks like I need to overeat.
Zhao Lushir also smiled bitterly and muttered to herself.
Being an actor, their life is actually quite hard sometimes. Sometimes you need to lose a lot of weight for a role. Sometimes you need to gain weight. Well, it's easy to gain weight, but it's not that easy to lose weight quickly.
However, gaining more than 10 pounds and then trying to lose it back can be quite torturous.
But now, with the existence of slimming milk tea, Zhao Lushi is not afraid of gaining weight. At worst, you can drink milk tea for a month and then have a pretty slim figure again. As for Zhou Tsong, Sumu didn't ask him to come over. But he still rushed over. The milk tea business is one of the businesses that he values most at present. Since it was he who proposed to shoot the commercial, he naturally has to take responsibility to the end. Then, he also planned to drink a few more cups of milk tea from Sumu in the next few days. His weight loss effect is quite good. If he drinks a few more cups of milk tea, he may be able to lose weight to the ideal weight soon. Although he only lost 3 to 5 kilograms compared to before, Zhou Tsong also tasted the sweetness. After losing weight, I feel much more refreshed. After all, if you are too heavy, you will feel a little less flexible in doing things. However, Zhou Tsong also had a doubt lingering in his mind. That is the problem of the production of weight loss milk tea. The current situation is that only Sumu can master the proportion of preparing milk tea, which also means that weight loss milk tea cannot be mass-produced. Not to mention supplying the whole world, even supplying the 8 milk tea shops on the pedestrian street would be difficult. He had always wanted to ask Sumu, but he never found a suitable opportunity. Besides, Sumu looked so calm, so he thought that maybe his problem was just a small one. But how could he know that this was also what bothered Sumu? Isn't the rent here cheap? Yenru followed Sumu and said when she saw the Wonkaka milk tea shop which was being renovated. It's indeed not cheap, but it doesn't matter to me. It's mainly because Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun are the ones running this place. I just provide them with milk tea. Yenru understood what Sumu said. Of course, she was also somewhat tempted. Is that so? Can I also open a milk tea shop? Yenru looked at Sumu and asked with a smile. Of course, I can, but let's forget it. The supply in the early stage may not be enough. If there are too many stores, we won't be able to produce so much milk tea at once. Sumu was telling the truth. After all, the problem of milk tea production did give him a headache. When Yenru heard Sumu say this, she quickly said, "Well, I'm just saying it casually." Although she said this, she actually felt a little disappointed. Although she had never seen the effect of the slimming milk tea, the fact that even Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun had joined in meant that the slimming milk tea that Sumu mentioned did have an amazing weight loss effect. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fun are not fools. How could they possibly get involved in something that has no benefits for them? But since Sumu said so, she understood. Firstly, it may be true as Sumu said that the production cannot be increased. Secondly, Sumu might also be rejecting her in a tactful way. But think about it. Although she is quite familiar with Sumu, she probably isn't qualified enough to get involved in this kind of business. Although the Yin family is quite powerful, if they really compare, they are definitely not as good as Qin Fun, Zhou Tsong, and others. However, Yenru changed her mind and said, "As you know, my family owns a chain of hotels. Can we deliver some of this milk tea to our hotels in the future?" Yenru said so. Sumu had already rejected Yenru once, so he felt embarrassed to reject her again. Okay then, but I don't think I'll be able to supply too many. About 1,000 cups a day should be fine. When Sumu said this, Yenru also said excitedly, 1,000 cups is not too few. The Yen family has more than 30 hotels in the country. If there are 1,000 cups, each hotel can get 30 cups on average, right? Of course, it depends on the situation. For example, the hotels in Haidu and Daidu will definitely have a larger supply. As for other places, there will naturally be much less. Following Sumu into the Wonkaka milk tea shop, Zhou Tsong and the others were already there. When Zhao Lushi saw Sumu come in, she quickly stood up from her chair. "Mr. Su." Zhao Lushi greeted Sumu, and at the same time she saw Yenru beside Sumu. She frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy, but more of hostility. She didn't know why, but her intuition told her that the relationship between Sumu and Yenru was not simple. Moreover, Yenru's appearance is extremely high. As a rare school beauty in Haidu in a century, her appearance is naturally top-notch. Zhao Lushi was also shocked by Yenru's appearance. To be honest, with Yenru's figure, temperament, and appearance, there are not one or two people more beautiful than her in the entire entertainment industry. In terms of appearance and temperament, Zhao Lushi felt that she was not as good as her. Zhou Tsong also walked over and greeted Sumu, and at the same time he saw Yenru. However, Zhou Tsong's aesthetic sense has always been problematic. He doesn't think Yenru is that beautiful. The main thing is that Yenru doesn't have the kind of internet celebrity face that he likes. But then again, he did know Yenru.
After all, the main reason why Sumu cut Long Jingtian's head and was hated by the Long family was because of Yen Ru. He had told Qianfen before that it was normal for young people to risk their lives for the love they loved.
This must be Miss Yen Ruyan, the eldest daughter of Yan's hotel, right?
Jotsong looked at Yen Ru, smiled softly and said something.
Yen Ru was not timid at all.
She looked at Jotsong and replied, "Hello, Master Tsong." Although she called him Mr. Tsong, Yen Ru's attitude was neither humble nor arrogant, which was really rare.
Without further ado, Sumu also prepared the raw materials for the weight loss milk tea.
Jotsong also instructed the store staff to make weight loss milk tea on the spot. The juicer is a relatively large one, and can pour out 8 cups of milk tea at a time, but they are all filled in disposable cups. Sumu held a cup of milk tea in each hand. The cup on the left was handed to Yen Ru, and the cup on the right was handed to Zhao Lushi. Yen Ru saw Jotsong and Zhao Lushi drank it without hesitation, so she also picked up the cup and started drinking. She has just weighed herself and she weighs 104 kilograms. But after all, she is nearly 1.7 meters tall, so 104 kilograms is not actually considered fat. But girls all hope to keep their weight below 100 kilograms.
Jotsong also smiled and said, "Today's goal is not too high, just losing 2 kilograms will be good enough."
He just weighed himself and he weighs 155 kilograms. If he continues to drink milk tea for another 2 or 3 days, his weight will probably reach over 140 kilograms.
By the way, Mr. Su.
Jotsong also pulled Sumu aside and whispered his doubts to him.
The issue of production is indeed a bit of a headache.
Sumu grinned and said with a wry smile.
But don't worry, I've also been researching the weight loss mechanism of slimming milk tea recently. If I can upgrade the current milk tea, it shouldn't be a problem to achieve mass production.
When Sumu said this, Jotsong's eyes lit up.
Further upgrade? Will the effect be better?
That's for sure.
Sumu nodded and said. Time passed quickly while we were chatting here.
As soon as the 5 minutes were up, Jotsong couldn't wait to stand on the scale.
152 pounds. I lost another 3 pounds.
Yen Ru was also stunned when she heard Jotsong speak so loudly. I lost 3 pounds in one go.
It's only been a short time, and the effect is simply a bug.
Yen Ru thought this in her heart but didn't say it out loud. Zhao Lushi was the second person to stand on the scale. The feeling inside her body told her that the fat in her body was burning rapidly.
Wow! I lost another 3 pounds.
When she was weighed before, she weighed 115 kilograms, but now she only weighs 112 kilograms. She said it excitedly. When Yen Ru saw the expressions of the crowd, she immediately believed in the authenticity and reliability of the weight loss milk tea. She really didn't expect the weight loss effect to be so good.
Chapter 101, Wouldn't it be awesome if you won a 10 billion jackpot?
Yen Ru also stood on the scale with some trepidation.
I'll go.
She just weighed 104 pounds, but now it's only 101 pounds.
I lost 3 pounds. She actually ate quite a lot at noon, and with her current weight, it would be difficult for her to lose weight. But she suddenly lost 3 pounds. This effect is simply amazing. Yen Ru looked at Sumu and said excitedly, "If you keep losing weight like this, won't you die?" That's not the case.
This slimming milk tea has a body-shaping effect on people who are already very thin.
Let's put it this way, after you lose a certain weight, you won't lose anymore. After Sumu said this, Yen Ru understood. Doesn't that mean it's suitable for men, women, young and old? You could say that. Sumu nodded and responded.
The director here also arranged for Zhao Lushi to start shooting a commercial, and Sumu sat in the store and chatted with Jotsong for a while.
Now it looks like the earliest we'll be able to open is by the end of the month.
Jotsong had originally planned to finish it in about a week, but since it takes about a week to shoot a commercial, even for the opening, it would probably have to wait until the end of the month. There's no rush for this.
Sumu smiled softly, "If there's nothing else to do here, I'll leave first." Okay.
Jotsong also stood up and sent Sumu and Yen Ru out the door. When I came out of the pedestrian street, I happened to see a small welfare lottery shop on the side of the street. The storefront is not big, but there is a lot of traffic here, so the monthly rent is probably quite a bit. Sumu then remembered that today was September 21st, and the results of today's double color ball lottery happened to appear in his mind.
01, 03, 06, 20, 25, 31, 01.
With just these 7 numbers, the first prize is worth 10 million yuan.
Sumu saw a banner hanging at the door of the lottery shop that read a jackpot of 1 billion,
waiting for you to empty it. I loved playing scratch tickets when I was a kid, but I rarely play them now that I'm an adult. Sumu looked at Yen-Ru beside him and suddenly said this.
Scratch lottery?
Yen-Ru murmured something and looked in the direction Sumu was looking.
There's a lottery shop over there, why don't you go over and try your luck? Yen-Ru also mentioned it very thoughtfully.
Okay, let's go check it out.
Sumu nodded and walked straight to the lottery shop at the entrance of the street.
The lottery shop is not big, but there are 2 or 3 people sitting inside choosing lottery numbers. The owner of the lottery shop looked to be in his early 40s.
When he saw Sumu and Yen-Ru come in, he hurried forward to greet them. What do you want to buy? Double color ball, lotto, or welfare lottery 3D?
The lottery shop owner said with a grin, his voice a little hoarse and sounding a little vicissitudes of life.
Let us scratch it. Sumu looked around and pointed at the scratch tickets on the counter and said, which one has a higher chance of winning? Scratch tickets.
This one costs 25 yuan per ticket and has 20 chances to win a prize. The winning rate is as high as 75%.
If you're lucky, you might even win $1 million jackpot.
The lottery shop owner directly recommended the most expensive scratch ticket in their store. However, to be honest, the winning rate of this scratch ticket is indeed quite high.
Okay, let's have a go first. Sumu didn't care and just went for a board.
The lottery shop owner was stunned for a moment. Each scratch ticket of this kind costs 25 yuan, and there are 100 tickets in a board, which means 2,500 yuan.
He saw that Sumu was young, but he didn't expect him to be so rich.
Okay, I'll get it for you. He can make about 2 yuan from each scratch ticket. If there are 100 tickets on a board, he can make 200 yuan, which is a pretty good profit.
Sumu pulled out a chair and sat down, and Yen-Ru also sat next to Sumu.
2,500 yuan might not be a small sum for ordinary people, but for Sumu, it is nothing.
Don't even mention 2,500 yuan, even 25 million is nothing. Give you half.
Sumu also gave half of the scratch card to Yen-Ru, and the lottery shop owner also took out 2 coins. Use this to shave, it saves trouble.
Thank you.
Sumu looked up and smiled slightly, then scratched out a scratch card.
Is this a hit? Sumu looked at the winning rules and smiled. I didn't expect my luck to be so good today.
When Yen-Ru heard that Sumu had won the lottery, she was also very excited, and her eyes were on the scratch ticket in Sumu's hand.
I actually won $400.
This is only the first one, and I've already made back 400 bucks.
Sumu laughed. I guess I won't lose money.
Sumu put the winning scratch ticket aside, and the owner of the lottery shop came over and took a look.
Little brother, you are so lucky. You won 400 yuan on the first ticket. Yeah. Looks like I can buy a lottery ticket later and try it out. Maybe I can win the 5 million jackpot.
Sumu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with a smile.
When Yen-Ru heard what Sumu said, she just smiled and said nothing.
5 million is definitely a big prize for ordinary people, but for Sumu, who has a net worth of tens of billions and also owns slimming milk tea, 5 million is really not a lot. You know, before, Sumu went to Future Bar to play and spent money lavishly, throwing out 6 or 7 million in one night.
Of course not.
My little brother is so lucky, I must buy some lottery tickets to play with later. The lottery shop owner didn't know Sumu's wealth, so when he heard Sumu say that, he naturally agreed. Sumu here was also scratching the scratch cards non-stop, and he would pick out the winning ones directly.
Wow, I won this one too.
It's worth $1,000. Yen-Ru suddenly shouted excitedly, which attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Yen-Ru scratched more than 10 tickets just now, but didn't win any prize. But just when she was feeling a little disappointed, she realized that the ticket she was scratching had apparently won $1,000.
This is a fairly large winning amount for scratch tickets. Great.
In this case, the total amount of money won from these winning tickets is $2,000. Sumu said with a chuckle.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be so lucky. Yen-Ru was also a little excited.
She had never played scratch cards before, but now she was sitting with Sumu and playing them, and she was really excited. It only took about 20 minutes, and after all the scratch cards were scratched, there were 33 winning tickets, for a total of $3,700. I didn't lose money, I even made $1,000.
Boss, the winning rate isn't as exaggerated as you say.
Only 33 out of 100 tickets win the prize. Sumu handed the winning scratch ticket to the boss. When the boss heard what Sumu said, he said happily, "Little brother, that's not the case. There are tens of millions of tickets issued in total, and you only have 100 tickets.
It's normal that the winning rate is low."
"That's true, but this is good luck." Sumu stood up and stretched. "How about this? I'll buy a few lottery tickets."
"I don't want the $1,000 I won. I'll buy 5 tickets, and each ticket will double the amount by 100.
Hiss. The lottery shop owner couldn't help but gasp when he heard Sumu say this.
"Little brother, you are really ruthless. You are betting 100 times, are you planning to empty the jackpot?"
The lottery shop owner said with a smile.
"If you're going to win, win big." Sumu also laughed. "How about this, we'll choose 2 bets. Boss, you pick one for me, Yenru, you pick one for me, and I'll pick the other one myself."
"Okay." The lottery shop owner and Yenru also responded. The owner of the lottery shop was also an old lottery player. He skillfully selected a lottery ticket for Sumu. "I chose 3 for you because I've done some research and it's very likely that 3 will appear this time.
If you win, it won't be a loss."
The lottery shop owner was also mumbling to himself, as if the number he picked would definitely win. Yenru had never played the lottery before, and she didn't even know how to choose numbers. But this is not difficult. She looked at the numbers chosen by the lottery shop owner and wrote down one by imitating him.
Sumu didn't hesitate and wrote down his number directly.
01, 03, 06, 20, 25, 31, 01.
That's it.
Sumu chuckled, both the first and the last bet are won, maybe this bet will clear the 1 billion prize pool in one go. The lottery shop owner took a look, frowned and said, "Little brother, the result of the blue ball in the last draw was 1, so it can't be 1 this time, right?"
"With lottery, how can there be any certainty or uncertainty?" Sumu chuckled. He couldn't just tell the lottery shop owner that the winning number for this issue was his, right? "All right then."
When the lottery shop owner heard Sumu say this, he nodded. "Little brother, take a look.
If there is no problem, I will issue the ticket." Sumu also took a look and confirmed the information.
The double color ball is correct. It is also correct that the prize draw will be held at 9 p.m. on September 21st. The numbers of the lottery ticket I chose are 01, 03, 06, 20, 25, 31, and 01 is correct.
As for the rest, it doesn't matter.
"Okay, let's take this, double each bet by 100. Sumu said with a chuckle. The owner of the lottery shop also operated on the computer, then looked at Sumu and said, "Okay.
Little brother, if you can win the jackpot, it will be great. The prize pool is more than 1 billion.
The lottery shop owner is well aware of how difficult it is to win the first prize in the lottery.
Many veteran lottery players may not win even once, even after keeping the same number for their entire lives. Buying like Sumu does is just giving away money.
But it's true that people went to the store to play scratch cards, and not only did they not lose money, they actually made 1,000 yuan.
I spent all the 1,000 yuan on lottery tickets. All in all, he didn't spend a penny.
Not only did he play a scratch card, but he also got a lottery ticket worth 1,000 yuan.
All right. The owner of the lottery shop handed the lottery ticket to Sumu and said, "Good luck to you, little brother." "Thank you, boss. If you win, I'll give you a big red envelope,"
Sumu said with a chuckle. Sumu and Yenru came out of the lottery shop.
The owner of the lottery shop looked at Sumu's back and couldn't help shaking his head. Mr. Su is in a good mood. Sitting in the car, Yenru looked at Sumu and said with a smile, "It would be so cool if I won $1 billion jackpot."
Sumu raised the corner of his mouth and smiled softly.
"You are so beautiful." Yenru rolled her eyes at Sumu. After all, how could it be possible to win 5 lottery tickets so easily? But how could she know that Sumu was cheating? Chapter 102. Welcome my son, brother Su, to the live studio to guide our work. If you want to take advantage of the lottery, do it hard. Even if he doesn't do anything, there will always be some people who will.
The prize pool accumulated to more than 1.8 billion. Sumu doubled his bet by 100 times, which was equivalent to clearing the prize pool in one go. As soon as Sumu left, another old man came to the lottery shop. He asked the lottery shop owner to buy 5 lottery tickets for him. The old man was also an old lottery player. He didn't buy many tickets normally, only 5 at a time. The owner of the lottery shop had not yet deleted Sumu's 5 bets, so he directly awarded those 5 bets to the old man. The old man took the lottery ticket, took a look at it without saying anything, put it in his pocket, put his hands behind his back and walked away. The lottery shop owner was originally planning to delete Sumu's 5 numbers, but then he thought to himself that he had made 300 or 400 yuan from Sumu alone today. He is also an old lottery player and he usually buys a few lottery tickets for fun. To share in the good fortune, I'll buy 5 bets too, and triple the bet. With this in mind, the lottery shop owner directly printed out a lottery ticket. These were exactly the 5 numbers that Sumu bought, but he tripled the bet. Holding the lottery ticket, the owner of the lottery shop couldn't help but smile bitterly. $30. I really am a little bit bewildered. Naturally, he didn't think that the lottery ticket in his hand would win the jackpot. He now just hoped that he could hit a few more numbers so that he wouldn't suffer any loss. Sumu had nothing to do in the afternoon, so Yenru drove him home and left. As for Sumu, he also took a nap when he returned home. When I woke up, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening.
Here, Wang Xinyu asked Sumu to play games online.
Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Sumu took him all the way to the Diamond 1 level.
Third brother, I think I am really stupid. It's all in the past. I won't ask you what happened. Remember the lesson. Sumu didn't ask much, everyone has their own little secrets. Wang Xinyu didn't want to say it, but he couldn't force him to say it. After playing the game, Sumu had nothing to do. I looked at the time and it was already around 11 o'clock at night. He hadn't been looking at his phone just now, but when he took it out, he saw that Yenru had sent him several messages at 9:30 and 10:30. Sumu, how much did we buy in the lottery this afternoon?
I just looked at the lottery results out of boredom.
Why do I feel so familiar?
Especially your bet, the beginning and the end are both 1.
Sumu? Are you still sleeping?
Yenru didn't pay much attention to the specific numbers on the lottery ticket that Sumu bought, but she still remembered the beginning and ending numbers of that ticket. The main reason was that the lottery shop owner said at the time that the blue ball number for the previous issue was 1, so it definitely couldn't be 1 for this issue.
Then Sumu said something jokingly. It doesn't matter if Yenru doesn't remember.
The lottery shop owner was dumbfounded at this moment. When the prize was announced in the evening, he was having a barbecue with his wife and children. He also told his wife about what happened between Sumu and Yenru in the lottery shop in the afternoon. By the way, I complained that Sumu didn't treat money as money.
After all, it's still 1,000 yuan. Young people are so cool.
The lottery shop owner's wife also smiled and said, You don't know, but right after that, an old man came and I called him the 5 numbers. Then I thought about it and called 5 numbers myself, doubling the bet by 3 times. The lottery shop owner chuckled and slammed the lottery ticket directly on the table. Oh, it's already 9:30, the lottery results are out, let me see if there are any winners. The lottery shop owner then remembered that the lottery results had already come out. He took out his mobile phone and found today's double color ball lottery results. Although he hadn't started to cash the money yet, he was already dumbfounded. He has seen that there are 104 first prizes today. The prize pool of more than 1.8 billion has been basically emptied. Fuck. The prize pool of over 1 billion was almost emptied.
Is this true? Ha, it must be the work of those directors again. The lottery shop owner couldn't help but complain.
After all, domestic lotteries are different from those abroad.
Lottery tickets are purchased anonymously. This has happened many times before.
When the prize pool accumulates to 800 million, a mysterious figure will appear and empty the prize pool at once. Later, some directors of the National Lottery Department were found to have shady dealings, which also allowed many ordinary people to know that there are some unspeakable secrets in the lottery.
104 bets. The lottery shop owner couldn't help but tremble. He suddenly thought of something. Sumu doubled his bet by 100. He tripled his bet. Another bet was bought by the old man. Isn't the total exactly 104 bets? Is it such a coincidence? He couldn't help but feel a little guilty.
However, when he saw the winning numbers for this period, he was stunned.
The first winning number is 1. The blue ball number is also 1.
He still has a deep impression of this number, because when he saw the number Sumu chose, he also persuaded Sumu to change the blue ball number to 3. But Sumu told him at the time that the first and last numbers were both 1, and he hoped to have good luck and empty the prize pool directly. His hands were shaking, and he looked at his lottery ticket carefully. He saw the special number at a glance.
01, that's right. 03, that's right. 06, that's right.
Then, 20, 25, and 31 all matched.
The last blue ball number is 01. 7 numbers, all correct. I got it. I got it.
The lottery shop owner growled excitedly, the expression on his face showing joy.
What's wrong?
His wife also looked at him with some confusion.
I won the lottery. I'm telling you, let's go.
The lottery shop owner put the lottery ticket away, and after confirming that he had kept it, he walked out of the barbecue restaurant with his wife and children.
How much did you win? Look how excited you are. 10 million, oh no, 30 million.
The lottery shop owner said this softly, and his wife next to him was completely stunned.
Damn, I bought too little.
I should have bet 10 at that time. The lottery shop owner was also a little annoyed.
He wasn't the only one who was excited. The old man was watching the lottery results by the TV at 9 o'clock in the evening.
But when he saw that he had won all the prizes, he was so exhausted that he was rushed to the hospital by his family for emergency treatment. Fortunately, the old man was in good health, otherwise, he would have died before he got the money. Sumu didn't care much about the lottery. It's a sure win number, so what is there to worry about? When he saw the message sent by Yenru, he also replied.
I was just playing games and haven't seen it yet. Wait a minute, let me take a look.
As soon as Sumu sent the message, Yenru sent a message over.
You really have a big heart. However, Yenru withdrew it as soon as she sent it. Take a picture for me so I can see it too. Sumu didn't care and just took a photo. Half a minute later, Yenru jumped up.
She went straight to the bet chosen by Sumu and looked at the numbers one by one.
All hits. First prize, 100 bets. A bet of 10 million. How much is 100 bets? 1 billion. Even if you have to pay taxes, it would probably be around 500 or 600 million, right? I won. I won 100 first prizes? 1 billion? Yenru was also dumbfounded. To be honest, she is really a little confused now. 1 billion. It may not be a big deal for Sumu, but to be honest, it is not a small amount. Is this the case that the richer the richer? Yenru also quickly replied to Sumu, oh my god.
I didn't expect that I would win the first prize.
I really got it right. What do you call this, planting willows by accident and getting a good harvest? Sumu laughed and sent a voice message. 1 billion. You have to treat me to a meal. Okay, tell me what you want to eat, I'll treat you.
I'll treat you for a whole year. Sumu laughed and made a joke with interest.
That's what you said. I took it seriously. Yenru also followed Sumu's words and added a sentence.
That night, Sumu won 1 billion with ease.
The lucky old man was unfortunately admitted to the hospital.
The lottery shop owner and his family were so excited that they didn't sleep all night. Sumu took a look at the lottery results, which showed that there were 104 first prize winners.
Didn't you say before that no first prize had been awarded? But it's true. Is this the butterfly effect? Sumu murmured something.
He also stretched lazily, took a sip of tea, and looked at the time. There were still more than 40 minutes until early morning. He slept for 3 or 4 hours in the afternoon and now he doesn't feel sleepy at all. Instead of playing games, he started watching live broadcasts.
Bullfighting live streaming platform.
Top lane overlord Yang Su is live streaming teaching how to kill Noxus.
Yang Su kept talking nonsense and his record was quite good.
A few days ago, he was still waiting in the live broadcast room for Sumu to come over and turn over the cards, but many days have passed and Sumu still hasn't come.
That's right. I'm a male anchor. How could young Master Su come and turn me over? Young Su was thinking the same thing.
But after all, he is a well-known anchor in the Bullfighting League of Legends section. Although his annual income is not as terrifying as tens of millions, he can still earn about 6 or 7 million in a year. If I'm lucky, I might be able to make over 10 million in a year.
Oh, that's good.
Sumu was also bored, and Yang Su happened to be broadcasting, so he came over to take a look.
Give him some gifts. Don't let him think I'm a stingy person. Otherwise, he will say I'm stingy behind my back. Sumu rarely does live streaming now.
But then again, he had just made a profit of 1 billion from the lottery. Now he had money in his hands, and it was won from the lottery, so Sumu would not cherish it even more. I said I'd come see you when I had time, but I've been very busy lately. Sumu was typing comments on the public screen, but there were many people in Yang Su's live broadcast room, so they probably couldn't notice his comments.
If you want to attract attention, you have to take one step at a time.
Sumu directly gave himself the title of emperor and subscribed to the annual plan. You know, the emperor and nobles of the bullfighting industry earn 120,000 a month.
The annual package is 1.44 million. Of course, for Sumu, this is just small money. When you enter the live broadcast room again, the situation will instantly change.
Fuck.
Big Brother is here. Although Yang Su was playing games, he didn't notice Sumu.
Thank you, my son, Brother Su, for coming to the live broadcast room to give us your guidance. Yang Su also welcomed it excitedly. After all, as anchors, their main source of income is still from tips from the Big Brother. Chapter 103. Don't guess, he is my landlord and owns a building in Thompsonipine.
I promise to come and support you when I have time, but I've been a bit busy lately. Sumu replied again, and Yang Su quickly noticed Sumu's reply.
Yang Su was also stunned for a moment. He is quite clear about his rich fans, especially those who have the title of emperor. After all, he still has to rely on these people for his livelihood.
Young Master Su? I have no impression of him. Could he be a smurf of some big boss? Yang Su didn't think about Sumu. Firstly, he and Sumu were not close friends, and secondly, he really couldn't react.
Let me give you some super fire first. The most expensive gift on the bullfighting platform is the super rocket, which costs an average of 2,000 yuan per shot. Sumu fired 10 super hot shots directly.
These 10 super hot bullets alone are worth 20,000 yuan.
Yang Su splits the profits with the platform 50-50, and he can get a share of 10,000 yuan.
Thank you, my son, Brother Su.
Yang Su stood up excitedly. How about this? For everyone you kill, I'll give you 5 super fires. As soon as Sumu typed this sentence on the public screen, he was immediately licked by fans in the live broadcast room.
Oh my god, is there anything missing on the rich man's legs? I'm so jealous. 10 super fires are worth 20,000 yuan. That's 2 or 3 months' salary for me. Awesome. Awesome. $10,000 per head, Run 2 Su is going to be rich.
Yang Su plays the top lane Noxus, who is called the human-headed dog by many of his friends. Naturally, Yang Su was teased as Man-Head Su by his fans. Yang Su here was also confused. His game had only been going on for more than 10 minutes, and he had developed quite well. The opponent's top laner had already been dominated by him.
5 shots per head, super hot, awesome. Yang Su's eyes turned red. The B button has been pressed.
I won't go home until I die. Yang Su rushed directly into the crowd, and the axe was quite intimidating.
1. 2. Triple kill. Quadruple kill. Everyone must die. Pentakill. Pentakill. Yang Su's development was already at a crushing level. In the team fight just now, he found the right opportunity to enter the game, and directly got a pentakill, taking off instantly. 5 kills?
Sumu was watching the live broadcast and did not break his promise.
A 5 kill means 25 super fires?
But if it's a 5 kill, I'll give you an extra 5 super fires as a reward. Sumu directly rewarded Yang Su with 30 super fire rounds. Including the previous 10 super hot posts, he had already posted 40 super hot posts in Yang Su's live broadcast room in less than 5 minutes. There are many rich people on the bullfighting live broadcast platform, but to be honest, many of them are fake rich people in the guild.
But as soon as Sumu appeared, the momentum was not right.
In 5 minutes, 40 super hot posts were posted. Each super hot post is worth 2,000 yuan, so 40 posts are worth 80,000 yuan.
Moreover, it looks like there will be some kills in this game.
When Yang Su saw the rocket, he immediately looked at the camera and thanked Sumu in a flattering manner.
As a host, I have to thank my elder brothers and sisters for having some awareness.
What's more, Sumu has already given him gifts worth 80,000 yuan. He's really a super rich guy. I just checked his personal homepage, damn, he's the Emperor of the Year.
It's a new account, and I haven't given any rewards to anyone before. Where did Rentu get these rich fans from? $80,000. I can't even make that much in a year. Mr. Su, I've never heard of him before. Is he some big boss's smuff?
The barrage in the live broadcast room was about to split. The main reason was that Sumu's 30 shots in one breath were so popular that they attracted many passers-by fans. When Yang Su usually broadcasts live, the number of online viewers is only about 100,000 or 200,000. As a result of Sumu's actions just now, the number of online viewers in Yang Su's live broadcast room soared to 500,000 or 600,000, and the growth rate was quite fast.
Awesome, awesome. I came here just to see the super rich man. I was scared by that wave of fire just now.
As soon as the popular female PUBG anchor Xia Chuanzi came online, she saw the super hot wave of Sumu in Yang Su's live broadcast room. She had played with Yang Su before and they had a good relationship, so she came here to join in the fun.
Little Tuanchuan?
Sumu saw the comment on the public screen just now and asked a question directly on the public screen.
After all, he is a newly minted rich man, how could Xiao Tuanchuan dare to offend Sumu? Yeah. Oh, I'll go to your live studio later.
Sumu also watches live broadcasts normally, and Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast is quite good. Sumu had already spoken, and Xiao Tuanchuan was also excited and thanked Yang Su directly in the live broadcast room.
Then welcome young Master Su to come to my live studio for guidance.
You're welcome.
Sumu didn't care either. There is no problem in giving away gifts worth hundreds of thousands.
Yang Su here has gone crazy and is either killing people or on his way to kill someone. Sumu did what he said and gave 5 rewards for 1 kill, which was very popular and stunned the fans in the live broadcast room.
This guy is really rich. It's really fun to have money.
In just a short while, another 20 tips have been given.
It's really hot. Not only that, after the pentakill just now, Rantusu got 6 more heads, making it 30 now. $60,000. Awesome.
The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room increased, and after a game was over, the number of viewers exceeded 1.2 million. Sumu didn't count how much he had given as a reward, but the fans in the live broadcast room kept track of it. 40 rounds at the beginning, and another 80 later, a total of 120 rounds, super hot.
240,000. How envious. That's all I've earned in 3 years.
More than 200,000 yuan is a lot for ordinary people like us, but for a super rich man like him, it's nothing, right?
Indeed, it's just a drop in the ocean. How can there be so many super rich people? Maybe they embezzled public funds to pretend to be rich? You embezzled public funds to pretend to be rich? You really dare to think so? If I embezzled public funds, I wouldn't come to reward Rantusu. What do you want? To reward Rantusu's PY?
Ding ding, this car is awesome.
Sumu's generosity and lavish spending have attracted many fans and their attention. But with so many people, there are naturally a lot of sour lemons.
Many people were discussing on the screen whether Sumu was a real rich man or a fake rich man who embezzled public funds.
Yang Su was actually panicked too.
This kind of thing is not uncommon in the live broadcast industry.
It's not the case of embezzlement of public funds, but what if it's a minor? Yang Su is not the kind of anchor who is greedy for money. If there is really something wrong with Sumu, he will definitely not accept the money.
After the game was over, he first thanked Sumu for the reward, and also sent a private message to ask which boss's smooth Sumu was.
Sumu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Yang Su asking him cautiously. The house you live in is mine, who do you say I am? When Sumu said this, Yang Su was stunned for a moment. Then it dawned on me in an instant. No wonder I felt familiar when I saw the online name Gongzi Su.
No wonder he is the Emperor of the Year package, and he is extremely generous and spends money lavishly.
It turned out to be Su Xiao. No wonder.
Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions are not small sums even in his eyes.
But what does it mean to Sumu?
Without going into other details, let us just talk about the 2 supercars that he had seen Sumu drive. Whether it is the Lamborghini Veneno or the Lykan Hypersport, they are supercars worth hundreds of millions. Moreover, the entire building of Thompson 1, Building A, is owned by someone else.
Sumu's net worth must be at least several hundred billion, or even hundreds of billions, right?
As for the gifts that Sumu gave him just now, they were probably just a little bit of oil flowing out from the cracks of other people's fingernails.
It turns out to be Master Su. Thank you for the reward, Master Su, you were so generous. Okay, it's not worth much, just focus on the live broadcast.
I'll go over to Xiao Tuanchuan's place.
Okay, Mr. Su, take care. Come visit us often when you have time. Since it was Sumu who gave the reward, Yang Su didn't feel any psychological pressure.
Here, Sumu left Yang Su's live broadcast room and ran to Xiao Tuanchuan's live broadcast room for a walk.
The same operation is just now in Yang Su's live broadcast room.
Since it is quite difficult to win the game, Sumu also said that if one person gets 10 heads, he will be rewarded with 100 heads. If one wins the game successfully, he will be rewarded with 100 heads. Xiao Tuanchuan was stunned by Sumu's words. As the top female star in the PUBG section, she has no shortage of wealthy fans, but none of them are as overbearing as Sumu. Thanks to my son, brother Su, I will try my best to win this game. Xiao Tuanchuan was so excited that she made some mistakes. The live broadcast room is quite popular.
First of all, Xiao Tuanchuan is very popular. Secondly, many people came here following Sumu. Ahem, let's not talk about chickens, be civilized. I admire Xiao Tuanchuan's driving skills. Why did Xiao Tuanchuan become a braised chicken? Ha? What the hell is braised chicken? Yellow, boring, and trashy.
There are all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room, and Sumu is also waiting to give her rewards, it's so popular. Yang Su, on the other hand, also continued the live broadcast.
Many fans are still discussing Sumu's identity.
There are still quite a lot of sour people who just can't stand seeing others doing better than they are.
I bet this Mr. Su is definitely not some rich second generation. That's right, how can there be so many second generation rich people?
I don't know where they embezzled the money from, and then came here to pretend to be rich.
Maybe they took advantage of a system loophole and used it to steal your money?
That's possible.
It has happened before.
More and more people in the live broadcast room said this, and Yang Su couldn't stand it anymore.
Ahem, stop talking, young Master Su is indeed a big shot. Although Yang Su did not dare to reveal Sumu's identity, he was the kind of person who could not hide anything.
What's more, he felt quite accomplished knowing a top rich kid like Sumu.
I just asked him privately. He is my landlord. Didn't I tell you before that the house I rented is building A of Thompson One? The whole building belongs to him.
When Yang Su said this, all the fans in the live broadcast room were shocked. Especially those sour people who just said that Sumu was a fake rich man were all scared and dared not speak.
Thompson One is a building. What is the concept? His net worth is at least tens of billions, right?
Let me tell you, the cars that young Master Su owns are all those supercars that cost hundreds of millions.
Do you know Lamborghini Veneno? Young Master Su has one.
Yang Su spoke excitedly, as if he owned a Lamborghini Veneno. Xiao Tuanchuan was also encouraged. Her goal is very clear, if she can kill someone, she will kill them, if she can't kill them, she will just lie low. If she can win the game, she will fire 100 rockets.
A gift worth 200,000. Brothers, come on. I'm going to win this time.
Xiao Tuanchuan's magical voice was also a highlight of her live broadcast. Sumu stretched his waist, enjoyed watching the show, and gave more than a dozen rewards. When Xiao Tuanchuan saw the super hot reward, she also expressed her gratitude respectfully. She didn't know Sumu's identity before, but just now, Yang Su revealed something in the live broadcast room. That is, young Master Su is the real boss. The car he drives is a supercar worth hundreds of millions, such as Lamborghini Veneno. It also owns a building of Thompson Epine.
Nah. Thompson One has a building? Doesn't that mean the assets are worth hundreds of billions? Xiao Tuanchuan couldn't help but feel nervous and was almost shot in the head by someone. Chapter 104. Don't talk too much, otherwise Sumu will be unhappy. Fortunately, Xiao Tuanchuan reacted well and hid quickly. Hold on. Xiao Tuanchuan shouted with that devilish voice.
After winning the game, it's 100 rounds of super fire.
That's a gift worth $200,000.
Even if she has to split the profit 50-50 with the platform, she can still get 100,000. Although top anchors like Xiao Tuanchuan are not short of money, they would not ignore 100 rockets. Xiao Tuanchuan was still playing here. Sumu looked at the time and it was already past midnight.
Sumu also quit the live broadcast at that moment. Young Master Su seems to be offline. Is it really offline? No money left? Don't be ridiculous. He owns a building called Thompson One. How could he be poor? That's right.
I heard from Rentu Su that his monthly rent is 200,000. For a building like this, the rent alone must be over 10 million a month. Xiao Tuanchuan also learned the news that Sumu was offline, and she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed.
I'm not done yet. Why did you leave? So should I still eat chicken?
Xiao Tuanshuan is also very conflicted. Her elder brother has left.
If she wins the game, will there be any gifts?
But then again, a super rich young man like Sumu should keep his word, right? After all, there are millions of viewers watching in the live broadcast room. If she really wins the game, this gift will probably be hers sooner or later.
Brothers, there's hope this time. Hang on. I want to win this time. Xiao Tuanshuan was also talking to her teammates.
Sumu temporarily quit the live broadcast and directly clicked into leisure fishing.
Fishing.
Sumu directly pressed the fishing button and threw the rod out.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Congratulations to the player for fishing for the upgraded version of the weight loss milk tea formula and a production line factory with a daily output of tens of millions of cups worth billions.
Including 200 biochemical workers. This.
Sumu also felt it was quite sudden.
Isn't this so cool?
He was worried about the production capacity of slimming milk tea before, but now he fished and got the formula of upgraded version of slimming milk tea.
There is also a production line factory. This is the most important thing. There are also 200 biochemical workers inside.
While ensuring production, the formula of weight loss milk tea is also strictly protected. At the same time, the daily output can reach tens of millions of cups.
What is the concept? Zhou Tsong and Xin Fen bought a total of 8 milk tea shops on the pedestrian street.
Even if they can sell 50,000 cups of milk tea every day, they can only sell 400,000 cups of milk tea. Including his own milk tea shop in the university town, it is estimated that he can only sell more than 400,000 cups a day.
This is the largest budget. After all, what kind of milk tea shop can have such huge sales?
The production problem has been completely solved.
Let alone 8 milk tea shops, even if there are 80 milk tea shops, this output can be enough to meet the demand, right? System Dad loves me. Sumu also directly chose the extraction factory.
Then he saw a line of reminders appear on the phone screen.
The factory is located in the Haidu Ecological Park Industrial Park. 200 biochemical workers are already in place and can participate in production at any time.
How thoughtful.
Sumu couldn't help but sigh.
After finishing fishing, Sumu went to take a shower. When he was lying on the bed, he remembered that he had promised Xiao Tuanshuan that he would make her super popular.
She shouldn't have gone off the air yet, right?
Sumu looked at the time, it was 4:43 in the morning, and he couldn't help but murmur. He returned to the bullfighting live broadcast platform.
Xiao Tuanshuan has indeed not ended the live broadcast yet. The anchors are generally night owls, and Xiao Tuanshuan usually broadcasts live late at night.
I'm sorry, something delayed me. As soon as Sumu came online, he went directly into Xiao Tuanshuan's live broadcast room. When he said this on the public screen, he immediately attracted the attention of all his fans.
Young Master Su is back again. Boss, didn't you go do some exercise just now? TSK, I envy your colorful nightlife.
I told you, Master Su is definitely the boss, why are you still arguing with me?
Did you win the game just now? Sumu asked casually. Well. Xiao Tuanshuan also sighed.
Although she was in the game, she also knew that Sumu had returned.
That was so infuriating just now.
The opponent's luck was just too good.
Can you believe that they were destined to win the final?
Xiao Tuanshuan shouted with a wry smile. Since she said so, it was obvious that she must have been on her knees just now.
It's okay, I'm in a good mood, I left suddenly just now, it's my fault. Sumu was in a good mood.
Having solved the production problem, which was the most troublesome issue for weight loss milk tea, he didn't have anything to worry about now. 100 posts are super popular. I wish Xiao Tuanshuan's live broadcasting career will become more and more prosperous. Sumu really likes Xiao Tuanshuan's live broadcast style.
Watching it when he is bored can really bring a lot of laughter.
Sumu kept his word. It was just 100 rounds of super fire, and he would not break his promise in this regard.
$2,000 for one shot.
All other gifts in bullfight have a continuous brushing mechanism, but the super rocket is the only one that does not have a continuous brushing mechanism. Come to think of it, even those rich people who don't care about money can't spend a lot of money on gifts that cost 2,000 yuan each. 100 super hot bullets, worth 200,000. The bullfighting live broadcast platform will promote it throughout the platform, one after another, and it will last for 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh my god. Is this how you become super popular? It's a super rich man. I just clicked in and saw someone was giving out super hot gifts. It's been 2 or 3 minutes. 1 or 200,000 is gone.
You guys just got here, so you may not know that Master Su is the new god of bullfighting.
Super rich? Can anyone be called a super rich now? They own a building of Thompson One, do you think they deserve it?
There are some nitpickers who just came in and didn't see that Sumu had previously given away a lot of gifts in Yang Su's live broadcast room. Of course, they didn't know that Sumu owned a building in Thompson Epine. If they knew that Sumu was the landlord of Thompson First Class, they would not question Sumu's identity as a wealthy man. Of course, as a super rich man, Sumu's wealth must be more than just Thompson First Class in a building.
It's just that they don't know it.
Jo Song is also involved in live streaming. He previously set up Panda Live, but his operation team is very rubbish. It was pretty good at the beginning, but has been losing money in the past 2 years. Not long ago, Panda Live also announced the closure of its live broadcast room. Jo Song is in financial trouble now, which is also related to his failed investment.
Although his investment failed, Jo Song's investment was not meaningless. The rapid development of the domestic esports industry in recent years is also due to the existence of Jo Song.
If he and Shinfan had not invested in the domestic esports industry from the beginning, to be honest, domestic esports would probably still have a long way to go.
Although his live streaming platform collapsed, Jo Song still often watches bullfighting live broadcasts.
He was also bored in the evening, so he turned on the bullfighting live broadcast and saw one super hot post after another.
Young Master Su? Little Tuanchuan? When Jo Song saw the online name Gungzi Su, his first thought was that this Gungzi Su might be Sumu. Why?
He didn't know many rich young men with the last name Su, and to be honest, he couldn't find anyone else with such ability except Sumu.
He clicked into Zhao Chuanchuan's live broadcast room. Sumu was still posting his super hot video and didn't notice Jo Song coming over.
After all, Jo Song is one of the top second-generation rich people in the country, and he is also the emperor of the bullfighting industry.
Moreover, Jo Song's online name is very domineering. He chose it a few years ago and has never changed it. Jo Song, the son of the richest man. There are countless people who follow this online name on the entire bullfighting platform. But there must be only one real person.
After all, Jo Song's account is at the maximum level, and he is an emperor aristocrat.
This is something that no one else can imitate. Fuck.
Young Master Su has attracted young Master Song here.
Master Song. Oh my god. That's awesome. The top rich kids are here. Do you think they will compete with each other?
On the barrage, more and more people are saying that Jo Song is in the live broadcast room. When Sumu finished using the super fire, he also noticed Jo Song here.
Brother Song, stop looking, it's me.
When Sumu said this on the screen, Jo Song was also stunned. Well, he had already guessed that the super rich man who generously gave away 100 rounds of super fire was Sumu. After all, Sumu was the only one in the entire Haidu who had the Lamborghini Venom.
Thompson One building. Apart from Sumu, who else has this much wealth? Master Su is in a good mood. Once you promise something, you must do it. Brother Song, you play over here. I'm going to rest first.
After Sumu finished speaking, before Xiao Tuanchuan could finish thanking him, Sumu logged off and left. Jo Song also posted 10 very popular posts in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, Master Song, young Master Su has already fired 100 rounds, how come you only fired 10?
Yes, Master Song, you are the son of the richest man. Who among the richest people on the entire Donyo live broadcast platform can be richer than you? Master Song, if you only shoot 10 times, wouldn't that be a bit of a coward? Is this still me, Master Song?
There is never a shortage of people in this world who are eager to create chaos, and the pace is very fast. However, Jo Song was also quite tactful, and he spoke directly on the barrage. I am not as rich as young Master Su. You have no idea how terrifying young Master Su's wealth is. Let me tell you this, Thompson One building is just the tip of the iceberg.
You know Tianqi Garden in the ecological park, right?
It's also his. After Jo Song said this, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned.
What? Wasn't Tianqi Garden developed by Pan Shi? Could it be that Gongzi Su is Pan Shi? Did your family just get internet access?
Don't you know that just a week ago, Pan Shi sold Taiyang Ziyuan to a mysterious rich second generation for 1.8 billion?
Fuck. Isn't that a big loss?
As expected, the rich get richer the richer they are. The housing prices in Koenigsegg have increased by 15 or 16 times.
Doesn't that mean that young Master Su's net worth is approaching hundreds of billions?
The live broadcast room was quite lively, but Jotsong just sent a rocket and left.
Don't talk too much, otherwise it would be bad if Sumu is unhappy.
Chapter 105. With more and more businesses in his hands, Sumu intends to build his own supergroup. Jotsong also slipped away, leaving only the confused fans in the live broadcast room.
Fuck. What Master Song said is interesting. Is what we see just the tip of the iceberg? Doesn't that mean that in addition to Thompson One building and the entire Tianchi Garden, they have more properties that have not been exposed? Aren't you just talking nonsense? Didn't you just get scared when you saw Master Song? Damn it, there are too many big dogs in this world, right? All the money is going to be made by them. It's useless to be envious. Some people are born billionaires. Reincarnation is a science. You can't learn it.
Fans in the live broadcast room were also talking excitedly. Originally, they thought that although Sumu was rich, his assets were no more than a few hundred billion at most. But the fact is, the assets that have been exposed alone are almost worth hundreds of billions.
Is there anything else that others haven't said? I guess there will be more.
Sumu simply bought a year-long Emperor's Noble Medal on the live broadcast platform and gave hundreds of thousands of rewards to Yang Su and Xiao Tuanchuan, but he also became an overnight sensation on the bullfighting live broadcast platform.
After all, who among ordinary people doesn't aspire to become rich? If you can't become rich, it's pretty good to gossip a little. Sumu didn't know that he was so popular on the internet. Of course, Sumu didn't like taking photos, so there were very few photos of him circulating on the internet.
This also made Sumu a person whom only heard of but not seen. Sumu was naturally happy about this. He doesn't like to be high profile, although he now has the capital to do so.
To be honest, Sumu is not afraid of being messed with by others. After all, with 3 biochemical guards around him, he is not afraid of anyone attacking him. Even the super family with a century-old heritage like the Long family in the imperial capital was directly wiped out by Sumu. Who would dare to cause trouble for him?
Sumu was just afraid of trouble. After all, if he gets too much exposure, he will be like Jotsong, and people will pay attention to him wherever he goes.
Jotsong had previously complained to Sumu that he was young and ignorant, and too high profile, making everyone in the country know him. Sumu also laughed and responded jokingly, "Everyone in the country knows you, isn't that good?" Then Jotsong smiled bitterly and said, "Bullshit. Just 2 days ago, a woman in her 50s saw me and wanted to take a photo with me with her phone. I rejected her outright. Then what?"
When Sumu heard Jotsong say this, he was stunned and asked a question.
"Then I don't know who filmed this scene and posted it online. I was scolded badly by those people." Jotsong smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not a big shot or anything like that. Taking photos doesn't really matter. But as far as I know, someone used a photo with me to swindle people. I never thought of that."
After Jotsong said this, Sumu understood.
Yes, after all, Jotsong is recognized as one of the top second-generation rich people in the country, the only heir to the former richest man in the country, and the eldest son of Yida Group. To be honest, almost everyone in the country will give face to Jotsong.
Some people took advantage of this and took photos with Jotsong, then took the photos and told people that they were actually Jotsong's aunts or something like that, and then they cheated people in private.
That's true. Sumu nodded.
Fortunately, I'm not well known, otherwise it would be embarrassing if I encountered such a thing.
Sumu smiled and said without comment. But then again, that's Sumu's personality. Be high profile in your work and low key in your life. Otherwise, Sumu wouldn't have such a good relationship with Jotsong and the others.
Apart from Sumu's own strength, Sumu is mainly good at talking and handling things.
Sumu never puts on airs.
Jotsong, Shinfun and others are older than him, but Sumu always calls them brothers whenever he sees them.
In terms of politeness, Sumu did a pretty good job. Of course, it also depends on the person. Some people are born with a look of arrogant attitude.
When Sumu sees such people, he just ignores them. As far as the current situation is concerned, there are really few people in the country who can make Sumu humble himself. It was already 9:30 when Sumu woke up in the morning. There were no classes at school today, and Sumu was very bored. The factory in the ecological park has been completed and 200 biochemical workers are in place. Before this, Sumu had asked Jotsong, Jinfun and others to design the logo and cup for Wankaka milk tea. When Sumu came out of the bedroom, the Filipino maid Nana had prepared a delicious breakfast for him.
Make me a pot of tea to wake me up. Sumu looked at Nana and said with a smile. Okay, master. The Filipino maid Nana's Mandarin is becoming more and more standard, which is why Sumu was urging her to do so. There is nothing that cannot be learned or learned well. It all depends on whether you are willing to put in the effort. Sumu was so good to her, and the Filipino maid Nana was very grateful.
Here, Sumu finished his breakfast and sat on the sofa, slightly dazed. Life is full of endless opportunities, and Sumu also feels a little emotional. He has been in this world for nearly half a month. To be honest, if it were a month ago, he would not have dared to dream of such a thing.
Travel through time.
The leisure fishing app on the mobile phone has actually mutated. In just less than a month, he went from an unknown person to the pinnacle of his life.
Not to mention that it has fixed assets worth nearly 100 billion yuan. The key is that his career is about to take off.
As soon as Wankaka milk tea came out, its market value was definitely that of a unicorn. After all, Sumu knew very well how big the weight loss market was.
$1 trillion supermarket, wow. His current situation is a monopoly.
After all, slimming milk tea is something that others can't imitate even if they want to. I'm sure I'll have more and more businesses in the future. I can still handle it by myself now, but in another month, I probably won't be able to handle it. Sumu was also thinking about it in his mind. He had thought about registering a company group before, but he just thought about it and didn't take it seriously. Now that he has some free time, Sumu has thought about building a supergroup.
Su Group.
Sumu also made up his mind at that moment. However, he does not have many people available under his command now. If he wants to build his own supergroup, he must recruit talents widely. He doesn't have to deal with this kind of thing himself. In this world, there is a kind of company that specializes in recruiting elite talents, which is called a headhunting company.
Sumu also thought of Chu Yao.
Chu Yao had told him before that she knew a very good headhunting company, and she went to Chenghui Finance after being recommended by this headhunting company.
Are you there? Sumu sent a message directly to Chu Yao.
Chu Yao was naturally very excited these 2 days. Since she met Sumu, her career has been flourishing. The most important thing is that she has recently earned more than many people earn in their entire lives. Let us not talk about anything else, just take the small villa in Koenigsegg as an example. It is now worth at least 20 to 30 million. She now admires Sumu's vision. Although she also felt that Koenigsegg was a good project worthy of investment at that time, the fact was that Koenigsegg was indeed a hopeless case. However, the Weibo announcement from the Haidu municipal government also has the ability to turn decay into magic.
Koenigsegg was transformed from a mess into a school district for 12 key primary and secondary schools.
To be honest, at first Chu Yao thought that Sumu was the kind of super-rich second generation who relied on his family's wealth to spend money unscrupulously. But now, as she gradually got to know Sumu and Koenigsegg's investment more and more, Chu Yao was also deeply fascinated by Sumu's personal charm.
Although Chu Yao is 2 or 3 years older than Sumu, so what? Isn't it said that a woman who is 3 years older than a man will bring wealth?
Although Chu Yao has not contacted Sumu in the past 2 days, it is because she hopes that Sumu can take the initiative to contact her. However, Sumu was so busy that if it weren't for important matters, he would definitely not have remembered to contact Chu Yao. Ever since she went to choose a house that day, Chu Yao has never sent a message to Sumu. She was waiting for Sumu to contact her, but
the result made her quite disappointed.
After all, if she didn't take the initiative to contact Sumu, Sumu would never contact her. Although Chu Yao is a little older than Sumu, she is not an old lady who is almost 30 years old. There is a TV series recently called Nothing But 30.
Well, although Chu Yao hasn't watched it, she actually understands it.
As the old saying goes, a man is established at the age of 30, while a woman is like tofu dregs at the age of 30.
For a woman, the best time is between the ages of 18 and 30.
After the age of 30, if you don't take good care of yourself, you will age quickly.
Chu Yao actually doesn't have any ambitions.
What she wants is very simple. A man who loves her should be successful in his career and be able to give her everything she wants.
Don't talk about materialism.
After all, Chu Yao also has her own capital. She is beautiful, has a good figure, good temperament, and a good academic background. Besides, even if she is old, she is only 23 years old this year, which is much better than those old ladies who are already in their 30s. It was also because she was confident in her own charm that she dared to think about not contacting Sumu and letting Sumu contact her.
But she may have some misunderstanding about Sumu.
After all, Sumu is not the kind of person who thinks with his lower body.
Besides, Sumu is known as a cool male god in school.
If he has nothing to do, he really won't take the initiative to contact any woman.
Shu Yao is beautiful. But then again, is there a lack of beautiful women around Sumu?
Without saying anything else, Shu Yao can't compare to Yin Rue's looks. And there is Zhao Lushi, a popular female artist.
As long as Sumu wants, it's just a matter of words and a pinky promise.
Shu Yao was also a little disappointed. She looked at her phone and couldn't help but want to send a message to Sumu. But she was still a little unwilling.
Am I so unattractive in his eyes?
Shu Yao curled her lips and murmured softly. Just when she was about to open her phone to contact Sumu, the phone vibrated. She subconsciously looked down at her phone, and her face instantly turned red.
Can Sumu not bear it anymore? Shu Yao hadn't looked at the specific information yet and was still thinking about random things.
But, the fact is, she was obviously overthinking it. Because Sumu really had something serious to tell her.
Chapter 106. Can you contact her? How are the talent resources of the headhunting company you told me about last time? Sumu went straight to the point and asked her directly about the headhunting company.
Shu Yao was also stunned for a moment. The surprise on his face also faded a little.
Headhunting company? Well,
there are more and more things under my control, and I can't manage them all by myself.
I'm thinking of setting up a group company to manage them. What do you think of me?
When Shu Yao heard Sumu say this, she introduced herself without even thinking about it. She is a postgraduate student from a key domestic university, graduating from the Department of Finance. Even at Chenghui Finance, her monthly salary is almost 50,000 yuan. When performance is good and commissions are high, you can probably earn 100,000 or 200,000 yuan a month. All in all, Shu Yao's business ability is quite good.
You? I'm fine. Sumu smiled slightly and sent a voice message.
Well, I'll give you the business card of the headhunting company manager. I'll tell him if you need anything.
Shu Yao didn't waste any time and directly handed Shirley's WeChat business card to Sumu. If you need anyone, I can be your assistant. Shu Yao also mentioned it again.
That's not necessary. Sumu laughed and said, okay, I'll go ask him first. Shu Yao felt a little disappointed and couldn't help thinking, people say it's easy for a girl to win over a boy, why is it so difficult for me?
But it's true. Sumu was not an ordinary man. There are so many beautiful women around him.
In front of him, I am just an ordinary friend at most. Shu Yao didn't dare to use too much force, for she was really afraid that she would scare Sumu.
Sumu also added Shirley's WeChat.
Shu Yao had already called Shirley and told him about Sumu's identity. She didn't elaborate on it, but she told Shirley that young Master Su was a very wealthy young man, and Zhou Song and Qin Fen were both young Master Su's brothers, so you should think about it yourself. As the general manager of a professional headhunting company, Shirley understands these things in the workplace. Shirley has dealt with many wealthy people over the years. When Shu Yao said that Sumu was a top-notch rich boy, he knew what to do.
Hello, Mr. Su.
Manager Chu has told me about your situation.
Do you have time? How about we have a face-to-face meeting?
Sumu happened to have nothing to do at the moment, so he agreed directly. How about this, you go to the Borei Cafe and wait for me.
Okay, Mr. Su.
There is only one Borei Cafe in Haidu, and it is a very high-end cafe.
Sumu also came here to drink 2 days ago. Their coffee is really good. The coffee beans used are the best coffee beans from Bagu.
1 gram of coffee beans is worth 500 yuan, which is much more expensive than gold. Let me put it this way, a cup of coffee costs about 5 or 6,000 yuan, and there aren't many people in the whole city who can come here to drink coffee every day. However, 5 or 6,000 yuan for a cup of coffee may seem like a sky-high price to others, but for Sumu, it is just right. He has so much money now that he can't spend it all, so it's okay to be a little extravagant. Although Sumu is low-key, he will definitely not refuse a luxurious life. Shirley had also been to Borei Cafe. Given his income level, he naturally could not be compared with Sumu. But since Sumu said he wanted to go there, could he still refuse? Since Sumu had an appointment with someone, the hard-earned rest time became busy again. He also had a sudden inspiration and posted a circle of friends on his WeChat.
Excellent people never have time to rest? Sumu doesn't have many friends.
Apart from some classmates, only Jo Tsong and Chin Fan have Sumu's WeChat. Sumu posted a message on WeChat Moments, which was quickly liked and commented on by his friends.
Third brother, why are you working so hard?
Wang Xinyu had the fastest hand speed and was the first to like and comment.
Master Su is awesome. Shu Yao was the second one.
She didn't know what to say either. After thinking for a while, she commented that Su Shao was awesome.
Chin Fan actually sent out 3 question marks in a row.
He had just woken up and saw Sumu's circle of friends, so he came over to join in the fun. Sumu didn't reply to them.
He went downstairs, drove his Lamborghini Veneno and left the community. Borui Cafe is in the city center, and Sumu is familiar with the place since he has been there once. The Lamborghini Veneno was parked at the door of the cafe, instantly attracting a lot of people's attention. Wow, this supercar is so cool. Lamborghini? Bull? Can a bull be so cool? He looks like poison to me. Don't tell me, it really is poison. There is a small parking lot in front of Borui Cafe. Sumu parked the car and walked directly into Borui Cafe.
A few girls on the roadside saw Sumu getting out of the car and couldn't help but scream. Sumu's good looks, coupled with the charm of the Lamborghini Veneno, will definitely attract the attention of these young people. When Sumu arrived, Shirley had already arrived. But Shirley had just arrived not long ago. He just happened to see Sumu getting out of the supercar through the glass wall. But he had never seen Sumu, so he was not sure if it was Sumu. When Sumu walked into the cafe, the waiter still remembered Sumu. The main reason is that Sumu is handsome and rich, so the young waitresses are naturally more impressed by him. Sumu sent a message to Shirley while walking. I have arrived. Shirley's phone vibrated, he looked down, then suddenly raised his head and stood up from his seat. Sumu said he had arrived. Then he also saw with his own eyes Sumu getting off the Lamborghini supercar. Who else could this ridiculously handsome boy in front of him be but Su Shao? As soon as Shirley stood up, Sumu also noticed him. Shirley also waved to Sumu, and Sumu walked towards Shirley's booth. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Manager Shir. Sumu also nodded and sat directly on the sofa. The corners of Sumu's mouth slightly raised. He looked at Shirley standing in front of him and said, Manager Shir, please sit down. By the way, what would you like to drink? I just need some hot water. Shirley was also quite polite, but Sumu curled his lips and said, how can you drink hot water in a coffee shop? How about this, I'll order it for you. Sumu chuckled and said to the waiter standing beside him, 2 cups of lattes, and some dessert or something. Okay, wait a moment. The waiter also nodded in agreement. Sumu also hummed, turned around and looked at Shirley with a smile and said, as for me, I have been involved in a lot of industries recently. I can't handle it alone now, so I thought about setting up a group company and finding some talents to help me manage the industries. After hearing what Sumu said, Shirley asked curiously, I wonder what kind of industries young Master Su has under his control. I know a lot of talented people here, from all walks of life. The matching of talents is indeed very important. When Sumu heard Shirley's question, he said non-committally, real estate, food industry, high-tech industry, I plan to set up a group company, so ordinary talents will not work. I need senior talents with leadership skills. Sumu's request was very simple, which was that at least he should not be bothered with even the slightest matter. Oh, I roughly understand. Shirley also brought a laptop with him. He opened the computer directly and found a folder of senior talents, which contained some senior talents he knew. Master Su, take a look? Good. Sumu also looked through Shirley's folder, and the executives in it were indeed very impressive. There are basically no talents with bachelor's degrees from key domestic universities. They are all top students who have returned from famous overseas universities. Many of them have doctoral degrees, which is an incredibly high level of education. Not bad, not bad. Sumu nodded and selected some executives that he liked. Sumu saw a familiar face. Wang Yushi, she has already graduated with a doctorate? Sumu also felt a little unbelievable. Sumu knew Wang Yushi, mainly because she used to go to the same school as Sumu when they were classmates. However, Wang Yushi was a genius girl. She was Sumu's classmate in the 3rd grade of elementary school. When Sumu was in the 4th grade of elementary school, Wang Yushi was already in junior high school. Later I heard that he spent 1 year in junior high school and 1 year in high school, and then was admitted to Huaqing University with the top score in science. To be honest, if it weren't for some accidents, Sumu might never have had any interaction with a talented girl like Wang Yushi in his life.
Girls change a lot when they grow up. I didn't expect she would be so beautiful now. After so many years, Sumu theoretically shouldn't be able to recognize her. However, Sumu recognized the necklace on Wang Yushi's neck.
Speaking of which, this necklace was actually given to her by Sumu. I didn't expect she still kept it after all these years.
Sumu and Wang Yushi have been classmates for 3 years.
In the 3rd grade, they sat at the same table. Later, when Sumu learned that Wang Yushi was going to skip a grade, he spent more than 100 yuan to buy a glass necklace for Wang Yushi in a jewelry store. Speaking of which, Sumu at that time was not as cold towards girls as he was later.
His attitude towards Wang Yushi is still quite good. But later on, Wang Yushi's pace was too fast. Not to mention him, even those geniuses would probably feel ashamed when they saw Wang Yushi, right? Can you contact her now?
As for the others, Sumu simply checked the boxes so that Shirley would have time to contact them. As for Wang Yushi, Sumu pointed directly at her information, looked at Shirley and asked softly. When Shirley heard Sumu ask this, he also took a look at Wang Yushi's information.
I was particularly impressed. She is a genius girl from Harvard University in the United States.
At the age of 20, she has a doctorate in financial management and psychology, a double doctorate, and she is from Harvard, one of the world's top universities.
Shirley said a lot. Sumu frowned, took out a lighter and flicked it lightly with his hand. I mean, can you contact her now? Sumu emphasized this sentence. Shirley was stunned for a moment and quickly said, yes. Then contact her and ask her if she can come over now. Sumu lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and said with a smile. Chapter 107 Because you are the genius girl Wang Yushi.
Shirley was also stunned for a moment. He just found Wang Yushi's cell phone and called her.
Wang Yushi also just returned to China not long ago.
She is a native of Haidu. Originally, her parents wanted her to stay in the United States to develop, but after Wang Yushi finished her doctorate, she bought a plane ticket and sneaked back. According to her, it was the Xia kingdom that nurtured her, and now that she has achieved academic success, she naturally wants to serve her motherland.
Although Wang Yushi is not very old, she has very positive values.
The idea of patriotism is deeply rooted and is not at all tempted by American capitalism. But it is also true that the country has developed rapidly in the past decade. After the economic reforms, especially after joining the World Trade Organization, the domestic economy has achieved leapfrog development. It is now the world's 2nd largest economy. The national GDP has exceeded 100 trillion. The domestic development is quite good, so there is naturally no need for Wang Yushi to stay abroad.
Besides, Wang Yushi's parents are not in good health, and she is their only child. It would be unreasonable for her not to stay in the country.
However, if she returns to China, even though she has an incredibly high academic degree and countless companies want to hire her, her salary will definitely not be as good as that in the United States. As for salary, there is naturally a big difference. A financial investment company in the United States offered her an annual salary of 5 million Nigold, which is equivalent to at least 30 to 40 million Xia currency. If she returns to China, the highest annual salary she has received so far is only around 3 million. There was definitely a gap in her heart, but Wang Yushi didn't think it was a big deal. Although she has a high level of education, she has relatively little social experience and is young, so she doesn't care that much about her annual salary. The main thing is that she feels like gold, which will always shine. With her ability, she will definitely get a promotion and a raise in a few years.
Wang Yushi's requirements are not too high, but she is still quite picky about the company. Ordinary people are usually selected by companies. But for Wang Yushi, it's just people choosing companies. This is the minimum standard for the top 500 domestic companies.
Of course, there must also be certain development prospects. After all, Wang Yushi is a double-degree PhD graduate from Harvard. To be honest, with this academic qualification, it would not be an exaggeration for her to join any company. Many large companies in Haidu have contacted her, but she is not in a hurry. Today, a high-tech company happened to invite her to visit their company. They said they were inviting her to visit their company, but in fact they wanted to recruit Wang Yushi to work in their company. The conditions offered there are also quite generous. The regional general manager has an annual salary of 3.5 million yuan, a 1-month paid vacation, and various excellent benefits.
Wang Yushi was actually a little moved.
She had examined the company's strength and felt that it had unlimited potential. If she could join, within 10 years, the market value of this company would reach at least hundreds of billions.
Although Wang Yushi did not immediately respond to the chairman of their company, he also planned to join their ranks.
As soon as she came out of the company, Shirley called her. When Wang Yushi returned to China, Shirley was the first headhunting company to find her. They don't have much interaction in normal times, but Shirley occasionally pushes some recruitment materials to her.
Hello, Ms. Wang.
I have a client who is very satisfied with you after reading your information.
He really wants to meet you. Do you have time now?
When Shirley spoke, his attitude was quite respectful.
To be honest, if you work in this field, you can't succeed without a good attitude. Customers are the boss.
No matter if they are Sumu or top students like Wang Yushi, they are all his customers.
Wang Yushi frowned slightly when she heard Shirley say this. Now. Yes, we are here at the Barui Cafe, you see. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there in about 10 minutes.
Wang Yushi happened to have nothing to do at the moment, and Shirley's attitude was really good, so Wang Yushi did not refuse.
Okay, I'll send you a location. When you arrive, just go to booth 30 to find us.
Shirley also had a smile on his face. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Sumu respectfully and said, Mr. Su, I've contacted her, and she said she'll be here in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Sumu nodded, took a sip of coffee, and continued to select the executive talents he had his eyes on. When you have time, please contact them. As for the annual salary, if you are willing to come, your original annual salary will be doubled.
When Sumu said this, Shirley also took a breath of cold air.
Double the annual salary? Isn't this too arrogant?
You know, this folder contains all the top students who have returned from studying abroad, many of whom are senior executives in Fortune 500 companies. Let me put it this way, the minimum annual salary is 2 million. He also noticed that the talents selected by Sumu, many of them had an annual salary of around 4 or 5 million. If the annual salary doubles, that would be tens of millions. To be honest, there are many people in China who earn several million a year, but there are really not many who can earn tens of millions a year. For many executives of group companies, it is like a dream to have an annual salary of tens of millions, unless they are those who have shares or are in departments with plenty of benefits. But for Sumu, it is an opportunity for them.
Okay, Mr. Su, I will definitely tell them for you. Shirley's attitude also became more respectful.
Mainly because of Sumu's aura, he realized that this top young master was not someone he could afford to offend. To put it bluntly, Sumu could leave him without food just one word.
This is a very normal thing. As they were talking, Wang Yushi also took a taxi to Barui Coffee House.
Exactly 10 minutes, not a minute more or less.
Wang Yushi is 1.7 meters tall. She is wearing a business suit today and has short hair. She looks quite capable. But it's true that this temperament is consistent with her academic qualifications.
Although she is young, there is no doubt that she will become a strong woman in the business world sooner or later with her abnormal abilities. Wang Yushi saw Shirley at a glance, and she walked straight towards him. Shirley stood up, and Sumu turned around to take a look.
Wang Yushi also saw Sumu and couldn't help but frown.
Just now on the phone, Shirley said that his client took a fancy to her and wanted to meet her. She didn't ask which company's chairman or general manager he was, but she thought that Shirley's clients were at least in their 30s or 40s, right? But when she saw Sumu's face, she naturally hesitated.
This is normal.
After all, Sumu doesn't look very old, only around 20 years old at most.
Rich second generation? Wang Yushi also murmured softly. She didn't have any objection to the second generation of rich people. She just thought that if Sumu was a second generation of rich people, what good job could he provide her with?
But although I thought this in my heart, I didn't show it on my face.
Sumu also stood up.
He looked at Wang Yushi who was walking towards him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly.
How many years has it been since we last met? Starting from the 3rd grade.
The last 3 years of elementary school, 3 years of middle school, 3 years of high school, and 1 year of college.
Now, it has been exactly 10 years since we last saw each other. Sumu got to know Wang Yushi through the necklace on her neck. Wang Yushi naturally couldn't recognize Sumu.
Even if Sumu had been a handsome guy since he was a child, she still couldn't recognize Sumu.
Hello? I'm Wang Yushi.
Wang Yushi walked to Sumu and extended his right hand to Sumu with ease. Her voice is very sweet and sounds very comfortable.
Sumu.
Sumu was also slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly. He stretched out his left hand, held Wang Yushi's right hand, and whispered his name. However, when Wang Yushi heard Sumu say his name was Sumu, the usually capable Wang Yushi was slightly stunned.
Sumu. Wang Yushi frowned and stared at Sumu intently.
Shirley, who was standing next to him, was also a little confused. Because he saw that Sumu and Wang Yushi were still holding hands, with no intention of letting go.
Wang Yushi reacted and retracted her hand. I read your information, it's really amazing.
Sumu motioned Wang Yushi to sit down, and he also laughed softly and said, to be honest, I haven't registered a company group yet, but I have a lot of industries under my control, so I plan to recruit some talents to help me manage my business.
Sumu went straight to the point.
Hearing Sumu say this, Wang Yushi was also slightly stunned.
But she didn't say anything else. She just looked at Sumu and asked, young Master Su said there are many industries. What industries do you mean?
Wang Yushi also asked the same question that Shirley had just asked. Real estate, food research and development, mainly the milk tea industry, and some high-tech product research and development, etc.
Sumu smiled and said,
I think you have great leadership skills. If you can come to me, I will give you the position of general manager of the group. In addition, I will give you an annual salary of 10 million. Sumu directly offered an annual salary of 10 million, and to be honest, it did scare Shirley, who was standing aside. As for Wang Yushi, she couldn't help but be moved when she heard Sumu say this. After she returned to China, she initially hoped for an annual salary of around 10 million yuan. After all, in the United States, those big international companies did not give her an annual salary of less than about 10 million. However, after returning to China for 1 or 2 months, she has also lowered her expected annual salary a lot.
After all, the reality is here. It's just that I don't understand.
Although I have a high degree, I am also very young.
I am only 20 years old this year.
I want to know, Master Su, why do you think I have good leadership skills and can even sit in the position of general manager of a group company?
Wang Yushi is indeed different from ordinary people.
If it were an ordinary person, after hearing the conditions offered by Sumu, he would definitely have agreed with joy.
But when it came to Wang Yushi, she calmly asked back why Sumu chose her instead of those workplace elites with more social experience. Because you are Wang Yushi, the genius girl from the experimental primary school on Mingguang Road in Haidu City, and I am Sumu.
Sumu didn't beat around the bush with her. After he said that, Wang Yushi, who was sitting opposite her, immediately stopped talking.
She was silent.
But she looked at Sumu quietly.
So, you are really Sumu? Wang Yushi's face also turned slightly red.
Although she deliberately concealed her surprised expression, the joy in the corners of her eyes could not be concealed. The conversation between Sumu and Wang Yushi was like a riddle, and Shirley, who was standing aside, was also confused.
But Shirley was not a fool, and he suddenly had an idea. Could it be that young Master Su knew her before? Chapter 108 My elementary school classmate is worth hundreds of billions? I haven't seen you for 10 years. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Sumu couldn't help but sigh.
The little girl back then has grown into a beautiful young lady now.
Girls change a lot when they grow up.
When she was a child, Wang Yushi had dark skin and looked thin and weak, but now she looks quite shocking.
You're even better. Wang Yushi looked at Sumu calmly and generously. You are going to start your own company now. As a person of the same age, Wang Yushi surpasses almost 99% of his peers. Given his academic qualifications, who could not look at him differently?
After all, he holds a double-degree PhD from Harvard University's Department of Economics and Management and Department of Psychology. But Sumu seems to be one of those people standing at the pinnacle of humanity.
Let us not talk about anything else for now, just what Sumu said just now. The industries under his control involve real estate, food research and development, high-tech products, etc.
He is now preparing to build his own group company and immediately offered her an annual salary of 10 million.
Sumu's current achievements are only higher than hers, not lower. I'm just lucky.
Sumu smiled slightly, but turned his head to look at Shirley, who was standing beside him. Shirley was also shocked when Sumu looked at him. He is a smart man and certainly knows what he should do.
Sumu and Wang Yushi were obviously old acquaintances.
It would not be nice for him to just stand by and watch as they were meeting his old friends to reminisce about the past.
Well, Mr. Su, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Okay, tell those people I like that as long as they have strong abilities, money is not a problem.
Sumu also smiled and emphasized the issue of talent recruitment to Shirley. Shirley also packed up his things, responded, and left the cafe. How about it, old classmate? Do you want to come work for me?
Putting aside the relationship as old classmates, just based on Wang Yushi's ability, if she could be allowed to become the general manager of the group, it would definitely be a good thing for the development of the company group.
Let me be the general manager of the group? And then get an annual salary of tens of millions? To be honest, Wang Yushi stared at Sumu and asked. Yes.
After all, the world will be ruled by young people in the future. You have outstanding abilities, so there will be no problem for you to be the general manager.
Sumu raised the corner of his mouth, smiled slightly and said, besides, if you come to help me, won't I be like a fish in water and a tiger with wings? Since Sumu said so, Wang Yushi did not hesitate. Okay. I accept it.
Wang Yushi stood up, looked at Sumu, smiled slightly, and stretched out his right hand to Sumu.
You'll be my boss from now on. Sumu also stood up and smiled softly, then I am honored. Would you like to have lunch at noon?
Coming out of Barui coffee shop, Sumu looked at Wang Yushi and said softly.
Sure. Wang Yushi agreed directly and calmly. You drove here? Sumu looked at Wang Yushi and asked.
No, I haven't bought a car yet.
Okay, I'll give you a car when you start working. Just tell me what car you want.
Sumu's words were quite arrogant.
This. Wang Yushi was also stunned for a moment. Getting a car as a gift upon joining the company, isn't this a good benefit? What's wrong?
Sumu saw Wang Yushi frowning slightly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, so he asked softly.
You don't need to give me a car, do you?
Your annual salary to me is already over 10 million.
If you give me another car, I'm afraid. So what?
Although my group has not been established yet, it will definitely become a supergroup in the future. As the general manager of our group, you help me to manage the overall situation.
You are also a veteran. It's just a car, it's nothing. Sumu naturally didn't care. It's just a car, how much can it cost?
Besides, he didn't say he wanted to give Wang Yushi a car just because she was an old classmate or something. When she joins his own group company, she will be the second most important person in the group company besides him.
It's possible that the general manager of his company doesn't even have a decent car, right? If you tell others about it, people will laugh at you. Since Sumu said so, Wang Yushi didn't say anything. Do you want Chinese or Western food?
Sumu walked to the Lamborghini Veneno and pressed the car key in his hand lightly, and the scissor door of the Lamborghini Veneno opened automatically and slowly.
It's all right. Let's just have Chinese food. Western food isn't that good to eat. Wang Yushi smiled slightly and took a look at the Lamborghini Veneno. Is this the Lamborghini Veneno? Your car? Yes.
As Sumu was talking, he sat in the driver's seat. Wang Yushi was also stunned for a moment, then sat in the passenger seat. I didn't expect that a girl like you would know so much about supercars.
Sumu said jokingly.
I once published an article about Lamborghini's sales model in the US Financial Weekly magazine, so I naturally have some knowledge about their supercars. After all, she is Wang Yushi, and the confidence she has when she speaks is different.
Not just anyone can publish in the US Financial Weekly magazine. Great, great.
Sumu's mouth corners slightly raised, but you definitely don't know what the most fascinating thing about Lamborghini Veneno is.
Where?
When Wang Yushi heard Sumu ask this, she was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look at Sumu and asked softly.
The feeling of pushing back.
There are not many cars on the road, the roads in Haidu are quite spacious, and the road conditions are quite good. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The Lamborghini Veneno only takes 2.8 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h. Sumu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, which lasted for about 7 or 8 seconds. The car speed soared to 300 miles per hour.
Wang Yushi didn't pay attention either and just leaned back in the chair. Ah! Even Wang Yushi lost her composure in an instant. She is a good girl, how could she have ever had the experience of speeding?
Sumu let go of the accelerator and the car speed slowly decreased.
How about it? Do you feel its charm?
Sumu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked softly.
You scare me to death. Wang Yushi's face turned pale.
She curled her lips and complained to Sumu.
But is this the charm of a top-notch supercar? Wang Yushi also murmured thoughtfully. She is not a boy. As for super sports cars, she knows about Lamborghini only for the purpose of studying Lamborghini's sales model. As for the true charm of Lamborghini, how could she, a girl, understand it? What you learn from books is always superficial. Sumu's step on the accelerator made her understand something. Sumu booked a private room at Ziwelu and came here just in time for dinner. What is the name of our group? Sitting at the dining table, Wang Yushi looked at Sumu and asked. I haven't decided yet, but let's call it Su Group. Sumu didn't care much about this. The company group was his own, so it made sense to call it Su Group. I'm still in school. As for the group's affairs, I hope you can take charge of the overall situation. I'll be responsible for paying you. Sumu said with a chuckle. So, the group hasn't been registered yet? Yes. Sumu also smiled and said, first of all, I am not familiar with this kind of thing and don't know how to do it. Secondly, I really don't have much time. For this kind of thing, I still have to rely on you. After Sumu said this, Wang Yushi felt like he was on Sumu's pirate ship. Okay. But Sumu didn't say anything. The other party paid her 10 million yuan a year to invite her here. The purpose was very clear. Wasn't it to get her to help him manage the group company? By the way, I've asked Manager Sher to contact some good executives. Of course, if you have any good talents to recommend, that's fine too. Aha! When Wang Yushi heard Sumu say this, he nodded in response. After all, no matter how capable she is, she can't support an entire company by herself, right? Okay, I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I can go and take care of the registration issue. Well, let me transfer 20 million to you first, and I'll leave the initial work of the group to you. Sumu's style of doing things has always been decisive and efficient. Besides, although 20 million is not a small amount, it is not a lot of money for Sumu. Wang Yushi's academic qualifications are there. Besides, she is also his old classmate, so Sumu has some understanding of her abilities. As the saying goes, don't employ someone you doubt, and don't doubt someone you employ. Sumu naturally chose to trust Wang Yushi, and 20 million was just the initial investment. For the later stage of group construction, Sumu estimated that he would have to continue to invest money. Wang Yushi couldn't help but be slightly stunned when she heard Sumu say this. 20 million. It's not a small amount. I haven't even signed a contract with Sumu yet, but he's so confident in giving me the money? Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with your money? Wang Yushi also said something with interest. It's only 20 million. You won't run away for 20 million, right? Besides, your annual salary is 10 million, and you will get shares, bonuses, etc. in the future. Do you think 20 million is worth it? Sumu chuckled. What he said was true. With Wang Yushi's ability, 20 million yuan would not be enough to make her do such a stupid thing. Wang Yushi nodded, that's true. Wang Yushi agreed with Sumu's statement. By the way, could you please tell me specifically what industries you are involved in? Wang Yushi was still quite curious. After all, Sumu's changes are really too big, right? She drives a super sports car worth hundreds of millions, and is offered an annual salary of tens of millions, and is given 20 million in startup capital. Speaking of Sumu's industries, they are probably quite famous in Haidu, right? As for real estate, I haven't developed anything myself, but I own the entire building, Building A of Thompson One, and I estimate its market value is around 20 billion. Sumu also gave Wang Yushi a detailed account of his assets. When Wang Yushi heard Sumu say that he owned an entire Thompson mansion, she was so shocked that she was speechless. She originally thought that Sumu was very rich, but his assets were probably only worth a few billion. But, just the Thompson One building is worth 20 billion. Anything else? How much is Sumu's net worth then? Tens of billions? Or hundreds of billions? I invested in Taiyang Ziyuan a few days ago. It's the Taiyang Ziyuan in the ecological park. It's estimated to be worth 30 to 50 billion now. Sumu smiled softly, and what he said was very calm. Wang Yushi, who was listening nearby, was a little frightened. As for food research and development, I only have one milk tea product recently, Wangkaka milk tea. Milk tea? Are you sure? Wang Yushi was also dumbfounded. After all, from real estate investment to milk tea, the fluctuations in this industry are too big, right? Yes. Milk tea.
By the way, I just bought a factory in the ecological park industrial park and introduced a milk tea production line worth about 10 billion. The daily output should be able to reach 10 million cups. If Wang Yushi was not a doctor of psychology, she would definitely not be able to accept what Sumu said. However, she also noticed that Sumu's expression did not change at all, he was just stating some facts.
No wonder you just gave me 20 million. I guess there's no difference between 20 million and 2,000 yuan in your eyes, right? Wang Yushi looked at Sumu, smiled softly and said.
There was no visible change on her surface, but her heart was filled with turmoil.
My elementary school classmate has a net worth of hundreds of billions? Ah, isn't this too sudden? Chapter 109. Wang Yushi is urged to get married. But I'm still quite curious, how did you recognize me? Wang Yushi looked at Sumu, feeling somewhat surprised.
After all, the two hadn't been in contact for more than 10 years, and both Sumu and she had changed a lot. The fact that Sumu could recognize her at a glance from the photo did make her curious.
I recognize the necklace on your neck.
Sumu smiled slightly and said softly.
Oh, no wonder. Wang Yushi looked down at her necklace. She hadn't thought of this. Yes, this necklace is given to me by you.
Wang Yushi blushed slightly and spoke softly. She skipped grades in school since she was young and doesn't have many friends of her age. Sumu was her deskmate in elementary school. Sumu gave her this necklace as a gift, and she has always carried it with her.
Ha ha.
Sumu also smiled, looked at Wang Yushi and said, From now on, it's up to you, old classmate.
You are planning to be a hands-off boss.
Wang Yushi also curled her lips and said with a smile.
That's because you are so capable. Sumu laughed and explained.
After lunch, Sumu drove Wang Yushi home.
Her family is from Haidu, not far from Zuelu.
Zhejiuan community is an old community developed by Haidu City a long time ago. Sumu drove a Lamborghini Veneno to send Wang Yushi to the gate of the community.
Wang Yushi looked at Sumu and said, Okay, the road inside is not easy to walk, I can just walk back. When Sumu heard what Wang Yushi said, he nodded in response. Well, if you have any questions, just call me. Sumu sent Wang Yushi home and drove directly to the pedestrian street.
Zhao Lushir is still waiting for him over there. However, when Wang Yushi got off the supercar, he was also seen by the uncles and aunts in the community.
As human beings, we can't avoid gossip. Especially since this is an old neighborhood, many people know Wang Yushi. After all, Wang Yushi is so outstanding. The 20-year-old Harvard dual-degree PhD is a role model for many people in educating their children. Wang Yushi also attracted a lot of attention after returning from abroad. Wang Yushi's parents are both school teachers, and they are considered to be from a scholarly family.
As soon as Wang Yushi came back, the people who came to her house to propose marriage almost broke down the threshold of her house.
Wang Yushi's parents are now also very concerned about Wang Yushi's lifelong affairs.
After all, my daughter has achieved academic success and is back now, so all that's left is this lifelong event.
However, Wang Yushi didn't care about this kind of thing at all. When it came to getting married and having children, Wang Yushi would use her young age as an excuse to avoid her family.
But come to think of it, Wang Yushi is only 20 years old this year.
Isn't that the daughter of the old Wang family? Really? Oh my god, she just got off that car, didn't she? Is that a sports car? It looks like it should be quite expensive.
The daughter of the Wang family is excellent, but she has high standards and is arrogant. I introduced my nephew to her a few days ago, but she rejected him outright.
Isn't your nephew quite outstanding?
Last time I heard you say, he seemed to have started his own company.
Yes, you can earn 5 or 6 million a year. Such a great one. If she doesn't even like this, what kind of person does she want to find? TSK, what do you think of my daughter? How about introducing her to your nephew?
Wang Yushi was also unaware that the old men and women in the community were gossiping behind her back. When she returned home, she began to prepare to establish a group company.
After a while, Wang Yushi's mother came back from outside. Girl, I heard that when you came back at noon today, someone drove you back in a sports car? How did you know that? Wang Yushi was also stunned for a moment.
It was your Aunt Sue downstairs who said that.
Oh my god. You guys are really nosy. Wang Yushi also smiled bitterly and said. Who is that? My boss. Your boss? You found a job? How's it going?
When Wang Yushi's mother heard her daughter say that he was her boss, she also asked with a smile.
The annual salary is tens of millions, bonuses are not included.
Oh, and the boss said he would give me a car. Wang Yushi made her mother smile with just a few simple words.
10 million a year? And a car? Your boss's company is pretty big?
It's a newly established group company.
The company is involved in various fields such as real estate, food research and development, and high-tech product research and development. I am currently the general manager of the group company. Wang Yushi also looked at her mother and explained it in detail. Well, good.
Then you have to work hard in the future.
Wang Yushi's mother also nodded.
Wang Yushi originally thought that her mother had nothing to ask, so she looked at the computer and prepared to make a plan.
Let me ask, is your boss a man or a woman? Wang Yushi's mother smiled slightly and suddenly asked a question. Male. How old are you? Like me, 20 years old? Really?
You're so young and promising.
You're a great boss. By the way, does he have a girlfriend? When Wang Yushi's mother asked this, Wang Yushi also frowned. Mom, are you checking the household registration? Wang Yushi also understood what he heard. How could this be considered caring about her work?
Obviously, he was talking about the most important thing in her life again.
Let me tell you, your boss is pretty good. You have to seize the opportunity. Mom.
I have to work.
Okay.
Work is important, but let me tell you, your life events are also important. Without waiting for her mother to finish her words, Wang Yushi stood up, pushed her mother out of the door, and then locked the door. This child has become stupid from studying too much. Wang Yushi's mother also pinched her waist, smiled bitterly and murmured softly. She was a relatively open-minded parent and had never interfered with Wang Yushi's private life. Even when she was in school, she never said that she would not allow her daughter to have a romantic relationship.
However, Wang Yushi is different from other girls.
She is not ready to fall in love now. Sumu had no way of knowing what was happening on Wang Yushi's side, so he drove to the pedestrian street.
Zhou Song also came.
He has lost a lot of weight in the past 2 days, and he can be said to have tasted the sweetness.
But he didn't come alone today. There were 2 internet celebrity-looking girls standing next to him.
I'm telling you, once you try this milk tea you'll know the effect.
It is well known that Zhou Song prefers internet celebrity faces.
The 2 internet celebrity-looking girls next to him had never appeared next to Zhou Song before.
After all, Zhou Song is a well-known playboy in the industry, and he changes girlfriends faster than he changes clothes.
In his own words, he himself didn't even know how many girlfriends he had.
Of course, no one would say anything to him, after all, who makes him a top rich kid? For an average man, this kind of thing might make him be accused of being a scumbag.
But for Zhou Song, it is a common occurrence and can even save a large number of entertainment editors.
Master Song, is this milk tea really as magical as you said? Drinking milk tea can help you lose weight, isn't this incredible? 2 girls with internet celebrity faces stood on Zhou Song's left and right, their attitudes somewhat fawning. Didn't I tell you? Once you try it, you'll know if I'm lying to you or not.
Zhou Song was surrounded by women on both sides, without any scruples at all. But it's also true that Zhou Song is like this by nature, and he has nothing to worry about. These are just gossip to him. Zhao Lushir sat with her agent's sister Hong, and she smiled bitterly as she looked at Zhou Song, who was surrounded by women.
Zhao Lushir naturally didn't dare to say anything. She was just a small star, how could she dare to say anything wrong about Zhou Song?
However, she also compared Zhou Song and Sumu in her mind. They are all top-rich young men.
Sumu is much more low-key and keeps himself clean.
But it may be because young Master Su is still young.
Humph, men are all pigs.
Zhao Lushir also thought about Sumu bringing Yen Ru here yesterday, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Sumu parked the car in a roadside parking space and walked towards the milk tea shop.
Brother Song, why are you here so early?
I told the girls about the effects of our milk tea, but they didn't believe me, so I brought them here to see it for themselves. When Zhou Song saw Sumu come in, he let go of the girl with the internet celebrity face and walked up to her with a smile.
Call me Master Su.
While Zhou Song was smiling, he said something to the 2 girls with internet celebrity faces.
As soon as Sumu came in, the 2 internet celebrity-looking girls noticed him. After all, Sumu looks very young, has a good figure, and is very good-looking. The key is that Zhou Song's attitude towards Sumu also makes them both pay special attention to Sumu.
When she heard Jo Song asking them to call someone, she stood up straight, looked at Sumu and said sweetly, "Hello, Mr. Su, nice to meet you. I have to say that these two girls with internet celebrity faces are not very old, and look to be around 20 years old." The voice was so sweet that Sumu couldn't help but get goosebumps when he heard it.
Well, Sumu also responded.
Although he had no feelings for girls with internet celebrity faces, they were brought by Jo Song after all, so Sumu would not embarrass them. "By the way, brother Song, the formula of the slimming milk tea has been improved and upgraded, and I also asked someone to buy a factory in the ecological park industrial park.
The assembly line has been completed, and the production problem is no longer a problem now." Since he had met Jo Song, Sumu also mentioned it casually.
Jo Song was also slightly stunned when he heard Sumu say this. At this time yesterday, Sumu said that he was also worried about the production of milk tea.
After just one night, Sumu solved the production problem?
The improved formula of weight loss milk tea is fine.
Even the factory and the assembly line are ready? Isn't this speed too fast? Oh, that's good. By the way, if it's an assembly line, how much can be produced per day? Is it possible to produce 500,000 cups?
Jo Song asked softly. Well, the daily output can reach about 10 million cups, which is enough for our initial sales. Sumu said casually, and Jo Song, who was standing next to him, opened his mouth in shock. The daily output can reach tens of millions of cups.
Chapter 110, Shelf Life of up to 1,000 years? Jo Song was indeed frightened.
The daily output can reach tens of millions of cups.
Then this production line is at least at the billion level.
He knew that Sumu was rich, but how could Sumu quietly set up such a large factory production line overnight?
Why didn't I receive any news?
Jo Song was also very puzzled.
The sea is so small, how could he not know about any disturbance? Even though the ecological park is relatively remote, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to complete a production line worth more than 1 billion, right?
Sumu built such a large production line overnight, which really scared Jo Song.
But Jo Song didn't think much about it.
It's good for him that the production problem has been solved.
Even if he only makes 70 or 80% net profit from a cup of milk tea, if he sells 100,000 cups a day, wouldn't that mean he has a net profit of 7 or 8 million every day? Although this business is jointly owned by him, Xin Fun and Yang Hao, the profits are still high. Besides, if the market is really developed, more than 100,000 cups a day? Haidu alone can sell millions of cups a day. Nationwide, sales of at least tens of millions of cups a day are possible.
If they can really sell tens of millions of cups a day, even if they are just agents, the net profit a day will be 700 to 800 million.
A net profit of 700 to 800 million yuan, what does that mean?
The top 3 companies in the country only have a net profit of 2 or 300 million yuan a day. You know, Sumu's net profit is even more astonishingly high. If the daily output can reach 10 million cups, Sumu's net profit can reach at least 900 million every day. Even if it tends to stabilize in the later period, the net profit can be at least 200 to 300 million per day, right? At the end of the year, the net profit is at least hundreds of billions. If this continues for a few years, even in the later stages, we can probably expect to have a net income of several hundred billion per year.
Jo Song couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
The 2 internet celebrity-looking girls beside him looked at Sumu curiously. Although they didn't know who Sumu was, they knew that someone who could make Jo Song call him Su Xiao in a somewhat flattering way must not be an ordinary person.
If I could follow him.
The 2 internet celebrity-looking girls couldn't help but grumble in their hearts. After all, Sumu is not only rich, but also handsome.
Although they are now considered Jo Song's girlfriends, to be honest, no one can always be Jo Song's girlfriend. But while they were fantasizing about Sumu didn't even look at either of them.
Sumu is not Jo Song, and his taste is not those internet celebrity-looking girls, so naturally he cannot have any thoughts about them.
Besides, among all the beauties who appeared around Sumu, whoever was pulled out would be able to beat the 2 of them, right? Not to mention Yen Ru, even Xu Yao would be more pleasing to the eye than these 2, right?
Sumu couldn't understand why Jo Song had a special liking for girls with internet celebrity faces, but he just didn't like them. While talking here, Sumu also prepared the milk tea. Sumu personally brought a cup of milk tea to Zhao Lushi. Zhao Lushi, who had been silent all this time, was also a little flattered.
Mr. Su, thank you.
Zhao Lushi took the milk tea handed to her by Sumu, her face slightly blushed, and she said something in a soft voice.
By the way, if you need anything in Haidu, just tell me directly.
You're welcome. Sumu smiled, looked at Zhao Lushir and said softly.
Okay, Su Xiao.
Zhao Lushir bit her lip and nodded slightly.
Zhao Lushir's current weight has dropped to 112 kilograms.
She has been eating to her heart's content these past 2 days, 4 meals a day and a midnight snack after midnight.
If it had happened before, wouldn't she have gained 3 or 5 pounds?
But since she started drinking the slimming milk tea, her weight has not increased despite her overeating.
We should be done with the filming today, right?
After all, Zhao Lushir has lost a lot of weight compared to 3 days ago, and the effect is indeed very obvious.
It should be possible.
The director was standing nearby, and when he heard Sumu ask this, he quickly responded.
That's fine.
Miss Zhao still has a lot of scenes to shoot later.
We can't waste too much of her time here.
After Sumu said this, Zhao Lushir also became a little nervous. She thought that she had not done something well enough, and that was why Sumu was dissatisfied with her.
Master Su, there is no problem on my side. It's okay. Don't think too much about it. The main thing is that the contrast effect is already very obvious. And didn't you say last time that you still have movies to shoot later? You can't let your image before and after be so different, right?
Sumu smiled softly. The effect of our milk tea is so good, it will probably be difficult for you to gain weight in the future. Zhao Lushir felt relieved only after Sumu said this. Indeed, I have eaten a lot in the past few days, but I haven't gained a pound. Zhao Lushir used to have a slightly plump image, especially her arms and thighs, which were always relatively thick, and some netizens even described them as muscular. She only drank 2 cups of slimming milk tea, and her arms and thighs have already become thinner.
Zhao Lushir now looks slim overall. Not bad, not bad.
Sumu also stared at Zhao Lushir from top to bottom, raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. The 2 internet celebrity-looking girls next to Jotsong also drank a cup of milk tea each. At first, they were both somewhat resistant.
But Jotsong brought it to them personally, so they didn't dare to refuse. The key point is that Jotsong himself couldn't wait to drink a glass. It tastes pretty good.
The fragrance of fruits and vegetables and the deliciousness of thick milk, this taste is really good. As long as you are a girl, there is no one who doesn't tea like drinking milk tea.
They are no exception.
However, they still find it hard to believe that drinking milk tea can help lose weight.
Isn't this funny?
The calories in a cup of milk tea are equivalent to the calories in more than 10 bowls of rice. It's good enough if you don't gain weight, let alone lose weight.
You'll see the results in 5 minutes, just don't be surprised. Jotsong was also talking to the 2 internet celebrity girls with a smile.
It was only about 5 minutes later that Jotsong was the first one to go up and weigh himself.
I lost another 2 pounds.
Jotsong smiled, twisted his waist comfortably and said. The 2 internet celebrity-looking girls next to him were also stunned for a moment. When they weighed themselves just now, they also noticed Jotsong's weight. Now he is indeed 2 kilograms lighter than the previous time.
Jotsong got off the scale, and the 2 internet celebrity-looking girls also stood on the scale impatiently. I lost 3 pounds. Oh my god. The effect is so good. The internet celebrity-looking girl in the purple skirt is called Shangxiang.
When she saw her weight of 98 kilograms, she covered her mouth in surprise. Because just before she drank the milk tea, her weight was still 101 pounds.
Girls generally think that they are not considered fat unless their weight is below 100 kilograms. It's true.
The internet celebrity-looking girl wearing a pink dress next to her is called Tian Tian. She also weighed herself with great anticipation.
Wow. I lost 3 pounds too.
Her weight just now was exactly 100 kilograms, but now it is only 97 kilograms.
But if you keep losing weight at this rate, won't you lose all the weight? Tian Tian asked the question as she thought about it.
Well, the first function of our milk tea is weight loss, and the second function is body shaping.
For people with normal weight, if you drink our milk tea regularly, it will have an unexpectedly good effect on your body shape. After Sumu said this, the 2 girls with internet celebrity faces finally understood. Zhao Lushir's weight has already dropped to less than 110 kilograms.
If she shoots another set of commercials today, there will be a clear contrast with the ones she shot in the past 2 days.
Sumu didn't wait for them to finish filming the commercial. He was going to go to the industrial park and the ecological park. Brother Tsong, I'll leave this to you first. I'm going to go to the factory to take a look.
When Jotsong heard Sumu say this, he nodded and said, okay, no problem.
A factory in the ecological park industrial park covers an area of about 100 acres. This factory was originally a food processing factory.
The original owner is unknown, but it has now become one of Sumu's industries. Apart from the factory, the reward that surprised Sumu the most from this fishing trip was the 200 biochemical workers. After all, Sumu was indeed a little worried about using other people.
But if it is a biochemical worker, it will be much more useful. These biochemical workers, like the biochemical guards, were produced by the Universe Biochemical Company. 100% loyal to Sumu.
Sumu also went over to visit his own factory. The 200 biochemical workers also had a reasonable identity in this world under the arrangement of the system and would not cause any unnecessary trouble at all.
Master. There are also leaders among the biochemical workers. Standing next to Sumu is a man about 1.8 meters tall.
He is handsome, has clear facial features, and looks very masculine.
His name is Wang Song, and he is number 1 among the 200 biochemical workers.
I'll leave the factory matters to you.
By the way, how long is the shelf life of our milk tea?
Using the latest technology, the shelf life can theoretically reach about 1,000 years.
Wang Song also answered cautiously. 1,000 years?
Sumu was also stunned for a moment and asked.
Yes, master.
If necessary, we can extend the shelf life by another 200 to 300 years. If it is longer, it will be difficult to do with the technology we currently have.
That's enough, it won't take that long. Sumu also laughed and said. A shelf life of around 1,000 years? Can he live that long? Sumu couldn't help but think so. If it were in the past, he would definitely laugh and say, what's the point of immortality? But now, Sumu fell into deep thought. If I could catch some elixirs from fishing one day, that would be great. Chapter 111, Fishing to Take Down the World Trade Center. Worth 210 billion.
Fishing for the elixir of life. Sumu was also slightly stunned. It sounds a bit mysterious, but it's not impossible. The fishing system looks like it can fish in all realms, even the elixir of immortality is not impossible. Sumu thought so in his heart, but didn't care too much. After all, he is still young and has plenty of opportunities to go fishing. Who knows, one day he might be lucky enough to catch the elixir of life. Or, something good that can prolong life would be nice too. He didn't have to worry about the ecological park and industrial park. After coming out of the industrial park, he went to Tianziyuan. Tang Yu's speed is still very fast. He has taken over the work at Tianziyuan. He has been sorting things out at Tianziyuan these past 2 days. After all, working for Sumu will bring them benefits. Besides, Sumu gave him such great power. If he didn't work hard, wouldn't he be betraying Sumu's trust in him? Manager, Master Su is here. Forehead? Tang Yu was sorting out data in the office, and his assistant ran in to report to him. Hearing Sumu coming, he stood up from his chair. Hurry, come with me to greet Master Su. Tang Yu also quickly put down the work in his hands, straightened his clothes, and walked out of the office. Master Su. Manager Tang is here too? Sumu raised his eyes and saw Tang Yu walking towards him with a flattering look on his face. I dare not neglect what young Master Su has told me to do. Tang Yu walked up to Sumu, stood up respectfully, and said something in a flattering voice. I just stopped by to see if the work here is going smoothly. It went smoothly, but the workload is a bit heavy. It will probably take a few more days. It's okay, don't worry. Sumu smiled softly. By the way, I plan to build a group company. In the future, all of you will be incorporated into our group company. Someone will contact you later. Since he met Tang Yu, Sumu just spoke to him directly. Master Su's business is really growing bigger and bigger. Tang Yu also smiled inside. It's nothing serious. Since you are here, I feel relieved. Sumu took a casual stroll and Tang Yu accompanied him throughout the whole process. Tianziyuan has recently recruited a lot of new employees, and they all know that their chairman is a young but handsome young man. Although some people know about him, few have ever seen Sumu. But they have all seen Tang Yu. Who is the young man next to Manager Tang? Have you seen him? No, but Manager Tang needs people who flatter him. Think about it yourself. He's so handsome. By the way, could he be our chairman? Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Sumu just took a casual walk around and returned to the sales office. He then drove away in his supercar. How does he have the time to manage these things? If you have this time, Go back and drink some tea and watch live broadcasts.
Isn't that great?
Besides, I paid so much money to hire people to help me manage my business.
If they can't do anything well, they'd better get out as soon as possible.
Let me tell you, the man next to Manager Tang just now is our chairman, young Master Su.
Really? Sumu looks so handsome.
That's not right, Mr. Su drove here in a Lamborghini Veneno.
What the hell? Is that the top-notch supercar worth hundreds of millions?
Yes, he is indeed worthy of being called young Master Su. Let me tell you, young Master Su has a whole building in Thompson first class besides our place.
Fuck you, I admit I'm jealous.
Sumu had already driven home.
He had no idea that his trip to Koenigsegg would make the employees of Koenigsegg extremely envious.
But then again, they were not the only ones who envied Sumu.
Even Zhou Tsong, Qin Fun and others are equally envious, aren't they? Qin Fun is better. Especially Zhou Tsong.
His old man is quite strict with him, especially when it comes to money. Although compared to ordinary people, he has no shortage of money. But compared with Qin Fun and Sumu, he is far behind. There are indeed quite a few luxury cars in his garage, but the most expensive one is the Koenigsegg One that Sumu sold to him for 50 million. Unlike Qin Fun, who owns countless luxury cars worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions.
He is not like Sumu, who would just buy any supercar he likes no matter how much it costs.
This is also the reason why Zhou Tsong is so concerned about the Wankaka milk tea business. You know, as long as Wankaka milk tea is on the market, it will be a cash cow.
Wang Yushi's working ability is naturally quite strong.
Sumu told her at noon about the establishment of Su Group, and she directly registered the group company in the afternoon. She also selected several office buildings for the group company's office location, but they were mainly concentrated in the World Trade Center. Sumu had just arrived home, and Wang Yushi also sent a message to Sumu. I have registered the Su Group as required. As for the location of the group company, I have also selected several office buildings.
Which one do you think is better?
After Wang Yushi finished speaking, she also sent over the office buildings that she had taken a fancy to.
Isn't the World Trade Center pretty good?
Why don't you choose that place? Sumu took a quick look and found that they were all office buildings around the World Trade Center. Although their geographical locations were good, they were not as impressive as the World Trade Center. Well, the World Trade Center doesn't rent to newly registered companies.
I've asked about that, too.
Wang Yushi's initial choice was the World Trade Center, but when she consulted the property management there, she was told that it was the boss's request that they would not rent office space to newly established companies.
What the hell? Not renting it to a newly established group company?
Damn it, believe it or not, I will just buy it from him. Sumu also made a voice complaint.
Well, if we buy the World Trade Center as a whole, it will be too expensive. It will probably cost at least 200 billion. Wang Yushi knew that Sumu was rich, but he didn't have the financial resources to do that, right? Well, I was just joking, don't take it seriously.
Sumu also smiled and continued, how about this, I'll take care of the office building.
Thank you for your hard work today. Working for the boss, how can you say it's hard?
Wang Yushi also smiled and responded, okay, I'll sort out the other work first.
Sumu was feeling a little sleepy here.
He had originally planned to have a good rest for a day, but ended up being busy all day again.
Master, I'm going to sleep for a while. Okay, master.
The Filipino maid Nana also stood up straight and looked at Sumu respectfully.
Sumu returned to the bedroom, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep in less than 2 minutes.
By the time he woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock.
Wang Xinyu sent several messages to Sumu.
Third brother, tonight is the night of battle, what do you say?
Third brother? Help me to rank higher and help me to fly. Third brother? You're not with Goddess Yen, are you?
Okay, third brother, I understand. When Sumu saw Wang Xinyu's message, he laughed and sent a voice message directly.
You know nothing. I was too busy today and just took a nap. Are you still coming? Let's play a few rounds.
Wang Xinyu had just finished a game and happened to see the voice message sent by Sumu.
Third brother, come on, get on board. Sumu got up from the bed and went straight to the study.
When the Filipino maid Nana saw Sumu get up, she also walked over to Sumu and served him.
Make a pot of tea and bring some fresh fruit. Okay, master, I'll do it right away. When the Filipino maid Nana heard Sumu's instructions, she turned around and went to prepare. Sumu didn't eat dinner, so he felt a little hungry now.
Although Nana's cooking skills are pretty good, Sumu still finds it difficult to get used to the food.
Let's order takeout. Sumu also ordered a barbecue.
After playing a few games here, Sumu was also very good. Although it was already the level of Diamond Master, Sumu's performance was a complete one-man show.
It's still more fun to play with Brother San. Wang Xingyu couldn't help but sigh. Alright, I'm done playing. I haven't eaten yet, and the takeaway has arrived. I'm going to log off first.
Sumu stood up, twisted his neck, stretched his waist, and felt quite comfortable. After eating the barbecue, Sumu sat on the sofa, drinking tea and smoking. His life was so comfortable.
Once the group company is set up, it will be easier for me to be the hands-off boss.
Sumu was thinking about something and suddenly remembered that the issue of the office building had not been resolved.
Damn it, the World Trade Center won't be rented to new companies? How can that be so stupid? Sumu couldn't help but complain. It's not that they don't want to pay the rent. Does they look down on the new company or something?
Sumu also wanted to ask Jo Tsong and others about the situation to see if it was possible to place his office inside the World Trade Center.
Although the office buildings around here are not bad, they are obviously inferior to the World Trade Center, the landmark of Shanghai.
However, when Sumu looked at the time, it was just past midnight.
Let's go fishing first, and then I'll ask Jo Tsong about the situation. Sumu directly clicked on Leisure Fishing, and the fishing button has become normally operable. It would be great if we could catch the World Trade Center.
Sumu couldn't help but think so in his heart, and smiled on his face.
Simply press the fishing button.
Throw the club out, and the whole page is still a very cool sea of stars.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Congratulations to the player for fishing an office building in the World Trade Center in Haidu City, with a market value of 210 billion.
The World Trade Center is mine now?
Sumu was also stunned for a moment.
System Dad loves me.
Sumu's face was also full of smiles, and he murmured softly. After all, it is the World Trade Center worth 210 billion US dollars and a landmark building in Haidu City. Most companies don't have the qualifications to set up their company in the World Trade Center.
Isn't Shuyao's Changhui Finance in the World Trade Center? My Su Group can't be worse than their small financial company, right? Fishing is a good way to solve the problem.
Now the entire World Trade Center belongs to him, so the previous rules are naturally no longer applicable to him.
Chapter 112. Tang Yu was awakened from his sleep. Come with me to the World Trade Center tomorrow. Sumu also sent a message to Wang Yushi. Wang Yushi hadn't gone to bed yet.
When she saw the message Sumu sent, she directly sent 2 question marks. She had told Sumu before that the World Trade Center would not be rented to newly established companies, so why did Sumu ask her to go to the World Trade Center with him?
I thought about it.
Although our group has just been established, we still need to do some face-saving work. Sumu smiled and sent a voice message directly. Originally I wanted to just buy a piece of land and build a new office building. But time was too tight, so after thinking about it I decided to buy the World Trade Center. When Sumu said this, Wang Yushi was stunned.
Did you really acquire the World Trade Center?
Wang Yushi is a native of Haidu, so he naturally knows the status of the World Trade Center in Haidu. A landmark building in Haidu City, all of the companies operating inside are from the Fortune 500.
According to her estimation, if she wants to acquire the World Trade Center, it would cost at least 200 billion, right? Yeah, 210 billion, it's a bit painful.
Sumu smiled and said softly.
Oh my god.
Wang Yushi is a person who has seen the world, but she was still frightened by Sumu.
210 billion? Acquire the World Trade Center? Wang Yushi was a little confused about what Sumu was thinking. With so much money, why set up a corporate group? Enjoy life, isn't it great? But then again, what if Sumu has too much money to spend? Or, what she knew was just the tip of the iceberg of what Sumu had. Who is he?
Wang Yushi didn't believe that Sumu was a person who earned all this through his own efforts. Because this is not reliable at all. The financial strength that Sumu has shown now shows that he has at least hundreds of billions or even trillions of assets.
It is not easy to have so much money. The key is that Sumu is very low-key.
If Sumu didn't say it, she would never know that Sumu actually has such a huge asset.
Okay. I got it. Wang Yushi also agreed. Well, see you at the World Trade Center tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. In addition to notifying Wang Yushi, Sumu also had to notify Tang Yu.
Sumu called Tang Yu directly. Tang Yu has been very busy with work these past 2 days. Today he finally got a chance to take a break and fell asleep in bed. He was also startled by the sudden ringing of the phone.
Who is it? Are you sick? In the middle of the night?
I answered the phone in the dark, and Tang Yu's tone of voice was not very good. Sumu was also stunned for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. It's me, sorry to bother Manager Tang so late at night. As soon as Sumu opened his mouth to speak, Tang Yu was also startled. The whole person suddenly became sober.
Su. Young Master Su. Tang Yu was also dumbfounded. What did he just say to Su Xiao? It's okay. I have something important to tell you.
Wait for me at the World Trade Center at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Ah, okay, Mr. Su. Okay, take a rest.
I won't disturb your sleep. Sumu smiled and hung up the phone directly.
As for Tang Yu, how could he sleep well? What did I just say to Su Xiao? I am sick. Although Mr. Su didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to bear it if he was really blamed. As for what Sumu asked him to wait for him at the World Trade Center tomorrow, Sumu didn't say, and he didn't dare to ask. It's over. The good image I created in front of young Master Su is completely gone.
Tang Yu also smiled bitterly and sat on the bed, but he couldn't fall asleep anymore. P.S. I have a residency training exam tomorrow, so I won T right today. After tomorrow, I will update 10,000 times. I would like to recommend a book by a good friend, Metropolis, Becoming the Richest Man by Experiencing Life.
Chapter 113, Wang Yushi, a woman who is as capable as any man.
The next day, Tang Yu had obvious dark circles under his eyes.
Manager, were you a time manager last night?
Ren Shueshue, Tang Yu's newly hired assistant, also asked jokingly.
Well.
Tang Yu sighed, smiled bitterly, but didn't say much.
By the way, manager, why do you think Mr. Su wants us to come here? I don't know.
As for young Master Su's affairs, we are his subordinates.
We shouldn't ask questions that we shouldn't ask.
Tang Yu also said softly. However, Tang Yu's tone sounded a little absent-minded, and it was obvious that he was worried about something.
Manager, are you okay? You've been really busy these days.
Ren Shueshue didn't know what was going on, she just felt that Tang Yu was worried. Tang Yu was naturally worried about what happened last night. Although Sumu didn't say anything on the phone, but when I meet Sumu later, that may not be the case.
Even if he said that unintentionally, Sumu is the boss. Master Su shouldn't be the kind of person who would take revenge for every little grievance, right?
Tang Yu was thinking this in his mind, but he was still unsure.
Wang Yushi also came over wearing a professional suit.
When she walked to the bottom of the World Trade Center, she looked up at the towering World Trade Center and was still shocked. As the most famous landmark building in Shanghai, the World Trade Center in Shanghai is ranked among the top 10 tallest buildings in the world. Many multinational companies in Haidu have set up offices here. If Shanghai City is a city where every inch of land is valuable, then the World Trade Center is located in the most expensive central area of the entire city.
210 billion. Wang Yushi couldn't help but sigh.
Don't say anything about her, no matter who it is impossible to remain calm in front of 210 billion. With so much money, you can't spend it all in one lifetime, let alone several lifetimes. Sumu had so much money, she really didn't understand why he had to go through all the trouble here. After all, even the industries under Sumu are quite profitable, but that is 210 billion.
How many years does it take to earn that much money? Wang Yushi didn't realize that the milk tea Sumu was talking about was milk tea with weight loss effects. If she knew, she wouldn't think so. After all, with her vision, it is easy to see the market value of weight loss milk tea. Tang Yu and Ren Shueshue were also standing under the World Trade Center. Wang Yushi happened to be standing next to them. Tang Yu didn't know Wang Yushi, but when Wang Yushi came over, he also glanced at Wang Yushi. It's really a place where talented people gather. Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he didn't know Wang Yushi looked quite refined in her professional suit and short hair. A person's temperament cannot be faked. Tang Yu could tell at a glance that Wang Yushi had an extraordinary temperament. See? Look at him, then look at yourself. Tang Yu also teased Ren Shueshue beside him.
I don't think I'm worse than her.
Ren Shueshue also pouted and said something with some grievance. Aura. You won't understand even if I tell you.
You will understand later. As Tang Yu spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Wang Yushi again. I don't know what kind of person can control a woman like this. Tang Yu was thinking in his heart, and the roar of the Lamborghini Veneno was also heard from a distance.
Tang Yu also stood up straight immediately with a very correct attitude.
He had already made up his mind that if he said something wrong he would be beaten, so no matter how Sumu scolded him today, he would not say a word.
Wang Yushi also looked into the distance and a smile appeared on his face.
Sumu parked his car directly downstairs of the World Trade Center, where parking is theoretically not allowed. The security guard at the World Trade Center couldn't help but feel a headache when he saw Sumu driving the Lamborghini Veneno over here.
I can't afford to offend. Those who can drive a supercar of this level must be the top rich second generation. He is just a small security guard, how dare he offend others?
But they also have their own rules, so the two young security guards had no choice but to run over. As soon as Sumu opened the car door, two young security guards came over.
Hello sir, you can't park here.
Sumu raised his eyes and smiled. I know, but I see there are a few parking spaces here.
This is our chairman's exclusive parking space, not for public use.
The young security guard also said this with some trepidation. Our chairman owns the entire World Trade Center. Another security guard also added a sentence. They also knew that Sumu was not an ordinary person, so the sentence that the little security guard added was actually meant to tell Sumu that their chairman was very powerful and not someone you could afford to offend.
Sumu just smiled and said, "Oh, really? I understand."
Sumu closed the car door and said to the two security guards, "Your chairman has sold the building to me.
From now on, I am the only one who can park here." Tang Yu and Rin Shueshue also trotted over from the side.
As soon as I arrived next to Sumu, I heard Sumu say this. Be it the two young security guards, or Tang Yu and Rin Shueshue, they were all stunned. There was an expression of disbelief on their faces.
No wonder young Master Su asked us to come over, but this is too much, right? Tang Yu and Rin Shueshue could no longer find any words to describe Sumu.
Haidu World Trade Center. A building that soars into the sky.
It must be more expensive than the Tangchenipin building and the Tianziyuan building combined, right?
Tang Yu no longer dared to think about how much money Sumu spent to buy this building. Because he didn't even need to think about it to know that there were at least 1 or 200 billion.
1 or 200 billion. Is young Master Su really that rich? Tang Yu had also privately analyzed Sumu's assets before.
According to his budget, he felt that Sumu's net worth was at least hundreds of billions.
But now, young Master Su actually bought the entire World Trade Center? This is too horrible. How much strength has Master Su hidden? Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
As for the two young security guards, they were stunned. They were just security guards and they didn't know much about this kind of thing, so they didn't know whether what Sumu said was true or false.
If this is true, wouldn't they be offending their new boss by doing this? If it is fake, what can they do to Sumu? After all, he drove here in a supercar worth hundreds of millions. His identity and background must be complicated, and they can't afford to provoke him. Sir, please wait a moment. We need to confirm it first.
The slightly older security guard was very methodical and serious in his work. Sumu frowned slightly when he heard him say that. However, he raised his head and glanced towards the entrance of the World Trade Center, smiled slightly and said, "No need, your manager is here."
After Sumu finished speaking, the two security guards also looked in the direction Sumu was looking.
At the entrance of the World Trade Center, there was a middle-aged man in a dark suit, followed by a dozen people. Sumu took over the World Trade Center so suddenly that other people were not aware of it, but he was very clear about the property management of the World Trade Center. Before Sumu came, he also called the property management and told them that he would come at 10 o'clock this morning. Gong Shui was the former general manager of the World Trade Center property. He had gone to bed last night when he suddenly received a call from his boss. The general content is that the big boss has sold the World Trade Center, and his new boss will be Su Xiao. As for the rest, the original boss didn't say much, so he naturally didn't dare to ask more. Sumu called him in the morning and said he would come over to inspect the work. Then he suddenly became nervous. He called all the executives of the property company to a meeting early in the morning.
Don't think that they are just a small property company. You have to know that they manage this office building worth 210 billion yuan. He called together the top management and briefly explained the matter. But to be honest, he forgot to inform everyone about the matter,
which resulted in the security guards at the World Trade Center being completely unaware of the incident. He brought the executives of the property company downstairs to greet Sumu, and just in time saw Sumu's Lamborghini Veneno parked in the exclusive spot in the World Trade Center that only big bosses could park. Gong Shuai was also panicking. If nothing unexpected happens, he is Master Su. It's over. It's over. Gong Shuai took the lead and jogged over. Behind him was a group of senior executives, all of whom were also panicking. After all, they know the inside story. He spent $210 billion to take over the entire World Trade Center. If they offended someone because of the two security guards, they would be worried that they would lose their jobs. After all, a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office, and Sumu came to inspect the work in such a hurry that it was hard not to think that Sumu was here to cause trouble. In this situation, aren't you just walking into someone's trap? The 2 young security guards were even more panicked. If what Sumu said was true, they would be in trouble. Master Su. Gong Shuai trotted over, looked at Sumu breathlessly and said hello. What's wrong with you two? You don't even recognize young Master Su? Gong Shuai didn't ask any questions and just scolded the 2 security guards. The 2 young security guards also felt aggrieved. They really didn't know Sumu. Manager, we. Get lost, you're fired. Gong Shuai has always had a bad temper, and he was also a close confidant of the former big boss, so he has always been so unscrupulous here. He had been trying very hard to suppress his emotions, but these 2 security guards dared to talk back? He spoke to both of them without hesitation. When the 2 security guards heard what Gong Shuai said, their faces instantly turned pale. Although they are just security guards, they are security guards of the World Trade Center after all. The company provides food and accommodation, and the monthly salary is about 8,000 yuan. They don't have a high level of education, but they've been able to find this job and have established themselves in Haidu. The whole family depends on themselves for food. If they lose their jobs, they will really be starving. Manager, we know we were wrong. The slightly older security guard also clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said something. Get out, get out. Gong Shuai said with some impatience. He turned around and his expression changed. With a flattering smile on his face, he half bent over as he looked at Sumu. Mr. Su, these 2 people offended you, and I have fired them now. Manager Gong, right? Sumu didn't say anything, but Wang Yushi, who had been standing nearby and had not said much, spoke directly. Who are you? Manager Gong directly confronted Wang Yushi. Excuse me, let me introduce you to Wang Yushi, the general manager of Su Group. Sumu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, smiled softly, and said. When Gong Shuai heard what Sumu said, a flattering smile instantly appeared on his face. General Manager Wang. Excuse me, can you please tell me what instructions you have? Although he didn't know what the Su Group that Sumu was talking about was, he knew with his ass that the Su Group belonged to Sumu. General Manager of the group. That's much more advanced than him. Manager Gong, as far as I know, you have a bad temper, and half of the executives in the World Trade Center property company were recruited through your connections. When Wang Yushi said this, Gong Shuai's body trembled. So, after careful consideration, I have decided to remove you from your position as general manager of the property company. So, you can now curl up in a circle and leave in peace. Wang Yushi didn't want to swear, but she wouldn't be polite to someone like Gong Shuai. When Gong Shuai heard what Wang Yushi said, he was stunned. Master Su, this. I am wronged. Gong Shuai looked at Sumu. He also wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to say it. Instead, his face drooped and he started to cry out that he was wronged. General Manager Wang's meaning is my meaning, so you can get out. Sumu chuckled, and when Gong Shuai heard what Sumu said, his face turned pale. You too, ignorance is not a crime. Besides, you have done a great job. Not only will I not punish you, I will also give you a promotion and a raise. Sumu looked at the 2 young security guards standing aside and said something. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. The 2 young security guards were also stunned for a moment, but when they heard what Sumu said, they reacted instantly, hurriedly bent down, and thanked Sumu respectfully. From now on, you will be the head of the security department here. Sumu patted the security guard who looked a little older and said with a smile. Ah. Master Su, this. I'm afraid I can't handle such a heavy responsibility. It's okay. Remember what I said to you. Don't forget your original intention, and you will succeed. Sumu looked at him and smiled, then left Gong Shuai and those executives and walked directly towards the gate of the World Trade Center.
Oh, there is one more thing.
Anyone who entered the company through Gong Shuai's connections, please resign automatically.
Otherwise, the group will take legal action. Wang Yushi looked at the executives behind Gong Shuai and said with a smile, I won't resign. We work diligently for the company. Why should you make us resign based on just one sentence?
A fat man jumped out from behind Gong Shuai and spoke indignantly.
Liang Tao, head of the security department, as far as I know, you should be Gong Shuai's brother-in-law, right? You entered the company through Gong Shuai's relationship, and you embezzled a lot of money in the past year, right? Wang Yushi looked at him and smiled. After hearing what Wang Yushi said, the fat guy named Liang Tao was completely speechless. He was completely panicked because what Wang Yushi said was right. How could she understand it so clearly? Liang Tao's heart also trembled. How could he know that Wang Yushi had put in a lot of effort to get this information? Chapter 114, The remnants of the Long family want to assassinate Sumu? Wang Yushi is strong enough, how could Liang Tao dare to do anything to her? Gong Shuai didn't dare to say anything. He was just a small character. If he dared to jump here, he would be in trouble. Tang Yu and Rin Shueshue were also stunned. Manager, she. Ahem. Tang Yu also gave Rin Shueshue a look. To be honest, he was also stunned. When Wang Yushi came over and started talking just now, he felt something was unusual. The general manager of Su Group. Tang Yu looked at Wang Yushi's back and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He was just wondering what kind of man could conquer Wang Yushi, but now it seems that only someone like Su Xiao can do it. What a powerful aura. Ren Shueshue also murmured with some admiration. How can it be insufficient? The person standing behind her is Master Su. After Tang Yu finished speaking, he quickly followed. The first of Sumu's 3 big moves after taking office was to burn the general manager of the World Trade Center property company. What can Gong Shuai do? Holding a grudge against Sumu? He has to have the courage to do this. Those who got in through Gong Shuai's relationship were just standing there stupidly, but those who got in based on their own abilities also quickly followed Sumu. When people leave, their feelings for them fade away. What's more, Gong Shuai and Sumu know clearly what they should choose. Master Su. Tang Yu also walked to Sumu and called out cautiously. Manager Tang, I'm so sorry for disturbing your rest last night. Sumu also looked at Tang Yu and smiled. No, that's not the case, Master Su. It's my honor to be disturbed by Master Su. Tang Yu also spoke in a somewhat flattering tone. The property here has been taken over by you. I am well aware of your abilities. Sumu patted Tang Yu on the shoulder, smiled softly and said, it's just that your work pressure is too high again, so you have to work hard. It's not hard to serve Master Su, it's not hard at all. Tang Yu quickly shook his head and said with a sly look on his face. By the way, this is Wang Yushi, the general manager of our Su Group. From now on, her opinions are mine. If you have any problems in the future, just contact her directly. Sumu looked at Wang Yushi and smiled. Yushi, this is Tang Yu, the general manager of our group's real estate department. You two will be colleagues from now on. When Wang Yushi heard Sumu say this, she also looked at Tang Yu and smiled slightly. Hello, Manager Tang. Please give me your guidance in the future. Wang Yushi stretched out her hand in front of Tang Yu, who just shook it politely. I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it. Although Wang Yushi looks very young, to be honest, he doesn't believe that Sumu chose her and appointed her as the general manager of Su Group just because she is beautiful. He also saw what happened just now. When Wang Yushi gets ruthless, it's not that simple. Sumu also took his people on a tour of the World Trade Center, which has a total of 90 floors. All floors below the 88th floor have been rented out. As for the 88th, 89th and 90th floors, they are still vacant. The 88th floor will be the office location of our Su Group from now on. The entire 88th floor covers an area of 4,000 square meters, which is quite impressive as the office of the Su Group. However, in my opinion, our Su Group must have its own group building and office area. Sumu laughed. I think we can build an office area for the Su Group ourselves in the future, but there's no rush. The people standing next to Sumu, including Wang Yushi and Tang Yu, were all stunned when they heard what Sumu said. Building an office area for the Su Group would probably cost at least several hundred billion, right? Master Su doesn't take money seriously at all. Our new boss is so handsome. The key is to be rich. Sumu didn't know what they were thinking, but this was understandable. The 89th floor will be used as a restaurant, and the 90th floor will be turned into a leisure and entertainment area.
After Sumu visited the 3 floors, he looked at Wang Yushi and said, "We need to improve the welfare of our group's employees. As the saying goes, health is the capital of revolution.
Let's build a gym on the 90th floor so that our employees can come here to exercise and relax in the future." When Sumu said this, Wang Yushi nodded in agreement.
As for the employees of the original property company, they all had excited expressions on their faces. The 89th floor is so large that it is used to build a staff canteen. As for the 90th floor, it is used to create a leisure and entertainment area for employees working in the Su group to use for leisure and entertainment.
In this case, it will probably cost a lot of money. Wang Yushi frowned and said something.
She didn't object, but if she did as Sumu said, she would need to invest at least tens of millions.
Money is not a problem. Sumu smiled.
No one would think he was pretentious when he said this. After all, Sumu spent a full 210 billion to acquire the entire World Trade Center.
I see. Sumu has said this, what else can Wang Yushi say? But this is also a good thing.
Increasing the benefits of company employees can also increase employee cohesion.
I'll leave these matters to you.
Sumu laughed and said, "I'll pay, you guys will do the hard work, our Su group will strive to become a first-class domestic group company first, and then move towards the world." After Sumu finished speaking, Tang Yu also took the lead in applauding, and the people around him finally reacted and started applauding together.
Okay then, let's stop here for today. I'll treat everyone to lunch at Zuelu.
There was nothing special about Sumu coming here today, he mainly came to discuss work issues. Now that the work issues have been explained clearly, he, the hands-off boss, stretched himself comfortably. Wang Yushi also glanced at Sumu, curled her lips, and couldn't help thinking, from the looks of it, he really wants to be a hands-off boss. Although Chu Yao knew that Sumu was preparing to build his own supergroup company, she was not aware that Sumu had now become the owner of the World Trade Center. The financial company where she works is also located in the World Trade Center.
Oh my god, did you know?
The World Trade Center has a new owner.
What's going on? Who has the financial resources to buy the entire World Trade Center? I don't know. I just saw him from downstairs, the new boss is so handsome. Come on, you think an old man in his 40s or 50s is handsome? Who told you he's an old man in his 40s or 50s?
Let me tell you, the new boss looks only about 20 years old, 1.85 meters tall, and extremely handsome.
Oh, by the way, he drives a Lamborghini Veneno.
When Xu Yao came out of the office, she happened to hear some employees talking about this matter.
Could it be Sumu? He bought the entire World Trade Center? Oh my god. Xu Yao was also stunned. He is young, 1.85 meters tall, handsome, and the key is that he drives a Lamborghini Veneno? It seems that there is only one Lamborghini Veneno in the entire Haida city?
Xu Yao was thinking this in her heart when her cell phone vibrated. Xu Yao came back to her senses and glanced at her phone, and it turned out to be a message from Sumu.
Are you going to work today? I happen to be at the World Trade Center. If you are free, let's go have lunch together at noon.
Sumu suddenly remembered that Chu Yao also worked here, so he sent a message to Chu Yao.
Okay. I'm here. By the way, why are you here? Chu Yao sent a voice message. Well, didn't I tell you that I wanted to build my own group company? I thought the location of the group's office should be more impressive. The World Trade Center is good, but they have too many rules. I find it troublesome, so I just bought the World Trade Center. Sumu did not hide it and directly sent a voice message to Chu Yao. When Chu Yao heard Sumu say this to her in person, she was stunned. Because it's too much trouble, you bought the World Trade Center? How much money does Sumu have? After all, it is an entire World Trade Center building, and it is the most expensive place in the entire Haida city. She has worked in Haidu for so many years, so she naturally knows the value of the World Trade Center. 100 billion, 200 billion. Sumu really scared her this time. We're going downstairs. You come downstairs? I'll wait for you? Okay, I'll be right down. Sumu invited her, how could she dare to refuse? Besides, there's no way she could refuse. Chu Yao also quickly put on some makeup and changed her clothes. Manager Chu? You want to go out? Well, if you have anything to say, I'll tell you when I get back. Chu Yao also left the company directly with a shoulder bag. Manager Chu is really cool. If you had manager Chu's ability, you could be so cool. Ha, I heard that manager Chu recently met a very wealthy second generation man. TSK, you know Koenigsegg One, right? That rich second generation man directly gave her a small western style house in Koenigsegg One. Look how envious you are. If you had manager Chu's looks, you could do it too.
Naturally, people in the company had heard about Chu Yao's affairs. However, most of them do not understand the situation and have no idea what the specific circumstances are.
To the point that now almost everyone thinks Chu Yao is hooking up with a rich second generation. Chu Yao knew something, but she didn't say anything.
She really wanted to get close to Su Mu, but Su Mu had always treated her with courtesy and had never had any improper thoughts about her. Chu Yao came down from upstairs, and Su Mu was also waiting for her downstairs.
Tang Yu, Wang Yushi and others were also with Su Mu.
As for the others, Su Mu asked them to go to Jiwei building by themselves. Manager Tang, please take Manager Wang over there later.
I'm waiting for a friend here.
After all, Chu Yao was not from the group company, and he was the one who called her here, so it would be a bit rude of him not to bring Chu Yao with him.
Okay, Mr. Su. Tang Yu nodded and agreed.
Next to the flower bed, less than 50 meters away from the main entrance of the World Trade Center, there was a man squatting, wearing a black sportswear and a sweatshirt hood on his head. He held a pistol in his hand and his eyes were bloodshot. He held his breath, and when he looked at Su Mu, he gritted his teeth. His name is Long Padian, and he is the son of Long Fu. Long Fu was the old housekeeper of the Long family. When Long Padian was very young, he was sent abroad by Long Fu to work as a mercenary. Over the years, he has also gone through many hardships. A few days ago, after learning the news that the Long family had been wiped out, he secretly returned to China. He also found out in the shortest time that the matter was related to Su Mu, and he also knew that Su Mu had extremely powerful guards around him. He never moved, always looking for an opportunity. He must die today. Long Padian clenched his fists, stood up and walked towards Su Mu. Chu Yao came down from upstairs and saw Su Mu standing at the door. Just when she was about to say hello to Su Mu, she suddenly glanced at Long Padian in the distance. Perhaps due to a woman's sixth sense, her eyelids twitched. The next second, Long Padian, who was already within 10 steps of Su Mu, took out the pistol at the fastest speed. Chu Yao didn't even think about it and rushed directly to Su Mu.
Gunshot. The bullet penetrated Chu Yao's chest. Su Mu was stunned. Everyone was stunned. Emily. Su Mu roared angrily. If Chu Yao hadn't been there, he would have been the one shot. Emily also appeared at the first moment and kicked Long Padian more than 10 meters away. He fell directly to the ground and fainted. Although Emily is a biochemical guard, he has extremely strong fighting power. But she is just a human after all, not a god. A sudden situation like this was indeed her negligence. Emily knelt directly in front of Su Mu. Master, Emily is late, please punish me. Emily's appearance scared everyone around him. She is the guard beside Master Su? How did she appear? Wasn't it too fast? Isn't she so cool? The bullet penetrated Chu Yao's chest and she fainted instantly. Su Mu hugged Chu Yao with one hand, his face looking a little ferocious. Ambulance, call an ambulance. Wang Yushi also called 120 immediately. She walked to Su Mu and said, I have called an ambulance. P.S. Oh. There are too many things going on recently. I just got married and I have a lot of exams to take recently. My wife has had a headache these past 2 days. I accompanied her to the hospital today and ran around everywhere. I really don't have time to write. I'm so sorry. I'll update at night in the future. Chapter 115. The guards around Mr. Su are really enviable. No one expected such a sudden thing to happen. A shooting. And it happened in full view of everyone. Chu Yao is an ordinary person after all. The bullet penetrated her chest. If Su Mu hadn't pressed her acupoints in time, she would probably have died from excessive blood loss. As for Long Padian, even though he is a soldier king, he is still just a mortal after all. Emily had no intention of leaving the man alive with that kick. He kicked the man more than 10 meters away. The man fell to the ground, spitting blood, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. The ambulance arrived quickly, and the police also came over. But after all, it was Su Mu, so the police just asked a few questions and didn't say anything. Long Padian is already dead, and Chu Yao is still in a coma. You cooperate with the police investigation. I'll go to the hospital first. Sumu gave some instructions to Tang Yu and Wan Yushi, then drove away from the World Trade Center in his supercar. Emily.
Sumu murmured softly.
Emily also appeared directly in Sumu's passenger seat. Master, it was my negligence. Please punish me. Emily lowered her head. No matter how capable she was, she didn't dare to complain to Sumu. There's no need to punish me, and I can't blame you entirely. Sumu said with a straight face, go investigate that person's identity and background to see who is behind this. Yes, master. Emily responded softly, with no expression on his face. Go ahead. After Sumu finished speaking, Emily disappeared from the speeding supercar like a ghost. Sumu was assassinated, and it happened at the World Trade Center in full view of the public. Many people witnessed the entire process. Jotsong, Shinfun and others also received the news first. Mad, who did this? Jotsong also felt a chill down his spine. It was a shooting. This is a determination to kill Sumu. I asked someone to investigate, and this person should be from the Long family. Shinfun also said with a wry smile. Long family? Jotsong couldn't help but murmur, didn't the Long family get wiped out? It took me a lot of effort to find out. His name is Long Padian, and he is the son of Long Fu, the old butler of the Long family. He was sent abroad as a mercenary many years ago. Among the overseas mercenaries, he is considered to be at the level of a soldier king. Shinfun also smiled and said, King of soldiers? That's it? Jotsong was also stunned and said with some disdain. Don't underestimate him. Although he looks vulnerable, he was successful. He almost killed Sumu with a gun. Shinfun frowned and said, I heard from someone that Sumu called out Emoli at the time, and then the female guard beside him appeared in front of Long Padian out of thin air. With just one kick, she was kicked more than 10 meters away. Jotsong and his friends knew that Sumu had a female guard with outstanding fighting skills, but they had only heard of her and had never seen her. This time, Emoli really amazed them. If it's just the remnants of the Long family, this matter wouldn't be a big deal. Jotsong smiled and said, the female guard next to Sumu was simply amazing. There's no point in being envious. This is their trump card, they won't take it out easily. Shinfun frowned as he looked at Jotsong, then smiled bitterly and said. The hospital also prepared the operating room as soon as possible. As soon as Chu Yao arrived at the hospital, she was sent directly to the emergency room. Sumu also felt a little regretful. If he hadn't asked Chu Yao to go to dinner with him, Chu Yao wouldn't have taken the blame for him. If anything happened to Chu Yao, given Sumu's personality, he would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. But it shouldn't be a big deal. Sumu pressed Chu Yao's acupoints immediately to stop the bleeding in time. If the rescue is timely, there shouldn't be any problem. No matter who you are, I, Sumu, will fight you to the death. Sumu couldn't help but think so in his heart. It's not just because Chu Yao was shot, the more important reason is that the other party's target is him. The other party wants him dead. However, Sumu didn't know that he was from the Long family. As for the entire Long family, he had already ordered them to be exterminated. Chapter 116, Investing 1 million bitcoins in one go. In fact, Chu Yao has never been someone who can take the blame for others. But when it happened, she didn't think too much about it. She rushed forward and stood in front of Sumu. She never thought that the shot might really take her life. In the operating room, the person performing surgery on Chu Yao was Wang Chuanjun, the most awesome cardiothoracic surgeon in Xia country. It's a miracle. The bullet penetrated the chest and was only 1 centimeter away from the heart. But why was the amount of bleeding so small? Wang Chuanjun used to be a military doctor and had rescued many soldiers who had been shot. He was familiar with gunshot wounds, so when he saw the amount of blood Chu Yao was bleeding, he was shocked and exclaimed it was a miracle. Generally speaking, this kind of penetrating gunshot wound will cause a lot of internal bleeding. However, Chu Yao's bleeding amount was not heavy, but abnormally small. He didn't know that when Chu Yao was shot, Sumu directly pressed the acupuncture points all over her body, greatly reducing the amount of bleeding. If Sumu hadn't been there, even if Chu Yao had been rescued in time, her condition would probably not be as good as it is now. How lucky! Wang Chuanjun looked at Chu Yao lying quietly on the operating table and muttered something softly. After all, if the bullet deviates by 1 centimeter, even a god would be helpless. After Wang Chuanjun sutured the last stitch, he also got off the operating table. While waiting, Sumu also learned about Long Potion's identity. It turns out to be the Long family.
Sumu frowned and murmured softly. The door of the operating room opened and Wang Chuanjun walked out of the operating room.
Doctor, how is she? She was really lucky. The bullet only hit her heart about 1 centimeter away. If it was a little off, even a god would be useless. Wang Chuanjun sighed, she's fine now.
She should be able to wake up tomorrow morning at the latest.
Thank you, doctor. Sumu also looked at Wang Chuanjun and said thank you very sincerely. It's okay, this is my duty.
Although Wang Chuanjun didn't know who Sumu was, his superiors had told him that Sumu's identity and background were somewhat special and he must not offend him. No matter how capable Wang Chuanjun is, he is just a cardiothoracic surgeon. He naturally dare not offend someone like Sumu.
However, Sumu was not the arrogant and domineering rich second generation he had imagined.
On the contrary, he seemed polite in his speech and behavior, which made him think Sumu was a good person. Xu Yao was directly placed in the intensive care unit, and the hospital also specially arranged 2 very experienced special nurses to take care of Xu Yao.
Sumu stayed at the hospital for the entire afternoon.
At night, Sumu specifically instructed the 2 special nurses in the hospital to call him as soon as Xu Yao woke up. When Sumu returned home, he was physically and mentally exhausted. The Filipino maid Nana didn't know what had happened exactly. When she saw Sumu lying on the sofa with a tired look on his face, she brought him a pot of tea and a plate of cut fruit.
Master, what's wrong with you?
You look very tired.
The Filipino maid Nana also asked with some concern. Nothing. Sumu looked up at her and smiled, okay, there's nothing to do here, go and have a rest. Well, master, you should go to bed early. Since Sumu didn't say anything, the Filipino maid Nana knew that she shouldn't ask too much.
I also gave a concerned reminder here.
Sumu lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. It's still not enough. Sumu murmured something. This kind of thing should be a warning to him. It's the first time it happened, and he really doesn't want it to happen a second time. Zhou Tsong and Qin Fen also called in the afternoon to inquire about the situation. After all, a shooting had occurred and the impact was still huge. Yen Ru also called Sumu as soon as possible to inquire about the details. When she learned that Sumu was fine, she was relieved. After all, the root cause of the Long family's problems lies with her. If anything happened to Sumu, she would definitely not forgive herself. Sumu sat on the sofa, listening to soothing music and taking a sip of tea, trying not to think about these things. I'm glad Xu Yao is okay. This incident has taught him a lesson.
He will strengthen the security around him in the future. After watching the live broadcast for a while, Sumu also took a hot shower. After midnight, Sumu directly opened leisure fishing.
1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Congratulations to the player for fishing and obtaining the property rights of all the storefronts in Haidu Pedestrian Street, which is worth 500 billion. When Sumu saw the prompt on his phone, he was also slightly stunned.
First it was the entire World Trade Center, and now it's all the storefronts on a whole pedestrian street? So the system really wants me to be a landlord.
Sumu knew very well how expensive the storefronts on the pedestrian street were. Zhou Tsong and his friends rent a storefront there, and the rent alone is around 700,000 or 800,000 yuan a month. Sumu glanced around the sofa and an oversized suitcase appeared in front of him.
Another suitcase. Sumu knew what was inside without having to guess. Property ownership certificates for all shops on the pedestrian street. It's worth 500 billion. Sumu put the suitcase into the cloakroom in his bedroom. He is used to it now.
At the beginning, Thompson One building could make him so excited that he almost couldn't sleep. But now, with the World Trade Center worth 200 billion and the pedestrian street worth 500 billion right in front of him, he doesn't feel anything.
Well, when you have a certain amount of money, it's basically just a number. He has everything he needs now. With so much money, he couldn't finish making all the money in this lifetime, let alone in 10 lifetimes. Just as she was lying on the bed and preparing to go to sleep, the hospital special nurse called and said that Xu Yao had woken up. Sumu also nodded and said, "You must help me take good care of Miss Chu." "Okay, Mr. Su, we know what to do." Although the two special nurses were not told about Sumu's identity and background, they knew that Sumu was not someone they could afford to offend. Besides, Sumu was not a stingy person. When they came back from the hospital, Sumu directly transferred a red envelope of 200,000 yuan to each of them, which made them take care of Xu Yao more diligently and responsibly. Sumu was also tired after a long day and fell asleep directly on the bed. He woke up around 7 in the morning.
After having a quick breakfast, he drove his supercar straight to the hospital.
Xu Yao woke up last night.
She lay on the hospital bed and thought about a lot of things. She thought of herself as a selfish person, and it would never be her turn to take the blame for someone else. But things happened so suddenly that Xu Yao didn't have any time to think.
She subconsciously stood in front of Su Mu. If I die, will young Master Su remember me for the rest of his life?
Xu Yao couldn't help but think wildly in her mind.
She thought a lot and felt very confused.
But she also figured out a lot.
For example, Su Mu doesn't like himself.
She didn't think that Su Mu would like her just because she helped him block a bullet. Because, if Su Mu really liked her, then the first person she would see when she opened her eyes should be Su Mu.
Xu Yao felt a little tired.
She suddenly felt that she had lived too roughly in the past. After a near-death experience, Xu Yao suddenly realized one thing: she felt that she should live for herself.
Do what you most wanted to do before. Travel around the world and see this not-so-big world.
Su Mu came over in the morning, and Xu Yao lay on the bed and looked at Su Mu quietly.
Just take a good rest. If you have any requests, just tell them directly.
Su Mu gave Xu Yao an instruction, and Xu Yao nodded in response.
She is still too weak to even speak. Su Mu came to the hospital, said a few words to Xu Yao, and left the hospital directly.
He had 2 classes in the morning, so he rushed back to school. In the hospital, Xu Yao was lying on the bed and thinking about a lot of things. As for the 2 special nurses, they were also muttering to themselves.
Mr. Su is really nice. You must be very happy to be his girlfriend, right?
Yes. If I had a boyfriend like Su Xiao, I would be willing to die. They both spoke in low voices, but Xu Yao somehow heard them clearly. She gave a slight, wry smile.
Boyfriend?
But Su Mu doesn't seem to like her.
When Su Mu returned to school, Wang Xinyu also sat next to Su Mu. Third brother, did you know that there was a shooting at the World Trade Center yesterday? Su Mu nodded, but didn't say much.
It's so horrible. Our country's security is so good, yet something like this can still happen. Yeah, I heard that the man who shot and killed someone was kicked more than 10 meters away by that person's female guard.
I heard he was kicked to death.
Such a big thing happened. After all, this is the information age, so the news spread directly on the internet.
But no one knew it was Su Mu.
Well. Su Mu sighed and lowered his head to look at his phone.
Can I buy Bitcoin now?
Su Mu has also been paying attention to the news about Bitcoin these days.
After all, it is something that gives away money, so it would be great to miss it. Bitcoin? Which country's money is this?
Wang Xinyu glanced at Su Mu's phone, smiled and asked.
It's a virtual currency. I think it's quite interesting.
Now you can buy 1 Bitcoin for $1.
I just bought this amount.
Since Wang Xinyu asked, Su Mu also stretched out a finger and smiled and said,
10,000? Wang Xinyu frowned and said, 1 million.
Su Mu laughed and said with a curled lip,
what the hell? Third brother, you spent $1 million to buy this kind of virtual currency? Wang Xinyu was also frightened. What do you know?
This thing is good and suitable for long-term investment. When Su Mu said this, Wang Xinyu was also stunned.
Third brother, is this thing really worth investing in? What else? Okay, third brother, can you help me open an account?
I won't buy that many, I'll just buy 100,000. When Wang Xinyu said this, Su Mu was stunned.
How much? 100,000. TSK, you just now didn't return it. Third brother, I don't believe in others, but I definitely believe in you. You said this thing has investment value, so why am I hesitating?
It's not expensive anyway, $1 a piece, I'll just buy 100,000 of them.
Wang Xinyu is still smart.
He didn't know that the investment he made unintentionally following Su Mu would make him a bona fide billionaire 10 years later. The price of bitcoins that were bought at $1 each skyrocketed to $200,000 each 10 years later. The increase reached a terrifying 200,000 times.
Okay. Fill in the information. Su Mu smiled and pushed the phone in front of Wang Xinyu. Wang Xinyu also took Su Mu's phone and filled in his own information. Third brother, it's filled out. Okay, fine. I've opened the account for you. I'll buy it for you first.
Su Mu did not hesitate and directly bought 100,000 bitcoins for Wang Xinyu.
Wang Xinyu also logged into the Bitcoin trading website.
When he saw 100,000 bitcoins written on his account, he smiled and said, "Okay, third brother, I'll transfer the money to you now."
Sumu nodded and responded.
Wang Xinyu is not short of money, and 100,000 yuan is nothing to him.
Even brothers settle accounts clearly.
During class, Wang Xinyu was not in the mood to listen to the lecture. Since he has already taken out 100,000 yuan to buy Bitcoin, he naturally wants to understand what Bitcoin is. When he searched for Bitcoin on the internet, he actually found quite a few posts about Bitcoin.
Excuse me, this Bitcoin is nothing but penguin coin. Besides, this thing was invented by foreigners to make money. I don't believe it has any value. Yes, it's $1 apiece. Only a fool would buy this. Not really. I think this thing has investment value. I bought 10 of them. It's not expensive anyway. You think it's valuable? Then why didn't you buy more? Why did you only buy 10? Domestic investors are all pessimistic about Bitcoin. After all, it is a virtual currency. What investment value can such a thing have?
Well, you may not believe it, but my buddy bought 1 million of them, and I followed suit and bought 100,000.
Wang Xinyu couldn't help but say something in the forum. Fuck. Are you bragging, bro? With that much money, wouldn't it be nice to buy him a car? Exactly. Who doesn't know how to talk back?
I also said I bought 1 million of them. Brother, if you ask me, you should see if you can sell everything you have now. You should get as much money back as you can before the market crashes. Wang Xinyu saw everyone saying this, but he was not shaken by them.
Instead, he said angrily, "My buddy has a good eye. He said that Bitcoin has good investment value. I believe him. Anyway, I am not short of money. It's only 100,000 yuan. If I really lose it, I will just consider it as money lost." Wang Xinyu's words also attracted a lot of ridicule and mockery. Rich people think differently. Just throwing away 100,000 yuan? Awesome. Brother, I guarantee you'll be so hurt that you'll want to kill your buddy.
Listen to me, sell it now, it's 100,000 yuan, you can invest it in anything else than this. Wang Xinyu held his breath when he saw these people's sarcasm and ridicule. Just wait, there will be a day when you will regret it.
Chapter 117, well, all the shops on the pedestrian street are also my property.
Wang Xinyu could never have imagined that what he said in the forum today would be brought up and worshipped again 10 years later. A Bitcoin that costs $1 now could reach $200,000 in 10 years. If Wang Xinyu had continued to hold on to those 100,000 Bitcoins, these Bitcoins alone would be worth 20 billion in 10 years. And those who are now mocking him will regret and cry bitterly when they think of this incident 10 years later. After all, if they could have a broader and longer-term vision. Not to mention buying large amounts of Bitcoins like Sumu and Wang Xinyu, what if you spend 100 yuan to buy 100 coins? 10 years later, it will be worth 20 million. Isn't this much more reliable than buying lottery tickets? But there are also some knowledgeable people. Especially the person who said at the beginning that he spent $10 to buy 10 Bitcoins for fun. He was really just playing around at first. But when he heard that Wang Xinyu and his brother bought more than 1 million Bitcoins, he also smelled some investment value. What a bunch of idiots. Investment is a game for the rich. It's obvious that the rich are optimistic about this thing. Sitting in front of the computer, wearing glasses, a gentle-looking young man said with a slight smile on his face. His name is Sunny, and he is still a college student. But he usually likes to study investment and financial management. He learned about Bitcoin by chance and he found it quite interesting. After registering an account, he also bought 10 Bitcoins for fun. But now when he heard Wang Xinyu say that he and his friends bought millions of Bitcoins at once, he was also tempted. I can't afford that much, but I still have $1,000 or $2,000. Sunny also directly recharged 2,000 yuan and bought another 2,000 Bitcoins. Sumu bought 1 million Bitcoins in one go, which made the newly born Bitcoin popular. Bitcoin, which might have taken a year or two to show an upward trend, has suddenly caught the attention of many investors. The result of the entry of capital was that Bitcoin, which was not favored by the public, had risen to $1.50 per coin by the afternoon. What the hell? Third brother. Has the price of Bitcoin increased to 1.5 yuan per coin now? In the afternoon, Wang Xinyu also sent a message to Sumu. Why are you in such a hurry? There is still room for appreciation. When I say you can sell, you can basically sell. Sumu was also afraid that Wang Xinyu would not be able to resist the temptation and directly sell the 100,000 bitcoins in his hand. After all, you have to know that in just one afternoon, the value of his 100,000 bitcoins reached 150,000. In less than half a day after buying, he had already made 50,000 yuan. If it were someone who couldn't resist the temptation, they might have sold it by now. Don't worry, third brother. Not only did I not sell, I bought another 100,000 coins. Wang Xinyu also felt the excitement of cryptocurrency trading. After all, it's only been a short time. In just half a day, I have earned 50,000 yuan. Okay. Sumu nodded. Anyway, no matter how you speculate, it's better to save about 100,000 coins in your hand. Don't worry, third brother, I understand. Wang Xinyu didn't even play games anymore, his eyes were fixed on the Bitcoin market. By the evening, the price of a Bitcoin, which originally cost only $1 per coin, now reached $2 per coin. It feels great. Wang Xinyu also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, from the time he bought in the morning until now, he has made a total of 150,000 yuan. As for Sumu, he has already earned 1 million. Third brother is indeed worthy of being the third brother. His vision is really sharp. As for those forums about Bitcoin, Wang Xinyu no longer pays attention to them. They are all a bunch of short-sighted people. What is there to pay attention to? As for Sumu, he has never paid any attention to Bitcoin since he bought it. After all, why should we pay attention to something that is bound to rise, and rise wildly? He went to the hospital in the afternoon, and Chu Yao recovered well, looking much better than when he came in the morning. After instructing the two special nurses to take good care of Chu Yao, Sumu left the hospital directly. As for Chu Yao, she also smiled bitterly after Sumu left. She could sense that Sumu really had no interest in her. As a woman, the most valuable thing is to face difficulties head-on, but the most difficult thing is to retreat when faced with difficulties. Especially when facing a top-rich boy like Sumu, it is even more difficult to make up your mind. As long as you are a woman who cannot be attracted to Sumu? Chu Yao had thought about it before, no matter what, she must be Sumu's woman. Even if I can't be his principal wife, at least I can be his lover. But after walking through the gates of hell, Chu Yao became much more open-minded. Especially when she saw that Sumu only came to the hospital and left in less than 10 minutes, she made up her mind quietly. Let go of things. How many people can do it? But she felt that she should really live a good life for herself. A woman's heart is as unpredictable as a needle in the sea. How could Sumu know what Chu Yao was thinking? After Sumu left the hospital, he also went to the World Trade Center. Wan Yushi acted quickly and she had already begun to build the original team of the group. The first is the legal department of Su Group. A well-established group company must have a formal legal department. Although Wan Yushi is not very old, she has a double-degree PhD from Harvard University, so her network of contacts is quite extensive. There is no shortage of exceptional lawyers among them. Since Wan Yushi took over the position of general manager of Su Group, she has already started recruiting people. She has a Harvard alumnus named Zhao Mani, who holds a PhD from Harvard Law School. After returning to China, she has been working in the largest law firm in Haidu, with an annual salary of tens of millions. Wan Yushi also contacted Zhao Mani directly and promised her that he could hire her as the general legal counsel of Su Group with double annual salary. Double annual salary was naturally irresistible to Zhao Mani. He immediately quit his job and joined Su Group. As for other senior executives of the group, some of them were recommended by Shirley, and she also conducted special investigations before deciding to let them join the company. Sumu didn't have any special opinion on this. Since he handed over the power to Wan Yushi, he naturally had absolute trust in Wan Yushi. How is it? Are you used to it? Sumu looked at Wang Yushi and asked. It's okay. I just rested for several months, so I'm a little uncomfortable with the sudden high intensity of work. Wang Yushi looked at Sumu and smiled softly. As for yesterday's shooting incident, Wang Yushi did not mention a word. That's fine. By the way, I suddenly remembered that all the storefronts on the pedestrian street seem to be mine. Sumu suddenly mentioned this, and Wang Yushi was stunned when she heard Sumu say this. What? Wang Yushi asked in confusion. Pedestrian street? Which pedestrian street? It's Haidu Pedestrian Street. Sumu said it calmly, but Wang Yushi was totally upset after hearing it. If the Thompson 1 building is nothing compared to the World Trade Center, Then, the value of the World Trade Center plus Thomson Tower is not as high as the value of the storefront of an entire pedestrian street in Haidu City.
How much is that worth?
Even Wang Yushi felt as if her brain was deprived of oxygen when she heard Su Mu's words, and she could hardly figure it out.
Chapter 118 Mr. Wang's meaning is my meaning. As the domestic economic capital, Haidu has a very prosperous pedestrian street. A street 10 miles long, how many shops would there be? What did Su Mu say just now? The whole pedestrian street belongs to him? If Wang Yushi had not seen how wealthy Su Mu was, she would really think that Su Mu was showing off to her. How much does that cost?
Wang Yushi was also a little confused, and looked at Su Mu and asked softly.
About 500 billion, I'm not sure exactly, it's not too expensive. When Su Mu heard Wang Yushi's question, he just smiled and said.
If he wasn't her old classmate and her boss, Wang Yushi really wanted to hit Su Mu for what he said.
500 billion. You just remembered this huge business? You don't know the details yet? The key point is that what Su Mu said is not too expensive, which is too true. Wang Yushi felt that she really couldn't understand Su Mu's world. She used to think that she was well informed and could be considered a worldly wise person. But now she feels that her eyes have been somewhat blinded. Is it poverty that limits my imagination?
Wang Yushi couldn't help but think so in her heart, but she soon smiled bitterly. To be honest, it wasn't poverty that limited her imagination, but mainly because Su Mu was too rich and she couldn't see through him at all. She felt that what she saw now was still just the tip of the iceberg of Su Mu. Even this tip of the iceberg is a bit exaggerated. Driving a supercar worth hundreds of millions, owning a building in Thomson Properties, or even owning a residential complex worth tens of billions, that is nothing at all. The World Trade Center, which was worth $200 billion, was taken over just like that. Now he suddenly told her that all the shops on the entire Haidu pedestrian street belong to him.
He's worth trillions. Wang Yushi no longer dared to guess Su Mu's worth. After all, this was only what she could see. There might be more things that she couldn't see. Okay, I'll leave the group company to you. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Su Mu also stretched lazily comfortably. Okay, I'll call you if I have any questions. Wang Yushi stood up straight, looked at Su Mu and said with a straightened attitude.
After all, Su Mu is not only her old classmate now, but also her immediate superior and her breadwinner. Su Mu originally wanted to be a hands-off boss, and at the beginning there wasn't too much to do so he could get involved himself. If there are too many things to do and they are too complicated, it would be better to leave them to Wang Yushi and others to handle. Before Su Mu left, he asked Wang Yushi to call all the company's existing executives over. Since everyone can stand here, they are all elite talents. As long as everyone works hard in the future, I, Su Mu, will not treat you unfairly. Su Mu looked at the dozen or so people standing in front of him and said directly, everyone has just joined the company. Although the Su Group has just been established, I believe everyone knows that our Su Group still has some hard power. After Su Mu finished speaking, someone started applauding. Although they have all just joined the company, they are more or less aware of the strength of their boss. After all, you have to know that the entire World Trade Center belongs to someone else. Just based on this, they all know that their boss has real power. I have never been stingy with talent. As long as you have the ability, you can decide your annual salary. After Su Mu said this, the applause became even louder. People are all realistic. No matter how nice the words sound, if there is no tangible benefit to them, their enthusiasm will not be too high. A large portion of these 20 or so people were recruited by Shirley. After all, the conditions given by Su Mu were really something they couldn't refuse. The annual salary has doubled, this alone is enough to make them excited. After all, Su Mu selected all senior executives that day, and their annual salary was around several million. If Su Mu directly agreed to double their annual salary, it would almost reach the level of tens of millions of annual salary. I don't have much to do here today, mainly just to give everyone a few words. Su Mu stopped the applause with a gesture, looked at everyone and smiled and continued, General Manager Wang will represent me in the group from now on. I hope everyone can actively cooperate with General Manager Wang's work. Su Mu looked at Wang Yushi as he spoke. Although Wang Yushi is very capable, the situation in China is somewhat different. Especially in large companies, there are a lot of intrigues. Su Mu didn't want to see Wang Yushi being bullied by a group of old hands in the workplace. Wang Yushi smiled slightly when she heard Su Mu say this. With her intelligence, how could she not hear that Su Mu was paving the way for her? General Manager Wang's meaning is my meaning. I hope everyone will work hard in the future and strive to make our Su group stand at the top of the world as soon as possible. As soon as Su Mu finished speaking, everyone present applauded excitedly. Of course, our Su group doesn't want those who just eat and wait for death. I won't treat you unfairly if you are down to earth, capable and able to endure hardships.
We just met today and I didn't bring any gifts for you.
So, after get off work today, everyone will go to the finance department to collect 100,000 yuan.
It's my little token of my appreciation to you all. After Su Mu finished speaking, the newly hired employees became even more excited. After all, in their opinion, their boss is really too generous, right? A little bit of thought will earn you 100,000 yuan in cash. If your performance is good in the future, won't the performance bonus at the end of the year be even higher? Our big boss is so handsome. You look so young. This is what it means to be young and promising. Have you heard?
The entire World Trade Center belongs to young Master Su.
It's a pity that I'm a little old. If I were a few years younger, I would definitely chase after Su Xiao. The kind that would pester him. You? Are you sure you want to snatch the man from General Manager Wang? This. Only after Su Mu and Wang Yushi left did these employees dare to talk in private. Although they were not clear about the relationship between Wang Yushi and Su Mu, they understood it based on what Su Mu said just now. But then again, our President Wang is no simple man. Of course she's not simple. I've learned about it.
She's only 20 years old this year and has a double degree from Harvard. My friends at Harvard said that Wang Yushi is recognized by Harvard University as the most talented woman in Harvard University in the past 100 years.
Isn't that amazing? Having a high degree doesn't mean anything.
Seriously, if she's really capable, she'll make us surrender.
Otherwise, what else do you want? Didn't you understand what young Master Su said just now?
Let me tell you this, the relationship between Mr. Wang and young Master Su is not as simple as you think.
No matter what Su Mu said just now is indeed helpful for Wang Yushi to manage these people. Okay, I'm leaving now. I'll leave this to you.
Su Mu looked at Wang Yushi and smiled softly.
Wang Yushi also nodded in response and watched Su Mu get on the elevator. Chapter 119, Spending a lot of money and accidentally making an unknown female anchor famous.
After returning from the World Trade Center, Su Mu went straight home to rest. After playing a few games, Su Mu sat on the sofa, drinking tea and watching the news. Zhou Song called Su Mu in the evening.
Mr. Su, the decoration of the milk tea shop is almost complete. I have also seen the advertisement. The effect is quite good. Really? Send it to me so I can see.
Well, Brother Song, please contact the managers of the major TV stations.
Our advertisements must be posted on the major TV stations as soon as possible. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Song also sent the advertisement to Su Mu.
After all, this advertisement cost several $1 million to shoot, and it invited a popular female star.
Although this advertisement was only 15 seconds long, it also showed the amazing effects of weight loss milk tea.
Zhao Lushir lost 10 kilograms in just 3 days, from 118 kilograms at the beginning of the filming to 108 kilograms at the end.
The comparison between the before and after figures is quite obvious. Not bad.
Su Mu nodded. Okay, you guys prepare well for the milk tea shop, my factory is already producing milk tea. After all, the shelf life of the milk tea produced in his factory is about 1,000 years. Besides, the problem is that the weight loss milk tea will not be sold after it is produced, but the problem is that the production will not be enough. Even though the daily output can reach tens of millions of cups, compared with the global market, this amount of output is just a drop in the bucket.
Okay, I'll get ready. Zhou Song naturally attaches great importance to weight loss milk tea.
In Zhou Song's eyes, this is not just milk tea, it is his cash cow. Since there is no problem with production, as long as the advertisements are put out, the milk tea shop can be opened in the next 2 days.
Okay, I feel very relieved to leave this matter to Brother Song. Su Mu is not short of money now, and there is no end to the business. Instead of being exhausted by other things, he might as well give up some of the profits. With Zhou Song, Xinfun and others helping him, he was able to do many things with ease. Su Mu had nothing to do, so he also opened the bullfighting live broadcast platform. Su Mu had previously spent hundreds of thousands of gifts in Yangsu and Shaotuanchuan's live broadcast rooms, which attracted the attention of many passers-by fans. However, how could Su Mu have the time to do live broadcasts? I just come here to have some fun during my evening break.
He casually gave dozens of super hot rewards to Yang Su and Xiao Tuanchuan, while Su Mu wandered around the bullfighting live broadcast platform for a while.
Chen Shanshan is a new anchor.
There are at least tens of thousands of small anchors like her on the bullfighting live broadcast platform.
Apart from being pretty and singing well, Chen Shanshan doesn't have any other talents.
She has been broadcasting for a month, but her popularity is not high. Although some big brothers occasionally pass by, she can't keep them.
Let me sing you a song called Blue and White Porcelain by Tianwang Zhou.
Su Mu happened to click into Chen Shanshan's live broadcast room and heard Chen Shanshan say that she was going to sing Blue and White Porcelain for the fans in the live broadcast room. Su Mu became interested after hearing this.
The main thing is that he gave the song Blue and White Porcelain to superstar Zhou.
As soon as the song, Blue and White Porcelain, came out, it has become popular in the streets and alleys and has become a hit on the entire internet.
Chen Shanshan has a nice vocal cord and she sang this song quite well. The host sings well. Su Mu typed a comment of praise on the public screen. After all, it was a vest with the Emperor's Noble Medal. Chen Shanshan was frightened when Su Mu spoke.
There are rarely super rich people like Su Mu visiting her live broadcast room.
Why does the online name Gongzi Su sound so familiar? Fuck. It's young Master Su. Shanshan, you're going to be famous. He is one of the most recognized wealthy people on the bullfighting live platform.
Even Zhou Tsong admits that he is super rich.
Boss, can you give our Shanshan a tip? Just one tip. After all, our Shanshan sings really well.
Although there are not many fans in the live broadcast room, they are all loyal fans. Su Mu didn't care, he just gave 10 rewards at once.
10 consecutive posts became extremely popular and attracted many passers-by fans.
I was wondering who was so awesome, it turns out to be Master Su.
This is a real big shot.
Even Master Tsong admits that he is not as rich as him.
What the hell? Is this true? Master Tsong? Are you talking about Zhou Tsong from Yida Group? What else? I tell you, this is true. Chen Shanshan was completely confused.
She really didn't expect that Su Mu would give her 10 super hot rewards in one breath. $2,000 for one super hot bullet, 10 super hot bullets would be worth $20,000.
She is just a new anchor.
She has been broadcasting for a month, but no one has ever given her any tips.
She is so popular.
Su Mu was the first big guy to give her a super hot reward, and he gave her 10 super hot rewards at one time.
The anchor is going to be famous. That's right.
This anchor is the first one in the entire live broadcast room to be favored by Master Su, except for Rentu Su and Xiao Chuanchuan.
Firetone's Lu Ming, selling melon seeds and peanuts in the front row. The anchor looks good. No wonder.
The live broadcast room was not very popular originally, with less than 1,000 people watching online. But after Su Mu gave 10 super hot rewards, the popularity of the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. After all, if something is super popular, there will be small advertisements on the public screen in a cycle, and there are 10 super popular advertisements in a row. Passers-by fans are also curious about who Gongzi Su is giving gifts to. Chen Shanshan quickly thanked Su Mu for the reward, but Su Mu sent a barrage of comments to signal her to continue singing and not stop. I have to say, Chen Shanshan's voice is quite good. Blue and White Porcelain, she also grasped the melody of the song quite well. Of course, since she is a girl, she also sang it out in a different rhythm. You sang well, much better than some singers. Su Mu's comment on the barrage resonated with everyone in the live broadcast room. Indeed, Chen Shanshan's singing is much better than that of most people.
I'm going to sleep now. I'll come and listen to you sing again when I have time.
Before Su Mu left, he generously gave out 100 super popular gifts worth 200,000.
Chen Shanshan was completely stunned. She is not Yang Su, a top anchor like Xiao Tuanchuan.
With just 100 posts, she would be extremely popular and could earn 100,000 in commissions alone.
100,000.
She had never seen so much money.
Fuck, anchor, you're really going to be famous. As expected of young Master Su.
100 shots are super hot, and 200,000 are gone.
200,000 is nothing to Master Su. It's not even enough to pay for a month's rent for a house. Is Gongzi Su a landlord? Damn, where would a house cost more than 200,000 yuan a month to rent? Brother, let's learn more about Thompson First Class. You just found out? Young Master Su owns a building in Thompson First Class.
Although Sumu left the live broadcast room, he gave Chen Shanshan 100 rewards in one breath, and the super popular effect is still continuing. The number of online viewers in Chen Shanshan's live broadcast room has skyrocketed from less than 1,000 to 300,000. Sumu didn't know what his casual reward of 100 super hot shots meant to Chen Shanshan. In addition to being able to share a profit of 100,000 yuan, Chen Shanshan was transformed directly from a small anchor into a large and influential anchor.
Chapter 120. Sumu was going to cook for his friends.
It was already past midnight when Sumu exited the live broadcast room. He habitually clicked on leisure fishing, and the fishing button had become normally operable.
Go fishing. Just throw it out. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Congratulations to the player for achieving God of Cooking level cooking skills through fishing.
Got the skill of fishing.
Although it was culinary skills, Sumu was still somewhat impressed. He is really not interested in luxury cars and mansions now. On the contrary, it is these skills that can arouse his interest. The cooking skills are at the level of a chef god, which is pretty good. Sumu directly clicked to extract skills, but in just 1 second, Sumu felt that there were a lot more things about cooking in his mind. It's also nice to have time to cook your own meals. Sumu himself still likes to cook, although it is a chef's skill and seems nothing special, but as the saying goes, more skills are better than less. One more skill will make himself seem more perfect. After taking a shower, tomorrow was the weekend and Sumu didn't have any classes, so he could invite his roommates to his house for dinner.
Tomorrow at noon, call all your brothers and come to my place for lunch.
Sumu sent a voice message to Wang Xinyu, who had just finished a game, and replied directly, "Third brother is inviting me to dinner, I must go." Just as Sumu was about to take a break, Yanru sent him a message.
Are you asleep? When are you going to open Wankeka milk tea? Sumu's phone vibrated.
He took a look and saw it was a message from Yanru.
This should be done soon. What's wrong with the matter that Songgu is in charge of? It's nothing, actually. I have a cousin.
You know, her family is well off and dotes on her.
Now she weighs almost 200 kilograms.
After Yanru said this, Sumu naturally knew what was going on.
How about this? I get it.
How about this? Come to my house for lunch tomorrow at noon, and after lunch I'll take you to the factory to get a month's supply of milk tea. After Sumu said this, Yanru agreed immediately.
Let's go to your house for dinner. Do you cook for us? Yes. I'll cook it myself. That's great. Young Master Su is cooking for me personally, so I have to give it a try.
Yanru is also a foodie, and Sumu said he would cook for her himself. She was so excited that she forgot about her cousin. Fortunately, Yanru is not the kind of heartless person who values love over friendship, and she also reacted.
Factory? 1 month's supply of milk tea?
Yes, after I talked to you about the production problem last time, I also improved the formula and production method of milk tea. Now it is produced on the factory assembly line, and the output has increased significantly.
Sumu also responded with a smile. How obvious is it?
Yanru's heart was also a little beating. The daily output can probably reach about 10 million cups. Anyway, the output problem has been solved. When Yanru heard Sumu say that the daily output could reach tens of millions of cups, she was a little stunned. Daily output of tens of millions of cups.
What is the concept?
It's only been 2 or 3 days since we last contacted each other.
Why has it changed so much?
You know, when she talked to Sumu about the production issue of Wankeka milk tea 2 days ago, Sumu was still at a loss. Now, the daily output has directly exceeded 10 million.
In that case, can I get more goods? I'll give you 100,000 cups a day.
I don't think you can finish more than that. Sumu had previously promised to give Yanru 1,000 cups a day, but now he has directly increased it to 100,000 cups.
That's a deal.
Yanru also said with a smile, an excited expression on her face.
100,000 cups.
The Yen family currently has 30 or 40 hotels in the country. On average, each of them can serve 2 to 3,000 cups.
It's definitely enough for their hotel. Sumu chatted with Yanru for more than half an hour and felt a little tired. That's it for now. I'll take you around the factory tomorrow and we'll talk about the details later. Okay, you go to bed early, I'm going to sleep too.
Sumu put his phone aside, turned off the lights and fell asleep. We didn't talk all night and when I woke up it was already past 8 o'clock.
Master, today is the weekend, why are you up so early? A friend is coming over for lunch.
Oh, go to the supermarket and buy some groceries later.
Sumu looked at the Filipino maid Nana and said something. Okay, master, I got it. The Filipino maid Nana nodded and said, Master, I will prepare breakfast for you now. Okay, by the way, make a pot of tea and send it to my study. Sumu smiled and said softly. Yes, I understand, master.
The Filipino maid Nana also knew that her young master liked to drink tea, so when she heard Sumu say that, she agreed directly.
Sumu walked straight into the study. He woke up early in the morning and didn't know what to do.
He also made a phone call to the hospital to inquire about Shu Yao's condition.
Shu Yao's recovery was pretty good.
The hospital said she would be discharged after a few more days of observation if nothing serious happened.
Sumu felt relieved when he heard what the hospital said. The Filipino maid Nana brought the brewed tea over.
Sumu lit a cigarette and took a deep breath comfortably.
Life is unpredictable, so you should enjoy it while you can.
With Wang Yushi in charge of the group company, he can just be a hands-off boss.
By the way, let Wang Yushi come over at noon to try my cooking skills, and take her to the factory to check out the situation in the afternoon.
Sumu thought of Wang Yushi and called her directly. Wang Yushi and his colleagues start work at 8:30, but Wang Yushi has arrived at the company at 7:30 these past 2 days. After all, she is the general manager of the group.
Only if she sets a good example will the employees below work harder.
However, Sumu suddenly called her at this time, and today was the weekend, so she found it a little strange.
Why, you, a hands-off boss, have a change of heart and want to come to the company to give us guidance? Wang Yushi answered the phone and started talking jokingly. It's enough to have you take care of the company's affairs. Come to my house at noon and I will cook a treat for you. Sumu also laughed and said. Is this true? You can cook? I won't brag to you, just don't eat so much that you lick the plate.
Since you said so, I have to try it.
Sumu personally called to invite her to dinner, so Wang Yushi wouldn't refuse, right? Besides, Sumu is her boss now. Okay, Tianji Villa Building 6, room 2606. Just call me when you get here.
After Sumu finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
Nana, go buy some groceries later.
Buy more chicken, fish, pork, beef, etc.
There will be a lot of people coming to our house at noon. If you don't buy enough, there won't be enough food. Sumu walked out of the study and gave instructions to Nana, who was making breakfast. Okay, master, I got it. Nana nodded in agreement.
Speaking of which, she had been with Sumu for a while, but she had never seen Sumu cook in the kitchen.
Young master is really multi-talented. He can even do tasks like cooking.
After all, in her eyes, Sumu is really different from the ordinary rich second generation. Although Sumu is rich, he has a good temper and is quite nice to her.
Chapter 121 Wankaka milk tea advertisement goes online, causing public doubts.
Sumu had breakfast while the Filipino maid Nana went to buy groceries.
Sumu didn't have anything to do here. He was also sitting on the sofa playing with his phone.
After casually browsing Douyin for a while, Sumu also saw the advertisement posted by Wankaka on Douyin.
Are you still envious of others who can eat without gaining weight?
Now, Wankaka Slimming Milk Tea is here, you can do the same. TikTok, a rising short video app in China, has more than 1 billion daily active users.
Actually, the effect of advertising on Douyin is much better than that of advertising on major satellite TV stations.
However, Wankaka milk tea has not yet been put on the market for sale, and the weight loss effect is only limited to those who participated in the early stages.
After seeing this advertisement, the public had a simple idea. Fraud. It's a complete scam. This may be the funniest thing I have ever heard in the 21st century. Milk tea can help you lose weight. Is this a lie? Celebrities nowadays really have no bottom line. They accept this kind of advertisement? Is Zhao Lushur crazy about money? This is obviously a scam. Get ready to be scolded by consumers. Consumers? You tell me there will be consumers?
The ad has been running for about half a day, and has been viewed millions of times, with over 100,000 comments. Many people clicked in after seeing that it was endorsed by Zhao Lushur, but after watching the entire short video advertisement, everyone was stunned. Can milk tea help you lose weight? You must be kidding. Everyone knows that milk tea is a high-calorie food. The calories in a cup of milk tea are comparable to those in 15 bowls of rice. Forget about losing weight, it would be good enough if you can avoid gaining weight. At the same time, Zhao Lushur's Weibo was also blasted by someone. Most of the people who criticize her have one thing to say: for money, she will take any advertising endorsement. Zhao Lushir is a young and energetic person.
She knows best whether Wonkaka milk tea is effective or not.
It has been 2 or 3 days since she returned to the crew, and she has done nothing during these days but just sat there eating. I tried all those high-calorie foods that I didn't dare to eat before.
After all, she needs to gain weight now.
She lost 10 pounds in a short time. When she returned to the crew, the director was stunned when he saw her.
No matter what, we have to wait until she gains back to her original weight before we can continue filming. However, it used to be easier to gain weight but harder to lose weight, but now the situation is just the opposite. It is easier to lose weight but harder to gain weight. Although she had been eating and sleeping these 2 days, she was almost like a pig. But I haven't gained much weight. This milk tea has a really good slimming effect. Zhao Lushir also smiled bitterly. Today, advertisements for Wonkaka milk tea were put on major satellite TV stations and the TikTok platform, which also caused dissatisfaction among many people. Although she doesn't have many black fans, but as a human being, there are bound to be disputes when you are in the world. What's more, she is now a popular female artist and has access to all kinds of resources. There are many people who envy and hate her.
As soon as the advertisement came out, some people started to make small moves to discredit her.
Otherwise, why would so many people come to Weibo to blast her when this is just the beginning?
Let me make it clear that the weight loss effect of Wonkaka milk tea has been personally tested by me and is truly effective.
Of course, I'm putting this here. If there's anyone who drinks Wonkaka milk tea and doesn't see any effect, I'll compensate you in full.
Zhao Lushir directly chose to confront the majority of netizens, which was something her black fans never expected.
Zhao Lushir's Weibo statement also directly became a hot search.
Although many people have doubts in their hearts, they still don't believe that there is really a milk tea in the world that can help people lose weight.
Jotsong was also the first to repost and support Zhao Lushir.
Wonkaka milk tea is really effective, and it's a product that Qin Fun and I represent together.
You can consume it without worry. By the way, if it doesn't work, Zhao Lushir doesn't have to pay for it. Qin Fun and I will pay for it. I'm putting it here today. If it doesn't work, we will pay you 10 times the amount.
The fact that Jotsong forwarded and commented on Zhao Lushir's Weibo was something that most netizens had never expected.
But Jotsong's credibility is there, and many rational netizens have chosen to wait and see. After all, who is Jotsong? He is recognized as one of the top rich second generation in the country. They are not short of money. If Wonkaka milk tea really has no effect and is just a scam product, why would someone like Jotsong bother with his status?
The only explanation is that Wonkaka milk tea really has the effect of slimming down and reducing weight, and the effect is really as described in the advertisement. In addition to Jotsong, Qin Fun, who usually doesn't use Weibo, also reposted Zhao Lushir's public statement.
My meaning is the same as Tsong Ji's. If it doesn't work, I will personally compensate you 100 times. It's just money.
Jotsong and Qin Fun really are not short of money. A cup of milk tea costs 200 yuan, 10 times that is only 2,000 yuan, even if it is 100 times, it is only 20,000 yuan. 20,000 yuan may not be a small sum for ordinary people, but for a top rich kid like Qin Fun, it is just a drop in the bucket. Seeing how happily the two of them were interacting on Weibo, Sumu also registered a new Weibo account using the nickname Gongzi Su.
If it doesn't work, I'll pay for it all.
Sumu reposted Zhao Lushir's Weibo and also at Ed Jotsong and Qin Fun.
Gongzi Su is not very famous on Weibo, but he was recognized very quickly.
Fuck.
Young Master Su is here too? Young Master Su? Who is he? I've never heard of him.
The latest super rich man on the bullfighting platform. He directly subscribed to being the emperor for a year, and the most important thing is that I heard that he owns a building in Thompson First Class.
I know him. He has only been playing on the bullfighting live platform for a few days, and he must have spent millions on gifts alone, right?
The most terrifying thing is that Jotsong seemed to directly admit that he is not as rich as Gongzi Su.
Whether it is Sumu, Jotsong, or Qin Fun, they are all top rich young men in the country.
Seeing them stand up for Zhao Lushir was a little confused. Wang Yushi also knew that Wonkaka milk tea was one of Sumu's industries, and had heard Sumu mention it before. But Sumu said that milk tea can help lose weight.
To be honest, she didn't believe it. But considering Sumu's worth, there seems to be no reason to do such unrealistic things, right? Unless the product is truly effective, there is really no need for this. She has also seen the advertisement.
To be honest, if the effects advertised are really that magical, with her vision, she would naturally know what slimming milk tea represents.
A unicorn worth trillions.
When Sumu called her and asked her to come to his house for lunch at noon, she also wanted to ask Sumu about the specific details of Wonkaka milk tea. But after thinking about it, she decided to wait until she met Sumu before asking him in person.
With top second-generation rich people like Joseon coming forward, the public won't focus all their attention on Jalusher. I still can't believe this is true. Let me tell you, I make weight loss products myself. Anyone who is fat knows how difficult it is to lose weight. All the weight loss pills on the market today can't achieve such a good effect. That's right. I find that you guys are all fence-sitters. Do you really believe what a few rich second generations say? Whether you believe it or not, I've already prepared the sack. Didn't they say they would pay 10 or 100 times the compensation? Ha, this is a great opportunity to make some money. Don't ask me why I'm holding a sack, I'm just picking up money with the sack.
Although Joseon came forward, a large number of people remained silent and even began to support the launch of Wonkaka Slimming Milk Tea. However, the fact is that more than 80% of ordinary people still think that this is nonsense and simply impossible. After all, in their opinion, the idea of milk tea helping with weight loss is totally unscientific.
Chapter 122 Yen Ru and Wan Yushi meet, who could be the third sister-in-law.
No matter where you are, no matter which world you are in, there is never a shortage of argumentative people. Sumu was too lazy to explain to them whether his slimming milk tea was really effective, because there was no need. What he said was fantastic, but people who didn't believe it still wouldn't believe it. Anyway, it won't be long before Wonkaka milk tea will be on the market, and it will be clear whether it is effective or not by then. Moreover, Sumu also had some preliminary ideas. Regardless of these things, he would not worry about them. The Filipino maid Nana bought a lot of vegetables. Sumu took a look and asked her to go to the kitchen to prepare all the vegetables.
At around 10 o'clock, Wang Xinyu also called Sumu. Third brother, we are ready to come over. Is this building 6, unit 2, 2606?
Yeah, come over here. Sumu said with a slight smile on his face.
Okay.
It was the first time for the roommates to visit Sumu, and they all went to the supermarket to buy things.
Each person bought 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 boxes of wine. Oh my god, what are you doing?
Sumu looked at the 5 of them carrying in a lot of things and said with a wry smile.
Third brother, this is our first time here, it would be rude not to bring something with us.
That's right.
Third brother. We are all brothers. Just give it as a token of our appreciation. It's not a good thing. Just accept it.
2 packs of Huazi and 2 boxes of Maotai, each of them probably spent 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Wang Xinyu was fine, but Du Kong and the others were not well off financially, so Sumu still felt a little bad about asking them to spend money.
But what Wang Xinyu said was right.
It was just a token of their appreciation and they were all brothers. If Sumu really didn't accept it, they would really turn around and leave.
Alright, I'll take the food. You guys take a break first. I'll cook for you today. Sumu smiled slightly and asked the Filipino maid Nana to make tea. Third brother, who is this? Are you hiding a mistress in your golden house?
Shalujosu looked at the Filipino maid Nana, who turned around and looked at Sumu with a sly look in her eyes and said something. Fuck you, her name is Nana, I hired a Filipino maid. Sumu also looked at Josu and cursed with a smile.
Third brother, can you cook? If not, let's go out to eat.
Wang Xinyu had never heard Sumu say that he could cook, but he remembered that his freshman dormitory went to a nearby villa for a party, and there was a kitchen in the villa for cooking. Originally they were planning to cook their own meals, but they were all boys and after asking around, no one knew how to cook. Later, they decisively gave up cooking and started ordering takeout instead.
You underestimate me, your third brother, don't you? Is there anything I can't do? Sumu laughed and said, just wait and see today. After you have tasted my cooking skills, I promise that everything you eat in the future will become tasteless.
Sumu, who possesses the cooking skills of a god, does have some confidence.
Nana had already prepared all the dishes according to Sumu's requirements. It will be much easier for Sumu to do it in a while. Yenru also came over directly.
When she saw Wang Xinyu was there too, she was also slightly stunned. She thought it was just her and Sumu at noon. But think about it, Sumu has a good relationship with his roommates, it is impossible for him to invite her but not them.
Wang Xinyu and the others were also nervous when they saw Yenru.
They were originally sitting on the sofa in a disorganized manner, but when they saw Yenru coming over, they immediately straightened their sitting postures.
Okay, I'm going to cook first.
A friend will be coming over soon, so please open the door.
Sumu said this with a smile and walked towards the kitchen. How about I give you a hand?
Yenru looked at Sumu and said softly, her face turning slightly red.
That's not necessary, I can do it alone. Sumu looked at Yenru and smiled and said, besides, they are guests. How can I ask them to help me?
After hearing what Sumu said, although Yenru's expression did not change much, she still felt a little disappointed.
Everyone who comes is a guest. In his heart, am I just a guest? Snort! What a pig's hoof! As Yenru was thinking this, the doorbell rang. Yenru also stood up and went to open the door.
The moment the door opened, she saw Wang Yushi holding some fruit in her hand. How should I put it, Wang Yushi's aura is a little stronger. She has short hair and is nearly 1.7 meters tall.
Her professional suit cannot hide her stunning beauty. How to say it, Wang Yushi's appearance is no worse than Yenru.
If we really have to compare them, the only way to describe them is that they are equally good and each has its own merits. When Yenru saw Wang Yushi, her brows slightly frowned.
Sumu also said just now that another friend will be coming over soon. This beautiful career woman in front of me should be the friend Sumu mentioned, right? 2606, is this Sumu's home?
When Wang Yushi saw that the person who opened the door was Yenru, she was slightly stunned. She thought she had found the wrong door. But when she looked up at the house number, it was indeed 2606, no doubt about it.
Yes, you are the friend Sumu mentioned, right? Please come in.
When Yenru said this, she seemed to be treating herself as the hostess.
Wang Yushi couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing this.
Although what Yenru said just now was not directed at her at all, why did her words sound a little awkward?
Are you Sumu's girlfriend?
Wang Yushi walked in, changed into a pair of slippers, and looked at Yenru slowly, smiling and asking. After all, Wang Yushi is a PhD in psychology from Harvard University, so it was easy for her to see that Yenru was hostile towards her. Although that hint of hostility was very weak, it could not even be seen without careful observation. But she is Wang Yushi after all.
However, Wang Yushi also concluded that Yenru was not Sumu's girlfriend.
After all, first of all, Sumu said last time that he didn't have a girlfriend.
Secondly, if Yenru was really Sumu's girlfriend, then there should have been a hint of disdain in the hostility just now.
Wang Yushi is not the kind of girl who is easy to mess with.
She asked Yenru, are you Sumu's girlfriend?
To be honest, Yenru was also stunned when she heard her ask this. I'm not Sumu's girlfriend, but then again, I really don't know which lucky girl will become our Master Su's girlfriend. Yenru smiled, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She also stared into Wang Yushi's eyes and said something as if nothing had happened.
Ha ha. Wang Yushi smiled and looked at Yenru and said, hello, Wang Yushi, I'm Sumu's old classmate, but now, Sumu is my boss.
Wang Yushi avoided the previous topic, stretched out his hand in front of Yenru, smiled softly and said something.
Hello, Yenru, Sumu's senior.
Yenru was not afraid. She looked at Wang Yushi, smiled, and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Wang Yushi.
Wang Xinyu and Du Kong were sitting on the sofa and couldn't help but tremble when they saw the scene. Fuck. Third brother is awesome. She's a workplace goddess. What does this mean, third brother? You're looking at the pot while eating from the bowl? The point is, Brother San's operation is really cool.
He invited two goddesses to his house for dinner at the same time.
Isn't he afraid that they will quarrel? What do you know?
I know what third brother means.
He wants to have a threesome.
Josu looked at Yenru and Wang Yushi, and murmured with envy in his eyes.
Sixth brother. If they hear what you said, no matter who becomes your third sister-in-law in the future, I'm afraid you won't have a good life, right? Wang Xinyu also said with a chuckle. As for Sumu, he has already started preparing to show off his skills in the kitchen. Chapter 123 I promise you can lose 70 to 80 pounds in a month.
In the kitchen, Sumu was also attacking from both sides.
Braised fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, sweet and sour spare ribs, shredded pork with Beijing sauce. They are all home-cooked dishes, but they are delicious and look very appetizing. Through the kitchen, Wang Xinyu and others also smelled the fragrance. Fuck, this smells too good, doesn't it? Third brother, you really shock me. Even cooking is so awesome. Wang Xinyu also complimented him from a distance.
Yenru also sniffed and couldn't help but glance at Sumu, who was busy in the kitchen.
Sumu was really different from those rich second generations she knows.
Since she met Sumu, he really gave her too many surprises. He is a master of Chinese painting and is also very skilled in Chinese martial arts.
Sumu is obviously a super awesome kid from aristocratic family. How come he is so good at cooking?
Although I haven't tasted the dishes made by Sumu, just smelling them makes me drool.
The Filipino maid Nana was also shocked.
She was just worried about whether Sumu could cook, but now it seems that her worry was completely unnecessary.
Because Sumu not only knows how to cook, but the key is that he cooks much better than her. There are 6 people in Sumu's dormitory, including Yenru, Wang Yushi, and Nana, a total of 9 people. Sumu cooked 15 dishes and a pot of soup in one go. Well, you are in for a treat today.
Sumu came out with 2 plates of food and said something in a smug tone as he spoke.
Thank you for your hard work, third brother. Wang Xinyu also chuckled, complimented Sumu, and went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Everyone followed Wang Xinyu to the kitchen to serve the dishes.
It has to be said that Sumu's cooking skills really shocked them. Sitting at the dining table, Sumu also said with a smile, "It's a homely meal.
I have something else to do in the afternoon, so let's not drink."
Third brother has something to do, so he won't drink anymore. Anyway, we brothers have plenty of time to drink.
Josu also responded. Nana, please sit down and eat with us.
The Filipino maid Nana was standing by and serving at the beginning. Sumu took a look at her and said with a smile,
"Ah, master, I don't need it."
When the Filipino maid Nana heard Sumu say this, she was flattered and quickly waved her hand to refuse.
It's okay, sit down and eat with us.
Sumu smiled and said softly, "There are no outsiders, they are all my brothers and friends." Since Sumu said so, Nana didn't dare to refuse anymore and carefully found a seat to sit down.
However, Yenru and Wang Yushi glanced at the Filipino maid Nana and couldn't help thinking, is this Filipino maid a little special in Sumu's heart? But they didn't think much about it. Come on, stop standing there, how about trying my cooking skills?
Although it was the first time that Sumu cooked for them personally, he still had some confidence.
The cooking skills are not called God level for nothing.
He had just tried it, and to be honest, he thought it was a bit better than what Luo Zuyu had cooked at the private chef restaurant. He was not bragging, after all, his cooking skills had now reached the pinnacle. After Sumu finished speaking, Wang Xinyu and the others also picked up their chopsticks and started eating.
To be honest, they couldn't bear it any longer. A table full of delicious food and the aroma that fills the air, who can resist it?
Wang Xinyu directly picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. When the tip of his tongue just touched the delicious food, he was stunned.
What the hell? Isn't this too delicious?
I swear, I've never eaten sweet and sour pork ribs so delicious.
Wang Xinyu seemed to be exaggerating, but in fact, he was not exaggerating at all.
Sumu's sweet and sour spare ribs are a bit special. They are sweet but not greasy, and the acetic acid neutralizes the taste, making the ribs crispy and tender. It can be said to be the pinnacle of sweet and sour spare ribs. Yenru also picked up a piece of stir-fried meat. As soon as she put it into her mouth, her eyes lit up. She had eaten stir-fried meats cooked by many chefs, but no one's cooking skills could compare to Sumu's.
It's so delicious. Although Yenru didn't say anything, the expression on her face said it all.
The same thing happened to Wang Yushi. She picked up some mushrooms and vegetables and put them in her mouth.
She was stunned for a moment. It's a very ordinary dish of mushroom and vegetable, why can Sumu make it so delicious?
This is absolutely the best mushroom greens I have ever eaten.
Wang Yushi's heart was also trembling slightly.
It has to be said that the dishes cooked by Sumu completely conquered them. The whole table of dishes seemed like a lot, but there were 9 of them after all, so they finished eating very quickly. Usually Wang Xinyu talks a lot when he eats, but today is different. Except for the fact that he was complimenting Sumu on his delicious cooking at the beginning, he remained silent afterwards.
Because my mouth is full of food, I can't speak. This is so delicious. Several people were thinking the same thing.
The meal consisted of 15 or 16 dishes, and in the end everyone finished it all.
If Yenru and Wang Yushi hadn't been there, Wang Xinyu and the others would probably have had to lick the plates. Burp. I'm so full. Wang Xinyu burped, touched his round belly with his hand and said something embarrassedly.
He had eaten the most just now. After all, he was the heaviest among everyone.
Third brother, you are too cruel. You know I'm on a diet. It's over, it's over.
My plan to lose weight this month has been completely ruined because of this meal.
Wang Xinyu also said this with some resentment. Isn't the Wankaka Slimming Milk Tea endorsed by Zhao Lushi going to be on the market soon? Fourth brother, do you want to try it? Du Kong also looked at Wang Xinyu and said with a chuckle. That slimming milk tea that claims you can lose 2 to 3 pounds by drinking 1 cup? I tell you, that's absolutely impossible. Wang Xinyu didn't know that Wankaka milk tea was invented by Su Mu, so he spoke about it recklessly. When it comes to weight loss, I have the most authority, right? Wang Xinyu smiled bitterly. You skinny people really don't understand the pain of losing weight. Losing weight is not as simple as you think. Losing weight with milk tea sounds unreliable.
When Su Mu heard what Wang Xinyu said, he curled his lips and patted him gently on the shoulder.
Hey, old four. This Wonka milk tea is really effective because it was invented by me. Su Mu also said it with a laugh. Wang Xinyu and the others were also stunned when they heard Su Mu say this. Especially Wang Xinyu, he also turned his head and looked at Su Mu. Third brother? Is this true? Did you make that Wankaka milk tea? Third brother, don't tell me that young Master Su is you.
Zhou Su also reacted and shouted loudly.
This should be me.
Su Mu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and murmured softly.
Well, everyone in the dormitory was completely stunned when they heard Su Mu say this.
After Su Mu became rich, although he sometimes did things in a high-profile manner, he was still relatively low-key in his life. He did not deliberately show off in front of others, so he did not tell Wang Xinyu and others about the Thompson Epine building and Wankaka milk tea.
No wonder, I was thinking that when I saw the online name Gongzi Su, I felt that it was somewhat familiar. Wang Xinyu also said with some sudden enlightenment. Third brother, are you sure that your Wankaka milk tea really has such a good effect? Wang Xinyu also frowned and said, Third brother, I'm telling you this because you're my brother. If it's false advertising, it may not be a problem for now, but it will be very troublesome in the future. Don't worry about this. Su Mu laughed and said, I'll bring you a month's supply when I go to the factory this afternoon. Try it first. By the way, if it works, you have to promote it to me.
When Su Mu said this, Wang Xinyu immediately patted his chest and said, Third brother, if it really works, I will open a post to help you.
Ah, that's what you said.
Su Mu also smiled and said, I guarantee that you can lose 70 to 80 kilograms in a month.
After all, Wang Xinyu now weighs 200 kilograms.
If he drinks milk tea for a month, he can lose 70 or 80 kilograms.
There is no problem at all. Chapter 124 Opening up new online sales channels. Can you lose 70 to 80 kilograms in a month?
Wang Xinyu was really scared by what Su Mu said. Not to mention losing that much weight, he would be thankful even if he could lose 20 or 30 pounds.
You know, Wang Xinyu has been fat since he was a child.
In layman's terms, it means that you have a physique that can make you gain weight just by drinking cold water.
It's not like he hasn't resisted before.
Since junior high school, he has been determined to lose weight.
But losing weight is so painful.
There is a saying that goes, if a person can be determined to lose weight, then he will be successful in everything he does in the future.
Because, a person who can treat himself cruelly is really terrible.
After all, losing weight is a long and painful process.
Controlling your diet and moving your legs is not just talk.
For someone like Wang Xinyu who eats a lot and is too lazy to exercise, losing weight really seems like a fantasy.
But how could Wang Xinyu not want to lose weight?
His family is well off, and he can barely be considered a rich second generation. Wang Xinyu is about 1.83 meters tall, rich and handsome, two of the qualities he possesses. Apart from being handsome, after all, being fat ruins everything and that is no joke.
Third brother, if you can really help me lose 70 or 80 kilograms, you will be my second parent. Wang Xinyu also said this quite sincerely. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Su Mu also smiled softly. After dinner, the Filipino maid Nana also cleaned up the table.
Wang Xinyu and the others didn't stay with Su Mu for long and went straight back to school.
Yen Ru, Yushi, the two of you come with me to the ecological park. Cousin Yen Ru needs Wankaka milk tea to save her figure. Wan Yushi is the general manager of Su Group. Wankaka milk tea is about to be launched on the market. It is a bit unreasonable that she, as the general manager, has never visited her own factory, right?
Su Mu said he would arrange a car for Wan Yushi, but he was busy these 2 days and didn't have time.
Fortunately, Yen Ru drove here by herself.
Su Mu brought Wang Yushi with him, and Yen Ru drove behind Su Mu's car. The factory in the ecological park industrial park is quite large and the production is well organized. After all, the workers in the factory are all biochemical workers, and their work efficiency is impeccable. Sumu walked along, and everyone who saw him stood up straight and greeted him respectfully.
Hello, master. Hello, master. When Wang Song learned that Sumu was coming, he hurried to greet him. He first half bent over and called young master very respectfully, then when he raised his head, he glanced at Yen Ru and Wang Yushi beside Sumu. Yushi, let me introduce you to this person. He is the director of our factory, Wang Song.
Sumu looked at Wang Yushi and said with a smile. Wang Song, this is the general manager of our Su group. If she has any requests in the future, please try your best to satisfy her.
She can fully represent my opinion.
When Sumu said this, Wang Song nodded in response.
Okay, master, I understand. Although Wang Song is a biochemical worker, he is no different from a normal person. If Sumu doesn't say it, no one will know that he is a biochemical person. Wang Yushi also looked at Wang Song, nodded, and smiled slightly, which meant they knew each other. Master, the assembly line is currently operating in shifts around the clock, and the warehouse already has 30 million cups in stock.
Wang Song also reported on his workload in the past few days.
Okay, take us to see the assembly line production.
A group of people here entered the assembly line production room, the sterile production room, and every worker was wearing sterile clothing to perform production work. With such a large production line, it's no wonder that the daily output can reach tens of millions. Yen Ru and Wang Yushi were both shocked by this production line worth billions of dollars.
It's amazing. This production line is probably ranked among the top 3 in the country. Yen Ru couldn't help but nodded and praised. With such a large production line in Haidu, this should be ranked first. When Sumu heard Yen Ru's words, he nodded and responded. Okay, Director Wang, have someone bring 200 cups of milk tea to Miss Yan's car. Okay, master.
Leave 50 cups for Wang Yushi, and give the rest to your cousin.
Okay, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. That's not necessary, just think of it as a gift from me to your cousin. Sumu laughed. It was just slimming milk tea.
If it was produced on an assembly line, the cost would be extremely low. On average, a cup of milk tea may cost less than $1.
Sumu is not the kind of person who would be so fussy about this. How can I be so embarrassed?
Yen Ru also smiled softly. How about this? I'll ask my cousin to start a live broadcast and record the situation after drinking slimming milk tea every day, which can also be regarded as an advertisement for Wankaka milk tea. How do you think?
Sure. Sumu's eyes lit up. If cousin Yen Ru was willing, that would be perfect. After all, no matter how much you say, it won't be more convincing than the facts. How about this? How about asking your cousin to start a live broadcast to help me sell the goods?
There is no problem with Sumu's production, and Jotsong in his physical store can be considered a channel.
But now is the era of online sales after all. If Sumu can open up online sales channels, he can earn more. Is it really possible?
Yen Ru's eyes lit up when she heard Sumu say this. She is someone who has personally experienced the slimming effect of milk tea, and of course she knows that the slimming effect of Wankaka milk tea is absolutely top-notch. She had told Sumu before that she wanted to be a distributor. After all, she also understood that the market for Wankaka milk tea could be said to be a trillion-level market. I can provide you with 6 million cups of milk tea every day, but because your channel is newly opened by me, the price you pay will be a little higher than Jotsong and his team. Sumu also thought about it and thought that it would be enough for Jotsong and Chinfin to give them 4 million cups of milk tea a day. After all, it takes time to expand physical stores.
The online sales model is indeed good.
Besides, 6 million cups of milk tea a day are simply not enough to sell.
Okay, you decide the price. Yen Ru was also an intelligent person.
Since Sumu was willing to give her 6 million cups a day, as for the price, it would be fine as long as she could make some profit.
150 per cup, so you have a profit of 30 or 40 per cup. Okay, no problem. Yen Ru agreed immediately.
Although the profit from 1 cup is small, she gets a lot of it.
6 million cups a day. Even if the profit from 1 cup is only 30 yuan, the net profit she can make in a day can reach 100 or 200 million, right?
I believe that with the slimming effect of Wankaka milk tea, there will be no problem with sales at all.
Okay, let's put it this way. By the way, you should contact Yushi tomorrow and we can sign the contract?
After all, Sumu has now established his own group company, and all these things have to be recorded in the accounts. When doing business, it is only right to sign a contract and follow the procedures. Although Sumu and Yenru were so familiar with each other, as the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly, so the necessary procedures must be followed.
No problem.
Naturally, there was no problem on Yenru's side either. After all, selling 1 kaka milk tea is like picking up money, it's a sure win. Oh, by the way, I have to remind you that our milk tea is priced uniformly across the country, 200 yuan a cup. Sumu mentioned it casually, and Yenru nodded in response. I know this, but if we sell it in the hotel, the price.
Well, it's up to you to decide. Yan's Hotel is a well-known 5-star hotel chain in China. Guests who can afford to stay there generally don't mind spending money. Moreover, hotel items generally have price differences. Okay, I feel relieved when you say that. Yenru raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said with a smile. She is still quite excited now. After all, she had managed to negotiate such a huge deal with Sumu during this trip. If she did well, her personal assets would exceed the total assets of their entire Yin family in less than half a year. Chapter 125. I will give you a car as a personal gift, and the company will also buy a few Rolls Royces. After leaving the factory, Sumu also wanted to send Wang Yushi to the company. Yenru went back directly with the milk tea. She first went to the school and brought 50 cups of milk tea to Wang Xinyu. She kept 50 of the remaining 150 cups for herself and gave the rest to her cousin Linyu. In fact, cousin Yenru is pretty, but the key is that she is fat. People say that fat people have potential, and this is most suitable for Linyu. But losing weight is too hard. Linyu has been spoiled since childhood and she simply cannot stick to losing weight. Sister, is this the slimming milk tea you mentioned? Linyu looked at the 100 neatly arranged cups of milk tea and asked with a smile. I haven't seen you for 2 months. Why are you fat again? Yenru looked at Linyu and said something with a frown. Oh, stop it, I can't help it. Linyu smiled bitterly, and the fat on his face trembled. How much do you weigh now? Yenru looked at her cousin and asked in a low voice. 223 pounds. Linyu sighed. Sister, I really gain weight even if I drink some cold water. Control your mouth and move your legs. If you can't control your mouth, you can't move your legs. If you want to lose weight, you can only rely on this. Yenru raised her lips slightly, and said with a smile, drink 1 cup a day, you are fine now, right? You can start a live broadcast. My friend has agreed to let me use the sales channel of live broadcasting to bring goods. Live broadcast? I can't do that, right? Linyu also shook her head. Although she was a rich lady, she was often laughed at because of her body shape. However, Linyu is naturally cheerful, and fat people generally have gentler personalities. It's okay, just exercise yourself. Besides, you'll know after you drink this milk tea. As Yenru spoke, she took out a cup of milk tea and handed it to Linyu. I'll record it for you first, and you can see how it works. Linyu took the milk tea and took a sip with doubt. Sister, it tastes really good. Can it really help you lose weight? Wait 5 minutes and see the effect. Linyu also weighed herself before drinking the milk tea. It was 225 kilograms, 2 kilograms heavier than she said. I feel warm in my abdomen, very comfortable. My whole body feels hot. Linyu finished her milk tea, and 2 or 3 minutes later, she looked at Yenru who was sitting on the sofa and said, that's the effect of fat burning quickly. If you have a large base and eat it for a month, the effect will definitely be obvious. Yenru is also looking forward to it. My cousin is a nice person, her only flaw is that she is too fat. If this really works for her, it would be awesome. After 5 minutes, Linyu stood on the scale with great anticipation. It's not that she doesn't want to lose weight. Which fat person doesn't envy those with perfect bodies? But losing weight is not just talk. But now it's different. If the weight loss effect of Wankaka milk tea is really that magical, she also sees hope. She herself is the one who knows best about the changes in her body. Wow! Sister, I lost 5 pounds? Linyu was completely stunned. 5 minutes ago, she weighed 225 kilograms. Now she has lost exactly 5 kilograms, 220 kilograms in total. Isn't this awesome too? Linyu was quite excited. Weight was her only headache. She really didn't expect that drinking a cup of milk tea could help her lose 5 kilograms. That's because you have a large base, it's only 5 pounds. The effect is too obvious. Yenru was also quite excited.
The most important thing is that the subsequent effects do not rebound.
Yenru smiled softly and said, "Get ready tomorrow and we'll start the live broadcast." "Are you really going to start a live broadcast?" Lin Yu also smiled awkwardly and asked. "You think I'm kidding you?" Yenru rolled her eyes at Lin Yu and said with a pout. Similarly, Wang Xinyu drank a cup of Wankaka milk tea with half belief and half doubt. "Oh my god, I lost 3 pounds?"
Wang Xinyu weighed himself while drinking, and it was exactly 200 kilograms. "I weighed myself again after drinking the milk tea, and it was 197 pounds.
This is too amazing." Wang Xinyu also shouted excitedly. "Old 4. You feel comfortable now." Everything about Wang Xinyu is good except his weight.
In this world where thinness is considered beautiful, he is a bit fat.
"Third brother is really my second parent." Wang Xinyu murmured something, and his face showed a very excited expression. He lost 3 kilograms after drinking a cup of milk tea.
According to Su Mu, it would not be difficult for him to lose 70 or 80 kilograms in a month.
It would be crazy to lose weight to the ideal weight in 1 month. When Wang Xinyu was excited, Lin Yu was also quite excited. She posted the results of her trial of Wankaka milk tea on Weibo, which instantly attracted a lot of attention. "Blogger, you said you lost 5 kilograms by drinking a cup of milk tea. Is that true? Isn't Wankaka Slimming milk tea still on sale? Where did the blogger get the milk tea?" "Blogger, you said you weigh 225 pounds? Wow, that's a lot. Oh my god. This is a tank." There are all kinds of comments on Weibo.
When Lin Yu saw the comments that slandered her, she just smiled bitterly and ignored them.
"My cousin is friends with Master Su, and she made me 100 cups of milk tea. Let's put it this way, Wonka milk tea is not only effective in losing weight, but it also tastes pretty good." After all, Lin Yu is a well-known food blogger. Although she has never posted any photos, it has to be said that she has 200,000 to 300,000 followers. In the past, some fans asked Lin Yu to show up, but Lin Yu always said that she was too fat and was embarrassed to show up. "Let me tell you one more thing. My sister got an online sales channel from Master Su. Starting tomorrow, I will start a live broadcast to record my drinking of Wankaka Slimming milk tea." Lin Yu posted another Weibo post, and many fans also expressed their expectations. As for Su Mu, he was originally going to send Wang Yushi back to the company, but on the way Su Mu suddenly remembered that he had promised to give Wang Yushi a car. "By the way, what kind of car do you like?" Are you really going to give me a car? Isn't it agreed? Besides, you are the general manager of our Su group now. You can't live without a luxury car." Sumu smiled and said, "How about this, I will give you a private luxury car, and then for the company, you can buy a few Rolls-Royces as business cars." Hearing Sumu say this, Wang Yushi had no choice but to nod in agreement. "But I don't need it personally." Wang Yushi also looked at Sumu and spoke softly. "How can that be possible? I still need you to create an atmosphere of respect and courtesy." Sumu has said this, what else can Wang Yushi say? "Porsche 911, that car is more suitable for me." Wang Yushi also knew that it was useless to refuse, as she was clear about Sumu's character. "Okay, then Porsche 911. Sumu drove directly to the Haidu Porsche 4S store. The car salesmen here were all stunned when they saw Sumu driving over in a Lamborghini Veneno. What the hell? Is this the Lamborghini Venom? So cool. When did Haidu get this car? A supercar worth hundreds of millions. It's something only the richest kids can afford." When Sumu parked the car and got out, the manager of the Porsche 4S store came up to greet him personally with his men. They knew very well that no matter whether they could buy a car or not, rich second generations like this could not be offended. "Hello, I am." Chen Dong was about to introduce himself, but Sumu interrupted him and said, "Do you have the top of the line Porsche 911 in stock?" 911. Yes, the 911 we have is a new model this year, and it is equipped with. Wait, I get it, swipe the card, I want that car. Sumu didn't have the time to listen to him blabbering on and on. To put it bluntly, Sumu didn't need to know what the configuration of the Porsche 911 was. Sumu took out his bank card directly. Chen Dong was stunned for a moment and quickly took the bank card from Sumu. "Yushi, go and handle the formalities with him. I'll wait for you here." The salesperson next to him also realized that he was simply buying a car for the woman next to him. "To be honest, I'm jealous.
I'm so lucky to be able to have a relationship with such a young master. Driving a Lamborghini Veneno, he casually pulled out a bank card and paid for a 911 in full.
How cool. Sisters, are you ready to go up and ask for WeChat? I think we should just give up. Don't you think he's a little too cold? Chapter 126 Diamond Cruise, worth 3 billion, mine. Once the money is in place, the efficiency of the work can be said to be very fast. The top-of-the-line Porsche 911 is fully equipped and only costs around 2 million yuan.
2 million may not be a small sum for others, but for Sumu, it is nothing.
Then I won't be polite. Wang Yushi finished the formalities and came out.
When she saw Sumu, she slightly lifted her hair in front of her forehead and said,
"What's so polite about this?" Sumu laughed and said, "Can you drive?" "You underestimated me." Wang Yushi moved closer to Sumu and said, "When I was abroad, I often went out for a drive on weekends." "Okay then, I won't go to the company. I'll go back and rest first."
It turns out that Sumu was going to be a hands-off boss again.
Okay. Wang Yushi was used to it.
Besides, with her at the group company, there was really no need for Sumu to be there watching.
"Just call me if you have anything." Sumu sat directly in the driver's seat, looked at Wang Yushi, smiled and said, "Okay, then Master Su, you can go first?" Wang Yushi also looked at Sumu mischievously and said something. I'm leaving."
As Sumu was talking, he stepped on the accelerator and the car drifted and turned, which was really handsome.
Wang Yushi also drove his new car to the company. Although today is Saturday, the Su group has just been established and there are still many things to do.
According to Wang Yushi, everyone in the group company must work overtime to complete their work recently. Although these people had complaints in their hearts, they didn't dare to say much. Besides, Wang Yushi directly offered 3 times the overtime pay, which made them willing to work overtime. As the saying goes, there is always a brave man under a big reward.
Once the money is in place, everything will be easy.
The thing Sumu lacks the least is money, and Wang Yushi naturally understands this. Using money to pave the way is definitely the most effective and direct way, no doubt about it. Sumu also went to the city hospital, and Chu Yao had recovered quite well. When Sumu came over, Chu Yao had fallen asleep on the bed. Sumu did not disturb her, but instead instructed 2 special nurses to take good care of Chu Yao. The special nurses naturally understood what they should do. After Sumu finished speaking, the 2 of them nodded in agreement. Sumu didn't stay in the hospital for long and drove straight home. He got up early in the morning and has been busy until now in the afternoon. He is exhausted both physically and mentally. After taking a hot shower, Sumu lay down on the bed to rest. When I woke up, it was already past midnight. Sumu turned over, closed his eyes, and fell asleep again. The next day, Sumu woke up early. I took a look at my phone and was a little confused. Jotsong made 5 calls to himself and sent more than 20 messages. Qinfen also called him 3 times and sent him more than 10 messages. As for Yang Hao, he also called him twice.
What the hell? What the hell? Sumu opened WeChat and looked at the message sent by Jotsong.
Jotsong and the others meant to discuss the opening of the Wonkaka milk tea shop today. After all, today is the weekend, and the flow of people on the pedestrian street is quite huge.
The advertisement of Wonkaka milk tea also had a certain influence, so the 3 of them decided that opening the store today was the best choice. But Sumu slept so deeply yesterday that he didn't notice it at all. I looked at the time and it was just 8 o'clock.
Sumu also called Jotsong back directly. None of the 3 of them were able to contact Sumu last night, and they didn't sleep well the whole night. Jotsong had just fallen into a drowsy sleep when a phone call from Sumu woke him up.
"Hello? Brother Tsong, I'm really sorry. I slept too deeply last night and didn't hear it. It's okay if you open today."
Jotsong was still confused, but when he heard Sumu's voice, he immediately perked up.
"Master Su. You are finally awake."
Although Jotsong's words were somewhat sarcastic, to be honest, Jotsong was now very excited.
"Brother Tsong, did I disturb your rest?"
It's okay, I'll get up now and go to the pedestrian street to set up." Although Jotsong and the other 2 did not contact Sumu last night, they knew that nothing would happen to Sumu. After all, Sumu has such a strong female guard by his side, what could go wrong? Most likely he fell asleep. So, what they meant was that they should complete the preparations today. If they could contact Sumu early in the morning, then they would definitely be able to open the business in time.
Okay, Brother Song, let me tell you this. I've thought about this before. I'll treat everyone to free milk tea today.
Sumu wanted to say it yesterday, but never found the chance. Since the business was opening today, Sumu said it directly. Jo Song was also stunned when he heard Sumu say this.
Master Su means to treat everyone to free milk tea? Yeah, but I definitely have to post it on WeChat Moments first to get some likes or something.
After Sumu said this, Jo Song naturally understood.
If that's the case, young Master Su will lose a lot of money today. What's the point of money? How much can I lose? I don't mind that little bit of money. Sumu smiled and said.
Since Sumu said so, Jo Song naturally had no objection. How should I put it, 200 yuan for a cup of milk tea is really too expensive.
To be honest, before seeing the results, I'm not sure how many people are willing to spend the money. But if it's free, it's different. A cup of milk tea costs 200 yuan.
Just post it on your moments and collect 20 or 30 likes, and you can get a cup of such an expensive milk tea.
If you don't take advantage of this, what other bargains are you taking? Okay, then I'd like to thank Master Su first.
After all, today is the weekend and there is a huge flow of people on the pedestrian street. Not to mention the traffic of millions, there are still hundreds of thousands of people throughout the day.
If each person is given a free cup of Wankaka slimming milk tea, at least 200,000 or 300,000 cups of milk tea will be given away in a day, right?
Even if there are 200,000 cups, and each cup costs 200 yuan, that means 40 million are given away in one day. But if you think about it, compared to the huge effect brought by free drinks, giving away 40 million in a day doesn't seem to be a problem.
Okay, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the milk tea now.
Sumu hung up the phone and called Wang Song directly.
Master, what do you want?
On the other end of the phone, Wang Song also asked respectfully.
You organize some people to drive 500,000 cups of milk tea to the pedestrian street. Okay, master, I got it. Wang Song naturally did not dare to disobey Su Mu's opinion. He immediately organized people, loaded 2 large trucks with milk tea, and delivered the milk tea directly to the pedestrian street. After finishing the arrangement, Su Mu simply washed up.
Sitting on the sofa, the Filipino maid Nana also brought breakfast and tea over.
Master. Su Mu nodded comfortably, took a sip of tea and lit a cigarette.
Leave it here, and go to your work first.
Okay, master. Su Mu went to bed early last night and did not go fishing. He opened Leisure Fishing, and the fishing button returned to normal. Get up early and see if there's any luck. Su Mu directly pressed the fishing button. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds.
Congratulations to the player for fishing and obtaining a diamond cruise ship, worth 3 billion.
Cruise ship?
Sumu was also stunned for a moment. It seems that Yang Hao is privately running businesses such as yachts and private jets. When they first met, Sumu said he wanted to buy a yacht from him for fun.
However, he has been quite busy recently, so Yang Hao didn't say anything.
Now, his diamond cruise ship has docked at the pier on the riverside of Haidu City.
This is a bit embarrassing. Sumu also smiled bitterly. But brother Hao only runs yachts after all. He may not be able to get something as big as the diamond cruise ship.
As Sumu was thinking this, his phone vibrated.
In the WeChat group, there are only 4 people in this group: Sumu, Jo Song, Xinfun, and Yang Hao. Fuck. Look what I saw. Yang Hao seldom speaks in the group. After all, he is the oldest and the most mature and stable. Usually, Jo Song and the other 2 talk the most in the group. Cruise ship? WTF, is it so big? Xinfun also woke up. When he saw the photo sent by Yang Hao, he directly sent a voice message in the group. Diamond cruise, worth 3 billion.
Sumu also sent a voice message directly to the group.
Master Su has good taste. Yang Hao couldn't help but sigh. There are so many rich people in Haidu City.
They are willing to spend money to buy such big things.
Mine. Sumu didn't hide anything and said it directly in the group.
Then Jo Song, who was diving, jumped out first.
Jo Song? Sumu? Yang Hao?
Well, I told my family about this before, but I didn't expect them to actually bring this thing.
What else could Sumu say? He could only put the blame on the guy he made up. I'm so envious. I don't know what else to say except envy. Master Su is awesome. Would you like to invite us to go on a cruise tonight? Yes. The Diamond Cruise Ship.
This ship is nothing but luxurious.
Chapter 127 3 billion. It's so expensive. Sure. The cruise ship is docked at the pier and you can get on at any time. In addition, the cruise ship also comes with a whole cruise system of service staff.
Including the captain, first mate, waiter, etc., all of them are complimentary cyborgs. Like the biochemical workers, they are all biochemical people, and with the help of the system, they all have normal identities.
It just so happens that our Wonkaka Slimming Milk Tea is opening today. Why don't we go out on a cruise tonight?
Sumu smiled and sent a voice message in the group.
Su Xiao is awesome. Broken voice. Young Master Su is awesome. Panting. Young Master Su is awesome.
When Zhou Tsong and the other three heard Sumu say this, they all spoke in a complimentary manner in the group. There are only 4 of them in this group, but they represent the top second-generation rich forces in the entire Haidu. Needless to say, Zhou Tsong was the richest man in the country for 3 or 4 years. Qinfen's family is also very mysterious, but as we all know, hard work does not necessarily lead to wealth, but Qinfen is definitely rich. Yang Hao is the most low-key, but behind Yang Hao stands Yang Heavy Industry after all. Sumu's words are different from theirs, because he is cheating. After joking in the group for a while, Sumu changed his clothes after breakfast and went to the pedestrian street. Zhou Tsong and the other 3 have already arrived at the scene.
There aren't a lot of people on the pedestrian street right now. After all, who would come here to go shopping so early in the morning? I invited a few good friends from the entertainment industry to come and help out.
When Zhou Tsong saw Sumu coming, he walked up to him and greeted him with a smile. After all, Zhou Tsong is jokingly called the Disciplinary Inspection Committee of the entertainment industry. Although he has offended many celebrities in the entertainment industry, he is, after all, the son of the richest man and one of the top rich young men in the country. No matter how awesome the celebrities in the entertainment industry are, they are just celebrities.
In the past, celebrities were just actors, so how could they dare not give face to Zhou Tsong? Okay, brother Tsong, you can arrange it.
Sumu smiled softly and greeted Qinfen and Yang Hao.
Master Su, you are really willing to spend money on that diamond cruise.
Yang Hao walked over and leaned closer and said something. The main reason is that I had mentioned to my family before that I wanted to buy a larger cruise ship to go out to sea, but I had never found a suitable one before.
This diamond cruise ship is good. It is a bit expensive, but it is worth it.
Sumu smiled, looked at Yang Hao and spoke softly.
3 billion. That's really expensive.
Although Qinfen was not short of money, he didn't even feel bad when his LaFerrari worth tens of millions crashed. But to be honest, facing the cruise ship worth 3 billion, Qinfen can only envy it. Let me put it this way, his family can give him 100 million or 200 million to play games, but there is absolutely no way they can give him 3 billion to buy a cruise ship.
If you like, you can always go up and play. Sumu laughed and said, I don't usually use it anyway.
The 3 of them also knew that Sumu was generous. There is no shortage of rich second generations in China, and there are even many who are even more awesome than Zhou Tsong and his friends.
But only Sumu could play with them, not only because Sumu was rich, but mainly because Sumu's personality was similar to theirs. Be high profile in doing things and low profile in being a person.
Let us put the cruise ship matter aside, after all, there are more important things to do. In the central square of the pedestrian street, an extra large stage has been built.
Wang Song also drove a truck over.
The 2 large trucks were almost full, with a total of 500,000 cups of Wonkaka Slimming milk tea. The cost of milk tea is low, and most of the cost is spent on the cup. The price of a cup is estimated to be around 70 or 80 cents, and with milk tea, the cost is only about $1. The cost of $1 is nothing compared to the selling price of 200 yuan. Precisely because of the low cost, Sumu doesn't mind spending money on today's free drinks event. The cost price of 500,000 cups of milk tea is no more than 600,000. As long as the word of mouth gets out, the 600,000 can be earned back in 1 or 2 minutes at most by drinking Wonkaka Slimming milk tea.
Yuanya also came over.
After all, today is the day when Wonkaka Milk Tea Shop is officially launched for sale. As the general manager of Sumu Milk Tea Shop, she naturally has to come here. As for the Wonkaka Milk Tea Shop in the university town, she also handed it over to the manager. Yuanya is also expanding a new milk tea shop. After all, in addition to supplying Zhou Tsong and the other 3, Sumu will also leave some for his own milk tea shop. Yen Ru also called and said she would be there in a while, and her cousin Lin Yu would also come with her. After all, Yen Ru's site is an online sales channel, and she purchases the largest volume of goods. On the day when Wankaka milk tea opens, she will definitely come to support it. As for Lin Yu, she weighed herself first when she got up this morning, and then drank a cup of Wankaka slimming milk tea.
Before drinking, Lin Yu weighed 220 kilograms.
She drank Wankaka slimming milk tea again today, and when she weighed herself again, she had lost another 3 kilograms. It only took 2 days to go from 225 kilograms to the current 217 caddies.
Chapter 128. I am handsome, who doesn't know that?
Lin Yu was so excited last night that she didn't sleep much. There is no fat person who doesn't want to see himself/herself slimmer, especially someone like Lin Yu who has been fat since childhood.
Lin Yu has good facial features.
If she could lose weight, she would look really good. Lin Yu had struggled on the edge of losing weight many times before, but failed every time. I lost 5 or 6 pounds, then ate 2 big meals and gained it all back. In her own words, she would gain weight if she drank a sip of cold water.
But after drinking Wankaka slimming milk tea yesterday, she couldn't help but eat a little more food and even had a midnight snack after midnight. When she woke up in the morning, she weighed herself and found that she had not gained any weight at all. The effect is amazing. Lin Yu also had to admit that the effect of Wankaka slimming milk tea was simply amazing.
Today is the weekend, and Yen Ru also called her. Wankaka slimming milk tea was officially launched today, and Yen Ru asked her to follow her to congratulate them. Lin Yu didn't want to go at first, but then she thought it was Wankaka milk tea that gave her hope for rebirth, and she really couldn't not go. She also posted a weight loss record directly on Weibo.
Today is the second day that I have consumed Wankaka slimming milk tea.
I have lost 3 pounds.
My current weight is 217 pounds. Come on.
By the way, congratulations on the official launch of Wankaka slimming milk tea today.
Friends in Haidu who are interested can go and take a look.
Lin Yu is a well-known blogger in the food circle, with 200,000 to 300,000 fans. As soon as Lin Yu posted on Weibo, many people said that they would go and take a look if they had time today.
Is the effect really as good as it is said to be? I lost 20 pounds in 2 days? Oh my god.
If this is true, I feel like the world has become a better place.
I weigh 180 pounds.
If this Wankaka milk tea is really effective, I'm willing to spend my own money to buy it for a month.
200 a cup, that's 6,000 a month at most.
If it really has such a good effect, I think it's better to drink 1 cup every day. Their advertisements claim that it can achieve the effect of slimming and body shaping, but I don't know if it's true or not. In addition to Lin Yu, Zhao Lushir also personally sent a Weibo to congratulate Wankaka milk tea on its launch.
Congratulations on the launch of Wankaka slimming milk tea. Dear foodie friends, your good news is here.
1 paragraph, with 6 illustrations. Spicy crayfish, barbecue, sushi, etc.
These are all some of the delicious foods that Zhao Lushir has been eating recently.
She had been overeating for 3 or 4 days and finally gained 3 pounds, but the weight gain was obviously very slow.
Zhou Tsong and Xin Fan also personally posted on Weibo to promote Wankaka slimming milk tea. It was also clearly stated that Gongzi Su is giving benefits to everyone today.
If you post on your moments, you can get a free cup of Wankaka slimming milk tea.
Oh my god, who is this young Master Su? So awesome? A cup of milk tea costs 200 yuan.
Today is the weekend, and the flow of people on the pedestrian street is super huge. Even if there are only 200,000 people, 40 million people will be given away if they are given away for free.
You're only calculating the selling price. How much can the milk tea cost?
In my opinion, the cost of a cup of milk tea is only 2 or 3 yuan at most.
But you can't deny it. If it really has a slimming effect, 200 yuan a cup isn't expensive.
I'm just afraid I won't be able to buy it when the time comes.
The initial advertising investment for Wankaka slim milk tea alone was close to 100 million yuan. With such a widespread exposure, almost everyone knows about Wankaka slimming milk tea.
After all, with Zhou Tsong, Xin Fan, and the newly minted Rich Sun Su as guarantors, many people still choose to believe in the slimming effect of Wankaka slimming milk tea. Besides, since there are free gifts for the opening today, many people in Haidu have decided to come and see what is going on. The stage on the central square has been set up.
Zhou Tsong invited quite a few stars today.
All the girl groups from Produce 101 are here, as well as the extremely popular Chen Shiqi.
Sumu didn't have any interest in celebrities or anything like that. He was just sitting on the sofa in the store playing mobile games.
Yen Ru came here with her cousin Lin Yu. Sumu looked up at Lin Yu and frowned slightly. Yesterday, when he heard Yenru say that her cousin weighed over 200 pounds, he also imagined how fat a fat girl weighing over 200 pounds must be. Now that I take a look at him, he is indeed quite fat. However, Lin Yu has very regular facial features and good skin. If she can keep drinking Wonkaka slimming milk tea, I believe that in just 1 or 2 months, Lin Yu will complete her counterattack. Master Su, this is my cousin, Lin Yu. Yenru also introduced herself somewhat awkwardly.
Sumu stood up, looked at Lin Yu, smiled softly and said, "Hello, I'm Sumu." Lin Yu noticed Sumu when she first came in. After all, Sumu's appearance was so stunning. "You are so handsome." Lin Yu is also a straightforward person, the kind of person who says whatever he thinks. She looked at Sumu and said something with a smile. If she hadn't held it back, she would have drooled. When Sumu heard Lin Yu praise him so directly for being handsome, he smiled awkwardly. "It seems like there is a consensus on the issue of my handsomeness." Sumu didn't say much to the Yenru sisters because Jo Tsong also walked in. "Master Su, it's almost time to start cutting the ribbon." Jo Tsong came in directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and glanced at Lin Yu. "Oh my god. Where did this fat guy come from?" Jo Tsong thought about it in his mind, but of course he couldn't say it out loud. After all, he also realized that Lin Yu was brought here by Yenru. As for Yenru, Jo Tsong had also met her. Although he was not sure about the relationship between Yenru and Sumu, he estimated that it was roughly the same. It's impossible not to eat such a beautiful woman next to you, unless Sumu is not good in that aspect. Jo Tsong couldn't help but make a joke in his heart. Chapter 129. The black material has been written and is waiting to be exposed. Who doesn't like beautiful women? Don't say that Jo Tsong only likes beauties with internet celebrity faces, he also likes those with top-notch looks like Yenru. Like it is like it. He also understood that Yenru was Sumu's woman. He was well aware that a friend's wife should not be cheated on. Although his ex-girlfriend has been very close to Qinfun in recent days, he actually doesn't mind. How to put it, for Jo Tsong, women like that were just for fun at most. If Qinfun likes it, just take it. But he also understood that Yenru was different from those women. He also investigated Yenru's identity. The eldest daughter of Yan's hotel. Although the Yen family is just a small family, after all, their net worth must be tens of billions, right? Moreover, wasn't it because of her that Sumu offended the Long family in the imperial capital? Long Jingtian was so angry that he risked his life for the beauty he loved. His fate was clear, so Jo Tsong didn't dare to have any evil thoughts about Yenru. "Okay, let's go together." Sumu was bored sitting here, he was just waiting for the opening ribbon-cutting ceremony. Originally Sumu meant that he would not go up, but Wonkaka Slim Milk Tea was his first career after all, so he thought about it and decided to go up and join in the fun. But he didn't participate in any speeches. As for standing in the center position, he directly refused. With Jo Tsong and Qinfun supporting him, Sumu didn't want to compete with them for the C position. The main reason is that Sumu doesn't want to be so high profile. He is still a student. Showing off a supercar at school was already a headache for him, and if he did it more high profile, he would be in trouble later. Sumu was standing next to Yenru, while Lin Yu was standing next to Sumu. In this way, when everyone walked onto the stage, Lin Yu's huge body directly blocked Sumu. There are a lot of people around, after all, many celebrities came here today. The most important thing is that the advertisements for Wonkaka Slimming Milk Tea are everywhere. Although it has only been a day or two, it is already well known. Many people want to see whether the effect of Wonkaka Slimming Milk Tea is really that magical. Jo Tsong and Qinfun standing in the C position also successfully attracted everyone's attention. As for Sumu, although he looks handsome, he is too young after all, and few people pay attention to him. Besides, Lin Yu standing next to him also helped him attract a lot of firepower. Fuck. Who is that woman? She's so fat, she must weigh 200 to 300 pounds, right? I told you this weight loss milk tea is fake. If it really worked, why would she still be so fat? Yeah, I don't really believe this is true. It's all a gimmick, milk tea for weight loss, funny. That's not necessarily true. What if he weighed 300 to 500 kilograms before? 3 to 500 pounds? You're as fat as a pig. The audience below the stage were also discussing the matter. Without trying it, just hearing about it, not many people can believe that the so-called slimming milk tea is really effective. Without further ado, today our Wonkaka Slimming Milk Tea is officially open for sale. Thanks to Master Su, all the milk teas here today are free.
After Jo Song finished speaking, he also pointed at the pile of milk tea covered with a bulletin board on the stage.
After hearing what Jo Song said, the staff here also tore down the huge announcement.
500,000 cups of milk tea piled there really looked spectacular at first glance.
Please line up, all customers. When it is your turn, you will need to weigh yourself and register. Of course, the most important thing is your circle of friends. Jo Song made a guest appearance as the host, and the effect was quite good.
The opening ceremony was almost ready, and Sumu was willing to be an invisible tool.
Everyone's focus was on Jo Song, and as for Sumu, he was happy with it.
For him, fame is a burden.
Why not be a good second-generation rich kid and make it known to everyone? Sumu didn't want to be so high-profile, he was not interested.
As for Jo Song, although he said that he regretted being so high-profile, he actually still enjoyed the attention from ordinary people. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Sumu also stood at the milk tea distribution area and acted as a staff member.
When Yenru saw Sumu personally handing out milk tea, she followed him.
Lin Yu didn't want to leave at first, but when she saw her cousin and Sumu going over to act as waitresses, she followed them, staggeringly. Although everyone is questioning whether the effect of Wonkaka slimming milk tea is really as good as advertised, after all, you can get a free cup by posting on your moments.
Don't miss out on free stuff. What's more, this milk tea costs as much as 200 yuan a cup. What if it really works? Isn't it a good deal to get a cup of milk tea worth 200 yuan for free? In addition to ordinary people, there were also many media reporters coming. In addition to the reporters arranged by Jo Song and his team, there were also some unknown reporters who came over after smelling the scent. Gao Kalong is a reporter for a newspaper that makes a living by digging up scandals. Gao Kalong is also one of the most capable reporters of this newspaper. He started paying attention to the Wonkaka slimming milk tea advertisement as soon as it came out.
After all, he weighs nearly 180 kilograms and is one of those who is struggling to lose weight. He knows how difficult it is to lose weight, so he doesn't believe that milk tea can help lose weight.
The report has been written. If it doesn't work, I can release it right away.
Gao Kalong thought to himself that he was also queuing up, pretending to be a customer waiting for milk tea.
Chapter 130 The Cold Male God Su. There are many people waiting to expose that Wonkaka slimming milk tea is a fraudulent marketing. After all, you have to know that behind Wonkaka slimming milk tea are top second-generation rich people in China such as Jo Song and Qinfun. If the negative information can be exposed as soon as possible, it will definitely attract a lot of traffic. In addition to some regular newspaper media, there were also many self-media people coming. Jo Song and Qinfun, how many self-media people are supported by these two people alone? Sometimes when you open the search software, you can see a lot of news related to Jo Song. What? Jo Song spent money like water in the bar, spending millions in one night. For example, Jo Song's ex-girlfriend's husband beat Jo Song. And so on. There are a lot of self-media news like this.
If Wonkaka slimming milk tea doesn't work today, it won't take long to search online for a bunch of news about Jo Song's fraudulent marketing.
Anyway, isn't news just the casual remarks of those unscrupulous media reporters?
But the facts will directly disappoint them. This side is also divided into 10 teams, after all, there are too many people on the scene. The first thing everyone needs to do when getting free milk tea is to register their personal information. Name, mobile phone number, then weigh yourself, and show the staff your circle of friends. It sounds troublesome, but there are a lot of staff on site, and the finished products of Wonkaka milk tea are piled aside after all, so the work goes smoothly. In addition to the scales at the milk tea pickup counter, there are also 100 scales on site for easy use.
Isn't the little brother who gave me milk tea just now so handsome? Look how crazy you are, but he is really handsome. Don't you even look at the girl next to him? Her beauty is so stunning that it makes people obsessed with her just by looking at her. That girl should be his girlfriend. She is really beautiful.
Sumu and Yanru standing together did attract a lot of people's attention. The men are handsome, and the women look like fairies.
Isn't this what a golden boy and a jade girl are all about?
How could Sumu have thought that he didn't receive much attention when he was cutting the ribbon on the stage just now, but instead he was favored by many little girls when he came over to distribute milk tea? The timid girl blushed slightly when she saw Sumu's appearance and said thank you shyly. The bolder girls directly asked Sumu for his WeChat ID. However, apart from distributing milk tea, Sumu ignored everything else. He was known for his aloofness in school. When he was a freshman, many girls pursued him, but no one saw Sumu interacting with any girl. To those who asked about WeChat, Sumu said without hesitation, "Sorry, there are a lot of people behind us.
Please get your milk tea and leave." Sumu's behavior is a bit inhumane. But it works.
Directly dissuaded a large number of female perverts who were attracted by Sumu's looks.
Yenru was watching from the side and couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a cool and handsome guy.
Yenru murmured something in her heart. She was not jealous of these girls.
After all, Sumu was not interested in them. But then again, Yenru didn't know what Sumu thought of her.
She is still very confident about her appearance. She has been known as a beauty since she was a child. When she grew up, she was the most beautiful campus belle in Haiti University in nearly 100 years, no doubt about it. Countless boys are chasing after her, but Sumu has little affection for her, and nothing else.
Yenru couldn't help but curl her lips.
Come to think of it, she was almost ready to confess her feelings to Sumu.
Oh. Does he really not have any feelings for girls?
Yenru glanced at Sumu, who was distributing milk tea, and couldn't help but think so in her heart.
How could Sumu know that Yenru thought this way?
If he knew, he would probably just push her under him to let her know that there was nothing wrong with her sexual orientation. There were a lot of people queuing up to get milk tea, but since there were a total of 10 milk tea stalls, the order on the scene was also in good order.
Many people who received the milk tea at the beginning were still hesitant whether to drink it.
However, many people did not hesitate and started drinking.
It tastes really good.
Just based on this taste, even if it doesn't have the effect of losing weight, it will still sell well, right?
It's really good.
The fragrance of vegetables and fruits, and the sweetness of milk, it tastes really good.
What a shame, it's 200 yuan a cup. It tastes good, but it's so expensive, I can't afford it. But what if it has the effect of slimming down? Actually, 200 yuan a cup is really not expensive. I feel heat in my abdomen, as if the fat is burning quickly.
Shit, I felt it too.
I feel a warm feeling all over my body.
The first group of people who received milk tea were about 100 or 200 people.
They all stayed over here at the weighing area next door. Many people went up to weigh themselves again before they started drinking milk tea.
After all, they thought Jotsong might have tampered with the scale. However, after weighing them one by one, there was no error at all from the previous weighing, which made everyone believe that Jotsong and his team were not doing anything behind the scenes. In about 5 minutes, there were about 200 to 300 customers who received milk tea.